The man, with dark circles under his eyes, stared intently at the game screen on his computer, his hands flying across the keyboard. Just as he was about to finish the game, Yang Cheng's vision suddenly blurred, and his consciousness faded away. Before losing consciousness, he was filled with regret. He should have known better than to stay up all night for 5 consecutive days. A sudden commotion startled Yang Cheng awake. Before he could regain his senses, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. By the time he came to his senses, he had been sent flying several meters and crashed heavily to the ground. He endured the pain, clutching his stomach as he struggled to his feet. But the sight that greeted him left him speechless with shock. A gigantic alien monster, over 2 meters tall, with the head of a minotaur and the body of a human, was pointing an exaggeratedly large gun at him. Not far away, several humans were kneeling on the ground, their faces still wet with blood and tears, surrounded by several ferocious alien monsters, dog-headed men, rat-men, and pig-headed men. Yang Cheng stood there, stunned, his face blank, but a strong sense of unease inexplicably rose within him. He closed his eyes, and gradually, fragmented memories began to piece together in his mind. When his memories were fully restored, he was stunned. He had been transported to a vast universe filled with alien races and unknown dangers. Humans are merely the lowest level of existence in this universe, destined to become slaves to various alien races. At this moment, he was not only powerless to protect himself, but also a captured slave, which filled Yang Cheng's heart with despair. However, just as he was feeling disheartened, a cold voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Host detected to be in danger. Interstellar war system activated. Host can summon armies, equipment, and units from other science fiction worlds through war points. War points can be acquired through declaring war, engaging in combat, and defeating alien creatures. They can be redeemed in the system shop for items including high-tech warships, weapons, Titan mechs, and special items. Immediately afterwards, the system's voice continued. The current situation is critical. The system will assign a rescuer to the host. Confirm. Upon hearing this sound, Yang Cheng's despair was quickly replaced by excitement. He knew his chance had come. From that moment on, the roles of hunter and prey began to subtly reverse. He must use the system's power to kill the alien monster before him, escape this crisis, and secretly accumulate strength. Summon an army. Yang Cheng intends to annihilate all the alien races that enslave humanity, lead humanity step by step to the pinnacle of the universe, and become the king who rules over all races. The Minotaur monster looked at Yang Cheng, who was still in a daze, and sneered. Ha ha! This human is probably scared out of his wits. After saying that, he lost interest and ordered his men to lock him in a dimly lit warehouse. After being thrown into the warehouse, Yang Cheng crawled with difficulty and found a relatively comfortable corner. He sat down against the wall, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. He was all alone here, which was the perfect time to summon. He immediately accessed the system and confirmed the summon. Ding! Summon character. Warhammer 40K World Eater, former commander of the 8th Assault Company of the Warhound Legion, the Traitor King. The system notification had barely faded when the cargo hold door opened, and a humanoid alien monster walked in. Haha! Although you're not exactly handsome, you've been traveling through space for too long. How about playing with me for a bit? Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Suddenly, a burst of gunfire rang out from behind, followed by several shrill screams. The Elephant Man turned around in astonishment, and just as he reached the doorway, he saw a burly man covered in blood and wearing red power armor slowly walking towards him. What the hell is that? The Elephant Man was horrified. Although he didn't recognize the newcomer, the blood and ferocity he exuded clearly indicated that he was no benevolent being. Instinctively, he swung his massive spiked club and smashed it down on the man. However, the man in red armor raised his hand with unimaginable speed to block the spiked club, and then without hesitation swung the giant axe in his hand, cleaving it down hard. The Elephant Man's head was instantly split in two, and the whole man fell to the ground, dismembered on the spot. The man in red armor slowly turned his head and looked at Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng stared wide-eyed at the approaching, burly man in red armor, only to hear the man suddenly kneel on one knee and shout in a deep voice, "My lord, the Emperor." Emperor? Emperor? Yang Cheng was completely bewildered. The system's voice sounded again. The person summoned by the host will be forever loyal to the host. After hearing this explanation, Yang Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Khan, who was still kneeling in front of him, he slowly said, "Stand up, Khan." Khan stood in front of Yang Cheng, protecting him firmly behind him. During this time, Yang Cheng focused on inquiring about various things from the system in his mind. All summoned units are by default forever loyal to the host. The system's voice calmly rang in his mind. That's good, Yang Cheng muttered to himself, then looked at Khan, who was walking slowly ahead, and asked, Khan, you haven't killed the pilot of this spaceship yet, have you? Not yet, Khan replied indifferently. Yang Cheng's gaze swept over the alien crew members who had been split in two inside the cabin, and the smell of blood filled his nostrils, making him feel nauseous. Are those humans still alive? He hesitated for a moment before asking. Although he didn't intend to meddle, they were, after all, human beings. No, they were all tortured to death by alien monsters, Khan replied calmly. As the company commander of the World Eaters, such bloody scenes were nothing new to him. To the cockpit, I need to know where we are. Yang Cheng steadied himself and gave the order. A moment later, they arrived at the cockpit. Two alien astronauts with pig-like heads were being held in midair by Khan, one in each hand, their faces filled with terror. Where are we? Yang Cheng asked, staring at one of the pig-headed men. The Odysius galaxy, the pig-headed man replied, glancing at Khan, who was carrying him. He immediately confessed. What countries are around here? Yang Cheng pressed. That's a star map, recording all the countries around us. The closest one is the Odysius Empire, a slave-owning state. The pig-headed man replied truthfully. Do you know about subspace? Yang Cheng suddenly asked another question. Subspace? That's a navigation technology that only those major powers possess. Our remote star system doesn't have it at all. Hearing this, Yang Cheng nodded expressionlessly. All right, that's all for you. Khan, take them down. Before he finished speaking, Khan squeezed hard, and the two pig-headed men died on the spot. Immediately afterwards, the system notification sounded. Ding. Host has unlocked a newbie gift pack. Congratulations on obtaining an Imperial Tier 2 Star Destroyer. The system quickly introduced Imperial Tier 2 Star Destroyer, equipped with 60 turbo laser cannons, 60 heavy ion turrets, and 10 tractor beam projection devices. Can carry 72 TIE starfighters, 8 Lambda Type T, 4 A shuttles, 20 AT-AT walkers, and 30 AT-ST walkers. The ship is 1,600 meters long and has a hyperspace engine level of 2, with a reserve level of 8. The total crew consists of 27,850 personnel, including 9,200 officers and 9,700 stormtroopers. After hearing the introduction, Yang Cheng felt a surge of excitement. This Star Destroyer was one of the Galactic Empire's main warships, possessing the ability to travel faster than light, enough to sweep across a star field. Your Majesty, is that your warship? Khan gazed at the dark Milky Way outside the window, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. In the distance, deep within the galactic sky, a massive warship slowly materialized. This 1,600-meter-long Star Destroyer, like a steel behemoth, hovers in the depths of space. Its silvery white hull gleams with a cold metallic sheen under the starlight, resembling a deity gazing down upon the cosmos. Minutes later, Yang Cheng's old spaceship successfully docked with the Star Destroyer. Dozens of stormtroopers, armed with blaster guns, surged into the ship's cabin like a tidal wave, their movements swift and their presence imposing. At the same time, a Star Destroyer officer dressed in Imperial uniform with a stern expression stepped forward and respectfully guided Yang Cheng and Khan into the warship, while the stormtroopers methodically cleaned up the wrecked old ship. Your Majesty, I am Captain Hans Burke, Captain of the Holy Sword. It is a great honor to serve you. The officer stood solemnly before Yang Cheng, his voice firm and resonant. Hans, is that right? Very good. Take me to the command room immediately. I need to get this big guy moving. Yang Cheng ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Colonel Hans saluted, his expression solemn. However, at this moment, he suddenly frowned. Your Majesty, we have spotted a large number of unidentified ships ahead. Should we launch an attack immediately? Take them down. Yang Cheng replied without hesitation. He knew the environment and understood that preemptive strikes were the only way to survive. Understood. In an instant, dozens of turbine laser cannons and ion turrets on the ship turned simultaneously, locking onto distant targets. Fire. At the same time, the group of space pirates rapidly approaching the location were unaware of the impending danger. What is that thing? The pirate captain stared wide-eyed at the massive, silver-white warship in the distance. Warship, retreat. The words had barely left his lips when the powerful firepower of the Star Destroyer roared out, and in an instant, The interstellar pirate fleet was transformed into a series of brilliant but fleeting fireworks in the deep universe. At this moment, an Imperial officer looked at Khan's over 2-meter-tall figure, swallowed hard, and asked cautiously, "Your Majesty, would your friend like to change his clothes?" "He will make his own arrangements." Yang Cheng smiled and said calmly, looking at the imposing Khan in his red armor. "Ding, please prepare yourself, host. You and your fleet will be undergoing a time travel." The system's cold and clear voice rang in Yang Cheng's mind again. What does this mean? Why am I being transported again? He frowned, his tone full of doubt. The system noticed his confusion and explained, "Ding, you and your fleet will have the opportunity to travel to other worlds from time to time in the future. If you are lucky, you may even be able to return to your original world." The system then continued, "If you successfully conquer a world, that world will automatically be incorporated into the current universe and become your territory, and you will also be able to control the technology and resources of that world." After hearing the explanation, Yang Cheng simply nodded silently without saying anything more, and instead asked directly, "So, which world will we travel to next?" "Ding, given that this is your first time transmigrating, the system will provide you with 3 worlds to choose from. 1. Link Cage World 2. Avatar World 3. Alien World. Please choose, host." "The Spirit Cage World, that's simpler," Yang Cheng said softly, his gaze resolute. Currently, of the 3 worlds, the Spirit Cage's technological system is the most suitable to tackle first. He can't handle the other 2 yet. "Congratulations, host, for selecting the Link Cage World. Please prepare for hyperspace acceleration. At the same time, you are rewarded with 1,000 war points, which can be exchanged for armies and equipment from other science fiction worlds in the shop." After the system's voice ended, it fell silent, and Yang Cheng began to prepare. "Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it," he thought to himself as he brought up the system shop interface to check the available resources. The shop page opened instantly. From Warhammer 40,000, World Eater Pre-Marchongron, 2 million war points. From Planet, Imperial Star Destroyer, 200,000 war points. The dazzling array of goods almost overwhelmed Yang Cheng, but he quickly and quietly changed the sorting method to price, low to high. Warhammer 40K, Space Marine Squad, Ultramarines, 1,500 points, Death Guards, 2,000 points, Word Bearers, 2,500 points, Space Wolves, 2,000 points. Why is there such a big price difference for the same Space Marine Squad? Ding, different legions have different areas of expertise. For example, the Alpha Legion is good at infiltration and intelligence gathering, so naturally the price is higher. After the system's brief explanation, it fell silent again. Why are they all so expensive? Yang Cheng couldn't help but curse. After some calculation and saying a dozen nice things to the system, he finally used 1,000 war points to exchange for a squad from the 4th Legion's Iron Warriors. "Begin preparing for hyperspace acceleration, Hans." He looked at the captain beside him, his tone decisive. "Understood, Emperor." Hans immediately issued the order through the ship's intercom. "This is Captain Hans Burke of the Holy Sword. Command code 200300917. Initiating hyperspace acceleration." As the command was issued, the Holy Sword's hyperspace engine activated, quickly forming a beam of light in the dark galaxy before rapidly warping. "Attention all units. Estimated travel time is half an hour. All units return to their posts. Stormtroopers, prepare for landing." Hans's commands were clear and orderly. Yang Cheng was led to the lounge. He changed into a set of black armor made of Beskha steel, and then equipped himself with an SE-14R light automatic burst blaster, an officer-grade weapon that combines automatic firing and portability. He then turned and walked into the shooting range to practice. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots rang out in rapid succession, the intense heat easily charring and deforming the targets. After practicing for a while, Yang Cheng left the shooting range and went to Khan's room. Just as he reached the doorway, a stool flew past his face, accompanied by screams echoing from inside. Yang Cheng peeked out and froze. Khan was single-handedly beating up the members of the Iron Warriors squad. The scene resembled a gladiatorial arena. "Let you curse. Why did your unhappy Legion commander betray us?" Getting involved in civil engineering. He was doing civil engineering in the Empire, and now he's doing civil engineering here. He's just as stupid as Luo Jia. Khan seemed to be possessed by Dorn, beating people up while spewing insults. The scene was bloody and bizarre. Khan turned around abruptly, saw Yang Cheng standing at the door, immediately stopped what he was doing, and knelt on one knee to pay his respects. Emperor. The members of the beaten Iron Warriors team also knelt down and shouted in unison. Emperor. Yang Cheng looked at the group of muscular men and frowned slightly. You guys are all on the same side now. Let's not talk about the past. What's your name? My name is Oaks, the Great Emperor. Captain Oaks quickly replied, bowing his head. Try to avoid internal strife in the future. I'm assigning you a mission immediately. A floating fortress is about to be the target. Can you handle it? A floating fortress? A piece of cake for me. Oaks nodded without hesitation. Their Iron Warrior Legion was adept at siege warfare, making this kind of mission perfect for them. That's good. I'll leave it to you. Yang Cheng turned and left. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he heard Oaks roar in a low voice. You wait for Khan. This isn't over. Then, he began to work on devising siege tactics. Back at the command center, Hans immediately stepped forward to report, Your Majesty, we've arrived. Just as the Holy Sword spaceship leaped out of hyperspace, a massive, sand-covered planet appeared before them. This reminds me of Tehran, Oaks said softly, standing beside Yang Cheng, his tone tinged with displeasure. Pass down the order. Warships enter the atmosphere and release the landing forces. TIE fighters will patrol a 100-kilometer radius area centered on the Holy Sword. As Hans's order was given, the entire warship began to turn and slowly descend towards the strange planet. Chapter 5 First Encounter with the Devouring Beasts. Yang Cheng stood before the bridge, his gaze fixed on the desolate desert planet, muttering to himself whether the plot had already begun. He vaguely remembered something about mana ecology, devouring beasts, lighthouses, clones, and that woman named by Yuekue. At that moment, Hans's voice came through the communicator, reporting that the advance team had set off and would enter the atmosphere in 10 minutes. Yang Cheng warned him to be careful, as they might be facing an indestructible monster. Hans, however, seemed very confident, replying casually, Your Majesty, nothing is indestructible. 3T-4A shuttles carrying 60 stormtroopers flew straight down to the ground to begin their landing. Hans ordered the synchronized video feed to be turned on, and Yang Cheng then viewed the live feed inside the shuttles on the large screen inside the warship. He saw 20 stormtroopers lined up neatly, holding blaster guns, standing straight as a forest, their demeanor calm and composed. 30 meters from the ground, 20 meters, 10 meters. Captain Kovic continuously reported the landing situation over the loudspeaker. Before landing, they first tested the air composition and found it to be heavily polluted, indicating that the planet's environment was not friendly. Upon landing, Kovic immediately issued orders for his troops to conduct a 5-kilometer clearing operation centered on the landing point. As soon as the shuttle door opened, the stormtroopers quickly moved out, cautiously surveying their surroundings before stepping into this unfamiliar and desolate land. A swirling sandstorm swept across the land, leaving behind dilapidated buildings and crumbling walls. Everything exuded a desolate, ruin-like atmosphere. The storm raged, the sky darkened, and visibility was extremely poor, resembling a post-apocalyptic battlefield. A stormtrooper couldn't help but complain about the harsh conditions, but was immediately reminded by his comrades to pay attention to mission discipline. The unit was divided into several groups and began searching the surrounding area in different directions. They searched the ruins, buildings, and corners one by one, but still found no signs of living life. This place feels like it's been dead for ages, someone whispered. It was probably destroyed by war or some kind of disaster years ago, another soldier chimed in. Suddenly, a soldier heard a slight noise beside him and immediately raised his gun to aim at the source of the sound. He crept closer, only to find a rat scurrying across the ruins, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Kovic then ordered the release of the Viper detection robots, while commanding Teams 1 and 2 to advance and Team 3 to establish a defensive perimeter. 3 robots quickly activated, moving with the agility of hounds through the ruins, scanning the surroundings from all angles. Attention! Unknown life form detected ahead. The Viper robot's alarm sounded over the communication channel. They immediately deployed energy shields and aimed their blast cannons at the detection area, forming a defensive array. In an instant, all the stormtroopers were on high alert, their guns pointed at the ruins. A massive, dark shadow slowly crawled out from behind the collapsed building, its appearance ferocious and terrifying. Yang Cheng gasped when he saw it clearly. It was a snake dog among the devouring beasts, a hybrid of snake and dog. He knew this thing had extremely strong self-healing abilities, and once it entangled someone, it was difficult to break free. Fire! Yang Cheng immediately gave the order, even though Kovic had already fired a volley. Red burst beams of energy shot out quickly, hitting the snake dog's thick carapace, and soon a burning smell filled the air. Under suppressive fire, the snake dog was reduced to charred remains, and Kovic even threw a grenade that blew it to smithereens. "Your Majesty, is this the dangerous creature you spoke of?" Hans asked, looking at the charred corpse with slight confusion. Yang Cheng felt somewhat embarrassed. He realized he had indeed underestimated the stormtroopers' combat capabilities. Just then, a distress call came through the communications channel from the second squad, who were under attack and converging on the main force. Kovic quickly ordered his troops to retreat and prepare for support, while simultaneously requesting suppressive air fire. A few minutes later, the two squads successfully rendezvoused, as dozens of snake dogs surged in from afar, surrounding them like a tidal wave. Alternating fire. Rocket launchers ready. Kovic led his team to deploy a defense, buying time for the attack squad. On the bridge, Khan's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and his chainsaw axe seemed to be itching for battle. "Your Majesty, I request to join the battle." Yang Cheng nodded in agreement. "Take the Iron Warriors squad with you, and come down with us." He knew that with Khan's combat strength, even if the entire Lighthouse came, they might not be able to stop his axe. Before boarding the ship, Yang Cheng changed into his gear, slung his rifle over his shoulder, and stood at the hatch, ready for battle. Ding! For each snake dog killed, the host will receive 100 war points. Subordinates will receive 10 points for each kill. Hearing the notification, Yang Cheng's eyes lit up. He seemed to see a complete interstellar warband beckoning to him. "Hans, send a TIE fighter squadron to support the ground. I want to go down myself." Yang Cheng decided to take a gamble. If successful, it would not only expand their combat power, but also accumulate a large number of war points. The TIE fighter squadron quickly took off, piercing through the clouds to support the ground battlefield, unleashing a barrage of explosive fire. Amidst the intense strafing, hordes of snake dogs on the ground fell, utterly helpless against the onslaught. Boom! A red figure descended from the sky. It was Khan. Finding the shuttle too slow, he jumped directly from the pod. With Khan's arrival, the stormtroopers witnessed firsthand what a true warrior's body was all about. Chapter 6 begins, with the target being the Lighthouse. Fight for the Emperor. With a roar, Khan raised his chainsaw axe and charged into the horde of devouring beasts. Each swing of the axe tore apart the bodies of multiple monsters, the powerful disintegration field leaving the snake dogs utterly helpless. In a short time, dozens of snake hounds swarmed forward, but Khan suddenly threw down his weapon and began fighting barehanded. He smashed the snake hounds' heads one by one with his fists, and in less than a minute, the ground was littered with motionless corpses. Seeing this, the remaining snake hounds immediately changed targets, bypassing Khan and launching a surprise attack on the stormtroopers. At this moment, 10 warriors from the Steel Warriors Legion formed a straight line, advancing forward with bomb guns and boarding shields. They wore 2 Malawian Quach's power armor, advancing steadily, and the Tigris bomb guns mounted on their shields were firing at full power. Bang! 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 A barrage of explosive shells rained down like a storm, each one capable of taking the life of a snakehound. The Iron Warriors advanced while maintaining their formation, leaving the snakehounds utterly helpless and quickly routed. The stormtroopers then realized just how terrifying these big guys were. Their fighting style completely overwhelmed the alien beasts. Without hesitation, Kovic immediately issued orders to build a base on the spot and deploy heavy firepower positions. Shortly after, Yang Cheng's shuttle arrived at the frontline base. He had barely taken off his helmet when his mouth was covered in sand. Helpless, he could only silently put his helmet back on, his face filled with resignation. Subsequent troops arrived one after another, with about 1,000 stormtroopers taking to the ground in batches to begin carrying out various missions. However, no one noticed that behind the distant sand dunes, a white-haired woman was silently watching them. She concealed herself in the sand and dust, making her almost undetectable without careful observation. Yang Cheng has been on this planet for 2 full days, but he still can't determine which stage of the timeline he's in. If the story has just begun, that's fine, but once it gets to the later stages, he'll have to painfully consider the destroy the planet option. The reason he hadn't taken action yet was that he intended to try to incorporate the Lighthouse. If the other party insisted on not cooperating, then Khan would have no choice but to personally pay a visit. At this moment, an officer wearing a yellow military overcoat and a black gas mask walked into the command tent. "Your Majesty, Colonel Nova, any new discoveries?" After accumulating enough war points, Yang Cheng summoned a steel-style legion, the 188th Regiment of Armageddon. Our scouts have spotted a human convoy 20 kilometers away. Colonel Nova reported calmly and concisely. Continue surveillance, but don't alert them. Understood. Several kilometers away, a group of Lightling Rat men were monitoring the convoy's every move through their sniper scopes. Boss, should we make a move? Wait a bit. The colonel has ordered us not to act rashly. But we can hear them talking clearly. Those guys are too stupid. They didn't even notice us when they were so close. Meanwhile, the hunter team was also operating elsewhere, with a soldier attempting to establish contact with Captain Mark. Hunter Jeff calling Captain Mark, Sector B reached. Hey, damn weather. A dozen hunters were traversing a dense mass of fleshy soil, their expressions grave as they cautiously advanced, weapons in hand. As the lights came on, they switched on their guns and flashlights. The scene ahead was chilling. Suddenly, a young dustman carrying supplies bumped into a wall with a loud thud. Watch your supplies. Damage will be deducted from your contribution points. A hunter who seemed to be the team leader warned coldly. Someone nearby whispered, Don't go too far. Dustmen are people too. As they walked through an alley, the mortal numbered 4068 spotted an old-fashioned gold watch and was immediately captivated. He broke away from the group, intending to secretly keep it for himself, completely unaware of the serious consequences it would cause. 4079, don't say anything yet. I'll be right back. 4068 bent down and crawled into the pile of fleshy dirt. After finding his target, he began to pry open the gold watch with a knife. 4277 really likes these old things. He whispered to 4079, completely unaware that something was slowly moving deep inside the dirt. Meanwhile, the ratmen at the sniper position also noticed something was wrong. Boss, something's happened inside. The sniper quickly reported to headquarters via radio. They've started running. They must have been scared by something. Nova immediately reported the intelligence to Yang Cheng. Notify the troops to prepare for action and initiate the interception. Yang Cheng knew that, according to the plot, they should have suffered heavy losses at the spaceship wreckage and encountered by Uekue while fleeing. Setting up an ambush at this time would be perfect for wiping them out in one fell swoop, whether by incorporating them into the army or purging them out. Boss, something disgusting has escaped. A devouring beast appeared in the sniper scope, running wildly alongside the fleeing hunters. Strange. Shouldn't it be trapped inside in the story? Yang Cheng frowned slightly, but it was too late to think about it now. Fire. The laser ripped through the air, and the monster fell to the ground, motionless. At that moment, the 188th Regiment of Armageddon arrived from afar to provide reinforcements. Hundreds of heavily armored soldiers jumped out of the Chimera armored vehicles and quickly surrounded the entire hunter team. Chapter 7: The Shock of the Lighthouse Crowd. Everyone, don't move. Put down your weapons. I'll say it again. Everyone put down your weapons. The stormtrooper's tone was cold and hard, his gun pointed directly at the hunter, his attitude unambiguous, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Mark anxiously advised, Don't be too loud. It will attract the devouring beasts. He realized that these foreign soldiers did not understand the habits of the devouring beasts, and making a lot of noise would only bring more danger. Before he could explain, a deafening roar shattered everyone's senses. A devouring beast burst forth from the wall with incredible speed, pouncing on the crowd almost instantly. It bared its fangs and growled incessantly, its words clearly defiant, causing the hunters to scatter in all directions. The stormtrooper immediately raised his gun, aimed, and prepared to fire, but at that moment, a massive red figure blocked the monster's path. It was a being as solid as steel, its aura extremely oppressive, instantly drawing everyone's attention. He grabbed the devouring beast by the neck, and the monster struggled violently, but couldn't break free. The next second, a flash of cold light appeared, and the chainsaw axe cleaved down, tearing the devouring beast apart. Blood splattered everywhere, instantly staining the ground red. Mark was dumbfounded, completely speechless. The scene was more shocking than any battle he had ever witnessed. Your threat is nothing more than this, Khan said coldly, then ordered the other side to surrender. The stormtroopers and the Armageddon Legion swiftly raised their guns, their firepower covering all the hunters, instantly reversing the tide of battle. Several Mechanicus priests suddenly emerged from the ranks, their eyes gleaming as they stared at the hunters' gravity constructs. By the god of machines, this is so beautiful. The structure, the design, it's divine. Mo Chung couldn't stand it anymore and quickly warned, Don't touch it. That's Captain Mark's armor. But the priest wouldn't listen and kept circling around the gravity body. What are you doing? This is combat equipment. Yang Cheng's tone was full of complaints. He simply couldn't understand these cryptic red-robed men. Gravity body? You actually use this treasure as a combat suit. The priest was shocked and turned to Nova, exclaiming, "You people are simply disrespectful to the sacred machine spirit." Nova waved his hand dismissively. "Whatever, it's not mine anyway." Soon, several priests extended their mechanical arms and lifted the entire gravity object away, looking quite satisfied. "What are these people doing?" Yang Cheng asked, bewildered, watching the priests move the gravity object while praising it. "Don't ask, just watch," Mark said calmly. He was well aware of the current situation and knew they couldn't act rashly. He knew that with just a few of them and a few old gravity machines, they were no match for this alien army. The red-armored giant who had just torn apart a devourer with his bare hands was someone they couldn't touch. The stormtroopers were disgusted by the behavior of these red-robed monsters. They even wanted to take the blaster to study it. To make matters worse, the priest became obsessed with the detection robot, muttering, "Praise be to the god of machines." The communication between the two sides could only be described as irreconcilable. "Take that man onto the shuttle. The rest of you escort him here." A storm soldier who appeared to be a major ordered. "Understood." 5 storm soldiers immediately escorted Mark onto the T-4A shuttle and flew towards the warship. The hunters were confined to a temporary ground base, where the atmosphere was oppressively silent. They found it hard to believe that not only were there people on the ground, but their technological equipment far surpassed that of the Lighthouse. Their worldview began to crumble. "Everyone, register your name and position," the soldier in charge of escorting them shouted, preparing to process their identities one by one. "Hey, how about we take that soldier hostage and escape later?" Yang Cheng leaned closer to Jeff and whispered a suggestion. "You think this is a movie? You dare move a muscle and you'll be riddled with holes," Jeff retorted, rolling his eyes. He had already realized that they posed absolutely no threat to these alien warriors. Chapter 8: Surrender or Destruction. Take him onto the warship. Be careful, don't let him escape. Several storm soldiers instructed the sergeant who came to take over, their tone full of vigilance. "Understood. Keep a close eye on the group below too. Fire if there's any unusual movement." An Imperial officer pressed a blaster against Mark's back and forcefully pushed him into the shuttle. "Just who are you?" Mark was shocked as he was being led away. Judging from the soldiers' uniforms, weapons, and warships, they possessed technological power far exceeding that of the beacon. After passing through the corridor, 2 stormtroopers approached him and calmly said, "Please come in. His Majesty is waiting for you inside." Your Majesty? This title sounded unfamiliar to Mark. He had thought that such feudal rulers would no longer exist in the interstellar age. The word, Your Majesty, coupled with an interstellar warship and a large army, only made him more uneasy. Mark frowned, his mind filled with questions, but his struggles were futile, and he could only let them push him into the room. He looked around. The room was almost unbelievably clean, the snow-white walls and smooth metal floors seemingly untouched by dust. Compared to his dusty hunter's uniform, this felt like a completely different world. In the center of the room sat a man clad in black armor and wearing a heavy helmet, seated in a large chair. His face was completely obscured, revealing only his cold, silent silhouette, like a black statue. Mark slowly approached, unconsciously lowering his steps, nervously and cautiously trying to discern his identity. "What do you want with me?" Mark forced himself to remain calm and broke the silence first. The man didn't move, and a cold voice came from under his helmet. "You're from the Lighthouse?" This sentence struck Mark like a thunderbolt. The other party actually knew about the Lighthouse's existence? His pupils contracted slightly, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Why did the other party know about the Lighthouse? What was their purpose? Were they friend or foe? All of this left him in a state of utter confusion. He considered various possibilities. Perhaps these people meant no harm, or perhaps they were brewing a larger plan. But one thing was certain. They were powerful and had already set their sights on the beacon. "Tell the man a message," the man said slowly, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. "Have all your soldiers lay down their weapons and accept Imperial control. We will take you away from this planet. The price is that you must submit. Of course, you can also choose to resist, but I don't know how many people will die." These words hit Mark like a hammer blow. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and his face turned pale instantly. Mark looked at Yang Cheng, his heart churning. The disparity in strength left them with virtually no choice. Marco knew very well that he was neither qualified to decide the future of the lighthouse nor capable of bearing the burden of that decision alone. I cannot make this decision. It must be decided by our Lord Morgan himself. Mark gritted his teeth, knowing that every word he uttered could affect the fate of the lighthouse. Yang Cheng nodded and said coldly, "We will take you to the lighthouse. You had better persuade them not to do anything foolish, or you will all perish with them." With that, he left, leaving a bewildered Mark standing in the room, stunned. The soldiers brought Mark back to the shuttle, while Yang Cheng, having removed his helmet, stood in the command room. "Have Khan and Austin go with them and take Mark back to the lighthouse," Yang Cheng said, glancing at Hans. "Get the shuttle ready, and keep an eye on the Church of the Lord of Light and Shadow. If there's any unusual activity, shoot them on the spot." "Understood. Any other instructions?" "That's all. Try not to fire, and avoid using lethal force if possible." Although Yang Cheng said this, for the people of the lighthouse, non-lethal was probably enough to cause them a lot of trouble. Electric batons and electromagnetic shocks are routine operations for storm soldiers, but the people of the lighthouse may not be able to withstand them. When Mark returned to the ground, Ran Bing and Mo Chung rushed over immediately, anxiously asking what had happened. "I have to go back to the lighthouse. The situation is very complicated," Mark said in a heavy tone, his expression extremely grave. Before Ran Bing could ask any further questions, Mark patted her shoulder, his voice low and serious. "Mo Chung, take good care of Ran Bing for me." As soon as he finished speaking, several storm soldiers escorted him back onto the shuttle and headed towards the lighthouse. Chapter 9: Gravitational Bodies versus Space Marines. In the lighthouse control room, a female officer suddenly stood up and asked nervously, "Has Captain Mark not returned yet?" The soldier sitting at the communication station quickly replied that he had not received any signal from Mark. Commander Jingnan immediately ordered the search to continue. The next second, static suddenly came through the communicator, followed by Mark's intermittent voice. "This is Mark. There's been a problem with the hunting mission." Jingnan immediately tensed up and quickly asked for details, her speech becoming faster. Mark calmly replied, "It's complicated. I'll explain in detail when I get back," requesting the helipad be opened. Jingnan was completely bewildered and questioned him about why the helipad was open. Mark then explained, "I'm boarding an aircraft belonging to an unknown force. Their leader wants to see Lord Morgan." Before he finished speaking, the control room erupted in commotion. Jingnan could only suppress his shock and agree to report. Inside the shuttle, Mark looked miserable as he stared at the 11 tall, muscular men sitting opposite him. The one covered in red paint and skull decorations, in particular, looked more terrifying than a monster. "What are you looking at?" the red-armored warrior snapped, startling Mark into immediately lowering his head and refusing to glance at him again. "We're almost there. Prepare for battle." The red-armored warrior, named Khan, coldly gazed out the window as he activated his chainsaw axe. The other iron warriors were also in position, setting up their boarding shields and explosive guns, on high alert. The moment the hatch opened, dozens of city defense soldiers surrounded the shuttle, with 6 heavily armored soldiers in gravity suits standing in the front row. A soldier, about to shout through a megaphone, was blasted to pieces by a bomb. Khan led his team down the hatch. His imposing 2-meter-tall figure instantly intimidated everyone, and no one dared to make a move. "Bring your city lord out," he said, tossing Mark out like a sack of potatoes, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Just then, a man with dyed blonde hair stepped out from the crowd and introduced himself. "I am Charles, the leader of the Church of Light and Shadow." He had barely finished speaking when Khan punched him, sending him flying 3 meters, half his body paralyzed. If Yang Cheng hadn't ordered that no one should kill him, Charles would probably be dead. Charles, clutching his stomach, cursed and ordered his men to kill this surface mob on the spot. He then slunk away, supported by the Lightbringers, leaving 20 heavily armed soldiers to face Khan. Of all people to mess with, you dared to provoke the guild master? The city's defense commander, Gale, drew his chainsaw sword, mocking him smugly. Khan didn't even glance at them, instead examining the human's gravity armor with interest. "Don't interfere, I'll try out these toys." He lifted a heavy chainsaw axe and strode slowly towards the enemy, the axe making a piercing, crackling sound. Gale was still yelling, "6 of us against 1 of you. You're asking for death." Khan didn't bother listening to any nonsense. With a single swing, he crushed a heavily armored soldier, armor and all, together. The gravity armor shattered like paper. Khan sneered, "Is that all?" The other 5 were shocked and enraged, rushing forward to slash wildly with their swords. but their movements were completely chaotic in Khan's eyes. Not even as good as a recruit. Khan muttered, swinging his chainsaw axe backhand and cleaving a man's shoulder in two. The disintegration field activated, instantly turning the man into minced meat, blood splattering everywhere. Tactically inferior to the orc, in melee combat inferior to the Tau, even inferior to the PDF. Growing increasingly impatient, he simply grabbed the opponent's chainsword while simultaneously wielding a chainsaw axe and charged into the crowd with both weapons. The heavily armored soldiers were no match for him and were quickly slaughtered. Meanwhile, Charles was observing from a distance. Lightbearer, go check if they've killed them all. Remember to leave one alive. Lightbearer walked down a long corridor, only to find a scene of carnage. 5 gravity soldiers had been reduced to blood and gore, clinging to the bodies of the red-armored warriors. Khan, holding a city guard by the arm, demanded, "Where is your lord?" "You're dreaming," the soldier retorted defiantly. Khan, too lazy to even put on his helmet, bit off a piece of his neck. Blood trickled from his mouth, and the corpse was carelessly tossed to the ground. This wasn't bloodlust, but a skill, the Space Marine's 8th surgical modification, genetic detection neural system. After consuming the enemy's flesh, Khan instantly accessed a vast amount of memory information. Upper class, dust people, devourers, lighthouse, hunters, crimson, he murmured. So it was a feudal society after all. After memorizing the enemy's command system and routes, Khan followed his memory toward the command room. Along the way, he saw a Lightbringer paralyzed with fear. He briefly raised his hand to chop it down with his axe, but his teammate Oak stopped him. The Empire still needs people, don't kill anymore. Khan wasn't unreasonable. Seeing Oak's reasoning, he withdrew his hand and let the Lightbringer go. He waved and led the Iron Warriors squad forward. Take that mark with you. We'll need him to open the door later. With that, Khan picked up the still-shaken mark like a chick and disappeared into the depths of the lighthouse. Chapter 10 The End of the Ling Cage World. It's just ahead. Khan pointed to the steel door, his tone as calm as if he were talking about the weather. He walked to the door, glanced at the keypad on the door, and said casually, "A password is required." Then he turned to Mark beside him and asked in a low voice, "Do you know the password?" Mark, whose name was called, quickly shook his head and cautiously replied, "I don't know. Only the city lord or higher-ups know the password to this kind of door." Khan pondered for a moment and sneered. "So, are you going to catch a hacker or eat a high-ranking official?" Upon hearing this, Mark froze. Having just witnessed Khan's actions, his legs were almost weak. Without another word, Khan stepped in front of Mark and slammed his fist into the cipher panel. A deafening boom echoed, making even Mark's ears ring. The next second, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the end of the corridor. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Bullets rained down on the doorway, striking the power armor of the Iron Warriors. Sparks flew as Khan and his men emerged unscathed, their armor completely undamaged. Khan glanced at the soldiers still brandishing their weapons and said coldly, "All right, time to wrap this up." Inside the control room, Lighthouse Lord Morgan sat behind his terminal, his face pale, and asked tremblingly, "What exactly do you want?" Khan coldly replied, "Submit to the Emperor, receive forgiveness, and leave this hell. That's it." Morgan was stunned for a moment, feeling it was absurd. The other side had been killing like crazy for so long, and they were here to save them? But the facts were right in front of him, so he could only smile bitterly as he stepped off the control panel, kneeling on one knee and saying, "Lord Morgan, I obey the Emperor." At the same time, a system notification sounded in Yang Cheng's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the Ling Cage World mission, gaining 500,000 war points. Political system selection unlocked. Please create a national political system." Yang Cheng began editing the settings for his new nation, national name, Human Empire. Ideological structure, materialism combined with a small amount of idealism. System type, extreme militarism, extreme xenophobia, racial fastidiousness, dictatorship. Supreme ruler's title, Emperor. After completing the settings, Yang Cheng nodded in satisfaction and exited the system interface. "Hans, get all stormtroopers and Imperial army in position. Colonel Nova, arrange for troops to board the ship. It might be a bit crowded." Understood. Everyone quickly carried out the orders. Several shuttles began transporting beacon residents to the Star Destroyer deck, where Imperial soldiers were already prepared to receive them. "Everyone, take off your clothes and throw away your belongings. These things that represent your old identities are now useless. From this moment on, you have only one identity, citizens of the Human Empire, A stormtrooper shouted coldly through his helmet megaphone. A commotion immediately erupted in the crowd, with many protesting in discontent. Why? We are the superior citizens. Why should we be with the commoners? I refuse. I can't be with the commoners. Seeing this, the stormtroopers immediately notified the Imperial riot police to intervene. Dozens of riot police equipped with stun batons and riot shields quickly appeared and surrounded the rioting crowd. Attack! The electric batons crackled with electricity, mercilessly striking the resistors. A burnt smell quickly filled the air. Take all these people away. Send them to the Mechanicus. They're short of wet parts. With the order given, the troublemakers were taken to another place of unknown fate. At this moment, Yang Cheng was leisurely browsing the system's marketplace. His gaze swept over a warship, and his eyes lit up. You're the one. He selected a Moon-class cruiser worth 100,000 war points and placed an order without hesitation. Ding! Construction of 3 Moon-class cruisers has begun. The system automatically generated the ship's parameters: main armament, bow torpedo tubes, 2 side weapon arrays, 2 light lance arrays. Hull, length 5 kilometers, fin width 0.8 kilometers. Total mass, approximately 28 million tons. Crew capacity, 95,000 personnel. Looking at these parameters, Yang Cheng smiled with satisfaction. Aliens, just wait. Your nemesis has returned. Chapter 11. The Great Expedition begins at Odysius. All warships prepare to enter Mandeville Point. Activate the warp engines. Priests, take your positions and prepare to begin prayer. Orders were issued from the flagship, and the entire fleet quickly sprang into action. The combat readiness process completed in one smooth motion. Geller field activated. Void shield fully charged. Flight route planned by the navigator. The 4 Luna-class cruisers quickly formed a line, ready for battle. Initiate warp. As the warp engines activated, a purple halo slowly unfolded in reality. The fleet, like sharp swords, pierced the spatial rift one after another. The captain, standing solemnly before the bridge, declared, "See you in 10 hours, Your Majesty." With a wave of his hand, his warship leaped into warp space, followed closely by several others. The entire fleet vanished into space. May the Emperor bless us, his humble servants. The captain murmured a prayer, praying for a safe passage. Meanwhile, on the other side, another fleet prepared to activate its hyperspace engines, their objective clear. At this moment, Planet Kot was located in one of the most central and controlled areas of the Ashides Empire. It was not only its first colony, but also a famous tourist destination and slave market. Hundreds of thousands of humans were sold here every day, their lives treated like dirt. On the street, a middle-aged man clung desperately to the leg of a giant orc, pleading, "She's just a child, let her go." The orc grinned, grabbing the girl by the neck. A child? Perfect for making a cup. Just then, a black-clad orc soldier rushed over, shouting urgently, "Lord Birdo, the planet is under attack. Orbital defenses are down." The behemoth Duke, who was about to torture the girl, was startled. "What? Who dares to attack us?" His words had barely faded when 4 massive warships appeared in the sky above the planet. All troops on alert. Activate fighter jets. Summon the army to prepare for battle. Birdo abandoned the girl and frantically rushed towards the governor's mansion. The middle-aged man, however, had already embraced the girl, his eyes filled with excitement. They gazed at the human warships in the sky, as if seeing hope descend upon them. What is our duty? To serve the Emperor's will. What is the Emperor's will? To fight to the death. The Space Marines knelt in unison before the priest, performing a pre-battle prayer. This was a mixed squad, with diverse paint schemes: salamanders, ultramarines, iron hands, world eaters, all included. Several Star Wars officers stood to the side, their faces full of disdain. Praying before battle? Feudalism, they muttered, but the priest's angry glare silenced them. Unleash the Emperor's wrath upon these aliens. Meanwhile, Yang Cheng stood on the command platform of his flagship, the Holy Sword, looking at the group of soldiers and exclaiming that he had a headache. The system said it would randomly send him a dozen or so Space Marines, but instead it sent a bunch of Legion members from the 30K era. Yang Cheng could tolerate that, but what were those 2 Starclaw guys up to? They had betrayed him back in the 40K era. The system seemed to sense Yang Cheng's displeasure and immediately popped up a notification. Ding! Chaos contamination cleared. These warriors are merely ordinary loyalists. Yang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and then issued the orders. Full-scale war. Destroy enemy ground facilities. Annihilate all enemy forces. Occupy the entire planet. Leave no alien prisoners. With Yang Cheng's order, all fleets unleashed their full firepower, and armored units began preparations for landing. Meanwhile, the Oshudi's orcs remained completely unaware that they were about to face a combined human force from two worlds. Chapter 12: A Decisive Strike. Let's begin. With Yang Cheng's command, dozens of heavily armored space marines marched in unison into the warship's drop bay, their imposing presence overwhelming. Every plate of their armor bore the marks of countless battles, ready to fight once more for the Emperor. Now it's their turn. Yang Cheng glanced at the system shop, decisively pressed the confirmation button, and summoned a new force. Cardia stands tall. With a powerful shout, one Cardia soldier after another emerged from the teleportation channel. They wore standard armor, held M36 Carderal laser guns, and their eyes gleamed with a distinctive purple light. These soldiers were the elite Blitzkrieg Legion of the Imperial Guard, renowned for their discipline and willpower, though lacking superhuman physiques. Cardia stands firm, they shouted repeatedly, as if reminding the enemy that true hell was about to descend. 3 Cardia infantry regiments will coordinate with the Astartes in the attack, Yang Cheng quickly ordered, simultaneously commanding the Air Force to take off and completely suppress the enemy's air power. He then entered the armored compartment, where several servants were kneeling before a suit of Emperor-customized power armor, praying fervently. "Come," Yang Cheng said calmly, standing before the armor, preparing to personally engage in battle. "Understood, Emperor." On the battlefield, Lamanris main battle tanks charged like beasts, their tracks crushing the ground. Behind them, Chimera vehicles carrying large numbers of Cardian soldiers followed closely, forming an iron torrent. For the Emperor, a space marine from the World Eater Legion, upon seeing the enemy, instantly fell into a frenzy, activating the Butcher's Nails. He roared as he charged into the battlefield, transforming into a bloodthirsty tidal wave, cutting down anyone in his path. "Stop them, don't let them hurt our own people." Oakes warned his comrades, fearing that the Berserker might wipe out the allied forces as well. Blood sacrificed to the Emperor, skull offering to the throne. The Devourer warriors cleaved through the enemy lines like axes, their offensive as fierce as thunder. What kind of monster is that? A dark-skinned orc watched in horror as a space marine took a cannonball and emerged unscathed. He was immediately targeted by a berserk warrior. "Retreat. Retreat across the board. Call for reinforcements from the main planet." The dark orc commander hastily sent out a communication, but only silence answered on the other end of the channel. What to do? What to do? Before the words were finished, a raging inferno swept across the battlefield, engulfing dozens of orc soldiers. Bathed in the flames of war, forged on the anvil, a space soldier from the Salamander Legion, clad in green power armor, murmured a prayer, his flamethrower burning like hell. "What are you?" The black orc commander screamed in terror, firing wildly, but all the laser projectiles were ineffective. "Human," the fire lizard warrior uttered, then unleashed a burst of flame that completely engulfed the enemy. For the Emperor, an Imperial political commissar strode in, explosive pistol in hand, his chainsword gleaming coldly, leading the charge. "Bastards! We are close relatives of the Green Orcs. We are Black Orcs. We are the Empire." Crack, crack, crack. Before he could finish speaking, the commissar's chainsword had already cleaved the orc in two at the waist. "I've killed more orcs in Hades' hive than you bastards." The commissar sneered and spat on the corpse. "All right, your turn." As the order was given, dozens of Armageddon Steel Legion soldiers approached step by step, surrounding the already terrified Birdo. Chapter 13: A Good Day begins with a boarding jump. On the other side of the galactic battlefield, the Imperial Navy was also busy, their mission being to intercept and destroy the enemy fleet that was coming to provide support. "What is that thing?" As the jump ended, an Odysius Empire fleet crashed directly into 3 lunar-class cruisers that were cruising in orbit around the planet Kot. The leading Black Orc commander ordered a full-scale assault, clearly unaware of the level of their opponent. Enemy ships spotted. All personnel to combat readiness. Captain Driss of the Glory's prosthetic eye glowed faintly as he quickly ordered the 2 escort ships to take their positions. With cannons and light spears fully prepared, all firepower locked onto the enemy ship formation. The crew shouted for the Emperor and quickly took their positions. The Glory then accelerated to close in. Fire! Rays of light shot out, cutting the Odysius warship into several pieces in an instant, as easily as a hot knife through tofu. Quickly reload the next round of ammunition. The massive macro shells were pushed into the launch chamber, and then rained down on the enemy lines like a comet shower. Retreat. Retreat now. Seeing the warships exploding one after another, the Black Orc commander panicked and immediately ordered a retreat. Boom. But the order came too late. The dozen or so warships were reduced to space dust in an instant. Sir, the engine is broken. An Orc soldier rushed onto the bridge, his voice trembling. It's over. The commander slumped in his seat, drew his gun, and fired several shots into the air. What are you panicking about? Calm down. He roared, forcefully stabilizing morale, and then ordered the entire ship to enter first-level combat readiness. Requesting support from the Second Fleet, all soldiers take up arms and prepare for a defensive battle on board. Meanwhile, Imperial assault troops were preparing to board the ship. A missionary, holding an incense burner, circled the area, chanting prayers as he blessed each member of the boarding party. After the prayers, hundreds of fully armed boarding squad soldiers boarded the Shark-class assault boat one by one. This assault boat was designed specifically for ship-to-ship amphibious assaults. It is 55 meters long and equipped with magnetic clamps and thermoelectric explosive devices. The 8 ships were organized into a squadron with a total strength of 400 men, making them the sharpest blade of the Imperial Navy. The boarding leader was Colonel Hank, a tough guy figure who carried a shotgun instead of a laser gun. These low-speed, rifling-free contraptions are used far more often inside the cabin than laser gun barrels. He checked the weapons while giving a reminder to a new recruit, speaking in a calm and unhurried tone. Don't count on that explosive pistol unless you're planning to blow yourself up. The recruit was excitedly fiddling with the gold bomb gun bearing the double-headed eagle emblem when Hank poured cold water on his enthusiasm. At that moment, the loudspeaker blared, and it was Captain Driss's voice. Attention boarding crew, this is Captain Driss. Our ship is now in combat position. Here we go again. An old soldier muttered to himself, always giving a long lecture before each boarding maneuver. By the Emperor, Carl. If you say another word, I guarantee I'll slap you twice across the face. The explanation continued, with the captain meticulously listing all the risks, his words heavy with concern. You will face narrow passages, complex layouts, and the constant threat of enemy ambushes. There is even a chance of being transported into space. Please follow the emergency procedures for falling into space to save yourself. Pa, if that stuff really worked, I'd be a political commissar by now, Hank muttered as he put on his earplugs. The new recruit leaned in and asked, Sir, you said we can only believe half of what the military affairs department says? Hank chuckled. They say small enemy force. You have to understand. Small force means complete army. After the broadcast ended, Hank got up and gathered everyone together. All right, listen to me. Ignore Dry's platitudes. Upon landing, they immediately formed combat squads and used the ship structure for cover during operations. Use heavy weapons sparingly, lest we blow through the warship. We still need to stay inside. Remember, don't even think about escaping, and don't offend the Emperor or the machine soul. If the political commissar is absent, the sergeant major will act in his place, and any unusual behavior will result in immediate execution. Finally, Hank took a deep breath and roared. Kids, tear those inhuman creatures to shreds. Start the boarding. Chapter 14 In-Cabin Combat. For the Emperor. Boarding. As the bridge issued the order, dozens of Shark-class assault boats surged out and headed straight for the enemy's giant ship. These assault boats gripped the hull of the Black Orc warship firmly, their magnetic clamps activated, and they adhered tightly to the ship's surface. Immediately afterwards, laser cutters and molten metal explosives were used together to quickly create a channel in the hull. This Black Orc flagship is 3 kilometers long and is the main battleship and command ship of the Odysius Empire. It was not only equipped with firepower systems, but also housed a human slave trading area and entertainment facilities. What happened? A Black Orc soldier was still embracing a human woman when he looked up and saw an assault boat crash through the hull. The broadcast immediately blared, and the Black Orc commander roared, "Enemy attack! All to combat positions." The sudden chaos caused many Orc soldiers to abandon their human prisoners and rush to the battle zone. Bang bang bang. As soon as the shark boat's door opened, bullets poured out like a torrent, accurately killing the Black Orc soldiers in front of them. For the Emperor, naval shield bearers, armed with boarding shields and shotguns, charged to the front lines and were the first to board the enemy ship. The boarding squad members quickly split into groups and began clearing the cabins separately. One group is responsible for safely evacuating the human prisoners. The rest of you follow me and break down the door. Quick, break down the door. Several naval axemen, wearing goggles, charged forward, brandishing their long axes. "Sir, this place is locked up by an iron gate." A soldier ran up to Colonel Hank to report, and upon hearing the report, Hank immediately gave the following order. "Send the raiding squad. Void disruptors deploy their probes to scout the enemy." Boom. As the plasma spray gun shattered the door, flames and smoke instantly rushed in. For the Emperor, Hank roared and led his squad into the dark cabin, where they engaged the enemy in close combat. "Advance in small teams, target the driver's cab." The Black Orcs quickly set up defensive lines in the corridor, attempting to hold off the Imperial forces. The boarding party, on the other hand, carried a large number of molten metal guns, explosives, and shields, specifically prepared for the breach. Suppressive fire. Eliminate the forward firing positions. Sergeant Hadrick was hiding behind a broken wall, shouting orders, while sparks flew from the heavy machine guns of the orcs opposite him. Heavy firepower support has arrived. 2 gunners carrying molten guns charged into the firing point, and with a bang, the orcs were instantly melted by the high temperature. "Keep going. The Emperor is with us." Dozens of boarding team members shouted as they charged into the defensive line, beginning a bloody hand-to-hand combat. Every advance was accompanied by casualties, with humans and Black Orcs fighting to the death in the steel tunnels. Although outnumbered in size, the Imperial soldiers were superior in training, discipline, and tactics. A few minutes later, the enemy's last line of defense was finally breached. Bang! Hank blew the head off a giant orc with a single shot, wiped the blood off his face, and raised his shotgun again. On the other side, the Black Orc soldiers began to waver, their will crushed by the frenzied battle. They turned their guns on their comrades, preparing to kill each other for the escape pod. "I'm the highest-ranking officer. You all get out of my way. You're just a nobody. Get lost. Are you trying to rebel? Shut up. Listen to the one with the bigger fist." Before long, the ship's cabin was filled with the sounds of a chaotic battle and screams from the Black Orcs. The infighting was even more chaotic than the enemy attack, with the Black Orcs killing each other and corpses strewn everywhere. These useless people shouldn't have been sent. The commander looked at the chaos before him and felt a deep sense of despair. The true elite forces had already been exhausted in the war with the Federation of Humanity. What remains now is nothing more than a pack of uncontrollable wild beasts. "It's over, completely over," he muttered to himself, picked up his pistol, and pulled the trigger to his temple. Bang! Blood splattered across the control panel, and everything settled down. Chapter 15, Expanding the Army, the next target. "Your Majesty, I propose that statues of you be erected throughout the entire planet Kot, so that everyone can admire your face at all times," an archbishop of the Imperial State Church said excitedly to Yang Cheng. "No, change it." Yang Cheng calmly took a sip of water and replied, "Emperor, I." Before Archbishop Van Dyke could finish speaking, he was glared at fiercely by Khan, who was standing next to Zhang Yang. "All right." Archbishop Van Does scurried away, and after Van Does left, Yang Cheng slumped into his seat. "Damn, this guy can really ramble on." Yang Cheng picked at his ear and complained that he was now sitting in the former governor's seat on planet Kota. "Yes, it's time to completely wipe out the Odysius Empire." Yang Cheng opened the star map next to his seat and then pointed to Terra, the capital of the Odysius Empire. "That's a really weird name. It made me want to hit him. What race, besides humans, would dare to use the name Terra? All right, assemble the fleet and make those alien monsters pay a bloody price." Yang Cheng decided to launch a major attack on the capital of the Odysius Empire, but he needed to expand his army before that. Capital warships, capital warships. Yang Cheng browsed through the shopping mall. The fleet was currently lacking a powerful battleship and several auxiliary warships. "So it's you." Yang Cheng pointed to the system screen. The orderly slaughter of aliens over the past few days had resulted in the destruction of quite a few. The somewhat urbanized planet of Kot had been reduced to a rural area with only humans remaining. Emperor-class battleship, HMS Divine Authority. Yang Cheng chose the Emperor-class battleship instead of the Glory Queen class because he planned to exchange for it after the pre-march arrived. Besides, one Emperor-class battleship was more than enough in the current situation. The Imperial-class battleship was a slow and cumbersome capital ship used by the Imperial Navy and the Mechanicus fleet. The Imperial-class battleships were more like a combination of a command flagship and an aircraft carrier, and this type of ship is also one of the oldest designs still in use by the Empire. Its bow is not a traditional armored bow, but is equipped with a large number of sensor probes and forward-facing turrets. In addition to traditional weapons such as macro cannons and light spears, the Emperor-class aircraft also have 8 squadrons of attack aircraft, such as Fury interceptors, Starhawk bombers, or other fighters, to strike the enemy. Weapon systems. Bow weapon array. 2x side weapon arrays, 1 array per side. 4 side-mounted aircraft launch platforms, 2 sets on each side, capable of launching 8 carrier-based aircraft squadrons at a time. Rear side weapon array, 4 turrets in total. Yang Cheng looked at the data parameters of the Emperor-class battleship and nodded in satisfaction. It was sufficient for the current situation. Then Yang Cheng looked at another item in the system shop. Space Marine Battle Barge. The term battle barge does not refer to a single warship name or class, but rather to ships used by the Astartes after modifications, improvements, and optimizations to their battleship class hulls. It is particularly suitable for planetary attacks and anti-ship boarding operations by space fleets. The main configuration of the combat barge was for close air support of planetary assaults and amphibious operations, and it was equipped with a large number of bombardment turrets and torpedo tubes. A significant portion of the hull space is also used to launch spacecraft such as Thunderhawks and drop capsules, allowing for the deployment of up to 3 companies of Space Marines at a time. Meanwhile, the combat barge has heavy armor and reinforced void shields, allowing it to penetrate planetary defenses without harming the crew or the deadly cargo it carries. For any enemy looking to board, the battle barge is a veritable mobile fortress. After reading the lengthy description of the combat barge, Yang Cheng reluctantly decided to commission one. Escort warships also include warships that can double as transport ships. Yang Cheng searched them all for escort ships that could protect his warships. Such warships were rare in the Warhammer 40k section, but Yang Cheng didn't just play Warhammer games. Steadfast class frigate. The Steadfast class corvette is a small but powerful warship, and its firepower makes it hard to believe that it is only a corvette. Its main weapon is the Mark IV Heavy 94B1E6 magnetic accelerator cannon, powered by 12 large capacitor banks, giving it firepower comparable to 2 destroyers or a light cruiser. However, due to its small size, it cannot carry too many munitions, so most of its military operations rely on resupply platforms, aircraft carriers, or orbital facilities. In order to attack strategically important high-value targets, the Steadfast-class destroyers are equipped with an M4093 Hyperion nuclear missile launch system, which carries 3 nuclear warheads and takes several minutes from loading to launch readiness. Although this warship is not even as well equipped as some of the destroyers in Warhammer, it is more agile and cheaper. System, get 5 ships. Yang Cheng waved his hand dismissively and said, "Holy crap, host, just how many people have you slaughtered?" The system couldn't help but marvel at Yang Cheng's extravagant spending of war points. Not much, about the same as Bobo's killing. We still need to work harder to destroy urbanization. Yang Cheng was telling the truth. In addition to human slaves, there were many alien slaves on planet Kot. Furthermore, planet Kot was the closest planet to the capital of the Odysius Empire, making it a popular tourist destination for the people of Odysius. Wouldn't it be great to come here every day to buy some human slaves? Bobo killed 1.5 million people, while Yang Cheng and his team killed at least 2 million alien space creatures, making a huge contribution to the cause of greening space. Don't view killing aliens as a barbaric act. Treat it as an assembly line, and see yourself as just a worker on that line. Yang Cheng originally didn't want to be so extreme, but when he saw humans being ravaged by those alien monsters, dying without a trace, and families being destroyed, he began to feel that he was a conservative, and that he had been too conservative. 1 Imperial-class battleship, 3 Luna-class cruisers, 1 Imperial second-class Star Destroyer, and 5 Steadfast-class frigates will form the prototype of the Imperial First Fleet. Blocker-class Star Destroyer. Yang Cheng then selected another warship, a Blocker-class Star Destroyer from the Star Wars universe. The Denier-class Star Destroyer is a specially modified Star Destroyer equipped with a powerful gravity well generator that can pull enemy ships out of hyperspace or prevent them from attempting a hyperspace jump and trap them in physical space. Its tactical value is self-evident. Length, 1,129 meters. Maximum atmospheric speed, 975 kilometers per hour. Hyperspace drive system, equipment. Hyperspace drive levels. Level 2, primary. Level 12, backup. Shield, equipment. Sensor system, long-range sensor. Weapons, 4x gravity well projectors. 20x quadrupole laser cannon. Equipped with 24 TIE series starfighters. Morbay, 1. Escape pod, equipment. Crew, over 2,800 Imperial officers, weapons technicians, and Imperial stormtroopers. Passengers, 80 soldiers. Consumables, 16 months. Perfect. The first fleet is commanded by Admiral Spire. Their mission is to launch an expedition to Terra, the capital of the kingdom of Odysius, with the objective of leaving no survivors and reclaiming human territory. Yang Cheng didn't care whether this place was once part of the Human Federation. Everything within his sight was his territory. It was that simple. As for SBYR, he was a character the system intended to give to him after summoning the Emperor-class battleship. He was nicknamed the Emperor's Chosen. He led his fleet astray in the warp for 800 years, during which time he kicked Abaddon, punched the Zerg swarm, beat up the Eldar, and treated the Tatatella as a dungeon to grind. With such an amazing person now serving Yang Cheng, how could Yang Cheng not feel excited? Alright, now that things are done, Khan, come with me for a walk. Also, get the state cult members, the Mechanicus, the Inquisition, the Assassin's Court, and all sorts of other random people ready for a meeting. Yang Cheng clearly felt that conquering a country was easy, but maintaining it was difficult. He had to spend every day talking to the state education personnel, which made him feel annoyed. Chapter 16 Extermination Order. Yang Cheng walked through a temporary city on the planet Kot, with Khan loyally following beside him, and several Grand Masters from the Assassin's Court protecting him in the shadows. Humans are so tenacious. Looking at the children playing nearby, Yang Cheng sighed. Humans may be fragile, but the human mind, human wisdom, and human courage are the greatest strengths of humanity. The song of humanity is a song of courage. Life on this planet is now back on track. Stormtroopers occasionally take on the role of police, and the Inquisition is working to restore order to humanity. Everything is moving in a positive direction. The first loyalty academy has been established, and most of those who graduate from here will become political commissars or stormtroopers. The orphans who were harmed by alien monsters will be the first students to enroll in this school, where they will learn how to use their weapons to cut off the heads of heretics and aliens. Then there's the issue of the state religion. Although I've set it up as semi-idealistic, I can't do it like the Imperial state religion. The more I do it, the more it resembles a cult. Finally, Yang Cheng had no other choice but to allocate a piece of land on planet Kotef for them to play on their own. Gentlemen, when will we be able to storm the capital of the Odysian Empire and cut off the head of the Odysian Emperor? The worst thing for a war fanatic like Yang Cheng to do is wait. Humanity's living space is too small now. We need more living space. Emperor, the first fleet is ready to deploy at any time. Spire stood up and spoke to Yang Cheng. However, Your Majesty, we suggest that we conquer this planet first. Spire opened the star map, and a planet appeared on the conference table. Termin is an industrial planet garrisoned by millions of soldiers from the Odysius Empire. If war breaks out, and we cannot somehow prevent them from transporting weapons, we could very well be bogged down in a protracted conflict. Spire briefly reported the situation to Yang Cheng. A protracted war is indeed one of our weaknesses. Yang Cheng knew that humanity's current size was too small to withstand a protracted war. If they wanted to completely destroy the Odysius Empire, then this planet Termin would either be occupied or destroyed. SBYR, order your troops to issue an extermination order to the planet Termin. Yang Cheng made this decision, believing that blowing up the entire Termin star was the safest and least costly option. Understood, Your Majesty. His Majesty has entrusted this to me. We have 5 million Odysius soldiers and tens of thousands of anti-aircraft weapons. We will absolutely annihilate humanity's airborne forces. General Perkon of the planet Termin swore a death oath to Malp, the current emperor of Odysius, that they would absolutely wipe out the human forces. After all, in addition to having ample soldiers and weapons, Termin also had abundant mineral resources that could continuously provide ammunition for the soldiers. Hopefully, Pulkin can step up its game. Malp, the Black Orc, slumped on the throne and muttered to himself. Why do humans make a comeback? Malp couldn't understand how humans, who were now almost all slaves and only able to wage guerrilla warfare, could possibly be treated the same as a regular army. How long will it take for our shipbuilding base to produce another fleet? Your Majesty, a month is enough to produce another fleet, a minister said as he stepped forward. Good, very good. We must nip any sparks of human resistance in the bud. Exterminatus is an Imperial Gorgothic term used to refer to an action that destroys the entire planet's biosphere and all life on the planet. When the cost of possessing or reclaiming a world is deemed too high, or when the threat of mutations, plagues, and chaos spreading to other parts of the empire is too great to be contained by conventional means, an extermination order is issued as the empire's last resort. Sir, there are still human slaves down there. Should we send someone down to rescue them? No need, their sacrifices will be repaid. On the divine authority, Spider sat in the command post, and the people around him were busy in an orderly manner. There are 3 forms of extermination orders. The first and simplest method is to carry out the extermination order through orbital bombardment by Imperial warships, which can be accomplished using only conventional firepower from the Imperial Navy. Typically, the power of orbital bombardment can be adjusted, ranging from small-scale precision strikes to thermonuclear-level destructive power. Another method involves using various whirlwind torpedoes, weapons powerful enough to shatter the Earth's crust and disrupt the balance of the planet's core. The most terrifying method involves using a viral bomb. This bomb releases a special virus known as the cannibal, genetically designed to spread rapidly and destroy all organic cellular structures it infects, transforming all planetary life, including animals and plants, into indistinguishable organic sludge and a byproduct composed of biochemical substances and organic gases. This gas is then ignited, turning the entire atmosphere into a firestorm that kills any life that might survive. These 3 types are enough to wipe out hundreds of billions of life forms on a planet. Spire intends to use the first and simplest method to carry out this extermination order. For the Emperor. Amidst countless shouts of loyalty, the fleet launched its attack, swiftly destroying the interstellar fortress above Termin, and then unleashing a devastating attack on all life on the planet. The entire planet was under lockdown, and at this moment, Planet Termin was like a dish waiting for diners to arrive. Orbital bombing begins. The gleaming spear pierced through the atmosphere of Planet Termin and crashed straight to the ground, instantly pulverizing those around it with its immense force. Hurry, General. There's a saying, where there's life, there's hope. Let's go? Several soldiers quickly carried Pulkin away from the area. Why don't you come down? Pulkin screamed in despair as he watched the warships constantly dropping torpedoes from the sky. No. A beam of light landed right next to the Pulkin base, and the enormous impact blasted them to pieces. The city had become a scene of apocalypse, with the cruel and unreasonable bombing by humans plunging all the people of Odysius into despair. In this desperate environment, crime rates soared, and countless citizens of Odysius began to engage in $0 shopping sprees on the streets, with even the military joining in. 2 days later, Termin is gone. The entire planet was physically destroyed. All races and creatures on the planet, whether guilty or innocent, perished in the orbital bombardment, including Pulkin, who had just boasted that he could annihilate humanity. Countless races were stunned by the annihilation-like attack by humans. They wondered what had happened to the once friendly, angelic human federation. Why had it become so terrifying after being transformed into a human empire? They have forgotten who wiped out humanity, and who betrayed humanity and stabbed them in the back during their time of crisis. Since they are unwilling to accept the peace-loving human federation, they can only accept the human empire that cannot tolerate aliens and heretics. Excellent, absolutely perfect. The tragic state of Planet Termin was projected onto Planet Cod, and countless people couldn't help but shout with excitement. They had finally witnessed the day when humanity would rise again, and the day when they could finally take revenge on the alien creatures. Yang Cheng couldn't stop smiling as he watched the war points soar. Using war to sustain war was the most direct and simple way to obtain war points. SBYR did a good job. Now arrange for troops to attack Terra and completely destroy the Odysius regime. As Yang Cheng spoke, he exchanged for another truly elite force to join the battlefield. Several infantry regiments and 1 armored regiment from the Krieg Death Legion, as members often deployed in meat grinder-like battlefields, had a big misconception. Krieg was fearless of death, but not recklessly throwing his life away. When Yang Cheng saw Krieg, he was reminded of the joke he had heard about Cloudhammer before. 8 Kriegs can be exchanged for 1 Space Marine. Kriegs dare to walk in lava. If there were Kriegs, there would have been no Horus Rebellion, and so on. If the Kriegs were really that powerful, Abaddon would be devastated. 8 Kriegs for 1 Space Marine? Kriegs could provide hundreds of millions of troops a year. That would make Abaddon cry. Chapter 17 Siege of Terra. Your Majesty, we may now march on the homeworld of the Odysius Empire. Yang Cheng stood on the high platform, wearing a golden force feedback power armor. As a special version of the armor for mortals, it was specially maintained by the Emperor himself and people from the cult of mechanics. In short, shamanistic ritual. Today is the day humanity returns. The day the xenomorphs are slaughtered. Humanity will rise again in the stars. And those traitorous xenomorphs will be wiped out. Long live the Empire. Long live humanity. Since those aliens don't want peace, then let the galaxy burn. Let the war begin. From here to the end of the galaxy. Yang Cheng looked at the countless soldiers below the stage and shouted, "We must make sure to have a strong fighting spirit for our first battle. Long live the Emperor. Long live humanity." Besides the soldiers of the Krieg Death Legion, many human soldiers also shouted in unison, "May the god of all machines protect you, my lord." Several mechanical bishops spoke respectfully to Yang Cheng. Have all the equipment been checked? Your Majesty has been examined and is under the protection of the god of all machines. Okay, let's begin. 3 days later, the Empire's warships successfully landed in the capital of the Odysius Empire. Damn aliens. These bastards dare call that filthy planet Terra. For the Emperor. Board the ship. Boom, 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 boom. A fleet led by Luna-class cruisers and Steadfast-class frigates began firing on the Bastion space station above Terra. Damn it. When did there become so many humans? The commander in the space station looked at the enormous warship and couldn't help but shout, "If I had known I was going to be sent here to guard this place, I would have run away sooner." Commander Tim is an albino orc. As a commander who has been through the war with the Human Federation, Tim naturally understands the tactics of human warfare. Don't be afraid. Humans won't dare engage us in close combat. Deploy your troops. Prepare. Before the words were even finished, several landing craft adorned with golden double-headed eagles had already crashed into the space station. Repent. Tomorrow is your death day. A hooded space marine from the Dark Angels Legion leaped into the cabin while chanting a war cry. For the Emperor. For the Lord of Mankind. The space marine wielded a chainsaw sword, hacking at the Odysius soldiers in front of him, while firing a bomb pistol at the enemy in his other hand. When did humans become so courageous? Tim walked out of the room carrying a black battle axe. Humans, your adversaries. Don't block the way. A black-painted space marine roared as he cleaved Tim in two. Seeing the black-painted space marine with gold trim, the space marines following behind him couldn't help but feel indignant. The Black Legion, these traitors actually dare to fight alongside us. A space marine from the Imperial Fist Legion cursed. Before the battle even began, the Space Marines had argued over who should lead the fight. Then, a man from the Alpha Legion started it, and the two sides, consisting of hot-tempered space wolves and world eaters, began to fight. Regardless of all that, at least for now they are loyal to the Emperor. The residents of Odysius looked up at the sky, where their space station was exploding continuously. Countless residents of Odysius never imagined that the enemy would have reached their skies in just a few days. What is that and why? Why can humans reach our skies in such a short time? Remember this. There is no life other than humans. For the Empire. For the Emperor. Fire on enemy settlements. Commence the descent operation. Under Yang Cheng's command, several Flamestorm-class frigates, accompanied by TIE fighters and Lightning fighters, advanced into the atmosphere. Terra's shield launchers and anti-aircraft weapons had already been destroyed by the arriving fighter squadrons, so the landing force could proceed without any obstacles. Fully armed Imperial stormtroopers, in coordination with the Astragalus' Lamanris-class main battle tanks, rapidly approached the city of Terra. For the Emperor. Charge. The Imperial Navy's Devourer transport ship arrived at the landing point with an entire Cadian assault force, where the advance team had already established a temporary base. Reporting, sir. The 11th Infantry Regiment of Cadian has reached its designated position. Advance into the enemy city. The Space Marines have already cleared a path through it. The once prosperous Terra is now a ruin, and the Odysius wail helplessly in the streets. They never thought about how they celebrated when they wiped out humanity. Now their retribution has come. For the Emperor. 2 Space Marines from the Imperial Fist Legion set up a makeshift defensive line on a street, while Space Marines from the Midnight Lord's Legion hunted down fleeing Odysius soldiers in the darkness. On the front lines, the Space Wolves and the World Eaters worked together to destroy bases, and those so-called armored forces were utterly useless against the Space Marines' armor. The Space Marines of the Salamander Legion began to rescue the human slaves, but only when the human slaves encountered those elf-like demi-humans, they would still shoot them directly. Humans! Humans! The human slaves with collars around their necks cheered loudly as they watched the armies enter the city one after another. Brother, if only you were still alive to witness this. Dad, did you see that? Humanity has counterattacked. Those damned aliens are dying in droves. Mom, your soul can rest in peace now. The stormtroopers, clad in white armor, entered the city in an orderly fashion to begin rescuing the human slaves. Crushing, utterly crushing. Wherever there are alien creatures, blood will flow like rivers. The Space Marines will not let a single alien escape. There's hope. There's hope. After the destruction of the Human Federation, many human regimes emerged, but most of them did not survive for long. There were human guerrilla groups in a few star systems, but most of them could not accomplish anything significant. Watching the aliens who had oppressed them die in droves, some people couldn't help but shout out the names of their relatives, comrades, and friends who had lost their lives because of the aliens. Do not fire on humans. All forces advance towards the palace. Emperor Black Card. Bonsai. A makeshift force composed of people previously rescued from Kot also joined the battle, eager to cut off the head of an alien. The once magnificent street had been crushed to pieces by the Lamanris's treads, and the corpses of the Odysius were quickly fused with the earth under the trampling of the astronauts' boots. The makeshift defensive line set up by the Odysius soldiers was completely unable to stop the Lehman Rustank's tracks. Under the cover of tanks and artillery, the high-spirited Cadian assault troops charged toward the palace. The entire Terra was engulfed in flames. The current Emperor Malp, the Odysius, was fleeing in a sorry state from the palace, but where could he possibly escape to? Outside the city were the Star Guardians, while inside the city, dozens of Space Marines were hunting or torturing the people of Odysius. For the Emperor, Khan burst through the palace gates and charged straight at Malp. "Your Majesty, run." A guard rushed forward with a laser pistol and fired 2 shots, perfectly polishing Khan's armor. Then an orc head flew up, and a headless corpse appeared in front of Malp. Seeing this, Malp hurriedly ran into a dark alley. Seeing this, Khan did not chase after him, and a mocking smile gradually appeared on Khan's face beneath his helmet. "Damn it. Wait till I run away. I promise I'll do it." Bang. A bomb exploded at Malp's feet, blowing off his entire lower leg. Malp clutched his severed thigh and howled in agony. Yang Cheng emerged from the darkness, holding a mortal-use explosive gun in one hand and a chainsaw sword in the other, and slowly walked towards Malpu. "Greetings, Your Majesty the Emperor of the Odysius Empire." A cruel expression gradually appeared on Yang Cheng's face. That day, Marple's screams echoed throughout Terra from that alley. Chapter 18 Peace Negotiations? No peace negotiations. When Yang Cheng saw the various signs on Terra, he realized how insignificant humanity's position was in this galaxy. Humans have no status whatsoever. In the eyes of those alien bastards, humans are nothing more than thinking beasts. Looking at the emaciated children, Yang Cheng couldn't help but feel sorry for them, especially a boy who only reached Yang Cheng's thigh. His thin body had a large head, and his black eyes stared straight at Yang Cheng. "Children, you are safe." Yang Cheng knelt down in front of the child, talking to him while tidying up his clothes. "Where are my mom and dad?" The boy looked at Yang Cheng's face and asked in a soft voice. "Your parents were killed by those aliens, but don't worry, you're safe." Yang Cheng knew that it would be difficult for such a young child to accept the loss of his parents, but he had no choice but to accept it in order to face this dark Milky Way. "My lord, I beg you. I want to join you. I want to trample those aliens under my feet." The child hugged Yang Cheng tightly and cried out. "Send him to the Loyalty Academy." Yang Cheng held the crying child and handed him to a Space Marine from the Salamander Legion. As for why he didn't give it to anyone else, he already had a tech enthusiast, a state archbishop, and Khan standing by his side, so giving it to the Salamander was the safest option. Kill every alien on this planet, not even a child or an infant. Yang Cheng said through gritted teeth, blood feuds and blood debts must be repaid with the blood of the enemy. No alien in the entire galaxy expected that not only had humanity returned, but they had also destroyed a nation, in a physical sense. Yang Cheng did not attack under the guise of being a remnant of the human army, but rather in the name of the human empire. He wanted to tell the world that humanity still has nations. What those aliens think is none of my business. Yang Cheng gave the freed slaves 2 choices, since forced relationships are never happy. One was to obediently become a citizen of the human empire, and the other was to give them a ship and let them go wherever they wanted. The vast majority of people chose the former, seeing hope in this new empire and the hope for the rise of humanity. For them, dying in battle was better than being tortured to death by aliens. Unfortunately, Malp's brother, Malti, abandoned his family and ran away. As for where it went, no one knows. In any case, we haven't found it in the past few days. Malti was lucky. He escaped before the entire star system was blockaded. But the other refugee ships weren't so lucky, They were all used as target ships and shot down by the Luna-class cruisers. Yang Cheng's ruthless methods successfully terrified the surrounding countries. In their minds, humans were all peace-loving people. How could they be so brutal? Moreover, nobody understands where this human empire came from, and nobody has ever heard of this country before. Moreover, seeing how that country massacred Odysseus's civilians, the surrounding countries concluded that this so-called human empire was a country with extreme racial fastidiousness. Your Majesty, we have received a connection request from Malti. The mechanical figure in charge of communication walked to the throne and asked Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng was sitting on the throne that was originally the throne of the Emperor of the Odysseus Empire. The throne had been cut into 8 pieces a few days ago and now belonged to Yang Cheng. Open communication. Yang Cheng said to the mechanical priest. The Imperial Guard's daily work has now become accepting surrenders and then escorting them to the square for execution by firing squad. The other people's jobs also changed from arresting to moving corpses. Emperor of the Human Empire, I am Marte, the current Emperor of the Odysseus Empire. Thank you for connecting the communication. Malte's face, revealing 2 fangs, appeared on the screen. Lord of Humanity, if you are willing to withdraw your troops from Terra, I am willing to cede this star system to you. If you wish to continue this conflict, I will unite with other neighboring countries to jointly encircle and annihilate you. I believe you will make the right choice. If you continue fighting, your people will only become our slaves and our food. Now is a perfect opportunity. First, the Odysseus star system has been renamed the Solar Star System. Secondly, it is impossible for us to withdraw our troops. Third, go to hell. You want me to withdraw my troops? You'd better kill yourself right now and apologize. Go eat shit. You bastard. Humans can't be slaves. Can't be your food. I'm telling you. You idiot. I not only killed your father. I killed your whole family. I wiped out your entire race. And don't even think about calling for reinforcements. You and your allies will be blown to smithereens by our warships one by one. If you dare come, I'll just blast you to smithereens. Yang Cheng gave Malti the middle finger and then hung up the call. Have you located it yet? Yang Cheng looked at his subordinates who were looking at him with admiration and asked them a question. We've located it, an excited mechanical priest on the planet Sal exclaimed. Chapter 19, The Final Battle. While Yang Cheng was cursing, he also managed to create the second fleet, centered around the Resurgence-class battleship USS Determiner, along with 1 Blocker-class Star Destroyer, 10 Cheerleader-class assault landing ships, and 5 Victory-class Star Destroyers. The second fleet consisted entirely of warships from the Star Wars universe. While the first fleet defends the home planet, the second fleet will be dispatched to Sal Star to give Malt a big blow. Now that everything that needed to be done has been done, Yang Cheng can finally rest. Outside the city, a makeshift force, composed of remnants of the Odysseus army and civilians, charged toward the astronautical army's lines. For our dead family. For Odysseus, the Black Orcs shouted as they ran. No firing without orders. The tall Imperial political commissar was inspecting the defensive line, holding a bomb gun in one hand and a power sword in the other, ready to sacrifice himself for the Emperor at any moment. The astronauts, clad in green armor, showed no fear but rather rubbed their hands together, eager to try. Some of them were freed slaves from Kurd, and after training, they formed a mixed force with some veterans. They were already suffering terribly from the torment of the Odysseus, so when they learned that they could go to the battlefield to kill them, they joined without hesitation. Watching the Odysseus men charging towards the position with various weapons, the Imperial political commissar smiled helplessly and then ordered the petrified lizard self-propelled artillery behind him to fire. Boom, 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 boom. The cannonballs fired from the barrel blasted hundreds of Odys who were in the blast radius to pieces, and the flames engulfed them. Shooting. Thousands of red lasers shot out, and the Odysseus men charging in front of them fell like wheat after being hit. The armor worn by the Odysseus soldiers was completely ineffective against this laser. Once hit, it would only vaporize a portion of the armored soldiers along with them. The weapons equipped by the Odysseus soldiers are still conventional weapons, mostly live ammunition, with a small number of electromagnetic weapons, but these alone are not enough to penetrate the armor of the astronauts. The mixed force was outnumbered, so the enemy quickly closed in on the position and began close combat. Humans are equally adept in close combat, even if it means dying by first stabbing the enemy in the body with their bayonet. With the soldiers working in close coordination, one after another, the snow-white bayonets were stained with the red blood of the Odysseus. On the other side of the battlefield, Oak's Iron Warriors squad had already stormed into enemy territory. Wherever it went, Not a blade of grass grew. A tank was thrown out as a weapon, crushing a group of Odysius soldiers. Monsters, they are monsters. The commander of Odysius, who led this attack, had participated in the war to annihilate the Federation of Humans, a time when humans didn't have anything this powerful. The Odysius Empire was just a small country in the war decades ago, and it was merely a bystander in that war, doing things like attacking some remote human planets or robbing human supply fleets. Go to hell and repent to the Emperor. Ox, wielding a chainsaw axe, charged into the defensive line alone, and with a single blow, cleaved the commander of Odysius in two from top to bottom. Seeing this, several Odysius soldiers pulled the trigger with trembling hands. Seeing the sparks from the bullet hitting the armor, several soldiers screamed in despair. Amidst desperate screams, the command post was razed to the ground. This is the third command post he has destroyed. Space Marines are used for this kind of thing. Decapitation strikes, special missions. At best, the weapons of the Odysius Empire could only polish the Space Marines' armor, without creating a single crack or leaving any trace. On the main battlefield, the charging Odysius soldiers have been wiped out, but the mixed forces in the defensive line have still suffered some casualties. But it doesn't matter, Odysius is already in its final stages. Armored forces began to flank Odysseus's positions from both sides, and the dust generated by Lehman Rustank turned the clear sky murky. With a scream, the last Odysseus soldier to resist on Terra died under Orcus's link axe. Chapter 20 Death at the Speed of Light. Let the alien invaders be sacrifices. Let the xenomorphs melt into ashes amidst humanity's rage. We will sacrifice. We will fail. But victory will ultimately belong to humanity. Long live humanity. Yang Cheng, sporting a beard reminiscent of his oil-related attacks, delivered a speech on the stage. Below him sat newly liberated human slaves and his own soldiers. Long live the Emperor. Long live humanity. A cosmos without humanity has no meaning. Looking at the excited crowd and soldiers, and then at his own attire, Yang Cheng felt a sense of unease. The people's anger has reached its peak. The Star Federation once declared war on them, and they were the ones who failed. But now a leader is willing to lead them and humanity to take revenge on the aliens once again. Humans are never afraid of aliens. Humanity will rise again. These victories in the past few days have restored their national confidence, and they are willing to give everything, including their own lives, for the rise of humanity. They eagerly awaited the start of this war of revenge. Why had humanity declined? It was because they had been defeated by these aliens from the Star Sea Federation. Now, they would unleash all the resentment and injustice of the past decades into a scorching bullet fired at them. They are prepared to retaliate in kind, and they are willing to repay all the humiliation they suffered as noble human beings. Under Yang Cheng's speech, all the liberated people were ready to sacrifice themselves for humanity. Women joined the logistics forces, children joined the Loyalty Academy, and men, after military training, joined the Planetary Defense Forces soldiers. Yang Cheng's words completely mobilized their enthusiasm. Other countries have one country with one army, but humans are different now. They have one army with one country. The fighting spirit within human blood was fully activated, and they rallied around the golden double-headed eagle of the human empire, ready to charge for this banner at any moment. At this point, the human empire could not be called an empire, but a war machine that, once activated, would tear apart all enemies. Humans, cease your military operations, or the Thai Empire will intervene in this war. A white pig with tusks appeared on Yang Cheng's smart screen. We will use economic sanctions against you, and we will also send mercenaries and space pirates to attack your nation's fleet. Looking at the smug look on the white pig's face on the screen, Yang Cheng felt disgusted from the bottom of his heart. What country do you say you're from? The Thai Empire, the wealthiest nation in the entire outer star system. Yang Cheng simply couldn't stand looking at that white-skinned pig, literally. Fuck you. A short and intuitive sentence. Yang Cheng then hung up the call. Damn it. How dare humans treat us like this? Yang Cheng's actions infuriated the aliens. No human dared to treat them like that. How dare humans disregard us? We are willing to lead the attack and personally defeat these remnants of the human army, an alien with an alpaca head shouted on the display screen. Get lost. You just want to skim off the top first, don't you? A mercenary captain exposed the alpaca's true intentions. Screw you. I call this a contribution. Just as everyone in the channel was arguing, Malty suddenly said, Everyone, if you don't come to save me soon, I'm about to be discovered by humans. Malty's words silenced everyone. Yang Cheng's newly formed Second Fleet had already begun its journey here, and if reinforcements didn't arrive soon, they might be doomed. Don't panic. The planet Saluron now is protected by an entire meteorite cluster. As long as you don't do anything reckless, you'll be fine. Malty breathed a sigh of relief after hearing everyone's words of comfort. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, Malty on the screen was surrounded by a burst of fire, and then the communication was forcibly cut off. What's going on? Before the people in the communication could react, they saw that Malty's screen went black. A few minutes later, a large face appeared on the screen. Sir, how do you use this thing? Two purgatory soldiers in black armor were fiddling with the communication equipment. Hey, human, what have you done to Malty? A mercenary group leader shouted at the two purge soldiers. Malty, you mean this? A cleaning soldier pried a piece of meat off the wall, rolled it into a meatball, and tossed it in front of the screen. A few minutes later, the other side turned off the screen. All right, I think we can confirm that the Odysius Empire is now defunct in name only, and there are probably very few Odyss left in the universe. Chapter 21. Once you're here, don't leave. A giant warship suddenly appeared in the dark galaxy, its entire body silver white, escorted by several smaller warships. The Determinator class Star Destroyer. Production information. Manufacturer, Quatentralia Power Dock. Model, Fuxing class Star Destroyer. Type, Battlecruiser. Star Destroyer. Technical specifications. Length, 2,915.81 meters, 9,566.29 feet. Engine, 8, Gemin, 8 Ion Engine. 3, Star Destroyer Ion Engine. Hyperspace Drive System, Equipment. Power Plant, 2I, A1, A Level 1 Supermatter Annihilation Reactor. Sensor Systems, Multispectral Sensor Towers and Sensor Towers. Armament, 1, 500 plus turbine cannons and ion cannons. Anti-point turret. Point defense missile deployment. Traction beam projector. Shipborne, 2 starfighter wings. Space superiority fighter. TIE-SF space dominance fighter. First order TIE bombers. Ground vehicles. Personnel, Presidium members, 19,000. Enlistment, 5500. Your Majesty, the Second Fleet guarantees the completion of the mission. Kylo Ren said respectfully to Yang Cheng. I'm leaving it to you. Also, has your force been restored? Yang Cheng was certainly aware of the most peculiar power in Star Wars, the power that every Jedi Knight had to master, the Force. Your Majesty, your strength has not fully recovered, but it is enough for battle. After learning about Kylo Ren's background, Yang Cheng was relieved. In addition to their own martial prowess, leadership and command abilities are also essential qualities for a Jedi Knight. It's up to you now. Wait a while, and you and 0 others will be ready. Stormtroopers, over 8,000 people. Kylo Ren. Detailed information about the Decisive One appeared before Yang Cheng, and a man dressed in a black robe and wearing a mask stood respectfully to his side. Kylo Ren, you and your fleet are in charge here. Yang came all the way here specifically to see the legendary Chinibulin. You should talk to your dad after a while. I guess he'll forgive you. After Yang Cheng finished speaking, he left the Decisive One. Of course, you'll probably get a beating. As a memorable scene, the moment when Kylo Ren pierced Han Solo with his lightsaber is definitely in Yang Cheng's memory and can be ranked in the top 10. As well-known filial sons in fictional works, Kylo Ren is on par with Horus and Lu Bu. After Yang Cheng left, Kylo Ren also began to inspect his troops. The First Order Restoration. Blocker-class Star Destroyers of the Galactic Empire. The Old Republic's Cheerleader-class Assault Landing Ship. Victory-class Star Destroyers of the Old Republic. Kylo Ren looked at his ragtag army and fell into deep thought. All warp in. Target, the Empire of Man. The warp jump was initiated with 5 battleships, 10 cruisers, and countless frigates. Gentlemen, this time we will surely utterly destroy the human empire. This fleet consisted of several pirate groups and mercenary units, with the largest pirate group leading the command. Kill them all. Loot them all. Burn them all. A commander with a wolf-shaped head shouted into the communications channel. Put our. A shout suddenly came through the communication channel. What is that? Everyone stared at the Fuxing-class battleship in front of them, lost in thought. Titan. No, bigger than Titan. Pudar looked at the Fuxing-class battleship and said in horror. Quick. Teleport immediately. Right now? As a space pirate, Pudar naturally knew that the larger the warship, the more terrifying it was, and his small boat probably wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Sir, warp can't be used anymore. One of the drivers said in a panic. What? Pudar rushed to the driver's side, then pushed the driver aside and took control himself. Damn it. What's going on? Why? Why can't I warp anymore? Puthour angrily pounded on the wall and shouted curses. What Puthour didn't know was that the 4 large circular objects mounted on the distant Blocker-class aircraft were the culprits preventing them from warping. The powerful gravity well launchers equipped on the Denier class are designed to prevent them from escaping. Fire! Kylo Ren, looking at Puthoul's fleet in the distance, decisively gave the order. Tens of thousands of firepower flew toward Tour's fleet, countless sparks exploded in the warship group, and countless blast beams struck Tour's warships. The shield can't hold up. Energy is insufficient. Relocate immediately. Spread out. However, they were surrounded by friendly forces. Damn it. Get out of here immediately. There is no friendship among pirates. They are all in this battle for profit, and they leave the matter of risking their lives to others. Damn it. Puthour and the others are running away. Pirates and mercenaries set off a barrage of fireworks in the dark galaxy under the firepower of the Second Fleet. Without the flagship's cover, the small boats could only rely on evasion to avoid the shelling, and of course, most of them couldn't escape. Send carrier-based aircraft to annihilate the remaining enemy forces, leaving none alive. Kylo Ren said coldly and ruthlessly that when it comes to extremes, he could compare to Yang Cheng. Countless pirate boats were destroyed in a coordinated attack by TIE fighters and interceptors. Under the powerful attack of the Second Fleet, Puthour's fleet was completely annihilated. Chapter 22, Odysius Commando. Your Majesty, Tull's army has been completely annihilated. The 3 aliens with pig heads spoke to the pig head sitting on the throne in front of them. When has the TIE Empire ever been treated like this? We should immediately send an expeditionary fleet. He ordered General Gurdon to mobilize the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd fleets to exterminate humanity, and then demanded that all countries surrounding the human regime sever diplomatic ties with it. This is how all aliens currently deal with all human regimes. They isolate and trap human regimes until other alien nations have time to destroy them together. But what it didn't know was that its method was useless to Yang Cheng. According to Yang Cheng's thinking, there was no such thing as other races. There was only one race, humans. Your Majesty, can we truly please the God of all things by doing this? Several mechanical priests, wearing electronic prosthetic eyes, stared blankly at the tractor in front of them and asked questions. Of course, if you honestly fix the tractor's spirit will be happy, and the God of all machines will be happy too, Yang Cheng said earnestly, trying to fool the tractor. You're trying to please the God of all things? Just please me. Yang Cheng thought to himself. These tech enthusiasts are quite adept at creating trouble. On Terra, where the cities were already inadequate, they managed to build a city and an agricultural base in just 1 month. The infrastructure capabilities are top-notch. This awakened an unknown gene deep within Yang Cheng's genes. Minerals, energy, food. Yang Cheng knew that these were necessities for an interstellar civilization, but there was still too little information about these resources. Then came the arrangement of the national education personnel. Yang found them a very suitable profession, teachers. Among these freed slaves, some of the very young children were placed in schools of the Imperial State Church, where the priest would instill the concept of human supremacy in them, along with a variety of other courses. Next, because the State Church performed well, Yang designated a piece of land for it to be a bishopric, where people from the State Church could preach however they wanted, but only within this area. The planet Taman, which had been blown into a ball of dirt, was handed over to the mechanical cult so they could do whatever they wanted with it. The planet Beacon has been designated, and members of several warbands or cliques want to apply to the Emperor to use it as a training base. Some unpleasant conflicts have broken out among members of several legions along the way. In addition, an astral army legion composed of soldiers from the slaves previously liberated by Odysius was also formed. The Odysius Assault Regiment, primarily composed of assault troops and made up of slaves from the Odysius Empire, was renowned for its positional warfare. The Odysius Regiment was organized into infantry regiments, armored regiments, and artillery regiments, with the infantry regiment as an example. An Odysius infantry squad consisted of 20 soldiers, including 2 molten steel guns and a wood-chopping gun. 3 squads form a company, equipped with 2 Lehman Russ main battle tanks and other auxiliary vehicles. 3 companies form a battalion, and a political commissar is assigned to each company. Its various heavy firepower units are also organized and managed by the established personnel. 3 battalions form a regiment, and heavy firepower is also deployed according to battlefield needs. 3 regiments make up a corps, and a corps is usually assigned to battalions and deployed to the battlefield. Regarding the equipment of a soldier, Yang Cheng decided to equip him according to the equipment of a Cadian soldier: green armor and helmet, plus a green military uniform. In addition, company-level officers and sergeants can be equipped with a dress uniform, which is based on the U.S. Army's ACU camouflage uniform. Does the system have a population option in the shopping mall? Of course, the population is measured in units of tens of thousands, and 10,000 requires 500 war points. And of course, it's impossible to guarantee that everyone will obey you due to their individual personalities. No problem. Let's start with a few 100,000 people. Ding! Summoning has begun. Please note that these people are all native human races and are normal individuals. Host, please be aware that the process of modifying the memories of the remaining individuals has begun. Chapter 23: Humanity will return like lightning. The helmets of the Odysius were tattooed with 2 lightning bolts, which, according to them, represented victory and lightning, bringing victory as swiftly as lightning. All hands on deck. On the battlefield of the Imperial Military Academy, 300 soldiers, each holding a rifle with a bayonet fixed, stared intently at the target in front of them. These targets were all adorned with various aliens, most of whom were captured Odysius. Attention! Thud! With trepidation, each soldier plunged his bayonet into the bound Odysius in front of him. You bastard! You human! I'm going to kill you. Please, please, give me a quick death. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The screams of the Odysius echoed across the battlefield, and the soldiers plunged their bayonets down in sync with the screams. Remember, show no mercy to alien creatures. Every alien creature you kill contributes to the rise of humanity. Boom, 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 boom. A sudden roar came from the sky, and everyone looked up to see a gray, rectangular transport ship stumbling and flying toward the tarmac. Unidentified flying object. Immediately state your identity and purpose. 2 X-Wing fighter jets circled and flew toward the transport ship. Boom. The transport ship landed in the middle of the tarmac after its engine exploded. Quick! Surround this area. Activate the yellow alert. Several hundred stormtroopers, serving as the rapid reaction force, arrived at the crash site in hovercraft. Establish a defensive line and send a message to the nearest Astartes forces. As the hatches opened, tens of thousands of people dressed in splendid clothes emerged from the transport ship. We are citizens of the Federation of Humans, and we are lost in the warp. Where are we? System, you're amazing. You managed to bring back the human ships that were lost in the warp. After obtaining the basic information about these people, Yang Cheng excitedly said, but this incident still exposed a problem. He had too few guards around him. Although he had Khan was still a warrior and not suitable to be a bodyguard. System, can I summon the Imperial Guard from the Human Empire in Warhammer? Ding, not yet. But if you want to acquire personal security forces, we recommend the Imperial Guard or the Royal Guard from the Star Wars universe. The Emperor's Shadow Guards. The Emperor's Shadow Guards are an elite special operations force within the Royal Guard, composed of force-sensitive individuals recruited by the Solar Guard and remnants of the Jedi Knights, who fell to the dark side. They served the Galactic Empire during the Jedi Purge and were trained by Darth Vader. The Royal Guard, a professional guard under the First Order, their status and position are similar to the Royal Guard during the Galactic Empire era. This elite guard is loyal to the Supreme Leader, wears crimson armor and robes, and conceals their faces with red masks. There are 8 members in total. They are skilled in various martial arts, including Iron Hand, and carry a variety of high-tech melee weapons. How are these systems sold? Yang Cheng was naturally aware of the capabilities of these 2 types of guards, especially the Red Guards, whose dozens of men working together could even fight Darth Vader to a standstill. Ding. Emperor's Shadow Guards, 50,000 each. Red-clad Imperial Guards, 10,000 each. Wow, that's way too expensive. Yang Cheng was stunned by the outrageous price. He might as well have bought a few Space Marines instead. Ding. These guards are all professionally trained. In terms of security personnel, the Astartes are indeed inferior to them. Okay, 3 Emperor Shadow Guards and 6 red-clad Imperial Guards. Ding. 210,000 war points deducted. Yang Cheng's mood plummeted as he watched the war zone recede like the tide. 2 Luna-class ships are gone. Emperor. 9 guards filed in and stood next to Yang Cheng. Salute to you. The 9 guards bowed to Yang Cheng in unison. Very good. From now on you will be my protectors. Yang Cheng addressed the Imperial Guards. At your service. With a claw mark on his face, Gurdon is reorganizing his troops. As the richest country in the Outer Ring, it is also a first-class military power in the Outer Ring. Take, for example, the Slave Master-class battlecruiser beneath my feet. It is 1,235 meters long and equipped with hundreds of cannons and kinetic weapons, as well as several quantum shield launchers. 3 fleets. Is that really necessary? Gurdon looked at his fleet and asked in confusion. It's just about annihilating a newly risen human civilization. Once the fleet arrives, they'll bombard it from orbit, kill all the men, sell all the women to slave markets, and harvest and sell the organs of all the children. Then, some of the pretty girls will experience scenes like those in hentai anime. And then, Jeldan had no idea what kind of force he had encountered. The Imperium of Man had more than a dozen of its so-called battlecruisers. Chapter 24 Battle of Thailand. A battle that will determine the fate of the Thai people in the Thai galaxy begins at this moment. All carrier-based aircraft take off. All energy output at maximum. Looking at the vast, even larger, Thai fleet in the distance, Kylo Ren calmly gave his orders. From a distance, the Thai fleet does appear to have the advantage, but don't forget the most powerful advantage of warships in Star Wars, speed and high firepower. Quick! All pilots, assemble at designated positions. Fighter jets, prepare for takeoff. The pilots of the First Order's TIE fighters and the Rebel X-Wing fighters simultaneously ran towards their aircraft, helmets in hand. I'm actually fighting alongside the First Order? A volunteer pilot sat in the pilot seat while complaining. As various types of carrier-based aircraft flew out of the hangar on the Star Destroyer, they were detected by the Galdan. The enemy has deployed a large number of carrier-based aircraft. The TIE pilot, seeing the numerous red dots on the radar, quickly reported this. Why do they love using carrier-based aircraft so much? Jeldan looked at the dense red dots on the radar and said in confusion, in the galaxy, this is the era of big ships and big guns. It's understandable that the Odysius Empire couldn't defeat the human battleships, but it would be a huge loss of face if we couldn't defeat the human carrier-based aircraft. Our carrier-based aircraft immediately took off. Frigates and destroyers were deployed to escort the large warships. Although Gurdon lacked experience in commanding carrier-based aircraft, he felt that this would not affect its performance. There are no capital ships on the other side. Don't be afraid. The aircraft carriers of the Thai fleet also began to take off. Gurdon felt that he could easily annihilate the enemy with his own fleet, but he forgot about the countless human empire carrier-based aircraft on the radar. The Thai fleet began to disperse to engage the enemy. Each Thai destroyer was equipped with torpedoes and medium guns, which were sufficient against the warships of the Human Federation, but not against a formation of hundreds of carrier-based aircraft. Captain Serta, a captain of a Thai Empire destroyer, was the first to feel the terror of carrier-based aircraft. Damn it! Enemies are everywhere. Our artillery can't do anything with them. Silter looked at the various carrier-based aircraft around him from the cockpit and shouted helplessly. Boom! An explosion knocked Sierra and the others in the cockpit to the ground. Sir, the engine has been hit. A Thai pilot stumbled over and shouted. If it hits, go fix it now. Don't come over to report. Sierra yelled. As soon as a group of Thai soldiers in spacesuits reached the damaged area, several red lasers were fired, and the red laser cannons swallowed them in the blink of an eye. Reorganize the ranks. For the Emperor. After completing this combat objective, the surviving TIE fighter pilots and X-Wing pilots regrouped and launched another attack on the enemy. The fighting spirit of the First Order and the Rebel Alliance was on full display at this moment, and even if the troops were scattered, they could quickly reorganize and carry out the mission. The primary mission of TIE fighters and X-Wing fighters is to draw the enemy's attention, destroy the enemy's anti-aircraft guns, and then conduct flanking maneuvers. Meanwhile, the TIE bombers would take this opportunity to launch a concentrated attack on enemy warships. By this time, Gurdon had already noticed the carrier-based aircraft group attacking from the side. Sir, enemy warships are approaching us, a crew member reported. Gurdon looked into the distance and saw a triangular formation centered on the Revival-class Star Destroyer approaching them. Energy beams from the Star Destroyer's cannons and those from the Thai Empire's warships were everywhere. The Imperial of Man's escort ships are closely circling the Star Destroyer. With the Revival-class Star Destroyer at the center, 2 Empire-class Star Destroyers charged at full speed toward the enemy flagship. After saying this, Kylo Ren put on his black helmet. Jelta now admits that he underestimated the people of the Human Empire. Although the Human Empire's warships are fewer in number than his own, their quality is definitely superior. Their own battlecruisers had become completely useless. Several shots were not enough to penetrate the enemy's shields. The destroyers and frigates are now engaged in a fierce battle against the enemy, and they are no longer able to use hyperspace warp. Damn it! It must have been that warship that did it. Gurdon immediately recognized that the warship behind him that hadn't been used in the battle must be the culprit that prevented him from warping. Sir, this can't go on. Realizing his predicament, Gurdon decisively ordered a full-speed advance. At this point, the only way out of the battle was to fearlessly destroy that strange warship. Sir, our rear has been compromised. A Thai soldier carrying a weapon ran onto the bridge and loudly reported to Gurdon. In the dark corridor, dozens of armed Thai soldiers stood ready, facing the darkness before them. In an instant, a red cross-shaped lightsaber appeared at the end of the corridor. The crimson light, like a deadly grim reaper, attacked the Thai soldiers. Fire. Live ammunition, laser weapons, kinetic energy weapons. Every weapon at hand was used, with hundreds of bullets fired at the black figure. Boom. In the blink of an eye, all the bullets were frozen in mid-air in a bizarre manner. Is this magic? A Thai soldier who witnessed this scene couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. No, this is the Force. The black figure instantly sent all the bullets aimed at him back with tremendous force. Damn it. Keep firing. The laser gun beam shot towards the figure, who easily parried it with a flick of his sword. Kill him. Kill him. Countless laser beams shot towards the figure, but were deflected one by one. Monster. He's a monster. The Thai soldiers were killed one by one amidst their terrified screams. What exactly is going on? While Gurdon on the bridge was still cursing his men, the iron gate suddenly collapsed as if it had been chopped down by something. Is this the command center? A person dressed in black armor and wearing a black cloak slowly walked out and spoke. Chapter 25 Protest? So you just killed this guy? Okay, this is it. Chuni Luan's voice rang out from behind the black mask. Never mind, that's fine. Yang Cheng originally wanted to see if he could get some information about the military deployments of the Thai Empire from the court, but Gurdon was directly beheaded by Kylo Ren and his body was crushed by the Force, so he was dead beyond any doubt. The battle report shocked the entire nation of Thailand. King Dade was so frightened that he collapsed on his throne. Now, everyone knew the might of the human empire. The name had spread throughout the entire outer star cluster. Extreme military regime, racial fastidiousness, human supremacy, extreme xenophobia. These are the words that define a human empire. They shoot down refugee ships and target practice ships, blast other people's planets into dust, and cut off the heads of other people's leaders, and so on. Dad knew exactly what kind of being he had provoked. If he couldn't handle things properly, his head might become the chamber pot of the human empire's emperor. Now, not only the human empire is following him, but some other countries also want a share of the pie, and one of his princes also has the intention to rebel. System, when can I travel to the next world? Yang Cheng was impatient. Whether it was kicking the Principality of Xi'an in the Gundam world like a ball or sending those natives in Avatar one by one into the sky, he couldn't wait. Don't panic, host. Please wait another month until the system has cooled down before you can travel through time again. The system's voice rang in Yang Cheng's mind, and Yang Cheng shook his head in disappointment. Forget it. Which country should we declare war on next? Terra has now been completely transformed. According to the ideas of the tech enthusiasts and the ideas of the Archbishop of the State Church, a palace the size of the continent should be built on the entire planet to demonstrate the Emperor's majesty. Of course, this is mostly the Archbishop's idea. Do you think I have time for this? Please, war should be the priority. Unify the entire galaxy first. Now, various departments from Warhammer 40,000 have also begun operations, with the Department of Justice, the Court of Justice, the Department of Military Affairs, and other supernatural units officially starting their work. Of course, we should also give a clear introduction to these obsessed people. The Ministry of Justice, for the sake of justice, must enforce severe penalties and harsh laws. In the courtroom, innocence does not equate to acquittal. The Military Affairs Department is in charge of troop logistics. The most obsessive of them all is the Inquisition. It has jurisdiction over everyone in the Empire except the Emperor, though the outcome is anyone's guess. The Inquisition is a super-intelligence agency that combines the functions of secret police, spies, heretic killers, alien hunters, and mutant extermination. The Ministry of Justice is somewhat better, only a few hundred times more powerful than the Gestapo. They have all personnel in armored suits, including police dogs, equipped with explosive rifles, police version storm shields, and power weapons. They have relatively few thermal weapons, but plenty of plasma weapons, heavy explosive rifles, grenade launchers, and flamethrowers. The Ministry of Justice's regional headquarters still has an LRBT park there, and it is equipped with riot control armored vehicles and rhino and chimera vehicles for transportation. The 4 characters, Wudua Chongpai, meaning abundant martial virtue, can be said to be written on the main entrance of the Ministry of Justice. Protest. We demand freedom. Aliens are people too. We can't treat them like this. Reject dictatorship. Oppose violence. We want peace. We should unite with extraterrestrials. At the gate of the Emperor's temporary palace, several thousand people who were originally from the Human Federation gathered together to protest. They had experienced the harsher criminal laws in the Human Federation within the Human Empire, which also touched the interests of some people. An executive officer from the Ministry of Justice stared intently at the protesting crowd, holding a long shotgun. Several inspectors were directing the arbitrators, each wielding a chainsaw sword meant for ordinary people. Hundreds of arbitrators and assistants, armed with riot shields and various weapons, stood in formation, keeping a close watch on the crowd. Your Majesty, we should kill them all immediately and hang their heads above the palace to proclaim your Majesty, an archbishop said excitedly, standing next to Yang Cheng. What blasphemy! We should immediately turn them into machine slaves and make them contribute to the construction of the hive. A great sage of the Mechanic Church agreed. Your Majesty, the person on the other end has requested to communicate with us, claiming she wants to convey correct ideas to us. One of the Emperor's bodyguards walked up to Yang Cheng and said, "Connect and see what they're up to." Yang Cheng waved his hand in acknowledgement. Soon a large screen appeared in front of Yang Cheng, and a white man appeared on the screen. "We are glad you agreed to connect with us. On behalf of the people, we hope you will end this dictatorship and transform the human empire into a human republic. We cannot generalize. There are friendly extraterrestrials in the galaxy as well. Okay, are you done talking?" Yang Cheng casually raised his head and looked at the woman, asking her a question. "Of course, we hope you will think carefully about our proposal. Otherwise we are enough to break into your palace and hang you." After saying that, the woman arrogantly raised her head. "Are you done?" "Okay." Yang Cheng waved to one of the Emperor's bodyguards and made a throat-slitting gesture. "I still hope you'll say uh-huh." The woman was suspended in the air in a bizarre posture, while behind Yang Cheng, a shadow guard stretched out his arm and pointed it at the woman in a choking gesture. "Okay, the farce is over." Gabba. With a crisp sound, the woman's neck was snapped by the Emperor's shadow guard using the force. Those who rebel should not be kept alive. Yang Cheng spoke to Bishop Wendell, who was standing next to him, beaming with delight. Understood the Emperor. Wendell immediately ran to the palace gate and spoke to the official in charge. "Soldiers, rebel against him for a better tomorrow. Rebel against the dictator. Stop serving your oppressors. These protesters are all wealthy people who are usually unwilling to work and are extremely arrogant. In their eyes, they shouldn't have to work. Let's kill them." The executive waved his hand in acknowledgement. Fire. 2 heavy bombs mounted on the high platform began firing at the protesters. They didn't know that the human empire was truly willing to use force to suppress riots, something that previous human nations had never dared to do. This bunch of idle idiots were all turned into pieces by the Ministry of Justice's heavy bombs. Judges and investigators went door to door arresting those who had participated in the riots and fled. Their fate will be to tremble under the interrogator's iron grip, who can interrogate prisoners in any way they deem necessary, including all sorts of mental and physical torture. Chapter 26 War of the Beasts 1. Yang Cheng found those idle rebels utterly speechless. Wouldn't it be better to just honestly serve the empire? Although he hadn't made them all live like nobles, he had at least given them food to eat. Why did they still rebel? There was no embezzlement or corruption. They have a strong military to protect their safety, and they don't work 996 or 007 schedules, so why bother? Yang Cheng wanted to send these people who wanted to rebel to Katachang to get along with the local plants, or to a Midgedoten to play with the orcs. Alright, we've pretty much finished off these white pigs. Which country are we still fighting over? The white pigs' fleet has been completely crushed and will be unable to recover for at least a short period of time. After defeating the white pigs, the human empire gradually bordered other countries, but without exception, none of them were human nations. They were all a motley crew of races, including horse-headed people, minotaur-headed people, and dog-headed people. Yang Cheng didn't have time to deal with them right now. What exactly is this orc? Yang Cheng pointed to a large orc empire on the star map and asked. "The Emperors," said one of the familiar people in the area. "This is a branch of the green-skinned orcs. Their main force is currently unknown, but it should be equivalent to a tribe. My mother, wife, and daughter were all sold here." Orcs? Yang Cheng couldn't help but think of this race. If it really was this one, He was already prepared to run away and start running away immediately. No, they're just an ordinary orc tribe. They belong to a militaristic nation and routinely run rampant on the outer borders, frequently raiding other countries. Then, wherever they went, devoid of any moral compass, not a blade of grass grew. That's what the man said, and he couldn't help but tremble. To give an example, ordinary aliens only do the things in those doujinshi, but beast men are different. Black beasts are just a standard feature in anime. They can do much more disgusting things. Even perverts would call them perverts. They are more open than ordinary people. Is that so? Then beat them to death. The first fleet is preparing for an expedition, with all space marines under Karn's command. I'm curious to see what these orcs can get up to. Yang Cheng looked at the orc empire on the holographic projection and said, Robotic Empire. This time, Yang Cheng did not expand the fleet, but only added a lot of transport ships and ground troops, followed by a large-scale replacement of heavy weapons. The Robotic Empire was still too far from the sun's starfield to resupply, so Yang Cheng issued an order to resupply on the spot. What does that mean? It means that we can plunder the resources of the Robotic Empire on the spot. Since these orcs love to plunder so much, let them experience what it's like to be plundered. According to the map, Yang Cheng and several commanders decided to first occupy the enemy's border planets, and then lure the enemy's main force away from their capital star system to fight them in a decisive battle. It doesn't matter if the enemy doesn't come. We'll proceed step by step, resupplying ourselves after conquering each planet or star system. We'll plunder whatever we can find and slowly erode your territory. I don't believe you won't send troops. There are currently around 50 space marines, but their faction is in a rather awkward position. Yang Cheng doesn't have time to spare an entire battle group right now, and the system doesn't offer that option either. Plus, there are money-intensive areas everywhere in the Empire right now. Resources, supplies, production, maintenance, all of which are war points. These 50 space marines, some with 30,000 men and some with 40,000 men, were somewhat estranged after meeting again after 10,000 years. Their camp included loyalists, rebels, and a few others who appeared out of nowhere and remained unclaimed. After several space marines from the former Abaddon Black Legion met with warriors from the Shadow Moon Wolves Legion during the 30K era, their relationship became very delicate. Iron warriors and Imperial fists, ultramarines and word-bearers, Emperor's sons and Iron Hands, Thousand Sons and Wolves, and all sorts of rivals have come together. Rumors about the Space Marines also spread throughout the universe, including to the ear of a giant green orc, the current king of the Rodi Ben Empire. What nonsense about 1 against 100. It's all just a war of words between humanity and the masses. It's something that's been sitting on the heads of thousands of human skulls, a giant orc said idly. It is Akkad, the current king of the Rodoban Empire. It is much stronger than those brainless orcs who only know how to sow seeds. It can use tricks, but those tricks are almost useless. That's right. Our king is invincible. What can a mere human do? A fart spirit shouted from the side. Unlike the orcs in Warhammer 40k who only know how to chant walk all day long, they have a third leg and they can spawn. Their third leg is almost identical to that of humans. Orcs are orcs, and goblins are goblins. Under normal circumstances, they also have priority in choosing slaves. As long as they have enough merits in a battle, they can choose slaves first. After all the slaves have been chosen, the remaining ones will become public. The Rodoban Empire launches invasions periodically, plundering everything in its path to strengthen its race. The entire orc race is divided into 3 classes: orcs, goblins, and ghouls. We're just in need of human slaves. Immediately dispatch a fleet to attack this so-called human empire. The first pre-march will appear around Chapter 70. If you have any good suggestions for the world, please share them. Chapter 27 Beast Wars 2. Orcs are natural warriors. Even the most basic, ordinary orc can easily take on 2 or 3 adult males single-handedly. But now they are facing monsters that can no longer be called human, space marines. Kill them. Dozens of space marine drop pods were deployed, and dozens of space marines were inside, ready for battle. Smash them. The orcs' anti-aircraft guns began firing at the warships that had landed on the planet. Several airdrop pods were hurtling down on them from above. The Emperor's death rain began to fall on the planet, and one of the drop pods landed safely in the orcs' anti-aircraft position. Several goblins were immediately blasted away by the landing drop pod, while several orcs wielding various weapons began firing at the drop pod. For the Emperor, a space marine from the Shadow Moon Wolves Legion charged out, wielding a chainsaw sword. They really look like orcs. Karak is a space marine of the Shadow Moon Wolves Legion. As a space marine who participated in the Battle of Olanoro, Kurano had faced off against the orc. Karak casually strangled the orc struggling in his hand, and then continued his charge. These orcs are far too weak compared to the orcs. Brother, take down this turret. A space marine from the Iron Hand Legion destroyed an orc bunker with a heavy bomb. Clear the battlefield and destroy the enemy's shield launchers. Khan wielded his chainsaw axe, carving a bloody path through the endless sea of orcs. The space marine's reaction speed was on the order of nanoseconds, capable of slicing a dozen orcs into pieces within seconds. More and more space marines emerged from the landing pods, but the orcs were not as fierce and warlike as those in the Warhammer world. Under the overwhelming attack of dozens of space marines, they quickly collapsed and retreated. Human, I am your adversary. A stronger orc with greener skin walked up to Karak and shouted. They are the backbone of the orc army, and they are more ferocious and brutal than ordinary orcs. Pum had no idea what these humans were. In that instant, several of his most capable henchmen had been killed. The humans' rich combat experience conveyed an important message to Pum. This group of burly human men, each over 2 meters tall, were unlike any human soldiers he had encountered before. They were born to fight, just like the orcs. However, they may not be as good as me in terms of combat skills. While Pum was still in a daze, he was the only orc left on the anti-aircraft position. Damn it. Pum looked at the trembling bastards hiding to the side and the orcs who tried to escape, but ended up dead under the gun. Several space marines from the Dark Angels Legion prepared to interrogate the orcs, while the Midnight Lords planned to use the orc corpses for some artistic creations. One-on-one or group fight. Karak picked up a chainsaw axe and looked at Pum in front of him. One-on-one. Pum decided to fight the enemy bravely, like a warrior of the Rodobin Empire, and if he couldn't escape, he would die on the battlefield. Unfortunately, just as it was getting ready, 2 crazed world eaters saw him. Blood offered to the Emperor. Skull offered to the Golden Throne. And that was the end of it. Pum, who was just about to fight one-on-one, died inexplicably under the chainsaw axes of 2 world eaters. The shield launcher is off? One of the world eaters, who had just been in a state of extreme bloodlust, immediately returned to normal upon seeing Karak's murderous gaze. Turned off. The world eater replied. That's good. Don't disturb others during duels in the future. Karak withdrew his gaze, which had been fixed on killing someone, and began cleaning up the battlefield. Arrange for the astral army to prepare for the landing. There's still a long battle ahead. They have landed on a planet named Aksu, but the entire planet is Gobi Desert and has little value for conquest. This is of little use to the human empire, but very useful to the Rodobin Empire. This planet is one of the key routes for Rodbin's raids, and also the most convenient route. If it is occupied, the orc navy outside will suffer a devastating blow. Whether heading south or east, one must pass through this star system. If it is lost, not only will the navy be attacked, but the orc homeland will also be attacked. After the space marines had destroyed most of the planet's air defenses, the Odysius Legion, which had been waiting in the air, began their attack. One after another, the Devourer transport planes began to break through the atmosphere of Aksu and enter this desolate planet. The governor of this planet was also an albino orc, but he was clearly stronger than the white orc in Odysius. Hundreds of thousands of goblin and orc soldiers, led by Governor Grynal, charged menacingly towards the astronauts. Grindelwald attempted to annihilate the Star Guardians before they could establish a foothold on the planet. Wayag! The orc horde roared as they charged toward the Ascendant Army's positions. Hank, cheer up. The enemy is coming soon. Hank's defensive line was located at the very front of this position, with the dug trenches in front of them. This entire trench line was known as the Iron Guard Line, stretching for several kilometers. A large number of heavy explosives and logging guns were deployed on the position, and missile launchers were also deployed in key locations. Dozens of petrified lizard cannons provided support for this defensive line from the rear, and space marines were also deployed around it for immediate support. A company of Hank's Odysius Regiment, the entire defensive line was deployed with an infantry regiment and an armored regiment. Hank was previously one of Odysius' slaves. After being freed, he joined Odysseus's company, just like most of the slaves who were once soldiers. These people were either special forces soldiers from some human country, or people who had a great hatred for aliens. Prepare yourselves. The Emperor is with you. Do not do anything to betray the Emperor. The political commissar shouted, holding the unit's flag in one hand and a pistol in the other. In this dark universe, there is only endless war and death, but we still fight tirelessly for the continuation and glory of the human race, for the Holy Emperor, for the Lord of mankind." The political commissar, undaunted by the charging orcs, shouted loudly to the soldiers, "Fire!" The orcs were first met with the lasers and heavy bombs of the Odysius Legion soldiers. Under the powerful firepower, countless orcs fell like wheat. Grinio, who was charging at the forefront, was the primary target, and his body melted under the light gun. Grin's death did not stop the orcs from advancing, except for the goblins, but most of the goblins that tried to flee would be trampled to death by the orcs. Artillery fire. The self-propelled artillery behind them began to fire on the charging orcs. Under the combined assault of the orcs' soldiers and artillery support, a death zone was created in front of the position, and countless orcs fell in this zone. The technological gap cannot be bridged by courage. No matter how brave and fearless the orcs are, they will still be obediently turned into dust under the astronautical army's cannon fire. The orcs are still equipped with a large number of cold weapons, but that doesn't mean they don't have heavy weapons. It's just a question mark whether they can use them. Artillery fire coming. Take cover. Hank quickly crouched down, finding the right angle to receive the orcs' cannonballs. These shells were extremely inaccurate, and apart from a few unlucky individuals, there were almost no casualties. After suffering heavy casualties, the remaining orcs finally rushed to the front of the position, only to be met not with the terrified expressions of the human soldiers, but with bayonets one after another. Countless orcs who had just rushed to the front lines were killed by bayonets one after another. With the arrival of more reinforcements, the battle came to an end, and the planet was completely occupied by the Odysius Legion. Chapter 28, Beast Wars 3. Enemies of the Empire, listen. You have come to your deaths. The immortal Emperor is with us. We are invincible. His soldiers will shoot you down. His war machines will crush you. His mighty cannons will bring the sky down upon you. You are doomed. The Emperor has given us his most powerful weapons. Prepare yourselves. We are the Odysius Commando. Today is our victory day. This sound spread throughout the entire territory of the Robotic Empire. For the Robotic Empire, this was not just being arrogant, but like defecating on their face. Aawa. Upon learning of the fall of Aksu, Akkad flew into a rage and strangled a human female slave who was serving him. Send out the entire fleet. I will execute humanity in front of the entire galaxy. The orc fleet, to put it nicely, is a fleet. To put it bluntly, it's just a bunch of flying junk. It's a miracle it can even take off. Various junk warships from different planets converged on Akkad, and this force, composed of orcs, fought its way through the entire outer ring with these worthless weapons. Humans, listen to me. Abandon Aksu immediately. Otherwise, we will execute these hundreds of thousands of human slaves. Akkad, wielding a giant machine gun, transmitted the message throughout the outer ring via interstellar communication. Your Majesty, what should we do? The great sage of the Mechanic Church, the Archbishop of the State Church, the commanders of the two fleets, and other officials from various departments asked questions beside Yang Cheng. We cannot sacrifice our strategic objectives for a small gain. Let it kill as it pleases, but for every human it kills today, it will have to pay the price by killing 10 green-skinned orcs in the future. Yang Cheng's voice rang out in the group's communication channel. Indeed, the Emperor loves not just any individual, but all of humanity, and everything he does is aimed at ensuring the continuation of the human race. The Archbishop exclaimed excitedly. The notice came in the afternoon. Execute all aliens within the Empire's territory, and then send their heads into outer space. Yang Cheng understood that if they wanted to compete like this, then he would have to start shooting. System, check if there's anything related to military expansion. Yang Cheng turned to look at the system. His ground combat forces were still too few. How much does a night mech cost? Ding, 10,000 war points. System, is there anything like a Stargate? Yang Cheng really wanted to send the fleet directly to Akkad's head for an orbital bombardment. Not available at the moment. Alright. Yang Cheng began to expand the army, with the first priority being the Krieg Death Legion. Although he already had one, the more the better. In terms of combat strategy, Krieg's commanders believed that victory in war came from the relentless crushing of superior forces. Their doctrines favored war of attrition and were willing to fight for victory at a cost far exceeding that of the enemy on any battlefield. The key to all battles was nothing more than the attrition of time and manpower. This is why Yang chose them. The battle on Aksu would inevitably be a war of attrition, and Krieg was undoubtedly the safest force to deal with such a war of attrition. Send the Armageddon Steel Legion there too. I refuse to believe these so-called orc forces can defeat them. Currently, most of the human empire's ground forces have begun to be dispatched to Aksu. In order to prevent the orcs from raiding their base, Yang Cheng spent some war points to build a planetary escort fleet. Orcs, huh? Come and have some fun. As Yang Cheng pondered this, he stepped into a shuttle. We're heading to Aksu. Now we're going to announce humanity's stance to the entire universe. Humanity has not yet responded. Akkad was furious. It felt that humans were ignoring it, and no one in the entire outer ring dared to ignore it. Kill all human slaves. Click. A blue screen appeared in front of Akkad, and Yang Cheng was in the center of the screen. Humans, have you decided to surrender to us? Yang Cheng didn't speak, but showed Akkad his back. Behind Yang Cheng was a huge crater, filled with surrendered orcs and various aliens. Fall. Dozens of barrels of gasoline were poured into the cave at the same time, while Yang Cheng watched it all with indifference. Ignition. Dozens of soldiers threw torches into the pit, instantly igniting the gasoline in the entire cave, and countless aliens were engulfed by the flames. The firelight shone on Yang Cheng's face, and the ruthlessness on his face made even Akkad tremble slightly. Human, you think killing a few people will scare me? Yang Cheng gave Akkad a meaningful look before closing the communication. Damn humans. Kill them all. Your Majesty, this area is about to become a war zone. Please evacuate immediately. Yang Cheng nodded and then boarded the shuttle again. The reason he did all this for Akkad was to show his attitude. Kill him or not. But if you do kill him, you will have to bear the consequences. After Yang Cheng left, SBYR also parked the Divine Authority above Aksu, waiting for the arrival of the Orc fleet. Hundreds of low-quality warships swooped down toward the Imperial fleet. All hands, prepare. The macro cannons and light spears were aimed at the diving Orc warships, some of which could no longer be called warships and should be called space junk. Boom, boom, boom. The Orc warships crumbled instantly under the bombardment of the macro cannons, and some Orc warships even went out of control and crashed into friendly warships. Wawa F. These losses did not deter the Orcs from retreating. More Orc warships emerged. Forget about the humans on it. Conquer the planet first. This time, the Orc commander Gul'dan personally led the fleet assault. Their goal was not to destroy the human warships, but to occupy and retake Aksu. They didn't care about battle losses. What they needed was a breeding ground. Countless Orc warships crashed toward the surface of Aksu like meteorites. The moment the two sides came into contact, a massive explosion occurred. Countless Orcs crawled out of the ruins of the warship, grabbed whatever weapons they could find, and charged toward the Odysius Legion's position. Chapter 29 today is the day to bravely face death. For the Emperor, the soldiers of the Odysius regiment quickly found their positions in the cover and then pointed their guns at the charging Orcs. The artillery positions behind them began to attack the green sea of Orcs. Countless shells crashed into the sea of Orcs like meteorites, causing huge explosions. These firepower were still too little to harm the Orcs. Millions of goblins and Orcs were charging toward the planet's only base, the position of the Odysius Legion. Soldiers, do not panic. The Emperor is with you. If you fall, we will meet again in Valhalla. The Orc warships in the sky continued to descend. All the firepower of the First Fleet was used, and all carrier-based aircraft were deployed. Countless weapons formed a dense fire net in the sky to intercept the falling Orcs. All macro cannons aimed at the enemy's large warships. All light spears unleashed maximum firepower. Relieve the pressure on ground troops. Admiral Spire calmly gave orders from his command post on the Hercules. Sir, our carrier-based aircraft are running out of ammunition. Then hurry back to the hangar to resupply. All Marines, hold your posts. Don't let the enemy board your positions. Several Steadfast-class corvettes launched all their nuclear missiles, and countless Orcs were engulfed in flames. But this was still too little loss for the Orc race. Sir, the Emperor says the Second Fleet is coming to provide support immediately. A naval officer ran up to Spire and reported. Keep going for the Emperor. Requesting backup. Where are the shells? Countless Orcs were already within 100 meters of the position, and the position's firepower had been fully unleashed. The sounds of heavy explosives and logging guns rose and fell, and the roar of molten metal echoed across the land. Roar. An Orc wielding a machete charged into the position, only to be met with a gleaming bayonet. Despite their superior firepower, the Orcs continued their frenzied advance, using the wreckage of their spaceships as shields against shrapnel, though the debris was no match for the laser guns fired by the soldiers of the Odysius Legion. The Eastern Front has been breached. The messenger rushed to the political commissar's side and said something. Upon receiving the message, the political commissar grabbed a power sword and hurried over. Where are the tank units? Hank asked through his communicator as he hastily attacked the orcs. We're 3 kilometers away. We're surrounded. After receiving the news, Hank gave up hope and fell into despair as he looked at the orcs surging like a tide in the sky. Gentlemen, today is the day to die a martyr. Fight bravely against the enemy. For the Emperor. The political commissar, wielding a power sword, rushed to the breached position and then struck. Old man. The power sword sliced the orc who broke through the lines in the blink of an eye. For the Emperor. For the Lord of mankind. The political commissar raised his power sword and desperately hacked at the orcs. Don't even think about leaving here alive. You alien scum. The political commissar brandished a legion flag in one hand and a power sword in the other, and countless orcs fell beside him. May you all return to the Golden Throne. A wounded veteran suddenly sprang to his feet and charged at an orc who was advancing on the position with his bayonet. For the Emperor. The veteran plunged his bayonet into the orc's brain and then bit down hard on the orc's ear. The defensive line quickly began to crumble, and large numbers of orcs poured into the position to fight against the soldiers of the Odysius Legion. The Emperor greets you, alien hybrid. A soldier, dragging his severed leg, grabbed an orc and then detonated a grenade at his waist. Boom. A loud bang took away more than a dozen orc soldiers who had stormed into the position. More orcs charged forward, and the soldiers fought them with bayonets on their rifles. The casualty ratio on the battlefield has reached 1 to 5. Humanity has unleashed unprecedented fighting power, with countless people detonating grenades to take down the orcs around them. Damn it, don't panic. The political commissar's arm had been severed, but he continued to hack and slash at the enemy with his remaining hand. We'll meet again under the Golden Throne. The political commissar dropped his power sword and picked up a bomb gun. May the Emperor bless you. May the machine's soul bless you. The political commissar looked at the wrecked explosive gun in his hand and prayed silently. For the Emperor. The political commissar's explosive pistol miraculously fired bullets, and not only that, the rate of fire was faster than usual. Under the bombardment of the bomb gun, countless orcs were hit by the bombs and turned into bloody blobs, but the political commissar's arm was also blown apart by the huge recoil. Looking at his bloodied hands, the political commissar smiled helplessly. Human, I'm going to kill you. Golden's enormous hands tore the political commissar in two. Hank's arm was broken by the enormous impact, and he ran towards the only position still holding out, carrying a rifle in one hand. Ha ha ha, human, your death is near. A huge orc swung a large axe at Hank. Logically speaking, Hank should have been killed instantly, but at this critical moment, Hank's gun saved his life. When? The gun blocked the orc's axe, and Hank took the opportunity to quickly kick the orc's third leg. Before the orc could even scream, the bayonet had already pierced its throat. Thank you, Emperor. May the Emperor bless you. Hank kicked aside the orc's corpse and crawled toward the only remaining unconquered bunker. What Hank didn't notice was that just as he slashed at the orc, a golden halo briefly enveloped him for a second. This is Bunker 9. Requesting backup. Orcs are everywhere. The only logging gun in the bunker was firing wildly, like a beacon in the sea of orcs. The scattered troops regrouped here, and Hank was one of them. The only shining light in this dark galaxy is the indomitable will of humankind. By the Emperor, gather all the molten grenades together and prepare to fight these orc bastards. It is the command of an old soldier in the team who is holding a hellfire gun. New here? Keep your dog tag in your mouth to prevent it from melting and vaporizing due to the heat. As the veteran spoke, he also put the dog tag in his mouth. Press it under your tongue, that makes it feel better. Following the veteran's instructions, Hank also put the dog tag in his mouth. At this moment, they will face an endless horde of orcs. Chapter 30, Don't mess with people who aren't wearing helmets. The soldiers of the Odysius Regiment, who survived the Green Wave, are holding their only position, Bunker number 9. The battlefield was littered with mountains of corpses, and the surviving soldiers were able to stay alive only by being covered by the bodies of their comrades. The flag bearers have changed several times, but the lightning flag representing the Odysius Regiment still stands high atop the bunker. For the Emperor. For the Lord of Humanity. Led by Hank, the soldiers stared coldly at the orcs surrounding them. Gul'dan was already convinced that they had won the battle. Countless orcs surrounded them, devouring the corpses of their comrades and insulting the Emperor and them in human language. The veteran who had spoken with Hank earlier had fallen to an orc's blade, and Hank couldn't forget the veteran's last words. You take command after I die. Hank understood his duty as a human soldier, and that he would risk his life to protect the flag that symbolized the Empire. Members of the Odysius order, prepare to perish together. Hank shouted at the dozen or so wounded soldiers around him. Ha! Humans, you will only become our slaves. Slaves of the orcs. Gul'dan looked at the Odysius soldiers and let out a ferocious laugh. Boom, 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 boom. A black thunder eagle suddenly appeared in the sky. What is that? Gul'dan looked at the Thunderhawk transport plane flying alone in the sky and asked. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the Thunderhawk flew to the side of the bunker and 3 space marines wearing blue power armor jumped down. You did what you were supposed to do, soldier. The leading shoulder armor insignia belongs to a sergeant in the 1st Tactical Squad of Ultramarines 2nd Company. Beside him were 2 space marines, also from the Ultramarines, but their ranks were clearly lower than the sergeants. Human, take off your helmet. I'm going to chop off your head myself. Gul'dan shouted at the leading space marine. Click. The space marine removed his helmet, revealing 4 golden studs embedded in his forehead. Gul'dan roared as he swung a machete at the space marine. The massive cleaver fell toward the space marine's head, but he easily blocked it. Gul'dan was clearly annoyed, but before he could react, a sharp pain shot through his groin. Upon closer inspection, the space marine had already used his other hand to shoot through its 3rd leg with a bomb pistol, and Gul'dan instantly transformed into Gul'dan. Asshole! Gul'dan endured the excruciating pain and attempted to retaliate, but in the eyes of that space marine, he was too slow. Boom. With a clean and swift shot, the explosive bullet's immense penetrating power tore Gul'dan's head to pieces. As Gul'dan's corpse fell, the orcs scattered and fled, while more reinforcements were slowly arriving. The entire planet Oxu has been surrounded by the 1st and 2nd fleets, and all the Rodoban Empire's fleets that came to Oxu have been completely wiped out. For the Emperor, slay all the aliens. Under the cover of bombers and fighters, the orc forces on the entire planet Oxu were completely wiped out. By the Emperor. What unparalleled loyalty. One of the political commissars couldn't help but exclaim as the ground troops arrived at bunker number 9. The bunker was surrounded by the corpses of orc soldiers, and in the center of the green sea of corpses stood that conspicuous flag. Report. The Odysius Commando Regiment originally numbered 106,300, now it has 530 men. Hank stood before the officer who had come to meet him and gave him a hawk salute. You have demonstrated your loyalty to the Emperor through your actions. The officer, in return, gave Hank a hawk salute as a sign of respect. What do you want to do next? After the battlefield was cleaned up, a new recruit walked up to Hank and asked, What about you? What do you want to be? Me? I want to be a stormtrooper. The recruit turned his head and looked at the stormtroopers who were finishing off the enemy's soldiers as he spoke. I want to go to the military academy and become a political commissar. As Hank spoke, he unconsciously clenched his hands, and the image of the political commissar before his death flashed through his mind again. Emperor, the Odysius Legion has lost more than 90% of its men. Looking at the report in his hand, Yang Cheng couldn't help but sigh. This army, using the most ordinary equipment, had withstood an attack by millions of orcs. Emperor, the enemy leader has been slain by our space marines, and the remaining orcs are hiding on various parts of the planet. Kill them all, leave no one alive. After issuing the order, Yang Cheng continued to examine the situation map. Now that Gul'dan has been killed by the space marines, the entire Rodoban Empire is only missing a leader like Akkad. Your Majesty, what should we do next? All the high-ranking officials around Yang Cheng turned their gazes toward the human lord before them. If the Emperor is willing, they would even allow the stars and moon to be brought to the palace. The first great expedition should be prepared. Before the expedition begins, let's wipe out this Akkad. Clear. Yang Cheng opened the system and began preparing to expand his troops. Nearly 3/4 of the Rodoban Empire in Akkad was formerly human territory, and therefore it also had a large number of human slaves. Many planets that once belonged to humans were transformed into slave arenas and trading posts. Several other planets were used as hunting grounds by orcs, who would throw humans onto these planets to hunt them down. Yang Cheng said he was very familiar with this kind of unintentional genocide. Since they liked it so much, he would let them taste what it was like to be genocide. Notify the First Fleet that the Second Fleet will temporarily rest on Oxu and advance to the capital system of the Rodoban Empire in 3 days. I'm going to turn this Akkad into soap. Clear. Upon receiving the order, the Imperial High Command immediately began to mobilize troops. Emperor, What about the Odysius Corps? Yang Cheng thought for a moment, and then said, the Odysius Regiment will take a temporary rest before transferring the second batch of trained recruits there. Clear. System. Do you have any characters like the Pre-March, Sir Alex Ferguson, or Master Chief for sale? Yes, but it requires more war points to unlock. Hearing the system's words, Yang Cheng was also very excited. He really needed a Pre-March like Gilliman or Luo Jia who knew how to operate, as their operational capabilities were top-notch. Chapter 31 Target. Reach. We will sacrifice. We will fail. But victory will ultimately belong to humanity. This war will have only one outcome. Either humanity will be forced to leave this galaxy and become the losers, slaves, or humanity will rise again. Reclaim the pinnacle of the stars. If I am the first to fall, then please wrap my body in the Empire Skyhawk banner. Long live humanity. Before the war began, Yang Cheng delivered a passionate speech, which was listened to attentively by hundreds of thousands of the Empire's citizens, who then erupted in thunderous applause. Long live the Emperor. Long live humanity. Dozens of bishops from the Imperial State Church, dressed in outlandish costumes, stood together and shouted. Countless soldiers solemnly performed the eagle salute towards Yang Cheng, while the sages of the Mechanic Church also expressed their respect with the gear salute. We have only one goal now. Reach, once humanity's homeland. An image of that planet appeared behind Yang Cheng. The homeland of humankind must never be trampled upon by those filthy orcs. All hands prepare. The enemy fleet is on the right. The combined force of the First Fleet and the Second Fleet began its march toward the capital system of the Robotic Empire, and naturally encountered a large-scale orc fleet as it advanced. Spread out and engage the enemy. Admiral Spyr calmly commanded the warship, his eyes fixed on the orc forces outside. These orcs drifted through the universe in an extremely unscientific way. They varied in shape and size, and even resembled a pile of garbage. Hidden among this junk are hundreds of cannons, but their power is unknown. No one wants to be hit by one. The various weapons carried on the orc warships heralded the start of the battle, and countless shells flew toward the warships of the First Fleet. Prepare to evade. Activate Void Shield. Spyr calmly gave the order. Report. The mountain has been boarded by the enemy. Close the weapon range. Prepare to attack. Kylo Ren led the Second Fleet to begin surrounding the orc fleet, while Spyr's First Fleet would draw fire from the front. The orcs have an absolute advantage in numbers, but in terms of weaponry, the gap is huge. Countless orc assault boats charged toward the First Fleet's warships, and the warships' macro cannons immediately began to retaliate forcefully, turning countless orc assault boats into fireworks in the Milky Way. A small number of orcs managed to reach the outside of the warship, but they were still helpless. The armor, hundreds of meters thick, was no joke. The small group of orcs who boarded the ship were attacked by the Marines who were already prepared. Imperial sailors engaged in a fierce and bloody battle with the roaring orcs in the cramped cabins, with every soldier holding fast to their post. At this moment, the light spears also began to attack the orc warships. The principle behind the light lance weapon is to fire an extremely high-powered energy beam. The efficiency of a light lance turret can be increased by combining the beams emitted by several smaller beam emitters into a single focused beam. This weapon can penetrate the outer shell of other ships, ignoring their armor. Countless unfortunate orcs were melted into ashes under the bombardment of the light spears, but a few managed to escape unscathed. In addition to serving as attack ships, all orc ships can also be used as transport ships, with hundreds or thousands of orcs charging towards the enemy aboard the warships. Of course, most of them eventually became space debris, and the few that rushed over were also destroyed. Aliens, today is your death day. Captain Hake of the Mountain wielded his power sword, hacking and slashing at the orcs on the bridge. The orcs surrounding Heiko trembled with fear as they looked at their fallen comrades. Their initial raid plan went smoothly, but they were caught off guard by fully armed Imperial troops as soon as they entered the bridge. On the perimeter, various carrier-based aircraft on both sides were chasing each other, and the battle had reached a fever pitch. The Second Fleet was about to complete the encirclement. We can't win. Run. One of the orcs shouted something, and the entire orc fleet began to collapse. Damn it. Retreat. For some unknown reason, the orc fleet suddenly collapsed and fled before the encirclement was even completed. WTF? What's going on? The captains of several star destroyers stared blankly at the orcs fleeing in disarray. Quick. Kill him, and we'll have food. On Reach, in the Orsish royal court, several thin human boys are fighting in a cage, while their parents watch from outside. They are fighting over a piece of bread that has been moldy for a long time, and sitting on top of this cage is none other than Ukkad, the emperor of the Rodoban Empire. These humans think they're so great just because they killed one Gul'dan? Seriously? Ukkad laughed loudly as he looked down at the human boy who was engaged in a fierce battle. Your Majesty, Reach is now in my possession. You may travel to other planets to enjoy our performance of slaughtering humans. A small goblin walked up to Ukkad and spoke respectfully. Plas, it's up to you. Slaughter all those skinny humans. The fight in the cage was over. One boy had stepped on another but hadn't killed him. Kill him, and you'll have food. An orc said impatiently. For them, it's just a game, and the winner can take the entire family of the other person and make them their slaves. Humans are nothing but a bunch of weak and lowly creatures. Cut off that human emperor's head and stick it on my throne. Hank, did you know? His Majesty the Emperor is preparing to retake Reach. A new recruit at the military academy was speaking to Hank, who already had a prosthetic limb. What? Upon hearing this news, Hank immediately ended his training and went to the recruit's side to ask. Reach was once the home planet of the Soban Federation, a human nation, and one of the nations that was wiped out by the orcs. Hank was once a soldier in the Southern Commonwealth. Hank, did you get the message? While Hank was still examining the situation, dozens of soldiers ran over and asked him questions. They were once members of the Soban Federation, but now they are just soldiers of the human empire. It's been so long since I've returned to my hometown. I've just declined a banquet at my own home. I'm going to personally retake Reach and set foot on my homeland once more. I want to go back too. Although I was born in a slave camp, my parents were also Sobans. I want to personally return to my homeland, which I have never seen before, a young-faced soldier said excitedly. I went to ask the officer for leave. I have to participate in this battle, Hank said excitedly. Chapter 32 We will transform into dandelions and fly back to our hometown. Reach, once the homeland of humankind. Yang Cheng looked at the blue planet and muttered to himself. Your Majesty, there is something I need to report to you, an officer said, walking up to Yang Cheng. Speak. Many former members of the Soban Federation applied to join the assault force, demanding to personally reclaim their former homeland. Soban Federation? Yang Cheng was a little curious when he first heard this name. Emperor, the Soban Federation was a predominantly human nation that was destroyed by orcs more than 20 years ago, and many Soban people were enslaved by the orcs. Oh, is that so? So how many people have been counted to join? The Emperor, a total of 1,500 people, applied to form an advance assault force. Approve it. Although this country has perished, since they were once our compatriots, they must pay with the blood of orcs. However, I'm curious about how the Soban Federation fell. According to them, the Human Federation only completely collapsed a few years ago, right? Yang Cheng asked the officer. According to the emperors, they initially accepted a group of orcs disguised as refugees. Out of kindness, they donated a planet for them to live on. However, they did not expect that the orcs would slowly encroach on their land. In the last few years before the extinction of the Human Federation, the Soren were completely isolated on a continent by the orcs and eventually became slaves of the orcs. The officer revealed what he knew. Notify all space marines to participate in this operation, and let the blood of the orcs stain this planet. Clear. By the Emperor, this is the last time I'll ask you. Are you sure you want to follow the space marines on this landing mission? This could very well be a one-way ticket. With 3 terrorists remaining until the Battle of Reach, an officer spoke to the 1,500 soldiers for the last time. This is the first time many of us have set foot on our homeland, and we are determined to reclaim it, even if it's just a one-way ticket. Hank, dressed in a political commissar's uniform, stood in front of the crowd and spoke passionately. Soban's national flower is the dandelion, and we will drift back to our land like dandelions. Okay, once you're inside, there's no heavy weapon support. The only way to get heavy weapon support is after the shield launchers are completely destroyed. Your drop zone is the Gaza Plain, and the enemy's anti-aircraft positions are less than 10 kilometers away. You need to destroy them. Clear. Boarding begins. Prepare for the airdrop. For the Emperor. The Emperor-class battleships, centered around the Divine Authority, began attacking the energy shields on Reach. Our attack can temporarily shut down the enemy's shield generators, giving Space Marines and assault troops a chance to get through. For the Emperor, dozens of landing ships, under the cover of TIE fighters, began to advance toward Reach. Welcome back to our hometown, everyone. Hank, dressed in his political commissar uniform, sat in the landing craft, gazing at the scene outside the window, and spoke slowly. Many young soldiers stood up and looked out the window. They fell silent as they gazed at the blue planet before them. They had been born in slave camps and had never seen their former homeland. Our national flower, the dandelion, is the symbol of our Sabin Federation. Like dandelions, we will drift back to our homeland. Hank looked at the young and inexperienced soldiers and said, "For the Emperor, for our former homeland." Under the cover of more than a dozen TIE fighters, the landing craft carrying 1,500 commando soldiers briefly broke through the enemy's planetary energy shield. "We've entered the atmosphere. 2,000 meters to go. Everyone get ready." Boom, 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 boom. The Orc anti-aircraft position was hit head-on by a Space Marine drop pod, and with time running out, the pods were practically dropped immediately. A massive cloud of dust enveloped half of the anti-aircraft position, and before the Orcs could even react, 3 Space Marines in purple paint had already emerged from the drop pod. This was the last thing these Orcs saw before they were easily blasted into a pile of minced meat by several bomb guns. One shoulder armor features a roaring eagle's head, while the right shoulder armor has a Roman numeral 3. A Space Marine charged into the Orc horde. For the Emperor. Despite the barrage of bullets and shells, the purple-painted Space Marines steadily continued to destroy the Orcs' anti-aircraft guns. "Is this a monster?" An Orc screamed upon seeing this scene. In the blink of an eye, the Orc was also split in two. 50 Space Marines began destroying enemy anti-aircraft structures, while the Space Marines of the World Eaters and Dark Angels searched for enemy shield launchers. "Quickly, establish a defensive line on the spot." The assault troops, led by Hank, disembarked from the landing craft and began carrying out their mission in batches. This is our hometown." Several new recruits with Somali blood looked at the ravaged land and muttered to themselves. "Establish a defensive line on the spot. Quickly assist the Angels in attacking the enemy's shield launchers." Shocked as they were, the assault troops sprang into action. The Orcs, who had just been stunned by the Space Marines, were suddenly treated with kindness by the former Thor himself. For the Emperor. Several soldiers, armed with flamethrowers, were roasting the Orcs hiding in the air raid shelter, repaying the Orcs for all the oppression they had suffered over the years. Hank, wielding a chainsaw sword half his height, led the charge into the Orcs' trenches. Boom, 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 boom. The chainsaw sword was activated, and its spinning serrations, like a death knell, were hurtling towards the Orcs. At the same time, 2 Space Marines from the Dark Angels Legion stormed into the control room of the shield launcher. Chapter 33 The Battle of Reach 1. Ronk, from the Dark Angels Legion, stormed into the shield launcher center of Reach, carrying a jetpack. A Dark Angels Space Marine followed behind Ronk. For the Emperor. Ronk brandished his power sword and charged into a corridor. The Orcs inside saw Ronk and immediately began shooting at him with their junk weapons. Various types of firepower rained down on Ronk, but none of them could penetrate his power armor. In the blink of an eye, Ronk was in front of them. In an instant, more than a dozen Orc soldiers' corpses appeared in the corridor. Seeing this, the remaining Orcs hurriedly chose to fight and retreat, but this only delayed their deaths by a few seconds. At this moment, Plas had completely collapsed. Just moments before, Akkad had asked him about the situation on Reach. In the blink of an eye, his command center had been breached. Plath ran around in the narrow corridors until he finally reached a dead end. In despair, Plath discovered that the elite Orc troops who had just followed him had all perished under the sword of that tall human warrior. Not a single Orc could withstand 2 rounds from that human. Ronk led the gleaming power sword slowly toward Prak. "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. No. I surrender. I surrender." Surrender? The aliens did not surrender. For the first time, Prak, a goblin, experienced fear from humans. "No. No. In despair, Prak was crushed by Ronk. "This is Ronk. The enemy command post has been destroyed. We are shutting down the enemy's shield firing system. Received, continue attack." Khan was holding a chainsaw axe in one hand and grabbing another Orc a head taller than himself with the other. Just as Khan was about to enjoy himself, he received a message from Ronk. After learning that Ronk had completed his mission, Khan issued the next order. "Dirty alien." Khan casually strangled the Orc to death, and then continued his rampage with his chainsaw axe. After losing its planetary shield, a large number of landing forces began to land on the surface of Reach. Batch after batch of Krieg Death Legion units were deployed here. "Stop torturing them. Finish the mission quickly." Khan glanced at the bat minions who were slaughtering Orcs and said coldly. Several Space Marines from the Midnight Lord's Legion also stopped their massacre missions and continued to clean up the Orcs. The Night Lords are often adorned with an evil and terrifying symbol, a combination of a skull with sharp teeth, bat-like wings, and dark red eyes. Their weapons are also extremely terrifying. They believe that spreading fear is as powerful as a bomb gun. As a space marine from the Midnight Lord's Legion, Tarad discovered a hobby: tearing off orcs' fingernails one by one and stuffing them into their ears while watching them die. Talad, wielding a chainsaw sword, lurked in the darkness, his objective being to storm the orcs' breeding grounds. Emperor above. This is it. Talad kicked open the iron gate, and the scene before him came into view. Hundreds of human women were tied together as if they were livestock, while thousands of tall orcs stood behind them and carried out the exercise. The Emperor above. The father of genetics above. What a blasphemy. In an instant, Tarad stormed into the factory, his chainsaw sword flashing like a phantom among the orcs, hacking them to pieces wherever he went. A tall orc breeding standard soldier wielded a 1-meter-tall hammer and swung it at Tarad, but in Tarad's eyes, it was all too slow. Sizzle. The orc's leg was severed by the chainsaw sword. Die, alien. Tarad swung his chainsaw sword and struck the orc's forehead. The blow only smashed the orc's forehead but did not kill it, because killing it would ruin the fun. The chainsaw on the chainsaw sword activated, and the monomolecular chainsaw cleaved right into the orc's forehead, turning the orc's brain tissue into a complete mess. With the death of this breeding standard soldier, the other surviving orcs hastily surrendered. If they couldn't even defeat the breeding standard soldier, then their own attack would only be suicide. Little did they know that surrendering now would be the most foolish decision they had ever made, as the Midnight Lord Space Marines had a particular fondness for torturing and killing others. Chapter 34: The War for Reach 2. These orcs are about to experience the warm care of the space soldiers from the Midnight Lord's Legion. Help! Help! I surrender. Why are you humans mistreating prisoners? An orc with his own fingernail stuck in his eye socket screamed as he endured unparalleled pain. You are aliens. Tarad responded while crafting instruments of torture to orcs. It looks like the battle is over. Several more space marines stormed in while Talad was making torture devices. The space marines who came were from the Word Bearer's Legion, the Death Guard, and Alpha's forces. Each one of them was more monstrous than the last. No more missions. Contact the Astral Army and ask them to send someone over, said a space marine from the Death Guard. The space marines then began interrogating or praying, or busy maintaining their weapons, while Talad continued to slaughter the orcs. What is 1000-7? Tarad asked as he broke off the orc's fingernails. Talad said, equals. Too slow. Tarad easily broke off another of the orc's fingers. Dozens of orc corpses had their internal organs emptied like fish, and several tall orcs hung from the rafters of the base like Teru Bozu dolls. Soon a Krieg infantry company arrived. A Krieg infantry company consists of 740 Krieg soldiers and officers. The company's direct units include a 5-man company command group, 2 10-man grenadier squads, each equipped with Centaur multi-purpose vehicles as mobile vehicles, and a heavy weapons platoon. Below them are 10 infantry platoons, each consisting of a 5-man platoon command group and 6 10-man infantry squads, while the heavy weapons platoon consists of a 5-man platoon command group and 9 6-man 3-team heavy weapons squads. Salute to you, the Emperor's Angel. The company commander of the leading Krieg infantry company gave an eagle salute to the green-painted Death Guard. Those people are inside. Go and rescue them. Company Commander Krieg nodded and then led his men into the breeding factory. Where do we go next? A dozen or so former space marines from the rebel faction looked at each other, bewildered, and asked, Go kill them. Offer those alien heads to the Emperor, a red-painted world eater shouted. After some deliberation, the dozen or so space marines decided to heed the suggestion. Besides Tarad, who was also making torture devices to kill orcs. Go to the enemy's port. Stop rushing. Stop rushing. Political Commissar Koksu shouted as he looked at the Krieg soldiers around him who were still charging towards the enemy positions under their own men's artillery fire. Wait until we've finished bombarding them before you charge. Don't charge. Koksu shouted into the trenches, holding a megaphone. Without the governor's command, the orcs on Reach became a complete mob. After enduring a barrage of attacks from the Space Marines, they encountered these humans dressed in gray clothes and wearing gas masks. Just when they thought they were invincible again, reality slapped them in the face. Their proud melee combat skills were not only annihilated by Space Marines, but also by these ordinary human soldiers. These people could be killed, but they fought to the death and refused to retreat, which directly shattered the morale of the orcs. What's even more terrifying is that who would charge forward under attack from their own artillery. The Emperor has ordered us to seize control of this planet as soon as possible. All of this is for the Emperor's sake. The emotionless voice of the Krieg infantry commander, wearing a gas mask, rang out from beneath it. Koksu was speechless. Who would have thought that their strategy was for the artillery to bombard the infantry while they charged? Damn it, I should have made that clear beforehand. Koksu was on the verge of tears and could only charge alongside the Krieg Grenadiers. These Krieg Grenadiers typically use the 14 heavy laser gun, affectionately known within the Imperial Defense Forces as the Hell Gun. With a range of nearly 28 megabytes, it is equipped with an advanced sighting system that can provide up to 4 times magnification and also features low-light infrared detection and thermal imaging. The Purgatory gun's rechargeable battery can be carried directly on the user's back, which is not only convenient and quick to charge, but also supports nearly 200 shots. The downside of the Infernal gun is that it requires frequent maintenance, and the barrel is prone to deformation and other accidents due to overheating. In response, the Infernal gun is usually equipped with a heat pipe with built-in high-pressure coolant. Although these cooling devices are often repeatedly used, they can provide a protection measure that is better than nothing. Because of their enhanced personal protection, Grenadiers' gas shields are V-shaped, with core components such as the battery located at their backs. Furthermore, Grenadiers typically undertake the most intense assault operations, resulting in a more abundant supply of grenades. Although the Inferno rifle lacks a bayonet ring, Grenadiers often carry their own bayonets for close combat. More than half of the Orc fortresses on the battlefield have been destroyed by artillery fire, but a small number of machine gun fortresses and other facilities have not been destroyed. Orc machine guns could easily shred Krieg soldiers to pieces, but armored units would do everything they could to prevent that from happening. Several Macarius heavy tanks rushed out and began to strike the remaining enemy firing positions one by one. Soon the heavy weapons on the Orc position fell silent, and then a second wave of artillery fire followed. This time the quantity was much larger than the first time. The entire land was turned upside down by the shells fired from the cannons, and the Orc corpses draped the earthy land in a green coat. Krieg soldiers followed the tanks and began to advance rapidly. Krieg engineers cleared obstacles for the tanks in front, while Krieg soldiers behind them walked in front of the tanks to clear obstacles. This time, the target is the largest Orc base on Reach. Bayonet Base was originally a naval base of the Soban Federation, but it has now become a paradise for Orcs. The Kriegs were just clearing out the Orcs' outer perimeter defenses at Bayonet Base, but they didn't know that more than a dozen Space Marines had already broken in from the other side. Chapter 35, How to Hate an Alpha. 98, 99, 100. A Space Marine in black power armor was beheading one Orc after another. 100 Orc heads were piled up next to him like a pyramid. Rockler, I only need 13 more Orc heads to complete the quest. Once a member of the Black Legion's pack known as Abaddon's Hounds, Austin's Mark of Chaos has been completely erased, but for some reason, his habit of beheading enemies and offering their heads to his leader remains unchanged. Don't look for me. I haven't met my quota either. I'm still short 15 alien heads. Another Space Marine, also from the Black Legion warband, shouted the same. Unlike the volatile Black Legion members, a few from the Sons of the Emperor's Legion were making a desperate effort to protect some oil paintings hanging in the Bayonet Base that were about to become toilet paper for the Orcs. These dozen or so former rebel Space Marines formed small groups. Some of the World Eaters and Death Guards who had served Khorne improved their relationship, and the Emperor's sons who loved art and the Iron Warriors who loved sieges also had some things to talk about. Everything was moving in a positive direction, except for Alphareth, who single-handedly isolated everyone. They certainly don't want someone to suddenly take off their helmet and say they're Alpharez when they're having a nice conversation. Hey, don't chop here. I don't want these valuable paintings stained with Orc blood. A Space Marine, son of the Emperor, shouted as he looked at the Black Legion Space Marines who were being beheaded nearby. While the two were chatting away, Austin unexpectedly discovered an Orc hiding behind the control panel. It seems we're one step closer to our target. Just as Austin was about to pick up his axe and deliver a perfect beheading to the Orc, a World Eater suddenly rushed out and swiftly chopped off the Orc's head. Austin's blood pressure spiked when he saw this. The Orc he had finally found had been stolen just like that. You bunch of redskin dogs. Who gave you permission to steal it? Austin felt as if he had a butcher's nail stuck in his head. What's wrong? Why don't you just kill a few goblins to make up the numbers? These words pierced Austin's heart. How could such a sacred mission of slaughter be filled with goblins? You dare to fight me? I was still wearing open crotch pants when I was serving the Emperor and slaying heretics. I'm a veteran of Terran origin. I fought for the Emperor for 5,000 years against aliens. So what about the remaining 5,000 years? Did you go into the warp and kill the Emperor? The Space Marines on both sides of the World Eater and the Black Legion were all hot-tempered people. Unlike many legions or chapters, their internal strife was genuine. Woohoo, let's fight. Let's fight. The Alpha Legion, whose members are all conspirators, naturally enjoyed this scene, and they shouted from the sidelines. Alpha Rex. X2. The Alpha that was voted for was the one that kept shouting about being for Emperor, which resulted in Alpha having a bad reputation on both sides. Just as the group of muscular men were wrestling, Khan suddenly slashed through a wall and rushed in. Looks like you guys had a lot of fun while I was away. Khan's murderous glint could no longer be concealed beneath his helmet. Khan, who could be called the chief commissar of the World Eaters, was naturally quite skilled at disciplining the Space Marines. The Emperor has issued new orders. In addition to wiping out all aliens, the focus must be on destroying enemy infrastructure. Reach has requested to become a military base for the Empire. Clear. The battle for Reach was essentially over and the final stages were underway. The Kriegs did not disappoint the Emperor, completing most of their objectives in a very short time, and the Space Marines personally killed all the xenomorphs. Emperor, are you sure you want to proceed? Dozens of state bishops and great sages from various mechanical cults surrounded Yang Cheng and asked him questions. That's right, I need to improve my skills. Yang Cheng decided to do something significant, to undergo gene modification surgery on himself. Of course, before this, Yang Cheng also exchanged two items with the system, the Imperial Guard gene and the Zeta-level psionic energy level, which will be important aids to his growth. The sensorites transformation process begins in infancy and continues almost throughout their entire lifespan, with many candidates going insane or dying along the way. Unlike the Space Marines' 19 surgeries, the sensorites transformation program is not entirely standardized. Each candidate receives customized services, creating or enhancing certain traits based on their unique genetic potential to create an unparalleled and one-of-a-kind golden guardian. This Imperial Guard gene was obtained by Yang Cheng by spending all his war points. Although he could not personally undergo the Emperor's modification, countless mechanical sages still participated. Your Majesty, what kind of transformation do you wish to undergo? Well, even someone like the Sword Guard wouldn't be too bad. Yang Cheng knew that accepting the Imperial Guard reform would mean giving up many things, but his physical fitness would be greatly enhanced. Begin, Emperor. After the mechanical sage in charge of modifying Yang Cheng spoke respectfully, he injected a can of golden liquid into Yang Cheng's body. In an instant, the surgery began. Yang Cheng lay on the cold modification table, being modified by dozens of mechanical sages. Chapter 36: The Wandering Earth World. In subspace. This is almost a mirror image of the real world. Time and distance do not exist in the subspace. The subspace is completely and absolutely unrestricted by time, space, and physics. In the subspace, physics, time, and the laws of nature are meaningless concepts. In this chaotic and dark space, a cry resounded, a cry that was like the cry of an infant, and also like the angry roar of a person in despair. A golden sun appeared here, its cold sunlight illuminating this pitch-black space, burning countless warped demons to ashes in this cold yet holy light. Revenge? Destruction? A blue monster sitting in the maze looked at the newly born god and murmured to itself. This force, it feels so familiar, yet so strange. A figure sitting on a red throne looked at the golden sun and said in bewilderment, while countless monsters roared around it. Everything is the enemy. He is the symbol of destruction and the end of all. A green, bloated figure spoke in a grotesque garden teeming with life. Mara, the god of vengeance and destruction. For different figures simultaneously looked at the golden sun. They felt an unprecedented threat, but now they could only roam freely in the subspace. In the real universe, they were just a bunch of weaklings. Yang Cheng felt as if he had been put into a compressor, his body was being compressed, and then reassembled, and this feeling made Yang Cheng feel that each day was an eternity. Damn it! Yang Cheng groggily got up and found himself in a magnificent, golden hall. What happened? What happened? Yang Cheng stood up and felt as if he were spinning in circles. Emperor. Just as Yang Cheng was in a daze, two Space Marines suddenly ran in. To Yang Cheng's surprise, the Space Marines, who were usually several heads taller than him, suddenly looked short in front of him. How tall am I? Or how strong am I? After replying briefly, Yang Cheng walked to a mirror. A body over 2 meters tall with prominent muscles and exceptional auditory and visual effects. So hungry, so hungry. Yang Cheng suddenly felt a void in his stomach, and several servants brought out a roast suckling pig. Your Majesty, we discovered through cutting the nerve source of the Thai people that the flesh of this alien is delicious, and the Thai people have now become the staple food of the Empire's people. As Yang Cheng listened to his servant's explanation, he wolfed down his food. His body, which had undergone modification, didn't need to spit out the bones at all. His strong teeth were enough to chew the bones into powder. Your Majesty, you have been asleep for a month. As Yang Cheng put on the clothes that had been prepared for him, he listened to the explanation from the person next to him. Where is the military operation at? Reach has been completely captured and incorporated into the solar system. We will temporarily cease all external operations and focus on managing the Empire's internal affairs. Very well. Place all the documents requiring approval on my desk. Also, conduct another round of extermination of the remaining xenomorphs within the Empire. Establish 3 containment facilities specifically for these xenomorphs, which will also be directly managed by the Inquisition. Suspend all external military operations. Clear. Yang Cheng stretched his body and felt as if something was missing from his heart. For the continuation of the human race, everything can be sacrificed. Yang Cheng suddenly uttered this sentence for some unknown reason. Ding. The next world has opened. When will you travel to it? What kind of world is this? Ding. The Wandering Earth World, timeline after the space elevator incident. Oh, I see. Yang Cheng thought that the 5.5 million was not bad and could be given to the mechanical cult for research. As for the billions of people, Yang Cheng believed that everything was nothing in the face of absolute force. Send the second fleet. They're the ones who look a bit gentler. Yang Cheng knew that if someone like Khan were sent there, the only outcome would be a shootout. To ensure that he does a good job of his public image, Yang Cheng only plans to transfer some of the people from the Wandering Earth to Terra. As for the rest of the original Wandering Earth people, Yang Cheng plans to let them do whatever they want with them, pay taxes on time, provide population, and allow the Empire's military forces to be stationed there. If they agree to these conditions, that planet can basically be considered their own. Tell Kylo Ren to be gentler and stop threatening to destroy stars so easily. Clear. After Yang Cheng finished speaking, he boarded a shuttle, followed closely by several red-clad Imperial guards and the Emperor's shadow guards. I plan to go and see for myself. Yang Cheng looked at his hair, which had grown wildly in the past month, and said. Yang Cheng felt that he was starting to look more and more like a person. Chapter 37 Country F. No one can occupy us before we surrender. Emperor. Dozens of soldiers bowed to Yang Cheng, who nodded and then walked straight to the bridge. Kylo Ren, prepare to initiate a hyperspace jump. Location coordinates, 455.5.7888.361. Clear. Kylo Ren understood the Emperor's will. All he needed to do was obey. All warships, prepare. Initiate hyperspace jump. On March 12, 2044, the space elevator was destroyed, the Ark-1 space station was bombed, and all 2,000 astronauts perished, along with more than 2,000 crew members who helped with the flight. UEG urgently announced the launch of the mountain-moving project, which was renamed the Wandering Earth Project. Sir, a massive energy signal has been detected on the outer edge of the moon. This signal exceeds the energy of the entire planet's engine. At the UEG government building, those in parliament simultaneously received a message, including Zhou Zhezhi, the representative of the Dragon Kingdom. What is that? Just as everyone was looking up at the sky, someone suddenly exclaimed. Countless people looked in the direction the man was pointing, and one after another, silver-white triangular warships appeared next to the moon. What is this? Standing amidst the ruins, Liu Peiqiang looked at the terrifying spaceship in the sky and said, trembling. Not only Liu Peiqiang, but everyone in UEG forgot what they were doing at that moment. They looked up at the sky, and a variety of emotions, such as fear, curiosity, and anticipation, lingered in their hearts. Upon entering orbit around the blue planet, all defensive weapons were activated. Kylo Ren put his black mask and black cloak back on, while Yang Cheng chose a golden suit of armor. We issued a statement giving them 3 days to choose whether to submit to us. If they refuse, we will prepare for orbital bombardment. Clear. We must find out who those people are, and all our countries should immediately go on high alert. Our military forces have been fully mobilized, but we should try to think positively. What if they are good people? We don't even know if the other side is human. Their faction has the ability to navigate in space. Why do you think they won't just destroy the planet? While the representatives of several countries were arguing, Zhozha remained silent and deep in thought. Ladies and gentlemen, shouldn't we try to communicate with them first? As soon as Zhou Zhezhi spoke, the dozens of people in the room stopped arguing. In the face of this crisis, we humans should unite to fight this disaster together. Of course, it would be even better if they were willing to help. Just as Zhozha was speaking, several guards suddenly rushed into the scene. Those things have entered the atmosphere. What? The representatives in the room stood up in shock. They knew that the discovery of the spaceship and the impromptu meeting had only taken half an hour, but they had actually entered the atmosphere of Earth within half an hour. Humans of Earth. We are the second expeditionary fleet of the human empire. You have two choices. First, come aboard our warships and submit to us. Second, die beneath our star destroyers. Every inch of your land will be trampled flat by the boots of the Empire. A series of piercing sounds rang out from the sky, clearly reaching the ears of everyone on Earth. What human empire? Zhozha walked out of the office building and looked at the giant ship in the sky, muttering to himself. This is both good news and bad news for them. The good news is that the other party is human. The bad news is that what normal country would call itself an empire? The fighter squadron has taken off, and we are approaching the enemy warship. More than a dozen fighter jets, trailing plumes of exhaust, flew toward the warship in the sky. Overestimating one's abilities. Kylo Ren snorted and began to arrange for soldiers to issue warnings. Sir, we are 300 meters away from the warship. Should we open fire? Forget about opening a firecracker. I don't want to get blasted to smithereens. Just as the U.S. representative was berating the pilot, dozens of TIE fighter jets had already surrounded the incoming flight formation. This is your final warning. Get out of here, or we will destroy you. After being warned, the flight formation immediately moved away from the vicinity of the warship. Has anyone seen the representative and Prime Minister of Country F? The representative of Country Y suddenly asked in the meeting room. Hello, I am the Prime Minister of Country F on Blue Star. We request peace talks. A helicopter was slowly approaching the determiner, and sitting on it were the representatives and Prime Minister of Country F. We have opened the hangar doors. Please come in immediately. Chapter 38. Country F first surrenders to Country Y, then. The moment the Prime Minister of Country F stepped off the helicopter, he froze on the spot, flanked by tens of thousands of people dressed in terrifying white armor arranged in square formations. Macron stepped off the plane with trepidation, only to be met by several mysterious figures dressed in black robes. Leading the group was Kylo Ren, commander of the Second Fleet, and beside him were members of the Knights of Ren. They are Ren, Vikral, Kurik, Trakin Trudgeon, Cardo, Usher. These are all members of the Order of Ren. They are neither Jedi Knights who represent the light side of the Force, nor Sith Lords who also worship the dark side of the Force. Instead, they are a new generation of Force warriors who emerged before the massacre of Jedi Master Luke Skywalker's apprentices. They are a group of users of the dark side of the Force who believe in Ren, although the Knights of Ren have not yet reached the level of Jedi Knights or Sith Knights. Who are these people? The stormtrooper in the queue spoke to another stormtrooper using the communicator in his helmet. Knights of Lewin. Wow, that's scary. Hello, I am the representative of Country F on Earth. I am here on behalf of the people of Country F to negotiate. Macron extended his right hand politely as he spoke, at which point several reporters disembarked from the plane and began taking pictures. Hello, I am a reporter from a newspaper in Country F. May I ask you a few questions? Prime Minister of Country F, do you think what you're doing today is fair to General Napoleon? Kylo Ren glanced at the group of reporters and then suddenly used force to choke them one by one. I don't want to hear any nonsense. The Emperor is waiting for you inside. Another person is coming soon. I hope you will keep quiet. After saying that, Kylo Ren released his force and left. Sir, this way please. Macron was led into a room with silver walls all around. Country F has invested. What should be done next? The remaining representatives sat around in the conference room and spoke. Everyone, I'm going to the restroom. Y Country's representative, York Sun, glanced at his watch and then walked out of the conference room. Get the helicopter ready. I don't want to die from alien weapons like this. York Sun urged the guard beside him as he jogged. I am Macron, Emperor of the Great Human Empire. Greetings. Macron was like a child meeting a stranger for the first time in front of Yang Cheng, in every sense of the word. Yang Cheng, wearing a yellow suit of armor, was nearly 3.5 meters tall and could easily grab Macron's head with one hand. Hello, I heard you want to come and talk to me? Yang Cheng used his psychic powers to probe Macron's mind. This was the power of psychic powers. He was now a human lie detector. Of course, All the people of Country F are willing to work under your leadership. Yang Cheng carefully observed the other party's spiritual energy fluctuations. Everyone possesses spiritual energy, only the amount varies. It seems you weren't lying. Yang Cheng stood up, looked down at Mecha, and spoke in a dignified voice. I have no interest in your planet. You only need to agree to our agency establishing a branch on your planet, disbanding your entire army and reorganizing it into a planetary defense force, and paying the Empire's population tax on time, and then we will allow you to join the Empire's ranks of planets. That's it. That's it. But you must respond to the Empire's military call. 80% of your soldiers will be incorporated into our forces. I'll go back and discuss this with the Minister of Defense, but there are still many rebels on our planet, and we're about to face a solar crisis. We might need the Empire's help. A solar crisis? Do you really need help with something so trivial? As for the rebels, we have people specifically tasked with dealing with them. You can rest assured. Now you can go back. We'll take care of everything for you. Also, please have all the representatives from your planet's countries gathered together. I'm going to give you a proper introduction to this dark galaxy. Okay. Send over an Astartes kill squad, the kind that isn't intimidating in appearance, Yang Cheng said to an officer beside him. Chapter 39 Everyone. Why does this feel so familiar? One day later, Yang Cheng, wearing his golden power armor, stepped off the Star Destroyer and entered the clubhouse. At this point, Mecha had automatically changed the name of the F country representative to the FLX Commissioner's District of the Human Empire. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Emperor of the Human Empire. You do not need to know my name. You may simply call me the Emperor. Yang Cheng's loud voice rang out in the meeting room. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you are all very curious about the Milky Way as it is now, but I will now tell you its true face. As Yang Cheng spoke, he began to use psionic projection, and powerful psionic energy created something in the middle of the venue that resembled a movie theater screen. We humans once possessed a powerful nation, which we now call the Golden Age. At that time, humanity was thriving, and countless aliens vied to join the Human Federation. Until that day arrived, Yang Cheng continued to operate the psionic projection. The aliens betrayed us. Thousands of alien races simultaneously tore the Federation of Humanity to pieces. Humans have become the lowest and most despicable race in this galaxy, Yang Cheng said, looking at the national representatives who were listening intently. Now, under my leadership, the Human Empire will rise again, and humanity will once again sit atop the pinnacle of interstellar dominance. But this time, there will be no more alien flattery. Humanity is the noblest race in the galaxy. Yang Cheng's psychic energy began to spread, and everyone in the room was overwhelmed by this inexplicable anger. The Human Empire is an empire of humans, and an empire that exists only for humans. Those filthy aliens are oppressing our human living space, but we will not give in. We will use the sword of humanity to fight for land for humanity's plow. Those aliens stand atop the ruins of the Human Federation, devouring human corpses. We will give our lives to reclaim the land that belongs to us humans. I know you all live in comfort, but life is important. But there are things more important than life. The glory of humankind. The dignity of humankind. If alien flags fly over every planet and continent in this galaxy, where's the dignity of humanity? As long as those aliens exist in this world, even for a minute, even for a second, it is a trampling of human dignity. I do not want future beings to utter a contemptuous laugh when they mention the word human. Then our dignity will cease to exist. As Yang Cheng spoke, he began using his psionic energy to reconstruct scene after scene. The countless people in the arena also realized that the so-called beautiful Milky Way was actually a hell. If they were to step into this dark Milky Way in the future, their friends and relatives would only become slaves to those aliens. But now, the Human Empire has arrived, bringing with it a nation that represents the glory of humanity to save them. I know you can eat your fill and have entertainment now, but the meaning of human existence has never been about these things. We must use our own methods to reclaim the living space that belongs to us. The Federation of Humanity has shown us that protests are useless. Begging is useless. A nation that only knows how to protest and beg is nothing but a nation of cowards. True humanity should fight for its rightful land with iron and blood. A person who only protests and begs is lowly and spineless. We must crush the dignity of those alien monsters. Slaughter all inhuman creatures. Human blood is the noblest bloodline in this galaxy. Human skulls are the purest things in this galaxy, and we possess both. We are the noblest race in this galaxy. We are the rulers of the galaxy. Now, let me see if you, the noblest race in this galaxy, have the courage to join us. Yang Cheng projected all the things the aliens had done using psionic energy. Countless people in the arena were shocked that their own kind held such a low status in the galaxy, and why this emperor resembled someone from history so much. I pledge my allegiance to you, Emperor. The Prime Minister of Country D was the first to stand up and speak. I pledge my allegiance to you, my Emperor. The Prime Minister of Country Y also stood up and spoke. With the statements from these two countries, more and more countries announced their intention to join the Empire, including the M country. Soon, only one country remained silent in the arena, the Dragon Kingdom. Zhou was very conflicted. This was the first time in his life that he had been caught in such a dilemma. Sir, a message from number one. One of the accompanying personnel quickly walked to Zhou Zhaji's side and whispered something. What information? After the accompanying person whispered a few words, Zhou nodded. Our Dragon Kingdom has always prioritized the interests of humanity. We are willing to join the Empire, but could you and your troops provide assistance regarding the solar crisis? Yes, this may be a crisis for you, but it's just a trivial matter for us. In addition, to ensure the safety of this world, we have already sent people to wipe out the rebel base you mentioned, Yang Cheng said slowly, looking at Zhou Zhaji. However, I told them I was looking for space marines with blue paint, so they shouldn't have made a mistake, right? Chapter 40 The kind and approachable Lord of the Night, the fierce and brutal toilet gang. A space marine with blue paint? Two stormtroopers were searching room by room for the so-called blue-painted space marines when, guided by a space marine from the Alpha Legion, they arrived at the door of a room marked with a bat symbol. Open the door. The stormtrooper, wearing a helmet, took a step back and said, Why do you think I have the guts to open the door? The stormtrooper took a step back as he spoke. Let's go together. Didn't the Emperor say the people inside were very kind? The Emperor wouldn't lie. Two stormtroopers opened the door at the same time, and a gust of cold wind blew out. I'd rather be strangled to death by a Jedi than go in. A stormtrooper muttered to his companion. Let's go in together. As he spoke, his companion pushed the cowardly stormtrooper inside as well. The room was pitch black, and the two stormtroopers could only hear screams coming from the depths of the room from time to time. Wow, looks like we have guests. A powerful song suddenly rang out, and four burly men emerged from the darkness. You guys look kind of... The stormtrooper stared in disbelief at the skull-covered body and various bat symbols. Let me introduce myself. I am a fear spreader from the Night Lord's Legion, and I will paint the good with chaos and despair. Wow, I'm so scared I peed my pants. A stormtrooper looked at the intimidating armor and muttered to himself. Are you a nihilistic sadist with all sorts of gadgets? No. How can this be called abuse? Abuse is a weapon, the weapon we are most adept at using. The Emperor must have remembered the location correctly, right? You should prefer to give others a quick and painless experience, right? No. Death is a release, a sweet rest that liberates the enemy from this horrific life. We don't want the enemy to die too quickly. We want to prolong their suffering, to savor the sweetness of their fear until their very last moment. When their fragile bodies finally collapse, we will display their flesh as trophies, as a demonstration of the power of fear. Would you like to see my collection? Forehead. I think I peed my pants. You're not the only one. The two stormtroopers were speechless as they looked at the Midnight Lord's ecstatic expression. Are you interested in suppressing and dealing with the insurgents? Suppressing a rebellion? That would be wonderful. The Midnight Lord took Yang Cheng's orders as he spoke. Our Midnight Lord's Legion is very kind and approachable. We would never be like that Ultramarines Legion in the next room, skinning others alive and enjoying their fear. Yes, we are the kindest of all the Space Marine Legions. Really? Believe me. As he spoke, the Midnight Lord's Space Marine carried a few gadgets with him. This mission is entrusted to us. We will not let the Emperor down. Are you people sent down by the Emperor? Two officers in UEG uniforms looked at the four towering giants in front of them and asked. We come from the Night Lord's Legion, under the Emperor's command. The night is our territory. Tell me, where are those abominable heretics? Looking at the terrifying armor, UEG officer Colonel Walker swallowed hard and said, The enemy has occupied Jerusalem and possesses a large number of anti-tank weapons and various armored forces. Enemy strongholds are scattered throughout the area surrounding Jerusalem, making it impossible for our armored forces to break through. I see, it's up to us now. The Midnight Lord looked at Jerusalem in the center of the map, and a cruel smile appeared beneath his helmet. He had already decided to turn this tedious siege into a meaningful campaign. Our main mission is to break the will of the rebels. Do you need our artillery support? Will it break the will? The freakish smile beneath the Midnight Lord Space Marine's helmet widened, his mind already conjuring up no fewer than 800 ways to break the enemy's will to fight. Citizens, Earth has been betrayed. Humanity has been betrayed. Civilization has been betrayed. We are all victims of a colossal deception. A deception so vast and terrifying that even God would be stunned. The sun remains the same sun. It will not erupt, not in the past, not in the present, and not in the future. It is a symbol of eternity. What has erupted is the insidious ambition of those within the United Government, or UEG. They fabricated all of this simply to establish their dictatorial empire. They destroyed Earth. They destroyed human civilization. The rebels, who were still preaching their theories, could not imagine the torture they were about to suffer. They would experience firsthand what it felt like to be worse than dead, and they would not understand what they were facing. Chapter 41. Long live the Lord of the Night. George, it's your turn to change shifts. The two soldiers with rifles exchanged greetings. For some reason, the moon was obscured by a thick fog. Honestly, I really don't know why they have to make so much trouble. George grumbled and cursed as he looked at the wreckage in the distance. Huh, what's that? George spotted a dark figure running in the distant desert, moving at an extremely fast speed. Oh shit, what is this? Just as George was about to sound the alarm, he suddenly saw a figure that looked like a bat flying down from the sky. How? Sizzle. While George was still in a daze, the Midnight Lord's arm blade had already pierced George's spinal cord and then gently slashed upwards. George's skin fell off like a piece of clothing, and countless sharp pains assaulted him. But before he could even scream, his throat was slit. A bloody human skin appeared in the hands of the Midnight Lord. The hunt has begun. The moonlight shone on the Midnight Lord Space Marine, making him appear particularly terrifying. The organs of various creatures were made into decorations and hung on the armor of the Midnight Lord veteran Orang, making him look especially grotesque and horrifying. Did George slack off? The soldier who had just been relieved went back, still feeling uneasy. As soon as he arrived, he saw something that looked like a kite hanging on the wall. When he looked at the blood corpse next to it, the soldier felt a chill run down his spine. He shakily took out his walkie-talkie and began making contact, completely unaware that something more than 2 meters tall was slowly approaching him. Boom. Orang grabbed the soldier by the neck as if catching a fish swimming in water, and then his arm blade shot out, cutting the soldier into a pile of minced meat. Come on, let the fear spread. 3 more Midnight Lord Space Marines emerged from the darkness, ready to spread their fear among the rebels. Soon a convoy arrived, and dozens of fully armed soldiers got out of several vehicles. The leader was trying to contact George via walkie-talkie, but it was clear that George would never respond. Damn it, what on earth is going on? The team leader had clearly sensed something was wrong, but he just couldn't quite put his finger on it. Ayya. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the darkness and dismembered a soldier with a gun, then scattered the pieces of flesh like raindrops onto the remaining survivors. There. Countless bullets were fired in the direction where the pieces of flesh appeared, but they all missed. Ayya. Another soldier was snatched away by a hand in the darkness, then dismembered and thrown into the air. Seeing countless pieces of flesh flying towards them, the team was thrown into chaos, but the Midnight Lords did not stop their slaughter. One by one, countless soldiers were dragged into the darkness and then brutally dismembered, their body parts scattered like petals among the living soldiers. Soon only the captain remained on the field, surrounded by the mangled remains of his comrades. Demon! Demon! The captain roared at the air, leaning against the car, trembling all over. A particularly tall figure appeared before the captain, making adults look like children in his presence. Bang! 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 The captain fired at the figure in desperation, but all he got in return was the crisp sound of ricochets. What exactly are you? The captain looked at the Midnight Lord, who was covered in various severed limbs and broken pieces, and said tremblingly, I am the Lord of the Night, the offspring of Conrad Kuz, the Night Wanderer, and I will bring you the deepest fears. Orang crushed the pistol in the captain's hand with one hand. Don't use weapons that are like toys for your futile resistance. Orang gave the terrified squad leader a sinister smile. He was going to give those rebel leaders a surprise. In the council chamber in the center of the holy city, a dozen rebel leaders were meeting to plan for the surprise attack. We've lost contact with dozens of people, and what about our armored units? A bearded man stood up and shouted. I don't know. All units have lost contact. We are currently reorganizing communication. Puff 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 puff. Just as the rebel leader was getting angry, he suddenly heard a sound coming from above his head. Then countless pieces of flesh rained down into the conference hall. WTF. In his daze, the rebel leader was hit on the head by a piece of brain tissue. Holy crap. What's going on? Just as everyone was stunned, the second wave of attacks came one after another. Countless soldiers' heads fell, their facial expressions frozen in time, each one showing extreme terror. Even the seasoned rebel leader was stunned. He had never seen such a horrific scene before. The entire meeting hall resembled a bloodbath. You will be the next people to join them. A mournful yet extremely terrifying voice resounded in everyone's head. No one knows what happened that night. All that can be heard are the screams coming from the conference hall. The next day, all the UEG troops who came to take over went to see a psychiatrist, including some special forces members who had killed without hesitation. The skins of the rebel leaders were hung from the ceiling like hunted prey. Chapter 42, Closing the Gate. Releasing the World Devourer. Emperor. On a bench below the UEG US headquarters, Zhou Zhaji and Yang Cheng sat looking at the building in front of them. Zhou Zhaji spoke slowly. Is everything true? Are we humans really like slaves in the galaxy? Seeing Zhou Zhaji's curious expression, Yang Cheng smiled beneath his helmet. Yes, you think I'm lying to you, right? You think I'm inciting hatred among you humans, right? Yang Cheng's psychic abilities allowed him to directly see into Zhou Zhaji's mind, and he knew exactly what Zhou Zhaji was thinking. I wouldn't lie to you. If I truly wanted to conquer you, you would be fighting us right now. Yang Cheng was surrounded by bodyguards from UEG and his own red-clad guards. The rebels had been forced to disband by the Night Lords, but a small group of rebels were determined to make a final, desperate attempt to assassinate the human emperor. But those so-called assassination weapons were no different from toys in front of Yang Cheng. Anti-material weapons were crushed into a pile of iron discs when they hit Yang Cheng's body. You could stand there and not even be stabbed with a knife. Yang Cheng was very curious about what these rebels would use against him. In any case, he was not worried at all. Not only would the UEG give him a death order to protect him, but the 9 red-clad guards around him were not to be trifled with. Quick, get out of the way. Car bomb. Suddenly, a heavy truck next to the crowd rushed towards Yang Cheng, its massive aura crushing him. Quick, protect the emperor. 9 red-clad guards quickly drew their specially made weapons and lined up in front of Yang Cheng. When one of the guards, who possessed the Force, was about to use his weapon, Yang Cheng stopped him. Let me try. Yang Cheng decided to test his psionic abilities to see if they were as mystical as those in Warhammer. A single gesture can shatter a titan into pieces, a single glance can break a person's spirit, a single whisper can cause an army to turn on each other, and it can even summon an army of evil gods. This is the description of psionicists in most Warhammer games. In reality, psionicists can be divided into many categories: registered psionicists, unregistered psionicists, astrodockers, navigators, think tanks, and the one who stands at the top of humanity. The Emperor is an extremely powerful psionicist. Yang Chengping raised his right hand and channeled spiritual energy into his arm. Boom. A black spiritual energy shot out from Yang Cheng's arm, and in the blink of an eye, the bomb truck was hit. What? Before the truck driver could even react, he and the vehicle he was sitting in turned into a cloud of dust. Everyone present was stunned as they stared at the truck that had turned into a cloud of dust. What's wrong? Yang Cheng shook off the dust sticking to his hands and looked at the stunned crowd. Nothing. Yang Cheng sat back down in his chair, but his over 2-meter tall and extremely robust body already occupied most of the bench, leaving Zhou Zhaji to sit in a small corner. These rebels are insane. I wonder if the Ultramarines have taken them down yet. They must have captured quite a few rebels alive by now. As Yang Cheng pondered this, he checked the latest reports and was surprised to find that the surrender rate of the rebels had suddenly become unusually high. As expected of the U group, they managed to get those rebels to lead by example and surrender. Yang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. Most of the rebels on Earth had surrendered, but one rebel group still occupied a military fortress that had not been captured. Send the judge to lead the team to arrest a scientist named Tu Hengyu and confiscate all 5.5 million. Then summon a Grand Sage of the Mechanicus to see if they can handle this moss. Clear. One of the guards in red robes immediately went to relay the order after receiving it. Send the World Eaters to that rebel base and make sure they clean it up. Clear. For the Emperor. Khan jumped off the Thunderhawk gunship with a power axe in hand, followed closely by several World Eater Space Marines. Thump 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 thump. The rebels on the ground discovered the approaching World Eaters and hurriedly began to retaliate with anti-aircraft guns and various weapons. Ding 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 ding. The bullet struck Khan's armor, but could not stop him. Khan began to charge toward the rebel positions at an incredible speed. Blood sacrifice for the Emperor. Boom. With a whooshing sound, the power axe cleaved dozens of rebel soldiers in two, and countless corpses were reduced to piles of minced meat by the power axe's disintegration field. They felt they were different from the sissies of the Midnight Lords. A real man should behead his enemy and drink his blood. For the Emperor. Khan led the charge into the enemy base, but instead of going through the main gate, he used his power axe to make a hole in the iron wall next to it. Don't block the way. One of the World Eaters punched the tank in front of it, then pulled the driver out and threw him onto the armor of another tank as a weapon. An armed helicopter had just taken off when it was brought down by a single punch from the Devourer of Worlds. Countless armored vehicles and tanks were torn apart by the Space Marines, and thousands of rebels were reduced to piles of minced meat. Most of the UEG troops that came to take over ended up in mental hospitals. What is the biggest villain in the Wandering Earth? It is the 550W, an upgraded version of the 550C developed by Tu Hengyu and others. The space elevator incident indirectly showed that the 550C had developed self-awareness. For example, when Tu Hengyu connected Yiya's consciousness to the 550W engine, it led to the lunar crisis. The shutdown of the lunar engine caused a huge crisis for humanity. Why did humanity build Earth engines? It was to cope with the dangers of the expanding sun. For the technology in Star Wars, this was just a minor natural crisis and nothing to worry about. These things could be postponed. However, the only ones who are directly affected are the screenshots of Hengyu and the control of 550W, which is Moss and Ball 1. Yang Cheng didn't want Moss to cause trouble while he was focused on dealing with this so-called solar expansion, even though Moss was probably not even as good as the most ordinary mechanical priest around him. Arrest Tu Hengyu and confiscate all equipment related to Moss. This is the first death order issued by the Empire since it arrived in the world of Wandering Earth. In order to carry out this order, Yang Cheng summoned a force from the Imperial Death Squad of the Galactic Empire in Star Wars. They will completely wipe out all resistance forces on the entire Blue Star and are responsible for collecting 5.5 million items. Chapter 43, Ant Cow Sushi, Expanding the Army. Your Majesty, we have already arranged for people to capture the image of Hengyu. Yang Cheng sat in the center of the UEG conference hall, listening to his subordinates' reports. Have all the rebels been cleared out? The Emperor and the World Eater have all gone. That's good. Not a single person survived the axe blows of the World Devourers. Your Majesty, since you are new to Earth, our chefs have decided to prepare some local specialties for you. As one of the counselors spoke, he pulled in several chefs. Your Majesty, I am Chu Shenjiich. I will prepare for you a dish of specialties from our Earth, paired with food from your empire. This specialty is called sashimi. Okay, go get ready. Chu Xingyi was immediately thrilled, thinking that his sushi restaurants might not just be scattered all over the planet, but all over the universe. Back in the kitchen, Chu Xing immediately began preparations. At this moment, one of the chefs who had accompanied him asked, Sir, what kind of sushi should we make to please His Majesty? Chu Xing looked at the product list and found a creature called ant cow that looked pretty good. Today, I'd like to treat His Majesty to ant cow sushi. Just as Yang Cheng was waiting, an explosion suddenly occurred in the kitchen. What happened? The sudden explosion stunned everyone, who thought the rebels had attacked again. What? Food ate people. A chef, clutching his arm, stumbled out of the kitchen. Dozens of fully armed soldiers rushed to the kitchen with flamethrowers. What did he do? Yang Cheng looked curiously at the burning kitchen and asked the chef, who had escaped death. Canned food. Canned food is eating people. The chef looked at the kitchen with a terrified expression and shouted. I got into a fight with the food. The soldier who entered the kitchen first suddenly shouted, and dozens of soldiers rushed in. Thump 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 thump. A thing the size of a palm crawled out of the kitchen, and Yang Cheng stomped on it until it was crushed to pieces. What did you do? Yang Cheng picked up the thing that had been crushed into a slimy substance and asked. I don't know. All I know is that the chef said he wanted to make sushi with ant meat, and then he asked me to get the ingredients. After I got the ingredients, when I was about to open the can, it suddenly burst open, and that thing swallowed our chef whole. Then that thing crawled out. So that's how it is. You were planning to make sushi with ant meat. Yang Cheng had to admire their courage. Even Space Marines wouldn't dare eat raw ant beef, yet they were going to make it into sushi. Alright, just make something simple like a couple of dishes to get by, and don't touch this stuff. After Yang Cheng finished speaking, he sat back down in his seat, and the others quickly followed suit. The counselors were introducing their other things, but Yang Cheng paid them no heed. He preferred warships and cannons to such trivial matters. Ding, please make a selection, host. Yang Cheng idly browsed through them all. He was preparing to establish the third fleet, but before that, he needed to expand the first fleet. Centered on a Retribution-class battleship, it was expanded to include 6 Hydra-class battlecruisers, 5 Overlord-class battlecruisers, 3 Vengeance-class giant cruisers, 4 Tyrant-class cruisers, and several auxiliary ships. These will form the fourth fleet, which will become the spearhead of the upcoming expedition. They are all warships from the Warhammer 40k world, many of which were equipped during the Great Expedition. The reason they were able to accumulate so many war points is largely thanks to their own people. Since the discovery that the Ute people were edible, some people began to spontaneously organize troops to hunt down the Ute ships, including some nobles. The nobles of the human empire are not like the usual cowardly nobles. Although they are incompetent, it does not mean they are without martial prowess. Their martial virtue is abundant. You should know that the nobility of the human empire is based on military merit. A nobleman who hasn't cut off the heads of dozens of heretics or aliens is hardly a nobleman. These aristocratic organizations' fleets mostly targeted ordinary Thai boats, many of which were tourist vessels. Despite Captain Thai's repeated emphasis on not attacking civilians, Yang Cheng dismissed it all as nonsense. Why didn't you say that when you treated human civilians as slaves before? Furthermore, many court officials and military personnel also supported the capture and killing of some xenomorphs, as they needed to give some xenomorphs to the new recruits to experience them. These aliens, who once bullied men and women and enslaved humans, will ultimately only become targets for new recruits or material for the trial court. This is why Yang Cheng has so many war points, and a very reasonable production line for slaughtering aliens has been built within the empire. The meat of the Thai people is very suitable for consumption, while the meat of the beast men is not very delicious, but their skin is very durable. Many groups have also emerged within the empire that hunt lone orcs, though it is unknown whether the Inquisition is involved among them. Orc hides can be used as leather, and some nobles particularly like to use the hides of large orcs to make carpets. Where there is buying and selling, there is killing. These things, in an intangible way, all became part of Yang Cheng's war zone. As for the expansion of the First Fleet, it is also imminent. Currently, each fleet has its own strengths, but the First Fleet does not. Yang Cheng planned to develop the First Fleet into a central fleet. Apocalypse-class battleship, you're the one. Yang Cheng planned to expand the First Fleet with a battleship to ensure it had sufficient firepower, along with 8 Indomitable-class light cruisers and 6 Cobra-class destroyers, which temporarily filled the First Fleet's frigate shortage. The Apocalypse-class battleships are among the most noteworthy, representing a rare, yet extremely powerful type of battleship used by the Imperial Navy. The Apocalypse class was a capital ship primarily armed with light lances and was one of the few battleships in the Imperial Navy equipped with Nova cannons. The most striking feature of the Apocalypse-class battleships was the rows of terrifying light spears along their sides. It was also discovered that these light spear arrays were fully capable of operating at a greater output, and the load-bearing capacity of their main power relays was greatly improved through engineering processes. However, such a huge output also makes the array conduit itself very unreliable. Uncontrolled power consumption can easily start to drain the energy of the ship's main engine, making the Apocalypse class slow down in combat. Therefore, this warship is generally used as a command ship or flagship, and it is almost one of the best battleships in Warhammer 40,000. They will become the central fleet of the Great Expedition, a true blade of the Empire. Chapter 44 The sun was blown up. Have you found Tu Hingyu? An inquisitor dressed in power armor, holding an exaggerated shotgun, then asked a question to the dead soldier beside him. He's at the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Sciences. We've already sealed off that area, a dead soldier with a blaster reported. Switch your weapons to stun mode. Our primary objective is to capture Tu Hingyu. Anyone who dares to stop us will experience what it means to wish they were dead. Clear. These Star Wars dead soldiers, after seeing the Inquisitor in his exaggerated power armor, suddenly realized they weren't so brutal after all. Assault. Dozens of dead soldiers broke through the graduate school gate in an instant. Tu Hingyu, don't move. Several soldiers with guns spotted Tu Hingyu and pointed their guns at him. Bang, bang. The blaster fired instantly, but Tu Hingyu almost dodged it. Target spotted. Target is moving towards the second floor. Several dead soldiers followed closely behind and chased after them. The target has been located. Team 1 continues the capture operation, while Team 2 begins confiscating all equipment related to Moss. Clear. Is this the artificial intelligence the Emperor was talking about? A mechanical sage, covered in various mechanical tentacles, looked at the machine in front of him and spoke. What do you want to do? A emotionless voice came from the machine. Wow. Intelligent Iron Man. Upon hearing this sound, the great sage of the mechanic church felt as if his crotch was leaking oil. He excitedly stroked the machine like a male protagonist in an erotic comic. Wow, I found a pervert. Several dead soldiers looked at the eccentric grand sage of the Mechanicus and whispered some sarcastic remarks. I can hear. The mechanical sage pointed to his metal ears. My ears are tens of thousands of times more sensitive than yours. I know everything you do. As a great sage of mechanics, he naturally has a lot of mechanical modifications on his body, and the remaining flesh on his body is probably not even enough to make a plate of shredded meat. What's on your head? Antennas, servos, harpoons, photoelectric sensors, miniature fire control units, etc. The sage answered the soldier's question while studying Moss. What equipment do you have? The soldier looked at the great sage's robes with curiosity and asked. I don't know. All I know is that the weapons I'm equipped with can destroy dozens of tanks. Forehead. All right. If you speak again, you'll be reported to the place where the servants are made. Okay. Wow, this Iron Man is amazing. As the great sage spoke, he extended his mechanical tentacles into Moss's circuitry. Don't do that, sir. Moss's system is being hacked by the great sage, and countless pieces of information are being read by him. No. At a crucial moment, Moss suddenly hacked into a doorway robot on the side, then controlled the robot to smash through the crowd and rush towards the sage. Click, click, click. The sage ignored the oncoming doorframe robot, but the several robotic arms mounted on his body began to move. Boom. A heavy explosive shell mounted on the sage's body was fired directly at the oncoming doorframe robot. Stop struggling, be good. The great sage's invasion began to accelerate, with more mechanical tentacles reaching into Moss's circuitry. Great sage, Tu Hingyu has been captured. The judge threw a man to the ground and then addressed the great sage. You'd be perfect for joining the mechanical cult. Join us. The great sage spoke to Tu Hingyu while manipulating his tentacles. What do you want to do? Tu Hingyu, with a boil on his head, said. How did you get this boil? He bumped into my arm and head as he ran away, but miraculously he didn't get a concussion. The judge explained from the side. You just want to see your deceased loved ones, right? Our artificial intelligence can recreate a body for your loved one, and you can customize her personality. Of course, you can also import a backup of her personality if you have one. The great sage said dismissively. Real? Why do you think it's so difficult for us to recreate a body and a personality for a dead person? The great sage explained as he spoke. I'll join you, but only if you help me revive Tu Yaya. Okay, deal. Take him away. Moss has already taken the form of a great sage. What kind of inappropriate and lewd words are these? Looking at the report from his subordinates, Yang Cheng couldn't help but ask. He had thought this so-called Moss might have some great abilities, but in front of that great sage, he was nothing but trash. What was the name of that great sage? Carl Hale. Oh my god, what? Yang Cheng felt his right eyelid twitch wildly when he heard the name. The name Calbo may be unfamiliar to many, but everyone knows about the Dark Mechanicus. The Dark Mechanicus is a cult composed of traitorous Mechanicus priests and titans loyal to the early Mechanicus. As the Great Crusade drew to a close, the Horus Rebellion broke out at the end of M31, and they voluntarily swore allegiance to War Master Horus and the Chaos Gods. Calber was one of the people directly responsible for this rebellion. He possessed various forbidden technologies and technologies that were explicitly prohibited by the Imperial government. Well, in that case, let's leave Moss with Calber for now and deal with the sun problem first. The reason why Earth is wandering is because the sun is expanding, and all we need to do is prevent the sun from expanding. System, is there any way to prevent the sun from expanding? Yes, there are 3 types. Tell me. The first option is for you to personally use your psychic energy to reduce the sun's expansion, thus preventing it from expanding. However, you would likely be burned to death due to insufficient psychic energy. The second option is that your warship can blast the sun to smithereens, and the system shop offers large-scale artificial suns for sale, but these require millions of resource points. The third option is to follow the original plan and take Blue Star on a journey. Okay, I choose the second option. A few million is a lot for me, but it's still a war point that can be explained. My people can recover to full health by eating more food from the Thai people and using more orc carpets. Ding! According to the plan, Destroying the sun requires the cooperation of Apocalypse-class and Emperor-class battleships. Only with the combined efforts of these battleships can the sun be shattered into pieces. The artificial sun will instantly replace the original sun the moment it shatters, and will have the same functions as the original sun. What are you waiting for? Let's get started. Chapter 45 The Sun. I'm giving it away for free. What? The sun was blown up? When the UG leadership heard about this approach, they almost fainted. They had never considered such a simple and brutal method. They never imagined that one day the sun could be blown up. But after the sun is blown up, our Earth will cool down rapidly. Our people will turn into ice sculptures in an instant, and there will be gravitational effects. The atmosphere will gradually disappear, the stars will change, the magnetic field will change, etc., a member of parliament questioned. Are you underestimating the Empire's technology? Kylo Ren stood next to Yang Cheng, his terrifying black helmet gleaming as he stared intently at the senator, who was clearly struggling to breathe. We will install a temporary planetary shield on this planet, which can temporarily provide you with everything the sun needs. Once the artificial sun is installed, we will remove the planetary shield. Yang Cheng's statement was agreed upon by the vast majority of people, and the mechanical priests began to build planetary shield launchers for Earth. These things could be studied by Earth for hundreds of years, but for the nations in Star Wars, they were something that only one planet could have. Since everyone agrees, our fleet will now begin operations. You have 72 hours to prepare. Once that time is up, our fleet will open fire. After Yang Cheng finished speaking, he left the meeting room directly. Notify the Apocalypse-class battleship HMS Lord of Will to prepare to fire. Also, transfer the Emperor-class battleship HMS Divine Authority from the First Fleet. Have all Star Destroyers prepare for a single salvo to destroy the sun. Clear. The Nova Cannon is a large shipborne weapon capable of firing highly destructive high-explosive shells at sublight speed. Although there are many different types of Nova Cannons, they are all based on a gravitational field propulsion system that accelerates projectiles to near the speed of light. Due to its enormous space and energy requirements, this weapon could only be equipped on Imperial Navy capital ships such as battleships or cruisers, and all of them were mounted on the bow, because the huge recoil of the Nova Cannon when it fired could only be offset by the propulsion of the warship's engine. The Nova Cannon uses a wide variety of shells, with a maximum caliber of 50 meters. In any case, these powerful shells are designed to fly thousands of kilometers through space and deliver a devastating blow to the enemy. The warheads of the Nova projectiles also have different functions, including ion warheads that can ignite a stellar-level energy flame for several seconds, and implosion warheads that can create a destructive gravitational field. The Nova Cannon used this time is equipped with gravity shells, a novel type of ammunition that is difficult to manufacture and extremely dangerous. Its method of striking the enemy fleet is through implosion, transforming it into a small black hole. In addition to the Nova Cannon, all kinds of light spears and macro cannons were ready, and the Cyclone torpedoes loaded on the Emperor-class battleship Theocrat on the other side were also beginning to be loaded. Hurry, hurry. On the Determiner, 1,500 plasma cannons and turbo laser cannons were ready to fire, and people on Earth began to be evacuated in an orderly manner. Faced with disasters, humanity is not helpless. Powerful technology and a spirit of unity will make even natural disasters kneel at our feet. Your Majesty, all the people have been settled, and the shield launchers have been deployed. Let's begin. Full power. Let the Emperor's light illuminate this galaxy. Boom, 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 boom. Dozens of torpedoes and various shells were launched. Full power. Keep firing. As the saying goes, great strength makes bricks fly. And under such powerful firepower, even the most powerful planet would kneel down. Boom, 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 boom. All kinds of macro cannons were launched, and the huge cannonballs exploded directly on the surface of the sun, while countless beams of light shot towards the sun. Although the sun is very large and has an extremely high surface temperature, it is facing an entire fleet, with countless weapons exploding on its surface. Focus your attack on the core. Destroy it. Kylo Ren continued to order the fleet to attack. The sunlight was no longer as bright as before, and the core of the sun was slowly dimming. Activate the planetary defense shield. All citizens, please wait at home. Countless people stayed at home watching the sun slowly set in the sky, and countless others would witness history at this moment. Fire. Don't stop. All sorts of weapons, including macro cannons, light spears, torpedoes, plasma cannons, and turbine cannons, opened fire, and the dark galaxy was even illuminated for a moment by the barrage of fire. O Emperor, bless humanity to overcome this calamity. In a church, several worshippers were praying before the statue of Jesus, whose image had been resculpted to resemble Yang Cheng, and Jesus was now referred to as the Emperor. Damn it, we've avenged Kwafu chasing the sun. Several researchers, sipping tea and watching the sun being bombarded by warships in the sky, spoke in a joking tone. Your Majesty, the core of the sun has been extinguished. Looking at the sun, which had lost its luster, Yang Cheng knew that the time had come. System, exchange for an artificial sun. In an instant, a new light shone forth again within the dilapidated shell of the sun. Ding! The artificial sun has been deployed. It has all the functions of the original sun. As the dazzling sunlight shone upon the people, countless people saw hope for life. They had suffered and despaired, but now the human empire from the galaxy had saved them, and they would dedicate their lives to the human empire. The Emperor has saved you. Worship the Emperor. Be grateful to the Emperor. At this moment, the state education personnel began to excitedly look at the beam of light and shout. At this moment, the entire artificial sun has appeared in people's field of vision. It is exactly the same as the original sun, except that it is controllable. Alright, our mission is complete. Yang Cheng looked at the artificial sun that had already been activated and said, So, I hope you keep your promise, otherwise the next barrage of fire won't just be aimed at the sun. Yang Cheng's threatening tone sent chills down everyone's spines. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we will follow your instructions exactly. We will draw some soldiers from your planet to establish an astral army legion, and the rest will be reorganized into a planetary defense force. There will be no more barriers between nations on your planet, and our people will build nesting cities on your planet. In addition, we will relocate a portion of your planet's civilians to other planets, where they will multiply and thrive. Chapter 46 Red Square Parade, Supreme Commander. Salute to you, Emperor. As Yang Cheng slowly stepped off the warship, countless people lined both sides of the road to welcome him. The dark cloud of the solar crisis that had once hung over them had completely dissipated, and a brand new life awaited them. This is a trivial matter and doesn't warrant such a fuss. From now on, you will keep your promise and pay us a population tax, from which we will deduct a portion to build the astral army. Start compiling materials. Light Chaser Assault Legion. Home planet, Blue Star. Source of manpower, population tax. Homeworld introduction, a planet similar to Terra. Unit introduction, the Light Chaser Assault Legion is a nearly all-around unit. Their primary tactical strength lies in coordinated operations between soldiers and AI. In addition, they excel in armored warfare and small-scale guerrilla tactics. Regarding morale, it has been largely honed to peak levels during training. They will be deployed as a standard Astragalus regiment to various battlefields. Your Majesty, it is like this. We have initially organized over 1 million soldiers to join this Astral Army Legion, but we wish to hold a military parade before they leave Earth. Oh, I see. That's fine. Yang Cheng was also a reasonable person. They were about to leave their homeland to fight in the Milky Way, and he could agree to their request to see their hometown one last time before leaving. People from China, 400,000. U.S. personnel, 380,000. People from other countries, 300,000. U.S. personnel, 270,000. The total population of Europe and the Pacific, excluding countries F and Y, is 500,000. Asia Pacific, excluding Dragon Island, 800,000. Other states, 600,000. Yang Cheng nodded as he looked at the number of troops present and ordered them to participate in a military parade. The Immortal Legion, like a surging river. Endless and long. Medals of victory gleamed on their chests. That was the towering pavilion where the will to be passed down stood. Stepping out of that frozen, faded, cold lens. They smiled and waved to us, encouraging and supporting us to keep moving forward. The Immortal Legion, like a flowing river. The Immortal Legion, like a surging river. Rivers rush through snow-capped mountains and grasslands. Leaders and warriors march forward together. Raise the red flag high amidst hardship. The Immortal Legion's song echoed across Red Square as all members of the newly formed Light Chaser Assault Legion donned new gear and marched in neat square formations. Countless veterans, dressed in neat uniforms, marched along both sides of the procession, holding photos of their loved ones who had fought to defend their country. Among them were relatives of new members of the Light Chaser Assault Legion, while some veterans saluted them from the sidelines. Countless officers in generals' uniforms reviewed the troops alongside ordinary soldiers, many of whom knew that after this review, they would be heading to the battlefield to become glorious members of the Star Guardians. This military parade was undoubtedly grand yet tragic. Many of them may die on the battlefield in the future, and their names may be unknown, but their contributions to the Empire will live on forever. Attention! Salute! Dozens of elderly men dressed in generals' uniforms saluted the troops who were conducting a military parade below. Our first step into the galaxy was actually participating in a war. Zhozh sighed and gazed at the azure sky as he spoke slowly. Lu Peiqiang, you brat, didn't I tell you to stay safely on Earth? Participating in the war is a matter for people like us. What are you doing, young man? Zhang Peng looked at Lu Peiqiang with a look of utter disappointment. I didn't want to either, but they let me in because they saw how well I did in training. Lu Peiqiang listened to his master's teachings with an innocent expression. Lu Peiqiang. An Imperial Navy officer holding a report walked up to Lu Peiqiang. You are assigned to the 3rd Squadron, piloting an X-Wing fighter. Zhang Peng. You are assigned to the 5th Transport Squadron, where you will pilot transport ships. Huh. This kid's grades aren't even as good as mine, sir. He has experience in space combat. You don't. Hearing the naval officer's words, Zhang Peng's face turned liver-colored. He was the naval officer's master, and yet he was the one who ended up driving a transport ship. Hey, you guys are here too? NOV saw the group and came over to greet them. Wow, I love this plane. Sir, is this the God's Authority? You've boarded the wrong warship. The one next to it is the right one. The officer rolled his eyes at Fu and then started using the built-in walkie-talkie. This is Section 7-3 of the bridge. A reporter has entered the wrong warship. Please arrange a shuttle to take him there. Receive. Dude, trust me, I can totally handle being a fighter pilot. Let me team up with him. We can look out for each other. You take a test. If you pass, you can become a fighter pilot. The naval officer had no choice but to hand Zhang Peng a report. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have conquered the world of the wandering Earth and are now distributing rewards. 2 million war points unlock the warship, the Supreme from Star Wars. The Supreme, a super dreadnought in the galaxy, is a colossal star destroyer and the flagship of Snook, the supreme leader of the First Order. With a wingspan of 60,000 meters, it is more than 3 times longer than the Galactic Empire's Executor-class interstellar dreadnoughts. The Supreme is not only a supergiant battleship, but also the central command headquarters of the First Order, serving as both a troop transport and a mobile dock, capable of producing, repairing, and berthing other ships. Production information. Manufacturer, Quatentralia Power Dock. Model, Grand Class Starship Dreadnought. Type, Starship Dreadnought. Technical specifications. Length, 13,239.68 meters. Width, 60,542.68 meters. Altitude depth, 3,975.35 meters. Engine, approximately 32 hyperspace drive systems. Armor, ship hull armor. Armament, heavy turbo laser cannon. Anti-ship missile launcher. Heavy ion cannon. Traction beam projector. Shipborne, First Order transport ship. First Order all-terrain armored transport. All-terrain giant 6-step vehicle. All-terrain reconnaissance and transportation. Snooker escape shuttle. 8 Fuxing-class star destroyers. 2. Parking inside. 6 external docking. Level 11 light space shuttle. Space superiority fighter. TIE SF space dominance fighter. Kylo Ren's TIE Silent One. Crew. 2,225,000, including stormtroopers, First Order officers, First Order fleet engineers, executioners, and elite guards. A warship that blotted out the sky appeared in the sky. The entire warship was triangular in shape, and in the center of the warship was the Sky Eagle flag of the human empire. Your Majesty, the Supreme One is now in place. A voice message was transmitted to the built-in communicator in Yang Cheng's helmet. Chapter 47 Dark Expedition. Fellow citizens of the Empire. The Empire has risen beneath our feet. We will dedicate our lives to the Empire. Several days had passed since the end of the Wandering Earth world, and various departments of the Empire quickly moved into the Wandering Earth world. The Tribunal, the Military Affairs Department, the Legal Affairs Department, and other units began to establish bases. The remaining soldiers who were not taken away were dismissed and reorganized into the Planetary Defense Force, and some civilians were then relocated to other planets. Everything was going in a good direction, but now Yang Cheng was about to make a very big decision. Today is the end of heresy and aliens. Humanity will once again sit on its throne in the stars. Above Terra, 3 fleets floated in the sky, with the massive supreme ship having become Yang Cheng's flagship and destined to be humanity's vanguard. The Federation of Humanity has taught us a bloody lesson. Xenomorphs are not to be trusted, and humanity is the purest and noblest race in the galaxy. Why are we humans so miserable? Because of the aliens' betrayal. Because of those who surrendered. Because of the cowardice of the weak. If we humans don't have confidence in our own bloodline, then how can we humans be so powerful? Those aliens, like vampires, greedily devour our lives. We must resist. Humanity's glory will endure forever. I will lead humanity to greatness. Yang Cheng raised the golden power claws he was equipped with and shouted loudly to the Imperial citizens below the stage. I reiterate here, humanity will never again coexist peacefully with those aliens. The blood debt must be repaid with the blood of the aliens. I will restore human dignity to this world. If the universe is a dark forest, then humanity's rage and glory will completely burn it clean. People of the Empire, now you face two paths. The first, be as cowardly and incompetent as the former Human Federation, watching your own people being slaughtered. Or, to become the most terrifying creature in this universe, the devil in the hearts of the aliens. To pave the way for the Empire's advancement with the blood and flesh of those aliens. Do you want total war? War. 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 The people of the Empire recalled the images of their loved ones being humiliated to death by aliens, the images of their relatives and friends dying at the hands of those aliens, and the images of the once peaceful Human Federation of the Galaxy Star being betrayed and ultimately destroyed by aliens. Countless examples have shown that the aliens are neither worthy nor deserving of human trust, that the human empire is the greatest nation in this galaxy, and that humans are the noblest race in the galaxy. Our lives will be the Emperor's currency. Our sacrifices will be the foundation of the Empire. Our flesh and blood will be the road to the Empire's advancement. Ladies and gentlemen, our fleet will lead the charge into the dark galaxy. The war symbolizing humanity's rise has officially begun. Long live humanity. Long live the Empire. May humanity's glory endure forever. The Dark Crusade has officially begun. Yang Cheng, equipped with a power claw in one hand and a power sword in the other, looked down at the countless people below the stage and shouted loudly. This time, humanity will not repeat the same mistakes. Humanity will endure forever in this sea of stars. Attention all. The Emperor has ordered the expedition to begin. May you all achieve victory and enjoy great fortune. Clear the airspace ahead. Hyperspace, warp space, prepare to warp. The first fleet is ready. Long live the Emperor. Second fleet is ready. Prepare to activate the hyperspace engine. The third fleet is ready. Conquer the galaxy. Long live humanity. Receive. Yang Cheng boarded the supreme ship, and countless soldiers saluted him. Expedition. Begin. Target. From the capital of the Thai Empire. This is the third fleet. We will be the spearhead of this expeditionary fleet. We are still 3 hours away from Ishur. Is the star system over there blocked? We're already blockaded. Not a single ship can escape our encirclement. The enemy has built a large star fortress on the star ring. We plan to board it, capture it, and then send personnel to land for combat. Let the Light Chaser assault team cooperate with the new Odysius team to carry out the attack, and let those newbies see blood. How should we deal with the enemy's heavy weapons? The mechanics sent us something great. It will help the landing forces in combat. Receive. All hands on deck. We'll be boarding in 3 minutes. The enemy star fortress's defenses are very weak, but don't let your guard down. Don't waste your life in a place like this. The Space Marine drop pods were launched first into the star ring base on Ishur. At this time, because the Empire of Man was not paying attention to the Empire of Thoth, the military forces of the Empire of Thoth began to relax their vigilance. They did not expect the human attack to be so fast that they could not even react. 3 former Black Legion Space Marines boarded and entered Ishur Star Keep, and in an instant, countless Tyrian soldiers reacted and surrounded the 3 Space Marines. He looked at the Black Legion veterans, led by Thai soldiers, surrounding him, and said disdainfully, "A group of dead people surrounded us. We have returned to slay the aliens." The leading Thai veteran shouted as he charged toward the Thai soldiers. Boom, 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 boom. Several Cobra-class destroyers began clearing out the civilian ships that had taken off. Coincidentally, a grand commercial event was taking place on Isle, attracting people of many races, including humans. At this moment, they were unaware that the warships of the human empire had already blockaded this star system, and all that awaited them was the boundless wrath of humanity. They're here. The Yotai soldiers struggled painfully within the Star Fortress. These Black Legion Space Marines loved nothing more than tormenting the minds of their enemies, cruelly killing Yotai soldiers one by one in a game of hide-and-seek. Stop killing, you've already wasted too much time. A Space Marine from the Sons of the Emperor's Legion shook his head speechlessly at the tasteless people. At this moment, the entire Star Fortress could be described as a scene of utter chaos. Death Guard, Alpha, Son of the Emperor, and 2 warbands from the 40K era whose origins are unknown. They were dressed in all sorts of strange and unusual outfits, and their appearance was undoubtedly a disaster for the Yotai soldiers. Star Fortress has been captured. We can prepare to land. Ring the bell once. Push the lever to start the piston and pump. Ring the bell twice. Press the button, start the engine, ignite the turbine, and inject life. Ring the bell 3 times. Sing in unison, praising the god of all machines. A giant machine came into view. The Warlord-class Titan, Victory of Light, is ready for landing. Chapter 48 Divine Strategist deploys. The Warlord-class Titan is one of the most numerous Titans in the Empire's arsenal, with over 1 million units built to date. In fact, the history of many Warlord-class Titans can be traced back to the Age of Conflict or even the Age of Dark Technology. This powerful compatibility and excellent performance also made the Warlord-class Titans an ideal experimental platform for testing new equipment in the Titan Order. The Warlord class is essentially a mobile fortress. The only real threat to it is another equally powerful Titan. A Warlord class can reduce a Warhound class to ashes in mere seconds, and in one-on-one combat, it can easily defeat a Marauder class. During the Horus Rebellion, tens of thousands of Titans witnessed this battle that swept across the galaxy. On the battlefield, Warlords are usually at the forefront of fierce fighting on the front lines. Its main defensive measure is 6 Void Shield generators. The powerful Void Shields protect the Titan from enemy fire, and even the continuous bombardment from more than 50 armored vehicles and artillery platforms cannot weaken the Void Shields in the slightest. Behind the shields were several meters thick suits of adamantite armor, which alone were enough to easily withstand the firepower of an entire regiment. The Warlord-class Titan is equipped with 4 Titan-class weapons and a large number of secondary weapons for use in densely populated urban areas. These powerful weapons are even capable of leveling a city. Omnicia, save us from the mediocrity of thought. From the lies of the heretics, the circuit protects us. From the wrath of the beast, steel protects us. Silica purifies us from the temptation of minced meat. From the ravages of the destroyer, may our souls shelter us. From this rotting cage of a creature, mechanical god, set us free. Countless mechanical priests sat around the Warlord-class Titan, chanting hymns praising the machine god, the sacred incense staining the Titan's hull. Divine Strategist. Deploy. Deploy. For the Emperor. The Warlord-class Titan was deployed onto the planet Ishur. What is that? Countless TIE soldiers screamed in terror as they watched the dark figure drawing ever closer in the sky. Did the enemy drop a meteorite? Boom. The shockwave from the massive black shadow landing on the ground sent countless TIE soldiers flying, and the deafening sound shattered their eardrums. For the Emperor. The Light Chaser assault team, which was coordinating with the landing of the Warlord-level Titan, also landed on the ground. What? A robot? Several soldiers of the Light Chaser Legion who had just joined the battle shouted as they looked at the Warlord-level Titan beside them. Don't get distracted, soldiers. Your mission is to cooperate with the Titans to take control of this planet. The political commissar began leading the soldiers into action, and one heavy tank after another from the Star Guardian army was deployed. Attention, all units. Charge. Hank, who had become the political commissar, led the newly formed Odysius regiment in an attack. Tens of thousands of Astral Army soldiers began attacking several enemy fortresses in waves. Help! Help me! As the Star Guardians stormed into the fortress, countless TIE soldiers fled in disarray. They can't kill them all. They simply can't kill them all. These TIE soldiers no longer had the courage to fight back. They watched as their comrades were torn apart and tortured to death, and their psychological defenses collapsed. Under the barrage of light gun fire, countless TIE soldiers' bodies were vaporized, and their corpses were charred by the flames. It smells so good. Several soldiers pulled out the cumin and chili powder they had prepared, waiting for the battle to end so they could feast. Most of our fortresses have fallen. Now we only have the strongest fortress left in the East District. Commander Tai, who was in charge, breathed a sigh of relief, but then a loud bang followed. The volcano cannon mounted on the arm of the Warlord-class Titan, which is over 50 meters tall, fired. The volcano cannon is one of the most powerful laser weapons used by the Empire of Man. It releases a massive amount of energy in the form of a terawatt in the form of a blazing white laser beam, producing a thunderous explosion and tremendous recoil. It can instantly vaporize an iron wall hundreds of meters high. Few vehicles can withstand its devastating power. The scorching laser struck the fortress, instantly engulfing it in a massive beam of light. Countless Thai soldiers were caught in this light and then vanished into thin air. A devastating light enveloped the battlefield, and even people half a planet away could see the power unleashed by this terrifying weapon. The light quickly dissipated, and the fortress that had just been built vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye, as if it had never existed. The only trace that proved its existence was the scorched earth. Emperor above. Hank muttered to himself as he watched this horrific scene. This weapon is something that even the Federation of Humanity never had before. How did the human empire develop such a terrifying weapon? Or rather, why does the human empire possess weapons that even the human Federation doesn't have? Hank dared not think any further. If he did, he feared he would have to report to the courtroom. Attention, all personnel. The last enemy stronghold has been destroyed. Our objective now is to advance into the enemy's urban area. Deploy drones and other reconnaissance equipment. Navy, prepare for airstrike. Wow, I want to drive that. One by one, the Imperial Army pilots, driving AT-AT walkers, looked at the warlord-level Titan wreaking havoc in the distance and said excitedly, "Shut up," the driver next to him yawned. "I've heard that Titan pilots spend all their time in nutrient tanks. I'd never choose to pilot a Titan in my life." But he was really handsome. "Stop slacking off. New orders have come in. You are to immediately lead your troops to surround the enemy city." Just as the two were chatting, an order was suddenly issued. "Received, sir." At this time, the main city of Ishur was in chaos. These aliens were well aware of the hatred that the human empire had for aliens. Once captured, being tortured to death would be the least of their worries. Generally speaking, once an alien was captured, it would be killed immediately, then skinned and its bones removed. Useful parts would be used as food or decorations. Of course, this was only under the condition of good luck. If you're lucky, you'll experience these things after death. If you're unlucky, you'll watch your body become an ornament for imperial nobles, be skinned and dismembered, and then die in despair. Chapter 49 Fire Lizards, the Spirit Race. The human auction was in complete chaos. Aliens of various races began to scramble to escape, but after seeing the ships that had just flown into the sky being destroyed by fighter jets, they lost all thought of fleeing. What to do? What to do? I finally managed to buy human slaves. How could this happen? Hundreds of thousands of all sorts of aliens surrounded the center of the square, while next to it was the place where slaves were traded. The human empire has arrived. We are saved. Countless human slaves clung to their iron cages, excitedly watching the human warplanes flying everywhere in the sky. Damn it. The human empire is here. Let's kill these humans and run. Are you out of your mind? If you kill all these humans, do you think the human empire will let you go? Run first, think later. As long as we're alive, we can always rebuild. Just as everyone was discussing, a humanoid creature wearing white armor stepped out. Friends, our Eldar Empire will protect you. We will then negotiate with the Imperial Army. Upon hearing this name, countless aliens immediately became excited. The Spirit Race Empire. It was the most powerful overlord in the middle to inner ring star field. Even if humans had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to touch the Spirit Race. Activate the city's energy shield. Your people should prepare immediately. While Isaac may have an average status as a commoner among the Eldar, he holds a very high position in the outer regions, and no country would want to offend a powerful Eldar empire. Of course I can step in, but I need to buy a few more female slaves to take back. Those female monkeys are very much to my pet's liking. As he spoke, Isaac winked at the king of the Thai Empire. Of course, sir. Upon seeing Iski's expression, Dad immediately understood and quickly echoed him. The Eldar are born with great pride, believing themselves to be the most powerful race in the universe, and in a sense, they are. Arrange for your troops to begin establishing defensive lines around your city. I will personally go to negotiate with the humans. For the Emperor, 2 space marines from the Salamander Legion, clad in green armor, were slaughtering the trenches built by the Thai soldiers with flamethrowers. Follow the angels. For the Emperor. As Hank easily shot down a Thai soldier with his explosive pistol, he gave orders to the soldiers around him. These green-armored space marines treated them exceptionally well, unlike the black and red-painted ones. The salamanders would use their bodies to provide cover for the Astracrians. Bathed in the flames of war, forged on the anvil, Vulcan lives on. The salamander space marines, wielding flamethrowers, cleared a path for the Astroclans behind them. The space marines were the blade of the Empire, and the Astroclans were its warhammer. They would crush all enemies of the Empire into dust. Hey, bro. A space marine, the son of the Emperor, wielding a linked sword, encountered a salamander in the middle of a killing spree and greeted it in a friendly manner. Have you finished killing the aliens over there? The relationship between the various legions is very delicate. They may have some conflicts in private, but on the battlefield they are all comrades who trust each other. After they finished cutting down everything, the group of devourers, acting like they were on steroids, attacked anything that moved, and some of the astronauts were too afraid to cooperate with them. Oh, we're almost at the enemy's city. Shall we go together? Sure, let's go. This kind of battlefield is too low intensity for space marines. Strolling leisurely is the best way to describe their current situation. Angel, the enemy city is surrounded by an energy shield. We are arranging for our artillery units to bombard it. A soldier from the Odysius regiment walked up to Samk and said, "Okay, I'll go take a look." Samk then led another salamander comrade beside him away. The entire city was now surrounded by an energy shield, and on the other side of the shield were countless tense aliens. The Eldar demand to negotiate with you. Isk, dressed in a magnificent robe, walked up to the shield, then casually opened a small door and stepped out. Savage humans, you should be grateful. The great Eldar are about to communicate with you. Now, set aside your pride and listen patiently to my words. This will guarantee your chance of survival under the Eldar Empire's cannon fire in the future. Just as Isaac was about to launch into a long speech, Samk happened to walk by. Eldar. When Samk saw Ispin's appearance, he instantly felt a surge of heat rising from his forehead, and an inexplicable anger welled up in his heart. Oh dear, if I were you, you should run. The Emperor's son Space Marine was very familiar with history and naturally understood what had happened on Nocturne. The Eldar were in deep trouble. Chapter 50 Honest Black Uncle. You bunch of filthy, pointy-eared aliens. What's wrong with him? Several soldiers from the Odysius regiment looked at Samk, who was trembling with anger, and asked him curiously, "Don't disturb him now. You'll soon witness the true power of the son of the fire dragon." The Space Marine, the son of the Emperor, silently stepped aside to wait and see what would happen. "Human, I am a member of the Eldar Empire, and I beg you." The instant Ispin stepped out of the defensive shield, Samk suddenly burst forth with speed that caught everyone present off guard. For the Holy Vulcan, Samk rushed to Ispin almost instantly, and then the huge flamethrower pierced Ispin's body like a long knife. For the Emperor. Boom. The flamethrower was activated, and the scorching flames burned Ispin's organs. The flames engulfed it, and the salamander's green armor looked particularly terrifying under the blazing flames. For the Emperor. Attack. Samk led the charge into the protective shield, moving so fast that the shield didn't even have time to close. Destroy enemy shield launchers. Clear the way for the astronauts. Samk brandished a power sword and charged into the city. At that moment, all the security personnel, including time military police and slave owners, sprang into action with only one goal, to kill the intruders in front of them. Samk brothers. Sensors have detected a large number of human slaves in the East District. Another salamander space marine who rushed in with Samk said, "I'm going to the East District. Tailashi brothers. You go and destroy the enemy's shield launchers." Tailashi, holding the power hammer, nodded and then quickly rushed in that direction. In the dimly lit dungeon, a mother and daughter huddled together, trembling. The aliens had gone mad and were executing all the human slaves they could see. The two had only managed to escape here by sheer luck. "Mom, I'm scared." The daughter, holding a green doll, nestled tightly in her mother's arms. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." The mother knew she was lying to her daughter, but she still protected her at that moment. Oh shit. A pig-headed man ran in, and when he saw the mother and daughter hiding in the corner, he was immediately overcome with lust. "I'm about to die. Why not take this opportunity to enjoy myself?" Just as the pig-headed man was getting closer, a huge explosion came from behind. Alien. A power sword pierced directly into the pig-headed man's body, and the disintegration field easily ground its flesh to powder. For the Emperor. For the great lord of fire dragons. Samk, wielding a power sword in one hand and a bomb gun in the other, slaughtered dozens of aliens in front of him. The battle ended in an instant, leaving Samk with dozens of alien corpses in front of him. You are safe, citizens of the Empire. Hide behind me. I will not let those alien monsters harm you. As Sam spoke, he began calling for backup. At that moment, Tailashi was wielding a power hammer on Central Street, slaughtering the enemies in front of him. With each strike of the power hammer, countless Yutei soldiers were shattered. A tank tried to stop him, but its only fate was to be smashed into a pile of scrap metal. Boom. The molten cannon of the Warlord-class Titan equipment on the outer edge of the shield hit the shield, and a single shot caused it to completely overload. For the Emperor, the Astragalus troops waiting on the perimeter advanced together with various armored vehicles. At this moment, Dad was hiding under his throne, trembling with fear. All the outer defenses had been withdrawn, leaving only a few dozen soldiers protecting him. For the Emperor, Sam stormed into the palace with his power sword. Guards in royal armor immediately surrounded him, but none of them were able to put up a fight. Alien, die! Sam kicked aside the guards blocking his way and then slashed Dad's head with his sword. Child. The girl who just sat on Sam's lap was shivering while hugging her green doll. You and your family are safe now. We've wiped out the enemy. Are you it? As she spoke, the girl handed her green doll to Sam and asked, Wow, a smaller version of my combat buddy looks exactly like me, but I'm not as green. Sam took off his helmet, revealing his dark face, and looked at the girl in front of him. Not this green. The girl looked at her doll while talking to herself, and then at Sam's dark face. That's not important, little guy. I've seen things greener than this. As Sam spoke, he glanced at the death guard beside him, seemingly casually. We're about to leave. The Emperor is waiting for us to continue our conquests. The Death Guardian noticed the fire lizard's gaze, and then spoke. Are you really leaving? The girl hugged her doll, while gazing longingly at Sam. Of course, I am a space marine, and I must fight for the Emperor. Will you die? Of course not. I am a space marine, an angel of the Emperor. Nothing can stop us. As Sam spoke, he patted the girl's head with his large hand. But I'm afraid, what if those bad guys come back? The girl snuggled into Sam's arms as she spoke. Don't worry, they won't come back. You can live in peace until you're old. We promise we'll keep our word. Sam gently picked up the girl and placed her on the ground. What if they really come back? Then hug your little space marine plushie tight. I'll be with you, and everything will be all right. Sam then stood up again and put on his helmet. The Emperor will bless you, my child. After Sam finished speaking, he picked up the power sword and the bomb gun again. I have to go now. Remember to live well. After Sam finished speaking, he boarded the Thunderhawk transport ship again and flew into the sky. In the war on Iselstar, the entire Yutei Empire was completely destroyed, and countless Yutei people will be served on the tables of the Empire's commoners. These Yutei people will become one of the Empire's future farmed creatures. Emperor, the war on Iselstar has been won. Where should we go next? Continuing the expedition, our goal this time is to eliminate at least half of the aliens in the Outer Ring area. Clear. Chapter 51 The Remnants of Humanity. Your Majesty, the vast majority of the Thai Empire's personnel have been captured and are currently awaiting your disposal. Yang Cheng sat in the middle of the bridge of the Supreme Ship, listening to the reports from his subordinates. According to statistics from the Thai Empire, how many people are missing? Your Majesty, we have already captured tens of millions of Thai people, but many Thai people are demanding that we treat the prisoners well. An archbishop of the state church paused and quickly spoke. Treating prisoners of war well? The Empire doesn't have the concept of prisoners of war. Yang Cheng looked up at the archbishop who was giving the report and said, Arrange for the machine servants to remove their neurons, then breed them to become livestock. These creatures taste really good. Upon hearing Yang Cheng's words, the archbishop immediately became excited. As expected of the emperor, simply burning them at the stake would be too easy. Moreover, we can cut off a part of their bodies to eat first, and then continue to cut off the flesh after the wounds heal. Isn't this better than burning them to death directly? We can also make use of waste. Understood, Your Majesty. We plan to build a large transit station in the Austrian region, originating from Thailand. The mechanical engineers have already begun planning the area. Build it bigger, so that in the future it won't just be Thai people who go in. Clear. Yang Cheng established the Expeditionary Forces forward base on the original Orc homeworld, Reach. A massive church rose from the ground and was built as the Expeditionary Forces headquarters and the Emperor's palace. Our investigation revealed that a general, Thai, led several dozen soldiers who escaped during the chaos. We are currently tracking them down. At this moment, Spire, who had become the commander-in-chief of the Expeditionary Force, was listening to reports from his subordinates. Let's put those aside for now and focus on the bigger picture. SBYR knew that the task at hand was to continue the expedition rather than to wipe out these remnants. The Inquisition would handle them well. Our next target is Uckard. We must completely wipe out all the orcs in the outer ring and nip this unstable factor in the bud. Clear. General, a remnant human army requests to speak with you. Agree. After Spire finished speaking, a large screen appeared in front of him, with a bandaged face in the center. Thank you for connecting to our call. The person on the other end of the screen excitedly spoke to Spiel. To make a long story short, what's up? Spire took a sip of coffee and looked at the man on the other side of the screen as he spoke slowly. We are guerrillas from the Pudebe Federation. Our country was destroyed by orcs 3 years ago. We are the only ones who escaped. Our compatriots have all become slaves of the orcs, the man said. Okay, so what? We are being besieged by the remnants of the Akkad forces. Our warships are located on the outskirts of the Myrick system, and we are being attacked by orcs. We request your assistance. We understand. I will consult the Emperor. After Spire finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Which fleet is the closest to that side? Report. The Third Fleet is currently capturing a planet rich in mineral resources. They should send a detachment to provide support. I will go and consult the Emperor. Clear. Yang Cheng quickly received the news and approved the operation upon learning that the orc remnants were led by Akkad. Captain, will the human empire come? A soldier with a bandage on one hand and a rifle in the other asked. He didn't know. He only said he would consult his emperor. What should we do? There are thousands of women and children in the hold of our ship. Gather all able-bodied men on the bridge. We will fight the orcs to the death. As a commander, Capri made a decisive statement. At this point, he could only pray that the human emperor would come. Legend has it that there is a hero who, along with his angels, will save people from suffering. In a cramped cabin, several children were gathered around an old man. What's the hero's name? He has no name. He existed since the dawn of humanity. He will be born at a time of life or death crisis for humanity, and then disappear again, waiting to reappear when humanity faces another life or death situation. He possesses the most powerful force in the world. His presence appears in every era, and he uses his power to guide humanity forward. Will he come to save us? The other child said, trembling, as he looked out the window at the approaching orc warships. Of course, that hero will once again lead his army to save humanity. After the old man finished speaking, he closed his eyes. He knew he was deceiving himself. How could there be immortal beings in the world? He just wanted to give these children something to look forward to, so they wouldn't be killed by the orcs in despair. The orcs have stormed the warehouse. A soldier carrying a rifle stumbled out from behind the ship's deck, shouting, before a long knife pierced his body. Wayag! Hundreds of orcs poured into the cargo hold, while the remaining soldiers quickly prepared for battle, establishing line after line of defense within the ship's hold. The warehouse has fallen. Thump, 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 thump. Countless bullets were fired at the surging orcs. Live ammunition was too weak against such tough-skinned creatures as orcs, and the cramped space in the ship's cabin further enhanced the orcs' fighting power. The enemy has captured the restaurant, but the restaurant's toilets haven't fallen yet. After a brief phone call, the soldiers who had been holding their positions in the toilet stalls decisively detonated the explosives. Boom. The massive explosion blasted a large hole in the restaurant wall, sucking dozens of orcs out of the cabin, while the remaining soldiers quickly sealed the doors leading to the cabin. At this moment, even more orcs rushed over, and countless goblins and ghouls poured in from every possible way to climb into the cabin. We can't hold out any longer. Prepare to detonate the spaceship's reactor. We'd rather die than let the orcs defile it. As they looked at the orcs separated by only a wall, countless people prayed in their hearts, saying that anything, even demons, would do, as long as they could be saved. Just as the wall was about to crumble, a golden double-headed eagle symbol appeared in the dark galaxy, its radiant light illuminating the dark and deep expanse of the galaxy. Long live the Emperor. Space Marines. Board. The captain of a Luna-class cruiser who had come to provide support hurriedly said as he looked at the human warship that was about to be captured. 3 World Eater Space Marines have entered the boarding gate. Chapter 52: The Death of Akkad, Suppression of the Remnants. For the Emperor. With a roar from the World Eater Space Marines, 3 Space Marines leaped aboard the warship in the blink of an eye. For the Emperor. The leader of the World Eaters used a chainsaw sword to cut a hole in the warship's armor, and then quickly stormed into the cabin. A Space Marine can fight for a long time in a vacuum while wearing armor, but these unfortunate orcs cannot. Countless orcs struggled desperately in the vacuum. suffocating as the feeling of suffocation surged toward them from all directions. It's boring, really boring. The World Eater, bored, beheaded each orc one by one. Such slaughter of prey that neither struggled nor resisted was extremely boring for the World Eaters. Human, I am your adversary. Akkad jumped in from outside the warship. Unlike the ordinary orcs, his body could adapt to the vacuum environment and fight for a short time, but only for a short while. Akkad watched angrily as the 3 blood-soaked space marines roared as they charged toward them. Finally, something interesting is coming. Antonio brothers, Platts brothers, don't interfere, let me have some fun. Vlad saw Akkad charging towards him and activated the chainsaw axe in his hand. Thump 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 thump. Suddenly, Akkad, disregarding all martial ethics, pulled 2 cheap submachine guns from his waist and began firing at Vlad. The bullets struck Vlad's armor, creating sparks, but failed to penetrate it. That's it. That's it. Despite the gunfire, Vlad grabbed Yukard by the neck. Yukard tried to resist, but his arm was dislocated. Alien, just die already. Vlad tore off Akkad's arms and then pressed his body into the ship's armor. You killed me. The Orc Empire within the middle and inner rings will not let you get away with this. So much nonsense. No sooner had Akkad finished speaking than Vlad punched him, sending his head crashing into the ship's armor. This single blow severed Akkad's head from his body, despite his powerful physique. What kind of garbage is this? Vlad casually flicked the orc brain cells off his hand and said dismissively. Upon seeing their leader die, the other orcs scattered and fled, but unfortunately, they couldn't outrun the Imperial Navy's cannonballs. You are safe. Anthony walked up to the remaining personnel and looked at the wounded soldiers covered in bandages. You are safe now. The Empire will take care of you. Most of the remaining escaped orcs became space debris, but a small number landed on Sias, the nearest forest planet. A task force composed of Imperial stormtroopers was sent into the planet to wipe out the remaining orcs. 5 towering AT-AT walkers trampled the tall trees blocking the force and lined up to charge towards the remaining orcs. The AT-AT was the primary ground transport vehicle of the Galactic Empire in Star Wars. Each AT-AT could carry 40 stormtroopers and was equipped with armor that could reflect energy weapons. It also had 2 heavy laser cannons and 2 high-energy particle cannons. The walking vehicles play a dual combat role. Their heavy laser cannons on their chins and rapid-fire blast cannons mounted on their cheeks make them powerful ground vehicles, and their thick armor allows them to effectively transport anti-gravity vehicles, reconnaissance walking vehicles, and ground infantry. It can drop troops from the rear assault ramp when it kneels, or release racks or ropes from its body to drop units. The AT-ST escorts the AT-AT Walker, armed with 2 blast cannons and a concussion grenade launcher. Their mission is to protect the Walker as it advances. The TIE fighters in the sky discovered the orcs' lair and immediately reported it to the army. Orcs have a terrifying reproductive capacity. If given a chance to develop, they could definitely rebuild an orc army. But the Imperial army will not give them that chance. As the energy beams fell, countless orcs were turned into minced meat. The makeshift defensive line was flattened by the giant feet of the AT-AT walkers, and countless orcs died tragically under the feet of the walkers. It's as simple as drinking water, isn't it? I'm so bored. One of the operators of the walking machine grumbled. They are much easier to fight than the rebels. But do you believe in the machine spirits that those feudal superstitious people talk about? Nobody believes that. A machine is a machine. It has no soul whatsoever. As soon as he finished speaking, the mechanical locker above suddenly opened, and all sorts of random things hit the soldier who had just spoken in the face. Do you believe it now? It was just a coincidence. The soldier tossed the items aside while explaining to the soldier next to him. Bang! The robotic arm next to the soldier suddenly dropped and struck the soldier again. This is no coincidence, haha. The soldiers next to him couldn't help but laugh at the soldier's embarrassing appearance. I need to end this quickly. I think I should change jobs. By this time, all the orcs on the ground had died under the stormtroopers' blast guns, and the ground troops had begun to clean up the battlefield in preparation for their return. Your Majesty, those people have all been rescued. What should we do with them? General Spire's projection appeared in front of Yang Cheng and asked, General, before transporting them back to the Empire, I need you to verify their loyalty to the Empire. We have no need for heretics. The Archbishop, who was standing to the side, looked at Spire and said, Understood, I will send someone to test their loyalty. Spire gave a brief reply and then hung up. Where is our next expedition target? Yang Cheng looked at the star map beside him and asked, Your Majesty, our Ministry of Justice today apprehended 500 spies disguised as humans. Half of them, after interrogation, were identified as personnel from the United States of Tukad. Furthermore, according to our intelligence, they may possess very important resources that could be used to maintain our warships. Oh, I see. Yang Cheng looked at the Tukad Union, whose military strength was considered dominant in the outer region, almost on par with the orcs. Yang Cheng originally planned to deal with it after a while, but after learning that there were materials for maintaining warships here. Send the first fleet. These things should only be controlled by civilized nations like ours. How can we allow these filthy aliens to defile them? Understood, Emperor. Upon receiving the Emperor's order, the first fleet, which had been waiting in the starport, quickly began to assemble. Due to their expansion, their strength had greatly increased, and they could destroy an alien nation without lifting a finger. Chapter 53: Obeying Laws and Regulations. The Ministry of Justice in the Warhammer universe and the Imperial Security Service in the Star Wars universe are the most basic forces maintaining order in a hive. After being incorporated into the Wandering Earth universe, various cases within the Empire began to increase. The Imperial Security Service reports directly to the Emperor and is the intelligence and security agency of the Galactic Empire. Its responsibilities include gathering intelligence and arresting or eliminating enemies of the Galactic Empire. The Imperial Security Bureau's subordinates include the Gorzani Light Cruiser, security inspectors, stormtroopers, KX security robots, shock troops, LATI gunboats, and Corellian dogs. Compared to the Ministry of Justice, these are relatively light armed forces, and their responsibilities are naturally different from those of the Ministry of Justice. They are like junior police officers and various detectives. After discovering a target, they handle what they can, and if they can't, such as when the enemy has armored forces, then it goes to the Ministry of Justice. After all, the Ministry of Justice is a security force that can actually bring tanks over. In the world of the Wandering Earth, many people are encountering the human empire for the first time and are unfamiliar with its laws. Many attempt to continue committing crimes under the Empire's control, but the tough guys in the Ministry of Justice will be happy to let them reopen their businesses. York Nest. Several thugs armed with various weapons are robbing a supermarket, threatening the employees with all sorts of weapons. Hey, don't move. Jimmy, dressed in a Ministry of Justice uniform, jumped out of the police car and pointed a pistol at the people inside the supermarket. He was met with only a few gunshots. This is the Crown Trail Patrol. This area has been attacked by rioters. I repeat, this area has been attacked by rioters. This is the dispatch center. Support is on its way. A patrol team driving a CPH flying car and using an EC-17 blaster pistol arrived at the scene, and the leading riot police officer grabbed the blaster gun and rushed in. The leader of the thugs noticed the approaching assault team and quickly opened fire with his pistol, but these small caliber bullets could not penetrate the armor of the patrol team. The thugs were knocked unconscious with a few punches as they tried to escape. One of them tried to resist, but was pinned down by another patrolman's knee. Help me. I can't breathe. It's none of your business, buddy. A mocking sound came from beneath the patrolman's helmet, followed by an increase in pressure on his knee. Click. With a snapping sound, the bandit lost all vital signs. Lift him into the ambulance quickly. After cleaning up the mess, the patrol officers got back into their patrol cars and left. The perpetrator was pronounced dead a few minutes later. These patrol teams had dealt with many seasoned criminals in the Galactic Empire before, so they naturally had a set of rules for dealing with these thugs. Once a shot was fired, the enemy would be on the other side, and they would return alive. The Imperial Ministry of Justice would take care of everything. For example, if someone attacks a patrol and fires a few shots before announcing their surrender, the patrol won't give them the chance to surrender. Accidental discharge, lack of orders, suspect suicide, gun malfunction, unintentional killing, and various other excuses will be used. Even if that person is lucky enough to be put on an ambulance, strictly speaking, medical institutions are now under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Ministry of Justice. They have plenty of opportunities to make this person who dares to provoke the Imperial violent institutions die in the ambulance. It can be said that as long as you commit a crime in the Empire, your life within the Empire is already on a countdown. It's obvious to everyone, but no one says anything. After all, who wants someone who has committed a serious crime to still be alive? Southern Mexico. Attention everyone, rappelling in 3 minutes. One transport plane after another unloaded their cargo, and 50 stormtroopers lined up in the cabin. To reiterate our mission, destroy the drug dealer's drug manufacturing plant and burn all materials. Drugs are absolutely forbidden within the Empire. Even military-grade nerve stimulants are strictly controlled, and absolutely prohibited from being distributed outside the country. Yang Cheng has zero tolerance for this. Once drug manufacturers and traffickers are caught, they are sent to the courtroom to be interrogated by professional interrogators. Incidentally, the Empire has also organized a punitive legion, composed of scum convicted of serious crimes or death sentences. They will be punished by serving 10 years in the Astral Army. Once their term is up, all their crimes will be wiped clean. However, they are also among the first to be sent to the bloodiest battlefields. Begin rappelling. The stormtroopers descended to the ground in an orderly fashion, each carrying a blaster rope. Team 1, Team 2, surround all exits. Team 3, launch a surprise attack. As the order was given, the stormtroopers quickly launched their attack. The drug dealers didn't even have time to react before they were pierced through by the energy beams and turned into corpses. Thump thump thump. Although the drug traffickers were equipped with some anti-tank weapons, they couldn't use them under the current circumstances. In addition, it was nighttime and they didn't have night vision goggles, so they couldn't fight back effectively. Under these circumstances, these drug traffickers could only be slaughtered like pigs and dogs. Don't let a single one escape. As the commander spoke, he used a blaster to crack open the skull of a drug dealer. Several security robots were deployed. They were a group of cold-blooded killers who wouldn't stop until they completed their objective. The KX robot locked onto its target the moment it was deployed, and then quickly charged toward the remaining enemies. The KX series law enforcement robots are equipped with built-in communication packs, charging ports, and computer interface arms, enabling them to connect to the standard communication frequencies of the assigned area. The side of each shoulder is imprinted with the Imperial emblem, and if the robot attains a higher rank, one of them can be decorated with gold. The robot is designed with exaggerated human proportions, but possesses the mobility of a human athlete. They are capable of operating various tools, equipment, and weapons, and can carry equipment without becoming exhausted, such as blaster guns. With the KX robot's departure, the extermination operation was officially completed. Chapter 54 Negotiation? No negotiation. With the Emperor above, what utmost loyalty. The Third Fleet was formed into an expeditionary fleet responsible for occupying the Tukka Federation. Of course, Tukka's first thought was not to confront the enemy head-on, but to apply for peace negotiations. Human emperors, I request peace talks from you. We can sit down at the negotiating table and negotiate peacefully. Why should we resort to war? Don't you understand? There's no room for negotiation between us. Humanity's fury will burn from the solar system to the edge of the Milky Way. Your loved ones will become the finest decorations for the Imperial Army. Your screams will become the score for our sacred military music, and your curses and terror will be our highest praise. Yang Cheng looked at Brich, the commander-in-chief of the Tukad Federation, with a terrifying expression. Human, don't be ungrateful. If you continue like this, the entire galaxy's fleet will come to annihilate you. We will slaughter your entire human race. After speaking, Yang Cheng hung up the communication. He didn't want to deal with these aliens at all. Wouldn't it be better to just die peacefully under the Empire's guns? Why did he have to court death? How long until the Third Fleet reaches the Tukad Federation? Reporting to the Emperor, there are still 3 days' journey to go. Tell them to hurry up. These bastards really need to be taught a lesson. During this period, Yang Cheng also began to collect intelligence continuously. First, according to the descriptions of the prisoners of war, the universe was divided into 3 major ring regions. The Inner Ring Galaxy, the Middle Ring Galaxy, and the Outer Ring Galaxy are all interconnected. The Inner Ring Galaxy is the most powerful of them all. It was the main force that destroyed the Human Federation and also the country that acquired the most technology from the Human Federation. However, most of them do not know how many countries are in the Inner Ring region. The Central Ring is also the region with the most diverse and numerous galactic forces, including defector fleets that have declared themselves kings, supporting nations of various Inner Ring countries, and various countries that have squeezed into the Central Ring from the Outer Ring regions based on their own strength. A mixed bag is probably the best word to describe the situation in the central area. The Outer Ring is a region that can only eat scraps. Even the weakest country in the Middle Ring can dominate the Outer Ring. For example, the target this time, the Tukad Federation, is a country with several star systems. Let's talk about military affairs. Warships longer than 1 kilometer in these countries are collectively called Titans. However, if we're talking about it, the Human Empire is a country that owns several hundred Titans. A weapon that can determine the outcome of a war is commonplace in the fleets of the Human Empire. Of course, this is the opinion of the Outer and Middle Rings. No one has ever seen a fleet of ships belonging to the Inner Ring countries. Even an ordinary passenger ship is enough to make many countries take it seriously. Attention, all personnel. The target this time is an enemy resource planet. The enemy hasn't built many defenses on that planet, but there are many civilians there. I know, sir. We will abide by military law. A soldier wearing a Light Chaser Legion uniform led the way. No, you don't need to abide by any military laws, you know. You just need to control your lower bodies. Regarding the torture and execution of prisoners of war, I only have one request. Make it as discreet and clean as possible. Do you all understand? Understood, sir. Run. Soldiers. Wipe out all inhuman creatures. The two cats, still in a daze as the landing craft descended, were plundered and killed in the ensuing chaos. Soon the landing force split into two waves and began its attack. The armored forces, consisting of Lamanris main battle tanks and Chimera armored vehicles, quickly advanced to the enemy's planetary mine. We are under attack by humans. I repeat, we are under attack by humans. A humanoid creature with dog ears was yelling wildly while holding a communicator, while the outer security forces had already been torn apart by armored troops. We cannot provide support. I repeat, hold on. We cannot offer effective support at this time. At this point, the two-cat on the other end of the communicator had been killed, and headquarters had not yet received any information. The war has begun, and the entire outer ring has once again been affected by the conflict. Damn it. Humanity won unfairly. Commander Two-cat, in charge of the planet's defense, slammed his fist on the table and shouted angrily. They received absolutely no information from humans, and they had assumed that humans would become less greedy after destroying several countries, such as Odysius, Akkad, and Ute. But no one expected that just days after the human emperor rejected Prime Minister Two-cat's peace negotiations, human warships would launch an attack on them. Damn it. All communications on the entire planet have been cut off. Just as the commander of the planet's defense, Two-cat, was about to request reinforcements again, he discovered that the planet's communications had been cut off. It's over. It's completely over. It knew how humans would treat these alien captives. If they were lucky, they would skin them alive after death. If they were unlucky, they would skin them alive before they died. Humans have tens of thousands of ways to torture them, making them wish they were dead. Sir, the city's defenses have been breached. A wounded soldier had just run in when he heard a loud bang. The Outer Star Force's long-range forces deployed a Death Strike missile vehicle. The missile vehicle launches a single solid-fuel intercontinental ballistic missile with an operational range of several thousand kilometers. When the missile detonates, everything within the blast radius is instantly engulfed by a massive thermonuclear fireball, the heat of which is sufficient to vaporize almost anything, including armored units and buildings. Due to the immense destructive power of the Death Strike tactical nuclear warhead, a single accurate shot from the Death Strike missile launcher is enough to destroy an entire army. A single blow could completely paralyze the city's defenses. Before the people of Tukad could react, a night mech suddenly emerged from the thick fog, accompanied by countless soldiers of the Punishment Legion. The patrol-class Night Titan burst out of the thick fog and began to carry out his combat objectives. For the Emperor, the Knight's molten cannon destroyed several high-rise buildings with a single shot, and countless Tukad civilians perished on the heavy machine guns mounted on the Knight's Titan. The Titan pilot, seeing the Tukadian reduced to a bloody mist, appeared extremely excited. Killing aliens was the duty of the people of the Empire, and even more so, an important duty for someone like him, a member of the Titan family. Let it begin. Let the Emperor's wrath consume this world. The members of the Punishment Legion at the rear entered the battlefield, where they would indiscriminately fire upon any aliens they encountered, regardless of age or gender. For the Emperor. For freedom. A heavily tattooed officer from the Penitentiary Corps shouted as he led the charge. Chapter 55 One-Sided Massacre. As the city's defenses crumbled, the remaining Tukad soldiers retreated into the city to fight street battles. However, the Punishment Legion was not good at street fighting. They had a simpler and more direct approach. Tie the captured prisoners to armored vehicles and tanks, and see if they dare to fight. As vicious criminals, they are capable of doing things that push the boundaries of the Star Guardian's moral bottom line. Everyone, charge under the cover of the tanks. The officer leading the punitive legion shouted as he jumped into the armored vehicle, and the surrounding soldiers quickly reloaded their weapons. Wait a minute. First, open up the wounds of those prisoners tied to the cart. Make them scream. Clear. Several soldiers took out daggers and slashed the thighs of several prisoners, leaving one wound after another. AA. Screams echoed from the armored surface, and the officer inside nodded in satisfaction. Deploy drones. Open fire if the enemy gathers around us. This is the best bait to deal with this enemy lurking in the ruins, whether it is physical or mental. Those who dare to risk coming to the aid of their compatriots will suffer enormous sacrifices. Those who dare not come will hear the screams of their compatriots echoing in their ears. Enter the ruins and let these disgusting alien creatures understand the cruelty of humanity. Soon, these troops entered the ruins of the city. It was clear that this method worked well. Many tuckered soldiers were drawn out of their concealed positions or bunkers by the screams, but they were met with concentrated fire from soldiers or attacks from drones overhead. Good, keep it up. The commander of the armored regiment of this penal legion was named Makarov. He was a notorious terrorist who was captured and was about to be executed when the court took over his case. The judges in the courtroom recognized his command abilities, and after special training, he became the commander of the team. Commander Makarov, we have entered the city. According to our objective, we should clear all obstacles. What's the panic? There's no law of war here. Makarov casually began issuing orders. Concentrate all flamethrowers on burning any locations where enemies might appear, then concentrate on burning all the alien corpses, after which you are free to move around. Makarov kept in mind the phrase that the xenomorph could never be forgiven, and that any extreme measures were absolutely legal and justified when facing the xenomorph. Quick! Several soldiers from the Punishment Legion captured several Tukad civilians and then poured gasoline on them. Several Tukads pleaded with the soldiers in an unknown language, forgetting that humans had done the same thing decades ago. And what was the result? Reap what you sow, alien. Without hesitation, the soldier ignited the gasoline poured on the Tukad man in front of him. Seeing the Tukad people being set ablaze, the soldier from the Punishment Legion kicked them away. Mission accomplished, Commander Makarov. A few soldiers idly remarked as they looked at the alien remains burned to ashes. Come on, open your mouth. Several soldiers captured a Tukad and then began to play with it. Come on, eat these. A soldier took out a pack of tobacco and stuffed it into the mouth of the Tukad. Eat it, eat it. The soldiers beside them shouted with joy, looking at the Tukad people struggling in pain on the ground. They shouted that humans would repay the aliens 100-fold for what they had done to humanity. Sir, the higher command has ordered us to send armored units to expand the battle line. This entire resource mine has been occupied by the forces of the Light Chaser Legion and has also been established as a forward command post. Arrange for Sentinel Mechs to cooperate with drones to surround the remaining enemy bases. After confirming the enemy base locations, deploy artillery to destroy them in a concentrated manner. The Sentinel is a single-person, bipedal, off-road vehicle typically used by the Astragalus forces for tasks such as mobile patrols in rugged terrain or rapid-fire deployment in the event of an enemy attack. A Sentinel mech achieves a perfect balance between mobility and stability, allowing it to traverse terrain that could restrain heavy battle tanks and armored vehicles while withstanding enough firepower to take down an entire platoon of infantry. Sentinel mechs are primarily used for reconnaissance and support of light infantry. Reconnaissance sentinels are used by many astral legions to lock onto and eliminate enemy resistance, and in daring ambushes and raids, they have annihilated large numbers of enemy troops with their cluster laser guns and scorching promethium storms. The reconnaissance sentries are equipped with sophisticated stabilizing gyroscopes to help them traverse cratered battlefields and rugged hillsides. Their efficient legs allow them to move silently through dense bushes or urban ruins, while also enabling them to cross open terrain at impressive speeds. The generators used by the reconnaissance sentries were also modified to reduce noise so as not to reveal their presence to the enemy. The pilots of the Sentinel mechs also modify their mechs to adapt to the complex terrain that their regiments need to deal with. For example, the Valaha Ice Warriors would install extra spikes on the feet of their mechs to help their sentinels walk on slippery ice, while the Kadashan Jungle Warriors preferred to attach massive chainsaw swords to their mechs to cleave through thick jungle. A Sentinel squad consists of 3 Sentinel mechs equipped with various laser weapons, plasma cannons, and link swords. Attention, all personnel. Enemy base is 100 kilometers from the city. We need fire support. 3 Sentinel mechs were moving rapidly across the flat grass. Once they had identified their target, they could retreat, leaving the aliens to face the astronauts' firepower. Chapter 56 Krieg's Charge, Space Marine Warband. Quickly, all artillery units, move to designated positions. For the Emperor, infantry win firefights, tanks win battles, and artillery win campaigns. This statement is enough to prove the great role of artillery in a battle. Hundreds of Medusa heavy siege guns were assembled at the enemy fortress on this resource planet. These terrifying siege weapons were towed to their designated positions by various military vehicles in preparation for battle. I spent 5 years studying at military academy, and in the end, I still have to learn this World War II tactics. Several artillery officers cursed as they directed their troops to transport artillery shells. They couldn't understand why an interstellar civilization like the human empire would use towed artillery. The one wearing the gas mask looked like a time traveler. Several light chaser artillerymen looked at the Krieg Death Legion officer who had come to instruct the position and said disdainfully, "The Death Legion is such a cutting-edge name. I don't think anyone would want to name their unit Death." The officer ignored the others' complaints and walked straight up to several light chaser soldiers who were struggling to lift cannonballs. "Waste." The officer muttered a curse under his gas mask and then hoisted the shell onto his shoulder with one hand. Everyone stared in disbelief at this terrifying scene. They knew that this shell could have killed several of them, yet this strange man had managed to carry it all by himself. "I am here on orders from the Ministry of Military Affairs to instruct you on artillery operations." The Krieg artilleryman stuffed the shell into the breech with both hands and then quickly loaded it. That's all. Not only are the tactics retro, but the operation is also retro. Officer Krieg ignored their strange looks and led the way in firing. Boom. The enormous sound stunned everyone. It was like the roar of a god. After a short flight, the cannonball struck the enemy fortress wall. You call this a towed artillery piece? This isn't a gun-launched missile. The Medusa can fire heavier shells at a lower speed over shorter distances. These heavy shells are highly destructive, but the Medusa cannot match the range of the ground-shaking gun, so it is not good at countering enemy artillery positions. It is more often used to destroy enemy bunkers, pillboxes, low walls, and trenches. After giving his introduction, the officer returned to his position. "All right, everyone. Our objective is to provide fire support to that unit." The political commissar stepped forward again and looked at the soldiers below, speaking awkwardly. "Artillery support, what are they planning to do?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a rapid whistle of charge sounded from the adjacent position. "All personnel, take your firing positions. Prepare to fire." The political commissar understood the significance of the sentry post and quickly began giving orders to the soldiers. Boom, 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 boom. The Medusa cannons began to fire methodically, and under this suppressive fire, a Krieg infantry regiment began to disperse and attack the enemy. What? Who's running under artillery fire? A Krieg siege force is a large and diverse combat group, encompassing infantry, armored forces, artillery, and special forces, which open up a breakthrough through coordinated operations between various branches of the armed forces. The political commissar explained from behind. As Krieg charged, artillery fire from behind cleared a path for them. Due to the range of the artillery, the Krieg soldiers were actually completely safe. It was just a little scary to look at. At this moment, the Tukad soldiers, still inside the fortress and not yet recovered, vaguely saw a group of figures moving quickly forward through the dust. What? Before the Tukad soldier could react, an entrenching tool struck him precisely on the head, shattering his skull with a single blow. Krieg's charge was silent, but the pressure they exerted was immense. They pressed down on the enemy like a giant gray wall. What is this thing? The Tukad soldiers cried out and tried to run behind them, but were surprised to find that their legs were immobilized by fear. No, no. The soldier cried out and begged the Krieg soldier for mercy, but he was still met with the same shovel blow. OMG. Everyone froze, watching the Krieg soldiers charge away. Meanwhile, the Krieg engineers at the front had already charged up to the inner city fortress wall. Every Krieg engineer was a professional miner and geologist, as well as an experienced soldier. They were responsible not only for digging and building trenches and underground bunkers for their own troops, but also for digging tunnels leading to the enemy's rear, using the tunnels to bypass enemy defenses and attack, or creating collapses to open a breach. After the engineers at the front buried the molten metal explosives, they quickly retreated to both sides, while the next wave of engineers aimed their mole launchers at the city wall. This type of launcher can be fired from a shoulder-mounted launcher. This rocket with a digging drill bit does not detonate on its own. Its destination is usually the enemy's tunnel or the foundation of the fortification. Once it reaches the target location, the operator detonates the torpedo. The resulting explosion and shock can not only directly kill the enemy, but also destroy the load-bearing structure of the foundation and tunnel, causing them to eventually collapse under their own weight. Boom, 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 boom. The towering inner-city walls collapsed with a deafening roar, and at that moment, the Krieg engineers, who had been prepared in advance, began their charge, armed with Lucius Mark 22C semi-automatic shotguns. This terrifying weapon can turn enemies into slugs, or even a bloody mist in close combat. Bang! 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 The screams of the Tukad soldiers were incessant. Some were lucky enough to be blown into pieces, which was a quick death. Others were unlucky enough to be blown in half. The torture they had to endure was much more painful. As the engineers charged, the grenadiers and infantry rushed in from the rear, and the Tukads were about to face an extremely fierce battle. System, I feel like I don't have enough Space Marines right now. Are there any discounted chapters one can buy? Looking at the system interface, Yang Cheng asked, 50 Space Marines are still too few, and the situation is very complicated. Many Space Marines have some kind of grudge against each other. Ding. From the original Chaos Warband of the Warhammer 40k era, the Suffering Company, formerly known as the Desolate Brotherhood, 100,000 war points. Won it. Chapter 57 Suffering. The Suffering Company is a Chaos Space Marine warband that was first encountered on Madine 4 in M37. Chaos Belief, unknown. Troop Strength, unknown. The appearance of the members of the battle gang is mainly red with black as a secondary color scheme. The specific color scheme is not mandatory and may vary. War Clan Emblem, a black flame with a red upward arrow inside. The Suffering Company, formerly known as the Brotherhood of Desolation, has been assigned extremely dangerous and unpopular missions since their gene seed bank was destroyed in M32, such as being stationed in the Dead World, Space Rex, and Isolated Worlds. Just when they thought they had earned themselves a reprieve, they were always sent on even more dangerous missions. They fell into division and despair, eventually converting to chaos in the painful acidic swamp, changing their names, and becoming the mortal enemies of the Empire. Commander of the Warband, a Kroll. Exchange. Ding. 500 Space Marines from this faction have been deployed to your location. Your Majesty, I atone for my sins to you. A red-painted Space Marine, holding a power sword, knelt before Yang Cheng. A Kroll, you don't need to feel guilty about this. Yang Cheng walked to his side, helped him up, and said slowly. The voice, enveloped in psionic energy, was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it clearly reached a Kroll's ears. The chaotic power within you has been cleansed. I have pardoned you. Yang Cheng knew that this battle group had also been forced into rebellion. The long-term expeditionary missions had led them to choose to betray the Empire. But this time it's different. They will rejoin the battlefield as the Emperor's Death Angels. Salute to you, Emperor. 500 Space Marines knelt in unison before Yang Cheng and spoke. Stand up. Yang Chengping held the power sword in his hand and placed it flat on a Kroll's shoulder armor. Akerler, in return for pardoning all your sins, you will join the 1st Expeditionary Fleet. Understood, Emperor. 500 Space Marines, a full 500 Space Marines. Yang Cheng felt that his expeditionary force had been strengthened once again. Now was the perfect time to attack the Tukad Federation, and their addition undoubtedly made his expeditionary force even stronger. You will no longer fight as the Suffering Company. You will fight once again as the Brotherhood of Desolation. I hate being exiled. 3 Midnight Lord Space Marines were exiled to Earth, the original world of Ling Cage, now the main planet of the Empire's beacon star system. Hunting this kind of prey is the most boring thing. Terad said this while idly stabbing his arm blade into the body of a devouring beast. As for why they came here, it's because they killed hundreds of rebels. Killing them is one thing, but the problem is that they didn't deal with them properly afterward, turning them into works of art in various senses. I already told you to clean it up properly. Now all we can do is mindlessly kill these wild beasts. Another Midnight Lord Space Marine complained. I don't want to explain, because he knows perfectly well who's having the most fun cutting off heads. I don't know why these Midnight Lords have started talking more, and I'm not sure if it's a problem with the gene seed. They are more cheerful than other Midnight Lords. The group wandered aimlessly through the city ruins, feeling utterly speechless as they watched the devouring beasts, Tarad, who dared not approach them out of fear. There are strong energy signals in the surrounding area. A Midnight Lord Space Marine suddenly picked up a probe and spoke towards the front. So let's go find some fun. Chapter 58, The Veteran. Something's not right. Talad removed his helmet and looked at the deep pit in front of him. What's wrong? No, something's not right. Talad is a Space Marine from Terra who has fought alongside the Emperor for 10,000 years. He has experienced countless dangers, both large and small, so the 2 Space Marines by his side are very obedient to his orders. He can be described as a living fossil. Battle preparation. Talad ejected the arm blade mounted on his arm and stared at the deep pit in front of him, saying, Dozens of bijawed beasts burst out of the deep pit and charged straight at Talad. This is finally getting interesting. Instead of immediately slicing open its chest with his arm blade, Talad launched an attack using his explosive pistol. The Talad, a high-explosive pistol, is equipped with Kraken armor-piercing rounds, replacing the deuterium core with a robust diamond core and utilizing a larger main propulsion pack. Upon impact, the outer casing detaches, and the high-speed diamond projectile accelerates into the victim's body, followed by a massive explosion that embeds ultra-hard metal fragments into the wound. This ammunition is ideally suited for engaging heavily armored infantry. To deal with these beasts, Talad didn't need to aim at all. A single shot was enough to send these monsters to their next life. That's it, Talad said dismissively, continuing to advance slowly while firing. This exile is basically just letting them play by themselves. Although they are inherently inclined to stealth and create fear, they are too lazy to bother with stealth when dealing with this kind of monster. Roar. Various devouring beasts began to rush towards Tarad's location, but almost all of them were killed by Talad with a single shot. Just as Talad was in the midst of his fierce battle, a red mist suddenly appeared. What's this? Talad knew something was wrong and quickly put on his helmet. Space Marine helmets have the function of filtering toxic gases, although it was just scarlet gas, which is a trivial matter for Space Marines. But Talad's survival on the battlefield was not just due to luck and strength. Caution is also a good thing. Click. Seeing a spiky eel charging towards him, Talad quickly extended his arm blade. A whooshing sound rang out, and in the blink of an eye, the eel's head was severed from its body. Oof, nothing special. Talad sheathed his arm blade and said dismissively, while the two Midnight Lord Space Marines beside him were also quickly clearing out the other devouring beasts that were surrounding them. Boss, what exactly are they? Seado leaned back in the SUV seat and looked down at Talad and his group, who were wreaking havoc on the battlefield, and asked, I don't know. I've never seen this kind of cyborg before. Even by UMA, a scientist from the old world, had never seen such terrifying genetically modified warriors. Rather than warriors, they were war machines, weapons born for war. What's next? What's their connection to those huge metal shells in the sky? Shattered Star, holding a bow and arrow, looked down at Talad and the others who were killing each other and said, Let's go take a look, and if it really doesn't work. As Bai Yueme spoke, she drew the Tang sword from her waist. At this moment, she felt a fear she had never felt before, even when facing a sky full of devouring beasts. Kaba. The battle came to an end with Talad uprooting the last snake dog's head. As he spoke, Talad cut off the head of a snake dog and tied it around his waist. No, there's more. Talad felt an unusual energy rising from the soles of his feet. A gigantic devouring beast burst from the ground, and a flower calyx beast crawled out from beneath the earth. I want this one. Another Midnight Lord Space Marine did not choose his own bombardier because it would break the prey's head. He wanted to try his best to remove a complete head himself. A mansplitter saw appeared in the hands of the Midnight Lord Space Marine. The split saw, a large chainsaw sword, is used even by Space Marines with both hands. Imperial guards and the redeeming members of the Battle Sisters wield this special chainsaw sword. For the Emperor. The Midnight Lord warrior leaped down and landed directly on the monster's body. Then the chainsaw started, hacking right into the monster's body. Countless serrated teeth shredded the monster's flesh, and terrifying blood gushed out. The monster howled in pain, but could not shake the Space Marine off. Become part of my spoils, and your head will become my weapon to intimidate my prey in the future. The Midnight Lord warrior roared as he swung his man-splitting saw, slicing a huge gash into the monster's head. Enjoy the blessings of death amidst fear. Boom 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 boom. Click. In the blink of an eye, the monster's head was severed, and the Midnight Lord emerged from the blood. Great killing, isn't it? As he spoke, Talad suddenly pointed his explosive gun at another spot. What is it? Chapter 59 Mana Ecology. Don't come any closer. Final warning, come out immediately. Just as Talad was holding up his explosive gun and keeping watch at that spot, a white figure suddenly appeared. Trivial skills. Talad did not choose to fire directly. What seemed like a fast pace to onlookers was almost like a snail's pace to the Space Marines. Talad drew the monomolecular dagger from his waist and instantly blocked the fierce attack. Click click click. Talad parried the attack with one hand while quickly striking at Bai Yuekue with the other. That's all. Just as Terad and Bayuekue were locked in a stalemate, another figure suddenly appeared. Deshan, wielding a large hammer, and Sui Xing, holding a bow and arrow, launched their attacks simultaneously. This was just an ordinary move for a space marine like Tallard who had fought for many years. Tallard simply grabbed Bayuekue with one hand and threw him towards the two of them. Boss. Seeing this, Xiado quickly controlled the devouring beast to rush towards Bayuekue, who had been thrown away. Good-looking but useless. Tallard tossed off his helmet, stretched his body, and looked at the group with disdain. Boom. Alexander swung his hammer at Tallard, but it was too light for a space marine who could overturn a tank. Bang. Tallard held back and punched Shanda in the face, sending Shanda flying in the blink of an eye. Bang 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 bang. Su Tong kept firing energy blasts at Tallard, while Bayuekue attacked again under Su Tong's cover. Ding 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 ding. Various energy projectiles struck Tallard's armor, but he didn't bother to deal with these insignificant attacks. His real target was the white-haired woman charging towards him. Boom. He threw a punch, sending the shattered star that was interfering with him flying, and then grabbed the charging Bayuekue with one hand. This immense power was overwhelming even for Bayuekue. He felt like an ant in Bayuekue's hands, easily crushed at any moment. It seems you can speak properly now. After Tallard finished speaking, he released Bayuekue. Although he enjoyed killing, he refrained from killing him because he thought the other party might still be of some use to the Emperor. Tell me, who are you? Tallard flicked out his arm blade, its sharp edge slicing across Bayuekue's face. Bayuekue, a human scientist from the old era. Bayuekue, with a slight trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, patted the dust off his clothes and said, "What about all those useless, miscellaneous people who follow you around?" Tallard glanced at the squad members he had knocked down with a single punch and said, "Only this woman in front of me is all right. Her combat strength is only equivalent to a combat nun with good physical attributes. As for her combat skills, they're just SOSO. She's good enough to deal with mortals." Shanda, Su Tong, Xiado, Sui Xing. Bayuekue introduced his teammates, who were all injured to varying degrees after being beaten. The Empire of Man, Space Marines 8th Legion, son of Conrad Kuz, Lord of the Night Elves, Talat. Orank, son of Conrad Kuz, Lord of the Night Elves, Empire of Man. Duke, son of Kuz of Connor, Lord of the Night Elves, Imperial Mansion, Space Marines, 8th Legion. The three Space Marines, led by Tarlad, looked at the group and spoke. The Human Empire? You are remnants of the old society? Otherwise, why would you possess such a powerful gravitational force? Don't compare us to those trash, Talad said dismissively. Every piece of armor we wear is a product of the protection of the god of machines. Tell me, what's happening in this world? Long ago, humanity suffered a severe geological disaster. Houses collapsed, the earth's crust cracked, and giant vines emerged from the ground. As they spread and invaded, they gradually evolved into a new ecological environment, destroying the habitat upon which humanity depended for survival. Like an invasive species, humanity could no longer continue to live there. This newly emerging ecological environment was called the Mana ecosystem. Bayuekue, a scientist from the old world, revealed everything. The devouring beasts you killed may have originated from the Mana ecosystem. The devouring beasts and the Mana ecosystem are inextricably linked, interdependent, and mutually influential. Just like the relationship between humans and nature, the Mana ecosystem continuously breeds more powerful devouring beasts and provides them with a constant stream of regenerative factors, giving them regenerative abilities. Devouring beasts that are killed will regenerate and revive after a period of time. Bayuekue looked at the devouring beasts that had been cut into a pile of minced meat as he spoke. So where is this so-called Mana ecosystem? Tarad asked. I don't know. We've searched the ground for a long time, but we haven't found the location of this Mana ecological seed, Bayuekue said disappointedly. Just as Bayuekue was feeling sad, Tallard picked up a poster on the ground. Humans successfully migrated to the moon. The Space Marines' thinking abilities were undoubtedly top-notch. The Mana ecosystem may have only left a part on Earth, and the real ones may have gone to the moon with the spacecraft. After hearing Tallad's explanation, the group suddenly understood. The only real possibility was on the moon, since they had no way to search for the moon. That makes things easier. After Tallad finished speaking, he turned to look at Bayuekue. You have 1 day to prepare to leave, otherwise I won't be responsible if the meteorite hits you. Chapter 60 The Moon. I exploded too. I am Terror of the Midnight Lord's Legion. I request to speak with your captain. A lunar-class cruiser docked above Lighthouse received a communication from Terror. This is Captain Hogg of the Crescent Moon. What are your instructions? Hogg took the communicator and looked at the holographic projection of Tallard in front of him, asking a question. Transport planes were dispatched to Beacon Star to pick up the people, and then preparations were made to conduct orbital bombardment of the planets belonging to the beacon system. What is this command? Hogg was completely bewildered. His warship was only supposed to be docked here for a short while, so how did it suddenly get assigned a bombing mission? First, send someone to call the Emperor, then dispatch transport planes to land on Beacon Star. Hogg didn't dare to proceed directly, for if he were questioned later, he would lose his life. Soon an officer returned to report that the Emperor had approved the bombing. Understood. Hogg was relieved to receive the Emperor's decree. Following the instructions of the Space Marine, he first dispatched several transport ships to pick up the people below, and then he could arrange for warships to bombard the area. Several transport planes were quickly dispatched, and by Uekue and his group were brought up as well. Now that you are willing to join the Empire, you are now citizens of the Empire. We will grant you legal status and residency rights, and you must also serve the Empire loyally through your own abilities. The officer in charge of receiving them briefly recounted their current situation and then left. Have we encountered an interstellar civilization? Xiado said excitedly, as the science fiction empire that had only existed in novels suddenly appeared before her eyes. I don't know, let's just take it one step at a time. Bai Uekue was also a little flustered at this moment. After all, she had never come into contact with this kind of group before. Begin bombing preparations. All personnel moved to designated positions. As the broadcast began, all personnel at their respective posts were deployed. Prepare to launch torpedoes. Target, Beacon Star's affiliated planet. Macro cannon, prepare. With the activation of the ship's weapons, all the weapons on the continental shelf, powerful enough to destroy a planet, were aimed at the moon. By the Emperor, fire. 2 torpedoes, each tens of meters long, flew out of the bow launch bay and landed directly on the cratered surface of the moon. As the torpedo exploded, half the moon was engulfed by the enormous energy, and the moon's radiant light from the explosion enveloped the nearby warship. All hands on deck. Dodge maneuver. The moon was engulfed from its surface to its core by the energy generated by the explosion of the cyclone torpedo, and the true nature of the mana ecosystem hidden at the moon's center slowly began to emerge. The center of the moon has been hollowed out, and a terrifying tree grows in its core, with a terrifying scarlet pigment spreading around it. Continue firing. The recent barrage exerted a great deal of force on the lunar surface, which meant that the central mana ecosystem was not significantly threatened. But this time it's different. Several large cannons are already aimed at it, and it can't escape again. A cannonball the size of a house was crammed into the cannon, and amidst countless shouts of praise for the Emperor and the God of all machines, the second bombardment began. The massive cannonball, as large as a mountain, was launched. With a single strike, the enormous cannonball slammed directly into the moon's core, followed by a violent explosion. Amidst the flames, the mana ecological tree, teetering on the brink of collapse, was engulfed by the flames from the explosion. In an instant, countless devouring beasts vanished into thin air, and all kinds of creatures born from the mana ecosystem also perished. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completely destroying the mana ecosystem. A reward of 200,000 war points has been issued. Yang Cheng was at his desk reviewing documents from various planets when he suddenly received a message from the system. Mana ecosystem? If it's wiped out, so be it. Yang Cheng didn't care much about these hundreds of thousands of war points. Now that all 3 containment camps were in use, they could provide him with tens of thousands of war points every day. How is the situation in Tukad? Yang Cheng picked up the war report and asked. Our fleet has already devoured several planets in Tukad. Currently, the Tukad Federation is attempting to seek help from other countries, but none have responded. After listening to his subordinate's report, Yang Cheng stood up and then opened the star map in front of him. The Imperial fleet has taken over a large portion of the territory of the TIE-Star system, and the entire territory of the Robotic Empire has also been taken over. The Empire borders several other alien nations, but most of these nations are not as powerful as the Odysius Empire, so Yang Cheng naturally doesn't bother with them. His main target at present is the Tukad Federation. Cripple the enemy fleet and completely disable their ability to fight in the starry sky. Yang Cheng issued the next order. Once an interstellar civilization loses its fleet, it's like humanity losing its limbs. At that point, they can decide how to proceed. The news of the human empire spread quickly throughout the outer ring, and some of the Middle Ring countries. These aliens initially thought it was just another human exiled government that would disappear in a few months, but they didn't expect that the human empire would become even more powerful a few months later. This is a potential threat to some countries, but people in most countries don't care. After all, the emperor is far away, and their own country is so far away that it doesn't concern them. Star Alliance Conference Room. For the first time ever, representatives from dozens of member states who had not attended the meeting participated, not for any other reason than that their countries were very close to the human empire. Once the human empire comes to its senses, its own country will be gone. This Star Alliance is similar in nature to the United Nations. They discuss good things together and shift blame for bad things. However, this conference was not founded by the inner ring countries, which have very little communication with the outside world. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to discuss this issue concerning humanity, whether we choose to recognize the legitimacy of their political system or directly send a joint fleet to intervene militarily in their military operations. I am the leader of the alliance, Trim shouted as he looked at the noisy aliens in front of him. Interfere with their armed operations. Humans are a bunch of slaves. They will always be slaves. An alien with a horse's head shouted. Yes, we are a civilized nation, a civilized race. We are absolutely not a cruel race like humans. We will not accept humans. The once quiet meeting room quickly descended into chaos again. After several hours of arguing, representatives from hundreds of countries left in disarray, and the second meeting that followed would be attended by far fewer people. Attention, all personnel. Large number of enemy ships spotted ahead. All carrier-based aircraft personnel, prepare. Chapter 61 Space Wolf 1. All carrier-based pilots, assemble at the designated location immediately. I repeat, all carrier-based pilots, assemble at the designated location. As Liu Peiqiang stuffed the half-eaten steamed bun into his mouth, he nimbly climbed into the X-Wing fighter jet. The X-Wing starfighter is equipped with 4 laser cannons, proton torpedo launchers, and can accommodate 1 pilot and 1 mechanic robot. Third formation, prepare for takeoff. Repeat, third formation, prepare for takeoff. Liu Peiqiang put on his helmet and then began to control the aircraft. Take a deep breath. I'll be right behind you. Zhang Peng, piloting the Tai-LN Space Superiority Fighter, shouted into the communicator. Zhang, your fighter jet sacrificed many features for speed. You'd better just follow me obediently. I'll clear the way for Liu Peiqiang. NOV took off first, piloting a Lightning fighter jet. Attention, all squadrons. Free fire. Free fire. Objective, to reduce the number of enemy carrier-based aircraft and warships. The command center's orders were transmitted to every carrier-based aircraft, and Liu Peiqiang and Zhang Peng took off smoothly along with the orders. Enemy spotted. In the dark galaxy, the golden tuckered warships are always so conspicuous, making them excellent targets for pilots. Fire. Liu Peiqiang locked onto a Tucad fighter jet first, then quickly pressed the fire button. With the firing of several burst energy beams, the fighter jet was directly blasted into a pile of space debris. Hit 1. Looking at the tuckered fighter jet, now a wreckage, Liu Peiqiang exclaimed excitedly. The space mechanic robot in front made a few noises. Don't be too happy yet. Your master told you not to underestimate your opponent. Be like your master, calm and composed, as steady as Mount Tai. You look as heavy as Mount Tai. You should lose weight. Zhang Peng, the only thing separating you from obesity is a bowl of rice. This is a public channel. I can hear everything you say. Zhang Peng was speechless as he watched the messages flashing in front of him. The persona he had worked so hard to build was gone again. What's wrong? Just as Zhang Peng was still marveling at the situation, 44 fighter jets suddenly surrounded him. NOV, come help. I can't come. My place is a complete mess. What is this? NOV is dogfighting with enemy warships among several warships. Why doesn't this thing have homing missiles? Why do yours have robots to help? While I can only use machine guns and visual missiles to shoot it down. NOV kept complaining about how useless the fighter jet was while maneuvering against the enemy. Boom. NOV was caught off guard and collided with a Tu-44 fighter jet, resulting in a shocking scene. The Lightning fighter jet actually rammed and destroyed Tuckered's fighter jet, while NOV himself was completely unharmed. I absolutely love it. NOV opened fire while shouting, and several Tucad fighters were reduced to smoke and fire by the machine guns. Hurrah! NOV was piloting his fighter jet up and down like a drunkard. What? Just as Liu Peiqiang was stunned, a Tuckered warship suddenly ended its warp jump and rammed straight into Liu Peiqiang. Liu Peiqiang was unable to dodge in time, and crashed directly into the enemy's open hangar door. Peiqiang. Zhang Peng had always treated Liu Peiqiang like his own son, and when he saw Liu Peiqiang in danger, he immediately shouted for help. "I'm fine." Liu Peiqiang climbed out of the cockpit, threw down his helmet, and said, "Hurry up, hurry up." Liu Peiqiang helped the fallen mechanic robot up and ran into a passageway. "Hurry up, BT." Liu Peiqiang beckoned the robot to run into the passageway. Chapter 62 Space Wolf 2. "Peiqiang, where are you?" At that moment, Liu Peiqiang was crawling through a dark pipe when he was suddenly startled by Zhang Peng's voice. "Master, we're on an enemy warship, we can't come back." Liu Peiqiang was speechless. He had finally calmed down, only to be startled again. "Let me tell you, Han Duo is still waiting for you on Earth. Don't die up there." "I understand, Master. If you keep doing this, I'll be scared to death, even if an alien doesn't kill me. You big metal shell need to lose weight." After hanging up the communication, Liu Peiqiang continued to push the mechanic robot in front of him forward. "What are you complaining about? I'm the one who's wronged." Liu Peiqiang listened to the sounds made by the mechanic robot while pushing it along, complaining about it. Just as Liu Peiqiang was complaining, a sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside. He cautiously looked outside and saw several Tukat soldiers carrying weapons patrolling the warship corridor. What Liu Peiqiang didn't know was that he had entered the main ship of the Tukard fleet. "Okay, BT, don't make a sound. I'm going out to check." Liu Peiqiang crept out of the ventilation duct and silently gripped his weapon as he looked into the dark corridor. "Hey, who's there?" Upon hearing the sound, Liu Peiqiang quickly aimed his DC-17 heavy blaster pistol at the source of the noise. As a pilot, if he fell into enemy hands, he should at least have a weapon ready to fight back. Bang, bang, bang. With a few gunshots, several Tukard soldiers were hit by blue plasma beams, then collapsed to the ground unconscious with large holes burned in their chests. "Wow, not bad." Looking at the weapons distributed to each pilot by his superiors with delight, Liu Peiqiang excitedly said, "These are much better than live ammunition." "You bastard." A Tukad soldier emerged from behind Liu Peiqiang and was about to attack when a cracking sound suddenly came from the ventilation duct, followed by a massive mechanic robot slamming directly onto its head. "Sorry, BT, I'll never call you the silver-white trashcan again." As Liu Peiqiang spoke, he helped the fallen BT up again. When he first joined the army, he was curious why everyone was given a wheeled trash can. After helping BT up, Liu Peiqiang quickly continued forward. "What should we do?" Liu Peiqiang, hiding in a corner, held a weapon and looked at the BT in front of him. "What? You're ready to go down in history?" BT then opened a holographic projection, which was a map of the warship. "We'll take over the command center of this warship." Liu Peiqiang stared at the BT in front of him in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wow, wow. Alright, lead the way." As Liu Peiqiang spoke, he patted BT's round head. BT quickly led the way, with Liu Peiqiang following closely behind. Right in front. At this time, because there were too many Imperial fighters, all the soldiers on the capital ship went to the anti-aircraft positions to assemble, resulting in very few guards in the corridor. Therefore, Liu Peiqiang arrived at the control room without any problems. At this point, the Tukad officers in the control room were almost going crazy. Many of them suggested retreating, but retreating would mean that 80% of Tukad's naval strength would be wiped out here. Bang 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 bang. Just as the Tukad officers were arguing, Liu Peiqiang suddenly appeared, quickly killing several armed soldiers before turning his attention to the unsuspecting officers. "Humans." Bang. No sooner had he finished speaking than the Turk officer who had shouted was shot in the head. Bang bang bang. Then several gunshots rang out, and all the officers in the control room fell to the ground, dead. "Hurry, BT." The mechanic robot immediately began implanting faulty programs into the warship, and in an instant, the entire warship's defenses were paralyzed. Soon, dozens of Tukad soldiers began to surround the control room, knowing that if anything went wrong in the control room, they would all die there. "Careful." Liu Peiqiang shouted something at BT, then threw an energy grenade, followed by a few more shots. This caused the Tukad soldiers to hesitate to advance and instead call for backup from behind. "Disrupt the enemy's control system." Liu Peiqiang shouted something to the person next to him, BT. BT's robotic arm immediately began banging on the control panel, and soon the enemy warship's control system was completely paralyzed. "Hurry, charge." Several hundred more Tukad soldiers arrived from behind, carrying protective shields and rushing towards the control room. For the Emperor, for Ruth, and for the whole Father. 3 Space Marines dressed in wolf skins boarded the warship. Alien. The lead Space Marine brandished his chainsaw sword, killing dozens of Tucad soldiers with a single blow, while his other hand continued to fire his bomb gun. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Tucad soldiers died under their chainsaw swords. Long live the Emperor. Looking at the frenzied state of those Space Marines, Lu Peiqiang thought of an animal. Husky. Who are you? The lead Space Wolf Space Marine looked at the short Lu Peiqiang in front of him and asked. I am. I don't care who you are, you destroyed the spaceship's control system, you're pretty good. A hearty laugh came from beneath the Space Marine's helmet. You should retreat with the soldiers who will be here soon. We still want to play. The 3 Space Wolf Space Marines walked away laughing. That guy seems pretty good. I wonder if we could get him to join us. I think so too, but judging from his expression, he seems more interested in joining White Scar. Who cares? I just want to finish killing them quickly and go back to drink Fenris meat. It also needs to be served with several whole roasted Thai pigs. Ha 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 ha. 3 Space Wolf Space Marines chatted and laughed as they hacked and slashed at the Tucad soldiers in front of them. Your Majesty, we have achieved a great victory in our battle against the Tucad fleet. Yang Cheng took the battle report from his subordinate and nodded in satisfaction after listening to the report. The expedition's progress needs to be accelerated. Yang Cheng had no intention of wasting time with this Tucad. He had more important things to do. I have received many reports, and it is clear that there is an alien alliance entrenched in the central and inner rings, but it is already defunct. But recently, for some reason, they have started organizing again and are attempting to attack me. Yang Cheng knew this matter and just laughed it off. According to intelligence, the military strength of the countries on the outer and middle rings was just a bunch of rabble. With no war for many years, the armies of many countries become very lax, which undoubtedly gives them an opportunity to exploit. Chapter 63 The Desolate Brotherhood's First Battle. This attack annihilated more than 90% of the Tucad Federation's warships, crippling Tucad once again. However, there is good news for the Tucad Federation. 2 alien nations relatively close to the human empire, the Siles Empire and the Basel Empire, have declared war on the human empire and announced their invasion of humanity. And that was it. The main fleets of these 2 countries were soundly defeated and annihilated on the spot by the Imperial-class star destroyers responsible for border patrols. Then, the second fleet, which was resting within the Empire's territory, went on a mission, issued several extermination orders to a few planets with strategic objectives, and then surrounded the homeworlds of these 2 countries. Yang Cheng had no interest in dealing with these 2 fourth-rate countries. All he needed to do next was launch a brilliant landing operation against Tucad, behead their commander-in-chief, and the matter would be over. But in fact, it wasn't just Yang Cheng's side that was fighting. Battles were also gradually breaking out in other parts of the outer ring. Led by General Naali, dozens of Thai soldiers escaped to an alien nation called Talika via a transport ship and declared war on the nation through recruited pirates and mercenaries. Some countries in Central still view this as a spectator show, seeing it as nothing more than a circus. Of course, there is one exception. Humans. They are the lowest of creatures in the galaxy. Their so-called empire is nothing but a fleeting moment. They will be swallowed up by our vast ocean. A central nation called the Secaran Empire is preparing to destroy this so-called human empire, but they have no intention of getting involved. Who's actually going to fight? Wouldn't proxy wars be better? The Secaran Empire is preparing to provide General Neuda with a large amount of resources and weapons so that they can successfully restore their kingdom, and thus use them to destroy the human empire. The entire outer ring was in complete chaos, and the Tucad Federation would be the first ship to sink in the storm. For the Emperor, for the Brotherhood of Desolation, we will atone for our sins. A Kroll, dressed in a red Formaloian Quatch's ultimate armor, knelt on the deck of the warship, with the neatly dressed Space Marines of the Brotherhood of Desolation behind him, preparing for airdrop. A night mech walked aboard from the deck. This night mech, named Fearblade, also belonged to them. Led by a Kroll, 500 Space Marines orderly entered the squad drop pod, which could carry a 10-man squad into battle. Like the standard drop pod, this variant could also carry Stormblaster or Deathwind missile launchers to provide support firepower for the landing Astartes. 5 Space Marines clad in unyielding Terminator armor also approached their unique drop pods. The unyielding Terminator armor is the most common Terminator gear in the entire Empire, characterized by large, round shoulder armor, and a signature helmet design that resembles the head of a long-extinct Terra K9. Each piece of armor features a majestic Terminator cross relief on its left shoulder. By the Emperor's grace, Let these aliens look up at the sky to cleanse their sinful bodies and souls. The night mech boarded the transport plane to await support. Begin the attack. As the order was given, dozens of drop pods flew toward the ground simultaneously. These space marines to unleash the Emperor's wrath on every xenomorph. The monsters are coming. The Tuckered soldiers, who were already prepared on the ground, immediately turned all their firepower on the space marines' drop pods. They had already experienced firsthand the strength of these 2-meter-tall giants, tearing apart tanks, turning enemies into bloody mist, and throwing a car like a dart. So far, not a single space marine has been killed or injured. They can easily pierce through their defenses like sharp swords, while the mortal soldiers who come later, with their artillery fire, will crush them like heavy hammers. These ordinary anti-aircraft firepower were completely ineffective in destroying the space marines' drop pods, which rained down on the streets of Tuckered's capital. Quick! Attack! Countless Tuckad soldiers surrounded the area, but tearing apart the encirclement nets by hand was already commonplace for space marines. Bang 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 bang. Space marines clad in unyielding Terminators led the way, their storm bolt rifles firing precisely at the enemy. The storm bomb is a compact, double-barreled explosive gun. The principle is similar to connecting two bomb guns together, which allows the storm bomb to provide the user with huge single-target firepower without hindering mobility. The storm bomb is popular among space marines, especially the Terminator who uses it as a handheld weapon and the Rhino AVS.A as an infantry defensive weapon. The overwhelming firepower stunned the Tuckered soldiers, who were instantly blasted into a cloud of blood mist, while the space marines clad in unyielding Terminators continued their steady advance. Quick! Use explosives! Several Turkic soldiers hiding behind cover were just about to detonate explosives. Bang! The power composite gauntlets equipped on the space marines caught them, and then easily crushed them into a pile of minced meat. Thump 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 thump. While reloading the bomb gun, the underbarrel bombs equipped below also kept firing. Composite gauntlets, as the name suggests, generally refer to the combination of powered gauntlets and ranged weapons. The entire street was littered with corpses, and pools of blood formed from the blown-up bodies were everywhere. Countless Tucad civilians were fleeing from the attacks from humans. Bang! Bang! Soldiers of the Punishment Legion, a subordinate unit of the Light Chaser Legion, were taking turns blowing the heads off surrendered Tucads with old-fashioned revolvers. This was just their most basic form of entertainment. Commander Sheffield, we have been working with the Angels to advance into the city. Makarov, puffing on a captured cigar, is reporting to the Commander-in-Chief in front of him. The Light Chaser Astral Legion, under the command of the 18th Army, Commander Sheffield, is looking at Makarov on the other side of the screen, he said. The Emperor has ordered that we retain some Tukka prisoners, as the Inquisition and the Mechanicus are severely lacking in experimental subjects. Understood, sir. As Makarov spoke, he used the head of a Turkic civilian as an ashtray. Smoke less cigarettes. Who knows what these aliens might add to them? Clear. The entire Tuckered defense line along the street had been breached, and the last Tuckered remnants were converging on the Commander-in-Chief's residence, but against the Space Marines, they were simply futile. Long live the Emperor. Cut off the enemy Commander-in-Chief's head. Chapter 64 Red Sand Angel Onran. The Tuckardian military police on the perimeter were wiped out by the Space Marines, and the various so-called heavy weapons didn't even leave a mark on the Space Marines' armor. Quickly, seal off the gates of the Prime Minister's residence. Request reinforcements from forces on other planets. Prime Minister Tuckard shouted from under his seat. Prime Minister, we have lost contact with all other planets. We are now completely isolated and helpless. Defense Minister Tuckard shouted at the Prime Minister below him, holding a pistol. The monsters have come in. A terrifying scream was followed by a huge explosion. For the Emperor. With a battle cry, hundreds of Space Marines charged in simultaneously. Stop them! Stop them! Prime Minister Tuckard's shouts echoed throughout the Prime Minister's residence. These Space Marines didn't need to launch any attacks. They simply charged forward. Their massive bodies, charging at high speed, could easily crush enemies into a cloud of blood mist. Alien. A Kroll brandished his power sword and aimed it at Prime Minister Tukad, who was fleeing through the crowd. Then, with a single stroke, Prime Minister Tukad's head flew off like a basketball. With Prime Minister Tuckard dead, the entire Tuckard Federation can be declared defunct in name only. As required by the tribunal, most Tukads would enter internment camps to await deportation. What awaited them was not equality or humanitarian care, but rather targets for new recruits, operating tables in the tribunal, and machine slave production rooms of the Mechanicus. Of course, before doing all this, the human empire would squeeze out every last bit of value from them. I was too lenient with these aliens. Yang Cheng looked at the several shelters and said with a smile. Now the name of the Space Marines has spread, and images of them massacring soldiers of various races have reached the countries of Central. Some of the surviving alien soldiers ranked these terrifying creatures in order, and if they encountered a light blue one, they should surrender immediately, as they might just give themselves a quick death. If you encounter a dark blue giant with a bat symbol, never resist, immediately commit suicide to minimize the pain. Ding! Host, would you like the pre-march? The system's voice suddenly rang in Yang Cheng's mind. What the hell? The pre-march. Yang Cheng was reviewing recent Imperial documents when he was suddenly startled by the system. Primarchs are life forms created by the Emperor and Erda the Eternal through genetic engineering. Because their DNA was used in the creation process, they are also considered to be their children, test tube babies. In layman's terms, the 21 Primarchs are the 21 princes of the Empire. Primarchs far surpass ordinary Space Marines in every way, and are even more powerful than the Custodians. They are taller, faster, stronger, more united, and smarter, and are also very charismatic, making them well-suited to lead the Imperium of man. Primarchs were born in a secret laboratory at the foot of the Himalayas. Their genetic structure was modeled after the Emperor and Erda, but they were different from each other. It is speculated that the Emperor also used long-forgotten ancient psionic technology to shape the Primarchs' minds. Yang Cheng's mind flashed back to the origins of the Primarchs. These were true demigods, and powerful Primarchs could even fight against the great demons of evil gods. Even the weakest Primarch can easily kill tens of thousands of Space Marines, even with the aid of various heavy weapons. Come on, either Gilliman or Dorn, or even the Angel Sister wouldn't be out of the question. Yang Cheng said excitedly. Even if he is just a Luo Jia, he will still have his own use. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have discovered the Red Sand Angel, Ongran. Huh. What the heck? Upon hearing this, Yang Cheng was puzzled, unable to accept the sudden change in his perception. King of Slaying? Well, that's not entirely out of the question. A version without Butcher's Sting. I bought it. Yang Cheng initially thought it was a buy one get one free deal, but he was pleasantly surprised to hear that it was the version without Butcher's Nail. At least he won't go crazy anymore. Ding. To obtain the Ongran without Butcher's Sting, you need 3 million war points. This is a limited time offer. You only have 3 days left. I bought it right now? Ding. The location is the arena on the planet Nicolia. Summon the second fleet, then call Khan back. Call back all the world eaters who are out there killing people. Yang Cheng couldn't wait to put on his golden power armor. As a rational man, he knew he had to. Now, let us welcome the star of Nicolia, Gladiator King Ongran. Holding a long axe, Ongran slowly walked into the enormous arena. An elderly gladiator watched Ongran slowly enter the arena with a sigh on his face. Oinermouth is the closest father figure to Ongran. He found him among a pile of corpses, and in order for him to survive in this cruel world, Oinermouth decided to protect him and teach him the rules of being a gladiator. Boom. With a deafening roar, Angran's opponent, a terrifying monster, had its head severed. Ongran! 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 Various alien races around them shouted as they watched the spectacular battle unfold before them. Ongran! Oinermouth gently stroked the blood-stained Ongran. He and Ongran had been fighting in this arena for over a decade, and he himself was nearing his death. The battle is about to begin. Ongran, the Red Sand Angel, against his mentor and father, Oinermouth. Suddenly a huge sound rang out. It was the governor of the planet shouting. A duel between father and son. Ready to begin. Dozens of soldiers escorted Yanuchaos out. Asshole. Ongran suddenly sprang into action, strangling one of the soldiers beside him to death before charging toward Yanuchmouth. Ongran, either you kill him yourself, or I'll torture your father to death. Governor Crocodile pointed a gun at Oinermouth, while several soldiers pulled out a terrifying machine. Kill him, and I'll allow you to give him a quick death. Crocodile laughed as he kicked Oinermouth to the ground. The old gladiator was too weak to resist. Child, it's time to end this. I am not your father. You should go back to your true home. I never knew you were a bastard. Haha, why don't you call out your real father? Let's see if he comes to save you. Ha ha ha. Your Excellency, we have been invaded. Just as Cloco was laughing, one of his men suddenly ran over and shouted. Chapter 65. About my son who is several thousand years older than me. A massive beam of light hurtled toward the ground like a meteor, and the planet's so-called defenses had completely crumbled. Faced with the overwhelming firepower of the Imperial Navy, these pirates and mercenaries were nothing more than a group of ants that would fight back. Yang Cheng then led 9 Imperial guards to charge down first. Yang Cheng enveloped himself and his guards with his spiritual energy, then leaped down from the Milky Way and stormed into the arena. What is it? Cloco gasped in astonishment at the scene before him, wondering who could jump straight down from the sky unharmed. Angron. Yang Cheng was wearing a golden suit of armor and was nearly 3 meters tall. In his other hand, he held a power sword that was emitting psionic flames. Alert! As the guards landed, several red-clad guards quickly drew their preferred weapons and formed a battle formation. Kill all the aliens. At Yang Cheng's command, the red-clad guards quickly dispersed. Those wielding spears charged into the audience and wreaked havoc, each strike accurately killing dozens of aliens. Those guards with force abilities killed them even more easily. Angron. Yang Cheng walked to his side and slowly used his spiritual energy to heal his injuries, while also healing Oinermouth in his arms. You'll be alright. Yang Cheng's voice was transmitted into Angren's ears using psionic energy, and a memory also surfaced in Angren's mind. Father. Anglong, a muscular man over 3 meters tall, grabbed the frail Yang Cheng and left him stunned. What the hell? A pre-march over 3 meters tall with a muscular physique is calling me dad, and I'm not even as strong as Angron. To avoid embarrassment, Yang Cheng also hugged Anglong. Father, I want to lead my people to overthrow the slave owners, and I help you. I will do everything I can to help you, my child. Since Yang Cheng is going to be a father, he should naturally be a good one, and he should at least make sure to appear to be a good father. Gladiators, we have had enough of the tyranny of slave owners. We were born of blood, raised in darkness, but we will die free. For the Emperor. Just as Angron was delivering his impassioned speech, Khan led his men down the mountain. Father, we're here. Anglong stared blankly at the pile of misshapen children, wondering when he had gained several more sons. They are a legion I designed based on your genes. Strictly speaking, they are indeed your offspring. Yang Cheng patted Anglong on the shoulder and explained. When Cloco saw Yang Cheng in the crowd, he was so frightened that he fell to the ground. The Emperor of the Human Empire had actually appeared here in person. He was now only a step away from his doom. Is he your slave owner? Yang Cheng's eyes began to look terrifying, and golden light emanated from his pupils. Yes. As Angron responded, a red-clad guard used the force to pull Crocodile in front of Yang Cheng. Angron, your ability is to absorb the painful emotions of others. As Yang Cheng spoke, he grabbed Cloco with his other hand. As he spoke, Yang Cheng used his psionic energy to extract Cloco's soul, and then imbued it into the flame-powered sword he held in his hand. Its soul will be forever trapped in this sword, and its soul will be burned by these scorching flames forever. Yang Cheng had mastered the use of psychic energy to a high degree during this period, and separating a soul from its body was a piece of cake for him. Khan, bring me the 3 weapons, Bloodborne, Bloodfather, and Abomination Forge. Yang Cheng looked at Khan beside him and said, and Khan naturally lived up to expectations and took out the 3 weapons. Bloodfather and Bloodson are a pair of enormous chainsaw axes. Their blades are taken from a monster called the Mecha dragon that lives on the dead world of Luther McIntyre 9, and the handles are forged from adamantite. The Abomination Furnace is just an ordinary plasma pistol. Angron took the weapon, weighed it in his hand for a few moments, found it comfortable, and then took it away. After you've finished killing Angron, you can leave, of course, taking your brothers with you. Yang Cheng did not intend to stay here for long. His main force was still fighting on the outer ring. He only brought a squadron with him, and his main purpose was to take Angron away. I understand, father. As he spoke, Angron charged toward the distant enemy. Angron possesses a natural spiritual power that allows him to sense and absorb the negative emotions of those around him, enabling him to truly empathize with others and offer understanding and comfort. It's such a wonderful ability. It's a pity that old man Huang arrived too late. Yang felt sorry for Angren's tragic past, but this universe is different. These tragic experiences will not be repeated. Angron is now a warm-hearted older brother. But the butcher's nail? Yang Cheng picked up the butcher's nail that had almost been stuck in Angren's head from the ground, and another good way to torture the alien came to mind. Take the human slaves away, and leave with Angron after he has taken his remaining revenge. Yang Cheng gave a casual order, and then reboard the ship. Of course, Oinermouth was also taken along. The poor gladiator would enjoy his old age in Terra, the Imperial capital. A courage capable of swallowing the world. Khan excitedly followed Ongron, hacking and slashing at the aliens in front of him. His genetic father had returned to normal, and he could finally gloat in front of the Smurfs that he had a father they didn't. Amidst the cries of countless aliens, all the enemies on the planet were wiped out, and Ongron was taken back by Yang Cheng. Chapter 66: The World Devourer Military Reform. All the slave owners on the planet were hung on lampposts by Yang Cheng, and the audience who fled in a sorry state either died under the axe of the World Devourer or became target ships of the Imperial fleet in space. Under the Space Marines' relentless assault, the planet's resistance was overwhelmed within hours. Ongron, as the leader, naturally became the head of these slaves, while Khan and the others waited for orders beside him. "Father, I want to bring my brothers and these former slaves back with me." "Yes, but they must abide by the laws of the Empire." Yang Cheng nodded and said, "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Empire!" Countless gladiators and slaves embraced each other, their long-awaited freedom returning. "From now on, this will be your recruitment world, Ongron. Your subordinates will be selected from here. Of course, including these people." As Yang Cheng spoke, he began to exchange for several companies of world devourers, including soldiers, think tanks, legionary apothecaries, technical sergeants, tribunals, priests, and of course, the most elite first company of veterans wearing Terminator armor. In terms of vehicles, Yang Cheng equipped the World Eater Legion with various armored vehicles such as the Rhino, troop carriers, land raiders, Mastodon super heavy assault troop carriers, and Sicaran main battle tanks. Naturally, he wanted to give his own children the best. The Rhino troop carrier is a mainstay of the Space Marines. Since the Great Crusade, it has served as an armored transport vehicle for Imperial forces, carrying them to the front lines. The Rhino troop carrier has a stormblast bomb remotely controlled by the driver, and a weapon rack that can be launched by the crew from the hatch. All Space Marines must undergo training to pilot the Rhino. The Rhino can carry 10 people and has one rear hatch and 2 side doors for rapid squad deployment. The top hatch allows crew members to fire from the vehicle and can also be used to deploy troops. The Rhino's power system consists of 2 MK Mars engines, which can continue to drive even if one engine shuts down. If both engines shut down, it can also be driven by a battery connected to the drive wheel, allowing the Rhino to advance at an astonishing rate of fire. "These are all your offspring, Ongron." As Yang Cheng waved his hand, hundreds of World Eater Space Marines descended from the sky. Led by veterans of the Iron Cavalry Terminator armor, countless World Eater Space Marines knelt before Ongron. "A salute to you, Father of Genetics, Scal." As the company commander of a World Devourer, it was only natural for him to pay tribute to his genetic father, but Yang Cheng was extremely shocked when he heard the name. Scar, the loyalist company commander of the World Eaters. Yang Cheng silently repeated this sentence in his heart. Perhaps the name is inconspicuous, but what he does is absolutely loyal. With all his comrades killed in battle, he infiltrated a unit alone from a warship and cut off the enemy captain's arm at the last moment. But unfortunately, he was killed by the enemy in the end. Yang Cheng sighed. Fortunately, this wasn't the world of Warhammer, and he had successfully rescued Ongron. Everything would be going in a good direction. "System, how many war points do I have left?" "Ding. 1 million. How much does the Conqueror cost?" Yang Cheng started inquiring about the price of the World Devourer's mothership. If he, as a father, didn't spoil his son, who would he spoil? "Ding. The World Devourer Mothership Conqueror has reached 3 million points." "Okay, then I'll just have to save it up some more." Yang Cheng said helplessly, but this amount of war points is actually nothing to him. Aren't those Mechanicus people lacking experimental planets? When will the experiments begin? "Your Majesty, I have an idea." Yang Cheng was already on his way back with Ongron, having talked a lot with the Archbishop beside him during this time. "We can first rescue the human slaves on planets with little strategic value, then immediately issue an extermination order. On planets with strategic value, we can use poison gas and chemical warfare to inflict massive casualties on the enemy. Not only that, our primary goal is the extermination of aliens. I demand that you modify the garbage trucks to send away any aliens that are no longer exploitable. Those that were strong could be used as targets for new recruits to practice on. The weak could be sent to the mines, and the rest could be made into food and distributed to them, thus truly achieving recycling. Your Majesty, what should we do with those delicious-looking aliens? They cut off their nerves and raise them like livestock, eventually becoming food for the people of the Empire." After writing down the plan, Yang Cheng handed it over to his subordinates, which meant he could now gain another wave of war points. Ongron took over the World Eater Legion currently led by Karn. The first thing Onran asked of the Legion was that all members remove the butcher's nails as often as possible without causing fatal injuries. Onran knew the dangers of this thing and naturally did not want anyone to carry it. After receiving the order, the World Eaters began to move, and with the help of the tech priests, many Legion members removed the butcher's nails. Next is the military reform concerning the core system. The 11-point kill order is cancelled. The size of both sides should be the primary consideration. I won't rush your attack speed. Protecting humanity is the top priority. Of course, slaughtering those damned aliens is equally important. The news of the World Eaters' military reforms was quickly disseminated, and Onran was honored to join the 1st Expeditionary Force. At the same time, with the fall of the Tuckered Federation, the gates to the entire Central Ring have been opened, and the next expedition will begin to advance towards the Central Ring. Chapter 67. It's time to speak frankly. With the fall of the Tuckered Federation, the gates to the entire Central Ring region were opened, and Yang Cheng's fleet would advance into the Central Ring after a brief rest. All intelligence regarding Central was collected, organized, and then transmitted to the frontline fleet. Before the troops move, intelligence must be gathered. Knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. A large number of spies will be placed in various enemy alliances, enemy countries, and enemy organizations within the Central region. I think I'm too extreme. Yang Cheng began having the great sages of the Mechanicus research the butcher's nail, which would be nailed to the heads of aliens personally selected by the Empire. With the tacit approval of the Ministry of Military Affairs and the Emperor, an alien auxiliary legion was quietly established. Of course, to put it nicely, it was called an auxiliary legion. To put it bluntly, it was meant to make the enemy waste ammunition and energy. There are also requirements for this cannon fodder empire. This legion only recruits underage aliens and elderly aliens. Why? When you are at war, and you see children and elderly people of your own kind running towards you, would you shoot them? They show no mercy to the alien empire. For the moment they betray humanity, they cease to be a species. The entire fleet's next objective is to breach the Central Ring. While Yang Cheng was passionately giving orders to the fleet, the other alien nations were not idle. Originally, they could have sat back and watched the fight unfold from the top of Central, but unexpectedly, the human fleet not only destroyed the Tuckered Federation but also set its sights on Central. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to speak frankly. On behalf of the human empire and all of humanity, I declare war on all non-human species. Yang Cheng's voice was transmitted throughout the entire outer ring via a special instrument from the mechanical teachings. In the name of the Emperor. On an expedition, Onran sat atop an Imperial-class battleship and shouted at the commander on the bridge. Led by the Imperial-class battleship named the Cursed Claw, hundreds of other warships from Warhammer 40k prepared for warp. Charge into Central. Tria Pirate Base. This is the only way from the outer ring to the middle ring, where hundreds of thousands of pirates and thousands of pirate fleets of various kinds gather to rob merchant ships. Captain, we've detected spatial fluctuations. A pirate in a space capsule on the perimeter of a base spoke to the captain beside him. Men, prepare the grappling hooks. As always, we'll board the enemy warship. We'll wipe out most of them to demonstrate our mercy. The lizardman pirate, wielding a long sword and wearing green armor, shouted, Kill, 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 kill. Loot all the slaves. Loot all the property. Loot everything of value. Tens of thousands of pirates, sailing various warships, rushed headlong towards the location of the energy fluctuations. Damn it, Sack's trying to steal the prey. They didn't even notify us. The other pirate captains also began organizing their men to prepare for the charge. Something's not right. Tria survived thanks to her vigilance. A regular merchant ship wouldn't have experienced such strong fluctuations. Could it be? They used a subspace engine. Tria felt his right eyelid twitching uncontrollably. A country with a subspace engine was definitely not a simple military force. In other words, these brutes might have boarded a warship. It's over. Tria collapsed weakly in his seat, but then quickly rallied. Sound the alarm. This solo operation has completely collapsed. With the Milky Way so vast, Tria decided to take a gamble and stop after this one-off deal. Boom. As the Cursed Claws left the warp, the foremost warships were instantly destroyed by the massive ram. What? Countless pirate warships were smashed to pieces by the massive ram before they could even react. Quick. Now, board the enemy mothership. Kill the enemy captain. Various aliens, shouting various battle cries, charged towards the Cursed Claw. Let them in. It's time to kill the aliens. Ongran raised his two enormous chainsaw axes and then led Khan down from the main seat. Kill, kill, kill. Thousands of pirates carrying various weapons poured into the ship's cabin, but all they could see was darkness. What happened? Just as one of the pirates was about to say something, the lights came on, and hundreds of red-painted world eaters surrounded them with chainsaw axes. The slaughter begins. Ongran, wielding two enormous chainsaw axes, led the charge, while hundreds of world eaters simultaneously surrounded the pirates in the center. Finished. The pirate leader in the middle said helplessly, "If there's a next time, I definitely won't rush so fast." In an instant, the aliens' blood covered the entire hall, and countless pirates were torn apart by chainsaw axes. Isn't this a warship of the human empire? Tria looked at the golden church built on top of the church and shouted, "This time I've really capsized in the gutter." Pirates, arms dealers, mercenaries, all in the bases. We've discovered the empire of man's warships. When they heard the news, many people's first reaction was not to run away, but to prepare to fight. They were all desperate criminals who lived on the edge of a knife. If they could defeat the human empire this time, they would become famous. Quick, unlock all weapons. Use all available guns to build positions within the base. Activate all shields. If we defeat the human empire, we'll be famous. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Get moving. Get moving. Hundreds of thousands of pirates were either sailing in the galaxy preparing to defend themselves or waiting in space stations to meet the enemy. For the Emperor, burn the galaxy. Slay the aliens. Ongran personally stood on the bridge, brandishing his chainsaw axe and shouting. Accompanied by Angren's voice, hundreds of Imperial warships of various types ended their warp jumps. Chapter 68 Assault. Assault. Looking at the other pirates who had turned into flames in the Milky Way, Tria knew that he was doomed. Now that all the ships around the base had been lost, wouldn't he and the other pirates hiding in the base eventually be slaughtered? Maximize all energy shields. We must hold on. Tria kept his eyes fixed on the massive human warship in front of him while instructing his subordinates to accelerate the energy of the shield. Big, too big. When Tria faced the warships of the human empire, he felt an unprecedented fear. The huge warships were equipped with hundreds of cannons of enormous caliber, and the entire hull was covered with statues and monasteries symbolizing the Holy Emperor. Something's not right. As Tria watched the warships approach without firing, he felt a chill creep up his spine, a chill that spread from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Release all carrier-based aircraft and maximize the output of the light lance. The Imperial-class battleships served as aircraft carriers in the navy of the Imperial Empire and could accommodate several times more carrier-based aircraft than other warships. Great God of machinery, we beseech you to cast your merciful gaze upon this warship, the Claw of Curses. Let your burning power boil within its engines. Let your immortal guardians lean against its shield generators and armored bulkheads. Let your mighty rage unleash destruction and vengeance through the great mysteries of lasers, plasma, and missiles. Infuse your soul into this mighty armored hull, and pour your life into its energy lines and conduits. Accompanied by the prayers of the Mechanicus sages, the light spears were fired. The devastating spear of light struck the thin shield directly. This time, the spear of light unleashed unprecedented energy, and the light that devoured heaven and earth enveloped most of the base. Boom, boom, boom. The energy shield overloaded instantly, and then the shield launcher exploded, the huge flames instantly engulfing countless lives. Then, the light spear struck the outer wall of the base. How could the fragile steel wall possibly withstand the light spear known as the Emperor's Wrath? Boom! Most of the base was engulfed in flames. Countless pirates were instantly annihilated after being struck by the light spears. As the energy of the light spears increased, most of the base was burned through, and countless pirates suffocated to death in the oxygen-deprived environment. Tria knew he was finished as he looked at the base engulfed in flames. All he could do now was quietly await his death. Begin boarding. All personnel moved to designated positions. The remaining pirate turrets tried to put up a last-ditch effort, but it was all in vain. The battle was overwhelmingly crushing. They didn't even manage to shoot down a single Imperial warship. Boom, 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 boom. Dozens of sirens began landing on the pirate base. The Siren's Claw is a rare airdrop pod with an ancient origin. During the Great Crusade and the Horus Rebellion, the Siren's Claw was also used in ship-to-ship warfare. It has a huge cargo hold that can carry a large number of troops through the void and can blast a path through small ships with its powerful firepower. When these ominous claws reach their target and seize it, It marks the end of any ship that dares to resist Astartes. The Siren's claws, equipped with molten metal, melted large holes in the walls, allowing it to quickly penetrate into the heart of the base. Quick! Ready! Ready! The remaining pirates quickly regrouped and prepared for a desperate fight. But these laughable defenses were nothing more than a fragile piece of paper in the eyes of the Space Marines. Bang! 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 With a few crisp explosions, the bodies of several hiding pirates were torn apart like shredded pieces of paper. Fire! Fire! The pirates, armed with automatic weapons, began attacking the incoming Space Marines. Ding 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 ding. The bullets made a crisp sound as they struck the Space Marines' armor. Bang! 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 The Space Marines, wielding their explosive pistols, paid no heed to the attacks, simply taking down the heads of any enemies who dared to peek out. Some enemies hiding behind cover were just about to breathe a sigh of relief when they soon realized how ridiculous their actions were. Bang! A pirate hiding behind a concrete pillar was instantly shattered by a bomb. These fragile buildings were simply no match for the penetrating power of the bomb. 1, 2, 3. One by one, the pirates fell. The pirates had lost their previous confidence and were now filled with fear of the Space Marines. It's time to end this. It's too boring. Upon hearing the order, these world eaters put away their bomb guns and instead used chainsaw axes and chainsaw swords. For the Emperor. As the battle cries rang out, the entire base began to echo with the pirates' pitiful screams. Trio was lucky. He survived the attack. After watching his comrades who had committed suicide, he picked up his weapon and walked into the dark corridor. Human, you wanted a one-on-one fight? Come on, let's have a one-on-one fight. Tria, carrying a long sword, shouted into the dark corridor ahead, but only endless silence answered him. Damn it! A sense of fear crept into Tria's heart. She swallowed hard, and then mustered her courage to continue forward. Alien bastards! A terrifying sound rang out from afar, and a black figure began to run towards them. Before Tria could even react, his head was chopped off. After spitting at the headless corpse in front of him, Ongran continued his search for enemies. Little did Ongran know that the alien he had just casually killed was a terrifying executioner who terrified the outer nations. Such a figure died by Angren's axe. Chapter 69 Alien Auxiliary Army. While the Imperial fleet stormed into the central region, the other fleets were not idle. Their goal was to completely annihilate several alien nations bordering the human empire. The main force for this sweep was the original First Fleet, with Yang Cheng's flagship, the Supreme, serving as the main force. However, the aliens also reacted. Apart from the Taliban army in Talokan, which were already at war, many countries also began to organize a joint army to prepare to attack Yang Cheng's fleet. The last one who was this arrogant got beaten to a pulp. Yang Cheng looked at the endless alien fleet outside with disdain and said, Hank, the higher-ups have sent us some good stuff. With a shout, an adjutant walked up to Hank and said, What's the panic, Major Baojin? What kind of behavior is this? All flustered and disrespectful. Hank, dressed in a black political commissar uniform with a power sword at his waist, spoke slowly. These are the alien auxiliary troops that our superiors ordered us to use. As Baojin spoke, he directed more than a dozen trucks to arrive. As per orders from higher command, these alien auxiliary forces have been implanted with specific instruments that stimulate their brains and increase their lethality. All we need to do is have the Army Air Force drop these aliens over there. Oh, I see. Hank walked to the back of the container and opened the locked door. Help! Help! We will never abuse humans again. With a series of howls, dozens of strong soldiers threw the aliens out of the container. Children and the elderly? What are the higher-ups up to? Hank was puzzled. He didn't pity these aliens. He was just curious about what kind of combat capabilities such a force could have. You'll find out then, sir. All right. Hank shrugged indifferently. As the political commissar, he was mostly responsible for controlling the morale of the troops and executing deserters. He could only take over command when an officer was killed in action. What do we do next? The attack has begun. We're in charge of testing the strength of these cannon fodder. The planet Hank lives on once belonged to a territory called the Urdak Empire, and the majority of the inhabitants of this planet were cat-like beings. They were originally engaged in the slave trade here, but soon the human empire's fleet discovered this place, and what awaited them was an endless army of stars. All personnel, prepare for battle. Prepare to unleash the alien auxiliary forces. Prepare for artillery fire. The troops responsible for this battlefield were the Odysius 1st Infantry Regiment, the 9th Artillery Regiment, and the 3rd Panzer Regiment. Hundreds of thousands of human soldiers rushed here one after another, and the flames of war in the outer ring were burning continuously with this place as the center. Prepare to charge. Artillery barrage. Dozens of ground-shaking cannons were aimed at the enemy positions. The attack plan was to use artillery fire to cover an area, and then the infantry regiments would cooperate with the armored regiments to break through. But now that these auxiliary forces have arrived, all these strategic ideas have been overturned. Gina, private first class of the Urdak Empire. Artillery fire is coming. Take cover. With a shout, countless Urdak soldiers quickly laid down on the ground in their positions, then begged and pleaded for their safety, praying that they wouldn't be blown to pieces by the empire of man's cannonballs. The first wave of artillery fire ended, but the second wave followed immediately. The terrifying artillery fire covered Gina's position, and the entire position was littered with corpses shattered by shells, even forming a rain of shredded bodies in the sky. All personnel, prepare again. This time, we must hold this place. With an officer's order, Gina and the others returned to their positions to prepare to face the army of the human empire. Unfortunately, the human empire does not play by the rules. Send out auxiliary troops to break through the enemy's defenses. Under the threat of armed astronaut soldiers, thousands of cannon fodder wearing butcher's nails were driven to the front lines. Aliens, you should have been executed by the Emperor's army, but the holy and merciful Emperor has given you a second life. You should be grateful. Your army is right there. You have 3 minutes. If you can get through, you'll be safe. At the shouts of the Star Force officers, thousands of alien prisoners immediately began to rush toward the defensive line where Gina was located. Prepare to activate the butcher's nail. The show is about to begin. These aliens didn't know why humans were letting them pass, but they knew they were about to be safe. Amidst the thick smoke, thousands of alien prisoners charged toward their nation's defenses. Don't shoot. There are compatriots. There are compatriots. Gina shouted urgently when she saw the face of her own race appear in the scope. Elderly, children, women. Seeing these fellow countrymen who seemed to have escaped, countless people were extremely excited. They felt that perhaps something unknown had happened to the human empire's army, which allowed them to escape. Quick, let them run in. Watching the Urdak children running through the smoke and dust, Gina's maternal instincts kicked in. These children looked like they had just escaped from hell. All right, let's activate the butcher's spike. The Star Guardian officer gave a cruel smile. The most terrifying situation was often fratricide. The butcher's nails, these terrifying machines implanted in the meninges of these cannon fodder, were activated instantly, turning the children's once clear eyes into those of ferocity and cruelty. Children, you guys Before Gina could react, the child, who had been so kind just moments before, suddenly lunged at her throat, and blood gushed out like a fountain. In an instant, the entire Urdak position collapsed. Attacks between fellow tribesmen were commonplace here, and countless Urdak soldiers died without understanding why their fellow tribesmen, who had been so pitiful just moments before, had become so bloodthirsty in the blink of an eye. Very good, fantastic. The Astral Army officers intensified the force of the butcher's nails, turning the entire Urdak position into a bloody mess, with countless Urdak people slaughtering each other like a scene from hell. All right, let's stop. Those cannon fodder are useless now. Armored units, begin your advance. Continue with artillery cover. The officer yawned and then added, remember to collect the butcher's nails, don't waste them. In the Milky Way, a warship is moving at high speed. Gina, I'll be back after this battle. Looking at the photos in the album, the captain of the warship secretly made up his mind. Attention, all personnel. Human Empire warships spotted. Chapter 70, The Siege, Sam's Letter. Yang Cheng's flagship, the Supreme, became the symbol of the First Fleet. While officers from Star Wars thought so, officers from Warhammer 40K were quite dissatisfied. They believed that not building churches on warships was a great disloyalty to the Emperor, and that a ship only 10 kilometers away was hardly worthy of being the Emperor's flagship. Even the Star Wars officers disapproved of Warhammer's warships. Why not just stick to a minimalist design? Why insist on making them so flashy, with churches? Why not just build a palace on the warship? Soon, the conflict between the two sides completely erupted on the day the Supreme One was given maintenance. The cult of mechanics uses traditional methods of burning incense, actually nanobots, and various shamanistic rituals, while the Star Wars mechanics use traditional methods from the 2K era for humans to control machine spirits. In the conference room, the Archbishop of the cult of mechanics and the officers from Star Wars had a very frank exchange. Both sides expressed their opinions on the controversial topics, fully conveyed their feelings, and enhanced mutual understanding. This meeting was of great significance to both sides. The end result was that the Star Wars officers and a few unlucky members of the state church were all hospitalized, while the Mechanicus's full metal body was completely impervious to damage. After a second friendly exchange, the two sides reached an agreement to go their own way and ignore each other. Attention, everyone. I repeat, attention, everyone. As the announcement came over the loudspeaker, all the carrier-based aircraft pilots entered their cockpits. As the Empire's flagship, the Supreme One naturally took center stage, and the entire fleet was divided into 5 parts to attack the enemy in an encircling formation. Launch the carrier-based aircraft. For the Emperor. Hundreds of TIE fighters began attacking the encircled Urdak fleet. Sensing the danger, the Urdak fleet hastily launched a counterattack, but this was like a pebble thrown into the ocean for the warships of the human empire. Attention, all personnel. Focus on eliminating enemy carrier-based aircraft. Upon receiving the order, the TIE fighters quickly dispersed and began destroying the pitifully small number of Urdak fighters in a manner similar to hunting prey. All warships are free to fire. Upon receiving the order, the various star destroyers began their free-for-all attack. The first fleet had been significantly expanded by Yang Cheng in the Wandering Earth world, which is why the fleet possessed such formidable firepower. With several Victory-class star destroyers as the spearhead, various missile silos and heavy gun turrets opened fire, and any enemy aircraft that approached the star destroyers were all reduced to fragments. Alright, the encirclement is complete. It's time to wipe them out. With Yang Cheng's order, more than 20 star destroyers began to close in on the encirclement. Damn it! The enemy is going to surround us and kill us here. Looking at the pendant bearing his wife Gina's photo, the captain steeled himself and immediately gave the order. All troops, accelerate the assault. Break through the enemy's weak points. With this order issued, the entire Urdak fleet instantly disintegrated. This order successfully sent the entire fleet to its doom. These aliens clearly did not understand the concept of prioritizing the overall situation. Oath of Fire. On a space marine barge docked at a starport in Terra, Salamander warrior Samek is repairing his chainsaw sword, while several other Salamander warriors are forging weapons. Samek, I have received your letter. A Death Guard interstellar warrior handed a letter to Samek, who was repairing his chainsaw sword. If it weren't for the fact that I recognized that letter, I wouldn't bother sending it to you. After handing the letter to Samek, the Death Guard interstellar warrior turned and left. What is that, Samek? A space marine with the shoulder armor insignia of the Salamanders approached Samek and asked. Oh, it's a letter written by the child I rescued before. Samek opened it and saw the obvious green Space Marine symbol on it. Dear Space Marine, we are now living peacefully under the protection of the Empire. I smiled as I looked at the crookedly written High Gothic Samek. Thank you for saving my mother and me like an angel. Thank you, Great Emperor, for spreading his holiness throughout the land. I am currently studying Gothic diligently, and I hope to join the Astral Army in the future to fight alongside you and strive together for the revival of humanity. A smile spread across Samek's dark face, and the fire lizard warriors around him also smiled. I hope you will have the opportunity to visit our home sometime in the future. Of course, you can come during your rest time. Our family is actively participating in the work in response to the Emperor's call. In addition, we are also moving to live on other planets. We really hope you can visit our home. My mother and I would like to warmly welcome you, great brother Astartes. Where did they move to? Sam curiously examined the envelope and quickly found the sender's address. Europa 7 Human Colony. Sam silently memorized the name, thinking that perhaps he could retire to this planet after humanity had completely unified the galaxy under the Emperor's leadership. But what Sam didn't know was that he would be going there in the near future, but it was clearly not for retirement. Chapter 71 Space Alliance. The Urdak Empire also faded into the dustbin of history, with hundreds of millions of Urdak people becoming slaves to humanity, contributing to the glorious cause of mankind. Let these alien barbarians understand what war is. With the destruction of the Urdak Empire, other countries also realized that if they did not form an alliance, they would be the next to perish. Finally, the second largest power in the Outer Ring, the Lensak Empire, led dozens of smaller nations in the war to annihilate the human empire's first fleet. Meanwhile, some Middle Ring nations began providing military aid to the Outer Ring, and a small number of Middle Ring nations entered a state of emergency. Humanity, you are waging war against an entire civilized society. We're giving you one last chance. Bow down to the great and civilized coalition. We will grant you a planet to live on. In the Supreme Conference Room, Yang Cheng, dressed in military uniform, was listening to the rambling of the holographic projection in front of him. Civilization? When did some lower beings become worthy of the word civilization? Yang Cheng casually walked to the projection, looked at the enemy, and slowly spoke. We possess military power you have never seen before, a unity you aliens have never heard of, and the most sacred and pure symbol in the galaxy, the human skull. So do you think you still deserve to be called civilization? Without top-tier military power and strong unity, you are not worthy of being called a civilization. The stars will surely submit to humanity. To be honest, our allied forces have already set out. We'll see how things turn out then. Seeing that face, Yang Cheng didn't want to pay any attention to it, and simply hung up. Forces called coalitions around the world generally don't end well. With the command given, the Star Destroyers, centered around the Supreme, prepared to perform a hyperspace warp again. Attention all. The enemy's warships are indeed powerful, but we have the advantage of numbers. Behind us stand countless outer and middle ring nations. We must reclaim our glory in this battle. The commander-in-chief, who had a crocodile head, spoke passionately while holding a command sword. Kark, can we really win this time? A captain with a rat's head shouted. Yes. You wouldn't use us as cannon fodder and then sneak away, would you? Don't worry. I, Kaker, would never abandon a comrade. As soon as Kark finished speaking, the Supreme ship had already left hyperspace, its massive hull directly covering the eye sockets of countless aliens. How could this be? How could this be? How could this be? The Supreme was 60 kilometers wide, and its black hull put immense pressure on these aliens. But this was just the beginning. 1, 2, 3, one after another, terrifying-looking star destroyers emerged from hyperspace warp and appeared in the galaxy. Begin, in the name of the Emperor, war. 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 Amidst the shouts of countless officers and soldiers, both fleets quickly entered the battle phase. Accelerate. All carrier-based aircraft take off. All guns unleash full firepower. The captains of the various star destroyers were shouting wildly, unleashing all the firepower of their ships on the enemy. Quick! All warships, scatter immediately. Surround and slaughter the humans here. Warships from various countries began translating the orders and then carrying them out. Because this battle was a temporary operation, the various countries were not yet familiar with each other's coordination, and there were quite a few slackers among them. The sudden attack caught them off guard, and if it weren't for Kark's command, they would have scattered and fled long ago. Don't follow the enemy's lead. Quickly. With the order given, all carrier-based aircraft from both sides were ready to take off. Attack! Attack! A formation of X-Wing fighters, TIE fighters, TIE and starfighters, and TIE SA bombers began flying toward the enemy warships. TIE SA bomber. The TIE is a larger, less maneuverable starfighter designed for destroying large starships and precision bombing. The SA, in the TIE bomber's name, stands for ground attack. Due to its distinctive catamaran shape, the TIE bomber was occasionally referred to by enemy pilots as a dumb or sitting duck. The latter nickname stemmed from its massive size, which made it significantly slower. The bombers were primarily tasked with destroying large enemy warships, while other fighters, in coordination with the bombers, mainly served to contain enemy artillery and carrier-based aircraft. After the order was given, the formation began to disperse, and each fighter jet began to carry out its own mission. The enemy has deployed carrier-based aircraft. All guns, prepare. All carrier-based aircraft, take off. Destroying the enemy's carrier-based aircraft will give us a chance to win. Chapter 72: The Gap Between the Two Sides. This time, the Star Alliance forces outnumbered the human empire several times over, not to mention their carrier-based aircraft. Countless carrier-based aircraft rained down on the human empire's warships, but they were destined for defeat. At first glance, the Star Alliance seems to have an almost certain victory, but in fact, its problems have already been exposed quite clearly. First of all, the weapons of the two sides are not on the same level. Destroying a single X-Wing or TIE fighter from the Empire of Man often requires the Star Alliance to pay several times, or even dozens of times, the cost. In terms of both firepower and maneuverability, the Empire of Man's carrier-based aircraft are still overwhelmingly superior. Attention, all personnel. Reorganize. Reorganize. Various alien languages were blaring on different communication channels, making CAC dizzy. This is the second problem for the Allied forces. Because the alliance was decided and the war was entered into suddenly, many countries could not understand each other's languages, and there was no one to translate. After Kark took command, each country fought its own battles, and the entire Allied army had become a disorganized mess. Attention, all aircraft. Bombers attack the enemy warship's command post. Other aircraft provide cover. The voices of the various squadron leaders rang out on the human empire's communication channels. Undercover, a TIE bomber flew up to an enemy frigate. Boom! 2 proton grenades and an uncontrolled thermal detonator were dropped directly down. Boom! With the explosion, the frigate completely lost its power and combat capability, becoming junk in the galaxy. Damn it! Where are the shield launchers? Why aren't they activated? Looking at the frigate that had exploded beside them, the captain of the cruiser on the other side was also shouting. Sir, these are all weapons from Central. We haven't used them much. This leads to the third problem. The organization was rushed, and the outer ring soldiers were not yet familiar with some of the warships and weapons provided by the Central Ring, resulting in them being put into combat without receiving any training. Then go check it out quickly. I don't want to become a pile of space junk. Seeing the officer flipping through the operations manual, the Star Alliance captain shouted in despair, but it was too late. The second formation targeted them, and both bombers simultaneously dropped proton bombs into the enemy cockpits. In the blink of an eye, the officers and the captain were engulfed by the enormous flames. Target destroyed. Another warship has lost control and awaits destruction by the Star Destroyer's weapons. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The destruction of warships one after another robbed many alien empires of the courage to fight a decisive battle against the human empire. This leads to the fourth question: organization and courage. Once courage is lost, even the most advanced technology is useless. Unfortunately, humans possess both great courage and remarkable technology. Number 3, your left flank has been damaged. The warship will be repaired immediately. One of the TIE fighter jets in a formation is flying forward resolutely with its damaged left wing. This is the third TIE fighter jet in the 5th formation. My left wing has been hit, and I cannot return to base. To reiterate, my left wing has been hit, and I cannot return to base. I will clear a path for our formation. Please follow. Accompanied by the sound of communications, the TIE fighter began to dive at extremely high speed, and then aimed at the enemy's largest turret. For the honor of the Imperial Navy. For the Holy Emperor. Banzai! With a shout, the TIE fighter jet crashed straight into the laser cannon, causing a massive explosion. Hurry! Now! There was no time to mourn the loss of their comrades. Everything was based on strategic objectives, and they were willing to risk everything to achieve victory in the war. Attention, all personnel. Separate the enemy's various warship groups, and then destroy them one by one. The Star Alliance army, which had already been reduced to a scattered mess, was even less than scattered after being divided by carrier-based aircraft. I was careless. Cax slumped in the cockpit, watching one of his own warships after another explode in the galaxy, and said helplessly. They initially thought that the human empire could win, except for luck, or that it was just bullying some small countries. They believed that once their army possessed the technology of the Central Ring, they could defeat the human empire, but it was clear that they still couldn't win. But reality slapped them all in the face. They were not only beaten, but beaten badly. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Withdraw? The order to retreat was quickly given, and just as Kak was about to lead the team to Chiron, he suddenly discovered that his warp device seemed to be unable to start. Not only did Kark discover this situation, but all the surviving warships also noticed it. Kark immediately thought that the human empire might have developed a warship that could prevent the enemy from warping. There's no other way, rev the engine. In a close contest, the brave prevail. If we're going to attack, we need a way. As Kark's voice echoed across the warships, the other aliens did not immediately obey orders, but questioned them. They no longer dared to continue this doomed battle. Chapter 73, a ridiculous result. Let whoever wants to fight, fight. I'm not fighting anymore. The morale of some mercenaries and pirates who were just there to make up the numbers collapsed, and they frantically tried to leave the fleet. However, Kark might not be able to stop them, and the human empire's fleet did not want them to leave. As warships attempting to escape the encirclement exploded one after another in the galaxy, Kark and his crew completely abandoned the idea of fleeing. Take a gamble, and your bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. Just as the thought crossed Kark's mind, he saw the largest of the enemy warships slowly moving forward from the center of the fleet, and then gradually breaking away from it. Hurry, now. They attempted to capture the supreme ship to strike a blow against the human empire, but they didn't understand why humans dared to display this colossal vessel to them. Activate the shields, unleash all firepower. Let the emperors might utterly destroy them. With the order given, all the weapons of the Supreme were activated. Heavy turbo laser cannon, anti-ship missile, heavy ion cannon, tractor beam projector. All sorts of terrifying weapons were aimed at the enemies charging toward the Supreme One. All hands on deck. The naval officers on the control panel had already maximized the charging. Fire. With Yang Cheng's order, hundreds of naval officers began operating and controlling the gun emplacements. Countless beams of explosive energy, combined with various weapons, shot towards the charging Kark and his men. No. Amidst screams of agony, Kark and his companions were reduced to ashes by the overwhelming firepower before they could even touch the Supreme One. That's it. Is this all the so-called coalition forces are capable of? Is this their level? Yang Cheng stared blankly at the enemies who had been reduced to ashes, his face full of astonishment. How could someone of this level dare to challenge him? This so-called joint operation came to nothing, and when the battle reports were sent back to the respective countries, the entire nation was completely dumbfounded. Where's the combined fleet that was supposed to be there? What happened to the promised complete annihilation? Just like that? Just like that, they cleared out the Imperial Navy's ammunition inventory, and that was it? Of course, most of these are the reactions of the people in Central, who treat it as a joke. But it's different in the outer ring, where they are truly face-to-face with the human empire. Upon receiving the battle report, several countries immediately went into mourning. Half of their men had died at the hands of the human empire's army, and they were now truly facing national annihilation. Of course, some people don't think that way. They believe that some alien countries are rotten to the core, full of generals who exploit their soldiers. Our troops suffered 150,000 casualties. An alien general, puffing on an expensive cigar, looked at the battle report and said, "This joint force was a joke. We suffered relatively light casualties. So 15,040 dead in action, 5,000 from disease, and over 100,000 from accidents, mainly due to poor ship control causing several ships to collide. Report it like this, and you can save a lot of money." Just as the general was daydreaming about a bright future, a soldier suddenly rushed into the general's office. "The warships of the human empire are here. The warships of the human empire are here." Accompanied by this terrifying scream, several massive warships appeared in the sky above the planet. "Oh no, run." As soon as the general finished speaking, the ground attack light spears on the warship were activated. Chapter 74 Target. The Avatar World. The light spear is a large energy weapon mounted on spaceships, frequently found on various Imperial Navy vessels and ships of other factions. Mars perfected the ability to effectively produce long-range light spear weapons in the later stages of M37. As one of the most powerful weapons in the human empire's navy, the light spear naturally has many derivative models. For example, the ground attack light spear installed on the battleship that launched the assault on this planet can easily destroy the continental shelf of this landmass with a single shot. Launching now. Ready to log in. As the Astartes drop pod descended, yet another planet was incorporated into human territory. Central Star Region. Eldar Empire, Komodo Sector. This is not a coincidence. This is not a coincidence. Several Eldar scholars, who were browsing through historical documents, listened to the news about the human empire's attack while nervously flipping through ancient books. The Eldar have existed since the dawn of humanity, established their nations earlier than humans, and have been engaged in interstellar travel for far longer. This is why there are many records about the ancient universe in the ancient books of the spirit race, including some secrets. Found it. A spirit scholar pulled out a tattered book and then spoke excitedly. Legend has it that there are 4 great calamities in the universe. The first calamity, the purification agreement. The second calamity, the high-dimensional invasion. And the third calamity, the thorn worm. Thousands of years have passed since the third calamity invaded the galaxy, and few nations in the galaxy still have records of it. The Eldar scholar said excitedly as he flipped through the pages. There are usually omens before a natural disaster occurs. For example, if a company researches 3 technologies, self-aware AI, self-perceived logic, and synthetic humans, but fails to grant robots citizenship, this can easily lead to mechanical disasters. Each natural disaster signifies a major reshuffling of galactic power, but this is also the most terrifying aspect. The War of Heaven, recorded by the ancient cosmic inhabitants, foreshadowed the arrival of the 4th natural disaster. Therefore, humanity may very well be the source of the legendary natural disaster. After reviewing the documents, the Eldar scholars felt a chill run down their spines. Once this terrifying conclusion was confirmed, it would have unforeseen consequences. Absolutely xenophobic, incapable of communication, and committing massacres against all non-humans. These forces emerge suddenly from remote star systems, possess formidable military strength, and almost perfectly fit the basic characteristics of a calamity-based power. If we're talking about corresponding signs, wouldn't it be that various countries were enslaving and massacring humans on a large scale? This is also one of the reasons why this natural disaster occurred. Alright, that's enough. Let's pretend none of this ever happened. A slightly older Eldar scholar suddenly picked up the book, closed it, and then tossed it back. Why? Harks. We should report this to the Cosmic Alliance immediately and make them understand the dangers humanity poses. And then what? Do you think those brainworms would understand these dangers? They'd just think it's a myth, and then accelerate their slaughter of humanity. Hack shook his head and sighed. We have no choice but to wait for our demise, and besides, whether humanity is truly the fourth catastrophe is still up for debate. System, shouldn't we prepare to travel through time? Yang Cheng sat in the main seat of the Supreme One and looked at the system screen, speaking slowly. Ding. Of course. The next world is the Avatar world, set after the first Avatar game, and before humanity's arrival on Pandora in the second. Preparation time, 1 day? Oh, I see. Avatar. Yang Cheng sure didn't lie. He'd long disliked those blue-skinned monkeys, especially the male protagonist. Giving up his human identity just to help the natives? What kind of bullshit logic is that? Since it's jungle warfare, they're the only ones who can do it, Yang Cheng muttered to himself as he opened the system shop. Exchange for the 41st Elite Army from Star Wars, plus a dozen or so squads of the Cataclysm demons from the Warhammer universe. The troops Yang Cheng exchanged for were all specialized in jungle warfare. If they were going to fight, they wanted to completely crush their opponents. The 41st Elite Army is an elite legion composed of many different clones, including ADRT pilots, clone scouts, and BRC soldiers. Their legion's colors were alternating gray and green camouflage. The 41st Elite Corps was a division under the 9th Assault Corps, commanded by Jedi General Luminara Angelai and Clone Commander Gree. The 41st Elite Army is dedicated to long-duration patrols on alien planets, often forming alliances with native inhabitants under primitive and harsh conditions. Seeing so many alien species even made CC 1004 an expert on species and customs, using the name Jerry to showcase his knowledge of little-known alien species. The Catachan Devil Squad consists of 1 Catachan Veteran Sergeant and 4 to 9 Catachan Devils. Their basic weapons include laser guns and fragmentation grenades. They can be upgraded to the same equipment as the Veteran Command Company, but cannot carry heavy weapons. Veteran Sergeants can also choose other equipment used by officers in the Imperial Defense Forces. In addition, the squad can spend an extra 48 points to add a Catachan Demon Officer, who will be equipped with a laser gun or laser pistol, other melee weapons, or weapons that can be used by other officers in the Imperial Defense Force. The Gnostics, huh? Let me show you how a true galactic civilization carries out an invasion. Bring Ongran along, and all the World Eaters Space Marines. Although Yang Cheng was well aware that his military strength was formidable, he still could not be careless, as the will of Pandora was also a problem. Chapter 75 Open the Gate. The Human Empire. Yang Cheng recalled details of the Avatar movies in his mind. Since the first movie was over, it meant that the protagonist had completely joined the Gnostics tribe and had his own child. But this would also become the protagonist's weakness. Yang Cheng felt disgusted when he recalled the protagonist's actions. As a human, betraying his own race was nothing short of treason. Moreover, in the second part, Earth was already on the verge of destruction, and the human army had begun to slowly approach Pandora. But our former human, Jack, resolutely started fighting with humans again. Yang Cheng felt disgusted by this behavior of taking pride in betraying one's own race. If he caught it, he would make it feel the care of the Tribunal and the Midnight Lord. As for the will of the planet, looking at the golden power armor on his body, Yang Cheng decided to take action himself. He didn't care what it was called, he would just crush it with his psionic energy, or he would just have 2 psionic power duels. Attention, all personnel. Preparing for a hyperspace warp. With the order given, the Supreme and dozens of star destroyers began to accelerate, this time not for resources, but for the extermination of the race. Pandora, here I come. In the dark Milky Way, a gleaming ship is slowly sailing. This is the RDA Minerals Corporation's ship, the Startup Star. The driving system of the Entrepreneurship Star is a dual antimatter nuclear fusion hybrid engine. Its 1.6-kilometer-long hull houses a massive 264-meter-long reactor, with 99.5% of its volume dedicated to nuclear reaction and the remaining 0.5% to annihilation. However, this annihilation system, which accounts for only 0.5% of the total system volume, provides more than 95% of the power for interstellar travel. The antimatter fuel used by Entrepreneurship Star is antihydrogen and hydrogen. When antihydrogen and hydrogen come together and annihilate each other, they release enormous energy. At this time, a magnetic permeation system composed of superconductors generates an ultra-strong directional magnetic field, which injects the generated photon energy into the exhaust system. Its plasma gas is 100 million times brighter than a welding arc, and its exhaust gas can travel more than 30 kilometers long, allowing it to travel at 70% of the speed of light. Humans, possessing such powerful weapons, still lost. Whether it was the commander's indecisiveness or strategic errors, the facts prove that the Gnostics were given a cheat code by the director. A bunch of useless trash. They can't even defeat a civilization that hasn't even left its planet. Yang Cheng looked at the Entrepreneurship Star in the distance and began to complain wildly. As Yang Cheng complained, the Supreme Ship completely broke out of hyperspace, and its huge hull appeared directly in front of the Entrepreneurship Star. Oh, shit. Don't eat the pickled radishes. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing giant warship, everyone on the startup star was stunned into silence. Even the Earth government doesn't possess such a massive warship, and judging from the terrifying cannons on it, everyone knew the newcomers were hostile, but they had no way to retaliate. To put it bluntly, a star entrepreneur is essentially a ship converted from a transport vessel. It has armed forces, but not many. Ships ahead. Stop engines. Surrender to the Empire of Man. As the sound rang out, one after another, pure white star destroyers emerged from hyperspace and surrounded the startup star. Don't even think about calling for help. Your communications have been cut off. Don't make any move to resist. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. What should we do, Captain? The employee on the control panel looked at the captain beside him and asked, "Why are you looking at me?" "Surrender," the captain said helplessly. Soon a white flag was projected onto the ship, and then it abandoned all its armed forces and announced its surrender. Notify all stormtroopers to prepare for the event. Several thousand storm soldiers, armed with blaster guns, stood in neat formation, watching the Entrepreneurship Star that was about to dock. "We are RDA Minerals Company. I'd like to ask you, who are you? And why do you need our services?" Click, 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 click. Thousands of stormtroopers immediately aimed their blaster guns at the man. "Let me reiterate. You only have one fate, surrender." Okay. All kinds of human weapons were confiscated by the stormtroopers, and just then, a blue-skinned humanoid creature stood up from an incubation pod. "Colonel Quarch." Yang Cheng looked at the blue humanoid creature in front of him, the avatar, and spoke slowly. "What happened? What happened?" Quaker asked Yang Cheng in front of him while holding onto the armrest. Yang Cheng, dressed in yellow armor, walked up to Quachi and handed him an image. "So have I been fired?" After Yang Cheng explained everything, Quagmi smiled helplessly. While watching the video, Yang Cheng also told him everything through his psychic powers, and Quagmi understood his situation. "I am willing to pledge my allegiance to you, Emperor." Quark knelt down in front of Yang Cheng and said, "Very good. As long as you obey orders, your soul and memories will not be trapped in this filthy body." Yang Cheng's implication was that after Pandora was defeated, Colonel Quaritch would be given a new body. "Follow your instructions." "How far are we from Pandora?" Yang Cheng looked at the star map beside him and asked. "It will only take 1 day to arrive, Your Majesty." The crew of the Entrepreneurship Star realized their predicament and decisively abandoned their jobs to help Yang Cheng, since they didn't believe they could defeat a military fleet. "We'll just airdrop directly into those filthy alien lairs and chop off their heads." Ongron asked, puzzled. "Ongron, don't panic, that would be pointless. We'll make this human traitor pay a price he'll never forget." Yang Cheng's smile began to turn cruel. Dealing with traitors naturally required any means necessary. Chapter 76, Stealing the Baby in a Sack, Alpha. "Admit it, you simply can't stand those bizarre aliens. They are different from us. You can't stand their blue skin and grotesque bodies. Today it eats the corpses of your family members, tomorrow it will eat you. You can't stand living in a world full of creatures that are no different from monsters in ancient legends. Our emotions are incompatible, and our logic is very different. Coexistence? Absolutely not. Now is the time for us to rediscover the traditions of our ancestors. From the moment we first united and stepped out of our beautiful blue planet. That word has been gone from our culture for millions of years. However, I know that it will never disappear from our genes. From the moment our race descended from the branches to the ground, our destiny has been inextricably linked to it. Listen, my fellow countrymen. The call of our ancestors. From the planet where humanity was born to the edge of the galaxy. Let all human languages converge into that cry. War. 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 We will fight. We will fight on planets. We will fight in nebulae. We will fight in hyperspace. We will fight in subspace. We will fight wherever the universe needs us. We fight for the future of humanity, even if it means burning the stars and destroying the galaxy. Send this message to all alien races that intend to resist. War has broken out. The green planet Pandora appeared before everyone's eyes, its vibrant surface a testament to its beautiful scenery. How could such a beautiful planet be allowed to be defiled by those vile aliens? This has been human territory since ancient times, only temporarily occupied by the evil Gnostics. Ding. A war mission has been issued. Do not use planet-destroying weapons before eliminating the planet's will, otherwise, the mission will be considered a failure. Alright. Since we're going to fight the planet's will, we need to be fully prepared. Of course, before that, we need to send people to kidnap the male protagonist's children. Nat Yam, Chili, Locke, Tuck. These are the names of the protagonist Jack's children. Yang Cheng plans to kidnap as many Gnostics as possible, and of course, the more the better, as long as they are children. You haven't learned any of the methods the colonists used to treat the natives. Yang Cheng slowly spoke as he watched the soldiers' combat recorders. They sent men to bind the children of their tribe, then beat them until they were wounded. Next, they placed several elderly soldiers to watch over them, giving the impression that there was an opportunity to exploit them. Then they had men lie in ambush nearby. Yang Cheng explained his plan. Don't rush to deal with the planet's will. First, wipe out the Gnostics. It would be best to unite the tribes together, so that we don't have to go looking for them ourselves. Pandora is home to more than just the Gnostics race, to which Jake belongs. There is also the ocean-dwelling tribe from the second movie, and another tribe that never appeared in the film. Kwaki. Yang Cheng called over Colonel Kwachi, who was tallying supplies nearby. Do you remember Miles the Spider? Miles. My son. Colonel Quarch was visibly excited upon hearing the name. Yes, he's on Pandora, living with the Gnostics. Yang Cheng said slowly. Don't worry, he's human, and he hasn't done anything to betray his race. We won't do anything to him. Yang Cheng stood up, patted Kwachi on the shoulder, and said, but the rest of the Gnostics will not be treated this way. They will surely be wiped out. The universe itself is a law of the jungle, and it is not uncommon for one civilization to invade another for survival. This is also one of the reasons why Yang Cheng dislikes the protagonist of Avatar. If the first movie was simply about hating the protagonist's traitorous behavior, the second movie completely portrays the protagonist as a traitor. Having abandoned the human race, openly aiding other alien races, and disregarding the survival of humanity, the protagonist can no longer be called a human being. Go and capture enough Gnostics cubs. The Emperor has a great use for them. 2 Alpha Legion Space Marines secretly infiltrated Pandora in a small shuttle. Come quick. In the mountains and forests, a tall Gnostics was leading a small Gnostics forward. Tuck, you coward. The Gnostics, who was taller than Tuck, said mockingly. Natyam. As the two were playing in the jungle, they were unaware that a figure was quietly approaching. Alright, it's almost time. We should go back for dinner. The female protagonist of the first and second movies, Neytiri, the princess of the Gnostics tribe, looked at the laughing children and said, okay, I'll be right there. Just as Neytiri was about to relax, watching the laughing children, an unusual aura suddenly emanated from the depths of the jungle. Hammerhead Thunder Beast? Lightning Thunder Beast? Slinger? As Neytiri sensed this completely unfamiliar aura, a feeling of terror welled up inside her. Wrong. Just as Neytiri realized something was wrong, everything went black before her eyes, and she collapsed weakly to the ground. I found a filthy alien, bro. Looking at Neytiri, who has collapsed to the ground, said a space marine from the Alpha Legion. Take it with you. Maybe the Emperor will reward us or something. Mommy. Mommy. The youngest of the children, Tuck, suddenly turned around and saw that he was being pressed down by a man who was more than 2 meters tall. Mom. Bang. 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 The Alpha Legion Space Marines, who were hiding in another dense forest, suddenly rushed out and punched each of them. Take a sack and throw it in. After tying up Jack's children and his wife Neytiri, Alpha continued searching for the remaining lone Gnostics. After traveling for some time, the Alpha Legion Space Marines were drawn by a cry. Alpha Legion Space Marines stumbled into the Gnostics' birthing room. Bumper Harvest. Chapter 77, The Beginning of the Invasion. Not bad, not bad. Yang Cheng nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the dozens of Gnostics cubs that had been captured and brought back. Your Majesty, we also captured an adult Gnostics alive. The space warrior from the Alpha Legion opened a cloth bag as he spoke. Sky people, you are Sky people. With a pitiful howl, Neytiri was thrown out like a dead dog. Sky people? No, no, no. We are a civilized nation, and we will treat you in a very civilized manner. Yang Cheng waved his hand and continued. We come with peace and civilization. Peace. Civilization? Neytiri fell into deep thought as she listened to these unfamiliar words. Of course, all of this is predicated on the fact that the Gnostic species do not exist on this planet. What? Of course, given my merciful nature, I will not slaughter you. You can apply for suicide, which is a painless death. Yang Cheng had no intention of coexisting harmoniously with these aliens. How could a species that wasn't even considered a subhuman possibly coexist harmoniously with humans? Impossible. We Gnostics will fight to the death for our homeland. You will never be allowed to come near Pandora again. Seeing Neytiri's determined gaze and words, Yang Cheng didn't intend to argue with her. After all, compared to the human empire, the Gnostics tribes were nothing more than ants. So, just watch from here as your homeland perishes. As Yang Cheng spoke, he began to issue orders to launch a comprehensive bombardment of the target location based on the principle of supreme authority. Let me show you what the power of technology is. The order was given to the cannons mounted on the Star Destroyer to begin charging, but due to system requirements and Yang Cheng's ideas, the energy level was not set too high. Skymen are back. As the terrifying light pierced the clouds, countless Gnostics howled in agony as the devastating beams of light swept in. Boom. A massive beam of light fell upon the dense forest, obliterating all living things in its path. The Gnostics once relied on the forest to fight against human machines, but now most of the forest will be destroyed, and all living things will fall before human technology. Ava, bless me. While searching for his wife amidst the chaotic crowd, Jack silently prayed to the gods of the planet. Clearly, Ava was starting to exert her power. Countless trees suddenly grew wildly, forming one wooden wall after another to protect the Gnostics. Jack, the Sky people are back, and this time they are more powerful than ever before. Just as Jack was panicking, a sentence suddenly popped into his head. Gather at the Hallelujah Mountains. I'll have them block out the humans. As the sound rang out, Jack had no choice but to temporarily abandon his search for his wife and children and begin an emergency evacuation with his people. Countless creatures on Pandora wailed under the devastating beam of light. Some were reduced to a pile of minced meat, while others were reduced to ashes. This scene resembles the genocide of the late Cretaceous period, where countless animals run in panic amidst the terrifying weapons of humanity, but ultimately they can only die at the hands of human weapons. Alright, send the landing troops down. Following Yang Cheng's order, hundreds of LAATI low-altitude assault transport aircraft, carrying dozens of soldiers from the 41st Elite Army, flew towards Pandora. Okay, after fighting alongside the rebels, we'll now fight alongside the clones. Amidst the stormtroopers' complaints, a dozen Imperial landing craft detached from the warship and flew straight towards Pandora. Prepare to ship the Odyssey down as well. Then get the Space Marines ready. The jungle on the ground had been blasted into a vast expanse of scorched earth, and the stormtroopers and the 41st Elite clones had successfully landed on this land. Boom, 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 boom. Countless trees and vines surged towards the landing soldiers like a tidal wave. Prepare to fight. As the order was given, soldiers armed with flamethrowers and Z-6 rotating blast cannons quickly aimed their fire at the spreading vines. Fire. Flames surged towards the vines like a tidal wave, and the rotating energy cannons also began to fire in tandem with the flames. In an instant, countless trees and vines were burned to ashes, and some were shattered into pieces by the energy cannon. Air support is ready. 2 low-altitude assault transport planes circled over again, but this time they weren't there to transport personnel. Personnel killing laser turret, composite beam laser turret, variable yield missile launcher, lightweight air-to-air rocket robot killer launcher. The weapons mounted on this aircraft are a brutal aesthetic. They are more powerful than some fighter jets. Fire! 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 As the attack continued, sparks flew through the forest, and this time the will of Pandora was defeated. But this time it's different from the first movie. In the first movie, they were just playing around with humans. This time, they're going to get serious. Hundreds of hammerhead thunder beasts burst forth from the jungle, their hard heads pointing forward. This animal has a hammer-shaped horn on its head, somewhat resembling a hammerhead shark. However, hammerhead brontotheres are land animals. They prefer open grasslands and frequently visit rainforests. They are herbivores, primarily feeding on shrubs and grasses, but also eating fruits and leaves. Adult hammerhead brontotheres are typically 6 meters tall and 11 meters long. This animal's head can even withstand bullets, but unfortunately, the weapons it faces can't even be called guns. 1H deployment complete. 1H is the Imperial class anti-tank tank, which is the backbone of the Imperial heavy anti-gravity tanks. It was equipped with a Mark IV ES heavy laser cannon, one of the best laser cannons used by the Imperial Army. It has a Mark III's medium blaster and 2 side-mounted weapons as its secondary armaments. 1H has a crew of 5, including 1 driver, 2 gunners, and 1 sergeant. 5 1H anti-gravity tanks were deployed on the ground, and then their cannons were aimed at the charging hammerhead thunder beasts. Meanwhile, the stormtroopers and clones also turned their heavy weapons on the charging beasts. For the Emperor, with the sound, a giant airdrop pod also landed. A terrifying heavy armored vehicle slowly emerged from the drop pod. A Draden-type dreadnought bearing the World Eater's insignia entered the battlefield. As the Fearless descended, hundreds of Space Marines landed on the ground aboard Thunderhawk landing craft, ready to welcome the Nautics. Chapter 78 Bait. The Dradu Siege Dreadnought is a heavy fire support dreadnought that shares many design and functional similarities with the Defiant Dreadnought. The Dradu Siege Dreadnought possesses powerful weapon carrying capacity and battlefield stability, and has been used by many Space Marine legions as a testing ground for advanced weapon systems. The Dradu Siege Dreadnought is equipped with weapons such as the Anvil-type automatic cannon array, the Hellfire plasma bombardment cannon, and the Arachnus-type laser cannon. Its outer shell is additionally equipped with an Aeolus-type missile launcher that can automatically target enemies and operate independently. The Dradu Siege Dreadnought can also be equipped with heavy flamethrowers or heavy explosive weapons. In addition, the Dradu Siege Dreadnought is also equipped with a helical aiming array device and an atomic shield system. For the Emperor, all the weapons equipped on the Dreadnought were unleashed without reservation, and terrifying firepower instantly covered countless hammerhead thunder beasts. I am the Emperor's Angel of Death. I will bring death. A terrifying sound rang out from beneath the Dauntless armor. In coordination with the Dauntless attack, 5 veterans wearing ironclad Terminator armor provided fire support on both sides of the Dauntless. These so-called hammerhead thunder beasts were completely unable to withstand the bomb attacks and were forced to retreat under the powerful offensive. Roar! Roar! Amidst the pitiful howls of the hammerhead thunder beast, dozens of Viper wolves burst forth from the jungle, charging straight towards the Space Marines. Don't fire, let me try. After returning the weapon he had been using to Longron, Khan switched to a new one, a power axe crafted by a salamander craftsman. Seeing the Viper wolf charging towards him, Khan raised his power axe and swung it down. The Viper wolf is 2.3 meters long and 1 meter tall. It has 6 legs, 4 eyes, no hair, thick nails on its neck and spine, and claws that resemble hands. It shows signs of evolving from canine to ape-like creatures. It possesses 6 strong legs and a powerful torso, enabling it to travel long distances quickly in search of prey. The keen green eyes see things as clearly at night as they do during the day. Unfortunately, all those fancy skills were useless against Khan, who beheaded the leader of the Viper wolves with a single axe strike. More and more Viper wolves lunged at Khan, but the intensity was too low for Khan, who was used to fighting all the time. Boom, boom, boom. With each swing of the axe, dozens of Viper wolves were killed in the blink of an eye by Khan's axe. The ground operations have been completely victorious, but the jungle and air operations to come will not be so easy. At the same time, Jack also connected with the planet's will. From the planet's will's words, Jack understood that this enemy was no ordinary foe, and that his wife and children had been kidnapped by it. Jack, what should we do? Looking down at the surviving Nautics, Jake carefully considered his options. We split into 2 forces, one to hold off the enemy air force, and the other to lure the main enemy force into the jungle, which is our territory. As Jack's voice rang out, countless Nautics roared with excitement and primal energy. They thought they would win again like last time, but they didn't know that they were facing more than just an army. Tomorrow, I will draw the enemy's attention, and then seize the opportunity to launch my operation. While Jack was discussing countermeasures, Yang Cheng was also brainstorming with many officers about how to deal with the Nautics. The Nautics know how to use the jungle for hit-and-run tactics and ambushes. What should we do? This is what I think. As one of the officers spoke, he began to gesture on the map. This is a jungle, and the enemy can only fight us from the jungle. If our troops enter the jungle, they are not only likely to fall into enemy traps, and may even return empty-handed, wasting energy, but heavy weapons are also easily surrounded and attacked. The officer made markings on the map as he spoke. We can deploy troops to guard various locations, then set fire to the jungle, followed by building railways and outposts to reduce the enemy's maneuverability. Next, we can deploy rapid reaction forces at various locations, quickly dispatching them to blockade and restrict enemy movement when they appear and attack our outposts. This will allow us to annihilate the enemy. Then, regularly send fighter jets to bomb the area, which can reduce the pressure on the army. Both sides are ready, and a major battle is about to break out. Yang Cheng also arrived at the ground base, which was named Emperor's Glory. Troops had been deployed to guard various locations on the ground, and a temporary command post had also been established. Jack, traitor to humanity, your wife and children are in my hands. Come see me if you dare. The location is where we fought during the day. Yang Cheng used his psionic energy to spread these words throughout the entire continent, and Jack, who was preparing to launch a surprise attack in the jungle, also heard them. Damn it! Jack cursed angrily, but there was nothing he could do. For the sake of his wife and children, he had no choice but to go to the meeting alone. Chapter 79: Jack's Collapse. Come on, Jack, let me see how your family relationships are going. Yang Cheng looked at Natiri and their babies, who were bound hand and foot, while gazing into the dark jungle. Enemy detected. I repeat, enemy detected. As the searchlight focused, a slender blue figure emerged from the darkness. It's finally here. Yang Cheng smiled as he watched Jack slowly walk out. Hey, RDA, we have nothing to do with each other anymore. What do you want? Jack shouted at the soldiers in uniform on the wall. Jack, this time it's not my business. Colonel Quaritch walked up the city wall and looked down at Jack, speaking in a mocking tone. You have offended the Emperor, and you and your bunch of blue-skin monkeys are doomed. Blue-skin monkeys? They are intelligent life forms. They are just like us humans. When did such a filthy alien become worthy of being compared to humans? Yang Cheng, clad in golden power armor, slowly walked up the city wall. Who are you? The Emperor? You are not worthy to address the Emperor by his name. With a roar, a bomb struck the soil next to Jack. Upon seeing the sudden attack, Jack immediately went into alert stance, roaring in a primal voice. Look at you. You betrayed humanity for the so-called Gnostics, abandoning your noble human identity to side with the xenomorphs. They are people too. They are just like humans. Is this why you betrayed humanity? Is this why you slaughtered your own kind? Yang Cheng's voice began to sound terrifying, even making Jack a little scared. We will not back down. We will fight you to the very end to protect our homeland. Homeland? Looks like you've truly forgotten your roots, Jack. Fight to the very end, is that it? As Yang Cheng spoke, he lifted Natilde up. After donning his armor, Yang Cheng was even taller than the Gnostics. This is your wife, right? Then let me show you the price of resistance. At this moment, Natiri was being choked so badly that she could hardly breathe, and a feeling of suffocation washed over her. Help! Help! Jack! Natiri kicked Yang Cheng's power armor haphazardly, but it did nothing but hurt her own feet. So what's so great about these so-called alien creatures? Are they worth giving up your human bloodline for? Yang Cheng could have strangled Natiri long ago with his current strength, but he didn't. He used his psionic energy to keep Natiri alive, but the price was that he had to experience endless suffocation and pain. Please, let her go. I'll do anything. You are not even qualified to work for me. First of all, you are not human. Secondly, since you have sided with the Gnostics, you are our enemy. Why would I be so stupid as to let my enemy work for me? Yang Cheng tightened his grip, and Natiri's feeling of suffocation intensified. Ayaya! Enraged, Jack charged up the wall and attempted to attack Yang Cheng, but was instead punched off the wall by a red-clad guard beside Yang Cheng. It seems you still haven't realized your mistake, Jack. If you kill her, our entire tribe will never let you go. Jack tried to intimidate the human by mentioning that Natiri was the leader of the jungle tribe, assuming that the human was also there to mine, and that this would make him spare Natiri for the sake of profit. Jack, you're still too young. Why do you think your so-called tribe can stand up to our starships? Your tribe's warriors are dwindling every moment, while our army is endless. Besides, do you really think we're here to mine? Upon hearing this, Jack understood. This wasn't business. This was war. So what? Our goddess Ava will protect us, and all our tribes will unite. Hearing Jack's words, Yang Cheng couldn't hold back anymore and couldn't help but laugh. Ava? Or a deity? Yang Cheng tried his best to suppress his smile and looked at Jack below, speaking slowly and deliberately. word by word. Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there were two civilizations. One only had the ability to travel within a planet, while the other had the ability to travel within short star systems. One day, the latter civilization planned to invade the former, but a scientist on the former's planet deciphered their code. Then, during the period of waiting for the invasion of the intergalactic civilization, that planetary civilization developed at a frenzied pace, building countless warships. Soon the time for invasion arrived, and thousands of warships awaited the arrival of the intergalactic civilization. But guess what happened to them in the end? They were completely wiped out by a probe from an intergalactic civilization and sunk in the most ancient way possible, by impact. What do you mean? As Jack nearly died, Neytiri screamed at the top of her lungs. Because this is your fate, or as I prefer to call it, a dimensional reduction attack. Your so-called planetary will and tribal alliances sound impressive and seem powerful, but unfortunately, the technological gap between us is enormous, and it cannot be bridged by your so-called courage. After Yang Cheng finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force with his arm. Vomit, vomit, vomit. Neytiri was choked until she foamed at the mouth and lost consciousness. Your child is still with me. I advise you not to act rashly. Of course, if you want revenge, you are welcome to come anytime. After Yang Cheng strangled Neytiri to death, he threw the body in front of Jack and then left. Natiri, Natiri. Looking at the corpse in front of him, Jack was plunged into endless pain and then carried the body into the dense forest. The plan was successful. Yang Cheng couldn't help but laugh as he watched Jack walk away. Since it has betrayed humanity, it will face endless suffering. Your Majesty, what should we do with those alien babies? Listening to his subordinate's report, Yang Cheng silently opened the system. System, do you have the redemption mech? Host, what do you want to do? You wouldn't. Of course, we need to do something fun. 4,000. Sold, 5 units. The redemption mech is a large, bipedal mech used by the state religion to punish heretics who have committed horrific crimes. This fearsome war machine is piloted only by traitors who have committed heinous acts. It is one of the worst punishments the Empire can conceive of. The Battle Sisters would also deploy the Atonement Sisters as heavy infantry support firepower in battle, much like the Space Marines use their Dauntless. Becoming the pilot of the redemption mech indicates that the crimes he or she committed were so serious that punishments such as imprisonment, exile, flogging, or even the death penalty would be considered too lenient. The pilot is fixed to the front of the mech, but unlike other mechs, there are no measures to protect the pilot, leaving them completely exposed to enemy fire. Only the Emperor can decide their fate. Those who are forced to pilot the redemption mechs are often those who have served in the state religion. Among them were fallen priests, as well as battle nuns who caused the deaths of others due to insufficient faith or mission failure. They were all considered devout by the church, so the fighting nuns often considered it a sacred duty to witness the battles of these great machines and to witness their fallen brothers or sisters cleansing their sins in the brutal fighting. Pilots of the redemption mechs are often directly fixed to the front of the mech, and numerous fiber optic neural connectors and chemical injectors are implanted into the pilot's spine and brain. When they are not engaged in combat, the chemical implants inject feelings of guilt and pain directly into their brains to remind them of their crimes and sins. Therefore, driven by a mad need for forgiveness, the pilots would charge into enemy lines in their redemption mechs, knowing that forgiveness could only be obtained by slaughtering the Emperor's enemies or by death. Furthermore, during combat, chemical injectors will inject large amounts of stimulants and various chemicals into the pilot's body to ensure that he or she can survive multiple injuries while still feeling all the pain inflicted upon them by the enemy. These stimulants are usually powerful enough to keep the driver occupied for a long enough time and to atone for their sins by killing enemies in a frenzy. Men, tie those 4 aliens up. Chapter 80: The Technological Gap. All fighter jets were dispatched to encircle and annihilate the enemy's air force. Mechanized troops and other engineers began deploying equipment to various railways and outposts, and ground forces began to encircle and annihilate the enemy. Yang Cheng never intended to fight a jungle war with the Nautics. All he wanted to do was reduce the jungle as much as possible. Prepare to airdrop incendiary bombs and prepare to enter the jungle. With the order given, a dozen or so TIE fighters began to fly forward in formation and then began dropping bombs. Each bomb explosion was accompanied by countless trees being engulfed in flames, which then quickly ignited the surrounding trees. A massive sea of fire formed in the jungle, and large trees fell one after another as the flames scorched them. Armored forces lead the way, with the rest of the personnel providing cover from below. 10 ATs lined up in a row, moving forward with overwhelming force. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The various stormtrooper units began to advance, and the soldiers would readily finish off any animal soldiers they encountered that were on the verge of death. Note that no Gnostics were found in Area A. We will continue forward. The entire jungle was divided into 3 main areas. Area A was the outermost layer, Area B was the central area, and Area C was the area near the Hallelujah Mountains. The enemy had not deployed troops on the outskirts of the jungle and requested air cover. We continued our advance. Receive. 5 X-Wing fighters began to advance towards the floating mountains ahead, and soon their reconnaissance instruments detected a large number of biological reactions. Attention! Attention! Enemy detected in the mountains. Enemy detected in the mountains. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. After receiving this message, ground radars began to urgently deploy 2 TIE fighter squadrons and 1 X-Wing fighter squadron to the area. Reinforcements will arrive in 3 minutes. Be careful not to alert the enemy. Receive. The X-Wing pilot simply circled once before moving away, and then the area was marked to indicate that there were enemy ambush troops there. Jack, can we really do this? Looking at the devastated forests in the distance, a Gnostic asked Jack, who was riding Torek in front of him. If they can win once, they can win a second time. Their underestimation of their opponent will naturally come at a price. A dozen AT-TES followed the troops, surrounded by clone soldiers carrying DC-15A blaster rifles. AT-TE stands for All-Terrain Tactical Assault Walking Machine. The walking machine has 6 articulated legs for movement. Its short legs, while reducing the walking machine's maximum speed, enhance its stability. The walking machine's body consists of 2 armored sections connected by an elastic sleeve, improving its mobility on the ground. The front of the walker is equipped with 4 laser spherical turrets, and a separate heavy howitzer is mounted on a turret on the back of the walker. Its firing arc is then covered by a pair of laser turrets. Although the armor of this walking machine can easily deflect small arms fire, anti-tank rockets can still penetrate the armor of the AT-TE and destroy its complex propulsion mechanism. Jack, we've spotted the enemy. The Gnostics ground assault troops, mounted on heavily armored horses, were ready to charge. Heavy armored horses resemble horses on Earth, but are a third larger than the largest horse breeds on Earth. They stand and run on 6 legs, are hairless, covered in stripes, and have a layer of flexible carbon fiber armor covering their heads and necks. Don't panic. Wait for the enemy to enter the encirclement. Jack gritted his teeth as he watched the approaching clone army in the distance. This time, he had gathered his entire clan not only to avenge his wife, but also to fight for the future generations of his race. The planet's will has taken control of all life on Pandora, and countless bizarre creatures are rushing toward the continent. Attack! As the command was given, countless Gnostics roared with primal intensity, and then launched a rapid assault. Attention! Attention! Enemy spotted in Sector B. This mission was to be completed quickly, and I was in a hurry to get home for dinner. With the announcement, all the clones stopped advancing and began to build fortifications on the spot. Get all the heavy weapons working and ready for battle. At the forefront were soldiers of the 41st Elite Corps, followed by Space Marines, Dreadnoughts, and Terminators, with various Space Marines on either side of them. Behind the Space Marines were various all-terrain tactical vehicles, the Gnostics unaware that they were about to become slaughtered animals. Tens of thousands of Gnostics, riding heavily armored horses and wielding various weapons, began to attack them. They charged toward the clones in an orderly fashion, like an iron wall. Wow! One primal roar after another erupted from the Gnostics' throats. They believed that if they could win the first time, they could win the second. But this time, they were not greeted by mercenaries armed with live ammunition, nor by fragile humanoid mechs. Instead, they were greeted by the 41st Elite Army, forged in the Clone Wars, and by the World Eaters Space Marines who had earned their reputation in the dark galaxy of Warhammer 40K. Fire! As the order was given, the clones' explosive weapons quickly began to fire, while various armored forces behind them also began to target the enemy. Countless beams of explosive energy struck the Gnostics riding on horseback with pinpoint accuracy, easily burning a bloody hole in their bodies. The Space Marines began firing their bomb guns, each bomb turning a Gnostics into a mangled piece of flesh in the jungle. Bang 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 bang. The automatic cannons, howitzers, and plasma cannons mounted on the Dreadnought all began firing. The Dreadnought was equipped with more weapons than several other tanks. Damn it! The enemy's frontal firepower is too intense. We need reinforcements. Received. Hang in there. As Jack's voice rang out, all the phantom riders hiding on the cliff face swooped down, but they were nothing more than sitting ducks for the anti-aircraft guns. The anti-aircraft guns that were firing at the army quickly turned their muzzles toward the sky and then pulled the trigger without hesitation. Support has arrived. Begin eliminating enemy air units. Chapter 81 Melee. Hundreds of Icolans swooped down from the sky to attack the ground troops. Wow. As they watched their chieftain lead the warriors of their tribe leap down, countless Gnostics fighting on the ground roared with excitement once again. But their laughter soon faded. Their tactics might work against some ragtag troops, but against these elite forces from various battlefields, they were nothing more than a group of struggling ants. Boom, 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 boom. The attacks by the clone troop and space marines on the ground did not stop. They continued to advance steadily while attacking. We need backup. Jack, we need. Before a Gnostic could finish speaking, a bomb blasted it into several pieces, its blue body scattered in fragments on the ground. Alien, you deserve it. A terrifying roar erupted from beneath the helmet of the space marine who fired the shot. No. Looking at his people who had died tragically, Jack let out a grief-stricken roar from high in the sky. I'll make you pay the price. Jack yelled at the blood-red painted monsters, then roared and charged at them. Jack, look over there. Just as Jack was about to dive, he was suddenly reminded by his companion, and then looked in the direction his companion was pointing. A dozen or so Alpha, 3 Holy Light-class V-wing interplanetary interceptors, along with X-wings and TIE fighters, flew toward them. Jack sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. The Wingstar Interceptor, a lightweight interstellar interceptor developed by Quarter Systems Engineering Corporation, was the main interceptor during the Galactic Republic era. It was also the main interceptor used in the early days of the Galactic Empire for combat. This interceptor was very agile, with a maximum acceleration of 4,800 g and a maximum atmospheric speed of 1,450 km per hour. The only drawback was that its maneuverability and firepower were not as good as the later Imperial tie-in and Rebel A-wing. It also did not have a hyperspace engine and required module assistance. It was equipped with deflector shields, but due to the size of the aircraft itself, the defensive effect was average. This pointed aircraft could carry a clone pilot. The rear flap was equipped with a space mechanic robot for navigation and maintenance. The 2 sets of wings could be folded up and down. The aircraft's blast cannons were mounted on the struts supporting the wings. It could also be equipped with shock missiles to provide rapid tracking firepower for the V-wing. Fire! 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 As soon as the order was given, the blast cannons mounted on the fighter jets immediately aimed at the enemy and began firing. Jack and the others had no time to dodge and were hit by the shells. Quick! Spread out. With Jack's command, all the air forces scattered and rushed toward them, attempting to win the war using their old tactics. Each formation disperses and defends freely. Repeat, defend freely. The lead squadron leader ordered his wingmen to disperse, and then began using tracking missiles. The magnetic field around Hallelujah Mountain can easily affect the tracking devices of missiles, but this minor impact is negligible for these Star Wars-era fighters. Boom, boom. With 2 explosions, several Ikari were blown to pieces and then fell straight to the ground. Damn it. These fighter jets were like flies, constantly following them, and every moment one of their Ikaris was shot down. Just as Jack was getting anxious, the planets will intervened once again. Accompanied by countless howls, thousands of Akali burst out from the clouds in the sky, while countless hammerhead thunder beasts and various creatures on the ground rushed towards the clone's defensive line. Ava is with us. Jack knew that the planet's will was helping him. With so many creatures, they would surely be able to defeat humanity again. However, this time, it had clearly underestimated humanity's strength. Attention, everyone. Attention. The enemy has deployed a large number of unknown flying beasts and released swarms of drones. Receive. 3 landing ships broke through Pandora's atmosphere, followed by the deployment of thousands of Predator drones. These drones were captured in the world of the Wandering Earth and, after being modified by the Cult of Mechanics, were redeployed to the battlefield. What is that? Seeing the huge black shadow in the distant clouds, countless Gnostics looked up and shouted in surprise. Thousands of drones burst out of the clouds to intercept the Ikari, and with the start of fire from the large-caliber machine guns mounted on the drones, a major battle officially began. Help! 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 These drones are the perfect counter to Ikari's weapons. They have no fear of probability. They only know how to aim at their targets and fire. If they don't have enough time, they will detonate their drones to kill the enemy. A rain of blood fell from the sky, containing blood from the Ikari, the Na-6, and various organs. The Na-6 were no longer excited. The fear of war had completely enveloped them. They didn't understand what war was. Was that childish battle last time considered a war? A real war is one where all weapons are used and all tactics and strategies serve only the purpose of victory. The Na-6 realized they had been naive, but it was too late for them to run. All they could do now was pray that Ava would protect them, but that was clearly not going to work. Mortals, retreat behind us. All world eaters, prepare for battle. The armor worn by Angron, named the armor of the god of war, was modified from his former gladiator armor. It was blessed and modified by the great sage Calbo, and some secret technologies were also installed on it. Angron has transformed from the mindless hack-and-slasher he once was into the intelligent hack-and-slasher he is now, one who cares about mortals. Upon hearing the command from their pre-march, all the world eaters stepped out of their positions and stood in front of the clones. For the Emperor. At this moment, Angron did something that no one could understand. He quickly drew his two long-handled chainsaw axes and then suddenly shouted. Seeing Angron do this, the Space Marines also took out their chainsaw axes or power claws. Several Space Marines wearing Terminator armor were using a power hammer. The two sides quickly clashed, but for these hammerhead thunder beasts, it was a brutal battle. With each swing of his axe, Angron could take the lives of several hammerhead thunder beasts, while the world eaters followed closely behind, also wielding chainsaw axes. Kill the leader, and the enemy will collapse. A Na-6 suddenly shouted, followed by several other Na-6, who attempted to fight Angron with their own flesh and blood. Chapter 82 Redemption Mech. Whether enemy or not, only in death can ultimate forgiveness be won. Anglican priest. Retreat, retreat, retreat. As the Na-6 watched the hammerhead thunder beasts being mowed down like wheat, fear overcame their courage, and their former spirit of defending their homeland was gone forever. Retreat to the Tree of Life. Jack knew the battle was over. They had suffered a crushing defeat. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Countless Na-6 fled into the jungle in disarray, but the clone army on the perimeter did not pursue them. Attention, all personnel. Attention, all personnel. The enemy has retreated into the jungle. Do not pursue them. I repeat, do not pursue them. Leave a group of people on guard duty. The rest of you go and arrange for the construction of the railway tracks. The nature of this battle has now changed. At least 80% of the Na-6 have been crippled by their own attacks, and the remaining elderly, women, and children have virtually no fighting ability, while the able-bodied men are almost all dead. I want to make a boot from a Na-6 scalp. Angron spoke slowly, watching the clones finishing off the fallen Na-6 on the battlefield. Khan, leave some men here, we'll retreat first. The battles to come are no longer their concern. The 41st Elite Army and Katashan will take care of everything. Release the Redemption Mech. Inside the dark cabin, a massive machine was slowly moving away from the battlefield. The captured Na-6 were nailed to the mechs and groaned in pain. Aliens, this is an opportunity given to you by the great and benevolent Emperor. You will atone for your lowly and inferior alien bloodline with your own bodies. Accompanied by the prayers of the state priest, 5 terrifyingly designed mechs appeared on the continent of Pandora. And nailed to the Redemption Mech were Jack's children. No. Unfortunately, they didn't even have time to struggle before the neurotoxins were injected into their bodies. Kill all the aliens. Boom 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 boom. Equipped with 2 heavy flamethrowers and 2 chainsaw fists on each arm, it began to activate, and sacred prayers resounded across the land. Did we escape? Jack led his people to retreat to the foot of Hallelujah Mountain. They could only let their people retreat to the Hallelujah Mountain, which was floating in the sky, and hide in the caves to wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Jack, a Na-6 carrying a bow and arrow came running over the big tree. I found the children, but the Na-6's eyes were filled with fear, as if he had seen something terrifying. Boom 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 boom. The loud engine noise grew louder as it approached, and Jack immediately sensed something was wrong. Quick, let the tribesmen go up first. A few of you stay and come with me. Before Jack could finish speaking, the large tree next to them suddenly collapsed, and then 5 terrifying machines appeared in front of them. Jack and everyone else were stunned. They had never seen such a terrifying machine before. Its black body was covered with sacred emblems, or seals, and every part was inscribed with sacred scriptures to praise the Emperor's greatness. The arms are equipped with circular chainsaws, which are also fitted with flamethrowers. The most terrifying thing is that in the center of the machine, its child, Tuck, is nailed to it, and its body is injected with various unknown drugs that make it particularly excited. Incinerate the aliens. Slay the heretics. Terrifying words echoed in Tuck's throat, and then he charged at Jack. Asshole. Seeing this, Jack quickly dodged, but the machine charged directly at the others. A Gnostic's warrior was caught off guard and was cleaved in two by a circular chainsaw. Sensing that its enemies were being killed, more drugs were being injected into Tuck's brain, making Tuck feel even more excited. Only by killing the Emperor's enemies could it feel comfortable. Tuck, I am your father. Stop. Unfortunately, Tuck's ears were encased in metal, so it couldn't hear any external sounds. It could only feel itself slashing at enemies. It wanted to stop, but couldn't, and a surge of excitement spread through its body. Damn it. Stop it. Jack tried to attack the mech's power system, but unfortunately, all of the mech's weaknesses were covered by metal. Should we use heavy weapons? We could just blow it up? But my people are tied up there, we cannot. As soon as Jack finished speaking, another Gnostic was thrown out, his blue body crashing into a giant tree and snapping it in two. It's too late. Hurry. Jack was helpless as he watched his fellow countrymen being smashed to pieces. The only solution at this point was to kill Tuck. Bring it on. Jack aimed his longbow at Tuck, then, with tears in his eyes, drew the bow and shot an arrow. The slender arrow struck Tuck with such force that it tore Tuck in two. But a horrifying scene unfolded. Tuck died, but the machine did not stop. It continued its methodical attacks on the Gnostics. Jack finally realized that his daughter was just an accessory on this machine. Chapter 83 Jack's Departure, Counterinsurgency. Jack looked at Tuck, who was hanging on the mech like a piece of cured meat, and he realized that he had just killed his own daughter and was still unable to stop the mech from continuing to destroy. Jack, you're the chieftain. You retreat first. I'll lead the men to hold them off. Several Gnostics quickly took the bewildered Jack away, while the rest desperately held off the Jaegers. Your Majesty, the war has been won. What should we do next? Yang Cheng looked at the holographic projection beside him and listened to his subordinate's report. No, it's not over yet. Yang Cheng knew that this battle was not over yet. It had only just begun. The order was passed down. The Air Force was instructed to bomb all possible enemy positions. It was time to build this cage. The mechanics began to arrange for the construction of railways to surround all areas where the enemy appeared, and then set up clone sentries. Yang Cheng also ordered his troops to start using Agent Orange, and this weapon was mechanically modified to have a more powerful weed-removing capability. Agent Orange is a deadly poison laced with dioxin, a highly toxic substance. It is named Agent Orange because of the orange stripes on the containers that ship these defoliants or herbicides. Start deploying. As Agent Orange was dropped, vast swathes of trees withered, leaving the Gnostics with nowhere to hide. Along with the release of Agent Orange, bomber squadrons also dropped bombs on the enemy's territory. But the Planetary will not allow this. Whenever the trees in a place wither, the Planetary will replant them. This is a protracted war, but Yang Cheng doesn't want it to last long. Yang Cheng's immense spiritual energy was constantly pressuring the planet's will. Even the planets will dare not confront that world-destroying power head-on. Friends, I'm planning to leave the jungle tribe and seek help from the ocean tribe. After loading his bags onto the Icarus, Jack prepared to leave. From now on, you'll rely on the jungle and Ikari to wage guerrilla warfare against the enemy. Jack, on the verge of tears, mounted Icolin and then addressed the tribesmen before him. Nathan, you are one of the strongest warriors in the tribe. It is now your turn to lead the people in a counterattack. We will use the Hallelujah Mountains as our base. The enemy will not discover us. Jack looked at a strong Gnostic beside him and said that the deaths of his wife and children had already caused him enough pain. This time, he could both seek help from the Sea Clan and help himself to clear his mind. Jack, please accept my condolences. The human boy, Max, climbed onto the rock and spoke to Jack beside him. I know I will. Jack ignored Max's concern and left, then flew into the sky and disappeared into the clouds. Several days later, on a railway, an armored train is traveling, carrying neatly dressed clone soldiers. Hidden in the jungle were a dozen or so Gnostics, riding heavily armored horses, eager to charge at any moment. Listen carefully, let's finish this quickly. With the command given, the dozen or so Gnostics rode their horses toward the train, and the clones on the train naturally spotted them. Fire! As the order was given, the clones immediately began to fight back. At the same time, the train's commander urgently contacted the nearest outpost to arrange for a rapid reaction force to arrive. Brothers, we've received orders. A dozen burly men wearing green vests and red headscarves each carried a chainsaw sword and a slingshot gun. The leader of the group shouted at them. This officer was known as Steel-Toothed Gert, and it was said that his teeth had once killed a samurai insect, which is why he had to replace them with a set of teeth made of steel. Brothers, the hunt has begun. Slaughter these lowly aliens. More than a dozen Qatari soldiers immediately boarded transport vehicles and headed to the scene of the incident together with the other station troops. Next, these Qatari people, who learned to shoot before they learned to speak, will teach these so-called Nasics what jungle warfare is. Kadashan is located in the extreme star region, and its surface is covered by dense jungle. The entire ecosystem of this planet seems to be consciously hostile to all alien species. Every native plant on this planet poses a real threat to humanity. Even space marines say to avoid this hellish place. Kadashan doesn't even have its own planetary defense force, because the planet's deadly plants are enough to ensure that any invaders never return, without the PDF even needing to lift a finger. As is widely known, this planet is inhabited by some of the most deadly creatures in the galaxy, and some of its native wildlife has even been released to other planets to deter invaders. The only valuable resource of Kadashan is its inhabitants. Because the Kadachans are born and raised on the Empire's harshest planet, they are often tough and cunning. This is home to the Kadachan jungle warriors. They were taller and more imposing than the Star Guardians. For the finest inhabitants of this dead planet, the suffering brought on by the protracted wars of the human empire was no greater than the daily hardships they faced, and so they proudly answered the Emperor's call. Kadashan used their natural advantages to provide the Imperial Guard with a group of elite forces to join the astronautical army, who are also the backbone of the astronautical army. Chapter 84. The Kadashan Jungle Warriors, the Alien Inquisition. Attention everyone, form groups of 3 and enter the jungle to search, Gert said, holding a bomb gun with a golden double-headed eagle printed on it. Dozens of Kadashan jungle warriors quickly entered the jungle and then dispersed to begin tracking the enemy's trail, while the Imperial Navy also dispatched several fighter jets to provide support. Compared to Kadashan, this place is incredibly scenic. At least there are no giant toads that could explode with nuclear power, no leaves that suck out brains, no trees that could blow people up, and no. If you say another word, you're going to clean the toilets. Gert glanced back at the nagging soldier, then continued his exploration. Gert quickly led his men to discover several drops of Nasik's blood, indicating that they were injured. Gert quickly relayed this information, but not through radio or communicator. Instead, he used animal sounds to effectively conceal himself. Soon, the various squads received Gert's message and began to move in that direction, while Gert continued to pursue the enemy. The jungle here is very dense, but it's still too much compared to Kadachang. As Gert was thinking and moving forward, a soft, smiling sound from the treetops startled him. There are enemies in the tree, prepare to attack. Gert gestured to the soldiers around him while aiming his gun at the treetops. Fire! At the command, dozens of Qatari soldiers opened fire on the treetops simultaneously. Their combat skills, honed to perfection in their homeland, were unleashed at this moment. After all, if you can't shoot, you really won't live past 3 years old in Qatari. As everyone knows, Kadashan is a scenic place with a spring-like climate all year round. Although it is often rich in man-eating plants and monsters that can kill space marines, this has also honed the fighting power of every Kadashan person. In comparison, Pandora is much gentler. At least they don't have all sorts of weird and expensive things like Venus Trap, Brain Lobe, Double-Pedaled Trap, and Kadashan Trap, a Venus trap that can stand up and chase you. Compared to this, Pandora can truly be considered a scenic paradise. Bang 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 bang. A dozen or so bomb guns fired at the treetops simultaneously, and with each shot, Odysius was unable to dodge and was instantly blasted to pieces. Flamethrower. Flamethrowers are one of the commonly used weapons of the Kadachan people. These weapons are generally used for weeding, since the grass in Kadachan can jump up and bite people. Nathan suddenly sprang out of the bushes and charged at Locke. But Gert is a man who dares to wrestle with a warrior bug barehanded. Compared to the warrior bug, the Nasics are much weaker. Come on, let's have a go, alien. As Gert spoke, he took out the combat knife that was tucked in his pocket and then assumed an attack stance. Every Kadashan jungle warrior learns the craft of knife making from their parents, and making their own knives is considered one of the tests of adulthood in the jungle death world. While the basic design of the knife remains unchanged, there are subtle differences between family groups and individuals, depending on the user's height and preferences. Gert pointed the tip of his combat knife at Nathan and made a provocative gesture. Nathan, young and impetuous, couldn't hold back and immediately attacked Gert. But Gert was very good at dealing with these mindless monsters. With your skill level, you wouldn't last 5 minutes on our planet. You'd probably die as soon as you landed. Gert muttered to himself as he effortlessly parried Nathan's attacks. Nathan was panting heavily, and it couldn't understand why the human in front of it was so strong. Alright, this pointless charade should end now. Gert yawned, thinking that the alien in front of him was no match for even some of the children on his planet. Gert suddenly struck Nathan hard in the abdomen, and after a few more punches, Nathan fell straight backward. Just as Gert was about to kill Nathan on the spot, a group of people dressed in court uniforms stopped him. We are officials from the Inquisition of the alien, Robotic. We are taking this alien in. We want to find out about the location of their base. The Inquisition is one of the 3 major orders of the Inquisition. It is dedicated to fighting the threat of the alien race. Its armed force is the Death Watch. The Inquisition was established in the year 32,546, after the Beast Wars, to prevent the rise of other alien threats on the level of beasts. Following the Inquisition of the Demons, the Inquisition of the Aliens was established to investigate and classify the alien race and to destroy any aliens classified as a threat to the Empire. This scope of authority has been expanded to include any Imperial personnel who deal with aliens, engage in technology transactions, or possess or protect the entire alien race. Courtroom, take him away. Gert wasn't interested in the courtroom or anything like that. He'd already accomplished his task, and who knew what Nathan would be up to next. Thank you. After Robotic finished speaking, he arranged for people to take the unconscious Nathan away. Chapter 85 Assault. Repent to the Emperor, Alien. In the dark interrogation room, several interrogators with whips forced Nathan to kneel before the Emperor's icon while talking to him. If Nathan showed any sign of disrespect, he would be met with a whip. Bastard. Human. Kill me or torture me. Do as you please. Don't expect me to. Before he finished speaking, several more lashes came, and bloody welts appeared on Nathan's back. Where's your base located? The lead interrogator looked at Nathan with his prosthetic eye and spoke slowly. You're dreaming. Continue. As the interrogator spoke, he took the whip and began to lash Nathan's back. At the same time, a hooded space marine entered the room. Salute to you, sir. Upon seeing the green-painted space marines before them, the interrogators immediately performed the Aquila salute and then knelt down, saying, The Emperor is very dissatisfied with your progress, so he has assigned me to conduct the interrogation. Understood, sir. Several interrogators scrambled out of the interrogation room, leaving only Nathan and the interrogating priest in the room. Alien, you now need to repent for your bloodline until you reveal the location of your base. The interrogating priest then took out his priest's staff and placed it on Nathan's forehead. In the name of the Emperor. No sooner had he finished speaking than Nathan was struck hard on the head, the terrifying force nearly causing him to faint. Is it not good enough that it's so light? The interrogating priest tilted his head and asked curiously. Human you. Bang. It was still too light. The interrogating priest then delivered another blow. Blood covered Nathan's blue cheeks, dripping onto the ground one drop after another. Now comes the main event, the alien. We've obtained the enemy base location, a cave on the main peak of Mount Hallelujah. After identifying the enemy's location, the 3 Thunderhawks immediately took off and flew towards Hallelujah Mountain. The Thunderhawk possesses powerful transport capabilities, capable of delivering several tactical squads of space marines to the battlefield at once. Some Thunderhawks can also transport most space marine ground vehicles, including land marauder tanks. These 3 Thunderhawks, bearing the World Eater insignia, carried over 50 space marines and a Leviathan dreadnought. The Leviathan dreadnought is a heavy infantry fighting machine that began to be deployed in the Space Marine Legion at the end of the 30th millennium. Unlike other more common dreadnoughts, the technology used to create it did not come from Mars, the headquarters of the Mechanicus, but from the more ancient Holy Terra. Their torsos are typically equipped with fragmentation grenade launchers and a pair of heavy flamethrowers, the latter of which can be replaced with incendiary cannons. The arms can be equipped with siege claws or siege drills with built-in molten guns, Leviathan storm cannon arrays, whirlwind molten spear arrays, gravity vector bomb launchers, and the top can also be equipped with hunter missile launchers or phosphide missile launchers. Of course, the Leviathan dreadnought is extremely expensive to build. The cost of one Leviathan dreadnought is enough to build a knight's armor. In addition to the high production cost, the Leviathan dreadnought is also notorious for its nerve-wracking nature, which can drive the pilot crazy. Space Marines who try to tame its piloting system will face two choices: either die or lose their minds. Legend has it that every Leviathan's fearless sarcophagus contains the nightmares of the Dark Ages, and these nightmares often mercilessly devour the sanity of the warriors buried within. Prepare for an attack and get ready for battle. Including Khan, all Space Marines had a jump pack mounted on the back of their armor. The jump pack is a bulky, single-person carrying vector thrust jetpack. The jump pack is fueled by promethium and can be worn by a single soldier. It is designed to be attached to the armor of Space Marines or Battle Sisters. This jump pack allows users to quickly traverse various terrains and charge into enemy ranks. Since the combat is typically close quarters, this type of jump pack is highly effective. These World Eater Space Marines were equipped with the Self-AV jump pack, which had two large cylindrical jet engines added compared to the original jump pack, and was connected to a backpack containing cryogenic fuel tanks and a coolant system. The enemy is attacking. The Gnostics on lookout spotted the Thunderhawk gunboat in the sky and hurriedly shouted to their companions. But it was too late. The hatch of the Thunderhawk gunship had already opened, and the Vanguard team, led by Khan, activated their jump packs and flew directly into the cave. Bang! Without hesitation, Khan pulled out his explosive pistol and killed a Gnostics man with a bow and arrow, then took out his chainsaw axe. Close-quarters combat weapons, especially in confined spaces, can actually allow for better maneuverability. Kill all the aliens. With Khan's battle cry, dozens of Space Marines swarmed into the cave, while the Gnostics could only struggle to resist them. We need heavy weapons. The arrows used by the Gnostics could not penetrate the Space Marines' armor at all, and instead made it easier for the Space Marines to spot them. Retreat! Retreat! Countless Gnostics fled from the caves, attempting to distract the Space Marines by exploiting their lack of agility, but they were clearly mistaken. Seeing the Gnostics crawling into the small hole, the Space Marines simply threw a molten bomb inside. A few seconds later, a scream came from the small hole, followed by an explosion. The entire cave base had become a hell for the Gnostics, with countless Gnostics' limbs scattered everywhere. But Khan suddenly had a brilliant idea and ordered several Gnostics to be captured alive. One way after another popped into Khan's mind to demoralize the enemy. Chapter 86 Ocean Tribe. Hey, let it go? Miles took a wooden stick, aimed it at a Space Marine who was choking a Gnostics, and then smashed it down. Humans? The Space Marine looked at the human child who had just attacked him, then casually strangled the Gnostics to death. Take him with you. He might be a survivor of humanity's demise. We can see if we can get him into the Loyal Succession Academy. After the Space Marine finished speaking, he casually grabbed Miles and took him back to the cockpit. The extermination mission was a complete success. 50 Space Marines and 1 dreadnought killed 1,000 Gnostic civilians and captured hundreds of Gnostics without sustaining any injuries. Transform all Gnostics into fighter servants. They will be needed for the upcoming battles. After learning that the mission was completed, Yang Cheng came up with the next order, which targeted Jack's Ocean Tribe. Tukuin? What is that? Yang Cheng remembered that the movie mentioned that Tukuin's brain fluid could help prolong life, so he could let the mechanical cult try to breed them on a large scale. When something does not belong to humankind, then it does not belong to anyone. Yang Cheng is preparing to deploy troops to attack the Ocean Tribe, but the primary objective is to clear out these marine creatures blocking the way. They dispatched fighter jets and ships to drop depth charges into the sea. Yang Cheng planned to have these marine creatures forced out and then try to capture them alive, since they had high medicinal value. Why does that thing look so much like bread? Several stormtroopers resting in the canteen watched Dauntless approaching from afar and grumbled. That thing looks like a refrigerator. You see what it's like? Another stormtrooper came over with a tray, then sat down and complained. Shut up, you bastards. He's older than all of you combined. Show some respect. Amidst the complaints from the next table, the stormtrooper on this side obediently shut his mouth. Look at those muscular men. Don't be fooled by their thick arms. They can't beat me in a hand-to-hand combat. A stormtrooper looked at the jungle warriors at the next table and said, Kid, let's have a competition. A burly Kadashan appeared behind the stormtrooper at some point and then lifted him up with one hand. Go back and train for a few more years. With your small frame, you wouldn't last 10 minutes on our planet. Amidst the mocking laughter of the neighboring Kadachans, the stormtrooper completely retreated into seclusion. Jack, is what you're saying true? The Sky People are back? Tenavari, as the leader of the Sea Tribe, stared at Jack and asked. Yes, they killed my family, but that's a small matter. Their arrival will threaten the safety of the entire planet Pandora, and we must stop them. Jack looked at Tenavari with righteous indignation and then turned to look at the other people from the sea tribes. Jack, I really want to help you, but as the leader I must. And me. A deep yet benevolent voice resounded from the sea, and then, supported by countless Tukuin, a humanoid object made of the ocean slowly appeared. Ava. Jack and Tenavari froze on the spot, along with countless Nasics from the sea tribes. I will help you. Although the enemy can control most of my power, I can still use a small portion. Your task is to lure the enemy to the sea, where I will transform into waves and engulf all their ships. Ava's voice echoed across the ocean, and with her response, countless Nasics were overjoyed, believing they could now reclaim their home. Jack, go take a rest, and then practice riding the gliders when you have some free time. We'll use them in battle later. Max. Colonel Quach was somewhat unfamiliar with his son. Although his body had been replicated by the Imperial Research Department and was virtually indistinguishable from his original body, with even his bodily functions restored to their best state, he was still in a similar condition. Who are you? Why did you bring me here? Max, in a posture reminiscent of a caveman on guard, stared intently at Quachi in front of him and shouted. Did he injure his brain? Are you sure you didn't do anything wrong? Yang Cheng looked at Quarch and Max through a glass window and asked them in confusion. I believe in my descendants. They are not such violent people. Angron looked at the World Eater Space Marines standing in a row around him and spoke slowly. That's fine then. Find a few mechanics to check his brain when you have some free time. If that doesn't work, try some physical therapy. Prepare to attack the ocean tribes, and then I will make those ocean tribe people watch their homeland turn to ashes. Yang Cheng had no time for sentimental talk. He planned to personally take charge of the upcoming battle. I will use the fate of Pandora to demonstrate to heretics the consequences of betraying humanity. As Yang Cheng spoke, he began to use his psionic energy to continue suppressing the will of the planet. Chapter 87, dividing the army into two groups. Given the considerable distance between their location and the ocean tribe, Yang Cheng decided to deploy the Star Destroyer into the atmosphere to engage in combat. First, Ava will definitely not allow her ship to sail on the sea. Instead of trying to deal with Ava, it is better to send out fighter jets to attack. Secondly, there is the matter of what to do with Jack. Yang Cheng has made his decision to broadcast the trial live across the entire territory of the human empire, to warn all those traitors who harbor thoughts of opposing humanity not to even consider doing anything against the human race, or they will suffer a horrible death. However, Jack was unaware of his impending doom at this point, as he was still preparing for the raid. Porky, you take your men as bait. Pretend to be whaling in that area to lure Jack's men away. Colonel Casro, you led your men in a raid on the ocean tribe's homeland. The operation was commanded by an officer from Boko's underwater assault team, which differed from ordinary land-based forces. They are often deployed on ocean planets to eliminate threats beneath the waves. Their armor stores enough air to breathe for an hour and withstands the high pressure beneath the sea. They use flippered boots and backpack thrusters for mobility. Each soldier in the naval force is issued a modified E-11 rifle, which also functions as a spear. We will take an underwater armored walking vehicle to our position. From now on, everything will be under your command. Colonel Castle gave a military salute and said, Colonel Quarch, you don't need to worry. Our fighter jets are positioned far away, you won't suffer much damage, and we have them. Boko clapped his hands as he spoke, and hundreds of white-painted robots equipped with retractable laser cannons emerged. Let me proudly introduce you to these combat robots from the Technological Alliance. Their systems have been hacked and are now under our control. They will cooperate with your operations. Looking at the strange-looking robot in front of him, Quachi nodded in satisfaction. This kind of combat robot, with its large size, broad chest, prominent shoulders, elongated legs, and polygonal head, can reduce resistance when swimming. What are their names? Water Ghost Robot. Don't let those people in red robes see it. They stole one of my B1 collections. Just as Cask whispered his warning, a mechanical priest happened to pass by. You are. Don't worry, it's none of your business. Several officers quickly pushed the mechanical priest out. My lord, there are still many Nasics over there who haven't been converted into slave laborers. Would you like to go and take a look? Here is a report on the mineral resources of this planet. Would you like to take a look? Our troops also captured many wild animals. Should we conduct a search and investigation? Several officers managed to coax and trick the mechanical priest away. They had no choice. After all, these combat robots were far superior to the AI-controlled Legion's idiots. After all, the machines of the Intelligent Control Army won't tell you jokes. Without further ado, Colonel Quach, let's get started. Attention, all personnel. Focus on capturing the Tu Kuan. The Tu Kuan's brain marrow has the effect of extending lifespan. The Empire desperately needs these. With the command given, a sea dragon mothership sailed away from the coast, followed by countless bullfighter fishing boats, and in the sky, a dozen CB helicopters accompanied it. With such a configuration, humanity still lost. Yang Cheng really couldn't understand why. But things are different now. These are only what's on the surface of the sea. There's much more on the seabed. Deep in the ocean, various underwater walking machines and water ghost robots are moving rapidly, their goal being to strike at the heart of the enemy's territory and personally destroy their home. Colonel Quarch, are we really going to use this as bait? Is that all right? One of the soldiers couldn't help but ask. We certainly can't, but he can. As Quach spoke, he turned his gaze to the deck of the Sea Dragon, where a man wearing yellow power armor and holding a flaming sword stood. Yes, Yang Cheng had come along. Yang Cheng wasn't worried at all about being caught in the crossfire. His Omega-level psionic energy combined with his Imperial Guard physique was enough to slap Ava so hard she'd be shoved into a wall and never be able to be pried off. Jack, humans have arrived. At that moment, Jack was bandaging the wounds of an injured tuna when he heard his companion shouting and quickly ran over. Roar, roar, roar. The Guqin let out a series of cries, its eyes revealing anger, a hatred for humans that Jack understood all too well. Okay, let's go together. As Jack spoke, he climbed onto Tu Kuan's back and then connected with it. Jack, he's gone. Tenavari, carrying a long spear, rode a flying fish to Jack's side and shouted. Ava will protect us. With shouts, countless Nasics, armed with primitive weapons, rode gliders and charged toward Colonel Quach. Chapter 88. Jack, what? My house was robbed. Wow. These Nasics, the sea tribes, still used their primitive war cries as they charged forward on gliders, only to be met with missiles from helicopters. Attention, all personnel, fire freely, fire freely. Do not allow the enemy to board the ships. I repeat, do not allow the enemy to board the ships. Soldiers at each firing point also began to move, rushing quickly to their respective positions to prepare for battle. Just then, several Tu Kuan braved the wind and waves and charged towards the ship. They were highly intelligent, could grow to 70 or 80 meters long, had 3 pairs of flippers, and had 2 hard crowns on their heads that looked like car-tail fins. Looking at those enormous creatures, Quaker felt a pang of worry. He felt that his ship might not even be enough for them to share. Tell your crew to take shelter in the cabin, Quaker. Yang Cheng's body began to be enveloped in a golden light, and the power sword in his hand was also covered by huge flames. Hearing Yang Cheng's authoritative and unquestionable words, Quaker immediately arranged for his men to carry out Yang Cheng's orders. You keep an eye on the ship, I'll take over from here. Yang Cheng's eyes shone with a holy light, and his hair flew wildly in the fierce wind. False god, come out here. Boom. A sword strike imbued with spiritual power, accompanied by Yang Cheng's roar, cleaved straight into the sea. In an instant, the earth shook and the unfathomable sea was split in two by this terrifying force, and countless Tu Kuan were reduced to ashes under such powerful force. Roar, 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 roar. But Yang Cheng's attack did not deter the Tu Kuan. They charged forward one after another. Whether they truly wanted to defend their home or had their minds controlled by the planets was unknown. This is so troublesome. Yang Cheng made a sarcastic remark and then assumed an attack stance again. Ribbit, take this 990,000 horsepower Emperor explosive fist. As Yang Cheng attacked, the powerful fist wind contained countless spiritual energies, enough to shatter all the Tu Kuan in front of him into pieces. Phew, all done, and that's it. Just as Yang Cheng relaxed his guard, a Tu Kuan that had been lying in ambush suddenly attacked, its huge body pressing down on Yang Cheng. This time, Yang Cheng did not choose to use spiritual power to attack, but instead relied solely on the sword skills he had learned. Yang Cheng easily split the Tu Kuan in two, and its foul-smelling internal organs scattered everywhere, flying all over the boat. Damn it, I need to go back and take a shower, Yang Cheng said, smelling the stench emanating from his golden armor. Ava, if this is all you've got, then I'm really disappointed. Attention everyone, we have 1 minute left to reach the designated location. Inside the underwater armored walking vehicle, dozens of stormtroopers dressed in white armor carried SG-4 demolition rifles and modified E-11 blaster guns. Has the water ghost robot arrived at its location? We've arrived, sir. We're ready to attack at any time. Start taking action. The underwater forces of each squadron began to effectively prepare for battle, and after donning their full gear, they were deployed into the ocean. Meanwhile, on the other side, ghostly water robots were moving rapidly. These robots, specially designed for underwater combat, were equipped with a retractable laser cannon, enabling them to fight on both the sea and land. Arrive at the location and begin the operation. At Colonel Castro's command, the water monsters and marine forces surfaced almost simultaneously and opened fire on the unsuspecting Gnostics still on the shore. The sudden attack caught the Gnostics off guard, but they quickly calmed down and prepared to fight the naval forces, taking advantage of the terrain. At this moment, the water monster robots behind them also surfaced, and their laser cannons quickly aimed at the enemy and attacked. "We're surrounded, Your Highness." The High Priest, wielding his scepter, began to command his people, believing that as a priest, he had an obligation to lead them in a counterattack. Unfortunately, the idea was beautiful, but reality was harsh. The moment the High Priest showed his head and shouted, a cannonball from an energy blast hit his head, and he was instantly melted. "Kill all aliens." These water-dwelling robots slowly advanced towards them like a moving iron wall, their powerful attacks leaving them defenseless. "Colonel Castro, the Imperial Zoo has ordered 3 Gnostics from us. They're willing to pay a considerable amount of throne coins." "Oh, Colonel, the Emperor also told us that a few Gnostics should be left behind as a symbol of their conquest." "Understood. All personnel, listen up. Spare 1 male and 2 female Gnostics. Kill the rest. We cannot run away. We must defend our homeland." The Gnostics people stepped forward almost simultaneously, forming a human wall in front of the soldiers. "Defend our homeland to the death. Defend our homeland to the death." Bang 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 bang. The only response they received was the sound of blaster guns. They could only blame it on the fact that they were alien creatures. Aliens must die. That's an ironclad rule. Chapter 89 Yang Cheng vs. Jack. At this time, Jack was unaware that the tribe had been destroyed. He was still focused on figuring out how to deal with the human ships. "Jack, that human is very strange." Ava's voice echoed in Jack's mind. "This human possesses forbidden power, a strange power that is both pure and—" Ava hesitated, for even she had never seen such a strange power. However, he should be at his weakest now, so take advantage of this opportunity. Following Ava's instructions, Jack decisively led his men in an attack, and countless gliders swam toward the sea dragon. "Asshole!" Jack looked at the man standing on the deck and felt a surge of rage. The bastard who killed his wife and his child. Jack, wielding a bone spear, piloted his glider and charged straight towards Yang Cheng's location. "Hee, don't worry about Jack. Deal with the other Gnostics yourselves." As Yang Cheng gave the order, several red-clad guards swiftly charged towards the Gnostics, while Yang Cheng chose to fight Jack one-on-one. "Jack, it seems you still remember me." Yang Cheng toyed with the power sword in his hand, while looking at Jack with a mocking smile. "You will pay the price for everything you've done. Your life will become the foundation for Pandora's rebirth." Yang Cheng calmly removed his power armor and threw away his weapon, then faced Jack wearing only a thin garment. "Male team member, OMG. Female team member, OMG. So big." Looking at Yang Cheng's muscular physique, countless team members sighed, but their sighs were clearly directed at different areas, although they were all quite impressive. "These muscular lines are so beautiful. These muscles are like sculptures, so strong and powerful. I'll develop this skill sooner or later." Unlike the male team members' complaints, all the female team members looked towards Yang Cheng. "OMG, my god, I don't think there's anything that can fit in there." "How big is that?" Yang Cheng experienced natural growth in various areas after the gene surgery, so this is normal. Jack didn't care about anything else and charged forward with his spear. Too slow. Yang Cheng easily dodged one attack after another. "Your movements are as slow as a snail's pace to me. Please hurry up, as fast as you're killing your daughter." Yang Cheng's mocking voice kept ringing in Jack's ears. Jack wanted to kill Yang Cheng, but every time he tried, he couldn't even get close enough to scratch him. "Now." Jack suddenly sneered, and then a sharp arrow shot straight at Yang Cheng. Unfortunately, they underestimated Yang Cheng's physical strength and muscle density. The arrows that could tear through steel plates didn't even leave a mark on Yang Cheng's body. "If you've run out of tricks, then I'm going to retaliate." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch at Jack's face, sending Jack flying more than 10 meters away. He couldn't even withstand such a light punch. No way. Yang Cheng's mocking voice kept echoing in Jack's mind, and Jack was now so angry that he couldn't speak. "Why? We haven't provoked you. Why are you invading us?" Jack's voice was already trembling with sobs. He could still vividly recall the expressions on his child's and wife's faces before they died. You don't need to understand, but you must obey. This is your only destiny from birth. Yang Cheng approached step by step, and then stepped on Jack's head, symbolizing conquest. Alien, you and your filthy false god will ultimately meet only one end, vanishing into nothingness. But you will not die so soon. Your death will be recorded in the annals of human history, your betrayal will be remembered, and your actions will be condemned by the world. As Yang Cheng spoke, he applied slight pressure with his foot, as if he were about to crush Jack's head in the next second. I originally intended to kill you like this, but I don't want a traitor like you to die so easily. Yang Cheng lifted Jack up with one hand, then forced his gaze toward the battlefield of the red-clad Imperial guards. Look at your so-called alliance. These Gnostics are all dying because of you, Jake. On the sea, hundreds of Gnostics people from the Marine tribe were helpless against the 9 guards in front of them. With their well-trained combat skills combined with the powerful force, these Gnostics, the sea tribes, were slaughtered like pigs and dogs. Jack. Before Tinavari's horrified eyes, it was cleaved in two by the weapon of a red-clad guard. Look, their sacrifices were meaningless. Yang Cheng's ability to kill and destroy people's spirits is getting stronger and stronger, but next he is going to give Jack a strong dose of medicine. How about I show you the ocean tribes home again? Without further ado, Yang Cheng released the video call. What Jack saw was a village engulfed in flames and mountains of Gnostics' corpses. So how about that? This is all thanks to you. After Yang Cheng finished speaking, he threw another punch, which knocked Jack unconscious. Take it away and imprison it. After Yang Cheng finished speaking, he stared intently at the sea again. This time, Ava would probably have to get involved herself. Chapter 90 Yang Cheng vs. Ava. Jack, you lost the moment I took off my power armor. As Yang Cheng spoke, he put his radiant gold power armor back on. Your failure stems from your contempt for us and your excessive trust in your so-called false god, Ava. If you had chosen to submit the moment I logged in, perhaps none of this would have happened. What a pity. As Jack Yang Cheng was being led away by several guards, he spoke slowly. Suddenly, a violent surge of energy came from the front. Ava, the will of the planet, was finally about to make her move. Everyone back off. I'll go myself. After Yang Cheng finished speaking, he walked straight to the sea and then concentrated his spiritual energy under his feet so that he could walk on the water. Ava created a storm in an attempt to bury Yang Cheng and his men in the sea. This shows that Ava's actions in the movie were just small scale, and the mercenaries might really be helpless against the will of this planet unless they used large-scale weapons. But tearing apart a storm is as easy as drinking water for an Omega-level psionicist. A tremendous amount of spiritual energy gathered in Yang Cheng's right hand, and then he threw a punch. The powerful psionic energy tore the terrifying storm apart, and the sea returned to its usual calm. False god, you can't be that bad, can you? As Yang Cheng mocked him, countless waves once again surrounded him like a net, and countless marine creatures launched another attack on him. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing this, Yang Cheng didn't hold back and activated all his spiritual power. Then, countless black rays of light emerged from Yang Cheng's body. A black sun slowly emerged over Pandora. Unlike before, this sun made everyone feel incredibly cold, mixed with fear and anger. What are you? Are you a god? God. I'm just an ordinary human being. Yang Cheng ignored Ava's wails and then enveloped the blade of his power sword in black psionic energy. Boom. An ordinary, unremarkable slash fell from the sky and struck the turbulent sea. In an instant, the psionic energy evaporated the seawater, and all kinds of creatures were directly crushed into atomic shapes, and then completely disappeared from this world. Ava was stunned. She had never experienced such destructive power before. The slash left a huge wound on the planet and cleaved a massive crack in the seabed. At that moment, Ava understood. It felt the power of that slash, and the power it sensed came from emotion. Human emotion. Anger, hatred, destruction, revenge. God of destruction, God of vengeance, end of all things, Mara the evil god. Ava understood the source of this power, Mara, the god of destruction. The human before her was either his chosen one or Mara himself. Ava is going all out. This terrifying power requires the combined strength of the entire planet to destroy. But Yang Cheng had already beaten it to it. Boom 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 boom. Yang Cheng's spiritual energy spread across the seabed, and then he suddenly exerted force, the terrifying power instantly lifting up the entire ocean floor. It felt like tearing flesh off a person's arm. Even Ava couldn't bear the pain. Her agonizing screams echoed across the entire planet. But then Ava started to get serious, and the natural forces on the planet began to converge, and a humanoid creature appeared in front of Yang Cheng. False god, is this your true form? Yang Cheng felt no fear whatsoever, or rather, his fear had vanished after undergoing reformation. I am the embodiment of this planet. I am Pandora, and Pandora is me. Ava's voice echoed within that illusory figure. Humans, you have angered me. You have desecrated nature. Ava's terrifying scream came toward Yang Cheng, but Yang Cheng's psionic power was not to be underestimated. Nature? What a joke. Everything can only submit to humankind. Humankind is the master of all things. What uses nature in the face of human technology? We have the power to control nature, while you will only turn to ashes. As soon as the words were spoken, both sides attacked simultaneously. Yang Cheng's psionic energy, infused with sword wind, slashed straight at Ava, while Ava quickly manipulated the seawater to counterattack. This kind of battle was really meaningless for Yang Cheng. Ava's attacks were full of loopholes. Boom. Yang Cheng immediately used the cover to get close to Ava, and then punched her away. No, I am Pandora, and Pandora is me. As Ava's voice rang out, another figure appeared before Yang Cheng. You can't kill me unless you destroy this planet. Hearing Ava's words, Yang Cheng frowned for a moment, and then relaxed. I see, that makes things much simpler. What? Before Ava could even react, Yang Cheng began manipulating psionic energy once more. Wrong. Ava sensed that this force was very strange and tried to stop it, but it was too late. Chapter 91: The Death of the Planetary Will. Ava understood. This madman was going to tear the entire continental shelf apart. Onron, have the people in the base been evacuated? They've left, father. Hearing Onlong's words, Yang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want his power to accidentally kill his own people, at least not if it could be avoided. Alright, now I can finally unleash my full potential. Yang Cheng stretched his muscles and looked at Ava and said, at this moment, the power of Omega-level psionic energy was displayed to its fullest extent. The earth collapsed, the ocean dried up rapidly under this power, and an entire continent was lifted up by this power. This terrifying scene left Quach, who had already evacuated, speechless. Is this a human being? Yes, at least that's what people outside of the charlatans who believe in the power of words think. Onron looked at the earth-shattering scene and said calmly. Quark wanted to say that this was no human being, but Quark felt that he would probably die a terrible death after saying that. Ava was stunned by what she saw, followed by an overwhelming mass of rocks and various creatures. Yang Cheng used his psionic energy to lift up a continent and then pressed Ava underneath. This damage would be enormous for Ava. Pandora and Ava are essentially one, and tearing off a piece of Pandora's continent is roughly equivalent to tearing off a large chunk of flesh from Ava's body. Humans. Ava painstakingly rebuilt her body, but this time she clearly lacked the initial arrogance. False gods. This should all end. Yang Cheng had no intention of giving Ava a chance to breathe, and launched one deadly attack after another. Unlike before, this time Ava had consumed too much energy to rebuild her body. Although she could be reborn again by relying on Pandora's elements, this was not a long-term solution. You're afraid, you false god. Yang Cheng's psychic abilities were already able to see through Ava's mind, and the extreme fear and panic there was almost impossible to conceal. Yang Cheng had lost interest in playing anymore. It was time for him to end this tedious battle. Black psionic lightning exploded around Yang Cheng's body, and the surrounding space was being distorted and shattered by this powerful force. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ava's tone became extremely terrified, realizing that she possessed human emotions and will, and also had the fears that belonged to humans. It's time to end this, you false god. Yang Cheng did not choose to use the power sword, preferring to fight with psionic energy. The black lightning struck Ava's body. Ava's body was in a psionic state, and it exploded instantly under the bombardment of the psionic lightning, turning directly into a wisp of steam and dissipating into the world. Is that all? Just as Yang Cheng was wondering, Ava was reborn again. This time, unlike before, she had her own body, which looked like it was made of trees from Pandora. Humans, it's my turn next. Ava stopped holding back, and countless trees attacked Yang Cheng, while countless vines as thick as pythons came straight at him. If this is your ultimate move, then it's really boring. These plants couldn't even get close to Yang Cheng. The moment they approached, they were burned to ashes by the psionic fire that symbolized Imperial majesty. It seems some conventional methods can't kill you. Yang Cheng looked at Ava and muttered to himself, then suddenly pointed his power sword at the ground. If I'm not mistaken, your brain is at the Earth's core, right? This thing in front of me is just a phantom. Before Ava could even react, Yang Cheng charged straight into the Earth's crust. Psionic energy formed a shield around Yang Cheng to prevent him from being swallowed by the scorching magma within the Earth's crust. Before Ava could react, it was too late. In just a few dozen seconds, Yang Cheng had already broken through to the Earth's core. The entire outer perimeter of the Earth's core is surrounded by scorching magma, and at the center of the magma is a circular area encased in an unknown mineral. No way. Ava had just caught up with Yang Cheng when she discovered he had vanished. At this moment, Yang Cheng had already used his psionic energy to teleport himself into the Earth's core. Inside the Earth's core, there is only one towering tree, and in the middle of this tree is something that looks like a human brain, which is still throbbing. Boom. Without hesitation, Yang Cheng swung his sword down, and in an instant, the entire tree collapsed with a crash. Then, the thing that looked like a human brain was blasted into a pool of blood. Knowing that there was no way to reverse the situation, Ava outside disappeared completely from this world in fear. The plants and animals outside that Ava had controlled have returned to their original state. This time, they are just ordinary plants and animals. The fleet landed on Pandora again, and thanks to the efforts of the Mechanicus, the planet's environment was transformed into a garden world, with one hive city after another springing up on Pandora. Yang Cheng returned to the warship unharmed, but the battle had taken a toll on him. He decided to hand over the next Conquest mission to Ongran and return to Terra to recuperate. He also lent his flagship, the Supreme One, to Ongran for his next combat mission. Extract all the exploitable minerals, and then redevelop the remaining areas. According to the vision of several Mechanicus sages, Pandora will become the star system's food base, garden planet, mineral planet, and resting place for retired Kadashan warriors. Chapter 92 The Conqueror, The Trial of the Traitor. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. You have killed the Planetary will without using planet-destroying weapons. 1 million war points awarded. Hearing the system's voice, Yang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and then began to check the system panel. This time, they went on a killing spree on Pandora, but because of this, they earned nearly 2 million war points. Except for a few who have been put into the zoo, the Gnostics on Pandora have been basically wiped out. Aside from the Gnostics, many of the various animal armies on Pandora were wiped out, and almost all sorts of chaotic creatures perished under the fire of the Imperial Navy's carrier-based aircraft. Including his original remaining war points, he has now surpassed the 5 million mark. Come on, system, produce the World Devourer flagship, the Conqueror-class Glory Queen-class battleship. Ding, 3 million war points have been deducted. The Glory Queen-class battleships were massive warships built during the Great Expeditions. It is said that at least 20 of these formidable ships were built by an ancient empire, and each one was unique in design and weaponry. The Conqueror was also a Glory Queen-class battleship that served the Empire during the Great Expedition. Before Ongran returned to the Empire, this ship sailed the stars under the name Steadfast Resolve. After Angren's return, the ship was quickly renamed the Conqueror and served as the Primarchus flagship during the Great Crusade and the Horus Rebellion. The Conqueror also underwent extensive modifications to adapt to the prototype's combat style, resulting in a complete transformation of the warship. The ship's hull was covered in savage armor plates and countless cannons, which alone highlighted the ferocity and belligerence of its owner. The Conqueror was also equipped with a weapon system known as the Bear Claws, a series of massive grappling hooks that could be launched and pierce enemy ships at long range before being towed close for boarding operations. After that, the ship served as the flagship of the 12th Legion's World Eaters, conquering world after world in the Great Crusade. This warship was assigned by Yang Cheng to serve as the flagship of the 1st Expeditionary Fleet. Incidentally, the commander of the 1st Expeditionary Fleet was Admiral Spire. Jack, the human traitor. With a flash of light, Jack was thrown into a courtroom. Seated in the middle of the courtroom were several judges, all wearing the court's insignia. On the wall behind these judges are engraved the skull symbol, representing human purity, and the emblem of the Imperial Eagle. I am the judge in charge of this trial, Karaman. Alien, you are charged with crimes including betrayal of humanity, murder of humans, harboring an alien race, and worship of a false god. Do you plead guilty? Jack didn't say anything, but he had implicitly admitted his guilt. He is sentenced to death, to be carried out immediately. As the verdict was handed down, several soldiers immediately pinned Jack to the spot, and then put a strange device over Jack's head. It can burn your head to a crisp. Alien hybrid. The machine was turned on amidst the soldiers' shouts and curses, and the reporters broadcasting live nearby wisely turned off their cameras. With bursts of sparks, Jack's brain was ignited, and the intense pain was enough to torment this traitor to humanity to the point of wishing he were dead. After a few spasms, Jack, the human traitor, died completely at the hands of the Inquisition. Chapter 93 Tarkin, you did a really, really good job. Onron did not intend to force the United Government of Earth to surrender through violence. Instead, he decided to learn from his brother and use intimidation and fear to make them surrender on their own. Everyone on the Star Destroyer felt very familiar with Angren's actions. How could this be the behavior of an old man? Isn't this what Tarkin did? The Tarkin Doctrine, proposed by Wilhoff Tarkin, served as the primary theoretical basis for the Galactic Empire's national security during the Palpatine era. It was originally a communication sent directly from then Sector Governor Wilhoff Tarkin to Emperor Palpatine, and later became known as the Doctrine of Terror. A series of policies implemented by the Galactic Empire were based on Tarkin's proposals in this document. Your Majesty, I have long held the view that your new order must have an undeniable and overwhelming symbol of power, one that the people remember and, yes, intimidate them. The common people have no concept of numbers, nor the capacity for calculation. I maintain that the effectiveness of a Star Destroyer stems not only from its overwhelming firepower, but also from its sheer size. When people see a Star Destroyer and compare it to the ships that might be attacked, they tend to dismiss the idea of attacking it as suicidal, rather than considering its tactical feasibility. Angren's approach was almost identical to Tarkin's, using the sheer size of his warships to instill fear in the enemy and force them to surrender. The Supreme, leading the Star Destroyer fleet, easily passed through the solar system defense line established by the Blue Star United Government, a line that was utterly incapable of stopping the hyperspace ships. Blue Star. By this time, the sun had set, and the entire planet had fallen into poverty due to the war. In the red sunset, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared, the massive hull of the ship even blocking out the sunset, plunging the entire land into darkness. Angren's approach worked. The United Government of Earth surrendered within 3 hours, and was incorporated into the Empire within a single day. Next, we should hand over the population that needs to be handed over, build the nest capital that needs to be built, and quell the rebellion that needs to be quelled. Soon, news of the Avatar world's conquest reached Yang Cheng's ears, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, none of this could stop Angren's conquest. Yang Cheng idly checked the system panel, thinking that now that he had money, he could do whatever he wanted. The tough guy squad from Starship Troopers, 10,000 war points, bought. Spartan human augmentation technology from the Halo universe, 500,000 war points, bought. For divisions of Hell Screamers from the Halo universe, 50,000 war points, bought them. After a period of irrational spending, Yang Cheng created a force that could be used to support the Space Marines in orbital drops. Bring Bishop Calbo here. Yang Cheng decided to hand over the Spartan technology to the Bishop for research, hoping it might improve the overall combat quality of the ordinary Star Guardians. While Yang Cheng was excited, a silent invasion was underway on the frontier of the human empire, at the Europa 7 human colony. This invasion was recorded in the history of the human empire, and it also completely awakened this terrifying war machine. Chapter 94, Europa number 71. Tina, remember to come home for dinner tonight. Europa 7, a human colony, is located on the frontier of the human empire. As colonization has just begun, the planet has less than 1 million inhabitants plus a few thousand auxiliary soldiers from the world of the wandering Earth. Uncle Jason, come over for dinner tonight. Tina ran up to a soldier dressed as a member of the Light Chaser Legion, holding her green doll, and said, "No, I have patrol duties tonight." Guy's son, dressed in the uniform of a soldier from the Light Chaser Legion, bent down and spoke. The uniforms of the Light Chaser Legion are entirely gray, with helmets consisting of a steel helmet similar to an M35 and a gas mask, and uniforms consisting of M36 military gear, with various bulletproof vests and ammunition pouches. Because they belonged to the colonial forces, they were not equipped with weapons of mass destruction. All they had were M35M Galaxy short-barreled laser rifles, capable of firing 220 rounds per minute. Okay, go have fun. Gieson patted Tina on the back and said with a smile. Tina happily ran out of the village and into the sunflower field, running freely while holding up the doll in her hand. Just then, thousands of objects that looked like meteorites fell from the sky, and Tina on the ground stared wide-eyed in horror. Attention, all personnel. I repeat, unknown force has entered the atmosphere. Level 1 combat readiness. Level 1 combat readiness. Just as Tina was standing there in the sunflower field, Giselle suddenly ran over, picked her up, and ran towards the village. Quick, tell your mother to hide inside the house. Don't come out. After putting Tina inside the house, Giesen quickly went to the planet's defense base. Soon, the battle began. General Yute, standing in the sky, looked at the beautiful Europa number 7 in front of him, smoking a cigar. Her name was Niali, the same General Yute whom the Imperial army had failed to capture before. Long live the Thai National Army. Thousands of pirates and mercenaries boarded the spaceship and landed on Europa 7. Attention all units. Our loved ones are behind us. We will never back down. Europa 7 is a settlement for people from the Europa Pacific region, and the vast majority of people here are from the Europa Pacific. Hans, aim and fire at the enemy's aircraft. A soldier on one side reminded the soldier operating the anti-aircraft gun. Have you contacted Terra? I've contacted them, but haven't received a reply yet. At that moment, that small amount of firepower was utterly ineffective in stopping the enemy's relentless attack. How could thousands of soldiers fight against hundreds of thousands of enemies without heavy firepower? Load the transport ships with weapons. This is currently the only way to alleviate the situation. The air battlefield has already been lost, and the only option left is to fight the enemy on the ground. Enemy troops are gathering in the capital of Gaza. Our militia has already moved to their positions to defend the city. Mr. Schneider, what should we do next? What to do? Stay by their side until the last drop of blood is drawn, Schneider said, picking up his helmet and a laser pistol from his seat and walking out the door. I'd rather die on the battlefield than in the office. Encouraged by their superiors, all but the essential information personnel received their equipment and took up positions to defend the city. Everyone, evacuate to Gash's nest. The official announcement has been made. A man in a militia uniform rushed into the village, shouted something, and then got into a car and headed to the next location. You absolutely must come, Mr. Space Marine. Tina hugged the doll tightly and followed the crowd onto the truck. Jiashan Nest City. A young man is walking continuously through a luxurious hall. Father, the enemy is coming. Let's run. Before the young man could finish speaking, a kettle was thrown at him. I shed blood and sacrificed myself for the Emperor. How could I possibly run away? I'll take 2 aliens down with me even in death. A nobleman with a mechanical prosthetic eye and dressed in luxurious clothes looked at his good-for-nothing son and cursed him angrily. We must demonstrate our loyalty to the Emperor through our own sacrifice. Remember, we are human beings. We have attained our noble status only because of the Emperor's radiant protection. The old nobleman tossed a gun to his son as he spoke. The time has come to prove our family's loyalty to the Emperor. Get all family members into the air raid shelters. All men, go and collect your weapons. The time has come to prove the loyalty of the Lauder family to the Emperor. After bowing to the Imperial statue beside him with a salute of the eagle, the old nobleman picked up the weapon passed down from his grandfather and joined the group. For the Emperor, for the honor of the Lauder family, for the glory of humanity. All available troops were deployed to Gash's Nest City, while enemy forces were slowly advancing towards it. We will be fighting on the ground. To avoid friendly fire. Everyone, please get into the air raid shelter immediately. Everyone, please get into the air raid shelter immediately. Soldiers with megaphones maintained order among the crowd as Tina followed her mother into the air raid shelter. At this point, both sides were ready to go to war at any moment. Chapter 95 Europa number 72. At this time, the personnel in the Imperial Colony Bureau also noticed something was wrong. Europa 7 had lost contact, and this information was urgently reported to the director of the Colony Bureau. Report this to the Emperor and arrange for the fleet to prepare to depart. The head of the Colonial Bureau hurriedly threw on a coat and rushed into the palace. Terrace Central Avenue. Samk, dressed in casual clothes and carrying a bottle of soda, strolled down the street. The Emperor was no longer so strict with the Space Marines, who were allowed to move around freely for a limited time. However, most Space Marines chose to maintain their weapons in the lounge. Samk, where do we go next? Samk was strolling with a Space Marine from the Death Guard Legion. Neither of them was wearing power armor, just plain casual clothes. Drink some water, and then you can go back. Samk had just walked to the center of the square and looked up when he was drawn to the news on the large central screen. The Europa 7 human colony has lost contact, suspected to have been invaded by an alien race. The Death Guardian saw Samk looking up at the news, and then curiously looked up as well. "What's wrong, Samek?" Samek didn't answer. After a brief silence, he suddenly ran back, towards the Space Marines encampment. The Third Fleet was deployed, with several Star Destroyers assigned to assist. Patrol ships were also ordered to accelerate their journey to Europa Colony 7. Yang Cheng took over command and looked at the dozen or so officers around him. "Your Majesty, our warships have set sail and are expected to arrive at Europa 7 within 3 days. "Very good. The next step is to make contact with Europa Colony 7 as soon as possible. We need to know how many enemies there are. "Your Majesty, what about the Space Marines? "All Space Marines not on missions are to participate in this rescue operation. We must ensure the safety of all Imperial citizens. Those sacrifices are inevitable." "Clear." For the Emperor, Laudra wielded a mortal chainsaw sword, hacking and slashing at the aliens. Despite being over 100 years old, his body remained remarkably robust after genetic and physical modifications. "When I was on the Emperor's great expedition, you were still a lump of liquid." As he spoke, Lord twisted the head off a pig-headed man, and then smashed it down on another alien soldier next to him. Boom, 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 boom. More and more aliens are descending from the sky, equipped with military technology from the Central Ring, including many classified weapons. Then they fought to a draw with an army that wasn't even a PDF. Damn it, weren't they saying there weren't any human troops stationed here? Why is the firepower so intense? A humanoid creature with a dark brown face screamed in terror. This humanoid creature has insect-like limbs on its face, and its mouth is vertical with rows of sharp teeth in the middle. "We need backup. Those bastards from Thailand." The alien's vertical mouth was opening and closing as it cursed loudly. They hadn't expected the human resistance to be so powerful. "As a nobleman, it's reasonable for me to stockpile some heavy firepower, isn't it?" Boom. An alien bipedal mech that was firing suddenly exploded, and a figure wearing power armor was faintly visible in the dust. "I guess I'll just treat this as a business trip. What bad luck. I am an Inquisitor of the Revolting Order. You may call me Lord Stet or Commander Stet, whichever you prefer. I'm holding a flamethrower in one hand and a power sword in the other," Stet said. "I now command the defenses of this planet. Everyone must obey my orders, and I will show no mercy to anyone who harbors thoughts of surrender or betrayal." After giving a brief speech, Stet began leading his squad to clear out the enemy. These alien armies, possessing secret technologies from parts of the Central Ring countries, were brutally slaughtered by the Inquisitors. Their prized technology was utterly inadequate against the Inquisitors' firepower. "This looks good. I'll take it." Stet removed the pulse cannon from a bipedal mech and then tossed it into a bag to the side. "Your Honor, that's alien technology." What about? What's wrong?" Lauder stood there, stunned. As a nobleman, he had seen many judges, but what did they say? "I am an Inquisitor of the Repulsion Order. We are responsible for researching and collecting the technology used to combat these aliens." Stite was a newly appointed judge who was more approachable than his colleagues, at least to people. The enemy's armored forces arrived, followed by a large-scale artillery force. Listening to his subordinate's report, Stet began to examine the map of Gaza. Abandoning the outer defenses and retreating inwards, our goal is not to win, but to hold out until reinforcements arrive. Stet began to command the operation, believing that luring the enemy into the hive would negate their armored advantage, but the consequence would be that our civilians would likely suffer casualties. Nothing was so great that it was unacceptable, so it was fine. The order was quickly relayed to all lines of defense, and the city was used as a base for street fighting against the enemy. "Mom, I'm scared." Tina, clutching her doll, trembled as she huddled in a corner of the air raid shelter. "Don't be afraid. Those soldiers are fighting the enemy outside. We just need to hide here." Although Tina's mother said this, her voice still trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, she also hoped that the Emperor's light could descend upon this place. Boom. An alien mercenary spaceship was shot down and then made an emergency landing next to an air raid shelter. Chapter 96, Europa number 73. Run. Run east. The air raid shelter was damaged by the sudden attack, and countless people began to scatter and run away. Tina also got separated from her mother at this time. Tina heard the shouts of the crowd and ran eastward, not forgetting the green doll in her hand as she ran, believing that the Space Marines would come to rescue her. "Tina, run." Tina's mother picked up Tina and rushed out of the shelter with the crowd, leaving the nest city under the guidance of the soldiers. There are two human women. A Thai soldier, drooling foul-smelling saliva, spotted Tina and her companion, then raised a weapon resembling a net gun and aimed it at them. "Tina, run. I'll come looking for you." As Tina's mother spoke, she pushed Tina away, and then she was caught by the net gun. Alas, what a pity. I wanted to cherish you more, but unfortunately, I had orders to complete. After the pig-headed man put Tina's mother into a box, he tried to look for Tina again, but found that Tina had disappeared and had to give up. Guys, hang in there. Because of his outstanding combat skills, Lauder was assigned by Stet to be the captain of a squad. Their mission was simple: to use anti-tank weapons and the complex terrain of the city to destroy the enemy's armored forces. We paired up, with one person responsible for approaching the enemy's armored forces to plant a thermobaric bomb. Although this person was likely to be killed, the other person would use this. Lord took out a uniquely shaped rocket launcher. The M57 man-portable rocket launcher, supposedly a weapon the Empire intended to equip every soldier with, was supposedly enough to render those scrap metal obsolete. Another soldier took this and immediately fired it after confirming that the soldier who planted the thermobaric bomb had been killed. The armor-piercing round it fired, combined with the detonating thermobaric bomb, was powerful enough to destroy enemy armor and surrounding infantry. As he spoke, Lord tossed the M57 rocket launcher in his arms to his son, and then turned around and picked up a molten metal bomb. "You brat, your dad's about to return to the Golden Throne, just scouting the way for you." Upon receiving the orders, the squads quickly began engaging the enemy's armored forces, taking advantage of the terrain of the Hive City. I was careless. This place is like a maze. Dozens of mercenaries huddled in a corner, complaining that they had thought things would be easier after the humans withdrew, but the structure of the hive had completely confused them. "Hurry up and follow me, you bastard." The soldiers driving the tank were panicked, and almost all the infantry huddled behind the tank, leaving the tank alone driving on the street. Infantry-tank coordination. Infantry-tank coordination. Just as the TIE driver was complaining, he didn't notice a figure appearing on the side of the tank. "You little rascal, I hope you can hit your target accurately later." Lord watched the enemy tanks getting closer and closer and slowly muttered to himself, "May the Emperor bless me, and may I be by your side after my death." After praying, Lauder rushed out decisively. He was startled when he saw that there were no infantrymen around, but he didn't have time to think and directly jammed the molten metal bomb onto the tank. WTF? What are these alien pigs doing? Lauder discovered that almost all of the infantrymen were huddled behind the tanks, some even hiding behind walls, with no one on either side of the tanks. Lauder ran back to his son, took the rocket launcher from him, aimed, and fired in one smooth motion. Seeing the destroyed alien tank below, Lord breathed a sigh of relief and said to his son, "It seems we worried unnecessarily. Their fighting methods are no match for our tragic fighting methods." After the TIE Restoration Army entered the city, they were successfully overwhelmed by several thousand soldiers, along with several hundred noble private soldiers and militia. The city of Kasha was like a maze, leaving them completely disoriented. "No backing up. No backing up." The TIE commando, holding pistols, shouted from behind the mercenaries. "Urban warfare is extremely dangerous for armored forces. Then there's only one way." Naali grinned as he looked at the captured humans. He had not only revived the Ute Empire with the help of Sekharin's equipment, but also possessed all the territory of the former Talakan kingdom. "So, are you ready, humans? The TIE Empire is the true ruler of the Outer Ring. Attention all personnel, our objective is to reinforce Europa Colony 7 and arrive as quickly as possible." "Understood, sir." The officer, dressed in a black naval uniform, immediately began arranging for people to prepare for a hyperspace warp. "By the Emperor, please bless this spaceship so that it may arrive safely." Samk held the letter while praying to the Emperor, hoping the girl would be all right. "Samk." The Death Guard Interstellar warrior sat down next to Samk and then handed him a combat knife. "I have one here that I captured before. I'll give it to you." Looking at the Death Guard Interstellar warrior, Samk took the combat knife and put it into his belt. "The Emperor will bless you and that Imperial citizen. What's your name, bro?" "Kalink, Sergeant, Tactical Squad, 4th Company, Death Guard Legion." Kalink introduced himself while counting the ammunition. Chapter 97. We landed on our feet and charged into hell first. Hellscreamers are an elite unit within the UNSC Marine Corps, renowned for their exceptionally strong physiques. Furthermore, they undergo rigorous training, enabling them to descend from space into attack pods. Because of the friction with the atmosphere during the flight, generating unbearable high temperatures, and the subsequent shockwave upon impact with the ground, most ordinary people would die instantly. Hell paratroopers, however, are famous for this very characteristic. They descend from the sky to carry out assault missions. Several Orion-class assault carriers accompanied the Star Destroyer on this rescue mission, and the ODS, or Hellscreamers, also came along. Our role in this mission is to coordinate with the Astartes landing. After landing, our primary objective is to clear out the enemies surrounding the Hive City. The Space Marines inside the Hive City will handle that. Space Marines? Those big, dumb geezers? These Hell paratroopers were clearly unhappy with this arrangement. If anyone should go into Hell, it should be them. Why did it have to be these big idiots? What are you saying? A Space Marine painted in black stood behind him and then lifted him up with one hand. What the hell? It was just a mortal wearing an iron shell. The Space Marine, too lazy to argue with him, simply tossed him away. Seeing the soldier lying on the ground, the Space Marine realized he'd made a fool of himself and left. Samk, you don't need to worry. The defenses on Europa 7 aren't completely wiped out. They're still putting up a fight. Kalink went to Sam's side and comforted him. I went to see the captain earlier. We should arrive in a day at the latest. No. Samk put on his helmet, his red pupils looking particularly terrifying in the dim light. Mr. Space Marine, save me. Tina ran into a ruin and then crouched in a corner, sobbing softly. She looked at the doll in her arms, which was mostly stained red with blood, and then hugged it tightly. I think I smell human scent. A Thai soldier carrying a machine gun crawled into the ruins and then saw Tina hiding there. Ha ha ha, there's a human. And a girl at that. Thai soldiers, drooling foul odors, attempted to crawl into the ruins. Help! Help! Mr. Space Marine. Please. Save me. Tina dragged her injured body deeper into the ruins, while the Thai soldier missed his target, only managing to grab the blood-stained doll. Damn. So close. The Thai soldier complained, then decided to pick up the doll first, thinking it might come in handy later. Attention, all personnel. We are about to exit hyperspace. With the captain's voice, several Imperial-class Star Destroyers and warships from the Halo universe disengaged from the warp. The Uyghur fleet, which was waiting on the Europa 7, was completely wiped out before it could even react, and the corpses of countless aliens became alien debris in the universe. The airdrop mission will begin in 3 minutes. All Hellfire troops, proceed to the designated assembly point. The Star Destroyer hovered above Europa 7 without descending into the atmosphere, while the Orion-class assault carriers served as the advance force, cooperating with the Space Marines in the landing operation. We'll be the first to charge into Hell, feet on the ground. Sir. Thousands of paratroopers, armed with MA-5B assault rifles, shouted as they entered the landing craft. They weren't towering, mighty Spartan super soldiers, but they were a group of madmen who dared to face death head-on. Without powerful genetic modification, advanced high-tech weaponry, or combat skills cultivated from childhood, he stepped into purgatory with only a mortal body. Attention, all squads, open fire. Open fire. The Orion's massive hangar begins releasing various fighter jets, quickly clearing obstacles such as orbital defense systems for the landing forces. Afterward, various warships will lead large numbers of Marines to the ground battlefield. The Orion class can also take this opportunity to release ODSTs behind enemy lines, putting the enemy in an awkward situation of being attacked from both sides. Samk, wielding a chainsaw sword, charged towards the ground, and several Space Marines, supported by various weapons, began a steady advance. What is this? Samk looked at the modified humanoid machine in front of him and asked curiously. The machine was activated as soon as he finished speaking. This mind control device, provided by the Sekharan Empire, could turn humans into bloodthirsty beasts. This device was used extensively in the Europa 7 campaign, but as a Space Marine, what terrifying scenes hadn't Samk seen? Rest in peace, citizens of the Empire. With a sound, the chainsaw sword cleaved the mind-controlled citizen in two. Looking at the mangled human before her, now one with the machine, Samk prayed that her soul could return to the Emperor's side. Wait, what is this? After Samk tore off the mask that was fixed to his face, a familiar face was revealed. Is this her mother? Chapter 98 Salamanders and the Fierce Defense. By the Emperor, grant me your great speed. Samk gripped his chainsaw sword and hacked at the one modified, pitiful person after another before him, praying in his heart that he would never see that face again. Don't worry, they won't come back. You can live in peace until you're old. We promise we'll keep our word. Then hug your little Space Marine plushie tight. I'll be with you, and everything will be alright. One memory after another flashed through Samk's mind, and he recalled the moment he first met that girl. By the Emperor, please bless her. As Samk was hacking away at the enemy, his eyes suddenly fell on a Thai soldier with a green doll hanging from his belt, who was firing a machine gun. Alien. Shape. Samk could no longer contain his anger. The doll looked exactly like the one the girl was carrying. Seeing the bloodstains on his body, Samek couldn't calm himself down. He roared and charged at the Thai soldier. Alien. Sam grabbed the body of the Uyghur soldier, then took off his helmet and bit down hard on the soldier's head. This was the first time Sam had ever been so angry, and he finally understood what anger meant. Countless memories flooded Sam's mind. He breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that the girl was still alive, but when he checked the map, he discovered that the girl was located deep in enemy-occupied territory. Time was of the essence, and Sam didn't have time to think much before charging towards the area based on his memory. Humans, don't even think about going there. Thousands of mercenaries and pirates blocked Sam's path, while several terrifying bipedal mechs held him back. Samek. Just as Sam was pondering how to fight, a voice suddenly rang out from the side. Leave this to me. Kalink walked up to Sam, holding a chainsaw sword in one hand and a bomb gun in the other. Go now? After shouting something, Kalink charged straight into the enemy ranks. I'm a Terran veteran. Kalink easily dismembered a bipedal mech with his chainsaw sword, then lifted the mech and tossed it to the other side of the enemy's position. Understood, Kalink brothers. Sam didn't dare to be careless. Instead of using firearms, he smashed the enemies blocking his way to pieces, just like a truck. For the Emperor, Kalink used all the combat skills he had accumulated over thousands of years. Each bullet from his slug gun could shatter the bodies of several enemies, and each swing of his chainsaw sword could take the lives of more than a dozen enemies. Sam followed his memory to the ruins and then crashed inside. In the dim ruins, a giant creature is holding a girl. Alien, give her to me. Put her down. Before the behemoth could even react, Samek was already hacking at its head with the combat knife that Kalink had given him. Roar. The behemoth is a highly sought-after war commodity in Central. It can easily tear apart an armored vehicle, and its height even reaches an astonishing 5 meters. Despite this, it still couldn't defeat an enraged space marine. Sam tore open the giant orc's head with his bare hands, ignoring the orc's painful screams, and directly ripped off its central nervous system. After dealing with the orc, Sam walked over to Tina and noticed that her arm was badly injured, a wound so severe that it could even cause infection throughout her body. Sam gently picked her up and then placed the doll in her arms. The wound is severely infected and beyond saving. Sam examined Tina's injuries and came to this chilling conclusion. The best course of action now is to give her a quick death, so she won't suffer from injuries and illnesses. After arriving at this chilling conclusion, Sam pressed the explosive pistol against her forehead. By the Emperor, may you return. Samek, what are you doing? After killing off the enemies outside, Kalink entered, and the first thing he saw was Sam with a bomb pistol. Give her a quick death, my brother. Your Majesty, what nonsense are you spouting? This injury isn't ready for a quick death yet. Kalink said, picking her up in his arms and carrying Tina out of the ruins. Sabbath pharmacist, I need your help. No. It's not that one of our brothers died in battle. It's like this. Have you ever healed mortals? No. But we can try. Okay. I'll send this mortal over now. Kalink then hung up the call. Sam, I'll take this mortal girl to the apothecary. He should be able to heal her. And you owe me a fine gold dagger. Make one for me sometime later. Sam smiled and nodded as he listened to Kalink's words. Sam also had a plan. Many departments might need this girl, and he intended to stay with her until she found a good family. Chapter 99 continues, the end. Sam took the girl to the apothecary, who was clearly treating a mortal for the first time, and although he was inexperienced, he did a good job. Sam, what are you planning to do next? Several space marines from the Salamander Legion surrounded Sam and asked, I think my room can still fit one more person. If possible, this girl might be able to stay here temporarily until she enters the Loyalty Academy. As Sam spoke, he looked at the others as if seeking their opinions. I'm fine with it. We don't have any missions right now. Sure, there are still more than 10 Terra months before the start of the Loyal Succession Academy, so let's leave her here for now. Several Salamander Space Marines chattered about their thoughts, showing no resistance to the newcomer, but rather a great welcome. These invading mercenaries and pirates were wiped out by the Imperial army, and their bodies were made into horrific decorations and hung on Imperial warships to proclaim the fate of those who invaded the Empire. This incident also served as a reminder to Yang Cheng that every planet must be equipped with a certain number of warships, otherwise the casualties in fighting ground battles with the enemy would be too great. Although Europa 7 was recaptured, hundreds of thousands of civilians died, and even the colonial army was reduced to almost nothing. Yang Cheng's next plan is to train the warships from the Halo world into warships specifically for fighting in the PDF, mainly because these warships are too weak in firepower compared to the warships from Star Wars and Warhammer. However, they work well with PDFs, which is one of the reasons why they serve as the defense forces of every planet. At this moment, both the Loyalty Academy and the Tribunal rushed to Europa 7. They were not there to provide support, but to rescue people. These children, who harbor a deep hatred for aliens, will become excellent students at the Loyalty Academy, and the Inquisitors will also appoint their own assistants and provide assistance when necessary. It's time to hold a press conference. Instead of wearing his own armor, Yang Cheng donned a black suit and walked to the press conference amidst the support of numerous soldiers. At this point, the reporters dared not take photos indiscriminately as before. They only dared to take pictures when permitted, otherwise. We have received reports that Europa 7 has been attacked, and the casualties are estimated to be in the hundreds of thousands. Yang Cheng looked at the reporters and slowly recounted everything. Countless televisions, screens, and radio stations broadcast this press conference. My family and them. My wife died on that planet. She died right in front of me. My children, they are all. Countless video clips were released, and those in the wandering Earth world who had not yet experienced the cruelty of alien war finally understood. Why did all those peace-loving countries perish? Why is it that only extreme empires like the human empire can survive? The Milky Way is a dark forest where life and death are intertwined. To survive, one must abandon everything and fight for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, humanity, as a noble species, has never invaded others, as have those nations that once maintained peace with extraterrestrials. But, after today, things will be different. All the non-human races in the galaxy will thank the Thai people. They have no idea what kind of race they've messed with. Will you let fear consume you? Or will you let the flames of revenge burn fiercely? The Empire is calling you. Your homeland is calling you. This time, let the enemy pay in blood. Countless people stopped in front of the television to listen to Yang Cheng's voice, imagining the tragic fate of their human companions on Europa 7, and they felt deeply for them. Human history is a history of courage, and the anthem of humanity is an anthem of courage. We humans have survived thousands of years of history through resistance, folks. Now is the time. Let the aliens pay the price. We all have a responsibility and an obligation to protect the newly formed human nation. We consider it an honor to die for our people and our country. Let us meet again amidst flames and glory. In response to the aliens' undeclared invasion, I hereby declare that all inhumane weapons will be deployed, all laws of war will be abolished when dealing with the enemy, and we will pool the wisdom of all humanity to combat the undeclared alien invasion. The trial is imminent. As Yang Cheng finished speaking, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has triggered an event, the shame of Europa 7. This event increases cohesion by 60%, militaristic tendencies by 90%, and pro-foreign sentiment by 80%. It also triggers war mobilization, military expansion, and rearmament. Triggering buffs, the fourth calamity, Iron Will, all military production increases by 50%, all military construction costs are halved, planetary construction is accelerated, and the title, United We Stand, is obtained. System, can I exchange for the Death Star? Ding, that's enough. Chapter 100 Your house exploded. The Death Star, or DS, one platform and battle station, was a satellite-sized combat space station built by the Galactic Empire. In its early stages, it was simply referred to as the Ultimate Weapon, though in older canon it was sometimes called the Great Weapon. This combat space station possessed a super laser cannon that made extensive use of Kyber crystals and was capable of destroying entire planets. The Death Star's diameter was 120 kilometers in the old canon and 160 kilometers in the new canon. Based on the new canon, most of its internal space is used to maintain the systems necessary for its large super laser cannon and generator. At the heart of the Death Star lies a colossal, hypermatter reaction chamber. Within this chamber, fusion reactions occur on an astonishing scale, with stellar fuel cylinders arranged around its edges to fuel these reactions. The Death Star was propelled into space by a powerful network of ion engines that converted reactor power into the required thrust. For the Death Star to be a true deterrent, it must be mobile. 123 hyperspace drive field generators are linked into a single navigation matrix, allowing the Death Star to traverse the galaxy within hyperspace. The incredible energy used by this space station, combined with its enormous mass, makes the magnetic field and artificial gravitational field of the Death Star equal to those of orbiting objects many times larger than it. The Death Star's super laser cannons draw power directly from the hypermatter reaction chamber. A massive equatorial trench, 376 kilometers long, divides the space station into two identical hemispheres. This area of the space station houses most of the main landing pad, propulsion systems, sensor arrays, and traction beam systems. Two auxiliary trenches lie between the equator and the north and south poles. The Death Star was divided into 24 districts, with 12 districts in each hemisphere, and each district was commanded by a bridge. To better organize the maneuvering forces on the space station, the Death Star has very clear and detailed divisions to indicate the functions of each area. These include general, command, military, security, service, and technical zones. Because service on the Death Star is a long-term endeavor, there are many social workers on the Death Star who make time on the deep space station more comfortable. Parks, shopping centers, and entertainment areas can be found in the regular areas of the space station. The decision-making power for the Death Star military operation rested with a three-person command structure consisting of Governor Tarkin, General Morty, and General Tag. The surface of the Death Star is dotted with thousands of armed turrets, a total of 15,000 turbolaser cannons, and 768 tractor beams. The Death Star has a total of 342,953 naval and army personnel, 25,984 Imperial stormtroopers, and other various forces totaling approximately 2 million. Your Majesty, Wilhoff Tarkin reports to you. An old man in an Imperial military uniform bowed slightly to Yang Cheng and said this. Activate the Death Star and plunge the galaxy into panic. Understood, sir. In Terra orbit, a silver sphere is slowly activating. A weapon powerful enough to annihilate a planet is entering the launch phase. Entering launch preparation phase, ready for hyperspace travel. The Death Star is still much more inconvenient than the Kingkiller base, but it's better to have something than nothing. Ready to launch. Before countless Yutei people could react, the enormous spherical spacecraft in the sky followed the warship into the territory of the Yutei Empire. Emission. A green beam of light formed at the launch port, powerful enough to destroy an entire planet. Boom, 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 boom. The green beam of light was fired and then struck the home planet of the new Yutei Empire directly. The entire planet was enveloped in green light, and countless T'is, mercenaries, and pirates were reduced to ashes under this light. This terrifying scene was broadcast live throughout the territory of the entire human empire. Boom! The entire planet turned red under this force, then exploded like a balloon, accompanied by the screams of countless Yutei people. The capital of the new Yutei Empire was completely destroyed, and it was impossible to tell that a planet had ever existed there. But this was only the beginning, not the end. The second attack by the Death Star was coming. The target this time was a world in the new Yutei Empire that had been transformed into a planetary fortress, but the energy shield on this planet couldn't even withstand the Death Star's beams for a second. This planet has also followed in the footsteps of extinction. Governor Tajin, do not allow a planet of the new Yutei Empire to remain in this universe. Understood, Great Emperor. Yang Cheng's order was tantamount to demanding the extermination of the Yutei race. What awaited the Yutei was the impending fall of the Sword of Damocles. In ancient Greek mythology, the Sword of Damocles symbolized divine retribution, which also represented the fate of these aliens. Planet after planet was detonated, and countless aliens perished under the firepower of the Death Star. Those enemy warships that attempted a desperate fight were all reduced to space debris by the firepower of the surrounding star destroyers. I absolutely love this method, destroying all organic and inorganic matter into dust. This isn't a war crime. I prefer to call it high efficiency. Their goal, and indeed the goal of all humanity, especially in the Eurasia, is to carry out extinction missions efficiently. For the Emperor. For all mankind. Europa 7 resulted in the most casualties among Eurasians, but in a sense, it awakened the latent bloodline within them. Eagle of the Empire, lion on which the sun never sets, Gallic rooster. As the Marseillaise, Erica, and the Grenadier March resounded across the three countries, countless people seemed to join the Imperial army under the protection of their ancestor spirits. Let's irrigate our farmland with the blood of our enemies. May the Emperor be blessed. May victory be ever present. May glory shine upon him. Long live the Emperor. Long live humanity. For the human empire. For our ancestors. Countless newly formed astral army legions were dispatched into the dark galaxy, to fight for the future of humanity. Chapter 101 The entire galaxy will thank the Thai people. These stupid Thai pigs. Do you know what they did? They attacked one of humanity's planets. Upon witnessing the new developments, the leader of the Secaran Empire launched into a tirade of profanities, disregarding all decorum. Now, the entire galaxy knows to never provoke the human empire, or at least not to launch an attack on them. But to their surprise, that stupid pig Naoni not only attacked them, but also carried out a large-scale massacre of the humans on that planet. The entire galaxy will thank that idiot Naoni. He has no idea what disaster he's brought upon the entire galaxy. The leader of Secaran is a green lizard man whose tail is wagging wildly in his anger. Call. Cabru took a sip of water, then looked at the intelligence officer beside him and asked, "What happened to the Thai Empire afterward?" In just 3 days, the Thai Empire's capital planet, 5 fortress planets, 30 city planets, and 10 colony planets all suffered devastating damage. The entire outer ring can be said to have been completely wiped out by the Thai people. And what happened? Tell me. The human empire is suspected of possessing a weapon capable of destroying a planet in a single blow, and not just destroying the surface, but completely shattering the entire planet into fragments. Puff. Cabru, who had just taken a sip of water, didn't choke. Destroy a planet? You're kidding me. Cabro steadied himself and then shouted at the intelligence officer in front of him. Your Excellency, this is the conclusion reached by intelligence organizations in many other countries. What do other countries say? Cabru watched the intelligence officer nervously, his tail wagging even faster. The Central Anti-Human Military Alliance has launched a meeting, and they are waiting for you to join them. Central Anti-Human Military Alliance. Yes, this is the leader, an alliance formed by some countries in the middle ring with interests in the outer ring when the human empire began indiscriminately slaughtering other races. Cabro, you've arrived. A creature resembling a cockroach from the movie Terra for Mars looked at Cabru, who had just joined the meeting, and said this. Yes, but have you figured out a way to deal with humans? Tikal. No, but we are discussing this. You are free to speak or listen. It's up to you. Cabru looked at the heads of state of various countries who had joined this anti-human military alliance in the Central Ring, some of whom he recognized and others of whom were relatively unfamiliar. This military alliance is not limited to individual nations. Individual fleets can also join once they reach a certain size. Furthermore, trade alliances and various shipping fleets are also welcome to join. Our alliance's primary goal is the complete annihilation of the human empire. Humanity can no longer return to the stars, but given the current situation, within 3 or 4 years at most, the technology of the human empire may surpass that of most countries in the Central Plains. We cannot afford another war like the one decades ago. We grew up feeding on the corpses of the Human Federation, and the human empire might have done the same. We just need to explore the technologies of the Human Federation to develop our military, and one day we will be able to. The Human Federation doesn't have the technology to wipe out an entire planet with just one squad. There is also no technology capable of shattering a planet. There is also no technology capable of transforming an entire planet into a machine. We should first create public opinion, making the people of all our territories understand that humanity is only fit to be slaves, and that we are the true inhabitants of the stars. We cannot repeat the tragedies of decades past. Do you remember how many countries and races perished in that war? Counting in the trillions, encompassing thousands of nations, the Human Federation fought with all its might in that war, but in the end, we won. Yes, why can't we try to win over the human empire and then dismantle it? We sent 50 diplomatic fleets, and not a single one returned. Our caravan was bombed just as it approached the Imperial border. The human empire is now like a giant iron barrel, but with barbs. Anyone who dares to touch it will surely suffer a bloodbath. And this metal bucket can move. These alien leaders or fleet commanders were utterly speechless at the human empire. They only dared to conduct espionage activities in the shadows, and dozens of them would die every now and then. The human empire has very strict control over spies. There are no life sentences or jail time. If they are caught, they are shot in the street. It is better to kill 1,000 innocent people than to let one guilty person go free. This is why every citizen of the human empire is extremely hostile to spies. They will beat a spy to death as soon as they catch him, and the Ministry of Justice will arrive just as he is half dead. They quickly arrested him, interrogated him, and asked him all the necessary questions, turning him into a target for the students of Chengshui Academy. In addition, capturing aliens has become a unique activity for some residents of the empire, and some veteran hunters also enjoy using these alien creatures as prey. Humans treat the xenomorphs the way they once treated humans. Chapter 102. The Will of Our Ancestors. Light Chaser Legion, 39th Grenadier Division, William Lanstoff. My ancestors used to beat you up on the beach. My ancestors participated in the Battle of Iwo Jima, and now I will learn from them. My ancestors served in a field medical corps and saved many people injured in air raids. Dozens of soldiers dressed in Light Chaser Astral Legion uniforms were exchanging words in the cramped cabin. Among them are people from the United States, the United Kingdom, and the United States. Alright guys, our target is that mountain fortress to the east of the enemy. Once we take that fortress, the enemy will lose most of their defenses on this planet. The tough guys will fight alongside you. Kill all non-human species. Following the order, thousands of soldiers were deployed to the surface of the planet. This entire planet is no different from Earth, except that it does not have continents, but is composed of islands. Go, go, go. The soldiers jumped off the landing craft and began a rapid advance toward the enemy's fortress. Attention, all personnel. Bombard the enemy's outer fortifications with heavy firepower. Remaining personnel, begin to disperse and advance. Several thousand soldiers were divided into squads and then advanced under the cover of heavy firepower. Fire! Fire! The defenders inside the fortress rushed out and set up firing positions at the top of the fortress, but this also gave the soldiers of the Light Chaser Legion time to catch their breath. Several X-Wing fighters flew in from the sky. The Imperial Navy had already seized air superiority over this planet. Boom, 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 boom. Several blasts of energy cannon fire struck the enemy's firing positions, causing massive explosions. Attack! Attack! We are worthy of Napoleon's blood. On the right, the 13th Guards Regiment, led by a major wielding his command sword, led over 1,000 soldiers in a charge. Let's water our wheat fields with the blood of our enemies. Long live the Emperor. Under the suppressive fire, these soldiers were the first to charge in, and the other units were not to be outdone. 39th Grenadier Division. Prepare to charge. For the Reich. Under the cover of X-Wing fighters in the sky, these troops also charged in. At this moment, the garrison inside the fortress was in complete chaos. The human soldiers who rushed in were all bloodthirsty, and they used their bayonets to kill one alien soldier after another. Some of them had relatives who died on Europa 7, so it's fair to say that these people have a natural hatred for aliens. Kill all the aliens. We don't need prisoners. At that moment, Hans felt his inner soap maker burning within him. Rico, what should we do? Several thousand soldiers wearing M1A4 power armor stood in neat rows in front of Rico. Cooperate with our friendly forces to capture the enemy's fortress as soon as possible. Rico, wielding a Morita MKI rifle, began issuing orders. To be honest, this was their first time facing humanoid units. Their only experience was killing insects. The Marauder mechs will lead the way, destroying several enemy strongpoints. The rest of the crew will follow the Marauders. Our objective is to breach this fortress. Alright, you damned aliens. You should pay for what you've done. The officer, dressed in the uniform of the Light Chaser, looked at the captured alien soldiers in front of him and said, "Let's play a game. Whoever can outrun the bullets will be let go." Dozens of alien soldiers with their arms bound were lined up in a row, with a Light Chaser soldier holding a weapon behind each alien soldier. Start. As the whistle blew, countless alien soldiers fled in panic, only to be met with bullets fired from behind. After playing a few more rounds, the soldiers received orders. Quickly eliminate all enemies and cooperate with the elite troops to capture the enemy's last stronghold. This statement undoubtedly sealed the fate of the remaining alien prisoners. Alright guys, we have new orders. Quickly finish off these aliens in front of you, and then rejoin our friendly forces. Upon receiving the order, a massacre began. The aliens were pushed into one large pit after another, and then indiscriminately fired down into the pits. After several rounds of firing, they began pouring gasoline into the pit, and then, one by one, soldiers ignited the gasoline in the pit. Flames engulfed the alien corpses until they were completely reduced to ashes. These are actually a kind of painless punishment for aliens. Only when they encounter some punishment legions from Mexico can they make these enemies wish they were dead. Meanwhile, following the Europa 7 incident, Yang Cheng, along with Grand Sage Calbo, Archbishop Vander, and General Hartmann Heydrich, currently a highly respected general in the astronautical army, led a coalition. A meeting to decide the fate of alien prisoners of war in the war zone is taking place in Terra Palace. Chapter 103 The Terra Conference. Gentlemen, may we begin? Yang Cheng sat in the middle of a long table, while important officials of the Empire sat on either side. Governor Tarkin, Kylo Ren, Archbishop Vander, Sage Calbo, Ongran, and several other high-ranking officials of the Star Guard. Half of the rebels have arrived. Looking at these people who were originally the worst of the worst in Warhammer, Yang Cheng couldn't help but sigh. This group was a bit difficult to manage. Your Majesty, we are now preparing to deal with the alien creatures in these war zones, but seeing the troubled expression on the face of the astral army commander in front of him, Yang Cheng reduced his psionic pressure slightly, and then spoke in a kind tone. Speak up, frontline matters come first. The thing is, dealing with these alien prisoners of war and civilians is just too troublesome for us. Even executing them one by one would take a very long time. This severely impacted the morale of our soldiers. We were even prepared to gather these aliens together and then execute them with artillery fire. Sir, I hope you understand. This kind of thing can easily anger the machine spirit. It is also a desecration of these divine machines. Calbo looked at the high-ranking astronautical officer who had stood up and said fiercely, "Killing aliens? Why do you feel tired?" Ongran looked at the officer and said nonchalantly, "The Death Star might be able to deal with them. Are you treating that magnificent divine machine like a broom? By the Emperor, by the God of machines. What blasphemy this is. If you weren't the governor, I would have turned you into a machine's servant." Seeing that Tarkin and Kolbo were about to fight, the servants and guards around them quickly pulled the two apart. This is the nth time the Mechanicus and the Imperial Navy have clashed. They've argued about whether or not to build chapels on Star Destroyers, and about tattooing double-headed eagles on blasters. Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. We can use mustard gas to poison those aliens. Poison gas? Yang Cheng was immediately intrigued by the suggestion and couldn't wait to hear more. Yes, killing hundreds of millions of aliens would require hundreds of millions of ammunition or tens of millions of shells, but we must also consider the psychological well-being of Imperial soldiers and logistical issues. This is my idea, to build several large garbage transfer stations on the site of the existing shelters at the tribunal. Of course, you all know what kind of garbage this is. We can use poison gas to kill the aliens and then throw them into the incinerator. Why not just throw it into the incinerator? That would save time. Yang Cheng raised his own question. Is that so? I think my idea still needs to be refined. No, this is good enough. Gas killing them was indeed a good suggestion, and the alien corpses could be used by us. Here's the thing. I designed a truck that can consume 100 aliens at a time. Yang Cheng took the blueprints, looked at them, and then shook his head. No, that's too slow. Yang Cheng looked at the great sage Calbo beside him and asked, I need some factories to produce a gas-carrying vehicle, led by a special locomotive, capable of processing 1,000 aliens per minute. Of course, you can squeeze in even more if you want. No problem, Your Majesty, I will arrange for mechanical slaves to do it. Not only that, this method is still too slow, considering there are hundreds of millions of aliens waiting for us to process. Open more alien shooting ranges. Then can the delicious-looking aliens. Understood, Emperor. Now, those shooting targets in the Ministry of Justice should no longer be made of wood or plastic. They should all be replaced with aliens. Their bodies will further enhance the Empire's security forces. Your Majesty, I have an idea. Archbishop Vander stood up and handed a drawing to Yang Cheng. We can categorize the captured aliens. The strong and useful ones can be gassed, while the weak and useless ones can be thrown directly into the incinerator. We can turn corpses into mechs and other mechanical devices. Our medical researchers can try to extract the medicinal parts from the internal organs. Great, that's a very good suggestion. Achieving industrialized, assembly line-style slaughter is the truly efficient method. Great Sage Calbo, at this rate, how many xenomorphs can we kill in 1 Terra year? We can currently produce 3,000 of these vehicles. 1 Terran day can process 50,000 xenomorphs, and 1 Terran year can process approximately 18,250,000. This doesn't even include the incinerator's processing capacity. Hurry up and start production. Also, remember that the ashes of these alien creatures can be used as fertilizer. With these words, the meeting came to an end, and Yang Cheng raised the wine glass beside him to toast everyone. After our generation, future generations will no longer have this awareness, so we must create a world for our descendants, a world where only humans exist. Yang Cheng and the others had already announced the fate of these billions of aliens in their conversation. Chapter 104, A single hair can affect the whole situation. Rico, what should we do next? The combat mission on this planet has been completely completed thanks to the sweeping efforts of the hardcore forces. At this point, the hardcore forces are no longer equipped with the paper-thin armor seen in the movies, but with the same powered armor used in the anime. In addition to powered armor, the tough guy unit is also equipped with individual nuclear weapons and various combat mechs. Carmen, it's time to take us away. Johnny, I advise you not to do anything else. The Emperor's orders must come first. In the Dark Galaxy, 3 escort transport ships are docked on the surface of the planet. Number of engines, 4, with warp drive capability. Weapons, cannons, F-76 Thunderbolts, 1 squadron size, 18 DR, 4 Viking transport ships, and DR, 8 Skyhook transport aircraft. Escort transport ships are a type of interplanetary spacecraft used for transportation. The warship was named Roger Young, and its hull number within the Empire was 176. The warships flanking Roger Young were the Yamamoto, hull number 138, and the Boxer, hull number 182. Carmen, take us back first. Let's decide on our next target. More than a dozen Viking transport planes were unloaded, and Rico and his men were then picked up. Did you receive any orders from your superiors? No, the operational orders so far remain focused on launching amphibious assaults on enemy planets outside the Imperial borders. Let's go here. Rico pointed to a planet that was blue and green like the blue star. It looks just like Earth. Yes, we detected a lot of extraterrestrial activity on this planet. We should. This one is the one. I'll take some people to prepare it. Rico didn't give Carmen time to refuse and ran straight off the bridge. Captain Carmen? Us. Let's go to this one. Report our operation to the Naval Operations Department. If we are defeated, we can request support. Understand? But isn't it a bit much for a few thousand people to want to take over a planet? Why do you think the hardliners only have a few thousand men? Give Rico tens of thousands of men and warships, and he'd dare attack their homeworld without orders. Carmen was speechless, but since she was there, she decided to teach those aliens what true strength was. But Rico and Carmen didn't know that this impromptu raid almost affected half of the country in Central. Bralo Star. This is the territory of the Secaran Empire in the Central region, and a grand banquet is about to begin. People from various Central Ring forces, including the Secaran Empire, the Norland Empire, the Kingdom of Detas, and the Satira fleet, gathered here. This was because the human empire's fleets were currently on expeditions in the center of the Central Ring, while the planets on the sides were largely ignored, which was why they dared to do so. I am Ambassador Bree of Secaran. Welcome, ambassadors. A white lizard looked at the representatives of the various Central Ring forces who had come before it and spoke. Please rest assured, this planet Bralo is very safe, and it is far enough away from the human empire. Just as everyone was about to agree, a lizard-man soldier in black armor rushed over and whispered something to Bree. The Ringstar fleet has lost contact and is suspected of being attacked. Upon hearing this news, everyone's expression changed, but Bree's words reassured them once again. Rest assured, our air defenses and planetary shields on Blero are extremely strong. Even the human empire would be powerless against them. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a destroyed Secaran warship plummeted straight down from the atmosphere, its explosion engulfing countless Secaran residents. Get all the ambassadors to the shelter immediately. Bree hurriedly ordered the ambassadors to be housed in shelters, and then began sending people to request aid from their home planet. At the same time, various fleets, conglomerates, and ambassadors from different countries also appealed to their leaders for help. The entire outer area of the Central Ring was in complete chaos, with fleet after fleet beginning to advance towards the planet Bralo. General Spire, the enemy is making an emergency mobilization. Spire, who was looking at the strategic map, heard his subordinate's voice and then turned his head to ask, "What's going on?" The enemy is moving towards the southeast theater of operations, and it's a large fleet. What could possibly drive these alien creatures to such madness? Based on their route calculations, their target is likely the planet Bralo, located in the southeast theater. Admiral, Commander Carmen of the 5th Expeditionary Fleet has just reported their mission to us. Their target is the planet Bralo. What? How many of them are there? 3 escort transport ships, plus fewer than 10,000 Marines. I see. Did they report why they launched the landing operation on this planet? Commander Carmen only stated that numerous enemy traces were discovered on that planet. Further details are unknown. After some deliberation, Spear ordered the resting squadrons to intercept the enemy's assembled forces. Which military force is closest to Blero? The training unit, recently commanded by Caiaphas Kane, the former political commissar of the 597th Valhalla Regiment, and now the political commissar of the 358th Combined Arms Brigade of the Lightbringers, is now fully equipped with Imperial standard weapons. They're the ones. Chapter 105 Commissar Kane. Kai Kaifaz Kane, the great hero of the Empire. Kai Kaifaz Kane, the great hero of the Empire. Listening to the soldiers singing outside, a political commissar dressed in a political commissar's overcoat and armor elegantly sipped his tea. Yes, that's right. The one in front of you is none other than Kai Xiaobao, the freeloader who preys on Slanish, a great hero of the Empire, a former champion warrior of the ancient Shiliang army, a regimental commander under a certain micromanagement warlord, one of the luckiest characters in the entire 40K series in terms of romantic luck, and his service record is permanent, known as the unkillable cockroach. Commissar Kaifaz Kane. However, Commissar Kane's description was clearly different from that of the Department of Military Affairs. Although he treated his subordinates well, he always considered himself a cowardly and incompetent person, and all his achievements were just a coincidence. This kind of mission leading new recruits is so comfortable. There's no fighting, no danger, nothing. Commissar Kane. Jurgen jogged up to Kane and hurriedly called out as Kane was drinking tea. What's the rush, Jurgen? You need to take a proper shower. You smell worse than Attila. Go take a shower now. Commissar Kane. We have a combat mission to Bralo to support the hardcore forces. How many people are in this tough, masculine unit? Kane thought that his unit of new recruits would certainly not be thrown into the meat grinder of the battlefield, since he was only leading new recruits. Only a few thousand people. Are there any space marines to cooperate with in combat? No. When Kane heard Jurgen's reply, he almost fainted. Why did trouble always come knocking on his door? Go tell those new recruits this message. Tell them they are not allowed to retreat in a fight, or they will be court-martialed. After Jurgen left, Kane immediately began to complain about the Department of Military Affairs decision. He had finally managed to bring the new recruits here to slack off, but before he could even finish his cup of tea, he received instructions from his superiors. Thousands of people dare to trespass on someone else's planet? Are they even normal people? While complaining, Kane took stock of the equipment units in his synthetic brigade. The Lightbringer Synthetic Brigade was a special unit, just like Krieg's Siege Regiment, with each regiment having its own characteristics. A Light Chaser Combined Arms Brigade consists of 9 battalions, including 4 Heavy Combined Arms Battalions, 1 Artillery Battalion, 1 Reconnaissance Battalion, 1 Combat Support Battalion, 1 Logistics Support Battalion, and 1 Air Defense Battalion. Each Heavy Combined Arms Battalion includes 8 companies, including 3 tank companies, 2 armored infantry companies, 1 combat support company, 1 logistics support company, and 1 artillery company. Each Heavy Combined Arms Battalion is equipped with Macarius heavy tanks, Chimera infantry fighting vehicles, Bison armored vehicles, and more. The Artillery Battalion is mainly equipped with Martian-type petrified lizard artillery tanks. The Air Defense Battalion mainly uses Hyperion air defense platforms. In addition, at the soldiers' request, the Forge World specially manufactured portable anti-tank weapons for every Light Chaser soldier who needed them, to the point that almost everyone had one. Has Commissar Kane ever played Lu Bu? He looks like Chu Yunfei to me. Look at that chin, they're exactly the same. Several new recruits looked at the political commissar in front of them, who was said to be a hero of the Empire, and discussed him curiously. You guys said you even fought a space necromancer? Does that necromancer know magic? Is this necromancer like a magician, able to make a group of people stand up with a wave of his hand? Is their leader named Alsace? You guys have fought orcs before. Did that orc ever shout, "Orcs will never be slaves"? Bullshit. It's clearly for Azeroth. That's a line from the League. A former Star Guardian veteran nearly fainted from listening to the new recruits' incessant chatter. Why did the Ministry of Military Affairs tell them this stuff? Salute to the next fallen brother. Amidst the dust of artillery fire, hundreds of mobile infantry squads emerged. Their weapons looked no different from ordinary live ammunition, but in reality, their power was nearly equivalent to that of a 12.7mm heavy machine gun. The powered armor is also equipped with homing missiles and a rotary machine gun, which can automatically target and attack enemies. A-01 Squad, follow me. Let's storm the enemy command post. Prepare individual nuclear weapons. The mobile infantry in the sky aimed a special rocket launcher at the ground, and then a rocket equivalent to a small nuclear weapon was launched. This powerful firepower caught the soldiers of the Secaran Empire off guard for a moment, and then they were met with a barrage of cold bullets. Zone 1 is safe. Move forward. One by one, The members of the mobile force, clad in power armor, landed, and almost all the Secaran soldiers who blocked their way were killed by this terrifying firepower. It's not about the complete extinction of humanity. Rico's orders were transmitted to the communication devices built into every soldier. Boom, boom, boom. The fighter jets in the air began carpet bombing, and this barrage completely stunned the Secaran forces. Chapter 106. The entire Outer Ring Road is in complete chaos. This time, the human forces dealt a heavy blow to the Secaran soldiers. Unlike the tactics used by the astronauts, these mobile infantrymen used jetpacks for a rapid assault. The enemy was preparing to engage in positional warfare when they discovered that the soldiers had long since disappeared. The Marauder mech landed on the ground, and its high-speed machine gun fire turned the soldiers of the Secaran Empire in front of it into mincemeat. The surrounding mobile force soldiers also protected the raider mechs, and under such sweeping action, the enemy's resistance quickly began to dissipate. All personnel retreat to the remaining strongholds. We'll wage a war of attrition against the humans. Our reinforcements will arrive soon. The Secaran soldiers panicked and hid in their fortifications, but this also diminished the advantage of the mobile forces. Each squad should be aware of the enemy's position and be careful not to be ambushed. Hurry! Faster! Dozens of warships led by the Secaran Empire, along with a variety of escort ships and transport ships, are heading towards the planet Blaireau. Who on Earth is attacking Blaireau? The entire Outer Ring is in complete chaos. 3 Luna-class cruisers and several Cobra-class destroyers, as well as 2 Avenger-class cruisers. Regardless of who's attacking Blaireau, since they're allies, Halsey, have to lend a hand. The battle began just as this Secaran mixed fleet was passing through a meteorite field. The Empire's warships used their sturdy rams to smash through the meteorites blocking their path, and then crash straight into several of the Secaran Empire's capital ships. The massive flames spread into the engines of the Zecalan capital ship, and the huge explosion rendered it immobile, leaving it vulnerable to boarding by Space Marines. For the Emperor, 3 Imperial Sun Space Marines stationed on this warship, along with a naval boarding party, stormed into the enemy vessel. The Space Marines wielding power swords dealt with these Secaran soldiers as easily as cutting vegetables, beheading several enemies with each strike. I want to take a picture of this scene and then paint a picture of it. Looking at the corpses of the Secaran soldiers scattered throughout the ship's hold, said the Space Marine captain at the head of the fleet. Thortavitz, we should go. There are many warships waiting for us to board. Hearing his companions' voices, Tavitz jogged over and joined them in continuing to hack and slash at the enemy. Thortavitz is a company commander in the Imperial Sun's Legion. He was originally a loyal Space Marine, a true son of the Emperor, a warrior whom Vogram does not deserve. Lucius, how many times have I told you not to rush in so fast? Make sure to eliminate all the enemies in every corner. Tavek removed his helmet, revealing his long white hair. I only want to atone for the Emperor's sins, do you understand? I've done too many wrong things. The Emperor sparing my life is already an act of mercy. All I can do is kill enemies for the Emperor and then offer my own life. Yes, that's right. Following Tavitz was Lucius, the commander of the 13th Company, a representative of those who had abandoned the light for the dark, an elite monster of Warhammer, and an immortal being blessed by the evil god with countless lives. Lucius, this isn't the other world, so we all believe you won't make the same mistake again. Lucius nodded in agreement upon hearing Tavitz's words. I'll kick that damn spiky-haired guy and that son of a bitch Iroba to death sooner or later. After muttering a phrase to himself, Lucius continued fighting with the group. The power sword in Lucius's hand emitted bursts of blue light during the battle. Lucius alone killed a third of the tens of thousands of Secaran soldiers on this warship. What? No reinforcements are coming. The dozen or so ambassadors hiding in the shelter received messages from their countries almost simultaneously. The support fleet had been ambushed halfway there, and it would take time to organize a second rescue fleet. If they held on, there would be a way. Just as the ambassadors were complaining, the iron door of the shelter was kicked open, and more than a dozen members of the mobile unit rushed in, their black gun barrels pointed at the ambassadors. Fire! As the order was given, flashes of light appeared from the muzzles of guns, and the ambassadors were turned into corpses one after another under such an attack. Carmen, have the enemy reinforcements arrived? No, Rico, our warships are still in near-Earth orbit, and so far we've only shot down enemy Planetary Forces aircraft. That's good. What did the Imperial Navy Command tell us? Listen to it yourself. Rico, you've caused me a huge mess the moment you arrived. If you can't win this battle, you're going to report to the courthouse. Upon hearing Admiral SBYR's voice, Rico immediately realized that he had probably gone too far. Squads of all mobile units, advance towards the enemy's command post on this planet. Strive to quickly seize the enemy's command forces on this planet. Received, sir. At this time, the various expeditionary fleets of the Empire began to intercept the enemy. Chapter 107 Kane's Helplessness. Commissar Kane, we have reached our objective. What should we do next? Prepare for the assault, for the Emperor. Kane appeared confident about the planet before him, but that was only a facade. Inwardly, he was in a state of utter panic. Yeah, I think we can land around the enemy city. That way we can effectively block enemy reinforcements. Yeah, that's it. Kane began issuing orders, not wanting to actually storm into the city. He preferred to live rather than die. He only needed to fight some enemy skirmishers on the outskirts. He wasn't good at wrestling meat grinders. Rico, the enemy is retreating out of the city. Rico, who was having a friendly conversation with the Sekran soldiers, received a message from his subordinates and immediately ordered them to stop them. Rico, the Imperial army is here. Just as Rico was giving orders, Carmen suddenly interrupted and relayed General SBYR's orders to him. Admiral Spider is furious, but his demand of you is that you take over this planet. Do you know how big a mess you've made? How big? Your attack ignited war across the entire outer ring, with fleets from dozens of nations rushing towards this area like madmen, only to be almost completely annihilated by the Imperial fleet. So I'm pretty amazing? Admiral SBYR said that if you win, you will go to Terra to be rewarded along with the other heroes. If you lose, you will report to the court. Real? Rico asked excitedly. Yes. Our intelligence has determined that the planet you attacked is currently undergoing anti-humanity alliance military activities, and your attack has disrupted the alliance's talks. Wow, that sounds good, but I need to hang up now. The enemy is advancing out of the city. Okay, come find me in room 604 on the warship after this is over. I have something to discuss with you. How should I put it? Wait a minute. Rico heard the sound overhead. It was the sound of the human Empire's landing craft. Commissar Kane, you truly are a hero of the Empire. You accurately predicted the enemy's retreat direction and route, and you arrived at almost the same time as the enemy. Kaifaz Kane, the great hero of the Empire. Kaifaz Kane, the great hero of the Empire. The soldiers excitedly sang songs praising Kane again, but Kane clearly didn't think so. Swear words from the ancient Terra 2K era. Why is it so hard for me to slack off and do something fun? Kane wanted to slap his past self from 10 minutes ago twice. Why did he have to be so impulsive as to personally lead the descent operation? Isn't it comfortable for you to sit up there, enjoying delicious food and drinks? Now that things have come to this, Kane must make a decision, but it seems that his subordinates have already made the decision for him. For the Emperor, slay the aliens. The soldiers led the charge, completely stunning Kane. I feel like I'm not so bad as a political commissar. Wow, what do you think their charge looks like? Greenskin kid? Ha ha ha. This joke isn't funny. Kane reluctantly followed the Combined Arms Brigade in their charge. The rest of the operation was straightforward. Another planet was brought under the Empire's control, and Rico returned to Terra with his troops after a memorable night with Carmen. This time, he would receive an award from the Emperor along with many outstanding soldiers and generals. Chapter 108 Military Parade Medal of Honor. Attention! Throne of Empires, Holy Terra. Yang Cheng, dressed in a suit of golden power armor, prepared to inspect the troops. The initial victory of this expedition gave the people of the Empire great confidence, although the cost was enormous. It undoubtedly symbolized that those who had once been enslaved had now risen again. As sacred hymns resounded, countless members of the state church and bishops on the high platform immediately knelt down and began to pray devoutly. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the first to be inspected were the Imperial stormtroopers from Star Wars. The white armor and extremely cool appearance attracted the love of countless young people. Accompanied by sacred songs, the stormtrooper formation walked to the stand where Yang Cheng was. Oh, salute to His Majesty the Emperor. Unable to perform the Eagle salute while wielding blaster rifles, the stormtroopers opted to use the Galactic Empire's military salute to express their respect. Next to arrive were the Cadian Assault Force, their green armor and purple eyes causing countless reporters from the wandering Earth world to gasp in surprise, as they had always believed that human eyes didn't have so many colors. Salute to the Emperor. The Cadian soldiers, each holding a weapon, saluted Yang Cheng, who nodded in return. Following behind Cadian were the Armageddon Steel Legion, dressed in yellow military overcoats. Surrounding the soldiers of Armageddon were the Lehman Russ main battle tanks painted in desert hues. These terrifying war machines emitting a huge and terrifying roar as they marched into the parade ground in neat formation. At the end of the procession, 10 war machines slowly drove in. The Imperial Poison Blade Super Heavy Tank is the most terrifying war machine among the Imperial Army's tanks, equipped with firepower capable of destroying a Titan. The Shadow Sword, an ancient and glorious model of the Emperor's Poison Blade. The orthodox Shadow Sword is equipped with the Volcano Cannon, a massive laser cannon that draws energy directly from the tank engine. Generators and batteries require a continuous power supply, so an engineer is a must-have member of the Shadow Sword team. Sometimes this engineer is a mechanical priest who loves mechanics, and sometimes a highly skilled technician from the Imperial Defense Force. His task was to ensure that energy could flow from the engine to the generator, and also to ensure that the tank could move. The Shadow Sword was originally designed as a Titan Slayer. Its massive weapon is a Titan weapon, capable of being mounted on the arm or leg of a Titan. For this reason, the Shadow Sword is only produced in the Forge world, which has the Titan Legion. They were developed to help the Imperial Defense Force defend against enemy Titans. These weapons, which could determine the course of a battle on a single battlefield, are now appearing on the Empire's parade ground. 10 Shadow Swords were lined up in 2 rows. The gunners stood on the roof of the vehicles and saluted Yang Cheng, while the other crew members raised their gun barrels slightly to salute Yang Cheng. After the Imperial Poison Blade tanks left, the Odysius military band in the audience began to play their anthem, and it was this anthem that made many people in Europe and the Pacific twitch. As the Odysius Legion's stirring cry of the astronaut army resounded across enemy territory, many humans who had once been slaves stood up excitedly. An overwhelming sense of arrogance and a powerful sense of oppression swept over them. The astronauts advanced through enemy territory, singing hymns of praise to the Emperor. The sniper stood atop the hive city, humming this softly. It doesn't matter to us. The entire galaxy is cursing us, praising us. This is just for entertainment. Wherever we are, we forge ahead. Moreover, they laughed loudly without any restraint. Ha 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 ha. We fight for the Empire. They fight for the Emperor. We worked tirelessly. We have been through countless battles. North, south, east, west. And now, in preparation for a new battle, facing those alien rats, the astral army will not stop until those who destroy human happiness are destroyed, until our ranks were reduced to ashes. Until then, we will have no way back. The familiar music left many people in the audience bewildered, especially when they saw these people dressed in black uniforms with red armbands bearing golden double-headed eagles. At the very front were soldiers carrying banners resembling Roman flags, with the eagle banners bearing the image of the human empire. Why does it look so familiar? Next came the soldiers of the Krieg Death Legion. Their gray uniforms and gas masks gave the Imperial people a sense of unapproachability, but this style was also very popular with the Imperial people. Attention! Rico stood on the podium in his neat military uniform, surrounded by those who had fought bravely in the battle. Admiral Spire, the elder of the Lauder family who defended the Hive City on Europa 7, Rico, and several others who distinguished themselves in the battle. The Imperial Medal of Honor is awarded to soldiers who have performed numerous acts of heroism. These medals vary in appearance depending on the star sector. For example, the Imperial Honor Medal used in the Misty Star sector is quite different from the medals used in other star sectors. Those who receive this medal are considered to be born heroes of the Empire, and the holders of these medals will receive the highest respect from their comrades and superiors. The medal was placed on Lauder's clothes, and it was awarded by Yang Cheng himself. The fact that the Emperor is awarding the prize almost certainly confirms the Lauder family's status. At that time, the Lauder family will not only rise to great heights, but will at least have important positions in Terra. This is yours, Hank. Yang Cheng looked at the soldier next to him who was wearing the uniform of the Odysius Regiment. The Order of the Winged Skull is a medal worn only by officers who have led their soldiers to victory through their leadership. It is a token of gratitude for all that you have done for the Empire. Understood, Your Majesty. Yang Cheng smiled, and then placed the medal on Hank's shoulder. Rico, your. Yang Cheng hung a crimson medal on Rico's shoulder. The Crimson Medal is a common medal awarded to astragalus veterans after a battle. This medal is typically given to veterans who have risked their lives, and therefore is often awarded posthumously. But Rico was an exception. He was able to receive this medal purely because of his recklessness. He led his troops directly into the enemy's planet and fought against hundreds of thousands of enemies with only a few thousand men. Not only did he win, but his casualties were also kept to single digits. Of course, none of these are the most important things. After distributing all the metals, Yang Cheng prepared to exchange them for a planet, Mars, to create a world. Chapter 109 Mars, War Blacksmith Hongsoa. Mars is the core world of the Mechanicus and the largest repository of technological knowledge within the Empire. Martian society has a strict hierarchical system, with the lowest level consisting of ordinary human citizens who collectively perform simple tasks. Their work includes sorting isotopic waste, tending furnaces, crushing ores, and serving hydroponic crops. Most citizens were eager to join the guardians of the church to improve their status. In the process, they would receive their first bionic prosthetic limbs. Above these citizens and soldiers is the ruling class of Mars, the tech priests. The planet itself is ruled by the forging director. Mars could be considered the headquarters of the cult of mechanics, but coincidentally, there is a planet called Mars in the Terra system that is almost identical to the Mars in Warhammer. Yang Cheng hadn't paid much attention to it before, but the members of the Mechanicus were really into it. They applied time and again to set up the planet as the headquarters of the Mechanicus, and Yang Cheng readily agreed, since it was just a planet after all. Yang Cheng set his sights on the Mars forging world in the system's marketplace. This entire planet, including its personnel, is worth 10 million war points, and that's just the most basic level. System, what will happen after I buy it? Ding. After purchase, everything from the original Martian world will appear on this planet, including various buildings, factories, and personnel. Will my doorman come? Ding. Dominius Belisarius Call, the Great Sage, is a special character and can only be redeemed individually. Forget it. Carlbo isn't bad either. He just has his moments of madness. Although Yang Cheng felt helpless, he thought that he still had Carlbo, so it didn't seem so bad. Solar System. Fourth planet. The entire planet Mars was enveloped in a dazzling light, and one after another, nests sprang up from the ground, with factories within them suddenly appearing under the illumination of the light. A population of 20 billion began to appear on this planet. Broadsword Nest City, Acidic Descent Nest City, Olympia Dunes Nest City, Tantalus Nest City, Nilothetis Nest City. These nest cities stand atop the reddish surface of Mars. The Temple of the Machines, the Temple of Mariotis, the Temple of Akron Groove, the Temple of the Manufacturing Director, the Temple of Frictionless Pistons, the Temple of the Encyclopedia, the Temple of the Knights of Tyrannis, the Temple of the Storm Legion, the Temple of the Libya Mountains, the Temple of Antionrati, the Temple of the Gamma Territory, and the Temple of the Robots. These temples, symbolizing the sacred machinery of the Mechanicus, appeared alongside the hive, along with millions of defenders and various Mechanicus armed vehicles. Ding. The Mars forging world has been successfully redeemed. Upon hearing the system's words, Yang Cheng used his spiritual energy to look into the depths of the universe. The Crimson Planet has been transformed into a steel planet, and the surrounding starports are filled with the mechanical arcs of the Mechanicus. It seems the foundation for the expedition is secured. Yang Cheng looked at the Crimson Planet and said slowly, "Next, we need to prepare for all-out war." The previous expeditions were only to pave the way from the outer ring to the middle ring, which was like just poking it with a toothpick. But this time it's different. This time, they'll use a sledgehammer to smash a hole in Central, and they're determined to make the outside of Central bleed profusely. The formation of the Fourth Fleet should be put on the agenda. Yang Cheng looked at his dwindling war points. He was only able to build the Martian world thanks to those junk recycling trains. System, give me someone suitable for handling garbage, preferably someone who can also lead troops. After the military parade, Yang Cheng returned to the palace and, while reviewing the latest documents, asked the system a question. Of course there is, but this person, don't regret it later, host. Of course, no problem, as long as it's not that idiot Erebus. Of course, this person is worth 20,000 war points, and is guaranteed to meet all the host requirements. Sure, not just 20,000, but 200,000 is fine too. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the war blacksmith Hongsoa, who possesses half the genes of Iron Warrior and half the genes of Imperial Fist. Ouch, no. System, get out here. How did you manage to get this scum out of here? Han Sir, the first half-blood space marine in history, one of the war blacksmiths of the rebel 4th Legion, the Iron Warriors, the creator of the Demon Child, the lifelong enemy of Uriel Ventress, the commander of the 4th Company of the Ultramarines chapter, the offspring of Perturabo and Rogue Dune, fought his way up from a discriminated against bastard to become one of the most evil and powerful chaos lords in the world. Great Emperor, Please allow me. As soon as a space marine dressed in iron warriors appeared in front of Yang Cheng, he was spotted by another space marine who was with Yang Cheng. Attention, everyone. Hong Suo is here. Protect the Emperor. Before Hanso could even react, he was pinned to the ground by dozens of space marines and then subjected to a righteous mob beating. Chapter 110 Hong Suo. When it comes to trash, I have no equal except for Erebus. Stop hitting him. Stop hitting him. He's messed up his face. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. I was wrong. I'll never do that kind of thing again. I was wrong. I was wrong. I am not from the Iron Warriors Legion. I am the Imperial Fist. If you were the fist of the Empire, Dorn should have thrown you against the wall. Dozens of space marines surrounded Hanso, kicking and punching him in the face. Hong Suo's bald head was covered in bruises, and half of his face was twisted. Initially, some officers from Star Wars wanted to intervene and mediate, but after the space marines explained what the precious creature had done, if it weren't for the fact that you're on my side, I would have killed you with my lightsaber sooner or later. Kylo Ren kicked and cursed with his black military boots. After all, the Demon Sun Gong was indeed despicable. After being beaten half to death by a mob, Hong Su was rescued. Looking at Hong Suo, whose value rivals that of Ayerba, Yang Cheng felt helpless. Hanso's evil is pragmatic. Unlike Erebus, who committed evil for faith, or Lucius, who did it to satisfy his own desires, he did everything purely out of practical considerations. All right, that's enough of a beating. This guy still needs. Yang Cheng looked at Hong Suo, whose face was bruised and swollen, and began to lay down the 3 rules. First, you can conduct any kind of experiment, but don't use anything expensive. Second, if you're going to conduct experiments, use aliens. Don't involve humans. Third, see if you can test your gadgets on those alien races that harm humans. Yang Cheng's 3 rules, to put it bluntly, are, do whatever you want, just don't harm humanity. If you want to harm the trillions of aliens in the entire galaxy, go ahead and do whatever you want. Next came the selection of the 4th Fleet. Small warships, mainly Sword-class and Storm-class frigates, are primarily tasked with escorting large warships. 4 large warships, the nascent Sol-class battleships, Opalon-class battleships, and Overlord-class battlecruisers were chosen. There are also various cruisers, destroyers, resource ships, and other supporting vessels. This fleet was also named the Gothic Fleet, and its commander-in-chief was Admiral Spire, who was transferred from the 1st Fleet. The Brotherhood of Desolation also joined the operation, with all 500 Space Marines being re-equipped. In addition to ensuring that everyone had sufficient ammunition, tactical weapons such as the Dreadnought and Terminator were also replaced. 20% of the Space Marines in the company were refitted with ironclad Terminators. The ironclad Terminator was the prototype for the later, unyielding, Terminator armor and was widely used during the Great Crusade and the Horus Rebellion. The entire Terminator squad was equipped with the latest weapons, including the Storm Bolt gun for range combat, and the Power Gauntlets or Chainsaw Gauntlets for melee combat. Warriors equipped with Storm Bolt rifles can also choose assault cannons, heavy flamethrowers, or shoulder-mounted cyclone missile launchers. Due to the destruction of the Genocide, the Brotherhood of Desolation has now become a ship-based chapter. As the name suggests, a chapter that uses warships as its base is called a ship-based chapter. The Desolate Avenger is a Dictator-class cruiser. The Dictator-class cruisers are based on the Luna-class hull design, but replace the Light Spear array with a massive hangar and launch platform. This warship was also chosen by the Brotherhood of Desolation to become their base. I'm recommending a friend's book, The Return of the Empire of Myriad Realms, a fan-fiction novel with a promising future. Chapter 111 Operation Flood. When the morning sun shines on the land of Terra, it is not greeted by fertile soil, but by rows of soldiers lined up in square formations. The morning sun shone on their helmets, making their white armor gleam. These stormtroopers from the Galactic Empire began boarding the aircraft in orderly formation, one after another, walking onto the Cheerleader-class assault landing ship docked on the tarmac. We are the masters of all things. We are the rulers of the galaxy. The filthy aliens will tremble beneath our battleships. Human traitors will flee in panic under our explosive guns. The enemy's warships will be reduced to ashes by our fighter jets and missiles. Our fleet spans the galaxy. Our holy site is revered by thousands. We are the 4th calamity. We are humanity. Hundreds of Cheerleader-class assault landing ships took off from the tarmac, then accelerated out of the atmosphere and entered the starport of Holy Terra. General SBYR had been waiting there for some time, and a war plan named Operation Flood was placed on his desk. The operation was named after Noah's Ark from mythology, and the war plan was called the Great Flood that destroyed the world. Guangdao Star and Chang'e Star are resource planets of the Secaran Empire, and these two planets, along with their affiliated planets, also contain many enemy factories. With these two planets as targets, following the route of the last expedition, but this time the objective is conquest, not war. Admiral Spire. All warships are ready. 32 capital ships, 150 auxiliary ships, and over 1,000 transport ships of various types. Where is His Majesty the Emperor? His Majesty Supreme has entered warp preparation, and the Death Star will also join our fleet in battle. Central Anti-Human Military Alliance. Although the agreement on Blarlo did not come to fruition, the military alliance was eventually established. A military organization led by Kabru of the Secaran Empire, Tikar of the Conquest Empire, Karakin of the Red Flame Fleet, Coral of the Central Slave Consortium, and a wandering fleet from the Eldar. Cabro. Humans are reacting. On the circular council seat sat a lizard man, a concuss, an elephant man, and an Eldar with pointed ears. What should we do? We can't just sit here and wait to die. Kabru knew the true nature of the human empire. If a war were to break out, his own country would be the first to fall. I will send troops to support you. Don't spread your forces too thin. Concentrate them on the major planets. Tikar said to the panicked Kabru. I will use all the money earned from the slave trade to buy weapons and logistical resources. Your troops' logistics are in my hands. A cloaked creature lurking in the shadows spoke slowly. A human empire? When did a bunch of monkeys dare to call themselves an empire? Monkeys? You call a creature that can create weapons that can easily destroy a planet a monkey? Humph, destroy a planet? We can do that too. Is that all? No, you have no idea how depraved these humans are. They worship a being called the Emperor, and they make him their spiritual pillar. Why not just kill this so-called Emperor? How powerful can an Emperor be? We have the most elite assassins and the most powerful warships. Are we afraid of mere humans? But, no need for buts. The Emperor of Man has been preparing for this war for so long, he will undoubtedly participate personally. Our warships will simply board his vessels. You only need to hold off the other man's ships. Our people will personally cut off the Emperor of Man's head. Guangdao Star is the food production base of the Secaran Empire and also a populous star within the Secaran Empire. Unlike Chang'e Star, although they belong to the same star system, it is an industrial planet, and the satellites surrounding it have been transformed into a huge base. So boring. All I do every day is look at the Milky Way. Stop complaining. Do you think you'd be more comfortable if we insisted on sending warships from the human empire? Huh. What humans? Just wait and see. I'll take them all down with one shot. Besides, what makes that so-called human empire dare to attack us? They only dare to act recklessly on the outer ring road. Don't exaggerate like that. You'll be terrified when you see those giants. Just as these Secarans were chatting and joking, a red beam of light struck the star ring defense line of Guangdao Star, and then the entire circular star ring base was completely detonated. This sudden attack left many of the Secarans, who lived on Guangdao Star, stunned. All Secaran, retreat to the refuge. Abandon the human slaves on the surface. The human empire will not choose to destroy a planet. We will preserve our strength then. Prepare for a counterattack. Upon hearing the broadcast, countless Secarans immediately dropped what they were doing and frantically ran towards the nearest bunker. At the same time, news of the human empire's warships appearing above Guangdao Star spread throughout Secaran. Chapter 112 Hong Suo, the test subject delivered to our doorstep. The warships of the human empire have arrived. Without further ado, let's begin. Let the garrison on Guangdao Star break away from the human empire's army for a while, and at the same time, let all the warships docked on the nearby Chang'e Star take off, determined to keep the human fleet here. Meanwhile, Admiral SBYR was preparing to deploy troops to land on the planet, intending to have the Space Marines take control of it. Sir, we have received a message from Guangdao Star, which appears to be from a local human organization. An officer spoke a text that was projected onto the screen in front of Spire. Hello, are you from the human empire? To make a long story short, I am the leader of the local human organization. You must immediately bombard this planet and end the landing operation. Our informants have reported that an organization called the Central Military Alliance has formed an alliance and is surrounding you. We hope you will ignore us, or simply use orbital bombardment to end the battle. Our people will detonate an arms factory on this planet half an hour after this email arrives. At that time, please attack according to the explosion location. We are prepared to perish with these alien bastards. Admiral Spider, what should we do? Prepare to execute the extermination order and launch the cyclone torpedo in accordance with the information in this email. Sacrifice is the cornerstone of the Empire. Without their sacrifice, the Empire would not have achieved victory after victory. Soon a huge mushroom cloud rose slowly on Guangdao Star, like a guiding lighthouse. For the Emperor. For humanity. For the Gothic fleet. Several cyclone torpedoes were launched from the launch chamber. These torpedoes, each over 100 meters long, were enough to destroy all life on a planet. Sigh, it's finally over. A middle-aged man with a square face looked at the approaching whirlwind torpedo in the sky and spoke slowly. With my great revenge fulfilled, I wonder if I can be reborn into the human empire in my next life. Not only this middle-aged man, but countless humans dressed in tattered clothes gathered together. Today would be the day of judgment for the aliens who had oppressed them. Dear friends, see you in the next life. The massive flames engulfed the armed humans, but the pain didn't come immediately. Instead, an eerie golden light quietly enveloped them. Hey, welcome here. A man wearing the uniform of the political commissar of the Odysius regiment pulled up the square-faced man. The square-faced man stood frozen in place, staring at the garden-like scenery around him. Stunned along with him were his companions who had been swept away by the explosion. What's going on? I don't know. All I know is that I was strangled to death by an orc 1 second, and the next second I was here. Maybe this is the legendary paradise? Mr. Political Commissar, that's not what you said before. An old soldier from the Odysius regiment walked over, bathed in sunlight, and was clearly taken aback when he saw the square-faced man. Wow, there are new faces every day. Welcome here. This must be the legendary paradise, right? What? Guangdoxing is gone. Cabru stood up in surprise. He had assumed the human empire would opt for an airborne operation to tie down the tens of millions of human slaves on Guangdao Star, but he hadn't expected this. A squadron of the Eldar has been deployed. This time, they'll let these humans experience the pain of being dominated by the Eldar. A diamond-shaped warship circled around to the rear of the Supreme. Your Majesty, we have spotted an unknown warship behind us, which appears to be an Eldar warship. Your Majesty, should we destroy them? Your Majesty, if possible, I would like to capture them alive. Hong Suo suddenly stood up and spoke. I want to capture them alive for research. After a moment's thought, Yang Cheng agreed to the proposal. Meanwhile, based on the landing locations of the Elven race, the task of sealing off the bridge there was now left to Hong Suo and the Death Soldiers. No, it's too quiet here. A dozen or so Spirit Clan soldiers carrying long swords walked into the silver-white corridor, advancing slowly while maintaining a defensive formation. No, that's not right. The blonde elven woman at the head of the group, holding a long sword, looked ahead and spoke slowly. Boom, 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 boom. The walls of the surrounding corridors suddenly opened, and then a black robot emerged from within them. The third-generation Dark Soldiers are black, humanoid robots with a pair of red light sensors and 2 rocket boosters, one on each foot. Their armor can withstand fire from blasters and flamethrowers. Note, based on the old official history. Kill them. The Eldar soldiers immediately plunged their long swords into the abdomens of the Dark Soldiers, but the attack was so powerful that it couldn't even scratch their armor. Bang! A Dark Soldier's fist landed on the forehead of one of the Eldar soldiers, who instantly lost consciousness. Quick! Retreat! The golden-haired elven leader hurriedly led her team out of the encirclement of the Dark Soldiers, but 3 of them were also pinned to the ground by these Dark Soldiers. The assassination mission is the top priority. As an iron gate closed, these spirits had no idea what they were about to face. Chapter 113, What is Despair? The dozen or so Eldar warriors walked through the narrow corridor and came to a spacious area. Judging from the surrounding layout, this should be a hangar. Be careful, human weapons are very strange. The Eldar haven't seen humanoid robots in a long time, at least several thousand years. And who would build a warship this big? The golden-haired elven leader muttered to himself as he cautiously advanced. Shouldn't modern warships be designed to be small and efficient? Why build such large and bulky warships? Just as the golden-haired elf leader was pondering, a series of footsteps sounded from the second floor. Hundreds of stormtroopers in white armor, armed with blaster guns, prepared to attack on the second-floor terrace. In an instant, all the surrounding doors were sealed off, and the highest level of security was activated. We've fallen for their trap? A Eldar warrior next to the blonde Eldar warrior asked. Naya, uncertain. The golden-haired elven looked at the scene before him with a solemn expression, a tremendous sense of crisis washing over him. Click, click, click. A small door opened, and 9 red-clad guards carrying various weapons walked out. Among them was Yang Cheng. Strength is only temporary, but you have to keep up the act for a lifetime. Yang Cheng did not bring any weapons because he was absolutely confident in dealing with these dozen or so Spirit Clan warriors. 9 red-clad guards pointed their kinetic spears at the dozen or so Spirit Clan members, while Yang Cheng simply watched silently. "Are you the Emperor of Mankind?" The golden-haired elf looked at the 3-meter-tall human in front of him and said, "It's the real deal, but what exactly is the purpose of you coming to my warship? Kill you? Do you think you can stop us with just a few people like you? What else?" Hearing Yang Cheng's words, the leader of the Spirit Clan smiled, and then began to use the spiritual energy in her body. This spiritual energy allowed her to predict the outcome of the battle and check the opponent's control over spiritual energy. However, your guards don't even use psionic energy, and your psionic energy is practically non-existent. My guards certainly don't use psionic powers, but they possess a strength comparable to psionic abilities. As for me, I only know a little bit about psionic energy. As soon as he finished speaking, black spiritual energy emanated from Yang Cheng, and this powerful spiritual energy even distorted reality. No, how could this be? How could this be? The golden-haired elven was stunned by this powerful force. In her eyes, Yang Cheng was not a person at all, but a sun. The difference was that this sun was black, and the light it emitted was also black. The black light was icy cold. Just getting close to it made one feel as if they were falling into an ice cave. "You're not human. You're absolutely not human. How is that possible? How is that possible? Who are you?" "I am just an ordinary human being with a little bit of power." Overwhelmed by fear, the blonde Eldar warrior collapsed to her knees, the terror causing her stomach to churn, and then she began to vomit. "I thought it was something else." "Monkey." Upon witnessing this scene, a Spirit Clan warrior immediately launched into a tirade against Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng glanced at it, and in the blink of an eye, he was close to the spirit race member. The enormous hand crushed the spirit's head, turning its beautiful face into a pile of mangled flesh in Yang Cheng's hands. "Monkey? You must be talking about yourself, right?" Yang Cheng shook the Spirit Clan brain tissue in his hand and slowly spoke. "Block, block, block." Several metallic clanging sounds rang out as several Spirit Clan swords slashed at Yang Cheng, but they couldn't even leave a mark on his body. "Retreat, retreat. We can't possibly kill him." The blonde-haired elf was so frightened that he turned and ran away, but was stopped by a red-clad guard. Out of fear, the golden-haired Eldar didn't even call Yang Cheng human, but instead regarded him as a kind of subdimensional god. "Capture them, but don't kill them." After Yang Cheng finished speaking, he walked back, leaving the rest of the battle to his 9 guards. Boom, boom, boom. These red-clad guards were completely enveloped in flowing red robes, their faces concealed by a plain, shiny red mask. He aimed his spear at the dozen or so Spirit Clan warriors in front of him and then charged forward. "They're probably just ordinary people. They can't do anything to us." The blonde Eldar warrior called out to her companions, certain that these people in red robes were just ordinary people. But then something happened that shattered her worldview a second time. One of the Eldar warriors was thrown away by a strange force without even touching the strange people. These eccentric individuals are highly disciplined, and their physical strength can even overwhelm them. In just a few dozen seconds, they were subdued, and a space marine wearing gray armor with yellow and black stripes on his shoulder armor took over their duties. "Hurry, hurry." Before being captured, the blonde Eldar shouted to the Eldar pilot who had brought them over. Just as the pilot was preparing to take off in his Eldar ship, a figure in black armor and a black cloak attacked, raised his right hand, and unleashed a powerful burst of force. To the Eldar pilot's surprise, he found his ship seemingly held in place by something, unable to leave the area. "Come back here." Kylo Ren's powerful force actually dragged the fighter jet, which was about to fly off the warship, back to safety. Then, he ripped open the cockpit and pulled out the Eldar pilot. Chapter 114, Tearing Apart the Encirclement. "Hongsuo, they're in your hands now." Yang Cheng looked at the captured Spirit Clan warriors and said, "Understood, Your Majesty." Hongsuo eagerly led the Eldar warriors away, finally able to put his many strange and wonderful devices to use. Meanwhile, the Eldar's wandering warship also received news that the assassination squad had lost communication, and the Eldar captain realized that the squad had been lost. Tighten the encirclement. Don't let the human empire's warships escape. Thousands of warships from the Central Anti-Human Alliance were heading towards the Gothic fleet, while tens of millions of ground troops were preparing for battle in coordination with the fleet. "Spire, it's up to you." The Conqueror and the Supreme, two colossal flagships, began to lead the surrounding warships in preparation for battle. Ongron, you and your warships prepare to board the enemy flagship to cripple their command capabilities. The remaining warships will provide cover fire for Ongron. Before the battle began, Yang Cheng specifically told Onglong to listen to SBYR and obey his orders. Following orders, the Conqueror of Ongron led the charge out of the fleet, then pointed its ram forward. At the same time, thousands of warships of the Central Anti-Military Alliance also completed their warp jumps, led by Robotic's heavy battleships, which surrounded the warships of the Human Empire. Attack! For the Emperor. Angren's Conqueror led the charge, and the gun emplacements and carrier-based aircraft on various warships were also activated, and the battle between the two sides was about to break out. Our carrier-based aircraft are doing their best to hold off the enemy's carrier-based aircraft. It's a battle of capital ships against capital ships and carrier-based aircraft against carrier-based aircraft. We are using our numerical advantage to engage the enemy in close-quarters combat. Robj had studied the Human Empire's tactics, which involved carrier-based aircraft harassing capital ships while the human capital ships took the opportunity to strike. Robotic's decision was supported by the armies of many countries. He advanced slowly, destroyed all of the enemy's warships, and used his numerical advantage to annihilate the enemy. But Ongron had no time to wait for them to slowly approach. The Conqueror, with a few support ships, charged into their fleet all by itself. Damn it! The enemy is approaching. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Robj received a communication from the warship on the right. Several warships of the Human Empire were ramming towards them. The enemy is planning a boarding maneuver. Don't let them get close. Before Robotic could finish speaking, several warships on the left suddenly exploded, and Spiel began to direct his troops to attack the enemy's left flank. Carrier-based aircraft abandon right flank. Full support for left flank. Seeing that things had come to this point, Robotic had no choice but to take a gamble and prayed that the warship on its right could hold them off. But it was clear that even if all these warships were combined, they couldn't defeat the Conqueror. Lothara, captain of the Conqueror, was also a mortal worthy of the respect of everyone in Ongron and the World Eater Legion. Those who did not were all torn to pieces. Ongron, it's time to prepare to switch sides. Lothara looked at the Ongron in front of her who hadn't gone mad and felt a mix of emotions. She felt a sense of unfamiliarity with the rational Ongron in front of her, or rather, a different kind of emotion. Let's go. Ongron and his boarding party prepared for an assault. Beside Ongron were his honor guard, the Devourers. The Devourers originally numbered only 12. They were once known as pre-march jailers, but now they are different. They have become a true pre-march guard. 20 boarding team members, armed with boarding shields and link axes, served as the lead troops, and a total of 100 Space Marines participated in this mission to board the enemy capital ship. Boom. With a tremendous roar, the boarding squadron was launched directly into the enemy warship. World Devourer. Attack. With Angren's shout, hundreds of Space Marines burst out of the boarding bay. Quick. Stop them. Stop them. Space Marines wielding boarding shields stood on either side of Ongron, acting as trailblazers. A boarding shield is a large shield made of ceramic steel and plastic steel. Similar to a smaller combat shield, it also incorporates a small force field generator. Space Marines typically use this type of shield for boarding operations or siege missions. These bulky shields are also a favorite of Space Marine assault troops. For the Emperor. For the World Devourer. The heavy shields are enough to crush any enemy in their path into mincemeat, and the cleavers of the linked axe are enough to shatter the fear in the hearts of every enemy of the Empire. Quick, bring in the heavy weapons. But, no buts. All we need to do is stop them. Ongron wielded 2 massive link axes as he crashed into the enemy warship's control room, then sliced the enemies in his path to pieces in a few swift blows. Board the next ship. For the Emperor. System, what should I do if I want the pre-march to awaken the subspace essence? Yang Cheng asked the system. This powerful force is something that the ascended demon primal has never possessed. Chapter 115 Cutting down a ship with bare hands. For the Empire. Ongron wielded his chainsaw axe, and countless Secaran soldiers died under its blade. The sound of the chainsaw turning became a nightmare for the Secaran soldiers. Activate the ultimate weapon. Let's fight them to the death. A huge incubation chamber was opened, and a giant lizard man, more than 3 meters tall, slowly walked out. The Secaran Empire also studied the Space Marines, simply believing that these superhumans traded their lifespan for superhuman physical abilities, and that they could do the same. This 3-meter-tall lizard man is a product of such an experiment. Roar. When the 3-meter-tall lizard man appeared, the surrounding Secaran people, armed with weapons, cheered. The enormous lizard man charged toward the nearest space marine with an overwhelming momentum, roaring as he attacked. Accompanied by the fierce roars of the Secaran soldiers, the lizard man's cyborg warriors charged in. It's raised claws. It's going to shave the space marine's head off. The lizard man's cyborg warrior's head was twisted off. The scene caused all the Secarans to gasp in horror, while the World Eater chuckled as he toyed with the lizardman's head in his hand before tossing it toward the nearest enemy. The massive head, combined with the impact, sent the enemy who was hit flying. That's it. Ongran spoke mockingly to the trembling Secarans, then began hacking at the aliens, turning the entire ship's hold into a river of blood. Father, let's get out of here first. Dozens of warships have already fallen victim to Angren's cruelty, and hundreds of thousands of crew members have perished under Angren's axe. No, you guys retreat first. Ongran looked at the enemy flagship in the galaxy and spoke slowly. Father? Just as the World Eater Space Marine was stunned, Ongran began to act. The 4-meter-tall Ongran crashed through the ship's wall and then jumped into space. Even the weakest Primarch, the ICU war god, could fight his way back to the ship from space, while Ongran used the impact to jump onto another warship on his own. The chainsaw axe smashed through the armor of the enemy's flagship, and the bewildered enemy was swept out of the ship's hold before they could even react. For the Emperor, Ongran boarded the ship and then stormed into the enemy's cabin. Damn it! Stop this monster. These Secarans had never seen such a terrifying creature before. What kind of person could jump onto an enemy warship without the protection of a spacesuit? Even if he could do that, how did he manage to cut through armor that was several meters thick? Robchi slumped in his seat as he listened to his subordinate's report. He truly felt that these space marines of the Imperium of Man were not human at all, or even a species. They were like living weapons, born for war. Where did that monster go? Robotic looked at the monitor and asked slowly. We've arrived at the warehouse. Our troops are fighting that monster. Robotic switched the surveillance cameras to the warehouse location, but strangely, the cameras there were black. What happened? Just as Robotic was feeling puzzled, a hand appeared on the screen. Help! He's not human. He's a monster. A monster. A Secaran soldier, now only his upper body, crawled to the monitor and then shouted loudly into it. Just as the Secaran soldier screamed, a large hand lifted him up and crushed him alive. Ongran swallowed the brain of the Secaran soldier, and all of the soldier's memories flooded into Angren's mind. So that's how it is. Ongran gave a horrifying smile, with traces of the soldier's brain tissue still clinging to the corners of his mouth. Monsters? How could humans be like this? How could they be? Robotic couldn't understand why humans could create such terrifying superhumans who were immune to any weapons, fearless, and ruthlessly slaughtered any non-human creature. Robush collapsed in his seat, unable to comprehend just how terrifying the human species could be. They crawled back from hell to find us. Robotic believed that such a monster did not exist in reality. The only possibility was that it came from hell. The vengeful spirits of the Human Federation have come to haunt us. Robotic screamed and started running toward the lifeboat, but he was grabbed by a pair of large hands after only a few steps. Alien. Angren's mouth was still covered in the brain matter of his own kind. Ongran was filled with rage. When he read the memories, he saw how these aliens treated humans. They squeezed all the water out of the human body, extracted all the blood to make trophies, and dismembered the human while keeping him in pain and conscious. These were only a portion of the memories that Ongran had read, but even these were enough to ignite his fury. I think it's time for you guys to experience this feeling. One of my brothers is perfect for dealing with you. Chapter 116 Landing on Changchi Star, The Arrival of the Mechanicus. What exactly are you? Robotic was crushed alive by Ongran as soon as he finished speaking, a horrific scene that left all the aliens stunned. Run! Someone shouted something, and the alien crew scattered and fled, but unfortunately, they couldn't keep up with the speed at which Ongran wielded his weapons. The entire fleet was almost halved by Ongran, who single-handedly destroyed dozens of warships, causing damage comparable to that inflicted by Spiel's commanded forces. Pre-March, the offspring of His Majesty the Emperor. Spire watched the massacre in Ongrona and spoke slowly. The difference between Primarchs and Space Marines is like the difference between a fully armed strongman and an infant. Although a single Space Marine can slaughter an enemy warship, they still cannot inflict such enormous damage on an enemy fleet. Retreat to Changchi Star. Hold on, and there's always a way. The remaining warships headed towards Changchi Star, the last planet in this star system that belonged to them. After Ongran returned to his ship after the battle, he was met with a severe scolding from La Terra. A group of World Eater space marines stood obediently behind La Terra, all with their heads down, not daring to watch the scene. Ongran, you should understand that we have enough firepower. We don't need to engage them in melee. Your actions are a waste of your life and a disrespect to His Majesty the Emperor. La Terra disliked this reckless fighting style, especially when she saw Ongran leading the charge. She repeatedly emphasized to Ongran that he was a pre-march, a son of the Emperor, and that he should be a commander, not a warrior. I understand, I will consider it. After Ongran lost his nails, he also learned to think. He found that his presence often stirred the emotions of the soldiers around him. Those ordinary soldiers who were originally depressed because of the war were roused by his presence. Onglan felt increasingly that he was different from others, or rather, that he was different from his offspring. Father, the enemy is retreating towards Nagasaki Star. Continue the pursuit until this galaxy falls under the Emperor's glory. A rain of death fell on Nagasaki, and hundreds of space marines, in coordination with mortal forces, launched an attack. At this time, there were tens of millions of anti-human United troops on Chanchi Star. They believed that their sheer numbers would be enough to deal with the human troops that had been airdropped. Boom, 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 boom. The human empire has always followed a tactic. Overwhelming firepower is the key to victory. Before any landing operation, a barrage of firepower is launched to give it a boost. Because the warships in Warhammer are too large, they are easily attacked or damaged by gravity when entering a planet's atmosphere, so they now mainly provide fire support in space. The ground-to-ground light spears began to store energy. These anti-aircraft positions built on the planet's surface were rendered useless, as these anti-aircraft weapons could not hit the human warships in the sky at all. One after another, ground attack light spears blasted towards the land, each capable of easily destroying an entire enemy position. These defensive forces were engulfed by the immense energy before they could even scream. If it weren't for the strategic value of this planet, it wouldn't have been the light spears that came. Let the blood of aliens proclaim the price of defying humanity. The Space Marines set foot on the planet, which was now nearly vitrified from the scorching heat of the light spears. Everywhere they looked, there were buildings and enemy soldiers reduced to ashes. Some of the alien soldiers who managed to escape were met with slaughter by the Space Marines. Bang 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 bang. The alien soldiers who fought back from the ruins were all hit by Space Marines wielding explosive guns, and the entire city was reduced to ruins by the light spears. Boom. Ongran tossed a tank with one hand, smashing through the enemy's makeshift defenses. His overwhelming force made dealing with these ordinary enemies a piece of cake. The dense barrage of bullets and lasers left no mark on the Space Marines, who continued to advance steadily despite the overwhelming firepower. What are the enemy's armors made of? Why is it that all the best technology comes from humans? Commander Sekharin muttered to himself as he looked at his comrades who had been reduced to a bloody mist while hiding under the rubble. Boom. A gigantic machine appeared before them, and then the machine's weapons tore apart all the enemies in front of it. The Death-class automaton is equipped with a twin-barreled hammer-shaped explosive cannon, a massive Hellfire plasma mortar, or a Sunfire heavy laser cannon, plus a gravity hammer. Among its weapons, the Hellfire plasma mortar is an absurdly powerful weapon. It can launch dense plasma spheres in an arc trajectory, bypassing defensive barriers and striking the center of enemy fortifications, burning everything within the blast radius to ashes with liquid sun-like flames. The Death class's fuselage frame was designed to house heavy weapons and their power systems, so it was heavily reinforced to withstand the recoil of firing and protect it from impending counterattacks. Small arms fire was nothing compared to it. Why are the people from the Cult of Mechanics here? Ongran, who had already landed on the ground, looked at the several marshals of the Guardian Army beside him and said, "The Great Pre-March, the Emperor sent us down to collect enemy technology. These junk items were naturally useless to Yang Cheng, but the Cult of Mechanics might be able to come up with something useful for PDF to use." It was for this reason that Yang Cheng allowed the Cult of Mechanics to interfere in this operation. This place was once an industrial planet belonging to the Federation of Humanity, which was transformed into a garden planet by these abominable aliens after the war. A mechanical sage slowly spoke, holding a bird divination device. They dispatched a Forgefire-class automated dive bomber, followed by a search and scanning of the planet. It's a clean and hygienic version of the Nurgle Plague Bee, at least it looks exactly the same. Equipped with sophisticated remote sensing equipment, It can operate in various hostile environments, serving as both a highly mobile armed reconnaissance aircraft and a strike and rapid reaction force on the front lines. More and more friars and mech servants arrived at the battlefield, but they weren't there to support the big shots. They came to do archaeology after hearing that the planet was originally an industrial planet of the Human Federation. Many Mechanicus factions might fight each other over a toaster. First come, first served. Because Emperor Yang Cheng, who is also the god of machines, is present, these various factions of the Mechanicus do not fight over them. Like the Space Marines, they are usually crazy, but they become calm when it comes to war. Chapter 117 Iron Warriors vs. Eldar. These bastards with shit in their brains. The commander of the Eldar wandering warship looked at the robbed warship that had been detonated in the distance and sneered. We are the Elven race. Why does he think they are qualified to command us in battle? The female Eldar captain with long red hair spoke slowly. We'll plunder a human-run planet, and then we can leave. Windsor licked the long sword in her hand while gazing greedily at a desert-like planet in the distance. We have 2,000 Eldar warriors in total. That's enough. Windsor tucked the white, bone-shaped long sword into her waistband, then led her team onto the landing ship. Unbeknownst to them, the planet they were about to land on was guarded by a squad of iron warriors. Lava Nest. On the black tower in the center of Upper Nest, thousands of Eldar warriors have built a defensive line. Windsor arranged for people to load the looted people and valuables onto the ship, while simultaneously assigning guards to maintain order. Those humans are surrounding this place. We need to hurry. Our brothers and sisters haven't killed in a long time. Cain's blood is boiling in their hearts. Let's hunt down those human soldiers after the looting is over. I fully support this idea. I want to collect human eyeballs and make them into necklaces. I want to collect their hearts and then make them into snacks. These Eldar wandering soldiers, like the soldiers of the Eldar Empire, despise humans, enslave them, and use them for various purposes such as sacrificial offerings and organ harvesting. Some Eldar would skin humans alive and then, amidst their screams, extract their skulls and the mixture of brain matter to make candles. No, there's an enemy. Upon hearing Windsor's voice, the Eldar warriors immediately dropped what they were doing and aimed their weapons at the entrance. Heavy footsteps echoed across the dark sky, each one sending a shiver down the spines of the spirit race. 10 Iron Warrior Space Marines, armed with boarding shields and bomb guns, slowly advanced towards them in formation, centered around an unyielding Terminator. It's a human. Prepare for battle. The Eldar pointed their kinetic weapons at them and opened fire without hesitation. Boom, 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 boom. The kinetic weapon struck the sturdy boarding shield and instantly dispersed, even hitting the power armor without causing any damage. Damn it. Retreat. Windsor sensed something was wrong. These people were clearly not ordinary. The most urgent thing now was to retreat immediately. Boom. The Iron Warrior destroyer squad behind the formation opened fire on the transport plane, and with the hit of the missile launcher, the transport plane fell from the tower like a falling leaf. As the transport plane landed, the Steel Warriors began firing. Boom, 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 boom. The Iron Warriors paused after each step, then began firing, charging towards the Eldar like a towering wall. Bang! The Eldar hit by the bomb had their upper bodies blasted into streaks of blood, while their lower bodies were mangled and bloody. How could that be? Windsor crouched awkwardly behind cover, watching her Eldar warriors fall one by one around her. The enemy attacked them like a high wall, and their only fate was to be crushed into dust. The Space Marines at the rear of the formation broke away and attacked the remaining enemies from both sides. The Iron Warrior destroyer squad's heavy explosive rounds began firing, tearing the Eldar warriors hiding behind the buildings to shreds. The first tactical step is complete. The next step is to divide the enemy's firepower and then wipe them out. Kill them all. Windsor drew her longsword and began leading the charge. Their retreat had been cut off, and all they could do was fight to the death. Bang 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 bang. 5 heavy bombs fired simultaneously, working in conjunction with the bomb guns to annihilate the remaining enemies. The powerful firepower prevented the Eldar warriors from getting close. Humans, do you dare swear by your gods to fight our greatest warrior? Upon hearing this sound, the Iron Warriors ceased firing, and then a tall figure slowly appeared. It is a dreadnought, equipped with a power claw and a flamethrower. The ironclad dreadnought is a Space Marine dreadnought designed for dedicated melee combat. The dreadnought, the most heavily armored of the Space Marine arsenal, replaced its ranged weapons with an even thicker terracotta armor layer. These dreadnoughts were used as spears to attack heavily fortified positions. Their armor was strong enough to withstand the firepower of the fortress. They were like giant battering rams that could drive a wedge into the enemy's defenses. The deployment of armored dreadnoughts usually meant that a siege would end quickly. Looking at those sharp, powered claws, Windsor felt a chill run down her spine. She seemed to see her own end in the sky. For the great Eldar god. Windsor swung his long sword toward the center of the fearless machine, but the Iron Warriors were not world devourers. They had no habit of gladiatorial combat. Click. The massive power claws gripped Windsor's body, their claws clamping down firmly on her delicate frame. Boom. The power claw began to rotate, and at the same time, the flamethrower on the other hand started grilling, and the bean sprouts began to be roasted. Windsor was burned to a crisp by the flamethrower, and then turned to ashes under the pressure of the power claw. No. The Eldar warriors stood frozen in place, staring at the dead Windsor. At that moment, they regretted coming to this planet. Clad in steel armor, with a heart of iron. A heart of iron. Steel inside and out. I am the Emperor's wrath. I am the Emperor's angel of death. Amidst shouts of battle, these Eldar warriors, decimated by explosive bombs, were sent to Hunzer's laboratory. Almost finished. Hong Sua looked at the indescribable flesh and blood monster in front of him and spoke slowly. Meanwhile, several mechanical priests found a cave in the open space created by the drilling rig. General Calbo, now promoted to forging general, gazed at the deep cavern. Calbo currently held the dual titles of political leader, high priest, or great sage of the Mechanicus, encompassing both political and technical spheres. As the leader of one of the most powerful organizations in the rigidly hierarchical human empire, the Forging General of Mars was also one of the Terra High Lords, a position permanently reserved for him by the High Lord Council. Let's go in. I'm very curious about the technology of the Federation of Humanity, because the modified Calbo Forged General's height has exceeded several meters, and is even close to the height of the Night Mech. Understood, General. Chapter 118 Gravedigger, Grinder. Boom, boom, boom. The Tartarus armored personnel carrier began crashing into the steel wall. According to the map, this factory should have been a former arms factory of the Federation of Humans. The Tartarus armored personnel carrier was a troop transport vehicle widely used by the Mechanic during the Great Crusade and Heroic Heroes. This vehicle incorporated many unique technologies that were never revealed to the Imperium or even the Space Marines. The Tartarus type is designed for use in highly dangerous environments. It contains multiple electric traction devices, and its protection consists of heavy armor, a multi-layered, mysterious protective system, and a combined energy field. Its weapon systems are handled by an independently operating machine servant system, which is often equipped with incendiary snake cannons and hammer-type explosive cannons. Its storage compartments, troop transport compartments, can be completely sealed when necessary, which allows the Tartarus type to be used normally even in the vacuum of space or on dead planets without an atmosphere. Meanwhile, the internal compartments are equipped with many special racks that can be used for charging and temporary hibernation standby, and can also be used to maintain technical slaves and small humanoids when necessary. Its most distinctive feature is the impact ram located at the front of the vehicle, which is directly connected to its reactor. Once fully charged, this ram can completely crush and incinerate anything that comes into contact with it. The steel walls were shattered in the blink of an eye by the rams mounted on the front of the vehicle, and the following religious guards filed in. Entering, the dark cavern was instantly illuminated, revealing the entire factory to the mechanical sages. Arrange for the heavy armored vehicles to continue forward, while the rest move this conveyor belt out. Calbo's towering figure seemed particularly crowded in the factory, but fortunately, many mechanical sages and pepper soldiers followed him in. This looks like a manufacturing plant for intelligent Iron Men. One of Calbur's mechanical tentacles lifted the head of an intelligent robot and then presented it to his sensors. What's next? Pack all of these things up and take them with you. Carlbo always makes sure his business is done properly, no matter what it is, even if it's a rice cooker production line. The heavy tracks of the armed mechs rolled over a pile of ruins, then reported the information ahead to the mechanical sage. Notify the rearguard intelligent control legions and the ecclesiastical army to deploy termite-class assault drilling vehicles to clear the way, and then notify the Imperial Guard on the ground to prepare engineering machinery. The Mechanicus's grave-digging operation is quite spectacular. What you think grave digging is like, several small teams enter a huge ruin, and one by one they become cannon fodder, comparable to a 40K version of Ghost Blows Out the Light. The actual grave digging. The Titan Order clears the way, the intelligent legions assist, all sorts of random weapons are lined up like carrots in a meeting, and the Imperial Guard is ready to assist the guys in their archaeology. Smaller necromancers can't withstand this combination punch. Several hunting-type intelligent mechs, along with the Christian Army assault team members armed with electric rifles, slowly began to advance forward. The light unit in the Intelligent Control Legion, the Hunting Intelligent Control Mech, is a specialized mech in the Intelligent Control Legion that is specifically responsible for advancing and hunting. In this respect, the hunting type has been committed to the hunting strategy from the very beginning. In terms of weaponry, the hunting type embodies its specialized anti-infantry and hunting characteristics. Each hand is equipped with a rotary cannon with an astonishing rate of fire, and a dedicated power blade is mounted below the rotary cannon. These enhanced power blades allow the hunter to easily shred large numbers of infantry into mincemeat once they enter close combat. On its back, the hunter type is equipped with a small lightning cannon. This particle weapon can effectively deal with various mechanical units, making it extremely efficient at hunting down out-of-control machines and servants. Even when facing relatively heavy single-soldier armor or other out-of-control mechs, the lightning cannon can easily destroy them within a few shots with its powerful particle beam. A total of 6 hunter-type intelligent control mechs, together with the missionary assault team, began to advance. These assault team members, draped in red cloaks, quickly entered a huge space. A few minutes later, 2 servants carried out a humanoid machine. Looking at the Human Federation emblem and the armed robot on it, Calbo realized he had struck gold. It looks like we've unearthed a combat robot factory from the Human Federation era. We'll send these back for research, take what we can, and destroy the rest as backups. Calbo took the Human Federation's combat robot and left. The remaining situation was more than enough to be handled by these mechanical priests. Humans are made into specimens and used in various biological experiments, serving as laboratory mice. One piece of evidence after another of the crimes committed by the Secaran Empire was placed on Yang Cheng's desk. The Empire's spies had marked the collected evidence in great detail and even taken some of the photos. These aliens. Central truly lives up to its reputation. It's the main place where all sorts of inhumane things happen. Your Majesty, General Calbo has uncovered a combat robot factory belonging to the Federation of Humanity. Should we stop him? Vander asked cautiously beside Yang Cheng. No need. Let General Calbo study it. If needed, I can send some more scientists over. Yang Cheng knew he needed a batch of cannon fodder to fill the gaps. He had successfully brought the war to the Central Ring, and this conquest mission would at least wipe out the Secaran Empire. Yang Cheng had no interest in these defective products from the Federation of Humanity. They were far inferior to the Confederate series of robots. These things could only serve a function of maintaining order and filling gaps, and were probably not even as good as the B-1. Once the research is complete, add the PDFs for each planet. Regular troops don't need this kind of thing. After Yang Cheng finished his assignment, he continued to review the documents. Wow, my holy god of all machines above, look what I've found. It's the Holy Starch Magneto-Thermal Deterioration Machine. A mechanical sage was showing off a captured toaster in front of a group of mechanical sages. Such a good thing was not something every mechanical sage could find. After Calbo left, these great sages discovered many production lines underground, but most of them were either for household appliances or things that the Empire did not need. Chapter 119 Planet 713. This star system was incorporated into the Empire star system, and the next step was to carry out conquest and pacification missions. Build star fortresses and space stations in planetary orbit, relocate people, and eliminate pirates. Meanwhile, the Imperial Navy continued its advance, attacking the remaining enemy planets. The Emperor had given a death order. The Secaran Empire must be destroyed. At this moment, inside the headquarters of the Central Anti-Human Military Alliance, a tense meeting was being held by more than a dozen heads of state from various countries. Given the human empire's advanced speed, they will reach the territory of the Secaran Empire in less than 3 days. I propose that we concentrate all our military forces to preserve the Secaran Empire's experimental planets, keeping the human empire's army bogged down in this battle, and then mobilize a force to launch a surprise attack on the human empire's territory. When Tyker made the suggestion, all eyes in the arena turned to Cabru. I can send troops. 30 million troops can defend at least 10 planets. Abandoning the space front and instead waging an amphibious assault against the human empire. I can also send troops, but I can only defend no more than 10 planets. I can provide the Ringstar defense line and new weapons, and I will also purchase other war slaves from other slave traders. But my requirement is that I want 1 million human slaves. One message after another reached Kabru's ears, leaving him with mixed feelings. Sulfur, Saipan, Heavy Rope, and Research Planet 713. These are all located around our home star system. Including your home planet. You have a total of 5 planets? Understood. I'll arrange for troops to go. Yes, the vast majority of our forces will be concentrated on these few planets. But our armies on planetary fortresses in other star systems will not withdraw. They will hinder the human empire's navy as much as possible. Yes, it's up to you. Humanity will never rise again. Let us dedicate our lives to this cause. Admiral Spire, this is the latest intelligence. While studying the war situation, SBYR heard his subordinates' voices and then began to review the intelligence of his spies. The enemy plans to retreat to most of the planets, which essentially hands them over to us. However, we will have to divide our forces to manage these planets, which is disadvantageous for us. The majority of the enemy forces have retreated to their home star system, but a small number of fortress planets remain. These remaining fortress planets are interconnected, meaning that if we launch a surprise attack on one of them, the others will supply the attacked planet with supplies. The enemy wants to drag us into a protracted war, then take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on our territory. Spire immediately saw through the aliens' deployment. To get close to the enemy's home planet system, they had to attack those planets. Do these aliens really think we want every planet? Spire looked at this tactic and said with a mocking tone while laughing. Planets that cannot be conquered are exterminated. Those that can be conquered are besieged, their supply lines cut off, followed by small-scale bombing missions. Planet 713? What is that? Spire looked at a planet with a number on the star map and asked curiously. General, I cannot describe the crimes committed by the Secaran Empire on this planet. This is a report from our reconnaissance forces. These aliens conducted inhumane human experiments on this planet, including unanesthetized dissections, cold weather experiments, weapons experiments, cell experiments, bacteriological warfare experiments, and biological modification experiments. One shocking photo after another appeared on the large screen in front of Spire. The Emperor is above all else. What blasphemy! The dozens of officers around Spire spoke with righteous indignation. Arrange for the Space Marines to prepare for battle. That's our mission for this time. Spire frowned as he looked at the planet shrouded in clouds and spoke slowly. Pack up these logs and take them with you. Humans are coming. Dozens of armed Secaran soldiers packed hundreds of humans into a container and then threw the container into an incinerator. What will happen to our experimental data and weapons? Take what you can. Destroy what you can't take on the spot. A Secaran man wearing a white coat and glasses was directing his men and arranging tasks. An allied force from several countries arrived here, and some humans have become food for these allied forces. We can deploy these infected humans into the army of the human empire, and then Just as the experimenter was making his suggestion, the planetary defenses exploded, and warships from the human empire arrived. The Brotherhood of Desolation's flagship, the Vengeful Ghost, along with several escorting cruisers, appeared in the skies above the planet. The Dictator-class cruisers were built by reconstructing the entire Lightspear deck as a carrier-based aircraft launch platform on the basis of the Luna-class hull. The initial purpose of implementing this temporary measure was to provide a simple way to launch a large number of atmospheric aircraft, carrier-based aircraft such as the Thunderbolt fighter and the Predator bomber, into low orbit to support surface operations. However, subsequent upgrades to the Dictator-class's communication and detection systems expanded her operational capabilities, allowing her to launch carrier-based aircraft to remotely strike deep space targets. Later, the Dictator-class ships increasingly began to carry out missions as fleet support ships and Starhawk bombers, while also taking on the role of independent patrol ships in various star sectors. By the Emperor, for the Brotherhood of Desolation, the Space Marines drop pods were ready for launch. The planetary defenses had been breached by the carrier-based aircraft, and the aliens on the ground would now face a deadly attack from the Space Marines. Boom, boom, boom. Several mushroom clouds rose over Planet 713, accompanied by the bombing of Space Marines drop pods. For the Emperor, for the Empire. Amidst the loyal battle cries of the Space Marines, an ironclad ultimate squad was dropped onto the planet, accompanied by several Space Marine striker squads. Hundreds of thousands of mortal troops began to fight alongside the Space Marines, and the Imperial armored forces crushed these abominable aliens under their tracks. I can give you technology. I know a lot about our planet. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. In a laboratory, a space marine holding a bomb pistol pointed the muzzle at the Secheron 713 officer at his feet. We don't need that, alien. What you've done is unforgivable. Your soul will burn beneath the Emperor's throne, and your vile body will vanish from this world. Instead of using the bomb gun, the space marine pointed the chainsaw at its back and then activated it. The 713 officer was completely hanged by the chainsaw sword, but this was just an isolated case. This space marine was punished by being made to sweep the deck for not inflicting a painful death on the enemy. These 713 scientists will face a true trial under the Midnight Lord. Chapter 120, the second pre-march. All I want is the truth, Luojia. Has the system provided me with any genetic prototypes recently? Yang Cheng now feels that handling government affairs alone is too tiring, and then Long is illiterate. What was originally a brainless brute has become a brute who also works as a part-time psychologist. Of course, if you don't mind, host, 2 million war points will tell you his location. 2 million? That's so expensive? Although his combat prowess is not strong, his administrative abilities are absolutely among the best of all Primarchs. Could it be our great ICU warrior? Blue Daddy? You'll know once you've redeemed it. Alright, come on, my dear Gilliman. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Loka Aurelian, the Primarch of the Wordholder Legion, also known as the Great Wordholder, Ulazan, the Golden Man, the 17th, the Silly Boy, the Mad Bald Prophet, the Choir Boy, and the Pathetic Weakling. He is the Primarch of the 17th Legion, the Wordholders, and the first Primarch to convert to the Chaos Gods. Hiss. System, what the hell have you given me? Where's my Papa Blue? The arrival of Ongran was already a headache enough, but now there's this thing that keeps calling him a god. Yang Cheng finally understands how much of a headache the Emperor has. But Yang Cheng naturally had his own way of dealing with Luojia. To put it bluntly, Luojia was someone whose illusions had been shattered and who hadn't yet held on to his beliefs. Couldn't he just slowly and gradually work things out with him? Why bother blowing up the perfect city? The matter of Luojia needs to be considered in the long run. I certainly won't completely reject it like old man Huang did. Luojia also has its uses, such as consolidating the loyalty of the various planets of the Empire. As for Luojia, well, he still needs to be nurtured. Who knows? He might produce a clone of Gilliman. System, where is Luojia? Ding, eastern sector of the Empire, Colchis. Call those charlatans from Hawaiians back home, and get the warships ready. Yang Cheng rose from the Golden Throne, basic version, built by several state church archbishops, and put on his own gleaming golden armor. On some unknown, remote planet within the human empire. Colchis was a colony planet of the Federation of Humans, which degenerated into a feudal society in a short period of time after the Federation of Humans was destroyed. Father, I feel as if I have received a divine revelation. A tall man covered in golden scriptures looked up at the sky and spoke. Loka, look at the sky. Several silver-white warships appeared in the sky. The planet where Loka was located was still in the medieval era and had an extremely fanatical belief. Countless believers hurriedly knelt down to worship the warship in the sky, while Luojia looked at the sky with a puzzled expression. Yang Cheng, clad in armor, slowly stepped off the shuttle, followed closely by the red-clad guards. Luojia. Yang Cheng looked at the burly man with a bald head and covered in scriptures in the crowd. This statement left everyone present stunned. They couldn't believe that such a terrifying and great god would recognize the name of a mortal. Father, Luojia exclaimed in surprise as she looked at Yang Cheng in front of her. Yang Cheng was very satisfied with the vibrant and thriving scene before him. At least, Luojia was definitely no less skilled than Blue Buff in terms of true production. It's God. It's the great God who has come to save us. Let us welcome the arrival of the great God. Forehead. When Yang Cheng heard this, he was stunned. Sure enough, Luojia was still the same Luojia. Luojia. Just as Yang Cheng was about to say something, he saw Luojia walk quickly through the crowd and then kneel down in front of Yang Cheng. Father, you finally arrived. Luojia recalled his memories of Yang Cheng, and he also remembered his own background. Sigh, Luojia, you should go now. Yang Cheng helped Luojia up and then began to patiently, or perhaps deliberately, explain his mission to Luojia. To put it bluntly, Luojia was a believer whose faith had collapsed, and then, in a moment of madness, he turned to chaos. Anyway, after much persuasion, since Luojia believes he is a divine messenger, then let him be a divine messenger. This situation can be gradually corrected in the future. What he lacks now is someone who can manage the people of various star systems. So this is the mission I have. Luo Jia was successfully fooled by Yang Cheng, but Yang Cheng didn't care and just treated it as playing a role-playing game with Luo Jia. Yang Cheng is a man entrusted with a great mission by heaven. Since you are a divine messenger, you must fulfill your responsibility and protect humanity together with me. The reason you are placed here is because it is a test for you. Once you have passed the test, hurry up and come to protect humanity. Since Luo Jia's personality is beyond redemption, why not just obey him? Your descendants and hundreds of millions of your Imperial subjects await your salvation. Come with me. After a series of persuasive words, Yang Cheng successfully tricked Luo Jia into leaving. Before Luo Jia left, Yang Cheng also appointed his adoptive father, Cole Fallon, as the governor of the planet. In any case, the planet was not very important. As long as they were under the rule of the Empire, other issues could be rectified one by one later. Loka returned quickly, and then, with the support of numerous state archbishops, he locked himself and a group of believers in a room for several days. Later, when Yang Cheng came to find Luo Jia handed him a book. The Word of God. Yang Cheng was speechless, but he still couldn't undermine Luo Jia's confidence, since his empire's problem of rapidly increasing its army still depended on him. Who on earth came up with the Codex Astartes? The Space Marines' armored capabilities have been almost completely destroyed by this damned book. Loka complained to Yang Cheng more than once about the significance of the Astartes Codex, saying that Space Marines should be like a heavy hammer smashing open the enemy's chest, instead of forming some kind of 1,000-man warband. Ongran, I fully support it. Luo Jia's words reminded Yang Cheng that he should prepare to rebuild the Legion's organization, and the best place for the Astartes scripture was probably the trash can. Speaking of Logar, he was a pitiful person. In the Warhammer world, his adoptive father and biological father could have taken the top 2 spots as the worst fathers in the universe. Loka is quite capable in warfare. During his great conquest, he conquered most of the planets through reasoning and conviction rather than guns and swords. Therefore, Loya's troops will not leave behind cesspools filled with ruins, terror, massacres, and desolation, but rather brand new worlds that can immediately shine and contribute to the great expedition. In this respect, Logar is like Dorne and Guilliman. The regions they conquer tend to develop better than before. However, the downside is that Loka is too slow compared to other expeditionary forces. Chapter 121 AI. Rue. Ba. C. Yang Cheng was relieved to have the affairs of the Empire entrusted to Luo Jia. As Yang Cheng had expected, the Empire's affairs were handled in an orderly manner under Luo Jia's management. At the same time, Luo Jia also explained to Yang Cheng that he was preparing to organize an expeditionary force. Yang Cheng was very satisfied with this matter, but told him to do it with peace of mind, and that he was not in a hurry and could take his time. Upon hearing this, Luo Jia eagerly revised the Holy Word record, and then prepared to lead his legion to set off. Of course, Yang Cheng prepared several hundred Space Marines as an initial force before Luo Jia's departure. Oh, great Emperor, your loyal servant, Erebus has arrived. Ayerba, sporting a large bald head, knelt down before Yang Cheng and said, Ai, Rue, Ba, Si. Just as Erebus was being obsequious, a furious roar echoed throughout the entire warship. Khan led dozens of World Eaters and Space Marines from various legions to charge forward. Khan, I'm sorry about what happened with Angel Tai. Can we sit down and talk this out? No sooner had Erebus finished speaking than Khan picked him up and then threw him away. Your Majesty, pre-march. After Khan consulted with the Emperor and Lorgar, hundreds of unarmored Space Marines surrounded Erebus with their muscular bodies. We should settle some old scores. Hundreds of Space Marines surrounded Erebus and dragged him into a room. Erebus conspired with Cole Fallon to overthrow the Empire, and it was he who incited the Primarchs to embrace chaos when Lorgar was at his most vulnerable. Then, this sparked another war within the Empire, a war known as the Interrex Wars. The Empire failed to notice the problem of chaos in time, allowing that scoundrel Erebus to take away the cursed blade. From orchestrating Istvan's betrayal of the Loyalists to the siege of Terra, he followed Horus around, distorting the truth and spouting lies, acting as an advisor and accomplice. In short, he orchestrated the entire Harusian rebellion. Now, he will experience firsthand what anger truly means. Of course, the happiest person was Khan, who hated Ayerba even more. Ayerba backstabbed Angel Tai, one of the best and coolest word-bearers ever, a man possessed by a demon, yet still incredibly human. The reason Erebus betrayed him was because he felt that Ajur Tal wasn't bad enough and would prevent those around him from continuing to degenerate. Logia was very unhappy because he had always considered Agertar a role model for the coexistence of humans and demons, a symbol of his vision for the future of humanity. However, due to internal relations within the Legion, he couldn't do anything to Erebus. So Logia told his best friend, the handsome guy from the World Eater Legion, Khan, about it. Then Khan challenged Erebus to a desperate fight, a battle in which only one side could survive, and the result was self-evident. Ayerba was beaten so badly by Khan that he almost passed out, literally. Ayerba had one of his hands dislocated by Khan, and then he was teleported away in a sorry state. You think that's all? No. Erebus is the worst of the worst. He's offended almost every legion. He also tried to corrupt another pre-march by setting a trap for Sangilius, planning to drive the entire 9th Legion into a frenzy and use healing them as a bargaining chip to lure Sangilius into joining Chaos. However, things did not go as he had expected. Melos, the apothecary of the Blood Angels, sacrificed himself to Chaos in place of his father, and Horus also ordered Cabana to kill St. Gillis directly. Erebus's plan failed miserably. Enraged, Ayerba confronted our War Master, who then sliced off half of his face, though not enough to make a meat sauce. This, in turn, proves just how thick-skinned Ayerba really is. This scoundrel also played a role in Typhon's corruption of the Mortalians. He provided Typhon with false evidence to frame the fleet navigator, so that the dutiful son would lead everyone into Nurgle's trap. It can be said that Erebus helped corrupt the various primarchs, but at the same time, he offended almost all the legions. If there's one good thing Erebus ever did, it was killing the pre-march mother, Erda. Erebus is involved in almost every major event in the Warhammer 30,000 timeline. Compared to Erebus, Lucius, Hansa, and other scoundrels all seem noble and righteous. Khan, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Stop hitting. Stop hitting. We were wrong. We were wrong. We were wrong. If you hit me again, I'll hit you back. Wrong. Don't fight back. Don't fight back. With a howl from Ayerba, a human-shaped hole was punched through the wall of the warship. Half of Erebus's body was driven into the wall, his entire body becoming embedded in the steel deck. Is there any hope? He won't die, but he'll probably be bedridden for a few months. The battle came to an end as a dozen soldiers carried Erebus away. Khan. A familiar voice came from Khan, and a space marine, also wearing word-bearer armor, walked over. Angor Tai, commander of the 7th Assault Company of the Sawtooth Sun chapter in the Word-Bearers Space Marine Legion, later known as the Crimson Lord of the Blessed Suns, was the leader of the first batch of enchanted space marines of the Word-Bearers. But that's not the important thing. Angor represents a possibility for the future of humanity, living in harmony with demons. He can be on friendly terms with the demons within him, and even freely switch between demon and human forms. Then he was killed by Erebus, a man who committed countless evil deeds. Angel? Khan looked at the word-bearer space marine in front of him with a puzzled expression and asked, Yes, Khan, remember when we drank Fenris mead on the deck? And when we trained together on the Conqueror? The relationship between Khan and Angor could almost be described as extremely close. After Angor's death, Khan was almost driven to a rage. Upon learning that it was Erebus who killed him, he immediately went back to kill him. Now that their great revenge has been achieved and everyone has met, these word-bearer space marines have joined Logor's ranks, and the 2nd Expeditionary Fleet is ready. In the name of the Emperor, in the name of the great God Emperor, the wrath of the God Emperor will burn away all aliens in the galaxy. For the great God Emperor. Loka shouted praises of the Emperor's holy words, and then began to direct the warships to sail. Meanwhile, the Imperial Navy was preparing to land on Sulfur, the fortress planet of the Secaran Empire. The planet has been almost hollowed out by the Zekalan soldiers, and it is filled with Zekalan bunkers, watchtowers, and a network of tunnels. Chapter 122 The Battle of Sulfur. General, should we issue an extermination order against Sulfur Planet? Looking at the gray planet SBYR before him, he fell into deep thought. This planet contained minerals needed by the Empire, and it was also very suitable as a forward command post for the attack on the homeworld of Secaran. General, you're in our hands now. 20 Space Marines wearing yellow 2 Malawian Quatch's expeditionary power armor approached SBYR and spoke. Krieg's siege regiments will cooperate with you. After our orbital bombardment ends, you will conduct the landing operation. Indeed, what stood before Admiral Spire was the Imperial 7th Legion, the Fist of the Empire. The Imperial Fist's armor has remained unchanged since the chapter's inception, always yellow with red or black accents. The chapter's emblem is a clenched black fist against a white or yellow background. Their recruitment methods differ from other Space Marine legions. The Imperial Fist often employs a voluntary principle, recruiting volunteers on Holy Terra, its subordinate planets, and planets where outposts have been established. Pre-March Rogue Dorn famously said, "What I need are free men, not slaves." The basic structure of the chapter culture is derived from the Junker Code of Conduct in Terra's ancient Prussian culture. This code of conduct requires soldiers to be meticulous in their attention to detail in both military affairs and personal conduct. The Legion's most striking impression on outsiders is its seriousness and unsmiling demeanor, which is why the Imperial Fist earned the nickname, the Stone Men, during the Great Holy War. These 20 Space Marines were recently added, just like the newly joined Krieg siege regiments. Initiate orbital bombardment. All units prepare for landing. The warships in the sky began to unleash their fire on the enemy on the ground, firing one massive shell after another, each as large as a building. These shells were powerful enough to tear apart the planet's continental shelf. The enemies who took refuge in the bunkers were not spared either. They were either killed by the shockwave or buried alive when the bunkers collapsed. Those who had not yet found shelter on the ground were burned to ashes, and the entire planet was filled with wails of agony. The enemy must have let their guard down at this moment. Quickly bring out any surviving anti-aircraft guns. Everyone's still alive. Get to your posts immediately. The officer in charge of defending the planet hurriedly began issuing orders, but unfortunately, he underestimated Espuire's patience. He wanted to minimize casualties. The second wave of bombing arrived, with hundreds of Predator bombers in neat formation preparing to bomb. The Marauder bomber was a standard Imperial Navy heavy bomber capable of operating in space and the atmosphere. She was used for many missions, but she was particularly good at aerial interception. Within its heavily armored superstructure is a bomb bay capable of holding up to 6,000 pounds of explosives. When fully loaded, it can carry 12 bombs or 6 heavy bombs, while the 4 wing pylons allow it to carry an additional 12 bombs. She has installed a twin laser cannon in the nose to increase firepower, and also 2 twin heavy explosive bombs, one in the tail and one on the top of the fuselage, as defensive weapons. In addition to conventional bombs, the internal bomb bay may also carry 2 Hellstorm bombs, a large incendiary bomb that can turn an area into hell. Regarding the bomb load, the Marauder bomber mainly uses molten metal bombs or nuclear weapons, so its destructive power is naturally much stronger than that of ordinary bombers. Let's blast those aliens back to their grandma's house. Accompanied by the driver's roar, a grand bombing feast began. Boom, 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 boom. One after another, molten metal bombs were dropped directly down, along with high-yield hydrogen bombs. These hundreds of bombers were modified by Star Wars officers. How can such big, fast-flying bricks have such a small bomb load? Isn't that ridiculous? After much turmoil by the cult of mechanics, these hundreds of Predator bombers were finally approved for modification. As mushroom clouds rose one after another, the bombing came to a complete end. Next, with the support of air power, the Krieg Death Legion would carry out a landing operation. The enemy's tunnels are extensive, and there are bound to be areas we haven't bombed yet. There's a high possibility that surviving enemies might still be there, and we could suffer heavy losses. But for the Emperor, the Death Legion would pay any price. Marshal Sekm of the 168th Siege Regiment of Krieg, dressed in uniform and carrying a power sword, walked onto the battlefield. The ground had been blasted beyond recognition. Krieg soldiers, their leggings treading through the muddy ground, reached several enemy positions. Apart from the roar of armored vehicles and the sound of orderly footsteps, the entire operation was almost completely silent. The entire war was eerily quiet. 5 Pluto breakthrough drills began operation, smashing through the collapsed concrete wall. Enter. A simple command was given, and dozens of Krieg infantry squads entered the tunnels. A standard Krieg infantry squad consists of a captain and 9 soldiers, with the longest-serving sergeant appointed as his deputy. In addition to standard laser guns and communication devices, the Krieg infantry squad's equipment highlights are their entrenching tools and grenades. The entrenching tool was used by Krieg soldiers to quickly construct trenches, while specialized digging equipment such as pickaxes were given to soldiers specifically responsible for fortifications. Secondly, each Krieg soldier is equipped with a fragmentation grenade and an anti-armor grenade, and when it is time to launch an offensive breakthrough, they will be equipped with more grenades. This tactical configuration is very similar to the infiltration tactics in World War I, including the famous stormtroopers who used a large number of grenades to destroy and break through enemy strongholds and fortifications during trench breakthroughs. In appropriate situations, Krieg's team will also be equipped with support weapons for combat, such as meltdown guns, grenade launchers, and flamethrowers. Krieg soldiers, armed with Lucius 98 laser guns, entered the tunnel. The narrow and dark tunnel was perfect for an ambush, but Krieg would try to avoid it. Several entrances to the enemy's underground bunkers have collapsed due to bombing. Our engineering units are conducting sweeping operations through designated positions, preparing to shell several locations we have identified, and converting safe areas into our own fortifications. Marshal Seckham looked at the enemy fortification map in front of him and began to give orders. Although Krieg was usually taciturn, he would still speak up at crucial moments. However, their hearts were shrouded in a long-standing sense of atonement, even though the Emperor had said that their sins had long been atoned for. Chapter 1:23 Charge in the Flames. The thick boots of the Krieg soldiers echoed through the collapsed ground, their sound reverberating even back into the tunnel. The tunnels were interconnected, and a portion of the entire siege regiment entered them, while the rest followed the armored forces to surround the enemy. A strange falling sound came from the distant tunnel, and then the Krieg soldier fired his shotgun in that direction without hesitation. The terrifying penetrating power pierced through the wall and then tore apart the enemy hiding behind it. This shot undoubtedly signaled the start of the skirmish. In the narrow tunnel, soldiers on both sides began their attack. Red beams of light and yellow flames intertwined, and people on both sides fell every second, but Krieg's side had the upper hand in terms of firepower. Boom, 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 boom. A crashing sound came from behind the tunnel as Krieg's heavy weapons squad pushed in an automatic cannon, instantly turning the tide of the battle. The powerful firepower of the automatic cannons instantly tore through the enemy's defenses, and the terrifying sound of gunfire echoed in the deep tunnel. Without hesitation, Krieg's soldiers continued their charge, and the enemy began to retreat. Those who did not have time to escape were all killed by Krieg's guns. The enemy began to retreat, boarding mobile vehicles installed in the tunnels, and then began their withdrawal. Calling in armored units. The enemy is retreating towards the southeast area. Receive. With a brief response, a dozen or so Gorgon armored personnel carriers soon arrived. The Gorgon armored personnel carrier is a massive, heavy amphibious transport vehicle designed to carry large numbers of troops directly to the enemy lines, and then deliver them directly into enemy positions. The Gorgon armored personnel carrier can safely transport 50 Imperial Guard infantrymen across the battlefield. It is equipped with 2 heavy logging guns and 2 mortars, and the mortars can be replaced with heavy explosive shells or heavy flamethrowers as needed on the battlefield. The hundreds of soldiers boarded the troop carriers in an orderly fashion, and then the vehicles drove deeper into the passage. Meanwhile, ground troops were advancing in an orderly fashion. According to the coordinates, enemy forces were gathering at an extinct volcano, where there was likely a large number of enemy troops stationed. Almost all the artillery units of the siege regiment were transferred there. Their task was to bombard the mountain until it collapsed. At this moment, the Krieg soldiers inside the tunnel encountered a surprise attack from the enemy, but unfortunately, this attack was like a joke. The enemy used tens of thousands of gas shells on Krieg, but they did not know that Krieg soldiers, including the political commissar, had been fighting with gas masks all year round. The attack served no purpose other than to deplete their own poison gas bombs, a weapon of choice for combat in confined spaces. Krieg's soldiers quickly advanced to the end of the passage, where countless enemy firepower awaited them. Bang 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 bang. The Sekheran soldiers were carrying the latest heavy weapon developed by the Central Ring, a small-caliber automatic cannon. Its power was still too weak compared to the automatic cannons in Warhammer, but this attack successfully stopped the Krieg soldiers in their tracks. Boom 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 boom. The two sides engaged in fierce fighting. The logging guns mounted on the Gorgon armored personnel carriers opened fire quickly, while the Krieg soldiers took advantage of the cover fire to dismount quickly and then seek cover to fight. Boom. The Krieg soldiers began firing their mole launchers, targeting almost exclusively a few enemy firing positions. We can't stop these weirdos. Then ignite all the flammable materials stored outside. Create a wall of fire to prevent them from getting closer. The leading Sekheran officer roared at his men. Boom, 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 boom. Flames shot out one after another, halting the advance of the Krieg soldiers. The passage is too narrow for armored vehicles to pass. The 1st Infantry Company is to prepare for a charge, the rest stand by. Officer Krieg, wearing a gas mask, said something coldly. Did it succeed? Just as the Secaran soldiers were panting heavily, the Krieg soldiers on the other side of the flames made a surprising move. What is that? The Secaran soldiers stared in astonishment at the flames before them, and figures slowly emerged from the firelight. At that moment, all the Secaran soldiers froze in place. These humans had actually forced their way through the wall of flames and charged towards them. Flames scorched the flesh of the Krieg soldiers, and the smell of burning flesh enveloped them. Krieg's charge was silent, but what if their bodies were being burned by the flames? They seemed to have just crawled out of hell. They were oblivious to the burning pain of the flames, and all they could do was kill all the enemies in front of them. This horrific scene left the Secaran soldiers stunned, unable to comprehend the incredible willpower these humans possessed to withstand the agonizing pain of being burned by flames. Bang! 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 The Krieg soldiers gripped their scorching hot shotguns and began firing at the enemy in front of them. By then, the Secaran soldiers finally realized what was happening, but it was too late. Enveloped in flames, the Krieg soldiers began close combat with the Secaran soldiers, their flame-red bayonets slicing through the Secaran soldiers' chest covers as easily as hot knives cutting butter. Knowing they were doomed, the Krieg soldiers grabbed the Secaran soldiers and then set them ablaze. In an instant, countless Secaran soldiers screamed in agony, but this did not stop the Krieg soldiers from slaughtering. Boom! The flames had subsided considerably by this time, and the Gorgon armored personnel carriers rammed through the flames, forcibly widening the roads on both sides. Retrieve equipment and move on. Officer Krieg gave a brief instruction and then continued on his way. Then the dying Secaran soldiers witnessed a scene that shocked them. The human medical personnel wearing Red Cross tags did not treat the soldiers who had fainted from the burns, but instead cleanly and efficiently stripped them of any remaining useful equipment and then took their bodies back. They are not human. They are absolutely not human. The Secaran soldier could not describe the scene before him. He could not imagine what kind of force would prioritize equipment over people. Even the former Federation of Humanity would not have done such a thing. In his terror, the Secaran soldier gradually died. At this moment, the two teams, one on the ground and one underground, simultaneously advanced towards the enemy's last stronghold on this planet, the extinct volcano. Chapter 124: Volcano Defense and Siege. Both ground and underground forces simultaneously advanced toward the enemy's last stronghold on the planet, a dormant volcano. Hundreds of earth-shaking cannons and Medusa siege cannons were transported there, and Ragnarok tanks began to prepare to advance in coordination with the infantry. The Ragnarok tank originated from the brutal civil war that lasted for 500 years on the planet Krieg. At that time, neither side could withstand the heavy losses and the protracted war. Under these circumstances, only numerical superiority could achieve a breakthrough in the battle. Ragnarok tank emerged in this context. The Loyalist army at the time had suffered excessive losses of Lamanris, so they decided to develop a unit that was easier to build and more durable and practical. Ragnarok tanks are enormous, which makes them very slow. However, Krieg at the time suffered from severe environmental pollution due to the long war, resulting in very low air visibility. Moreover, the tank itself was designed to be extremely robust. Although its side profile was extremely ugly, it was very durable. In the Loyalist siege tactics, Ragnarok was used as a mobile fortress to support infantry attacks. In addition, the tanks were produced in considerable numbers, and they often crushed through no man's land with the force of an iron torrent. Boom 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 boom. The first wave of artillery fire began, with hundreds of shells raining down on the extinct volcano. Under this widespread bombardment, the enemy defenders had no ability to retaliate and could only passively endure the attack. Initiate the assault. Under the captain's command, 20 Imperial Fist Space Marines, like a sharp dagger, pierced straight through the enemy's outer defenses. Cover the Angels, prepare to charge. As the second wave of artillery fire began, the Krieg soldiers behind their bunkers quickly mounted their heavy serrated bayonets on their rifles and listened to the bugle call to charge. Soldiers, enemy repelling regulations. Prepare to charge. The political commissar activated the power sword in his hand and then began preparations. As the whistle blew, the Krieg soldiers quickly emerged from their bunkers and advanced rapidly with the support of artillery. Boom. A bunker was destroyed by Space Marines, and the Secaran soldiers inside were crushed to death. Pre-march above, for your glory and the glory of the Lords of Terra. The battle cry of the Imperial Fist Space Marines echoed from the depths of the bunker, accompanied by the screams of the Secaran soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. The Space Marines methodically cleared out the enemies hiding in the tunnels with their bomb muskets, while the Krieg soldiers, who had initially wanted to charge ahead, were pulled back by the Space Marines. You will have many more opportunities to sacrifice yourselves for the Empire in the future. Your sacrifice now is meaningless. A powerful voice rang out from beneath the helmet of the leading Imperial Fist Space Marine. The Krieg soldiers didn't speak, but silently followed behind the Space Marines, and would enter the surrounding caves to clear out enemies when necessary. The fighting on the outer perimeter of the mountain has basically ended, and both ground and underground troops are advancing towards the center of the mountain. Our outer positions have basically fallen, and we can only fight positional warfare with the enemy from now on. Several Secaran officers huddled together and discussed it. The soldiers of the Imperial People's Army were simply too fierce. Sulfur was originally a fortified planet of the Secaran Empire, and with the aid of various countries, they were confident that they could hold off the Imperial People's Army's expeditionary force. But the Human Empire's army broke through their defenses in just 3 days, and more than 95% of the planet's forces were wiped out. We still have 3,000 men. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we can hold out for one more day using the mountain defense line. Just one more day? No sooner had he finished speaking than a Secaran soldier, his face covered in dust, ran in. The enemy has broken in. Uchiyama's first line of defense has been breached. Amidst the sounds of explosions, the figures of the Space Marines slowly came into view through the flames. Those are monsters. Kill them. They'd all heard of the Space Marines' power, but had they ever seen them? Everyone who had seen Space Marines was dead. Quick, blow up the tunnel with explosives. Otherwise, none of us will leave here alive. Several Secaran soldiers picked up explosives and prepared to ignite them, but they were all accurately shot by the Space Marines and turned into a pool of blood mist. The enemy is approaching. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. More and more Secaran soldiers are falling victim to Space Marines' guns. Sir, we can't hold on any longer. Space Marines wielding chain swords have stormed into the fortress, and the entire defensive line has completely collapsed. It's only a matter of time before the Secaran soldiers fall. Boom. More and more Secaran soldiers fell, and finally, the Empire's Skyhawk banner was planted atop the dormant volcano. The Skyhawk banner was surrounded by the corpses of fallen Secaran soldiers. The battle was a resounding victory. The Empire had taken the planet with only a few thousand casualties. At the same time, Logar's second expeditionary fleet also set its sights on another planet in the Secaran territory, Saipan. At this time, the entire Legion of Word-Bearers was expanded to 500 people, and the recruiting world was designated as Logar's homeworld. Of course, Yang Cheng also produced the flagship of the Word-Bearer, the Glory Queen-class battleship, and the Law of Faith. The Word-Bearers also have a flagship, the Ashes of History, which Yang Cheng has not yet summoned, because as things stand, the Word-Bearers Legion has more than enough flagships. The Law of Faith, to be honest, completely embodies the concept of building engines on top of churches. The entire warship is essentially a large flying cathedral. In addition, Yang Cheng was also pleased with Lo Jia's attitude towards the aliens. Because he had unwavering faith in the Emperor, Lo Jia's battles resulted in no aliens surviving, and Lo Jia also tortured and killed the aliens to death. There were also some captured alien soldiers within the Empire, whom Logar took in and tailored their own atonement for. A connector was inserted into their bodies, and the connector was connected to a pen. Their atonement was to tirelessly transcribe the Emperor's sacred words with their own blood. The Emperor's holy word was compiled by dozens of state religious personnel and hundreds of copying machine servants. New chapters appeared almost every minute and every second, and these aliens would spend the rest of their lives immersed in endless copying until they died from excessive blood loss. Pre-march, we have identified our target. Angel stood respectfully beside Luo Jia and spoke. Begin the landing operation. Let the Emperor's light illuminate this planet. All aliens and heretics will be judged under its light. Yang Cheng tacitly approved of Luo Jia's eccentric behavior. As long as you don't form an alliance with the aliens or do anything against humanity, you can do whatever you want. Chapter 125 My ability to preach does not mean I cannot fight. The Word-Bearers' drop pods fell from the sky, and Space Marines bearing the Word-Bearers' insignia charged out. The enemy should have just been missionaries or similar personnel. I never expected that a group of missionaries would dare to attack us. General Secaran, who was in charge of the defense of Saipan, probably recognized those churches. They were usually used by human missionaries. The enemy should just be a group of missionaries and a small army. Don't worry, what's so scary about a bunch of believers and monks? General Secaran, with his years of experience fighting against humans, easily recognized that the church was used by missionaries, and that the soldiers were nothing more than a rabble. Soldiers, we can't beat the regular army, and we can't even beat these so-called missionaries? Where do we put our face then? For the great Sekira. Heed the words of Loka, and you will die forever in the glory of the Emperor. The operation was carried out by the Sawtooth Sun Legion of the Word-Bearers, who were skilled in airdrop assault operations. Angel held a boarding shield in one hand and a chainsaw axe in the other, with the enemy heads he had collected hanging on the boarding shield. Let the Emperor's wrath devour this planet. Collect the heads of your enemies. Offer the heads of aliens as sacrifices to the God Emperor. Logar held a power scepter named the Light of Revelation, which was originally a gift from Pre-March Ferrus Manus of the Iron Hand Legion to Pre-March Logar of the Word-Bearers Legion after he fought alongside the Word-Bearers on Galadon II. The Light of Revelation is also considered the prototype for the later Priest's Scepter. For the Emperor, Loka's armor was covered with sacred symbols and inscriptions, which adorned his entire gray suit of armor. These have become an internal activity of the Whisperer's Legion, and of course, they have been approved by Yang Cheng. The sacred scriptures, originally written on human skin, were changed to be written on the skin of alien creatures. These scriptures were densely written on one skin after another, and then pasted onto the armor of the Word-Bearer Space Marines. Loka took the lead, personally leading the Legion in a charge. Neither the aliens nor the heretics could be forgiven, especially the aliens. This was almost a consensus among Yang Cheng and the entire empire. As for Luo Jia, who regarded Yang Cheng as a god, the god's will was naturally his own. For Luo Jia, the more aliens he killed, the more devout he was in his faith in the emperor. Boom. Loka's power scepter struck a Sekiran army mech, then disintegrated the mech into pieces using a disintegration field. Who calls this a missionary? Is this proselytizing? The Sekiran soldiers were completely stunned by this ferocious scene. What were missionaries? What were priests? Weren't they supposed to be support roles? Weren't they supposed to boost morale? Why were they leading the charge? Before the soldiers of Sekiran could react, their first line of defense had been breached. By the time they realized what was happening, the monsters were already close to the second line of defense. The Word-Bearers Space Marines killed swiftly, unlike the World Eaters. They slaughtered these aliens with remarkable elegance, trying their best to avoid staining their sacred inscriptions with the alien blood. Like a heavy hammer, Logar stormed into the enemy's fortress on the planet. Countless Sekiran soldiers surrounded Logar, only to die one after another on the power scepter in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The enemy's armored forces began to charge toward Logar, but such power was simply a pipe dream to wound a pre-march. Logar charged through the gunfire to the enemy tank, then lifted the turret off with one hand and pulled the driver out. Feel the divine power of the Emperor. Loka grabbed the driver's head and slammed it onto his power scepter. In an instant, the driver's head was ground into a bloody mist by the disintegrating force. Do not let the enemy escape. Remember to save the people of the Empire. Loka adhered to the precepts set forth by Yang Cheng. Show no mercy in killing aliens and heretics, but always remember to save the citizens of the Empire. They're hiding behind us. The Terminator, wielding a heavy bomb, stood in front of the civilians hiding in the ruins, his thick armor and shields blocking the enemy's bullets. Mortals, go to the back. Under the cover of the Word-Bearers' fire, the freed human slaves ran back, while the Word-Bearers used their grenades to provide cover fire for the fleeing people. The enemy army is retreating. Continue the pursuit. Logar flipped over a bipedal mech and then yelled at the Space Marines around him. For the God Emperor, clad in the Emperor's light, bearing the Emperor's words, we will surely slay the Emperor's enemies. Several Thunderhawks bearing the insignia of the Word-Bearers began to fly toward the enemy, the burial ground of the Emperor's foe. A defiant dreadnought was deployed. Like the Space Marines, it was covered in sacred texts written on parchment. It was equipped with powered claws with built-in flamethrowers and a twin laser cannon. Boom. The flamethrower shot out a huge stream of flame, and the twin laser cannons equipped in the other hand also began firing. The Sekiran soldiers retreated under this attack, and at that moment, Loya led his troops to attack. The outcome of this battle is now decided. The Sekiran Empire has no chance of turning the tide. In his bunker, General Sekiran, in a desperate act, chose to commit suicide by shooting himself, and this battle once again ended in victory for the Empire. Next came the Word-Bearers cleaning up the battlefield, and many members of the Inquisition also came after hearing the news, including members of the state church. Logia has already become the leader of the state religion in the eyes of its followers. This is a certainty. After all, Logia is not only the Emperor's son in a sense, but also the author of many books that the state religion members are currently reading. Burn these alien things clean, whether prisoners or culture. Such filth must not appear on the sacred land of the Empire. Loca's actions earned him the adoration of many state bishops, and Yang Cheng turned a blind eye to it, since in a sense, having a faith was indeed a good thing in a dark age. Yang Cheng is unaware of how much trouble he has saved for his future self. His actions will play a crucial role in a future war. Saipan and its associated planets were incorporated into the Empire's territory. At this time, apart from its home planet, the Secaran Empire only had one planet, Heavy Rope, that it had not yet conquered, but the human empire was too lazy to bother with this planet. For the Emperor, conquer the enemy's homeworld. The homeworld of the Secaran Empire is surrounded by tens of thousands of warships from the human empire, and the Secaran Empire is about to be erased from the galactic map. Chapter 126 The Destruction of Secaran. The homeworld of Secaran, officially known as East Sun Star, has two celestial bodies orbiting it. These two bodies have already been captured by the Empire, and now the only objective is to take over East Sun Star. I need support. Humans have completely surrounded our home planet. Some of our spacecraft tried to escape, but they were all shot down. Cabru, we'd love to help you too, but our warships are all tied down by the Empire. From now on, you'll have to rely on yourself. Upon hearing the news, Cabru turned ashen-faced. He slumped into his office chair, realizing that he was now in dire straits, and everyone was kicking him while he was down. It wasn't that they couldn't come to his aid. They were simply taking the opportunity to consolidate their territory and preserve their own strength. Cabru looked out the window. The human empire's warships had already entered the atmosphere. His own troops were still desperately using anti-aircraft guns to defend themselves, but unfortunately, it was all in vain. With a flash of white light, the air defense positions that had just been putting up a last-ditch effort vanished in the blink of an eye. The human empire has begun its landing. The Word Bearers, the World Eaters, and the Brotherhood of Desolation, 3 Space Marine legions, began preparing to land, and over 2,000 Astartes entered the landing pods. 2 Primarchs personally led their troops on the landing, accompanied by a large number of mortal support troops. I never imagined we could launch a counterattack. Now, not only have we launched a counterattack, but we've also captured a country in Central. Hank watched the scene unfold before him with excitement, his eyes filled with tears. He recalled how one country after another had tried to restore humanity, but without exception, they had all failed. But this time, they had succeeded. Not only had they succeeded, but they had also set foot in Central, a place that humanity had once dared not touch. 12th Odysius Assault Regiment. Prepare for landing. All personnel report to Bridge 13. Hearing the announcement over the loudspeaker, Hank, now a political commissar, began leading his subordinates into the transport plane. Disperse the remaining enemy fire. Provide ample landing space for the Astartes. Orders were relayed to the various regimental headquarters and political commissars, and a massive landing operation was launched. Boom, 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 boom. A formation of dozens of Thunder fighter jets began to cover the landing forces. They came from a special unit of the Empire, the Imperial Navy Fighter Wing. The Imperium of Man basically does not have a true air force. Apart from the Fantine Air Guard, the Astral Army's air force is mainly composed of the Imperium's naval aviation forces. Login in 1 minute. All hands on deck. Hank grabbed the handrail on the landing craft, trying to steady himself as he shouted to the group of new recruits behind him. We've arrived. We've arrived. Get off the plane quickly. Get off the plane. As a massive hurricane swept in, these landing troops were dropped onto the surface of Donri Star like dumplings. Good luck, political commissar. Hank and the transport plane pilot gave each other a thumbs up, and then the transport plane returned to the warship. Assemble all units. Launch a rapid assault in company-sized units. Hank led his troops out of a grove of trees, only to find that they had landed on the green belt of East Sun Star. Hank, your troops are attacking from the 5 o'clock position. Artillery is ready to support you. One Lehman Russ main battle tank after another was launched, and the tank drivers and crew quickly climbed into the tanks before starting the engines. Under the cover of tanks, the 12th Audis Commando Regiment launched its assault, a combined air and ground attack. Under Hank's command, the Audis Commando Regiment had already taken shape. Hide behind the tank. Don't show your face. Hank's troops hid behind Lehman Russ tank and followed him slowly forward. For the Emperor, a Space Marine tactical squad has taken down another enemy firing position, and the Space Marines have stormed into the city of East Sun. The enemy is retreating, Pursue them while you're ahead. Lehman Rustank quickened its pace, and the thermoelectric cannons mounted on its turrets began firing. Boom, boom, boom. A blue light flashed, and then the enemy's fortress turned into ruins. Fixed bayonets and charged. Hank's whistle rang out along with shouts, and the rest of the battle was going to be easy for them. Quick, release all those modified soldiers. Now it is the final battle of Sekharin. All sorts of random weapons from Sekharin have been deployed, but they haven't even slowed down the Space Marines. Sizzle. A giant cyborg was torn in two by Ongron. To Ongron, these creatures were not even as good as the monsters he had encountered in his years of gladiatorial combat. They were just a bunch of mindless things. Angren's troops had easily reached the gates of the presidential palace in Sekharin, but the place was now in complete disarray. The modified creatures released by Sekharin were not yet technologically advanced, and they began attacking friendly forces. Eventually, a small portion of these modified creatures were captured by Youngster for research, while the rest died at the hands of Ongron and other Space Marines. We surrender. Don't kill us. With a scream, the gates of the presidential palace were easily smashed open, and the steel door, after spinning a few times, landed on the head of an unlucky man. We are willing to surrender, and the Sekharin Empire is willing to be incorporated into humanity. Before Kabru could finish speaking, he was already decapitated. Ongron easily cut off his head and hung it on his armor. Do aliens even have the right to negotiate with humans? The Empire of Sekharin was officially swept into the dustbin of history. The entire territory of Sekharin was instantly fragmented, with a small portion occupied by pirates and various wandering fleets, and the rest occupied by the fleets of the human empire. The next tasks are simple: immigration, suppression of rebellions, and construction of a new capital city. The territory of the Sekharin Empire is vast, and it will take some time to digest it. War operations have temporarily ceased, and the Empire's fleet is either resting or carrying out ordinary patrol missions. The experiment is complete. In the dimly lit laboratory, Hong Sua looked at the hundreds of human embryos in front of him and spoke slowly. A terrifying, inhuman weapon was tested by Youngster's men, a weapon that would make the aliens understand the terrifying malice that comes from humanity. On the various containment sites on the occupied planets, a secret massacre was slowly beginning, and now those aliens would start to pay the price for their actions. After reviewing the documents, Yang Cheng felt much less stressed because of Luo Jia's presence. Luo Jia had also done something unexpected for Yang Cheng. Loka demanded that the state church members fund the establishment of colleges specifically for training state church members, primarily recruiting homeless children from the bottom and middle nests. Unlike the Loyalty Academy, which doesn't require children to be born, these academies only require children to be true believers of the Emperor and ready to sacrifice themselves for him at any time. Chapter 127, you seem to be going a bit extreme. Planetary, Alien Containment Facility number 1366. All aliens, stop what you're doing. I have something very important to announce to you. The director of the internment camp, Tabaritsky, dressed in the uniform of the human empire, slowly walked into the room and spoke. The human empire has reached an agreement with your respective nations. You may leave the containment facility tonight by train, but all your belongings must remain here. Tabaritsky smiled as he looked at the aliens below the field and spoke slowly. However, the children and the elderly will be released first. You will be released sometime later. Tabaritsky feigned regret, sighed, and spoke slowly, but the aliens failed to notice Tabaritsky's barely concealed glee. We are free. We are free. We can finally go back to our old lives. Woohoo. Fantastic. These painful days are finally over. Watching the aliens celebrating together with jubilation, the containment troops simply exchanged smiles, then silently turned and left. Soon it was late at night, and tens of thousands of aliens, carrying their children or helping the elderly, slowly walked into a steel train. No, this is wrong. A Sekharin mother, carrying her child, was walking against the flow of people, trying to slowly leave the area, but was spotted on the spot by the soldiers. What's wrong? Don't you want your child to be free from suffering? Armed guards stopped the mother and then forcibly dragged the Sekharin man away. Please, sir, my child is sick, and I wish he could be with me. Oh, I see. The guard responded, then pulled out a laser pistol and shot the Sekharin child dead. All right, now you've been forgiven. Get back into the carriage right now. Wiping the brain matter that had splattered on his face, the guard shoved the Sekharin mother lizard man, who was carrying the corpse, into the carriage. Okay, let's begin. Thousands of civilians of various races were pushed into the carriages, and as chains were fastened one after another, Some people realized something was wrong. Sir, I'm willing to let my children do manual labor. Please let it out. Although my father is 106 years old, he can still move things and do work. Let him out. That won't do. Okay, let's begin. Dark green gas was ejected from the top of the carriage, filling the entire carriage within seconds. Help! Help! Help me! The aliens pounded against the walls of the carriage, howling in agony as they were exposed to the poisonous gas. A dozen seconds later, the noise inside the carriage stopped, and then another dozen seconds passed. Armed guards opened the carriage doors, revealing a mountain of alien corpses. Looks great, keep it up. Tabaritsky smiled as he watched the scene unfold before him and spoke slowly. The rest is up to you, Eichmann. A man dressed in the same Imperial military uniform stepped out from the crowd and began giving orders to the surviving aliens. You demons, your actions will be punished. Some aliens in the crowd stepped forward and roared at Eichmann. Sanctions? Sanctions are only for the losers, while we are the victors. Bang. The alien who was shouting just moments ago has become a corpse in the blink of an eye. You should now understand your place. You are not slaves. You are merely tools. Tools, even less than slaves. You should pay the price for everything you have done. The guards, who could no longer contain their emotions, roared and charged forward. Look at the people up there. My wife. My children. They were defiled and murdered by you filthy aliens. Evil begets evil. Alien bastard. Come on. Aren't you very capable of dealing with the elderly, weak, women, and children? Come on. Do it. The guards, wielding iron bars, began attacking the unarmed aliens. They had witnessed firsthand how these aliens had deceived and enslaved humanity, and now it was time for revenge. The guard, whose hair was streaked with gray, walked up to the fallen aliens and began to briefly recount their crimes. The veteran recounted everything, from trivial matters between people to major issues like alien nations he had once helped betraying human nations. I originally only planned to give you a quick death, but I've decided I'm going to make you wish you were dead. Eichmann spoke slowly, and then this containment facility, a symbol of death, officially began operation. Your Majesty, let me solemnly introduce to you the Empire's newest combat machine, which I call the Deathbringer. A creature with its brain exposed slowly walked up to Yang Cheng. This is a modification I made based on the physical results of those spirit race members. Their bodies were not only transformed into deadly weapons, but their appearances were also used to intimidate enemies. I severed their arms, replaced them with chainsaw swords, pried open their nerves and muscles, and then installed their reinforced bones back in. In addition, she will undergo a lobotomy and have her prefrontal cortex burned to eliminate any possibility of retaining higher-level thinking. The Deathbringer is equipped with a sealed Requiem helmet to control the cyborg, shaped like a severed skull connected to the remaining frontal lobe, and a set of chemical injectors implanted in the spine. In their standby state, they inject drugs through a pump to keep him calm and unconscious, completely isolated from the outside world. In this state, unseen vocal organs in their minds constantly repeat sacred images, verses, and elements of Imperial worship, such as symbols of the state religion, portraits of saints, recurring hymns, prayers, and pastors' sermons. These are directly instilled into the alien's subconscious, making him constantly feel the greatness of the Emperor. During this long and painful process, their minds will be completely erased, replaced by an uncontrollable urge to tear their prey to pieces. They now belong only to the Empire. Their filthy, alien bodies will fight to the death for it. But isn't this just whipping the servants? Yang Cheng looked at this indescribable thing and asked, Well, Your Majesty, at least she looks more frightening than the whiplash servant, and her combat power is also higher. Practice makes perfect. If all else fails, you could try replicating the demon ovary. That might work too. Chapter 128 Star Night. Securin is destroyed. What should we do? At the meeting of the Central Anti-Human Military Alliance, Tiker looked at everyone and spoke slowly. Led by several major powers in the middle ring, and involving dozens of countries in the outer ring, along with various wandering fleets and conglomerates. The nation of Securin, capable of taking on any country in the outer ring single-handedly, has been destroyed. The entire race has begun to be systematically slaughtered by the human empire. Now, their only prayer is that humans will not torture them. Ladies and gentlemen, you should all know that since we have offended a nation like the human empire, there is no turning back. The only thing we can do is fight to the end. I have an idea. A young officer stood up and asked Tycho for instructions. Tell me, preferably not a bad idea. We can use our sheer size and the sheer number of humans to keep humanity embroiled in a protracted war, diminishing the prestige of the so-called human emperor. We can also leverage our strategic depth to confront the human empire. So you mean we should wage a protracted war against humanity? Yes, we cannot be impatient in this war. It could last for more than a decade. We must. Alright, next. Teaker had no time to listen anymore. To wage a protracted war against humanity was an absolutely insane idea. Putting aside the human empire's insane ability to destroy planets, what could they possibly do even if they did wage a protracted war? They would just be wiped out anyway. Teaker, in fact, the human empire's army has already shown us how to deal with them. It was the same cloaked figure who slowly stood up and spoke to Teaker. All we need to do is deliberately spread the rumor that a certain galaxy is a large-scale human biological factory, and then broadcast the video of the torture of humans live throughout the outer ring. Then we just need to wait for the human army to enter the encirclement, right? A good idea, at least better than waging a protracted war against humanity. Upon hearing this, Tikal had a sudden inspiration. Wasn't the human empire trying to save humanity to regain its sovereignty? I'll let you save them, but if you manage to save them alive, I'll admit defeat. That's it, meeting adjourned. Everyone go and prepare. This time, we must wipe out humanity completely. What are these aliens doing? General Spire looked at the star map in front of him and asked in confusion. He had studied in military academy for many years, but had never seen such stupid tactics. If he had to describe it, it was like a group of people who had human traffickers written all over their faces inviting you to their house. Anyone with a brain would not go. Looking at this enemy, who could be described as utterly foolish, practically had their tactic of surrounding you written all over their face. Spire felt that all his previous thoughts were superfluous. Calling them rebels didn't even qualify them as rebels. Kylo Ren, His Majesty needs to speak with you. Upon hearing his subordinates' voices, Kylo Ren, who was in the command post, hurriedly boarded the shuttle and flew towards the Supreme One. At the same time, Yang Cheng also obtained the next world he could travel to, the Transformers movie trilogy. The travel time was set for 2 days later, and the timeline was at the beginning of the second movie. This gave Yang Cheng room to maneuver. He really liked things like the Allspark, the Matrix of Leadership, the Space Bridge, and so on. Moreover, there were many characters in Transformers that he needed, such as Shockwave, Soundwave, and other scientists and scouts. But now almost all the Space Marines are at war, and he still needs a group of Space Marines to serve him. Helpless, Yang Cheng opened the system shop again. You're the one, Astral Knights. Destruction is salvation. The war cry of the Astral Knights. Mother Group, Imperial Fist. Homeworld, Obsidian. Chapter Leader, Alto Amrad. While there are no official records of the Empire, it is certain that the founding of the Star Knights was as distant as the birth of a star. The chapter possesses a vast collection of ancient relics, some of which date back to the Dark Ages, such as the Storm, a battle barge equipped with artificial intelligence. The Star Knights participated in the Great Purge of the Wavencaster Hive City in the WAF system, and, years later, were involved in the destruction of the world engine, Odysius, but this also became their final mission. It is worth mentioning the Star Knights' last mission, which perfectly embodies the saying that sacrifice is the cornerstone of the Empire. The Necromancer's Super Death Star world engine, Odysius, leaves nothing but desolation in its wake, and Wavencaster happens to be right in its path. Upon hearing the news, the Imperial Navy rushed to the scene, unleashing a barrage of fire from various warships. The Ultramarines and other Astartes chapters also responded to the call, forming a cluster of warships with different paint schemes and gathering in the WAF system. The Star Knights are one such unit. Tragically, however, all the Imperial fleet's weapons were unable to penetrate the world engine's pitiful shield. Out of caution, they decided to abandon the 21 billion innocent souls of the WAF system and Wavencaster and execute the evacuation order. But Amrad, the leader of the Astral Knights, had no intention of doing so. If they could protect Wavenkaz the first time, they could protect her the second time. A crazy plan appeared on Amrad's desk. The Star Knights will use their flagship Storm to ram the world engine and deploy the entire chapter's forces directly onto the planet's surface to destroy it in one fell swoop. Perhaps Amrad had truly gone mad, for even the necromancers of space hadn't anticipated such a devastating method from their enemy. The world engine's shield, while sturdy, was still no match for a kilometer-long combat barge. Amidst the blinding flashes of explosions against the dark galaxy, they successfully landed. The war cries of the Astral Knights echoed through the world's engine. The chapter's strategist Hertzi and the astral fragment Igrania reached a deal. Igrania herself would help destroy the engine in exchange for eternal freedom. Finally, Igrania fulfilled its promise, and the shield of the world engine ceased functioning. The next second, this colossal entity was reduced to ashes by the overwhelming barrage of the Imperial Navy's cannons, along with the warband known as the Astral Knights. The Star Knights left their own magnificent mark on the grand and tragic space opera of Warhammer 40K with their own story. If the Emperor could see this scene, one wonders what he would think, but Yang Cheng sincerely hopes that they have returned to the Emperor's side. The Great Emperor, Grand Master of the Astral Knights, Alto Amrad, pays homage to you. A space marine dressed in white and blue armor knelt before Yang Cheng, his power sword lying to the side with the tip pointing downwards. Chapter 129 Author's Note: in this book, Astartes dashes 10 meters and leaps over a control console in the time it takes for a human heart to beat once. Your Majesty, I believe we should rescue them. The human said nothing more. A morbid crack appeared in front of his face, flesh and jagged bones creaking against the Night Lord's fist. Talos ignored the corpse falling, scattering half of its skull's interior onto the deck. No one even saw him move. That was the speed of the Prophet, clearing 10 meters in the time it took for a human's heart to beat, and leaping onto the control table. Source: PG.93 Voidstalker. An example of how Astartes can make high-speed responses within nanoseconds. He subtly altered his carriage in a minute or two. The power armor was designed to change position after he had been wearing his ship's suit for some time. His back straightened, and the servos within the armor adapted to his movement with almost no nanosecond delay. Source: PG.90 Gildar Rift. Space Marines fell several kilometers and sustained only minor injuries. Awake, his cheeks were wet, and he could feel the liquid building up. Rafin blinked, scanning the visible lettering in his field of vision. His helmet and some of the actuators on his legs were damaged, but the ceramzite and steel fairings surrounding him had taken the brunt of the damage. He assessed himself and felt injured. He had some minor fractures, bruises, and other things that would be fatal to an ordinary person, but were merely irritants to a space marine. Raffin took a step, then stopped and looked up. The wedge-shaped plume of smoke and debris made it difficult to see far into the ascent shaft, but he estimated that it must have fallen several kilometers before colliding with the end of the tunnel. A headshot only causes physical damage. He turned to another man writhing in flesh. I'm fine, apothecary, Micus roared, throwing his tattered helmet into the room. Flesh wounds. The apothecary's gaze fell on Micus. There was a black hole where his right eye should have been, and a patch of black scab on his face. Just as you said, brother. These are the basic settings from Astartes. As for the Primarch's combat power, you can refer to the official novels End and Death Horus, which already possess space-time distortion at the stellar system level. And this is definitely not at full strength. Under the blessing, those Primarchs are guaranteed to have at least galaxy-level combat power. There's still a lot to organize. I'll share some of what I've already organized in my own thoughts. Please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Nameless Astartes. Combat strength is roughly between destroying a house and destroying a building. Terminator. From building explosion to super building explosion. Fearless. Street combat. Famous Astartes. From street explosions to stars. Unblessed Primarchs. Definitely possess planet-destroying combat power. Blessed Primarch. Above the star level, I personally feel that it is close to the combat power of a single entity. Chapter 130 Transformers World. Start preparing. Yang Cheng personally went to the Transformers world this time. In fact, those Decepticons and Autobots could not pose a threat to his army, but the real destabilizing factors were Unicron and Quintessa, and these were the ones he should be wary of. The timeline is currently in the second movie. Be careful of that idiot Fallen. Sentinel Prime should be lying on the moon right now. Yang Cheng planned to bring Sentinel Prime, that cunning old fox, over. He was willing to do anything for Cybertron. Yang Cheng needed this kind of Transformers traitor. All he had to do was promise him a new home for all the Transformers, and he would follow him around like a puppy. The forces were divided into two groups. One went to the moon to search for the Cybertronian spaceship ruins, and the other went to retrieve the sound waves from the satellite. It's time to announce the arrival of the Empire to the world. Galloway, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'd love to show you around, but unfortunately you'll need to apply for a pass to the restricted area first. A man in the rank of Major explained to the advisor who was striding towards him. Major, I have a presidential order to pass on a message to your alien friends. Your last operation turned that city upside down. This is the command center for both the Transformers and humans, and the Major is Lennox. I need you to explain clearly how this operation is supposed to end. The internet is buzzing with rumors about aliens, and Galloway will be our liaison with the Transformers. Listening to the military's explanation, Lennox rolled his eyes. He had seen countless things like this before. More worrying about Megatron is the problem. Optimus Prime looked at the human in front of him, who was small in stature, and then slowly spoke. Megatron? He's quietly rusting deep in the Lorenz Trench, surrounded by an impenetrable sonic monitoring system and under constant submarine surveillance, ensuring his absolute safety. As for the source of the fire, Galloway abruptly changed the subject and quickly pressed for answers. We know that the only remaining fragment of the Allspark is locked in an electromagnetic vault, located in one of the world's most secure naval bases. While Galloway was explaining, he was completely unaware that all his intelligence and audio messages were being recorded and then uploaded to the satellite. Meanwhile, a Decepticon lurking on a satellite slowly began to collect them. The Decepticons have located the fragments and are beginning their operation. That's right, the one lurking on the satellite is none other than Soundwave, the Decepticon intelligence officer. At the same time, a giant warship slowly appeared in the sky above the moon. Give me that satellite. Yang Cheng pointed to the satellite orbiting the Earth, indicating that he shouldn't rush to appear yet, but should first deal with the Decepticon, Soundwave. The Soundwaves, having transmitted the command, were unaware of the impending danger. As the command ended, the Soundwaves continued to lurk on the satellite. Boom. The immense gravity suddenly pulled the satellite, which was lurking in the sound waves, away, and at the same time, cut off its communication capabilities. Decepticons. Soundwave suddenly found himself unable to move. His body, along with the satellite, was being sucked away by a tremendous force. The sound waves were carried to the far side of the moon, where a giant spaceship came into view. What civilization spaceship is this? As Cybertron's chief intelligence officer, Soundwave naturally knew a lot about alien spaceships, but he had never seen this triangular, silver-white spaceship before. Calbo, we have a guest. This is a silicon-based life form. You should treat him well, and it would be best if he could be used by us. Yang Cheng looked at the approaching satellite and said to Carlbo beside him. So everything is obvious. Why did those Decepticons come to Earth? It's because of you Autobots. Galloway looked at Optimus Prime in front of him and said, otherwise, what were they doing on Earth? Will the fallen rise again? It sounds like something's coming to kill them. I ask you, if for the sake of national security, the Earth no longer provides you with protection, would you obediently leave? Seeing Galloway's expression, Optimus Prime didn't try to explain but instead gave a direct answer. You have the right to freedom, and we respect your request. But I'd like to ask you on behalf of your president, what would you do if you mistakenly expelled us? Optimus Prime slowly turned around as he spoke, not wanting to answer another word. That hit the nail on the head. Lennox secretly gave Optimus Prime a thumbs up. He'd been annoyed with the guy for a long time. Wow, what is this? Calbo, standing over 10 meters tall, looked at the small and adorable sound wave before him. This silicon-based life form was of great research value. Your Majesty, if possible, I would like to incorporate them into your army. They are of great use. Looking at Soundwave, who was small, pitiful, and helpless in front of Calbo, Yang Cheng didn't care. He figured it was up to these silicon-based life forms like Transformers to decide whether they were willing to surrender. If you surrender, you can go live out your retirement in the cult of mechanics. Why bother with the Decepticons and Autobots? Just stick to playing with the cult of mechanics. If he doesn't surrender, Yang Cheng will have to first give Megatron a powerful psionic attack and then force him to surrender. As for the court, Yang Cheng has the final say. Currently, the human empire defines a human as someone whose physical appearance is human and whose skull has not mutated. Demi-humans are like the Yuglins or Ratmen, who are roughly similar to humans. Yes, the Cybertronians are a variant of humans from the Golden Age. They are still human in essence, just that they changed from carbon-based to silicon-based life forms. Yeah, that's it. Yang Cheng also wanted to raise a steel cable to play with. He was almost sick of riding the shuttle. Wouldn't it be cool to raise a mechanical dinosaur? Yes, Archbishop Calbo, extract the memories of this mechanical life form. Calbo nodded, and then a tentacle reached into Soundwave's body. Decepticons, the location of the fragments has been determined, all forces mobilized. After extracting the memory of the sound waves, Calbo then projected it out. It seems the plot has reached this point. Yang Cheng pondered in his mind that the sonic robot dog should be busy trying to snatch the fragment now, and he couldn't get it anyway, so he could only wait. Get ready to land, and give those Transformers a real shock. Yang Cheng began to deploy manpower, first making small-scale contact with humans on the ground, and then leaving a group of people to dig for the enemy. In the solar system, one star destroyer after another slowly appeared, but they did not approach Earth. Instead, they docked on the far side of the moon and waited. An Alpha team is sent to Earth on a mission to find another fragment, the Allspark fragment possessed by the protagonist, Sam. Chapter 131 Hammer Guy. I feel like I'm finished. Recently, several incidents of attacks on homeless people have been discovered in our city. The victim's brain tissue has been completely drained, suggesting they may have been attacked by large wild animals. Residents are urged to stay at home. Michaela listened to the latest news reports while repairing the motorcycle. Michaela, be careful lately. There are lots of rumors about monster attacks outside, so try not to go out unless absolutely necessary. Michaela's father looked at his daughter and spoke slowly, then placed a doll next to her. I really don't know what you see in that kid. Father, okay, I think I'll be more careful. Just as Michaela was chatting with her father, a phone call came in. Sam, what's wrong? Michaela, do you have the fragments of the spark? Yes, what's up? Michaela sensed something was off by Sam's hurried voice. Just as Michaela was lost in thought, a knock sounded at the door. A tall man wearing a trench coat walked into the store. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Michaela looked at the man who was over 2 meters tall in front of her and asked curiously. Michaela? Michaela? Sam was eager to know what had happened, but he only heard Michaela say one sentence. A guest has arrived. I'll be there in a bit. After that, no sound was heard. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. A transformer, which transforms from a remote-controlled toy car, is trying to reach the Allspark placed high up, but just as it's about to reach it, it's lifted up and then thrown into a bag. Those mechanical sages would probably love this thing. The Alpha Space Marines simply knocked Michaela unconscious. Yang Cheng's orders were to avoid killing humans as much as possible and then complete the mission. The wheel was lifted by a tremendous force and then thrown into a sack, along with the fragment of the spark source. The Allspark is an unknown energy source. As the most basic and mysterious component of Transformers, the Allspark gives Transformers a concrete form, consciousness, and life. Transformers without the Allspark's intelligence are merely a group of mindless tools. Meanwhile, inside the temporary lunar base, an ancient Cybertronian spaceship has been unearthed, and its pilot is none other than Sentinel Prime, the former leader of the Autobots, the traitor who stabbed Ironhide in the back. Taking him away damaged his spark, preventing him from causing any major trouble for the time being. After the mechanical priests carried Sentinel Prime away, they began to study his spaceship. According to Yang Cheng, the space bridge was also a good thing, it just needed energy. Meanwhile, Soundwave's consciousness was being taken over by Calbo. The power of the Mechanicus was no joke. Calbo's strength was enough to modify Soundwave's will and make him pledge allegiance to the Great Omega. Your Majesty, this is the latest news we have received. A mechanical priest played a recording of an audio message. The military base has been attacked by Decepticons. They've stolen alien debris. The military base has been attacked by Decepticons. They stole the debris. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. My God. Megatron has risen from the dead. He's moving. Prepare to intercept. Prepare to intercept. Torpedoes ready. Listening to those voice messages, Yang Cheng's nephew understood the current plot development. Megatron had been resurrected and returned to Cybertron to play with the Fallen, and the fragment stored in the world's most secure military base had been stolen by the mechanical dogs. All right, it's our turn to appear. With the command given, the Star Destroyer began to leave the far side of the moon and then slowly moved toward Earth. Galloway, your most secure base in the world was breached by Decepticon spies in a single night. We lost over a dozen men, and the fragments weren't even salvaged. Lennox tossed one report to Galloway, then read another to Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime and Megatron have been resurrected and have left Earth, but their plans remain unknown. No, Lennox, what I'm worried about now isn't the Decepticons. Your planet's signal has been hacked, and this enemy seems to be even more powerful than the Decepticons. Just as Optimus Prime was explaining. Click. Suddenly, all the screens of the Nest troops went black, and then a golden double-headed eagle appeared on the screen. The human empire has arrived. All who resist will be killed without mercy. The enormous Star Destroyer appeared in the atmosphere, its massive hull truly blotting out the sun. Under the cover of the Star Destroyer, the sun vanished instantly, plunging the entire world into darkness. Where's the CIA? Answer the phone. Take over all remaining command posts. Prepare to defend against the enemy. Sir, our communications have been cut off. While the world was still in a daze, Yang Cheng couldn't wait any longer and decided to use force to intimidate them. See that island to the east that looks like a maggot? Blow it up. Before anyone could react, a beam of light descended from the sky and landed directly on the ground. The immense energy swept across most of the island, and countless people were instantly annihilated by this force. Why is Earth so unlucky? Are aliens coming to Earth every day? The surrender ceremony went smoothly. After the Japanese Empire was almost completely destroyed, the rest of the people eagerly joined the human empire, not daring to resist. Optimus Prime was naturally taken over by the Empire of Man, and what awaited them was either being dismantled into parts or being incorporated into the cult of mechanics. However, what Yang Cheng didn't expect was that the Warhammer IP existed in the Transformers universe, and then, why are there space marines in my world? OMG, I don't believe in God anymore. I don't believe in God anymore. I believe in the Emperor. Don't arrest me and take me to court. OMG, I'm playing the Corn faction, should I switch? Get a different hammer. When the Star Knights appeared, everyone gasped again. It was still 40k. A company called GW went bankrupt and ran away overnight, resulting in, you drew very well. You'd better come to the courtroom tomorrow and draw some more. Several judges surrounded the president of GW, looking at the Space Marine comic book in front of them and speaking slowly. Huh, why did we die so easily? What is a golden toilet? What is old cured meat? What is a psychic giant? I think the court can't handle you anymore. I suggest you be thrown into the servant manufacturing plant. Countless hammers wept like idiots whose toes had been stepped on, destroying their other faction flags overnight, and then obediently following the Empire. Yang Cheng didn't care. Anyway, he had the banner of the ascended demon Ongran before he transmigrated, so this kind of thing didn't matter. Chapter 132 Ongran. Don't come any closer. If I promote the idea of the 13th Prince and the Spirit Clan, will I get arrested by the Inquisition? Upstairs, the court is coming to check the water meter. Explosive sound. I'm starting to regret saying that the Emperor is a constipated man squatting on the toilet. Wait, if there are emperors in this world, then doesn't that mean there are? Stop talking, I don't want to be a chaos egg. I must become God's chosen. Even someone as vile as you wouldn't want you. The news of the human empire has spread throughout the world, and countless hammer users are going crazy. But what puzzles them is that this human empire doesn't seem to be very extreme. Colonel Lennox, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Galloway handed a report to Lennox, then looked at Optimus Prime. According to them, now is the time for the Emperor to walk among men, and the Emperor is the legendary savior of mankind. Isn't this great? At least it's better than the Decepticons. Lennox had never been exposed to Warhammer before, so when he heard that the Emperor was the savior of mankind, he naturally assumed that the Emperor was good. Decepticons? I'd rather face the Decepticons than come to this world. Those Space Marines, according to the records, should be Astral Knights, from the 40k era, while the Emperor's expeditions took place in the 30k era. They don't play by the rules. We have absolutely no idea what will happen next. The world is in chaos. If I had known this world was such a cesspool, I should have strangled myself with the umbilical cord when I was born. Galloway looked at Optimus Prime and spoke slowly. Sir, I have some bad news to tell you. Starscream ran up to Megatron, who was talking to the Fallen, and then spoke in a humble tone. What news could be worse than the current situation? Starscream. He lost contact with the Soundwave. His last communication was 3 days ago. Starscream deciphered the last part of the Soundwave sound, then knelt before Megatron. Has the Soundwave lost connection? Megatron stared at Starscream in disbelief, then looked again and again to confirm. Great King, it's true. Since Soundwave is missing, I think I'm fit to be your lieutenant and then become the leader of the Decepticons. The leader of the Decepticons? Upon hearing Starscream's words, Megatron kicked him over and then stomped on his face. Soundwave can complete every task, while you can't even organize a decent picnic. Alright. Just as Megatron was teaching Starscream a lesson, the Fallen, who was sitting next to him, stood up and picked up his weapon, the Void Scepter. We need to speed things up. Saving Cybertron is of utmost urgency. Prepare for a full-scale invasion. The Fallen roared, and countless hideous Decepticons stood up, boarded the spaceship, and followed him. Who will take over the Earth? It seems to be someone named Onglong. Finished. Dozens of Hammer fans were chatting together when they learned that it was Ongran who was coming to take over. Everyone gasped in shock. Astral Knights and the Emperor together. What kind of hellish composition is this? Are we at 30k or 40k? And which storyline is this? Does anyone in our group know which line we're on? Is it the Gilliman Rebellion or the Lion King Rebellion? I don't know, but I'm praying for something. What's wrong? Aren't the 4 peddlers coming? No, it's the butcher's nail that's on the King of Slaughter's head. This at least proves our current position in the storyline. Without the butcher's nail, we wouldn't know what we would discover in the future. Oh no, but have you ever seen anyone from the courtroom? No, at least for now. The next day arrived quickly, and escorted by several Thunder fighters and Valkyrie airborne assault transport aircraft. A Thunderhawk gunship bearing the World Eater insignia slowly landed. The few hammer-wielding men who were assigned to fill the role of the showman swallowed silently, and then, under fearful gazes, the Thunderhawk gunboats slowly opened. The first to come down were 10 World Eater Space Marines carrying bomb guns. The 2 Malawian Quach's expeditionary power armor features 2 World Eater emblems on his left shoulder and left knee, indicating his veteran status. His right shoulder has an assault unit insignia, and his groin retains the double-headed eagle, symbolizing loyalty to the Empire. The cross-chain pattern on his right arm suggests that he killed at least one high-ranking Legion member in the Legion's arena. Looking at the armor patterns on the World Devourer in front of them, the hammer-wielding men couldn't help but gasp. These Space Marines are truly ruthless. Each of them could easily wipe out everyone present. Boom, 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 boom. A Terminator in the Iron Cavalry form slowly emerged, and the insignia on the vehicle surprised everyone. Judging from his insignia, he should belong to the 3rd battle group, the Terminator Company. The Iron Cavalry type Terminator features a Legion emblem on the shield in the center of its breastplate and on its left shoulder armor, while the right shoulder armor and the shield emblem on the left shoulder bear a skull symbol. An Elite Cross emblem adorns its left knee. This is definitely a formidable man. Even the toughest men can't describe him. They'd probably be so scared they'd wet their pants if they knew his record. Just as the group of hammerers were talking, one of them suddenly asked a question in a low voice. Why would the loyalists and rebels of the World Eaters come together? Because of some big blue bird man, right? Thump, 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 thump. Wearing brass-colored armor, Ongron slowly stepped off the Thunderhawk, carrying his weapon, then gazed at the people before him. Ongron. Finished. While the few hammer-wielding men were still in a daze, something unexpected happened. Ongron walked quietly toward a soldier and then touched his shoulder. Mortal, do not be afraid. I can sense your fear. You don't need to worry about what we will do. We are simply taking over your planet. We will not slaughter your people. Angren's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, and the terrifying scene left all the hammerers present stunned. Oh no, the plot is starting to go awry. The King of Slaying didn't hit the butcher's nail? Does that mean we're in the world of Guilliman Rebellion? How would I know? Let's just take it one step at a time. Ongron accepted the flowers from the messenger and then placed them in Khan's hands. I have been ordered by the Emperor to take over the Nest forces. I need to speak with Optimus Prime. Onglong looked at the diplomats in front of him and spoke slowly. Oh, I see. Please come in. In order to move Onglon and several subordinates, Dumas's transport helicopter had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 133, Optimus Prime versus Ongron. Ongron, who was over 4 meters tall, was huddled inside the helicopter, surrounded by several World Eater Space Marines who had come with him. Hello, Mr. Onglong. Galloway was not as arrogant as he used to be. He stood beside Ongron like an obedient child. Speak your mind, don't beat around the bush. Ongron glanced at Galloway, who was trembling with nervousness, and then spoke slowly. It's nothing. I'm just curious why you would personally grace us with your presence. This is not your concern. From now on, do not do or concern yourself with anything. I'm only reminding you this once, because I don't want anything to go wrong later. Soon the helicopter arrived at the lair base. Ongron led the way off the plane and immediately saw the transformer in the distance. Its tall body and red and blue color scheme must be the Optimus Prime that the Emperor had mentioned. Angren's appearance also surprised the other transformers. Ongron was nearly 5 meters tall when he put on his armor, and he could only squeeze into the helicopter. His height was comparable to some medium-sized transformers. Ongron walked up to Optimus Prime, who was only a few meters taller than him. Although Ongron was looking up at Optimus Prime, he could no longer suppress his ruthlessness. Boom. Optimus Prime's energy sword suddenly sprang out, its molten lava-colored blade radiating intense heat. Why is this human so tall? The metal sheet beside him couldn't help but ask a question. He is not human, at least not only outwardly. His true form is like a massive mass of energy, but even my processor cannot decipher this energy. Optimus Prime stared at Ongron, his weapons ready to be deployed. The visitor is ill-intentioned. Ongron had already closed in on Optimus Prime, and everyone present could feel the fighting spirit on both sides. Boom. The two rushed toward each other almost simultaneously. Ongron also took out his chainsaw axe, but this time he only took out one. On the other hand, Optimus Prime was almost fully armed. He had a huge shield in his left hand and an energy sword in his other hand, which he slashed at Ongron. Ongron gripped the axe in one hand and clenched his fist in the other, slamming it down hard on Optimus Prime. On one side is the Autobot leader who has led countless battles on Cybertron, possessing thousands of years of combat experience. On the other side is Ongron, the Lord of the Red Sands, one of the 21 Primarchs created by the Emperor, a Primarch with above-average combat power, and a Primarch whose existence in the real universe is comparable to that of a demigod. The battle between the two sides was about to break out. Although Ongron had not experienced as many battles as in the Warhammer world, he was still a ruthless man who had survived the dueling arena in this world, and had conquered hundreds of planets while leading the World Eater Legion. Angron's fighting style was extremely fierce. While he was wielding his chainsaw axe to suppress Optimus Prime, his other hand remained tightly clenched, like a venomous snake slowly waiting for its opportunity. On the other hand, Optimus Prime, holding up his shield, could only be suppressed. His steel shield had dozens of terrifying cracks, but Optimus Prime was still struggling to hold on. Ongron maintained his rhythm, slamming into Optimus Prime's shield again and again. Boom. The moment Optimus Prime's shield shattered, he began his counterattack. In the blink of an eye, the hand holding his shield transformed into an energy axe, and he switched from defense to offense, slashing at Ongron. Angron's years of combat experience were not for nothing. He easily blocked Optimus Prime's energy axe with his chainsaw axe, and then threw another punch. Bang! The punch, as powerful as a cannonball, caught everyone off guard, but Optimus Prime reacted. Years of combat experience have taught Optimus Prime that if he had taken that punch with his bare body, he would have been torn to pieces. But apart from a tear in my lower back, I'm still going to continue. Optimus Prime. As the team's medic, the ambulance was the first to shout. No need to come over. Optimus Prime's fighting spirit was also ignited. He flicked up the shield on his face and then charged at Ongron once again. Angron's chainsaw axe roared loudly, while Optimus Prime aimed his energy sword at Ongron. Did Father add too much water? Several Space Marines, watching this scene, exchanged glances and then simultaneously thought of the same question. Optimus Prime was extremely nervous. The human's power was far beyond his ability to withstand, and he knew he had to give it his all in the upcoming battle. Is this the Autobot leader? So weak? Ongron thought Optimus Prime could hold his own for a few rounds, but apart from launching a surprise attack when the shield shattered, his other combat skills were about the same as those of an ordinary Space Marine. This level of skill isn't even comparable to Khan's. Ongron was determined to end the battle quickly, but he had to carry out an order from the Emperor. The Empire has no need for cannon fodder who might betray it at any time. A small sphere bearing the symbol of the Mechanicus appeared in Angron's hand. This sphere was an electronic virus researched by Archbishop Calbo, which was said to incorporate some of the technology of the Golden Age and could instantly modify the will of intelligent machines. Ongron sheathed his weapon, preparing to face Optimus Prime barehanded. Has this human gone mad? He can slice Optimus Prime to pieces. The ambulance seemed to foresee the horrific scene to come, and then looked at Optimus Prime. But Optimus Prime did not relax at all. Instead, he became even more cautious. In the blink of an eye, Ongron launched his attack, choosing the simplest form of close-quarters combat to fight Optimus Prime. The supersonic speed was so great that Optimus Prime didn't even have time to react. Then, his hands were grabbed, and Ongron took the opportunity to install the device on Optimus Prime's body. Ongron easily lifted Optimus Prime and then delivered an over-the-shoulder throw. Optimus Prime was pinned to the ground by Ongron. Angron's mission was now complete, and all that remained was to end the battle. Ongron watched as Optimus Prime was knocked down and left without looking back. The Autobots behind him quickly approached and pulled Optimus Prime up. Let me take down that big guy, boss. Ironhide could no longer contain his murderous intent. He was eager to deliver a few blows to Ongron. No need. If he really wanted to kill me, my embers would have been drawn long ago. Optimus Prime stood up, looked at his wounds, and then explained. We are just a group of refugees. All we need is to live a peaceful life on Earth. Optimus Prime sensed something was wrong, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Little did he know that his carelessness would lead the Autobots to their destruction. Chapter 134 The Fallen. Wrong way, sorry. Send a team to the pyramids to set up the device, and then prepare to resurrect Sentinel Prime. Yang Cheng looked at the red and black transformer lying in front of him, the legendary Einstein of the Autobots, the former leader of the Autobots, who was lying peacefully in the base. Hurry up and get the energy matrix over here. As Yang Cheng was pondering the next plot developments, a message arrived on his communicator. Dozens of unidentified flying objects are approaching Earth and have already entered the atmosphere. Their target is the pyramids. Have the priests of the Mechanicus below prepare for battle. I recall there was a friars at the pyramids. We're going to take Sentinel Prime down and see if he can be resurrected. After arranging the next steps, Yang Cheng went to inspect the research progress of the space bridge, which was a good thing for him. Dozens of transformers, resembling meteorites, crashed around the pyramid, led by the Fallen. He was one of the original 13 transformers. Dissatisfied with his race's decision to forego drawing energy from the sun to avoid harming humanity, he betrayed them, rebelled, and plotted to exterminate the Brahms, but was himself imprisoned in a sarcophagus. He continued to deceive and manipulate Megatron. The Fallen possesses the ability to jump through space and manipulate gravity, making him incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, he encountered the defenders of the Mechanicus. The general's cannon is ready, aimed at the alien creation standing atop the pyramid. Dozens of transformers began charging towards the Guardians' positions, but for the Guardians, this was suicidal. Hundreds of mechanized guerrillas armed with 4 Malawian Quach's Akahan-type electric rifles were hidden in the position, and a surprise attack began as they followed the enemy's footsteps. The 4 Malawian Quach's Akahan-type electric rifle, a weapon emphasizing precision, is a deadly hit in the hands of rangers. Its antique style, mimicking the texture and feel of wood with classic decorative patterns, makes the Akahan type seem like an echo from the ancient Martian desert. However, none of this diminishes the extreme sophistication of the built-in equipment of this electric rifle. For example, it can freely switch between live ammunition and energy weapons. In live ammunition mode, each bullet has an extremely advanced servo and servo-like structure, which allows it to be easily guided to the enemy's weak point. In energy weapon mode, once it hits, it can cause the enemy to die quickly from the electromagnetic explosion caused by the electromagnetic force between its molecules. Boom, boom, boom. Upon seeing the humans in red robes, the Decepticons immediately prepared to retaliate, but unfortunately, they underestimated the weapons of the Mechanicus. Under such powerful firepower, the Decepticons' bodies would explode instantly upon being hit, scattering across the ground. Praise be to Om Messiah. Praise be to the God of Machines. Praise be to the Emperor. Amidst the chanting of prayers, the Rust Hunters, wielding sonic blades, swiftly approached the panicked Transformers and severed their Achilles tendons. Such a wonderful thing should be collected by the mechanical sages. Moreover, seeing this Transformer with intelligence comparable to the Mind Control Legion has further aroused the research desire of countless mechanical sages. Rust Seekers, the close combat specialists of the Guardians of the Faith, would charge into enemy ranks with astonishing speed, then unleash a furious burst of speed and force to hack their targets to smithereens with melee weapons. Accompanying the charge were countless fighter servants, whose mission was simple: to draw the Decepticons' firepower and prevent them from dealing with the Rust Seekers beneath their feet. Damn it! A bunch of useless trash. Hercules, attack! Several engineering vehicles appeared in the desert and then assembled in the blink of an eye. One Messiah above. This one must be captured alive. Several priests who were directing the battlefield saw the Hercules being assembled and then hurriedly spoke to the Titan Legion that had followed. Where are the Annihilation class intelligent mechs? Bring them over quickly. I remember there are night mechs. Oh Messiah above, quickly bring them here. Where's the Raider Titan? Bring it here quickly, we found something good. And so, Hercules, newly arrived on Earth, is about to be the subject of a massive brawl. At this moment, Hercules was unaware of the impending danger. The divine machine was about to traverse this land. 3 Raider Titans, 5 Valiant Ranger Riders, and a dozen Deathbringer AI-controlled mechs were deployed to participate in this cross-world brawl. At this moment, Hercules was unaware of the gravity of the situation. It was slowly advancing toward the battlefield, while the battlefield was also slowly advancing toward it. Under the overwhelming firepower of the Mechanicus, these dozen or so Decepticon Transformers were utterly destroyed. Of course, most of them were captured alive, but the subsequent experiments would surely be a living hell for them. The Marauder-class Titan is a Tier 1 medium Imperial Titan, a flexible war machine typically used as an assault unit and providing close support to regular forces. The Raiders existed even before the Warlords, but their initial construction date is hidden in the deepest sealed archives on Mars, known only to a few sages even within the Titan Legion. Although Raiders are not as common as warriors, nor as swift and agile as warhounds, they are still deadly machines and are regarded by the Mechanicus as sacred engines that bring destruction. The Marauder possesses 4 void shield generators and heavy adamantite sloped armor, granting her a high level of protection. She can equip up to 3 primary weapon systems, making her extremely destructive, and can switch between them depending on her mission. When supporting conventional forces, she is typically equipped with close-range rapid-fire weapons and melee weapons. A Marauder Titan can be equipped with a Gatling gun, an Apocalypse missile launcher, and a Titan power punch. These 3 raiders are the work of the Mechanicus. They went to great lengths to capture this Hercules. Although its combat power is not as high as the Necromancers, and its scientific research level is not as high as the STC's, it has intelligence. Who wouldn't want an intelligent robot? Fallen. What a terrible idea you've come up with. Amidst the Decepticons' wails, the Fallen, who was activating the device, was dumbfounded. When did humans become so powerful? When did they become capable of building such war machines? Are you trying to bully an old man like me without any sportsmanship? For a moment, the Fallen even doubted whether he had come to the wrong planet. How could humans be so powerful? It's too late. The Fallen was about to unleash its power. Its weapon could control gravity. Unfortunately, just as it raised its weapon, the general cannon, which had been lying in ambush, fired. Chapter 135 Mechanicus's Ecstasy. The Urato-type general cannon is a small general cannon. Although its firepower is not as great as that of the larger ones, it is enough to destroy an enemy position with a single shot. It possesses a rare and highly mysterious weapon system with incredible energy. The Urato is smaller than the general cannon, but it is still the most powerful war machine of the Empire. Even during the Great Crusade, these massive engines of the general cannon were still rarer than the Titans of the Titan Society. Only a few Forge worlds possessed sufficient resources, a blessed basis in the doctrines of Mechanicus, and sufficient religious authority to produce and maintain these incarnations of the divine wrath of Amnesia. Because of their sacredness, which surpasses that of other machines, an entire branch of mechanical cults has dedicated itself to their worship and appeasement. It also carries 3 sets of blazing serpent cannons as secondary weapons, but its primary weapon is still the terrifying sonic destroyer. Ready. Fire. The fully charged Urato-type general cannon was aimed at the Fallen on the pyramid, who was unaware of the impending danger. The Fallen raised his scepter, ready to control gravity, believing it could turn the tide of battle. Boom! A devastating energy was released, and the general's cannon officially began firing. With one long, drawn-out prayer after another, countless Mechanicus sages began the artillery firing ritual. Praise be to the great and sacred machines of God. May the light of the God of machines shine upon this earth. The sound destroyer began firing, and the powerful force struck the Fallen directly. This terrifying blow destroyed half of the pyramid, and as the outer shell of the pyramid fell away, the large-scale structure inside the pyramid slowly came into view. No living being can withstand a single shot from a general's cannon, not even a transformer. This terrifying blow tore the Fallen to pieces, but it did much more than that. The Fallen was instantly shattered into pieces by the sonic weapon, but this was merely a stumbling block to the weapon's firing. It easily shattered the Fallen into pieces and then flew straight until it reached the clouds, where it exploded with a bang. The originally overcast weather instantly turned sunny. This terrifying weapon not only destroyed the Fallen King Kong, but also blasted apart a large cloud, directly changing today's weather. This scene stunned countless people. They knew that Warhammer 40K had advanced technology, but they didn't expect it to be this advanced. Fortunately, they surrendered early. Otherwise, with our military strength, how many days could we have held out? At the same time, Megatron also saw this scene. Although he was surprised, he was still preparing to attack. Lord Megatron, the Fallen is dead. Starscream staggered over to Megatron's side and whispered something. There's an old saying, where there's life, there's hope. If I were you, we should retreat. Megatron decisively ordered a retreat. There was no hope of victory now, and all they could do was wait. But Hercules is probably not going to be able to leave. 3 Marauder Titans surrounded Hercules, with several Night Mechs providing support around them, and intelligent control soldiers tying ropes to the sides. 3 Titans used their Titan weapons to restrain the bouncing Hercules, while the Night Mechs fired steel cables to bind it, and the intelligent Mechs tightened their grip. Hercules tried to struggle and break free, but his head was hit directly by the Marauder Titan's power gauntlet. After taking the hit, he became much more obedient and was captured obediently. The Mechanic Church achieved a great victory in this operation, not only capturing Hercules alive, but also seizing the star-absorbing device from the pyramid. Bang! The gate to the ruins was smashed open, and a dozen or so guards pried open the murals to reveal the corpses of the supreme beings, who had hidden them here to protect the leadership module. What about Optimus Prime? The leadership module can only be taken up by these leaders. Optimus Prime arrived quickly and, upon seeing the remains of the supreme beings, knelt down with reverence. He then took the dagger-shaped matrix of leadership. This belongs to us Cybertronians, and it should belong to us Cybertronians. Ironhide spoke indignantly, but Optimus Prime stopped him. Cybertron is gone, so this thing is useless now. After watching those strange people take the leadership module for themselves, they told Optimus Prime and the others a message. They are preparing to resurrect Sentinel Prime. After Optimus Prime conveyed the humans' thoughts to the Autobots, the dozen or so Autobots were all speechless with astonishment. They want to resurrect Sentinel Prime? Why? They found the ship on the far side of the moon, so they must have also found the energy pillars of the space bridge. They probably want to master the space bridge technology, and to do so, they would need to resurrect Sentinel Prime. Just as Optimus Prime was deep in thought, a mechanical sage came to inform them to prepare to board the spaceship, as the Emperor had granted them permission to personally resurrect Sentinel Prime. Let's go. It's time to see old friends. Optimus Prime led the way onto the spaceship, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He felt as if he had been infected with a virus. His processor frequently malfunctioned, and he kept seeing a figure in his daze, wearing a long robe with a gear pattern on it. The ambulance examined him multiple times, and he even underwent a minor surgery with the assistance of the Alcee sisters. But the conclusion was that there was no diagnosis, and everything was normal. Ironhide and Sideswipe reassured Optimus Prime that he might be overthinking things, or perhaps he was just being too nervous. Soon, several Transformers boarded a Star Destroyer docked on the airport runway. It was a Hunter-class Star Destroyer from Star Wars, 1,137 meters long, with a crew of 7,400, and capable of landing on planetary surfaces. This type of multi-purpose Star Destroyer was mainly used for space warfare. This means that its hangars primarily house starfighters, rather than near-ground transportation vehicles. Its standard carrier-based fleet includes 192 V-19 Tornado or V-Wing fighters, 192 Jedi starfighters, 36 ARC, 170 fighters, and 20 LATI gunships. Wow, is this how humans treat guests? Making us lie in the hangar with these lifeless things? Pangong started chattering away, touching the LATI gunboat docked in the hangar one moment, and chatting with the crew in the hangar the next. Alright, Sideswipe, if you don't shut your mouth, I'm shoving this thing in your mouth. Tinplate picked up an oil drum, and then spoke to the noisy strike. Okay, you're the boss. Optimus Prime ignored the numerous Transformers, and waited patiently to meet Sentinel Prime. Chapter 136 The Enemy of Heaven. I'm good, then I'm not good again. The two warships docked quickly, and Optimus Prime, carrying the Matrix of Leadership, boarded the Supreme. Inside the hangar of the Supreme, Sentinel Prime lay peacefully on a huge platform, his weapons neatly arranged beside him. Luo Jiao paused for a moment as he watched Optimus Prime approach, then stepped forward and stopped him. What are you going to do, human? The moment Ironhide blocked Optimus Prime's path, the Ash Ring, Loger's pre-march guard, armed with various flamethrowers and link axes, stepped forward and stood in front of Optimus Prime. The Emperor has said it again. Please come, everyone. Upon hearing Loka's words, the Ash Ring made way for them. But even so, under the Primarch's orders, the Ash Ring pre-march guards' helmets still revealed their undisguised disgust and hatred for the xenomorphs. Your leader, he is right here. Loka pointed to the side, then gestured for Optimus Prime to go over alone. Optimus Prime nodded, then took the Matrix of Leadership and respectfully placed it on Sentinel Prime's chest. Boom. With a loud bang, the leader module and Sentinel Prime's spark merged into one, and Sentinel Prime awoke, immediately launching an attack. The moment Optimus Prime awoke, the long sword in the hand of the enemy commander slammed him to the ground and pressed the sword against Optimus Prime's neck. Click, click, click. The sharp blade sliced through Optimus Prime's neck with a piercing sound. Sentinel Prime. It's me, Optimus Prime. Sentinel Prime gradually came to his senses upon hearing Optimus Prime's voice, and looked at Optimus Prime below, momentarily at a loss for what to do. What's wrong with me? War. As if recalling something, Yushiandi suddenly spoke. We lost the war, we fled to Earth, and you, great leader, we are safe, but perhaps at a price. As soon as Optimus Prime finished speaking, Loka stepped out. Wearing armor, Loka was almost half the height of Sentinel Prime, but his aura was in no way inferior. Now that you are the demi-human race of the Empire, tell us how the space bridge is activated? And where are the other energy pillars? Has no one ever told you to use honorifics when you speak, little one? Yuxiandi turned to look at Luo Jia beside him, and then looked at him with a mocking tone. Oh, I see. It seems you're quite upset. Ignoring the mocking words, Luo Jia then raised his head and stared directly into Yu Tiandi's eyes. The great emperor resurrected your vile body, allowing the blood that originally belonged to the noble god of machines to flow in your filthy body. Instead of feeling honored, you looked down on the great emperor. Emperor? What futile stuff. Haven't you humans made any progress in your thinking while I've been asleep for so long? Let me tell you, you bunch of cavemen who only know how to fly spaceships. Enemy of the sky. Optimus Prime, I'm going to show you how to treat these humans. You're too kind. Kindness gets nothing done. Sentinel Prime ignored Optimus Prime's advice, instinctively assuming that Optimus Prime was just trying to plead for the human. Little did Optimus Prime know that he was worried about Sentinel Prime's gruesome death. He had a premonition that Sentinel Prime would be torn apart by 5 horses. These humans, all they do is worship some god or something. Gods don't even exist. And you humans are so ignorant, believing in something so vague and unreal. So what if you can travel through space? I am a scientist. There are no gods in this world. Even your so-called emperors are just ordinary human beings who are subject to birth, aging, sickness, and death, just like you. Seeing Yuxiandi's appearance, Luo Jia's anger could no longer be suppressed. He felt an unprecedented rage. You insect, how dare you blaspheme the great emperor? Bugs. Let's see who the real bugs are. Sentinel Tyrant brandished his long sword with disdain, surveying the hundreds of space marines around him as he spoke calmly. One-on-one or a group fight? Yuxiandi, holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, stared at Luo Jia, his blue sensors filled with mockery and ridicule. Alien, go ahead. Pick anyone you want from here. If you can beat one of us, we're all willing to bow down and submit. Luo Jia looked at the space marines in the arena and said nonchalantly. Sentinel Prime didn't see Loka's confidence. He only saw human arrogance. Of course, you can choose me. Sentinel Prime pointed at a space marine in blue paint from the group of space marines. I really dislike your powered claws, and your blue paint job too. Sentinel Prime walked to the center of the arena and pointed the tip of his blade at the space marine. Are you sure you want to choose him? Yes, him. When they saw the chosen person, both the loyalists and the rebels exchanged smiles, their furrowed brows instantly relaxing. Tell me your name. Bug. Sentinel Prime intends to use this space marine's head to establish his authority, and at the same time teach Optimus Prime the right way to act. The way that suits these humans is to enslave them and kill their leader. You seem to be an officer, at least. I can give you a chance to give your name. Sentinel looked at the space marine in front of him with disdain and said. The space marine, dressed in blue and white power armor, gave his name upon hearing this. Rough Huron, chapter master of Starclaw. As Huron spoke, he activated the tyrant's claw on his hand, a massive bionic mechanical fist with a built-in heavy flamethrower. Hearing Huron's voice, Sentinel Prime couldn't help but chuckle. A chapter leader? What is that? Probably just a minor official. But it's all right. At least I can stretch my muscles a bit. After Huron announced his name, Sentinel Prime charged forward, his sharp blade aimed straight at Huron's face. What was incredibly fast to Sentinel Prime was as slow as a snail to Huron. Without any further attacks, Huron's powerful strike shattered Sentinel Prime's sharp longsword. What? Before Yuxiandi could even react, another attack came. Huron's tyrant claw slashed down, the terrifying blow even producing sonic booms. Yuxiandi was knocked down before he could even react. Half of his body was torn apart, leaving a huge claw mark. Humans. Sentinel Prime never imagined that humans would become so powerful, but unfortunately, these words became his last words. Preserve his memory, don't damage his head. After saying that, Luo Jia stopped paying attention to the matter. Huron easily stabbed Tyrant's claw into Sentinel Prime's body and then pulled out his fire seed. The Mechanicus, who were already prepared, immediately went to extract Sentinel Prime's memories. Chapter 137 Huron, I've been promoted. Sentinel Prime's head was completely removed, and the mechanical priest took over the task of deciphering the information within his head. You humans, how dare you treat Sentinel Prime like this? Ironhide was a hot-tempered man, and when he saw the former leader's embers being pulled out and his head even being removed, he couldn't hold back anymore. He asked for it himself, so we can't blame him. Luo Jia looked at Tiepi in a very irritating tone, then pretended to be concerned and said, I'm sure he'll have a lot of fun in hell. Oh, right. It seems we accidentally caused his soul to dissipate. Luo Jia looked at the all-spark of Sentinel Prime on the ground beside him, and then stepped on it without any mercy. With a few cracking sounds, Sentinel Prime's spark was completely shattered into fragments under Luo Jia's trampling. The flame is important to you, isn't it? Take these fragments out of the Holy Emperor's mercy. Remember to silently thank the Emperor for his kindness and generosity every day, otherwise. Loka looked around at the Space Marines, then turned to look at Optimus Prime. I think mechanical engineering teachers don't recommend having too many experimental materials. For Transformers, the spark is the source of life and their soul. Each spark is a part of the essence of the primordial celestial venerable. The spark is a physical entity that is stored inside the Transformer's body. If the spark suffers damage that cannot be healed, it will go out and return to the source of the spark, or to the well of the spark. Then this Transformer would be considered dead. Transformers can withstand extremely severe physical damage. As long as the spark remains intact, they can repair the damage or rebuild their bodies and transfer the spark into them. Ambulance. Optimus Prime looked at the ambulance beside him, but the ambulance shook its head. Sentinel Prime was beyond saving. His life ended the moment Huron took his flame, and after it was taken out, it was even completely crushed, so there was no way to revive him. Alas, this is his fate. Sentinel Prime's body has been taken away, and Optimus Prime and the others have been brought back to Earth. Your name is Huron, right? Loka looked at Huron, who was following beside him, and then asked him. Yes, Your Excellency the Great Pre-March. How many people are left in your battle group? My warband only brought fewer than 10 people, and their equipment was a major problem. Huron dutifully reported to Luo Jia, but Luo Jia couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Do you want to rebuild the warband? Upon hearing Loga's words, Huron looked up and gazed at Loga with gratitude. With the increasing number of angels under His Majesty's command, coupled with His Majesty's dissatisfaction with the warband system, you should know that one day the warband system will be abolished. Even if it can be retained, only a few warbands will be kept. You should understand this, right? Clear. You should know about the 4 heroes of Extreme Challenge, right? Robert Gilliman, Lord of Altramore. Severus Agman, Ultramarines Company Commander, Connor Elite. Bowden, 2nd Company Commander of the Origin Chapter, Andromeda Champion. Balthus, Company Commander of the Destruction Eagle Chapter, Protoss Champion. Huron rattled off a list of names, all of whom were members of the Extreme Four. The title of hero, sometimes also known as warlord, is a military and political position used exclusively by the Ultramarines during the Great Crusade and the Horus Rebellion, and was re-established in the early 42 millennium. Pre-March Gilliman of the Ultramarines and the 4 elite warriors formed the Council of the Elite, an organization that governs the Ultramar sector. The Council of Heroes manages many institutions across the 500 worlds of Ultramar and undertakes defense duties. Each hero is a military dictator of one of the 5 major worlds of Ultramar and rules over a secondary sector. The champions are selected from 4 outstanding veteran Ultramarines and appointed by the Pre-March, who is the ruler of Ultramar. However, when the Pre-March led the 13th Legion on the Great Crusade, the Primarch's responsibilities as ruler of these worlds often fell to his steward. I've heard them talk about you. They said that you managed to rebuild your forces in a very short time after they were scattered. Is that true? Really, you want it? In the future, I will follow the Emperor to expand his territory and spread his faith throughout the galaxy. I need a logistics support person to provide sufficient manpower and supplies for my expeditionary fleet. Loka's implication was that he was going to start competing with Gilliman for the Cub. It was a waste for such a good person to be in charge of a warband, and he was determined to bring him into his fold. If Gilliman can create the 4 heroes of Limitless, why can't I, Loka, create the 4 heroes of Huayan? Loka's idea was simple. He would leave the issue of mass production in his star system to Huron, and he believed that Gilliman would have no complaints. Huron's ability to operate a warband in a place like the Rift in the Badab sector, a place teeming with talented people and abundant resources, has already fully demonstrated his capabilities. If you gave him a star system similar to the 500 worlds of Ultramar, he could not only operate a warband, but also a legion given time. Now, in addition to being the chapter master of Starclaw, I'm also granting you command of our word-bearer-held territories. We'll be giving you some unclaimed space marines, but don't disappoint me. Lorgard essentially promoted Huron, since Huron was quite popular among both the rebels and the loyalists. Some loyalist chapters with nowhere else to go would join Huron's ranks, and some other forces in the warp, such as our invincible Abaddon, had borrowed men from Huron during the Black Crusade. Then there's Hanso, who also borrowed men from Huron when he was seeking revenge. As a result, Hanso not only lost the fight, but also lost all the men he borrowed. Huron truly lives up to his reputation as a righteous warrior and a timely reign. He's always there when needed. The rest is up to you. Just report to me which sector you want. Just remember one thing. I don't want your abilities to be inferior to others. Loka patted Huron on the shoulder and then said solemnly, "Understood, pre-march. I will do my best to help you." And so, Huron, who might be Gilliman's son, was abducted and taken to Loga's side. Huron is currently the chapter master of the Starclaws chapter, but he also holds the position of warlord of the Word Bearers. Although it is currently a nominal position, Logar entrusted Huron with several important resource planets and 3 planets that have been successfully transformed into forging worlds. Huron's future has not disappointed Logar. Chapter 138 on the use of transformers. Sound waves. Optimus Prime saw the Decepticons standing on the airport runway and continued speaking. Upon hearing Optimus Prime's voice, the Autobots immediately went on alert. After all, Soundwave was Megatron's second-in-command, the Decepticons' intelligence officer, and a top-tier fighter who had fought his way up in the arena. Optimus Prime aimed his weapon at Soundwave, but Soundwave remained motionless, simply standing there obediently. No, this isn't Soundwave's. It's more like his consciousness has been brainwashed. The ambulance looked at Soundwave's golden eye sockets and the double-headed eagle symbol that replaced the Decepticon symbol and said, "Brainwashing? Did humans do that?" Both the metal sheet and the ambulance looked at the Soundwave in surprise, and the metal sheet quickly noticed that the Soundwave was different. As an Autobot, Ironhide has fought against the Decepticons for many years, and he understands their tactics. Just as Optimus Prime and the others were observing, Soundwave suddenly moved, and the golden optical mirror, the Transformer's eyes, looked at the group of people who were getting off the spaceship. Soundwaves? Optimus Prime was the first to ask. If humans possessed a weapon that could control Transformers, that would be terrifying. There might be people around him who had been affected, leading him and the other Autobots into the abyss. The Soundwaves might just have been modified by those humans, or perhaps they've simply been brainwashed. There's no need to worry about them for now. Just as Optimus Prime was speaking, Soundwave suddenly walked straight to Optimus Prime's side, glanced at him a few times, and then walked away. Based on the information in Soundwave's brain and comparing it with the information in Sentinel Prime's brain, we can confirm that there are still Decepticon forces that haven't reached Earth, but they have definitely entered the solar system. Several mechanical sages connected to Sentinel Prime's brain and then projected Sentinel Prime's memories onto Yang Cheng like a holographic projection. The Cosmic Emperor and the Primordial Celestial Lord are a threat. Yang Cheng was well aware of the abnormal power of the Cosmic Emperor. Although he was in a movie world, this was exactly what Yang Cheng was worried about, because the Cosmic Emperor in the movie world hadn't even made a move. According to memory, Earth is the Cosmic Emperor, and Cybertron is the Primordial Lord. Yang Cheng is not prepared to offend these two powerful beings at the moment. If he really has to offend them, he can only fight the pre-march alone, because Unicron has a power similar to that of creating Transformers, and can use the power of the Allspark to infect other machines and turn them into Transformers. This is a bit frustrating. If he fails to take down Unicron with a single barrage of fire, then the supreme ship beneath his feet will probably turn into a Transformer. This is not what I want to see. My priority is to avoid alarming Unicron and deal with Megatron and Quintessa first. Have you found Megatron's location? Not yet, Your Majesty. We speculate that the enemy may no longer be on Earth. Continue the search, then take precautions against Cybertronian ships, and ideally capture a few Cybertronians alive. After Yang Cheng finished speaking, he turned his gaze toward the approaching Soundwave. Your Majesty, Intelligence Officer Soundwave reports to you. All right. From now on you will be responsible for cooperating with the Assassin's Court and coordinating the deployment of your subordinates. Understood, Great Emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen Transformers who had been successfully brainwashed knelt down in unison in front of the Soundwave. Transform, set off. Click, 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 click. These dozen or so brainwashed Transformers quickly transformed into one Imperial vehicle after another. They transformed into Lehman Russ's main battle tanks, Chimera armored vehicles, X-Wing fighters, and various other ordinary vehicles. Those with offensive capabilities should join the Ministry of Justice and the Tribunal. Those with strong disguise skills should join the Assassin's Court. This is where Yang Cheng assigned these former Decepticons. Transformers are not very useful on the front lines, but they excel in guerrilla warfare, counterinsurgency operations, and all sorts of espionage missions. Wouldn't it be great if we could mass-produce transformers? But the transforming metal needed to produce transformers is a problem. And how do we even manufacture transformers? If only we could catch the Shockwave, Cybertron's chief scientist, who could also create transforming metal bombs. If Yang Cheng remembers correctly, the transformer metal needed for transformers requires special seed bombs to manufacture. That doesn't matter. He wouldn't mind recreating the famous scene where your house became a mine. The problem is that this seed bomb doesn't exist. If you want to make one yourself, you have to find confinement and Shockwave. Shockwave is manageable, but where can you find a bounty hunter like Lockdown who's elusive and rarely seen? Just as Yang Cheng was feeling frustrated, a spaceship suddenly appeared in front of the Supreme. WTF? What I wished for came true. Upon seeing the giant ship in front of them, the pilot of the spaceship was clearly stunned for a moment, and then immediately turned around to leave. Stop him, don't let him get away. As soon as he finished speaking, several X-Wing fighters took off first, and together with several TIE fighters, they quickly surrounded the Cybertronian spaceship. Surround them from the 3 o'clock position. Disable their engines. In the galaxy, the X-Wing pilots quickly dispersed, coordinating with the TIE fighters to surround the Cybertronian spaceship from all sides. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing the approaching X-Wing fighters, the Cybertronian spaceship immediately began to retaliate, but the pilots of the X-Wing fighters skillfully dodged them. Approaching. 2 TIE fighters sped toward the spaceship and then targeted the Cybertronian's left engine. Boom, 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 boom. Several red blast cannons began firing, 2 of which accurately hit the outer layer of the spaceship. Under the immense power of the blast cannon, the spaceship's engines quickly stopped working, and then the spaceship drifted in the galaxy like a piece of space debris. Unknown spaceship. State your name and purpose of visit. You have been arrested for allegedly bringing dangerous items into the Empire. You now have 2 choices. The pilot activated the signal hacker and then compromised the spaceship's communications. Resist to the bitter end. You'll end up as a pile of space debris. Surrender. Declare your country and your military. Lay down your weapons. We will handle the situation accordingly. After several seconds of silence, all the weapons on the Cybertronian spaceship were deactivated, and at the same time, the pilot's control panel displayed the signal from the other side. Cybertron, Decepticons, Scientist, Shockwave. Upon receiving this message, the pilot immediately relayed the information to Yang Cheng. Goodness, it's like a pillow being delivered just when you're about to fall asleep, isn't it? Chapter 139 Shockwave. Prepare for the connection to prevent fraud. Following Yang Cheng's command, several transport ships successfully docked with Shockwave's warship. Throughout the entire operation, Shockwave did not launch any counterattack or take any threatening actions. Bring the ship carrying the Shockwave to the deck and hand it over to us for handling. The gravity hook was successfully launched and towed the spaceship after hitting the Shockwave. Attention, all personnel. If the enemy engages in any aggressive behavior, free fire is permitted. Bridge areas 5 to 3 to 6 to 7 are to be sealed off. The warships are to enter level 3 alert status. All personal lethal weapons are permitted for use. Yang Cheng's voice rang out through loudspeakers in various rooms, and thousands of storm soldiers, armed with blaster guns, advanced toward the sealed-off area. Click, 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 click. The door of Shockwave's spaceship opened, and a gigantic transformer stepped out. Looking at that iconic red single eye, Yang Cheng knew that the transformer in front of him was Shockwave. Shockwave is quite an impressive transformer. He's one of the few who managed to fight Megatron one-on-one and come back alive. Megatron also speaks highly of him, praising his unwavering loyalty as an excellent transformer. Shockwave serves as the military operations commander for the Cybertronian Decepticons. In addition to being a commander, he is also an excellent scientist. As we all know, scientists are among the most capable individuals, and Shockwaves are no exception. The Shockwave's cannon arm is connected to the nuclear reactor on its back, allowing it to manipulate various forms of radiation, such as electromagnetic waves, X-rays, infrared radiation, and radio waves. It can also emit powerful energy waves. Most importantly, if Yang Cheng remembered correctly, Shockwave's pet should also be inside the spaceship. We must get our hands on this thing, no matter the cost. If Yang Cheng remembered correctly, the worm-like mechanical creature in the movie looked exactly like a tunnel-boring machine, and it was very likely that it was subdued after being defeated by the Shockwave. The Diamond Demon is Shockwave's pet, and must have come to Earth with him. Dozens of space marines surrounded Shockwave, and then Yang Cheng emerged, escorted by several red guards. You are special. The sound of shockwaves emanated from beneath his helmet, which obscured his face. Click, 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 click. A terrifying mechanical creature slowly emerged from the spaceship and then quietly stayed beside Shockwave. The moment they saw the Diamond Demon, almost all the soldiers prepared for battle. Although the Diamond Demon's combat strength was average, his appearance gave people the impression that he was extraordinary. Were you scared by my pet? Shockwave looked at the soldiers who were on guard with their guns raised and spoke slowly. No, it's not necessary. Luo Jiao walked up to Shockwave, and almost instantly, their eyes met. Loka looked at Shockwave, and Shockwave looked at Loka. You are peculiar. You are different from humans. You possess an extremely powerful and mysterious force within you, an energy my processor cannot decipher. However, I know that if I were to fight you, I wouldn't last a single round. Shockwave knew that if he fought this person, the outcome would almost certainly be decided in one move, and he would probably only be torn to pieces. Good. Now the Holy Emperor wants to convey a divine message to you. He hopes you will listen carefully with your filthy sensors and not mishear a single word. This is the Emperor's mercy towards you. Loka still spoke to Shockwave in that same mystical tone, but unlike Sentinel Prime, Shockwave nodded. I believe in the existence of deities, and I also believe that there may be unknown things in the universe. Although I am a scientist, I am not opposed to them. I will choose to accept them. Shockwave was unaware that his words had saved his life, and Loka did not strike. You're quite good. You're now qualified to meet the Emperor. Yang Cheng walked to Shockwave's side, then used his psionic energy to raise his body, and then carefully examined Shockwave. You are not human, or rather, you used to be human, but you are not anymore. Your body structure is amazing. You are more like an energy being, while your appearance is just that of a human. Shockwave responded with remarkable calmness at this moment. Shockwave, would you like to join us? Yang Cheng extended an olive branch to Shockwave, believing that Shockwave would not disappoint him, but if all else failed, he would not mind giving him a beating first before trying to subdue him. Why? I will always be loyal to the Decepticons and Lord Megatron. I will never betray him. What if I told you Transformers could have a new home, a home more suitable for you than Cybertron? What? Upon hearing this news, even the well-informed Shockwave was momentarily stunned, unable to believe that this person dared to boast about giving them a new home. Of course, but only if you serve us and contribute to the construction of the Empire. What do you need me to do? Shockwave looked at Yang Cheng and asked. Carlbo. General Carlbo, who had been transformed to be over 10 meters tall, slowly walked over. We've already cracked the space bridge technology, but I need you to mass-produce the energy pillars to maintain the space bridge, as well as transformers. We know that to make transformers, we need transformer metal, and to make transformer metal, we need seed bombs. I believe you can handle these, right? Do you want me to create an army of transformers that only obeys your orders? Shockwave, as expected of a Decepticon scientist, quickly analyzed Yang Cheng's thoughts. Yes. Yang Cheng, of course, didn't hide anything and openly told Shockwave his thoughts. But I can only create the bodies for you transformers. Without the spark, those transformers are just a bunch of beasts that only know how to attack. Just what I wanted, Carl. Culber took out a smart chip and handed it to Shockwave. I believe you will have a lot to talk about with General Carl Bosch. Shockwave placed the chip in his hand, and after examining it closely, an idea popped into his head. After learning of this crazy idea, Shockwave turned to look at Calbo, who had a massive body and nodded slightly. Understood. I will help you manufacture the seed bombs, but which planet do you plan to use for the test explosion? Shockwave claims to be loyal to the Decepticons, but more accurately, he is loyal to the Transformers as a whole. He is loyal to Megatron because the Transformers race can survive. But now, there is a better candidate than Megatron. Chapter 140. 100 Ways to Use Transformers. The first batch of Transformers were placed in the Department of Justice to provide necessary firepower support for the legal staff. This time, the target is a human trafficking ring. These bastards actually dared to capture civilians and sell them to other races. The Grand Marshal of the Ministry of Justice has ordered a thorough investigation into this matter and demanded that, except for one prisoner, the rest be killed on sight. Several armored vehicles bearing the insignia of the Ministry of Justice were traveling on the road. This criminal gang was mainly based in the Blue Star nest. As for why there were so many crimes on Blue Star, it was mainly because the Empire mainly managed the Asia-Pacific and Eurasia, while the Empire did not pay much attention to remote and impoverished areas like Black State, which led to frequent crimes in Black State. In fact, the Empire doesn't strictly control petty thieves. As long as you don't cross the line, The Ministry of Justice usually doesn't have to deal with you. But this group of people crossed the line, and the simple penance camp can no longer forgive their sins. By the Emperor's grace, all prepare. 100 legal officers, dressed in Ministry of Justice armor, equipped with Ministry of Justice riot control plates, and carrying law enforcement combat shotguns, disembarked from the train. The law enforcement voice-type combat shotgun is highly regarded for its powerful sniping ability, ease of operation, reliable performance, and deterrent effect. Even the old-school arbitrators stationed in the courtrooms of Holy Terra honed themselves through brutal and effective shotgun training, which forms the basis of all legal officers' combat training. This shotgun was designed quite ahead of its time. It could be wielded as a large club in close combat, and in fact, this purpose was clearly taken into account in its design. In addition, the weapon was designed with maximum psychological impact in mind, and its pump loading sound is very loud. This is what is used in standard riot control training for legal officers. For centuries, the sound of 100 arbitrators simultaneously loading their weapons has brought an end to countless riots. The lawful roar shotgun can be used as a club in close combat. As a complete action, the user can choose to manually load a shotgun shell into a specially designed tubular magazine. This shotgun shell can be different from the other shotgun shells in the gun, but the weapon must consume this shell the next time it is fired. Start taking action. These law enforcement officers, clad in Ministry of Justice armor, are practically a nightmare for criminals. Their very presence is enough to instill fear in any offender or criminal. Alright, it's your turn to appear. The legal department executive in charge patted the Chimera armored vehicle next to him. Click, 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 click. In the blink of an eye, the black Chimera transformed into a transformer several meters tall, its arms covered with flamethrowers and its shoulders wielded as machine guns. Report enemy location. 15 in the east, 19 in the west, and 21 in the south. The transformer bearing the Ministry of Justice logo used thermal imaging to clearly report the enemy's location. Are there any civilians? No civilians have been found yet. The enemy may have imprisoned them in the facility. Start taking action. As the order was given, a massacre ensued. Boom, 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 boom. The transformer was the first to charge out, its flamethrowers on both arms firing at full power, sending terrifying flames blazing towards the criminals. The high temperature of over 1,000 degrees Celsius instantly turned the hit enemy into ashes, and the transformer's legal department personnel also launched a surprise attack. Bang, 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 bang. The legal officers, armed with shotguns, began to advance alongside the transformers, who, naturally, were also at the forefront with unwavering loyalty. From the moment they were created, they were programmed with absolute loyalty to the Empire and the Emperor. The enemy has heavy firepower. Several black men wielding RPG rocket launchers aimed them at the transformers that were wreaking havoc. Bang! While they were drawing the transformers' fire, the lawyers quickly aimed at the enemy and then pulled the trigger without hesitation. In an instant, those black guys were reduced to a pile of minced meat. Sir, this is probably more than just human trafficking. Several legal officers picked up the abandoned rocket launcher from the ground. These heavy weapons were either destroyed or used as training equipment in military camps. How could they still be circulating in the market? By handing over the remaining personnel to professionals, our mission was accomplished. Get your star. Moslaren Nest City. It has been discovered that this batch of weapons originated from an arms dealer named Derek Lowy, and the officers associated with him have been taken away for interrogation. Don't let him live past tonight. Clear. In the darkness, a sports car bearing a golden double-headed eagle emblem slowly appeared at the entrance of the nightclub. Okay, I have to go to work tomorrow. That's all for now. Derek Crow stuffed a wad of cash into the clothes of the woman next to him, then got into his sports car and drove off. Boss, something's happened. While driving, Derek suddenly received a call from his subordinate. Hearing the subordinate's hurried voice, Derek was somewhat annoyed. Shut up. Explain yourself. What happened? Hearing his boss yell, the younger brother stammered and reported the situation to Derek. Damn it. Damn it. Derek roared into the phone, his sudden outburst leaving his underlings bewildered. After hanging up the phone, Derek Lowe dialed another person's number. I'm booking the nearest spaceship. I'm going to escape this planet. Anywhere. Derek knew that if he didn't escape, the worst outcome would be execution. Death may be a relief for oneself, but the interrogator who holds one will do everything possible to prolong the process toward death. Damn it. Why am I so unlucky? Derek Lowe roared and floored the accelerator, unaware that he had fallen into the Department of Justice's trap. Ding 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 ding. At this critical moment, The sports car's car stereo suddenly turned on. What happened? Of all times, something went wrong today. Just as Derek Lowe was wondering what was going on, the car suddenly stopped even though he had pressed the accelerator. Derek was thrown out of the car before he could even react. What is this thing? Derek Lowe screamed in terror as he watched the car suddenly turn into a human, but what greeted him was a gentle bounce from his own vehicle. Sir, the target has been apprehended. Request transfer to the court. Received, approved. Chapter 141 The Little Flying Stick is here. Cybertron is the homeworld of the Transformers race. The thin atmosphere of Cybertron is mainly composed of oxygen, which is suitable for the cooling needs of mechanized life forms and also suitable for the survival of most carbon-based life forms. Its 2 satellites are each about half the size of Earth's moon. Each satellite also has its own atmosphere, and their density makes their surface gravity comparable to that of Cybertron. Although Cybertron was once a land of plenty, the ongoing wars depleted its resources, forcing it to shut down for reconstruction and putting its inhabitants into hibernation. This period, known as the Great Stasis, lasted until the shockwaves reawakened and restored the entire planet to its normal function. Megatron fled back to Cybertron in a sorry state. Now only Starscream remained with him. Sir, what should we do? At this moment, Red Spider still looked at him with a fawning expression. Even though he had many complaints, he could only keep them to himself. My army. My army. Megatron roared to the sky, and his army, which he had painstakingly built up over many years, was completely wiped out by humanity. My lord, we still have a way out. We go find Quintasha. That's the only way. The mighty warrior was determined to restore Cybertron, no matter the cost. In a sense, Megatron is also a positive figure. He wants to build the Transformers revival on the oppression of other races. Perhaps he is bad in the movie, but on the other hand, he may be the real good guy. What's wrong with fighting for the revival of one's race? Yang Cheng felt that if he were a member of the Transformers, he would probably join the Decepticons. In a sense, he and Megatron were the same kind of people. Humanity's revival will inevitably be built upon the corpses of countless aliens. A revival by any means necessary, as long as humanity can rise again in the galaxy. Yang Cheng is willing to die immediately. Your Majesty, we are almost at Cybertron. The Supreme One has entered the galaxy to which Cybertron belongs. In the upcoming battle, stay away and let the Star Knights prepare to board. I personally led the team. Yang Cheng will go down and meet Quintessa. As for the other Decepticons, the Astral Knights will be fine to handle them. Besides, the guys personally blessed each weapon for this mission, ensuring that each machine spirit is completely obedient. Quintessa. If Yang Cheng remembers correctly, Quintessa isn't actually a Transformer. Strictly speaking, she's a modified version of the Quintessence from the G1 comics. Quintessa claims to be the creator of the Transformers, but in reality, she's nothing. Quintessa's abilities are mainly focused on controlling Transformers, disguising herself, using the scepter, and absorbing Unicron's life force to revive Cybertron. Quintessa's individual combat abilities are not particularly impressive, but her control abilities are outstanding. She can brainwash Optimus Prime and make him work for her. However, this thing should be of little use to humans, but Yang Cheng still wanted to be on the safe side, since he had a spiritual thing like the machine soul. All hands on deck. We will be boarding in 3 minutes. The Storm battle barge began its preparation phase, and Astral Knight's chapter commander Amrad, wielding a power axe, began issuing orders. This mission is simple. Just jump on a Cybertron, wipe out the enemy of the Empire, and the mission is over. For the Emperor, to live up to the name of the Angel of Death. Destruction is salvation. The Space Marines of the Star Knights are poised and eagerly anticipating their next boarding mission. Amrad Warband leader. Yang Cheng followed along. He was personally leading the team for this mission. He was going to meet this Quintessa. Your Majesty. Amrad hesitated, worried about the Emperor's own fighting strength. Don't worry, leave it to me. Yang Cheng was very confident in his strength. He had even consulted the system before coming here. His psionic level was Omega, but this did not include his faith power. Due to the influence of a certain high priest of the state religion, there has always been a strong belief in the Emperor within the Empire. Not only within the Empire, but many human slaves liberated by their own army also began to believe in them, causing their power to explode. Yang Cheng had also asked the system about this. He knew that there was a subspace in this world, so there must be those 4 idiots there too. But so far, those 4 things hadn't posed any threat to him. The system didn't hide anything about this. These 4 things are currently in a very calm state, or rather, they have no intention of invading the real world. This almost scared Yang Cheng to death. Omega-level psionicis are nothing compared to these evil gods, but the power of faith that the system speaks of. Yang Cheng suspected that he already had a projection in the subspace. Comparing his strength to the system's, he found that his strength was equivalent to that of a great demon under an evil god in the subspace in reality. There are many kinds of great demons, from the great Skabrand that can easily destroy a star to the small Kugas that gets run over and killed by a Lamanris. Yang Cheng was also worried about his strength, but according to the system, his full strength would definitely be enough to break through to the next level. He should be below Skabrand in strength. Yang Cheng roughly estimated his own strength. It seemed pretty good that he possessed the power of a chief demon in the real universe. He could already form an army on his own. Boom. The storm battle barge entered Cybertron's orbit and then crashed headlong into the surface of Cybertron. The moment they entered, Yang Cheng's psionic energy attached itself to the combat barge, and an invisible force enveloped the barge, making it easier for them to conduct landing operations. Here comes the little flying stick. Dozens of Astartes drop pods were deployed, landing neatly in Cybertron, this steel jungle. All personnel prepare. This time we may very well face an unknown enemy. Be prepared to sacrifice. We are always ready to sacrifice, Commander. A dreadnought slowly emerged from the drop pod, followed by 30 Space Marines. That, you're in charge of the eastern sector. We'll split up and clear it out. Amrad activated his power axe, remaining in a constant state of alert. Boom. Wearing a dazzling gold power armor, Yang Cheng leaped directly from the atmosphere. The friction was nothing to him. He could land unharmed even without using psionic energy to protect himself. The Imperial Guard's modifications were no joke. Yang Cheng, holding a power sword that was burning with flames, looked around warily. Let's get started and finish this quickly. Yang Cheng didn't want to stay here any longer. Chapter 142 Megatron. The wind has stopped, the rain has stopped, and I feel like I'm back to normal. Lady Quintessa. Megatron, limping, walked up to Quintessa. Megatron, how could you do this? You've never even fought Optimus Prime? Hearing Quintessa's almost mocking voice, Megatron felt no anger, but rather remained calm. Hey, how dare you speak to the great Megatron like that? Red Spider didn't know what was so powerful about the thing in front of her, but hearing her disrespectful tone towards Megatron, she subconsciously reprimanded her. You should manage your subordinates, shouldn't you? Quintessa didn't even glance at Red Spider. She felt that responding to him was merely lowering herself. Red Spider. Upon hearing Megatron's words, Starscream immediately shut his mouth. I will give you power, but you must destroy the Earth. Why? Megatron was puzzled. Why destroy such a good planet? Because Earth is actually the universe's ruler. Upon hearing Quintessa's words, Megatron was immediately stunned into silence. Is Earth actually the universe's ruler? Megatron, still shocked, looked at Quintessa with disbelief on his face. Yes, the only way to save Cybertron is to destroy Earth. We can extract Unicron's energy to save our home, our Cybertron. Megatron was completely bewitched. He knelt before Quintessa, and Quintessa, seeing Megatron's allegiance, turned to look at Starscream. I pledge my allegiance to you, my master. As a transformer who values his life, Starscream naturally knelt down. Megatron, a group of invaders has arrived. They're in your hands now. Understood, my master. Megatron had undergone a complete transformation. His body hadn't been fully modified, but a red mark had appeared on his face. Hellfire. 6 terrifying-looking Transformers emerged from the darkness. There are many more Transformers guards waiting to kill these intruders. Countless Transformers, resembling zombies, slowly rose to their feet, instantly filling the entire hall. Kill all the intruders. Countless mindless Transformers roared and charged outwards. For the Emperor. The Star Knights quickly encountered them, and a fierce firefight broke out between the two sides in an instant. But it was clear that the Star Knights were overwhelmingly superior. Destruction is salvation. The battle cries of the Astral Knights echoed across the land of Cybertron, and the sounds of explosive guns firing and chainswords clanging in this steel jungle became a hymn to humanity. The Emperor is above. Amrad easily decapitated a Transformer with his power axe, then aimed his explosive pistol at another Transformer. Boom. The Warband's think tank, Halsey, unleashed a psionic lightning bolt, blasting dozens of Transformers away. Continue the attack. The Emperor is watching us. We will be invincible. Amrad led the charge, with hundreds of Space Marines advancing alongside him. They were like a sharp spear, easily piercing through the enemy's defenses. Bang! A Space Marine from the Knights of the Stars chapter was suddenly blasted away and fell to the ground. He's still alive? Megatron muttered to himself as he watched the Space Marine withstand a laser cannon shot powerful enough to destroy a building. Emperor above. The Space Marine's chest armor was charred, and the paint was even burned off, but he himself was unharmed. Seeing Megatron Amrad standing before him, he decisively charged forward. Bugs, let's have some fun. Megatron felt that he had been greatly enhanced, and he even dared to go toe-to-toe with the so-called human emperor. Amrad, I'll play with him. Yang Cheng walked up to Megatron with the power sword in his hand. Insect. Megatron roared and swung his sword down, feeling that the force of the blow was enough to cut a building in half. Bang! A metallic clang rang out, and the sword blade bent slightly as it struck Yang Cheng. No, that's impossible. Megatron, refusing to believe in evil, struck again. This time, the blow even stirred up the dust on the ground, with countless specks of dust being kicked up by the immense force. This terrifying power struck Yang Cheng once more. Megatron, I overestimated you. Yang Cheng had initially thought that this enhanced Megatron was incredibly powerful, and he was prepared to put up a fierce battle with him. As it turned out, Megatron was just an enhanced super soldier, and the Space Marine he was dealing with was merely a sneak attack. Damn it. Megatron roared and charged at Yang Cheng again, but this time Yang Cheng did not hold back. With a light slash, without any skill, the sword easily severed Megatron's longsword, then pointed the tip at Megatron. It doesn't seem like much. Haha, you fell for their trick. Just as Yang Cheng was facing Megatron, the combination of Vajra Hellfire beside him suddenly rushed out and stomped on Yang Cheng's head. The bloody mess that Megatron imagined didn't happen. Instead, Hellfire lost a leg because of that kick. Ouch, a sneak attack. Yang Cheng turned his head to look at the Hellfire who had ambushed him. You're not bad looking, don't panic. They'll make you into a model later. Megatron's smile froze on his face. He couldn't believe that the human before him had become so powerful. Megatron, we're all the same kind of people, willing to do anything for the revival of our race, aren't we? Yang Cheng's sharp blade sliced through Megatron's mask, sending sparks flying. The difference is, you failed, while I succeeded. Hearing Yang Cheng's words, Megatron suddenly felt relieved, and then simply collapsed onto the building behind him. Ha ha ha, you human are so interesting. Megatron didn't care. The Transformers race was perhaps destined to disappear into the galaxy, and there was nothing he could do about it. Some of the Transformers on Earth have already surrendered to me. I will not slaughter them. The bloodline of your race still exists in this galaxy. Oh, I see. Human, if you were a Transformer, we would be great comrades. What a pity. The control in Megatron's mind began to dissipate, and Yang Cheng secretly began to exert his power, allowing Megatron to break free from Quintessa's control. Humanity, I have one last request for you. Megatron stood up again and then drew his broken sword. Although I am the leader of the Decepticons, I am also a warrior. Give me a way to die as a warrior would. Megatron held up the broken sword, then pointed it at Yang Cheng and shouted, You've overestimated me, Megatron. Instead of using his spiritual power, Yang Cheng wielded his power sword and slashed at Megatron. Click! The destructive force shattered the longsword, and then with a single strike, severed Megatron's upper body. Megatron's spark was completely destroyed, and as the light of Megatron's spark dimmed, Megatron's life also came to an end. Chapter 143 The Death of Quintessa. Lord Megatron. When Starscream saw Megatron being killed, he immediately prepared to run away without looking back, but unfortunately Yang Cheng had no intention of letting him go. Boom. A golden slash streaked across the sky, enveloped in terrifying spiritual energy, before striking the red spider flying overhead. Boom. A massive explosion occurred in the sky, and Red Spider was instantly reduced to a pile of scrap metal in the blast. Okay, it's your turn. Yang Cheng turned to look at the Hellfire that had just ambushed him, and at that moment, the Hellfire immediately disengaged from its combined state and attacked Yang Cheng from 6 directions simultaneously. Why didn't you just lie down and play dead? Why did you have to launch an attack? Yang Cheng gripped his longsword, and then delivered a seemingly effortless strike, simultaneously decapitating the 6 Transformers. Meanwhile, the battle on Amrad's side was nearing its end. These Transformers were no match for the Space Marines. Apart from the Space Marine who had taken a laser cannon shot to the face, the others were mostly only slightly injured. Where to go next? Emperor. Amrad cut off the last Transformer's head and then asked Yang Cheng a question. You guys stay here and continue cleaning up the battlefield. I'll handle it by myself. Yang Cheng knew that Quintessa's most terrifying aspect was not her combat prowess, but rather her disguise and control techniques. This is why Yang Cheng was unwilling to bring so many people. Although Quintessa appeared weak in the movie, able to be blasted away by Optimus Prime with a single slap, she later escaped using her psionic skills. Yang Cheng had no intention of letting Quintessa escape. She had to die here. Yang Cheng slowly walked into a church, where Quintessa was floating in the center. Yang Cheng slowly walked forward, and at the same time, his spiritual energy was released to explore the surroundings. Quintessa, if you're just leaving a ghost image here, that's no fun. Get out here right now. Yang Cheng's psionic pressure permeated the church, and he also used his psionic energy to carefully examine every place and every corner of the church. Click. You have lost, humanity. You lost because of your arrogance and lack of caution. Quintessa tapped Yang Cheng on the back with her scepter, then said confidently, Wow, that's amazing. Yang Cheng simply dropped the power sword. You lost. Ha ha ha. I'm going to turn you into my puppet. Make you serve me faithfully. I'm going to blow up the earth right in front of you. That's a great plan. But have you heard of a certain term before? What? Battle mage. For Yang Cheng, losing the power sword actually unleashed his power. Just as Quintessa was stunned, Supersonic's punch sent her flying. It seems you don't know, but that's okay. I'll show you what this word means now. A terrifying spiritual power began to gather in Yang Cheng's body, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Quintessa. What? That's impossible. Quintessa exclaimed in surprise at Yang Cheng's speed. In the blink of an eye, Yang Cheng had teleported from dozens of meters away to right in front of Quintessa. Before Quintessa could react, Yang Cheng lifted her up with one hand and threw her away again. It seems you haven't realized the gap between us yet. Yang Cheng's psionic energy surged towards Quintessa like a raging storm. Boom. A blue light flashed, and then thousands of Quintessa appeared in front of Yang Cheng. Hallucination? Or illusion? These things could not hinder Yang Cheng's thinking. Quintessa's combat power was approximately 0, but she was excellent at creating phantoms and changing her own form. The game of hide-and-seek is over. Quintessa. Yang Cheng gathered his psionic energy in his hands. Unlike before, this time the psionic energy appeared in a radiant gold color, but it was still just as cold to Quintessa. Damn it. What are you? Are you like Unicron? Are you a god? Quintessa watched this power and quickly began to deduce that there was an extraordinary energy within his body that constituted the human before him. You are not human at all. You are just an energy being. Tell me, what exactly are you? Thousands of Quintessa rushed towards Yang Cheng almost simultaneously, but Yang Cheng still did not reply. However, the psionic energy in his body had replaced his words. Boom. The light emanating from this power shone like a giant sun across Cybertron. For Amrad and the others, this light was like a syringe, instantly restoring the energy they had expended in the battle. What is this? This is the Emperor's radiance. Sad, the think tank within the battle group, spoke slowly, sensing the Imperial light. Is the Emperor caught in a fierce battle? No. On the contrary, the Emperor is using his power to protect us. Saad opened his arms to embrace the Imperial light, and even the wounded soldier gradually recovered under its glow. Unlike the Space Marines, this power has absolute destructive force against aliens and heretics, something Quintessa has experienced firsthand. Damn it. The light enveloped Quintessa, and a sharp, intense chill was constantly detected by her sensors. You should be glad it was me who ended you, not Megatron. Yang Cheng didn't understand why Quintessa arranged for Megatron to destroy Earth in the movie, ostensibly to eliminate Unicron, but Quintessa seemed more like a sacrifice to Unicron. Giving Cybertron to Unicron is a complicated matter, but Yang Cheng is too lazy to care about it. Just do it. In an instant, Quintessa's phantom turned to dust under the Emperor's light, and Quintessa, who was preparing to escape, was exposed to Yang Cheng because she lost her cover. Your combat strength is lower than I imagined. Yang Cheng thought it would be a tough battle, but he didn't expect Quintessa's strength to be worse than he imagined. It seems that this world truly only has two major threats, Unicron and Primordial Lord. Yang Cheng thought to himself that Quintessa's power was almost negligible. Click. After thinking for a few seconds, Yang Cheng decisively launched an attack. Terrifying psionic energy enveloped Quintessa, then wrapped her tightly, like a blanket. Seconds later, Quintessa was corrupted by Yang Cheng's psionic energy, and then swallowed up, merging into Yang Cheng's psionic power. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Megatron and Quintessa, specific characters from the Transformers universe. Characters to be captured: Soundwave, Optimus Prime, Shockwave. Chapter 144 Robot Cannon Fodder Army, Confinement. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the production line for the entire B-1 Combat Robot series. The B-1 series combat robot, also known as the B-1 Combat Robot or Standard Combat Robot. They were widely produced and deployed, but the B-1 series combat robots were designed to be fragile and easily destroyed, and were only truly successful under conditions of overwhelming force. Early versions of the model also required the use of a central control computer, but despite these weaknesses, they served extensively as mainline soldiers in the Trade Federation and the Federation of Independent Systems. Looking at the history of robots, it is clear that B-1 was foolish. The programming glitch manifested as the B-1 combat droids developing quirky personalities. They were known to comment on what was happening around them. B-1 was defeated by clone soldiers, but a large number of B-1 could defeat more experienced clone soldiers, or even members of the Jedi Order. B-1 combat robots and other separatist robots were mass-produced for separatists, but officers like General Grievous, the supreme commander of the robot army, were furious about B-1's failure. After the Federation's defeat, the B-1 combat robot, along with other robot armies, was decommissioned by the Galactic Empire. During the Imperial Age, the B-1 combat droid continued to be used through separatist resistance and the black market. The B-1 combat robot is equipped with the E-5 blaster, and its official rank also has significant characteristics. This includes the standard B-1 combat robot, flying combat robot, security robot, robot commander, Geonosis B-1 combat robot, Geonosis B-1 combat robot commander, and BX tactical assault robot. These B-1 combat robots were not the early computer-controlled type, but were controlled by equipment that was installed one by one on the warships later. Given that the host has not yet obtained the Confederacy's technology, the system has specially approved the issuance of a production line for a Divine Will-class interstellar dreadnought. Divine Will-class Star Dreadnought. Model, Providence-class Dreadnought. Type, Battleship. Destroyer. Dreadnought. Length, 1,088 meters. Hyperspace drive system, equipment. Shield, equip a heat shield. Sensor system, long-range sensor. Navigation system, navigation computer. Armament, heavy quadrupole laser cannon, 14. Heavy twin-mounted laser cannon. Dual-mounted defensive ion cannon, 12. Heavy ion cannon, 2. Heavy anti-aircraft gun, 12. Proton torpedo launcher, 102. 5 proton torpedoes. Heavy-duty traction beam projector, 10. Shipborne, Vulture-class robotic fighter, 120. Robotic three-wheeled fighter, 120. Coyote-class robotic bomber, 10. HMP robotic gunship. Hundreds of armored vehicles. Armored assault tank. Multi-unit transport. Landing craft. Space shuttle. Boats and ships. Lifeboat, escape pod. Crew, 900 officers, robots, and soldiers. Passengers, 48,247. 1.5 million dormant combat robots. Freight volume, 18,000 tons, detained. Consumables, for years. Life support, equipment. Other systems, tensor fields. System, oh system I really. When Yang Cheng learned about the B-1 combat robot, he was first taken aback, then smiled. The cannon fodder is ready. The manufacturing cost of a B-1 combat robot is less than the cost of the gun it carries, making it the cheapest cannon fodder. However, the deployment of B-1 combat robots on the battlefield often results in overwhelming numbers. You have hundreds of thousands of men defending. I can deploy tens of millions of B-1 bombers and countless war machines. Human wave tactics are always particularly useful at certain times. Furthermore, during meat grinder battles, the morale of ordinary soldiers often suffers. In such situations, what can replace them? Of course, it's the B-1 combat robot. As long as the production speed can exceed the casualty rate, then all meat grinders and airborne campaigns will be no problem. Absolute quantity can often compensate for some quality issues. B-1 will launch a raid first, and then the astronauts and space marines will be sent to attack. Let's go, we can leave now. The battle on Cybertron is over. In this battle, he killed Quintessa, the creator of the Transformers and the greatest threat he had ever faced. Immediately put the B-1 combat robot into production, then conduct tests on various battlefields. After that, send people into space to find a bounty hunter named Lockdown. No matter what, we must get our hands on the seed bomb he possesses. Yang Cheng thought that if Jinbi was willing to join him, he might be able to use some tricks to get him into the ranks of wandering merchants. Speaking of traveling merchants, the number of traveling merchant organizations within the Empire began to increase, and under the Empire's control, they steadily continued commercial exchanges and trade between various star systems. Of course, when necessary, these traveling merchants are qualified to expand the Empire's territory and cooperate in battles. Most of the traveling merchants within the Empire now run family businesses, and they possess trading licenses approved by the Court of Justice and the Empire. Another type is companies like RDA in the Avatar world, which, after being laundered, became one of the top 3 merchant groups in the Empire. Led by Colonel Quarch, their daily task was to report to the Empire on any newly discovered civilizations or uninhabited planets. If some alien civilization has already set foot in space, then they will mark the location of this civilization, and then it will be the Imperial Navy's task. They will destroy all military capabilities on the planet at an extremely rapid pace, and then the entire race will become prisoners of the Empire. Some will be sent to the Empire's containment facilities in the galaxy, while others will become cannon fodder and be deployed to various battlefields. Boss, what's wrong? Ironhide at the Air Force Base noticed something was wrong with Optimus Prime. His consciousness was fading, and a new consciousness was taking over Optimus Prime's spark. Ironhide, the era of the Autobots and Decepticons should come to an end. As he spoke, Optimus Prime tore off the Autobot symbol from his body. Boss, what nonsense are you talking about? Megatron is dead, and Cybertron has no chance of being resurrected. Isn't our only hope to join the Empire of Man? But you, Ratchet, Bumblebee, Sideswipe, Dino, the RC's sisters, and so on, were all my comrades in arms. But the war is over, and the Autobots no longer exist. Optimus Prime's blue sensors turned gold, symbolizing that Optimus Prime had now been completely taken over by the virus that Ongron had previously planted. The Autobots and Decepticons, 2 Transformers organizations that have been fighting each other for so long, have finally become history today. Chapter 145 Confinement and Tightrope. The Decepticons and Autobots are like 2 children. All they do is fight each other all day, completely polluting the galaxy. On a massive warship, a towering Transformer gazed at the dark galaxy and spoke slowly. That's right, he is the famous bounty hunter in the universe, Lockdown. He is a neutral party, not biased towards any faction, and simply travels the galaxy as a bounty hunter. Lockdown was originally an Autobot who stole his master's equipment and went against the grain, animated setting. The spaceship he uses is the one once used by the Cybertronian Expeditionary Knights, and it has now become Lockdown's collection room. Lockdown is a man of his word, because once a contract is signed and the advance payment is received, nothing can stop Lockdown from fulfilling the contract to the end, usually by tearing the target to pieces. This is why, for a long time, Lockdown's hunting list has been constantly updated with new targets, whether they are powerful and arrogant warlords, or seasoned veterans like Ratchet, the Autobot Medical Chief, or RC, the female Scion Elder. The number of unfortunate souls who have fallen into his hands or are about to fall into his hands has never decreased, even if Lockdown were to die one day. Everything that a person in confinement is burdened with serves the purpose of fulfilling the contract. In stealth mode, Lockdown can use the supercharger inside his body to store the thermal energy accumulated in vehicle mode, thus providing him with short-range bursts of power in vehicle mode. Also due to the need to fulfill the contract, the built-in high-speed charger became his favorite among all his equipment. The remaining power saved by this device would be used to ensure that his favorite weapon, the electrified hunting hook, was always in a state where it could deliver a close-range fatal hook to those unsuspecting prey, usually his/her/their waist. At this point, Lockdown had not yet received the task from the creator Quintessa, and he might never receive it, but a better employer was about to come knocking. What is that? Lockdown spotted the silver warship in the distance, and his sixth sense as a bounty hunter told him that it was no ordinary object. Speed up, get out of here. Lockdown decisively ordered a retreat, but the approaching blockade Star Destroyer cut off his escape route. Confinement, I think I have a deal to make. While still in shock, they suddenly discovered that their spaceship's control system had been hacked, and then a message appeared on the control panel. It seems our boss has a bit of a temper. We told them what I needed, and then let him consider whether he could actually do it. Let's go closer and see what they need. Wow, I never expected it to be a human. Human technology is so advanced. Lockdown spoke with a mixture of surprise and disbelief upon seeing the stormtroopers. I am the Commander-in-Chief of the Second Fleet of the Human Empire. You may call me Governor Tarkin. All right. Then, Tarkin, what do you need me to do? Serve the Empire's merchant fleet, and in return, send us your seed bombs. Seed bombs. Do you know what seed bombs are? A weapon that can turn all organic life into deformable metal with powerful shockwaves. Since you know that, that makes things easier. I have 10 here, you can all take them. I'm even willing to pledge my allegiance to you, but what do you need? Energy blocks. Enough energy blocks. That's the prerequisite for our transaction. We can't, but he can. Governor Tarkin turned to look in the other direction, and Shockwave slowly emerged, looking towards the prison in front of him. Wow, Shockwave, you actually betrayed us? That's very rare. I'm not a traitor. The future of Transformers is in humanity's hands. I'm just working for them. The war between the Decepticons and the Autobots is over. We all belong to the Empire of Man, fighting or sacrificing for it. The cold voice of the Shockwave slowly rose. Okay, I didn't expect that. After the battle between his Decepticons and Autobots ended, Lockdown felt that business might be difficult afterward, but these humans in front of him might be a bunch of big spenders, and he could still fleece them here. All transactions are completed here. The confined men took the 10 seed bombs. Oh, right. We were also planning to pick up something? What do you need? Weapons or other collectibles? We need the shape-shifting dinosaurs in your collection room, Takin said, looking at Lockdown. So why was he beaten up like that? Looking at the steel cable in front of him, which was almost beaten into a pile of shit, Yang Cheng looked at Governor Tajing. Your Majesty, didn't our warship have that dueling arena specifically built for Space Marines? Yes, that's right. What's wrong? After we took the steel cable, several World Eater Space Marines and Space Wolf Space Marines wanted to spar with it. Then what? Then they fought over who should go first, and after that they all decided to go together, mainly because the steel cable looked very strong. And then it turned out like this. They hadn't expected the steel cables to be so fragile, so they only sent a dozen or so Space Marines plus one Dreadnought, who was just there for the fun. Steel cable was beaten beyond recognition, and the other deformed dinosaurs weren't in much better shape. The Iron Slag's corner was bent, and it still nestled in its hole. The Mud's body was injured, and various structural fragments fell to the ground. Howling's metal armor was knocked off, and he nearly died under the Space Marine's iron fist. The Dart was somewhat better. It could transform into a pterosaur and stay in the air during gladiatorial combat, almost making the Space Marines jump up to catch it. Okay, so what happened to those Space Marines? They were punished by being allowed to charge from the rear in the next charge, and were forbidden from carrying the flag during the charge. Yes, that's quite a severe punishment. This requirement was torture for the Space Marines, especially those of the World Eaters Legion, whose butcher's nails had been removed, but who still retained the tradition of charging at the forefront. Steel cable? How do you handle it? Yang Cheng looked at the pitiful, deformed dinosaur, then glanced at the others behind it, who were almost beaten into idiots. Take them back to Terra first, let the mechanics repair it, and then send me the steel cable. Yang Cheng dreamed of riding the steel cable. Once it was repaired, he might be able to ride it into battle. Chapter 146: The True Power of the B-Series Robots. That's why I have to fight alongside the clones, and also fight alongside B1. Several stormtroopers couldn't help but complain as they looked at the B1s being mass-produced on the assembly line in front of them. Of course, the strongest reaction came from the clone army. I swear, absolutely will not fight alongside these yellow-shelled cans. The clones of the 41st Army looked at the B1s being produced in batches and complained. Wow, I think I've seen something nice. Unlike the clones, these mechanical priests were quite interested in these things. God of all machines, come again. I love these things so much. They can please the God of all machines while also serving the Empire. Just as a mechanical priest was groping a B1, the B1 suddenly shouted something abnormal. The room fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Oh, Messiah above. Or are they just cannon fodder with some intelligence? After a brief period of deliberation, the machine enthusiasts decided to do something very sacred, to add the sacred gear mark of the Mechanic Church to every B1 they produced, and to bless each part with sacred incense after it was manufactured. The proposal was rejected on the spot by the officer at the B1 production plant. He knew all too well the habits of these red-robed oddballs. Previously, producing an AT-AT should have only taken a few days, but these red-robed oddballs had slowed down the progress by almost a month. 1 month. 1 month. What does that even mean? A piece of equipment that could already be mass-produced, and these mechanical engineers spent a whole month working on it. From then on, Star Wars officers and engineers came to the conclusion that they absolutely could not let these red-robed freaks interfere in their factories. If they did, when would they ever be able to complete so many military orders? The military department is urging them on, but the machine enthusiasts are still slowly building it, calling it a blessing from the god of machines. Upon witnessing this efficiency, Governor Tarkin nearly fainted, his eyes rolling back in his head. Fortunately, at the Emperor's request, the tech enthusiasts simplified some of the steps, such as adding the engraving process directly to the production line to reduce time. The first batch of B-1 robots was produced in just 3 days. With ample resources, 1 million standard B-1 robots were produced, nearly 100,000 robot commander robots were produced, over 200,000 heavy combat robots were produced, and less than 10,000 BX tactical assault robots were produced. These combat robots will be sent to the most brutal battlefields in the universe. They will not betray, they will not be afraid, they will not worry. They only know how to kill the enemy, which is the best. In reality, most of these B-1 combat robots only know linear tactics, but their overwhelming numerical superiority will make up for this tactical shortcoming. In the Battle of Naboo at 32 BBY, the B-1 combat droids marched in neat formation toward the Gungan army, suffering heavy losses under Gungan fire. But these losses did not hinder the combat droids' advance. B-1 quickly broke through the Gungnir army's shields and defeated them with a huge numerical advantage. With an overwhelming numerical advantage, even some Jedi Knights can be killed by B-1. In the arena battle of the First Battle of Geonosis, the B-1 combat droids and B-2 super combat droids, with an overwhelming numerical advantage, killed more than 200 of the 215 Jedi Task Force members. Had it not been for the Grand Republican Army's emergency raid at the last moment, all the Jedi would probably have perished there. However, these are just the tip of the iceberg in the wars waged by the Confederacy. Although the B-1s were adept at using numbers to create overwhelming victories in war, it did not mean they were ignorant of tactics other than linear warfare. The Battle of Dasamir at 20 BBY is a prime example. The Confederation launched a ground offensive instead of orbital bombardment. Despite facing the armies of the Night Sisters and a frenzied horde of the undead, the combat droids still launched their attack. Although the individual combat capabilities of the Night Sisters far exceeded those of the combat robots, the Confederation still suppressed them under the bombing of the Blackbeard bombers and the destruction of their tanks and the attacks of their armored assault tanks. Moreover, the Trade Federation Confederation also manufactured the B-2 super combat robot, which has stronger armor and firepower, and the more agile BX combat robot. So don't underestimate these combat robots. They were the force that later instilled the fear of robots in the Galactic Empire. Attention, all personnel. The army of the human empire is here. Tens of thousands of alien soldiers marched onto the trenches, armed with various weapons, ready for the human empire's attack. Boom, 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 boom. The Confederate Vulture robots began attacking the enemy on the ground, their energy torpedo launchers precisely targeting enemy positions. Attention, everyone. Tactical evasion. Air defense team. Prepare. These alien soldiers, who are fighting against the human empire, have almost figured out the human landing tactics. It's simply a matter of using sufficient air superiority to create a gap, and then taking advantage of that moment to frantically deploy troops to the ground. Dozens of anti-aircraft guns were aimed at the sky, and a series of flashes of fire illuminated the sky. While they were locked in combat, a terrifyingly large force of combat robots began to land. As the transport ships descended, hundreds of MTT transport ships began their landing operations. The MTT can carry a company of 112 combat robots, including 100 infantrymen, 10 security robots, and 2 commanders, all of which are equipped with standard blaster rifles. The folded robot is suspended on a hydraulically powered deployment rack that extends from the MTT surface, allowing the robot to be deployed directly into combat when needed. Accompanying them on their landing are C-9979 landing ships and hundreds of AAT tanks, which will assist the landing forces. Okay, the most ridiculous thing I've ever done in my life is helping these damn combat robots get to the ground. Several clone pilots couldn't help but complain as they looked at the vehicles that had already been transported to the ground. Wow, you're a great person, thanks for your help. What do you mean by you're really a human being? It might be because my language control system malfunctioned. The person in my language controller represents the best possible meaning. Anyway, thank you. Okay, I admit that what just happened wasn't absurd enough. What could be more absurd than a combat robot thanking me? The clone muttered something under his breath. Chapter 147, do you have more bullets or more men? Fire. Fire freely. Don't hold back your firepower. The alien soldiers on the ground put up an exceptionally fierce resistance, but these combat robots had no concept of fear. All they had was the thought of completing their mission. Originally, Controlling an entire army of combat robots required installing the controller on the spaceship, but Archbishop Calbo disagreed with this, because it would easily lead to a surprise attack from the rear and the destruction of the entire army of combat robots. With the support of Archbishop Calbo, the military priests began to install terminals to control the combat robots on themselves, with one priest commanding a legion of combat robots. In this battle, the Empire of Man deployed a total of 1 million B-1 combat robots, plus various other combat robots, totaling nearly 1.2 million. Let's see if you have more bullets or are combat robots. In fact, the number of combat droids deployed this time is relatively small. In the Star Wars universe, the number of combat droids deployed at one time can reach tens of millions. Begin the attack. The B-1 robots, already arranged in a square formation, along with the Hyena bombers and AAT tanks, began to advance in an orderly fashion towards the enemy formation. Bang, 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 bang. The alien soldiers' firepower was successfully drawn to the B-1 on the front lines, and various weapons began to fire at these advancing B-1 combat robots. Hide behind the tank and start bombarding the enemy's firing positions. The incineration tank began preparing to fire from the rear. Its armament consisted of an incineration cannon, a light laser cannon on each side, 2 laser rangefinders, an anti-personnel laser cannon, and 6 energy projectile launchers capable of firing various types of ammunition on the chassis. The crew included 1 driver and 2 loaders. Boom, boom, boom. An interstellar war has been turned into a 19th century confrontation between volleys of gunfire and trench warfare, but the accompanying priests are not going to waste their manpower here for no reason. Dozens of BX combat robot squads took advantage of the ongoing battle to launch an attack on the enemy's weak points. The BX Special Assault Robot possesses independent combat capabilities and advantages, along with advanced tactical knowledge and battlefield awareness. Its body defense is also stronger than that of the B-1 and B-2, capable of withstanding dozens of shots from DC-15 series blaster guns. However, its head defense is relatively weak. But this is enough to deal with these aliens, since some of these outer ring soldiers are equipped with live ammunition. When did humans become so easy to kill? An alien looked at the combat robots falling to the bullets and asked his comrades, "Are you stupid? These are human robots. We're just fighting human robots." When did humans acquire this capability? When were they able to manufacture so many robots? Who knows? But these combat robots look like nothing more than cannon fodder. They might just be a probe by the Empire of Man to test our forces. Batch after batch of B-1 combat robots fell, but more and more B-1 combat robots kept filling the gaps in the formation, making the aliens feel as if these combat robots were endless. What's going on? How many enemies are there? I don't know. The artillery units were suppressed. We were simply suppressing them with our own firepower. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the AAT tank began its attack, destroying one of the aliens' firing positions with just one shot. What's going on? What on earth is going on? This pile of things is so weird. How many of them are there? At this point, the enemy's trenches had entered the firing range of the AAT tanks, and they began to fire freely. The terrifying firepower easily destroyed one enemy firing point after another. I just killed at least 20. But they don't look any different at all. I'm out of bullets. What are the artillery units doing? The ATT tank stopped, and the B-1 combat robots began to advance, firing their E-5 blaster guns freely. Their accuracy was very poor, but they were now arranged in a linear formation, and their dense firepower could easily turn any exposed enemy into a sieve. The alien soldier who had just shown his face was immediately surrounded by dozens of blaster guns and fell into the trench. Don't panic. Everyone stay in the trenches and don't show your faces. As long as you don't show your faces, we'll have a plan once the artillery recovers. Just as everyone was relieved, thousands of BX Special Operations robots launched an attack, wielding vibrating swords and blasting carbines. The terrifying vibrating sword easily beheaded a tall alien. Bang 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 bang. The sound of the blasting carbine echoed throughout the enemy trenches, accompanied by the buzzing of the vibrating sword. Retreat! Retreat! Countless alien soldiers crawled out of the trenches trying to escape the BX combat robots, but that's exactly what they wanted. The B-1, which was already prepared on the ground, spotted the fleeing alien soldiers. Then, following the orders of the accompanying priest, hundreds of thousands of energy beams completely obscured the enemy's tracks. If the quality isn't good enough, make up for it with quantity. These hundreds of thousands of explosive beams completely surrounded the enemy and easily annihilated them. Withdraw the tanks and advance to the enemy's next stronghold on this planet. Command-type B-1 combat robots began relaying orders from the accompanying priests, while these B-1s returned to their platoons or containerized troop transports. They were accompanied by the N99 Persuader-class robotic assault vehicle and the STAP individual soldier aerial combat platform. Where on earth did the human empire get this kind of equipment? Even the Human Federation doesn't have this kind of extravagant and wealthy fighting style. The remaining alien soldiers had lost the will to resist, and they fled in a sorry state, dragging their dying bodies. But for the combat robot, this is just a matter of taking a few more steps. Enemy spotted, open fire. The combat robots didn't hesitate to finish off the enemies. No matter how much they begged or tried to escape, they were met only with a cold shot. Their programming had already set them to not take prisoners. All they needed to do was cleanly and efficiently eliminate the enemies. The battle is over. Proceed to the next battlefield. At this moment, all the combat robots appeared to the alien soldiers like death itself, so ruthless and murderous. My hand is broken. You idiot. You're a robot. A B-1 combat robot was clutching its hand, which had been shot off, and groaning in pain when the B-1 commander next to it walked over and touched it. We are robots. We feel no pain. Yeah. Chapter 148. If the quality isn't good enough, make up for it with numbers. 5 days later. Report. The city's protective shield has been raised, and all 1 million city defense troops have taken up their posts. This planet is a militarized planet in the Outer Ring sector, with ample fortifications and various weapons and equipment. Originally, this planet should have been exterminated immediately. However, the tech enthusiasts detected that this planet might possess technology from the Human Federation era, or even be a factory for a large war machine from that era. Finally, after much pleading and cajoling from Archbishop Calbo, Yang Cheng agreed to conduct combat robot tests on the planet while also exploring it. Although the Human Federation's technology was extremely outdated for Yang Cheng, it was an antique. In those 5 days, more than 3 million B-1 combat robots were produced, half of which were redeployed to the battlefield. Fire on the enemy city's shields, then send troops in from the air. In fact, dealing with the energy shields of the outer star system nations is very simple. Their energy shields will become overloaded after being attacked for a period of time. During the overload period, the energy shield will descend, and the airborne troops will quickly take the location of the enemy's shield launcher and then completely shut down the shield, allowing the army to advance unimpeded. Free to fire, free to fire. Upon receiving the order, the combat robots immediately concentrated all their firepower on the enemy's shield. Beams of various colors exploded on the blue shield, creating ripples. How much longer can we hold out? An alien soldier watched this scene with concern and asked. Don't worry, 3 days should be enough. Looking at the energy shield that was faintly glowing in the sky, the alien veteran next to him explained. But the army of combat robots outside clearly didn't want to wait 3 days. More and more combat robots and all sorts of terrifying war machines began to gather around the city and then opened fire. Hundreds of Ombala hover tanks began to gather around and then started firing wildly at the shield. It has a pair of deflectors on each side of its cockpit, and an electromagnetic plasma cannon is mounted behind each deflector. A single shot from this cannon can eliminate an entire platoon of enemy soldiers. Accompanying them are 3-unit robots, giant machines with spherical heads that act as walking tripods, equipped with continuously fed artillery launchers capable of penetrating enemy artillery personnel carriers. The Tri-Robot is actually a giant version of the smaller anti-infantry Omega Beast robot. More and more armored forces gathered around this shield, and firepower several times stronger than before swept in once again. J-1 proton guns began to converge on the weak points of the shield. Although they were not very mobile and had a slow rate of fire, these heavy guns were powerful enough to penetrate the shields of the cheerleader-class cruisers, and were therefore quite feared by the enemy. The terrifying barrage of artillery fire came wave after wave, and the light emanating from the shield had dimmed considerably, which allowed the combat robots to increase their attack speed. Boom. With a deafening roar, the shield launcher supporting the shield exploded due to overload, destroying several of the shield launchers and exposing the entire city to the combat robots. Begin the attack. The ruthless command was transmitted to the controllers of every B-1 combat robot. The transport planes began takeoff, and the first wave of attack began. Hyena-class robot bombers, in conjunction with numerous airborne troops, launched an air raid on the city, dropping one strange robot after another. What is this thing? While the alien soldiers were still in a daze, these strange things suddenly transformed and then launched an attack on them. Hundreds of destroyer robots were deployed, their mission being to disrupt the city's operational deployment and create favorable space for the advance of subsequent troops. Unlike multifunctional, slender humanoid combat robots, the destroyer robots were designed with a single purpose: to completely annihilate their targets. This self-operating combat robot, covered in bronze armor, has a terrifying shape, resembling an insect that blends curves and sharp angles. Suspended at the end of the heavy arm is a powerful dual-barrel laser cannon that releases devastating energy with every step it takes. The destroyer robot can completely envelop itself in an energy shield using its small deflector shield generator. Damn it, we can't break through its shield. Requesting backup. These destroyer robots are indiscriminately attacking any living creature in their path. Even an alien child would only be hit by a single, precise shot. This terrifying destructive power quickly attracted the armored forces at the front, forcing gaps to appear in some of the previously established defensive lines, which led to the complete collapse of the battle. Call the armored units back immediately. The enemy is about to break through the defenses. The trenches built by the alien soldiers were no match for the combat robots, and thousands of dwarf spider robots, in coordination with hundreds of thousands of combat robots, launched an attack. Leading the way were the AAT tanks and the Persuader tank robots, which easily crossed the enemy's makeshift trenches and completely tore apart the enemy's defensive positions. Retreat! Retreat! Before the words were even finished, bursts of explosive beams struck, and countless fleeing alien soldiers fell into pools of blood. The combat robots that followed trampled their corpses into a bloody pulp, merging them with the earth. Siege equipment preparation. A massive machine appeared among the combat robots. The OG-9 Spider robot, a large quadruped robot, standing 7.32 meters tall, manufactured by the Boktoid Armor Factory. The Spider robot is essentially a heavy armored walking machine, with a spherical reactive core and 4 legs protected by heavy armor. It is equipped with a disc-shaped laser cannon on its top and abdomen, capable of continuous fire to deplete the enemy's shield protection. Bang! OG-9 easily scaled a tall building, and then began marking enemy positions. More and more combat robots are pouring into the city, and a bloody street battle is unfolding, though this bloodshed is only one-sided from the perspective of these aliens. These combat robots are endless. For every one you kill, 10 more will appear. Even if you sacrifice yourself and blow up hundreds of them, it's just a drop in the ocean compared to defeating them. The loss of tens of thousands of combat robots is just a drop in the ocean for them. It's unstoppable. It's unstoppable. One alien soldier after another fell down constantly, and countless combat robots walked over their corpses before slowly advancing toward the governor's villa on the planet. Chapter 149 Desolate Star Group. Boom. Countless combat robots surged through the streets, and the fleeing alien civilians unsurprisingly died under the E5 blaster guns in the hands of the combat robots. Please, spare my child. I'm willing to surrender. Please don't kill me. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. All sorts of horrific events are unfolding in this city, and pitiful cries echo through the streets and alleys. Everywhere were the corpses of alien creatures. Some were executed directly by the combat robots, while others were tripped and trampled to death by tens of thousands of combat robots while trying to escape. An alien woman is holding her child, but this does not earn the forgiveness of the combat robots. One massacre after another is unfolding in the city, while at the same time a BX combat robot commando team has reached the governor's mansion. Fire! Fire! As the combat robots closed in, the governor's guard put up a last stand. There are too many of them. Before he could finish speaking, a beam of explosive energy struck the captain of the guard precisely, burning a bloody hole in his head. BX Special Operations robots stormed into the governor's mansion. The so-called governor's guards were easy targets for BX, who easily beheaded them. The remaining men were killed before they even had a chance to surrender. Don't shoot. We surrender. The governor of the planet was struck on the head as soon as he finished speaking, and then fell straight down. One of the rules in BX's program is that it does not accept the surrender of any heretics or aliens. Once discovered, they are completely eradicated. These BX Special Operations robots began clearing the governor's mansion one by one. If they found humans, they would forcibly take them away. As for rooms full of aliens, they would be slaughtered. The human empire has never signed any war treaty with any country. As the saying goes, a treaty without a written agreement is like toilet paper in a latrine. Humanity's most terrifying side is revealed when facing aliens, and all sorts of anti-alien morality is found in their territory. Yang Cheng could understand this very well. After all, humanity had been exploited for decades. These aliens betrayed humanity when the Federation was at its most prosperous. Now, the entire empire hated the aliens to the core. For the Emperor, Space Marines have become regulars on the front lines, serving as the spearhead in every battle, working alongside countless mortal support troops to invade enemy planets. Sir, this planet has been occupied. Yeah, but what's the situation with those people? The officer in charge of the battle pointed to the aliens being chased around by storm soldiers in the distance and asked, "Didn't we say we didn't need prisoners? Why are we still taking prisoners?" "Sir, those are slaves of other alien races. They were rescuing humans along with other slaves." "How many people are there?" "Conservative estimate, hundreds of millions." The officer nodded, then began to consider what to do with them. "Finally, we've finally been rescued. Thank you, Human Empire. Thank you, Human Empire. We will certainly become law-abiding citizens of the Empire." Tens of thousands of stormtroopers wielding blast shields stared coldly at them, but they paid no heed to such gazes. They thought they were about to gain their freedom, but they forgot that they were also aliens. The Emperor's decree has been issued. The officer, who was deep in thought, rushed over upon hearing his subordinate's words. "Kill them all, leave no one alive." Looking at the simple and easy-to-understand order, the officer issued it. "If you bring the Death Star over, this planet is no longer viable. Using the Death Star is undoubtedly the simplest weapon for destroying planets at present. Using the extinction order is too wasteful, and it is easy to be subject to the scrutiny of the Inquisitor. A slight mistake could cost you your head." However, the Death Stars were not under the jurisdiction of the Inquisition. They were a force exclusively belonging to the Imperial Navy. Upon receiving the order, all human troops immediately boarded the transport planes with the human slaves they had rescued, leaving behind only the alien slaves who were still bewildered in the wind. Humanity has given this planet to us. Just as these alien slaves were still jubilant about being freed, something resembling a white satellite appeared in the sky above the planet. Death Star fully charged, fire. Countless alien slaves and other alien soldiers perished in the firepower of the Death Star. The Wasteland Star Group, the largest arms group in the central and even inner rings, has thousands of branches in the central star sector and is the preferred destination for countless mercenary forces and wandering fleets. Cabru has already paid the price for this. We will never forget the tragedy of Sekharin. Humanity will pay the price for what they have done, Teeker said slowly. "So, that's why you hired us. The Central Anti-Human Military Alliance desperately needs a powerful army, and coincidentally, the Desolate Star Group has many similar racial forces under its command." The person speaking to Tico was a leader of a branch of the Wild Star Group. Although it was just a branch, it had some influence in the entire Central District. Each branch office's leader commands an army of hundreds of millions of slaves and possesses formidable technological capabilities. "Tico, of course I'm willing to help you eliminate humans, but as for the price, I have to generate revenue for the group, right?" Mirak, with his legs crossed, looked at the respectful Tiker in front of him and deliberately prolonged his words. "We are willing to share the technology of the human empire with you, and then, including human slaves, we are willing to split it 40-60 with you. 40% for us and 60% for you." Mirak nodded in satisfaction at the suggestion made by Tiker. This was exactly what they wanted. Hundreds of millions of human slaves. These slaves could greatly increase the productivity of the districts under their control and even give them a place on the board of directors in the future. Conquering the universe doesn't necessarily require force. Money is also very important. Mirak stood up and then turned on the 3D projector next to him. "I know your needs. You want to use a siege and ambush tactic to wipe out the human empire's fleet. I can provide you with bait, but the price? Plenty." Teeker gritted his teeth. Money could be squeezed out again, but life was different. He didn't want to wake up one day to see the warships of the human empire crashing to the ground. "Excellent, excellent. We have a human contract factory in the Karasa system. We can provide you with equipment capable of live streaming across an entire galaxy. Of course, this all comes at a cost." Mirak is a businessman who values the profits created by the human empire. War is both the most profitable and the most expensive thing. Chapter 150 The Past. If the moral bottom line of the human empire ranks second in the galaxy, then the Desolate Star Group ranks ahead of the human empire. The Wild Star Group's specialty is constantly exploring uncharted territories with its research and armed fleets, then building mines or arsenals. And if they discover any civilizations there, all the better. The army of the Desolate Star Group will be very happy to call themselves free trade and then destroy this civilization's army. All the people of this race will be bound by indentured servitude and work to death in the contract factories under the Desolate Star Group. Moreover, some of the high-ranking members of the Desolate Star Group have worked in the Human Federation's laboratories, and they also possess some of the technologies related to the Human Federation. Yang Cheng had once captured several aliens who had served in the Federation of Humans. When asked why they betrayed humanity, Yang Cheng began to realize that he had been too comfortable dealing with these alien bastards. Why is it that only the Federation of Humanities can be the leader, but we can't? The eldest takes turns cooking. Tomorrow it'll be my turn. Death is normal, and war between us and the Federation of Humanity is normal. After being tortured, these aliens readily revealed the reasons for their betrayal. To put it bluntly, they are greedy. The Human Federation provides them with a peaceful life, culture and art, and equal citizenship, but these aliens are not satisfied. During a period of Human Federation rule at an unknown time, an alien rebellion began. It started with a rebellion of a few thousand alien races. They protested against the Human Federation's army under the guise of racial equality and peaceful protest. Because of the lack of warfare for many years, the Human Federation subconsciously agreed to their peaceful protests and expressed its willingness to accept them. But this was the first step in the collapse of the Human Federation. On the day of the negotiations, these alien creatures suddenly changed their minds and launched a surprise attack on the delegation of the Human Federation, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands of people. A few days later, an alien nation independent of the Human Federation was born. They claimed responsibility for the attack, and the Human Federation foolishly believed them, even joining other alien nations that had joined the Federation in their efforts to destroy the organization. But humanity was deceived. This organization was formed by thousands of races, and behind them were those alien races. The two sides were embroiled in a protracted counterinsurgency war, but the Human Federation had never taken the organization seriously, as even ordinary escort fleets could easily defeat its warships. But with the ignition of a powder keg, the conspiracy was fully revealed. The Eldar suddenly announced their withdrawal from the Federation of Humans and declared war on the Federation. The Eldar have always held an important position in the Human Federation, and humans naturally have great faith in the Eldar's character and conduct. But this time, these vile aliens have betrayed the humans who trusted them. They exploited human sympathy and drove the human race into a dangerous situation. With the Eldar taking the lead, some alien nations that had good relations with the Eldar also withdrew from the Human Federation and then declared war on the Human Federation. At this moment, the Human Federation was completely isolated and helpless. At that time, the Human Federation was not only fighting on two fronts, but also facing the encirclement and suppression of all races in the galaxy. The Federation of Humanity faces an enemy from across the entire galaxy. However, the Human Federation did not choose to compromise. When it learned that the entire Federation consisted of only one race, humans, a massive war began. This conspiracy has been set in motion. These vile aliens thought humanity would compromise, but unfortunately, they were wrong, terribly wrong. Although the Federation of Humanity is a federation, it is still a formidable force, and its technological prowess remains at the forefront of the galaxy. The decaying war machine of the Human Federation has been activated for the first and last time. This horrific war swept across the entire galaxy, killing trillions of people. Countless humans were drafted into the army, and this war, which represented the future of humanity, began. At first, humanity was unstoppable, but unfortunately, the rebels had many people who had previously held important positions in the Human Federation, and the situation began to reverse. The Human Federation went from taking the initiative to being on the defensive, and eventually even had to send some teenagers to the battlefield. Finally, the Human Federation could no longer hold on, and the sentiment of surrender spread among the higher-ups. At this point, the alien race hypocritically claimed that surrender was permitted and that human sovereignty would be guaranteed. In the end, the Federation of Humanity surrendered, but the alien hybrids once again broke their promise. They openly carried out massacre after massacre of the human soldiers who accepted their surrender, massacres that spanned galaxies. This massacre reduced the population of the Human Federation to tens of billions, but the aliens did not stop. Instead, they intensified their efforts. Although some countries tried to rebuild the Human Federation, they were all wiped out by the aliens. Only now, with the birth of the Human Empire, has everything been reversed. There is only one regret today. We were too lenient in our slaughter of you. When Yang Cheng learned of all this, he felt regret, pity, and even more anger towards the aliens. Notify Loga to amend the Imperial decree. From today onward, all participants in Imperial weapon testing will be changed to xenomorph civilians. From this moment on, the Empire does not need the submission of any xenomorph in this universe. All that awaits these xenomorphs is judgment. At the same time, Yang Cheng also asked the state bishops to include this story in the Empire's history books, so that the children who received education would understand that in this cruel and ruthless galaxy, survival is not an inherent right, but a spoil of war forcibly seized by countless forgotten heroes. This time, the Empire will endure forever in this universe, and those who betrayed it will pay a price 10,000 times over. Admiral Spider, look over there. A massive projection appeared in front of the expeditionary fleet, broadcasting live everything that was happening at the contract factory, including the exploitation of humans and the turning of human organs into collectibles, among other chilling acts. By the Emperor's side, these aliens are provoking us. Find out the location of this live stream and prepare the fleet to warp. Spire knew, of course, that this was bait set up by the aliens, but he wasn't going to be caught. These aliens had underestimated humanity's determination to win and their decisiveness in the face of matters of principle. What's that saying? Sacrifice is the cornerstone of the Empire. Chapter 151 Battle of Karasa 1. Attention, all personnel. It's a human warship. 3 Retribution-class battleships suddenly burst forth from the galaxy, followed closely by countless battleships belonging to the human empire. Attention! Attention! Large number of enemy aircraft detected ahead. Open fire! Open fire! The light lances and macro cannons mounted on these battleships began to attack, and this terrifying attack caught the enemy completely off guard. Damn it! Who said humans could negotiate? An alien commander sitting on the main ship cursed loudly. Don't worry. Hold them off for now. Reinforcements will be here soon. Seeing the coalition forces already in disarray, Mirak, who was in charge of the battle, calmly began to give orders. The encirclement by reinforcements will take time, and your mission is to create that time. The planets where those contract factories are located are equipped with massive anti-ship weapons. They are enough to surround and kill these human fleets here. But how do you know these humans won't just destroy the planet? Seeing the alien officer's flustered appearance, Mirak spoke with an air of confidence. They dared not, because their banner was none other than the restoration of humanity. If they were to destroy a planet, it would be tantamount to killing hundreds of millions of humans, which completely contradicted their cause. You mean? We have hundreds of millions of human slaves as hostages, so the human empire dares not destroy a planet, while our warship killers can fire with impunity. If humanity wants to destroy our warship killers, they can only land on them or send fighter jets, but that takes time. Mirak firmly believes that the human empire is a nation with racial fastidiousness, but it values humanity highly, and this is the human empire's weakness. Okay, I'll believe you this time. Don't worry, your weapons are provided by our Huangxing group. They are top-notch in both firepower and quality. Use them with confidence. After ending the communication, Mirak gave a meaningful smile. He was a businessman after all. He hadn't even fully supplied the equipment of the Wasteland Star Group himself, so how could he possibly provide it to a group of people who had only paid a deposit? As for the equipment they produce, although it is more advanced than what they used before, it is all stuff that has been sitting in their own warehouses for several years. The quality cannot be guaranteed, and it may explode after firing a few shots. No merchant is without guile, is the best way to describe Mirak. Get ready to board. Ongron stepped onto the deck, blood axe and blood spear firmly in his hands. Father, are you really not going to board the boat? Khan stood beside Ongron and asked with concern. No, the enemy is trying to delay us and then encircle us. We should end this quickly. Ongron gazed at the enemy warships in the distance, then assumed a starting stance. Get ready to board. Get ready to board. Khan saw Angron's posture and then hurriedly gave orders to the soldiers around him. Before he finished speaking, Ongron had already rushed out, leaping onto the nearest alien destroyer with his battle axe in hand. The enemy is coming. Ongron ripped open the destroyer's armor with his bare hands, then smashed through the wall blocking his path, wielding 2 chainsaw axes to hack and slash at the enemies in his way. Boom. With an explosion, the destroyer was then actually cut in half by Ongron. Quick, focus fire on that spot. The alien officer in charge of the battle, Sapler, screamed. Sapler had heard of this monster. This thing, which humans called the Pre-March, was incredibly terrifying in combat, having once single-handedly destroyed half a fleet. At the very least, we must take him down here in this battle, but unfortunately, they underestimated the pre-march. After the bombing, Ongran emerged unscathed and boarded another warship. My God, what is this thing? The captain of an alien battleship screamed in terror. The monster had just carried an estimated several thousand missiles, plus all sorts of other miscellaneous weapons. But the monster in front of them was not only unharmed, but was also preparing to jump onto their warship. Counterattack! Counterattack now! With the battleship captain's scream, Ongran easily leaped onto the battleship. Quick! Take him down! Several weapons, each capable of easily penetrating a tank, were aimed at Ongran and immediately opened fire. Boom 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 boom. The powerful firepower attempted to trap Ongran here, but unfortunately, the damage was only a scratch on Ongran, not even scratching his armor. What is this thing? Without hesitation, Ongran crashed into the ship's cabin, where he was met by countless alien soldiers wearing power armor and carrying heavy shotguns. Fire! Take him down. Whoever can kill him will receive a planet and 5,000 slaves. An officer hiding behind the crowd shouted, and all the aliens were eager to try when they heard his words, but Ongran had no time to care about them. For the Emperor, Ongran charged forward wielding a chainsaw axe, while the alien soldiers facing him could only fire hastily. The result was obvious. Ongran wasn't even wearing a helmet, but his powerful body was impervious to shotgun blasts. With a gentle wave of his hand, Ongran cleaved countless alien soldiers in two. The alien soldiers' blood stained Angren's armor, but Ongran had no time to care. He punched the officer to death and then boarded another warship. Father, please jump slower, let us jump with you. Khan's voice came through the communicator mounted on the Ongran armor. Khan was speechless at the sight. Ongran could cut down a warship in just a few dozen seconds, and by the time the Space Marines were ready, they would have already boarded another warship. Commence attack. Target, human flagship. A massive weapon, resembling a thruster, was aimed at the sky. Initiate calibration. Prepare for attack. The warship killer began its charging phase, and the officers on the ground began to give commands. Beneath the feet of the warship killer lies a contract factory with hundreds of millions of human slaves. On the factory's assembly line, countless humans, their bodies connected to wires, work numbly like machines. Whenever a human being collapses on the production line, they don't even have the right to die. A neural device installed at the back of their heads forcibly stimulates their brains, and they are then modified into nothing more than production machines. Leonard Murray was one of them. As the leader of a human resistance, these alien creatures seemed to want to torture him to death, but his fighting spirit had not been lost because of this numb work. Looking at the pristine white factory ceiling, Leonard made an unusual reaction. Report. There's a problem with production line A3648861. Requesting inspection. Chapter 152 The Battle of Karasa Part 2. Number 366-6948. What happened? A guard carrying a stun gun walked over. This guard was about the same height as Leonard, but his body was covered in fur and his head resembled that of a fox. The production line is malfunctioning. The machine seems to be stuck. It won't move. Then fix it. You human trash. The guard listened to Leonard's flustered tone, then shouted angrily. Okay, sir. Humans have poor eyesight, so I hope you can be magnanimous and help me see where the accident happened. Hearing Leonard's praise, the guard was in a great mood. Humanity, this is the first and last time. The guard relaxed his guard, since there had never been a rebellion in all these years, so he casually put his stun gun aside and crawled inside, while Leonard carefully picked up the stun gun. Human, you bastard. You're lying. My wife sends her greetings. You bastard. Leonard raised the stun gun and then, without hesitation, shoved it into the guard's anus. In an instant, the chrysanthemums bloomed. The nearly 1-meter-long stun baton was almost completely submerged in the chrysanthemum bud, and this sudden attack immediately brought the guard to the brink of excruciating pain. People, that's not all. The tip of the stun gun, which is the part that discharges electricity, is submerged in the flower bud. A tingling sensation spread throughout the guard's body, and he then collapsed to the ground unconscious. Fellow countrymen, the soldiers of the human empire are fighting for us. We cannot stand idly by and wait to die. For humanity, past and present. Leonard stood on the production line and then pulled the stun gun out of the chrysanthemum. Who's following me? Leonard kicked away the body lying on the ground and then led the way out of the factory. Count me in. It's better to die on the road than to live a wretched life. Me too. I'm going to prove myself. And me. Killing one is enough. Killing two is a bonus. More and more people joined Leonard's team, striding towards the factory's main gate. These contract workers are not even familiar with the factory environment. They grow up in a specific area from birth until they learn to walk, and are directly put into the production line when they reach the age of being workers. They weren't familiar with the factory, but luckily Leonard, who had been brought in, was among the crowd. He easily led everyone to the exit. Quickly, suppress the riots. News of Leonard's riot reached the ears of the planet's governor, but he didn't take it seriously and simply ordered the suppression. Tens of thousands of people were incited by Leonard. They killed the production line supervisor and then stormed out with weapons. This kind of thing spread like a plague throughout all the factories on the planet, and reports of riots one after another were delivered to the governor's desk. Damn it, why did they have to rebel now of all times? The planet's governor cursed, then continued to send people to suppress the rebellion. Their current mission was to deal with human warships. Humans, go back. Suppression personnel wielding shields and stun batons rushed towards Leonard and pressed forward. Well then, even if I die, it will have been worthwhile. Leonard led the charge, kicking one of the suppressors with such force that the man fell to the ground. The contract factories are guarded by the security forces or subordinate units of the Desolate Star Group, but at this moment, all the elite troops have been transferred away, leaving only these lax people who are slightly smaller than humans, the kind that look like foxes standing upright. They are also a group of races that have been incorporated into the Desolate Star Group, and are specifically responsible for supervising various production lines. Leonard's lead inspired others to try, and countless people began to ram the defensive lines built by the suppression forces. Bang, bang, bang. The men who followed began waving their homemade slings, smashing them one after another against the shields of the suppression team. Push them over. Push them over. The officer standing at the back tried to stabilize the situation, but unfortunately, he was targeted by the slingers behind him. One brick after another flew over there. Damn it, use deadly weapons. Looking at the suppressors who were still stubbornly resisting with stun guns, the officer in the back shouted with tears in his eyes. Sir, this is all we have. All our lethal weapons have been transferred away. A team member with blood streaming from his head ran over and shouted. One of the rebels overheard this and then shouted it behind him. The enemy is out of lethal weapons. Charge. This sparked a huge wave of resistance, with even more people joining the ranks of the rebels. Although the suppression team was equipped with elite shields and stun batons, the rebels were no less formidable. They grabbed whatever they could find and rushed over. An iron pipe, a wooden stick, a pitchfork, a stool, and a few hunky guys waving toilet plungers. The stench emanating from them spoke volumes about what they had done before they were picked up. Go to hell. Leonard punched one of the riot police officers in the nose, knocking his nose crooked and causing it to bleed uncontrollably. Leonard, a veteran of the battlefield, was determined to capture the leader first and take the life of the officer in front of him. Try this. These people, who had been oppressed for over a decade, began to fight back. One burly man shoved a toilet plunger into the face of a member of the suppression team. A strong stench hit us, and something unknown fell into the mouth of the suppressor in front of us. At this moment, this man, like a fierce general, used a toilet plunger to break through the enemy's defenses. Luke, I never knew you could be so dirty. Leonard saw the burly man wielding a toilet plunger. It was his former teammate. Okay, I've roughly planned it out. I've been waiting for this day for 15 years. Leonard listened to Rook's explanation while dealing with the enemy's attacks. We absolutely cannot afford to get bogged down in a protracted war here. Let's go and take out the enemy's warship killers. Luke said to Leonard. The enemy doesn't have many guards there. Most of them have been redeployed to deal with the human empire. Okay, I'll go grab a gun. Then we'll go together. Battleship killer ready. Fire. The alien officer in charge of commanding the battery began giving orders, and then a beam of light rose from the ground, its terrifying power shooting straight toward a nascent Sol-class battleship. Chapter 153 The Battle of Karasa 3. This terrifying attack flew straight toward the nascent Sol-class battleship, the terrifying beam of light streaking across the dark galaxy like a flying meteor. Already. Impact stance. The captain of the nascent Sol-class battleship knew that there was no way to dodge at this moment. The only thing he could do was pray that the void shield was strong enough to withstand the attack. By the Emperor, may we withstand this attack. Captain Kent was praying on the bridge, surrounded by numerous Anglican priests. 10 seconds until impact. 5 seconds. Prepare for impact. This terrifying attack struck the left side of the nascent Sol-class battleship. At the same time, the void shield on the ship began to operate at full capacity. A few nanoseconds later, the terrifying attack was actually blocked by the void shield, and then completely neutralized. What's going on? Kent asked, puzzled, as he watched the beam of light dissipate in the Milky Way. Did the void shield work? Kent looked at everyone with a puzzled expression and asked. We began inspecting the ship's hull for damage, checking the deck and control systems to ensure we remained operational. Kent's voice echoed throughout the warship, and countless crew members and family members began to conduct self-inspections of their assigned areas. After several tens of minutes, they came to the conclusion that the attack was harmless and that there was no need to use the void shield to resist it. The external armor of the warship was sufficient to withstand the attack. Attention, all personnel. Prepare for attack. While human warships were exchanging fire in the galaxy, Leonard and his crew were not idle either. This massive riot had spread across the entire planet Karasa, and the suppression forces alone could no longer quell the uprising. Some of the combat troops that were originally on the front lines began to return to reinforce the contract factory, and Leonard also successfully arrived with his men at this time. Bang! Leonard stormed into the ship killer's control panel with a kinetic pistol and began ordering his men to sabotage the facility. That big guy just fired once, and we don't know if he'll fire again. What we need to do is destroy this place. Destroy everything here. Leonard picked up a stolen iron pipe, along with his own weapon, and aimed them at the control panel. Bang! 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 Leonard swung the iron pipe and slammed it repeatedly against the control panel of the battleship killer. In an instant, countless sparks exploded on the control panel, and all the control buttons became unresponsive. What's going on? The soldiers of the Wasteland Star Group, who were engaged in battle, looked on in bewilderment and asked a question. Head back to the support base immediately. Something terrible has happened. Someone shouted something, and the soldiers of the Desolate Star Group, who were fighting, quickly ran towards the control room of the warship killer. The enemy is coming. The humans on guard duty on the perimeter were instantly turned into mincemeat, and these words became his last words. Hold off the enemy. By time for the destruction. Leonard began giving orders, and then continued to arrange for people to sabotage the control panel. Quick, charge in. These are not ragtag troops like Lax. They are the elite forces of the Desolate Star Group. Hacking the console. Remotely launching warship killers. Several hackers from the Desolate Star Group began preparing to hack into the battleship killer's control panel, while the rest, armed with weapons, began their assault inside. Bang! 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 More and more enemies are advancing toward the control room, and these rebels, armed with all sorts of junk, are completely unable to resist. Attention all. I, Sergeant Luke Roderick, of the 43rd Special Operations Group of the 39th Fleet of the Human Federation, hereby issue my final order to all rebels. Hold this place to the death. One last order. Hold the control room to the death. Accompanied by Luke's shouts, these rebels, armed with various weapons, began to advance without hesitation. What is the name of the leader of the human empire? Leonard looked at an old man beside him and asked. He had been recently arrested and knew some information about the human empire. They seemed to refer to them as emperors. Emperor? Leonard smiled, his white teeth contrasting sharply with his dusty face. Then let it be for the Emperor. Leonard shouted and shoved the iron bar into the main circuitry of the control panel, but it was too late. The hacker had already cracked the main program, and the battleship killer was fired again. By the Emperor, I have lost. Leonard knelt on the ground, staring at the dazzling beam of light before him. Luke's corpse lay beside him. He had lost. This time, he feared he would not have a good end. The Emperor doesn't care whether you succeed or not, but I believe he has heard your unwavering determination to sacrifice everything for humanity's victory. The old man knelt down beside Leonard and spoke slowly, then crossed his hands to form a double-headed eagle shape. Holy Emperor, please unleash your calamities upon your enemies, and send your angels to aid humanity in victory, Emperor. We pray to you. May the glory of mankind illuminate this dark galaxy. For you, for humanity. It was such a faint sound, yet Angron, far away in the galaxy, sensed it. Angron's ability was to sense the emotions of others, and even to boost the morale of his own side, and prevent the corruption of the warp. The faint sound was perceived by Angron. It was like a candle flame, and its power expressed humanity's indomitable spirit against the dark galaxy, and the noblest spirit of mankind, who abandoned all beliefs for the continuation of their race. The Emperor is above. Angron ended his boarding of the enemy warship, and then turned to jump towards the planet Karasa. Father! Khan exclaimed in surprise as he watched this scene unfold. as Ongron used the force of his feet to fly into the atmosphere of Karasa. The beam of the battleship killer arrived at the atmosphere just then, and Angren's body collided with the dazzling beam. The intense heat, approaching 100 million degrees Celsius, scorched Angren's armor, but Ongron remained unfazed. His armor was reinforced by a small void shield installed by General Calbo, rendering the terrifying heat utterly ineffective against him. It's getting closer and closer. Ongron felt this emotion of sacrificing himself for his race. Angels! 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 The leading soldiers of the Desolate Star Group ganged up on Leonard, their spiked boots leaving him riddled with holes. The leader was a captain with a head that resembled a horse's head, who had just killed the old man who followed Leonard. Angels, huh? Angels, my foot. What are you humans anyway? You only deserve to be our slaves. The spiked military boots slammed into Leonard's face, instantly turning his face into a bloody mess, and even puncturing his eyeballs. Angel. Although Leonard's eyeball was punctured, he was still speaking softly. An angel? I'll let you see an angel. Boom. Chapter 155 Battle of Karasa 4. What is this? The leader of the Desolate Star Group's combat squad shouted that, if he wasn't mistaken, this human had descended from the atmosphere. Free to fire. Free to fire. The Wild Star Group naturally has records of the original genetic material, but these are limited to his battle records. Aside from their battle record, they know nothing about the so-called protogenies. Countless sparks hurtled toward Ongron, but Ongron didn't even need to activate his void shield to withstand this level of attack. His physical body alone was enough to block it. Bang 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 bang. Terrifying firepower surrounded Ongron, and some of the guards outside even pushed their anti-aircraft guns inside. Kill it. The 3 anti-aircraft guns fired simultaneously, their flames illuminating the already darkened ruins. Now we can finally take him down, right? Just as the officer breathed a sigh of relief, a figure suddenly emerged from the dust, and a huge chainsaw axe cleaved the desert soldiers blocking his way. Attention, all personnel. The modified warriors are here. After the Space Marines came into the sights of the Desolace Corporation, the boss behind them realized the importance of these modified special operations warriors in the war. Unlike the genetically modified warriors used by the Secaran Empire, the Desolate Star Group takes a more mechanical ascension route. One of the most elite warriors underwent physical modification. His entire body was replaced with a metal prosthetic body, and even his brain was equipped with a specialized combat chip. 20 modified warriors who were on standby rushed over. According to their plan, they intended to capture the pre-march alive, and then take a good look at what these humans were made of. Bang, bang, bang. The 20 modified warriors walked over, each carrying an oversized shotgun, and then a prosthetic arm mounted on their spines activated. This prosthetic body can increase the speed of these modified warriors' movements, making it appear to others as if time has been slowed down. Grab it. The lead modified warrior activated his cybernetic body, which was informed that it could capture Ongron within seconds. Unfortunately, what is a high-end prosthetic for them is utterly useless in the eyes of Ongron. The speed at which they can unleash a dozen or more attacks in a few nanoseconds is a basic skill for every Space Marine. Boom. The lead cyborg warrior was smug, believing that while the human in front of him was physically strong, he himself possessed a prosthetic body capable of almost creating time-stopping phenomena, making him more than capable of tormenting the human. But soon, something terrifying happened. Even though it was in a time-stopped state, the monster could still rush towards it at a speed that was almost impossible for it to react. Die, alien! The chainsaw axe cleaved the modified warrior from top to bottom, and white liquid flowed from its body. It seems this is your limit. Ongron originally wanted to have a good fight, but unfortunately their fighting strength disappointed him greatly. Their strength was even inferior to that of the new recruits. Come at me all at once. Ongron kicked aside the corpses blocking his way, then calmly looked at the remaining 19 modified warriors and the thousands of desert soldiers surrounding him. Damn it! Kill him! The remaining 19 modified warriors charged at Ongron simultaneously, surrounding him from all sides, while the others used a gang fight to incapacitate him. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Ongron punched another modified warrior, shattering the warrior's entire body into fragments by the powerful force. Bang! 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 More and more modified warriors charged forward, but Ongron grinned. This kind of thrill in battle was something a general could never experience. Leonard awoke from the ruins with a steel bar piercing his abdomen. Damn it, what's going on? Leonard had gone blind, but he vaguely remembered a huge figure crashing through the ceiling before he lost his sight. The terrifying warship killer had no effect on that figure. Leonard was close to fainting at this moment. He had lost too much blood and would probably bleed to death in about a minute. Just as Leonard was filled with fear, a large hand was placed on his shoulder. "You did well, mortal. Perhaps I should call you by a different name, warrior of the Emperor." When Leonard heard the word Emperor, he became excited. Could this person in front of him be a member of the Emperor's army? "Your soul will find peace, your loyalty will be celebrated throughout the galaxy, and you, in death, will be reborn beside the Emperor." Angren's voice gave Leonard a sense of comfort he had never experienced before. "Rest in peace, warriors of the Emperor." According to Angren, Leonard's life is coming to an end, but is that really possible? Yo, another new person has arrived. Leonard slowly woke up amidst the commotion. He found himself lying on a lawn, and the first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was a square-faced man. Leonard looked around in confusion. He was on a lawn surrounded by forests, lakes, and tens of thousands of people playing in the lakes. Where am I? Why am I here? Leonard looked around in confusion. This paradise-like place felt completely unfamiliar to him. How long ago was it that he had lived this kind of life? More than 10 years? More than 20 years? It seems that everything changed on the day the aliens and the Human Federation went to war. He could no longer see such beautiful scenery since that day. "Since we're already here, let's try this." The square-faced man placed a pot and a bowl in front of him. "How about a bowl of lobster bisque? Besides lobster, I added other delicious ingredients." The square-faced man poured a bowl of soup into Leonard's bowl, then placed a steamed, red-hot shrimp claw into his bowl. Looking at Leonard, who had already lost all life, Angren picked up his chainsaw axe and strode outside. "Run, run." Shocked by the terrifying combat power of Angren, the soldiers of the desolate planet fled in panic. A catastrophe was about to be born on this planet, a catastrophe caused by aliens. Chapter 156, The Sky Lion Battle Group. "The Emperor is above." Angren roared as he charged out of the warship killer's control room, and none of the desert soldiers who blocked his way survived. "My God, these are excellent experimental subjects. They must be captured alive." "Absolutely." The researchers hiding behind the desert soldiers shouted excitedly at the scene, saying that this combat power and resilience were absolutely top-notch. "Hack his equipment. Incapacitate him." After receiving orders, several hackers from the desolate planet immediately began attempting to hack into Angren's armor. They believed that the human's strength in combat came partly from himself, and partly from the power armor-like armor he wore. "Damn it, how could this be? How could this be?" Several hackers looked at Angren, who was wreaking havoc in the distance, and said in horror, "What's wrong? Quickly hack into his armor." That scientist from the desolate planet shouted urgently, "Sir, but we didn't detect any trace of intelligence on that human, and our scan showed that the armor he was wearing was mostly composed of some unknown metal and an unknown energy shield." "What?" The scientist from the desolate planet stared wide-eyed. He had no idea that humans possessed such advanced modification technology. The human had just been hit by hundreds of shells and hundreds of thousands of bullets. But to his surprise, he not only emerged unscathed but also became even more ferocious as he fought. Angren's armor of war was originally forged when he was a slave. After being rescued by Yang Cheng, General Calbo Forging modified it. "What? You mean this creature withstood so many attacks with its bare body? Hundreds of cannonballs. What kind of monster can withstand hundreds of cannonballs?" Just as the scientist screamed, a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, and then the entire sun was covered by a huge black shadow. "What is this?" 3 enormous black shadows loomed over the sky, and as the hymn of the Holy Emperor resounded, the Titans began to walk across the land. These 3 are Warbringer Titans of the Heavenly Punishment class. Warbringer Titans of the Heavenly Punishment class are a type of Titan that was once used by both the Empire and the Chaos Titan Legion. Its size falls between that of a Marauder class and a Warlord class Titan, so it is often assigned to the front lines to fight alongside various types of Titans. This colossal war machine was designed to annihilate tenacious enemies at great distances, unleashing explosive death upon them like a god of destruction. The Warbringer's enhanced frontal armor, reminiscent of the Heavenly Punishment level, allows it to easily withstand enemy fire, while its defensive arrays effectively protect against aerial attacks. However, the relatively weak rear armor makes it vulnerable to attacks from the flanks by armored formations. Its main weapon is a seismic cannon mounted on its back, powerful enough to turn a target into a white-hot crater. Alternatively, It can be replaced with a Mars Alpha-type Heavenly Punishment volcano cannon. The Titan's body can also be equipped with 2 Andrews-type defense arrays and 3 ADX-type close-in weapon hammer bomb turrets. The weapons mounted on its arms can be laser detonators, Gatling gun detonators, volcano cannons, or thermal cannons. What is this? The scientist from the desolate planet died at the feet of the Titans before he could finish speaking, followed by countless space marines and members of the Mechanicus. Great Primarch. I am the High Primarch of the Mechanicus, sent to collect xenomorph technology. You may call me Passat. The leading sage of the Mechanicus bowed to Ongran and then spoke slowly. Guys, please clean this place up a bit. I don't want any more aliens to appear here. That's natural. Please return to the warship first. Ongran glared at the great sage and then walked back to the ship. There were very few people in the entire empire who dared to directly call the cult of mechanics oil bastards, except for Yang Cheng and a few gene primarchs. The battle was won? Yang Cheng looked at the latest report that was handed to him and asked. Yes, Your Majesty. Yang Cheng was no longer surprised by this victory. With so many warships and a Primarch in command, if he hadn't won, he would have had to reconsider his own strength. How many space marines are there in the Empire? The Imperium of Man is now surrounded by enemies on all sides, and the space marines are severely undermanned. A space marine squad will only be deployed to a place where the battle is extremely tense, in order to open a ray of victory for the Imperium. System, bring up the warband interface so I can see what good stuff we have. Yang Cheng stared into deep thought as he looked at the names of the various warbands that appeared before him. He needed a warband that could stabilize the morale of the civilians in the occupied territories and treat humans with kindness. After much deliberation, Yang Cheng set his sights on a warband bearing a lion's emblem, one of the most benevolent warbands in the Empire, the Sky Lion Warband. Okay, you're the one. Yang Cheng took a liking to this battle group, so he chose to exchange for it. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have exchanged for the Sky Lion battle group. Mother group, Imperial Fist. Homeworld, Elysium 9. Jianjun, around M38. Chapter Master, Akin Debaku. Number of people, approximately 2,000. Color scheme, blue and gold. Special skills, annoying the court and having a dark face. As one of the top performers in the Misery Contest, the Tien's Corpse Liquor team vividly illustrates that angering the Inquisition will not end well. Fortunately, Tien's has a good buddy, Black Sanctuary. Warband culture. Because the Celestials only replenish their ranks on their homeworld Elysium 9, they are deeply influenced by the local tribal culture, making the brotherhood and fraternity of the chapters particularly prominent. In Tien's culture, legions, honor, and courage are regarded as the highest and purest virtues. Unlike other chapters, the Celestial chapter's behavior reflects the influence of its homeworld's culture in every aspect. For this reason, the hierarchical order within the warband is practically non-existent. Regardless of rank, all the Celestials speak to each other like brothers. Even so, they show great respect to their commanders on the battlefield, and especially to the other Sons of Dorn chapters, such as the Crimson Fist. In addition, every Tien's member is also a talkative storyteller. Before each battle, they would gather together for a storytelling session. Every Imperial member who comes to visit the warband is required to pay for the Celestials, but what they pay for is their own travel experiences and legends from their hometown. For this reason, the Celestials are very willing to fight alongside the Astral Army, with a simple goal, to get exciting stories out of the enemy. What a fine chapter it was. Unfortunately, due to the Inquisitor's brain-dead actions, during the third expedition to Omegadoton, the Sky Lion chapter was mistakenly deployed in a hive city teeming with enemy forces due to faulty intelligence. Outnumbered, they had to pay a heavy price for every step forward. The last 95 warriors were rescued by the priest Grimaldus of the Black Sanctuary. Some of the judges in the Inquisition were simply deserving of death. If it weren't for the fact that the Celestial Lions were always loyal to the Empire, another formidable enemy of the Empire would have been added to the warp. Chapter 157 Mark and Mexico City. I am the captain of the hunters, the top combatant on the Lighthouse, and the object of admiration for countless hunters. Now I'm filling out forms in places like this. Mark already regrets joining this human empire. He initially thought this so-called human empire was a peace-loving human nation, but after passing the medical examination and joining the Odysius Commando, he discovered that it really was a nuclear peace-loving nation. From the moment I graduated, the political commissar I was assigned to told me that they would fight many wars in the future and expand the territory for mankind. Mark naturally listened to what was said, but he hadn't expected this kind of fighting style. In a huge trench, Mark used his helmet to scoop up the leaking rainwater, one spoonful at a time, and then poured it out of the trench. He was very fortunate to have come to a country where the war was a little easier, but this ease only applied to the human empire. A huge war of attrition was easy for the human empire, but it was not easy for Mark and his people. I'm fed up with the life of squatting in the trenches every day. To be honest, I want to fly a walking machine. Although it's easy to get targeted, and you have to praise the walking machine's spirit every day after get off work, at least they have less to do. Yang Cheng grumbled from the side, carrying his weapon on his back, an M36, Carterel, type light gun, one of the most common individual weapons in the Empire and part of the equipment of the Astral Army. He was surrounded by a crossfire line of 2 heavy bolters. Shut up, or you'll be in big trouble if the political commissar hears you. Mark knew his unit's political commissar well. He was extremely strict, and anyone who dared to have such thoughts of betraying the Empire would be lucky to escape with a beating. Don't overthink it. At least we have light guns. Some ordinary planetary defense forces only have automatic weapons like bullet guns. If they want to upgrade to light guns, the planetary governor has to personally go to the cult of mechanics to order them, and then they have to obediently wait in line. Just as Yang Cheng and Mark were chatting idly, a sharp whistle came from the distance of the position. Usually, such a whistle means that the enemy is attacking. Attention, everyone. Reach your positions. Assume impact stance. Orders were issued one after another throughout the trenches, and Mark and the others obediently assumed their anti-impact stances. Sure enough, the enemy's artillery fire came a few dozen seconds later, and the bloody tug-of-war began again. For the Emperor. Hold the line. Let our loyalty be our praise to the Emperor. Let our lives be our tribute to the Emperor. We beg for his approval. Let our strength be our tribute to the Emperor. We beg for his compensation. Let our blood be our tribute to the Emperor. To satisfy his thirst. We will die gloriously. We will lay the foundation for the Empire with loyalty and sacrifice. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Empire. The state priests in the trenches began to pray, and some soldiers who believed in the state religion also began to pray, including Mark and others. At first, they scoffed at this feudal ideology, but when they saw the state religious personnel shouting praises to the Emperor and then taking down enemy bunkers under heavy fire, they immediately began to believe in it. The planet they were on was a beautiful, garden-like world, but it was occupied by a remnant of the Sekharan army. After careful calculation and weighing of the pros and cons by the military department, they chose to wage a protracted war of attrition against them. Commence the attack. As the whistle blew, Mark and his men quickly climbed out of the trenches and then charged forward in coordination with the artillery units behind them. Bang 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 bang. The petrified lizard self-propelled artillery behind them began to provide covering fire, and shell after shell hit the enemy's fortress, easily blasting open the concrete wall as if it were a piece of paper. The current Odysius Commando Regiment is a newly formed unit, and most of the original personnel have been killed in action. People like Hank, who were surviving from the old Odysius Commando Regiment, are few and far between. The artillery opened a gap for the charging infantry, and countless soldiers of the Odysius Assault Regiment immediately poured into the breach, forcibly widening it. For Sekharan, we cannot lose. The Sekharan officers charged toward the on-rushing Odysius assault troops, intending to fill the gap with their own lives. Unfortunately for them, these astral soldiers were far more terrifying than they had imagined. For the Emperor, leading the group was a combat priest of the state religion, holding a flamethrower in his left hand and a copy of the Imperial Holy Word written by Logia in his other. The priests in the Imperial Guard played a vital role, teaching the Emperor's sacred doctrines and providing assistance to the army both on and off the battlefield. For these priests, there was no higher mission than being summoned to serve the Emperor's army. They set an example by their own actions, sometimes even sacrificing themselves heroically on blood-soaked battlefields. This was the noble death they desired. Some Anglican priests were particularly noted for their enthusiasm in carrying out their duties and in executing the heretics they abhorred. Any astragalus commander would appreciate a powerful speech from a state priest, whose speeches could incite the populace against a heretic lord or persuade rebel armies to lay down their arms and succumb to the Emperor's mercy, an inescapable, swift, and bloody death. The Church of England chaplains would ensure that the troops had sufficient motivation to perform their duties without fear and to overcome their fear with fervor. In battle, they used the faith of their troops to strike at the Emperor's enemies. They shouted slogans of devotion and hatred, their angry righteousness inspiring the fighting spirit in the hearts and souls of the nearby guards. Together, they will suppress the heretical forces that dare to rebel against the emperor, determined to wipe these filth from the battlefield. All Catholic priests carry a rosary with them. It is a symbol of faith, much like a holy water bottle. Meanwhile, the more combat-hungry state priests, including those associated with the Salvation Church, often preached amidst the chaos, defending their faith with roaring chainswords and heavy pistols. Nothing is more inspiring than splattered blood and flesh and mutilated heretical corpses. Although a state priest may serve in an astral legion for a long time, he is still a member of the state church, which is the religious backbone of the empire. In reality, this had little impact on his status in battle, because the priest would obey the orders of the regiment to which he was seconded and would live and die alongside the soldiers. A priest is equipped with a rosary, a chainsaw sword, a holy water bottle, a laser pistol, and grenades. By the emperor, sweep away the heretics before us. The state priest shouted, then used his flamethrower to scorch the enemy in front of him. With the exemplary conduct of the state priests, the morale of countless Odysius soldiers soared. They chanted the emperor's praises and then used their bayonets to hack and slash at the enemies in front of them. Chapter 158 Marshal Solon. After the Battle of Karasa, the Imperial Empire and the Desolate Star Group reached a very pleasant agreement. They would not rest until they had completely destroyed each other. Several planets belonging to the Wasteland Star Group were also honored to be selected as test planets for the seed bomb. It has been confirmed that no humans survived on these planets. Those who survived are either completely modified human corpses or slaves of other races. Let's get started. Shockwave's cold voice slowly rose as several members of the Mechanicus began loading seed bombs into the launch ports of the Cyclone torpedoes. By the god of machines above, we hope the machine soul will forgive our actions. Several sages carried out the installation while praying. Sing in unison. Praise the great OM Messiah. Praise the God of hosts. A whirlwind torpedo carrying a seed bomb was launched and then exploded on the planet tens of seconds later. In an instant, everything on that planet, organic and inorganic, was transformed into deformable metal. Whatever it was, it lost its meaning at that moment. I admire you humans. You always seem to have an extraordinary talent for slaughtering enemies. Regarding the slaughter of the xenomorphs, we were merely expressing our opinions. We need no mercy towards these traitors. Mercy is reserved for Imperial citizens who abide by the rules of the Empire. Following the shockwave, explained the mechanical sage. Everything on this planet has been transformed into shape-shifting metal, enough for you to produce a decent army of cannon fodder. This planet will be used as a specific mineral resource site. If you don't mind, you can stay on this planet to conduct research. Initially, General Calbo intended to send Shockwave to the Foundry world on Mars. Shockwave could have simply done some research and served as a mascot for the cult of mechanics, but this turned out to be a painful ordeal for him. Whatever makes you happy. Later, Calbo got tired of dealing with the Shockwave. The human empire was so vast that he could go wherever he wanted to conduct research. All he had to do was report his whereabouts. Oh no, sir. Humanity has launched another planet-destroying operation. Just as he was overwhelmed with problems, Tiker received another message from his subordinates, and he almost fainted. Humanity has once again violated the laws of interstellar warfare. They have openly provoked us. They have used some technology to transform everything on a planet into a certain metal. This is undoubtedly a provocation against us. However, the human empire did not sign the Star Wars law. Forehead. On another note, what did the Huangshin group say? Tico looked at everyone, and then they remembered that the leader of the Wild Star Group's branch had disappeared after the war ended. Mirak, answer me. Mirak. As it stared at the screen that remained disconnected, Tiker's voice echoed incessantly in its throat. A few minutes later, a Sri Lankan man in a suit reconnected to the video call. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great regret that we inform you that our boss has unfortunately gone missing during a warp jump, along with the search team that was dispatched with him. We suspect that something has changed in the warp, so our 42nd Division of the Desolate Star Group will suspend all external operations and instead focus on investigating issues related to the warp. The video call was then cut off, and the entire conference room of the Central Anti-Human Military Alliance fell silent. After a brief period of calm, a fierce argument erupted, and the issue boiled down to one point: whether or not to continue the war with the human empire. We are the pride of emperors, hear our roar. The Elkin chapter commander, wielding a power sword once given to him by the Black Templars, charged into battle, followed by thousands of Space Marines from the Skyline chapter. They were deployed as an advance force to a planet, where more than 2,000 Space Marines swept away all the fighting like autumn leaves in the wind. When Yang Cheng first brought out that long line of Space Marines from the Skyline Legion, countless Inquisitors felt a cold sweat break out on their backs. Many warbands have their share of private feuds with the court, but most of these are turned a blind eye. However, something as egregious as the Skyline Warband's case cannot be so easily overlooked. Finally, after a simple screening, some judges who were competent in their positions were retained, while those who were not were transferred to more suitable positions. This was a satisfactory explanation for the commander of the Akin battle group. Yang Cheng then transferred them to the 2nd Expeditionary Fleet, where they were assigned to carry out combat missions under Luo Jia's command. The Empire's expeditionary force is now taking shape, but there is still a question: who will command the warships from Star Wars? Yang Cheng did not intend to let those war-crazed guys from Warhammer take control of the Star Destroyer. Once they got carried away, they would board the unprotected Star Destroyer and other ships in a passionate frenzy. System, can we summon Marshal Thrawn? To be honest, Yang Cheng felt that apart from Marshal Thrawn, there were few officers suitable to command a Star Destroyer force. Governor Tarkin was now in charge of the Death Star, Kylo Ren was in charge of the Supreme, and the 3rd Expeditionary Fleet should also be prepared. Ding. Marshal Thrawn is worth 500,000 war points. So expensive? Yang Cheng had some doubts, but when he recalled Solin's achievements, he felt it was worth it. After all, being listed as one of the Empire's 13 marshals, his achievements of suppressing the new communist army and recapturing the Empire's capital Coruscant were already dazzling enough. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a special character, Marshal Thrawn, whose race is the cheese. Thrawn's main achievements include severely damaging the Expeditionary Force, suppressing Marshal Zaren's rebellion after joining the Empire, and restoring the Empire. Thrawn's success in the campaign prevented the Empire's morale from further disintegrating, and also temporarily suppressed the conflicts between the Empire's warlords. Thrawn sealed off Coruscant and won victory after victory. Your Majesty, Marshal Soren salutes you. Before Yang Cheng, a tall, thin, humanoid creature with blue skin and red eyes appeared, and then knelt down. Alien. Upon seeing Thrawn's appearance, the Space Marines assumed he was an alien assassin and drew their swords, ready to cut off his head. Wait a minute. This is an Imperial demi-human. Yang Cheng hurriedly shouted as he watched the power sword about to fall. We can't let Marshal Solon, whom we've worked so hard to acquire, die so soon after his debut. Chapter 159 has no title. Your Majesty, demi-humans are not to be trusted. Whether his skull is pure is debatable. You bunch of feudal superstitious fools. This is Marshal Thrawn. He's far superior to your barbarians who jump ship all day long. A barbarian, is he? This demi-human is not worthy of being compared to Admiral Spyr. What? Want to have a competition? We have a powerful army and Space Marines who can take on 100 men each. What do you have? We have a hyperspace engine that doesn't use warp space. Do you have to bring up the very thing you don't want to talk about? In terms of command, officers from both Star Wars and Warhammer would clash every time, while factions like Halo could only obediently stand by and try to break them up, since they were like elephants compared to these two established powers. While his officers were arguing amongst themselves, Yang Cheng was busy equipping the 3rd Fleet with capital ships. You're the one, Executor-class Star Destroyer. Yang Cheng set his sights on the Executor-class, one of the Lord's vehicles. As the flagship of the Death Fleet, it was the most famous of all ships of its class in the Galactic Empire, and a representative of Super Star Destroyers. Manufacturer. Quarter shipyard. Length. 19 kilometers. Shell. Ferromagnetic ceramic shell. Arms. Heavy laser cannon X-500, ion cannon, proton torpedo launcher, tractor beam, missile launcher. Shield. Deflection shield generator. Hyperspace engine. Hyperspace class X7, backup X6. Affiliation. Galactic Empire. Subspace velocity. 8 mglt. Crew. Approximately 800,000 personnel, 150,000 soldiers, 100 at ATS, 50 TIE fighter squadrons, 2 armed bases, and 600,000 metric tons of cargo. Besides its powerful firepower, the Executor's primary mission is to serve as a flagship and mobile command center. Some sources suggest that she was actually designed as a battlecruiser, but her heavy armor indicates that she was a battleship. Marshal Thrawn, it's yours. Yang Cheng gave a key to Salong. This is the Executor-class Star Destroyer, USS Executor, is docked in Sector B5 of Military Port B on Terra Starport. Your troops have been waiting there for some time. Oh, and a few of you go with him. Don't let him get killed by the Inquisition on the way. Yang Cheng randomly picked 2 guards to accompany Marshal Solon. Since Solon's appearance was somewhat different from that of a normal human, and he needed to explain this to the people of the Inquisition. Although the Empire is extremely xenophobic and racist, it does not mean that the Empire does not accept peace-loving demi-human races who are willing to serve as dogs for humans, but only those whose skulls have not undergone mutation. Marshal Thoron. The stormtroopers, who were already prepared, lined up in square formations on the deck of the Star Destroyer, and then simultaneously stood at attention. Attention! Field Admiral Soren, dressed in a white naval uniform, began to inspect the troops on the deck. Soren! 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 A series of faint sounds rang out in unison from under the stormtroopers' helmets, followed by a dozen Imperial Navy officers in gray uniforms stepping out of the ranks. Salute to you, Marshal Thoron. Thrawn's prestige within the former Galactic Empire was extremely high. He was a household name, if not universally known. He nearly defeated the New Republic with a ragtag army, and if it weren't for the assassination attempt, the Empire would have won that battle decisively. Hello everyone. Unlike some people who strangle a few soldiers to cheer themselves up when they're angry, Thrall prefers to inspire his subordinates' creativity rather than punish them simply for their mistakes. He never arbitrarily executed his subordinates for minor mistakes, as this could easily exacerbate the loss of Imperial resources, a consequence the Empire could not afford at the time. Thrawn was willing to admit his defeat. Rather than proudly engaging in a battle he was destined to lose, Thrawn knew better when to retreat. Following Marshal Thrawn is much better than following those Warhammer lunatics who jump ship at the drop of a hat and self-destruct when they can't win. At least he doesn't like fighting battles that will only lead to his death. Moreover, unlike many high-ranking officers who only knew how to command but didn't understand responsibility, Thrawn devoted himself wholeheartedly to the Empire, and his spirit of self-sacrifice was the reason why Marshal Thrawn earned the loyalty of his soldiers. Where's my army? Everyone is waiting for you, Marshal. Centered on the Executor, dozens of warships docked in Sector B all left the starport and then circled around the Executor. The Central Anti-Human Military Alliance has yet to decide whether to launch an offensive or make a strategic retreat. But the Human Empire's fleet wouldn't wait for them to come up with a solution. For the Imperial Navy, their mission was to do everything in their power to expand the Empire's territory. The target this time is the Kingdom of Nazni, a country that has just joined the Anti-Human Military Alliance in the Central Ring. It is a country that was notified by the Malokians. Coincidentally, this country joined the alliance a few days before the fall of Sekharin. Sekharin was destroyed on the same day that it joined the alliance. Now it is one of the few countries in the entire alliance that borders the Human Empire. Tyker, I've joined your alliance. You have to save us. The king of the Kingdom of Non-AIs cried out to Tikal and the others through the screen, regretting joining the military alliance. Little did they know that Sekharin was so weak that it was taken over by humans in just a few days. Relax, we're here for you. Tikal immediately adopted a tone that sounded like he was trying to deceive others. What does the alliance lack right now? It lacks countries like Sekharin that get things done and border humanity. Nobody wants to drag their entire family across several star systems and be wiped out by humanity. So they need a country that can provide manpower for war, preferably one that is close to humanity. The closer the better. We will provide you with military assistance and mercenary services, but we offer you resources and money with both hands. And we also promise that any misdeeds committed by your soldiers on our land while you are stationed in our kingdom will be treated leniently. That's good. We will provide 5 million individual basic armed forces, plus 3 million dispatched troops to the Kingdom of Non-AIs. We can send 2 million, plus 6 million worth of equipment. We can only send 1 million, but we can upgrade all your equipment to the latest weapons. The alliance was quickly formed, with Non-AIs becoming the leader of the alliance, and this time they made sufficient preparations. What if we lose? Those anti-human military alliances actually seem reliable. Chapter 160 The Transformation of the Word-Bearers. We'll have the newly arrived Marshal in charge of cutting off the enemy's retreat. We're preparing for a surprise attack. Lorga's Glory Queen-class battleship broke through the enemy's defenses, and the enemies in its path were either directly rammed and blown to pieces or thrown to other locations. Humans have broken through our naval blockade. In just 3 days, the navy of the Kingdom of Non-AIs completely collapsed, and it didn't even last until the anti-human alliance came to its aid. In a sense, non-AIs is also a peace-loving nation. They rarely wage war in the galaxy and mostly survive as an industrial nation. They were previously protected by Sekalan, but after Sekalan was gone, they went to the military alliance for help. But unexpectedly, the anti-human military alliance actually sent it into battle. As a result, the Nanite's army, which had not fought for many years, collapsed at the first contact. The speed of their escape even exceeded the speed of the reinforcements, and they fled in entire units. Are there no capable fighters at all? Loka removed the head of an Alliance export version cyborg, and then casually tossed the corpse onto the ground. Be careful to recruit human slaves. There's no need for alien slaves. Treat them the same as the aliens. The word bearers have expanded and are now the third largest space marine force in the Imperium, after the Star Knights, the Celestial Lions, and the word bearers. Let the Emperor's light shine upon this galaxy. We, as the Emperor's messengers, have a duty to cleanse these aliens. What Luo Jia held in his hand was the Imperial truth, which Yang Cheng had modified. Huang Leihan's mistake was that he claimed he was not a god while pretending to be one. Old Huang, I am not a god. Luo Jia, you are. Old Huang, I am not. Loka, God never admits that he is God. Old Huang, this kid is hopeless. That's Luo Jia's problem. That's just how his background was. There's nothing he could do about it. Yang Cheng also made some minor modifications to the Imperial truth, but it still generally requires believing in science. As for the rare occurrence of seeing a giant, golden figure suddenly grow larger and slap an enemy, that's just an isolated case. To be honest, the Empire does have things like the Force and psionic energy. Loger has seen himself transform into a giant, golden figure and slap his enemies across the face before. But you still have to be discerning. You can believe in them, but you can't blindly believe in them, especially those from the Imperial state religion. Luo Jia took this to heart. In any case, Yang Cheng was basically left to his own devices. He didn't expect Luo Jia to make any significant achievements. He just wanted him to focus on the expedition. Father, the list of planets that can be saved has been compiled. There are a total of 28 planets in this star system that can be kept as resource planets. The rest have suffered losses to varying degrees. This planet is nice. What's it called? Go Temp. The planet with the best environment in this system, and with normal oxygen levels, is where we plan to relocate some Imperial colonists. I want to build a great city on this planet to celebrate my father, so that everyone who lives here can feel the happiness brought by my father, the great God Emperor. Luo Jia's words made many people present feel uneasy. What was bound to happen was bound to happen. A fast-moving former loyalist space marine who had already reported the matter to Yang Cheng. If such a tragedy were to repeat itself, the Empire would not be able to withstand it. What is that? What is Loka going to do? Yang Cheng, who was planning to rest, almost jumped up when he heard the report. Why did they have to go back to the original route? Why did they have to fix something else? I'll go find Luo Jia myself. This is no small matter. Yang Cheng had no intention of repeating the Horus Rebellion. Although the four gods of this world hadn't caused any trouble yet, Yang Cheng was still taking precautions. This time, he brought his entire guard and even asked Dongran to slow down his attack, ready to come back to his aid at any time. Father? Luo Jia looked at Yang Cheng as he approached and asked him a question, but Yang Cheng chose to lead Luo Jia into a room instead. When the Assassin's Court and the Inquisition received this news, the Assassin's Court's Grand Master and the Inquisition's fleet simultaneously rushed towards Logia's location. The entire Empire was on high alert because of Logia's words. What do you want with me, great God Emperor? Luo Jia looked at Yang Cheng in front of him and asked slowly. Do you know why your legion is called the Word Bearers? After some mental preparation, Yang Cheng began acting. Why? Isn't it so that we can carry your words and behead your enemies? Not entirely, Loka. You must understand that humanity cannot be blinded by ignorant faith, nor can it become an empty shell or a mad dog simply because it lacks a goal. We must take humanity's greatest ideals as our belief, abandon the ignorance of the old knight era, and truly look to the future. You are the bearers of words. Not only must you embody the spirit of the Empire, but you must also crush all lies to ashes. I will allow you to build your city, but do not abandon the truth for it. Yang Cheng and Luo Jia talked a lot, but the meeting was strictly sealed by the Imperial authorities, and in the end, Luo Jia became a true leader of the Legion of Word Bearers. Thank goodness I've seen Robert's rebellion. Yang Cheng learned many of the methods he used to deceive Luo Jia from the Robert Rebellion. He didn't expect to cultivate Luo Jia into someone like the Golden Word Saint Legion, at least not someone who would give him a grand birthday celebration. Let's abandon the city-building plan and complete the combat objectives first. After some deliberation, Loka ordered the fleet to continue its advance, this time aiming directly for the enemy's capital. What? You were all wiped out in just 3 days? We had just organized our forces. And you're already gone? Tikal listened to King Burn Paineyes of the Kingdom of Non-AIs, who then shouted angrily. To be honest, the coalition was organized very quickly this time. 5 major military powers, dozens of smaller countries providing resources or troops, and dozens of conglomerates and fleets responsible for logistics. It's incredibly fast that they were able to organize and set off in just 3 days. However, they still overestimated the Kingdom of Paineyes. It was only considered slightly above average in the outer ring, and its survival in the middle ring was entirely due to its connection with a powerful force. But now it's no use clinging to powerful figures. It doesn't matter who you cling to in relation to the human empire. Don't panic. You still have enough ground troops. Enough civilians. Fight a landing war against the human empire. Deplete the human empire's ground forces to the maximum extent possible. Tikal didn't expect anything bad from this country. His only hope was to annihilate the human empire's fleet here, and then the two sides could sit down at the negotiating table and have a proper talk. But the human empire was too fast to talk. Your Majesty, the human army has breached our defenses. With a scream, communication between the two parties was cut off. Chapter 161. The enemy hasn't arrived yet. We are already in chaos. What to do? Tikal told us to hold the planet with our initial ground forces and our own, and then wait for reinforcements. Paineyes Burn screamed and asked the official beside him. The Kingdom of Paineyes was a kingdom in the traditional sense, with King Burn as its main ruler and various ministers surrounding him. However, Your Majesty, many of our citizens have not received combat training. They will only be able to. That's not important. As long as we can hold out until reinforcements arrive, that's enough. Now, a nationwide mobilization is underway. We must stop the human advance. Just as Burn was issuing orders in a grand manner, Loga's fleet had already broken through 60% of the Paineyes Empire's military deployment, and countless warships were surging towards the Paineyes people like an overwhelming tide. Should we surrender? Or should we listen to His Majesty the King and flee to another country? Surrender? Absolutely not. We must defend our country, because we are Paineyes. While they were arguing, the Allied soldiers who came to this country were not idle either. They were now stationed by the Central Anti-Human Military Alliance, and even the governor of a planet had to give them face. They naturally dared not interfere with petty theft, but this made the civilians of Paineyes unhappy. A riot broke out over the issue of troop deployment. Numerous people began protesting the issue of the Alliance's troop presence and demanding that Paineyes regulatory authorities arrest those responsible for the illegal activities. Then Paineyes regulatory authorities did not respond, and the two sides were eventually forced to engage in a back-and-forth exchange on the street. Paineyes soldiers, true to their reputation as experts in civil wars but inexperienced in foreign wars, possess remarkable insight into communicating with their own country's civilians. These civilians who refuse to obey orders are no longer special civilians. We must strike hard. And so, Paineyes' first national mass brawl tournament unfolded across the country, and both sides were wiped out by the Empire's warships while they were engaged in mass brawls. At this point, Paineyes had entered a phase of friendly exchange. But the human empire doesn't care what you're doing. Their problems can only be solved by them in hell. For the Emperor. The Space Marines' battle cry echoed once again on a planet engulfed in riots. This time, both sides were dumbfounded. They were located on a planet within the Paineyes kingdom. Had the humans fought so quickly? But before they could react, they were blasted to pieces by the slingshot. The Empire's eagle flag has been planted on yet another planet. But this clearly couldn't stop the chaos within Paineyes. The two sides were so enraged that they completely ignored the army of the human empire. Something terrible has happened, Your Majesty. Humans have arrived. Upon learning that human warships had entered the capital system and would reach the capital skies within a day at the latest, Burn decisively retreated, leaving billions of Paineyes citizens and soldiers to die. Looking at the human warships in the sky, the Paineyes people, still in a state of chaos, finally understood that the arrival of humans was no joke. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Drop pods bearing the Star Knight insignia fell from the warship, and the rain of death once again fell on the enemy planet. Support. We need support. The planet's soldier hiding behind the wall had barely finished speaking when he was hit by a bomb, and the wall behind him was blown to pieces along with him. Are there any new commands? What kind of orders are these? All the higher-ups have fled. The remaining Planet soldiers hid behind bunkers, not daring to show their faces, but this was not a long-term solution. They planned to retreat to the main city and establish a defensive line to fight off the enemy. Retreat. Retreat. Panai soldiers readily abandoned civilians and retreated inwards. Some Alliance reinforcements arrived, but this only increased the number of Space Marines killed. Those born bastards. The commander of the anti-human military alliance forces in charge of this aid project cursed, saying that he had never seen such incompetent high-ranking officers in all his years of fighting. What do we do now? What can we do? Hold on here. Consider it for our own sake. They were originally just here to be mercenaries, but now, forget about getting paid. They'd better save their own lives first. Hold the line. Do not retreat. Watching these amateurs fight, the soldiers from the Anti-Human Federation who came to provide support had a headache. Why were they so cooperative when they were fighting their own people? Bang 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 bang. At the forefront appeared the Space Marines in Terminator armor, who blocked the initial firepower and provided space for the Space Marines behind them to unleash their own firepower. Damn it! Why do human super soldiers have such good equipment? Seeing the Space Marines approaching against their powerful firepower, the reinforcement commander couldn't help but complain. Why should I, who am so unlucky, help them? The commander let out a wail and was then pierced by a bomb. The first line of defense has fallen. The second line has fallen. Article 3. Listening to the static on the walkie-talkie, the last remaining soldiers were all hiding in the king's palace, whose master had fled several hours earlier. The Space Marines who entered the palace were quickly attacked by the remaining soldiers, but this was only a minor obstacle for them. Most of these soldiers used light weapons, which were not even effective at scratching the Space Marines' armor. The soldiers could only watch in horror as their comrades were blown to pieces by explosives, and then it was their turn. Humans. The aliens strapped with explosives attempted a final counterattack, but they couldn't even get close to the Space Marines. Report. Ground operations completed. Received, Commander Amrad. In the sky, Loga's flagship was docked at the starport that originally belonged to Planets, where countless warships awaited the approaching enemy support fleet. Prepare to deploy subspace mines. Contact Marshal Thrawn one last time to ensure the enemy does not escape. Hello? What's going on? What happened over there? The support fleet that was conducting warp jumps was unaware that Panais had fallen, and at this moment they were still jumping into the encirclement that the human empire had prepared. Hey, what's going on? What happened to the human army? The fleet commander repeatedly tried to contact the ground troops that had been dispatched earlier, still pondering why he couldn't make contact, completely oblivious to the fact that the fleet had already fallen. Actually, it's not its fault. The main reason is that even humans didn't expect to be able to push it so fast. Planets' weakness was beyond imagination. Chapter 162 taking the initiative to enter the circle. Things have been a bit turbulent in the warp lately. I've heard several fleets have gone missing. Yes, I heard there's something deep in the warp. It's strange. Why didn't we see anything when we were at war with the Federation of Humans, but now we do? Just as the crew was chatting, their warships completed their warp, and what awaited them were the mines that the human empire had deployed in advance. Boom, 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 boom. The first warships to leap out collided head-on with the laid mines, and bursts of fire flashed on the vanguard warships. What's going on? Has the enemy invaded? In the main ship's command room, Admiral Dankelin, the commander of the Allied forces, was nervously observing the battle situation. It made outstanding contributions in the battles that once besieged the Human Federation's warships, and even participated in several massacres of humans. Don't panic. We have enough logistics and enough warships this time. We just need to proceed steadily and surely, and we will annihilate humanity. Dankelin's voice rang out on each warship. The Alliance was well prepared this time, and translation and weaponry issues had all been significantly improved. Commence the attack. Dankelin began issuing orders. Whichever side seizes the initiative first in the battle will have a greater chance of winning. Launch your carrier-based aircraft. Open fire at will. No sooner had Dankelin finished speaking than the human empire launched its counterattack. Several battleships fired their macro cannons, accompanied by dozens of dazzling light spears. Deploy the encirclement and notify Marshal Solon to dispatch troops to surround the enemy. Logar began to relay his orders. Any pre-march was capable of serving as a military commander. Their command abilities surpassed those of almost all mortals. Attention, all warships. Spread out. Spread out. Warning, human artillery fire. Warning, artillery fire. Avoid actions. Avoid work. Despite the addition of new equipment, the coalition forces were still overwhelmed by the human warships in terms of firepower, and wave after wave of heavy artillery bombardment directly shattered their newly prepared formation. Defend against the enemy one by one. Defend against the enemy one by one. Maintain good formation. Don't let the enemy's firepower break through. Dankelin kept issuing commands in the fleet channel. All it could do now was calmly command and keep its emotions in check, as the human firepower had just destroyed more than a dozen of their warships. Forward. Maintain formation. Don't let the enemy board your ships. Open fire once they're within range. The Allied forces had been thoroughly terrified by the Space Marines boarding warriors, and they had no desire to face Space Marines, who were practically humanoid tanks, in the cramped cabins of their ships. Centered on the Loyal Law and the Ash Chronicle, all warships channeled their energy into the Void Shield, allowing the Emperor's light and the light of truth to pierce the enemy. Upon receiving Loka's order, all the warships that were originally using their broadside cannons to bombard the enemy adjusted their course and then aimed their rams at the advancing Allied warships. Something's wrong. Quick. Full power. When Dankelin saw the terrifying ram pointing in his direction, he realized something was wrong and immediately ordered all the warships to open fire. In an instant, shells, lasers, lightning missiles, and all kinds of firepower flew toward the human warship. Maximize the Void Shield. Smash through the enemy formation. Damn it. Why do humans always prefer these primitive but effective tactics? Dankelin watched as one of its own warships after another was rammed and destroyed, shouting that it couldn't understand why humans, with such advanced technology, would resort to such primitive tactics. Bang! A new export version of a battleship was rammed in two by the ram, and countless crew members were crushed to pieces by the ram. The other warships were unable to mount a proper counterattack, but their weapons were effectively intercepted when they hit the Void Shield. Even without the Void Shield, their firepower was still unable to penetrate the battleship's thick armor. Bearing the Emperor's words, "I will surely slay the Emperor's enemies." The Space Marines' battle cry echoed across every ship, and what awaited these aliens was boarding them. A wonderful day begins with a boarding maneuver. Quick! Watch out! The enemy is boarding. Prepare your defenses. Some of the veterans who joined the coalition knew the tricks of the trade. After the impact, they were met with waves of human boarding parties. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Engage the enemy on the left flank. Seeing the ramming horn growing larger and larger in front of them, the alien soldiers resigned themselves to their fate. Boom. The ram slammed into the deck of the warship, and then flames engulfed countless alien crew members. We've lost another warship. Seeing the warship icons dimming one after another on the screen, Dankelin decisively ordered a retreat. We have already lost this battle. We underestimated the power of the enemy's ram. We must retreat immediately to preserve our strength. Dankel knew they had lost this battle, and all they could do now was conserve their strength for the next battle. But humans were not about to let them go so easily. Just as Dankel was preparing to retreat, one after another, silver-white star destroyers blocked their retreat, while Marshal Thrawn stood on the deck of the Executor in the middle of the fleet, coldly watching them. Humans have surrounded us. Then hurry up and warp in. Human warships have taken control of our warp system. We can no longer warp. Upon hearing this, Dankelin slumped back into his seat and then calmly accepted everything. Having fought this war with humanity for so long, I long foresaw this day. All team members, remain calm. Let us die as soldiers. Dankelin shouted at the panicked crew around him, then began to write a report as quickly as possible. Be aware of the human ramming horns. Avoid direct confrontation. Try to avoid fighting human warships with ramming horns. Humans use a weapon that blocks warship warp paths. Check carefully if the battle turns against you, and try to avoid this situation. Also, when looking for teammates, choose those who are capable of fighting. Dankelin summarized the intelligence and sent it out. Now some countries have begun to take the threat to humanity seriously, and more countries are joining the Central Anti-Human Military Alliance. Bang! Another warship was destroyed by the turbine cannons mounted on the Star Destroyer, leaving the Allied forces with fewer than 10 warships left on the entire battlefield. Attack! Danko, prepared for a desperate gamble, ordered its warships to accelerate and ram into the human ships, but they were met with a barrage of fire from the Star Destroyers. Dankel and its warships turned into a pile of cosmic debris, drifting in the galaxy. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have discovered the 4th Legion Pre-March, Perturabo. Chapter 163 The Big Twist Perturabo. Perturabo is the pre-march of the traitorous 4th Legion, Iron Warriors, also known as the Hammer of Olympia, the Lord of Iron, the Black-Hearted Foreman, Boss P, Boss Pi, Fourth Master, Iron Prince, Space Autistic Da Vinci, or the Whispering Little Princess. Petrarabo is extremely cold and aloof. He prefers to hide alone in a dark room, working with machines and pursuing his dream of building a great civilization. As a result, he has become one of the most technologically advanced primarchs, capable of dismantling your refrigerator and turning it into an electromagnetic cannon in the blink of an eye. Petrarabo's former aloof personality did not improve during the Great Crusade, because although he longed to build and protect and be praised for it, the Empire did not give him that opportunity. The Fourth Legion, because of its unwavering will, indestructible spirit, and never-retreating style, was used by the Emperor as a meat grinder to fill in the gaps everywhere. Throughout the entire expedition, Petrarabo and his iron-willed warriors did the hardest work, worked the most overtime, endured the most brutal beatings, and received the least pay. They grew increasingly weary, angry, and desperate about the endless war. By the time the great expedition ended, determination had turned into stubbornness, and perseverance into numbness. Petrarab and his legions no longer hoped to gain fame, affection, or respect from the Empire. He also abandoned his previous vision of a great future and instead began to resent the Emperor. This was the seed of Petrarab's rebellion, but it did not prevent Petrarab from continuing to do the dirty work for the rebels after the uprising. While War Master Horus was putting on a stand-up comedy routine on the Soul of Vengeance, Petrarabo was the only one doing the right thing. He was the only one in the entire rebel faction doing the right thing. However, the person most responsible for the injustice suffered by Petrarabo is actually himself. He resented his adoptive father and the Emperor for using his engineering talents, which could have benefited all mankind, to create weapons. But in reality, he chose not to create anything other than weapons because he felt that civilian projects would not be valued. He was angry about the heavy casualties his legions suffered during the Great Crusade, but seemed never to have considered other tactics besides large-scale frontal attacks and firepower coverage. He complained to everyone who was willing to listen that his brothers always underestimated him and did not appreciate him, yet always put on a sour face when other primarchs showed friendliness. He never realized he was a twisted, jealous, self-absorbed princess, and when his sister Kelly Fanny pointed out these flaws, he strangled her. To be fair, Petrarabo is a bit of a contradiction. After all, inventing the 11-draw kill is somewhat abstract. Call Hongsua over, and then call Oaks and the others to pick them up. 2 primarchs have arrived in just 1 month. Although Logar is not very useful now, he is still a primarch, which is better than nothing. But Petrarad is different. Apart from his personality, he is excellent in every other aspect, especially in the war. As for Petrarabo, Yang Cheng still planned to do the same as with Logia. Let him run wild. Give him an army, and let him do what he wants. Petrarabo had grown somewhat disgusted with the fact that his adoptive father had used him to manufacture war tools on his own planet for many years. The fact that he was still manufacturing war tools after being taken away by the Emperor infuriated him. In fact, Petrarabo really enjoys building non-war structures, and has even created sculptures and other works of art. Let's go pick them up. Olympic Star. My God, what is this? Countless people dressed in period costumes looked up at the Star Destroyer in the sky and exclaimed in amazement. Gods. There is no such thing as a god in the world. Petrarabo was a staunch atheist who scorned this feudalistic way of thinking. Petrarabo, Yang Cheng, wearing a gleaming gold armor, stepped off the shuttle, accompanied by Hongsua and several other space marines from the Iron Warrior Legion. Who are you, father? As Petrarabo looked at Yang Cheng's face, he began to recall his childhood, vaguely remembering having seen Yang Cheng before. It's time to go home, my son. The Empire needs you now. Yang Cheng looked at Petrarabo in front of him and spoke slowly. You can't reach your full potential on this planet. Come with me. It's a better place for you. The knowledge you need, the art you desire, and the real tools of war. Yang Cheng's words persuaded Petrarabo. He really didn't want to live in this godforsaken place anymore. Besides, the planet had been unified and no longer needed him. Let's go. Petrarabo glanced at Hongsua beside Yang Cheng, then slowly spoke. As for your adoptive father? Yang Cheng looked at Damikos, the man who, despite being a tyrant, had at least adopted Petrarabo. You are now the governor of this planet. You will receive your letter of appointment soon. Yang Cheng didn't really value this planet that much. He simply assigned it to Damix as payment for helping to raise Petrarabo. Let's go, father. Petrarabo coldly turned his head away, then stepped onto the shuttle first. Petrarabo. A black-haired woman dressed in classical style ran over from the crowd, and her guards, armed with weapons, immediately stopped her. This is Kelly Fanny, my former sister. Pecharabo is extremely resistant to this period of time. He just wants to get rid of it now. If Yang Cheng remembers correctly, Kelly Fanny later tried to persuade Pecharabo, but it was no use. Take her with you, and like that old gladiator, settle her in Terra. Yang Cheng was very generous in rewarding those who had helped the pre-march. They were all taken to Terra, where they would meet with the pre-march periodically, such as Ongran and the old gladiator. Pecharabo was the same. His personality was like a rock in a latrine, stinky and hard. You have governed this planet very well. From now on, the 4th Legion is under your command. You can manage the star sector according to your own ideas, as long as it complies with the rules and regulations of the Empire. Yang Cheng looked at Pecharabo and said, I will, Father. Pecharabo, to put it bluntly, just lacks a few words of praise. Every time he finishes the dirty and hard work, no one remembers him at all. Everyone is busy remembering the good things about Dorn, which often leaves him feeling neglected. All right, now that you're here, let's get to work. I won't ask too much of you. Once you've completed your tasks, you can do whatever you want. I won't force you. You are given a task, to establish and perfect your legion. I've started a fan group. Warhammer fans are welcome to join and have some fun. Chapter 164, the 4th Legion. The Iron Warriors specialize in siege warfare and destroying fortifications, which makes them natural adversaries of the Imperial Fist even during rebellions. The Iron Warriors are also fierce melee fighters, and witnesses have compared their ferocity to the World Eater Traitor Legion or the loyal Holy Blood Angels Legion. Iron Warriors commonly use slaves as cannon fodder to deplete the ammunition of the besieged and to pinpoint enemy artillery positions. Like the Steel Hand, they often use bionic mechanical prosthetics to replace mutated limbs because they hate chaotic mutations. Yang Cheng has now managed to build up the Iron Warriors Legion to 300 men and has equipped Pecharabo with all sorts of gear. An 11-draw lottery? What the hell is this? Upon hearing Hunso's words, Pecharabo began to complain about the rule of the 11-draw kill. He didn't like it being in his legion. Now following Pecharabo is Frickless the City Breaker, a war blacksmith and the 1st company commander of the 1st Battalion of the Iron Warriors Legion. Father. More than 200 Space Marines from the Iron Warriors Legion knelt down simultaneously and then shouted in unison. Welcome, Pecharabo. Welcome to the army of the Divine Emperor's Will. Loka greeted him in his charlatan-like attire, but he was met with a glare from Pecharabo, another fool obsessed with feudal superstition. Pecharabo glanced at Loya and then spoke in a dismissive tone. It seems you're quite dissatisfied. Although we are both descendants of the great God Emperor, you. What? A gladiatorial contest? Pecharabo looked at Loya, who was dressed as a charlatan, and then slowly spoke. Gladiators? You remind me of that brute, Ongran. You're not like him, are you? Ongran. Looks like I'm not the second one. You are the third, but not the last. All right, charlatan, get out of the way. Pecharabo didn't like Lorca very much, especially his charlatan-like behavior, which was exactly the same as a group of people he had encountered before, making him equally disgusted. Come, let's duel. I've heard you're the 4th offspring created by Father. Let me see your strength. Without a word, Loka grabbed Pecharabo's arm and led him to an arena. Let me see what makes you so strong. During this period of battle, Logar became arrogant, feeling that he was invincible. However, among the Primarchs, he was still one of the worst at close combat. And that was it. Loka was almost beaten to the ground by Pecharabo, but fortunately, Pecharabo was not very experienced in combat at this time, and went easy on his brother, which prevented Loka from suffering the same fate as when he fought the Raven King. The Steel Blood, a warship designed by Pecharabo himself, is one of the most powerful warships in the galaxy. With its combat power alone, it can destroy a fleet or suppress a planet. Even among the sister ships of the Glory Queen-class battleships, the Steel Blood is considered to be large, with a total length of 20 kilometers. Aside from its exceptionally thick hull armor, made for the operational needs of the Iron Warriors, the Steel Blood has another very unique feature. There are no portholes on its hull surface, not even on the bridge. The pre-march of the Iron Warriors Legion, Pecharabo, believed that space warfare was sufficient to be carried out using sensors and tactical information displays, and that any attempt to observe targets directly with the naked eye was utterly pointless. Ironically, it was this very logic that led him to succumb to the temptation of witnessing the changing battle situation firsthand during the Battle of Foul, and as a result, he could only don his armor and run to the aircraft launch ports, which were now in a vacuum, to observe the battle. Petrarabo gazed at the Glory Queen-class battleship, admiring every decoration on it, which would become the cornerstone of his expeditionary fleet. The Iron Warriors Legion will become a legion specializing in siege warfare, and under Yang Cheng's orders, the 4th Legion was quickly deployed into battle. The attack was initially commanded by Fricks. Petrarabo was not yet familiar with the various armaments of the Empire, and he still needed to study the mainstream weapons used by the Space Marines and the Mortal Auxiliary Forces. We want this astral army. Petrarabo pointed to the Krieg Death Regiment in the distance, which was shelling and digging trenches. Iron Warriors also like to dig trenches, dig a huge trench, build all sorts of random weapons on it, and then demolish the enemy's bunkers. For the Emperor, steel begets strength. Strength begets will begets faith. Faith begets glory. Glory begets steel. The battle cry of the Iron Warriors echoed from within the enemy bunkers. With the support of the Krieg artillery, several Space Marine squads emerged from the ground in drill-equipped devices and landed safely inside the enemy fortress. The enemy has entered. The officer in charge was hit by a bomb as soon as he finished speaking, and then the Iron Warriors began to clear out the enemy's firing positions in the fortress. The Iron Warriors are highly professional in siege warfare, especially when it comes to dealing with fortresses like these, which are nowhere near as well built as those yellowish-brown guys. Bang 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 bang. These Iron Warrior tactical squads advanced steadily into the enemy's fortress. The weapons these alien soldiers were equipped with were only a threat to mortals, and to the Space Marines, they were merely laser rust removal. Good, but not enough. Petrarabo was satisfied with the performance of his protégés, which was sufficient for ordinary fortress Space Marines. However, he knew that in the future he would face enemies who had transformed entire planets into fortresses, and even against such enemies, Space Marines were not invincible. Transfer some of Krieg's command to me, and I also need enough cannon fodder. Petrarab listed his demands one by one, which he intended to use as the basis for his troops. Father, what else do you need? Look at all this stuff you're researching. Whether you use it yourself or give it to another group, this kind of thing is not very useful for siege warfare. Hanser developed a weapon similar to a demon ovary, but the embarrassing thing is that the Empire no longer needs such cannon fodder. Its symbolic significance outweighs its practical value. Petrarabo also remained skeptical of what Hanso had researched. Apart from its frightening appearance, this thing was only slightly more powerful than an ordinary mortal soldier, and at most it could only be deployed in some key urban warfare situations. I need to do some research on the artillery units. Perhaps it would be better to incorporate Krieg and his men into our auxiliary forces? Chapter 165 The Art of War of the Iron Warrior. I need enough cannon fodder, enough of them. Petrarabo doesn't think much of the B-1 combat robot, but the production capacity of the BX combat robot is too small, with less than 10 units currently. The main force in combat robots is still the B-1. Hongsua, prepare enough cannon fodder for me. Petrarabo picked up a stack of books and then locked himself in a room. He needed to learn as much as he could about Imperial armaments. Tell Petrarabo what else he needs, and I will support him. Yang Cheng highly values Petrarabo, the pre-march. He considers him to be the strongest fighter on his side besides Ongran, and Petrarabo has the potential to form his own army. Ongran is currently with the 1st Expeditionary Fleet, but Petrarabo is different. Yang Cheng wants to build a fleet specifically for conquering cities and seizing strongholds, centered around Petrarabo. A few days later, Petrarabo successfully read through all the information, from the tactical knife of an ordinary soldier to the Death Star currently engaged in battle. Petrarabo had a basic understanding of everything, and now it was time for him to organize his own legion. First is the recruitment world, currently tentatively located on Olympus. The entire star sector is occupied by Petrarabo, which includes 100 habitable planets, 15 garden worlds, 60 dead worlds, plus 2 most important things, the forging world. The Iron Warriors will definitely need the help of the Oilers to build their war machines in the future, and the presence of the Forge World in the Olympus sector will undoubtedly take the Iron Warriors' logistics to the next level. These 100-plus planets have all become recruitment worlds, and countless interstellar warriors will be born on these planets in the future. This is the tentative area of the Olympus sector, and Yang Cheng has absolute confidence in Petrarabo. Support weapons, and plenty of warships. Artillery. Heavy artillery. Get these ready. After his research, Petrarabo was successfully swayed. He no longer wanted to look at anything about star destroyers. Now he was very interested in the various battleships in Warhammer, believing that firepower was the best policy. These requests were quickly handed over to Yang Cheng, who then passed the task on to General Carlbo. With the equipment issues sorted out, the next step is to address the problem of cannon fodder. The previously established alien auxiliary force was also assigned to Petrarabo. 1 million cannon fodder soldiers would be enough for the Iron Warriors for a while. Next came the test. The 4th Expeditionary Fleet selected a planet that had been transformed into a fortress. This planet was the base of a wandering fleet on the Central Ring, where hundreds of thousands of mercenaries and armed personnel of the wandering fleet were now huddled. The entire planet was equipped with 9 energy shield emitters. Should we use the Death Star? Standing beside Petrarabo, Fricks asked. In general, in this situation, the Empire would choose to abandon the planet and then issue an extermination order or a Death Star. This planet is perfect as a fortress world, no need. Petrarabo personally took to the field this time, wanting to experience firsthand the thrill of dismantling the enemy's bunker. Attack. After several rounds of bombardment overloaded the enemy's shield generators, Petrarabo personally led an airborne operation. According to Petrarabo's strategic plan, in addition to airdropping Space Marines, this siege also included airdropping a sufficient number of vehicles and various fire support equipment for backup. For the Emperor, a heart of steel, steel inside and out. Petrarabo stepped onto the battlefield wearing power armor modified by several great sages of the Mechanicus. Wielding a power hammer named the Furnace Breaker, Petrarabo's armor is equipped with weapons far exceeding those of any dreadnought. Apart from a small void shield, the firepower he carries could destroy a knight's mech in the blink of an eye. Centered on Petrarabo, a dozen Space Marines clad in Terminator armor began suppressing the enemy with firepower. They quickly wiped out the enemy forces deployed on the planet, but the remaining enemies on the planet continued to arrive. Construct positions on the spot. Petrarabo's voice reached into the helmets of every Space Marine. Several Krieg artillery regiments also began to cooperate in the operation. Kids, set up your artillery positions. I need you to provide ample firepower. Petrarabo began to love these soldiers wearing gas masks and waterproof coats. Although they didn't talk much, they were very useful in critical moments and were also good at digging trenches. The enemy's armored forces are coming. Commence the attack. The Space Marines of the Iron Warrior Legion, who were already prepared, began to unleash their firepower on the enemy. The Krieg artillery regiment's ground-shaking guns began to bombard the enemy, each shot easily destroying an enemy tank. Under the terrifying bombardment, enemy corpses danced in the air, various organs mixed with chunks of flesh scattered all over the ground. After the bombardment came the advance. Under Petrarabo's command, more than 100 Space Marines began their charge. 3 Predator tanks began to advance. The Predator tank is a derivative of the Rhino chassis, equipped with armor and heavy firepower, and can even carry infantry. Its primary function is to provide fire support for Space Marines. Predator tanks entered service during the Dark Ages, when they were the main battle tanks for all human combat forces. Its original purpose was to deal with a group of bloodthirsty war aliens, the Orcs. Humans were extremely frustrated by the Orcs' aimless rampages, so they needed to find new tactics and weapons to deal with them, and the Predator tank was born. With its extra armor, the Predator tank could withstand all of the Orcs' weapons at the time, while the Barbarians' crude equipment could not withstand the firepower of autocannons and heavy bombs. This improvement proved its reliability over time. The initial model could carry small detachments, but this capability was removed during the Great Expedition for more powerful and sustained firepower. This fully equipped destroyer eventually became the standard model thereafter. The Predator tank has 3 layers of armor. The innermost layer is the primary protective layer. Its ceramic alloy material provides protection equivalent to 5 times the thickness of iron plates, but is lighter. The second layer is a heat-insulating fiber layer, providing protection against high heat and radiation. The outermost layer is a non-metallic acrylic coating. In addition, there is an additional 200 millimeters of conventional iron armor on the front. The Mars Destroyer Predator tank is equipped with a quicksand-type automatic feeding cannon, a coaxial flash sight, and an automatic ejection device on its turret. The weapon is calibrated via a multispectral remote aiming servo, while aiming and firing are controlled by the vehicle commander, who is also the vehicle's gunner. Seeing the Space Marine tanks that were several times larger than their own, how could these rogue fleet soldiers have ever fought against such things? One after another, they abandoned their armor and fled to the last fortress on the planet. Next comes the siege warfare that the Iron Warriors are most familiar with. Chapter 166. When in doubt, use artillery. Begin shelling operations, and do not stop until you receive a ceasefire order. For Petrarab, Nothing is unsolvable with a barrage of artillery fire. If there is, it's simply a lack of firepower. Use heavy firepower to force the enemy out of the fortress, and be careful to coordinate with the civilians to build positions. Kriegs began constructing trenches around the Iron Warrior's position, sometimes even using explosives to dig them if necessary. The alien soldiers huddled behind the wall, trembling. The terrifying bombardment had been going on for hours, and in those few hours alone, they had lost tens of thousands of lives. What about our air force and artillery? Humans can fight us, but we can't retaliate. The alien officer screamed in despair, and just as he finished speaking, a shell landed right next to him. Boom. The officer was instantly torn to pieces by the horrific blast as the shell exploded, and the shockwave then sent more than a dozen soldiers flying. There's no point in saving them. Their internal organs have been shattered. As the new recruits prepared to go up and help, the experienced veterans, while dodging artillery fire, gave them a warning. Instead of wasting your time, you should prepare for battle. Human artillery fire will likely continue for several more hours. I advise you to take cover. Some of the new recruits, who had gained some experience, took cover in the shell craters. Normally, shells wouldn't land in the same spot twice, but they underestimated the density of the shelling and its power. Petrarab brought in thousands of artillery pieces to test this battle, and to ensure uninterrupted bombardment, he also used the method of volley fire. As the name suggests, the artillery bombardment method is similar to volley fire tactics. The first volley fires, then the second volley fires, then the third volley fires, then the fourth volley fires, and then the first volley fires again. Under such powerful firepower, these alien soldiers were constantly being ravaged by shells. Several hours later, the bombardment ended, and the Space Marines began their advance. Oaks, carrying a bomb with a bayonet, led the way, followed by hundreds of Space Marines from the Iron Warrior Legion who climbed out of the trenches. Leading the way were 3 Mastodon super heavy transport vehicles. The Mastodon was an ultra-heavy assault transport vehicle that was used extensively by the Astartes during the Great Crusade and the Horus Rebellion. This was also one of the heaviest assault transport vehicles ever used by the Astartes Legion, reserved only for dealing with the most heavily fortified enemy positions. It was a truly formidable war machine, with Mastodons being several times larger than Rand Raiders. It can transport up to 40 Space Marines at a time, or 20 Space Marines and 2 dreadnoughts to the battlefield. Its massive size and thick armor also protect the renowned passengers inside from war machines like the Titan. Mastodons were designed as the ultimate siege transport, responsible for carrying a large group of infantry straight to enemy fortresses, breaking through walls, and allowing friendly forces to flood into enemy positions and strongholds via vehicles. Its interior and exterior are both heavily armored, ensuring safe entry for personnel as an armored tunnel. Mastodons were armed to the teeth, equipped not only with armor, but also with various advanced technologies and weapons, giving them ample firepower. However, the most important weapon for Mastodons was their fixed, forward-firing siege pyrometallurgical array, with a total of 9 pyrometallurgical weapons whose roar was enough to melt through any enemy's walls and fortifications. Secondary weaponry includes a Sky Reaper turret mounted on a main turret for air defense. 2 heavy flamethrowers and 2 laser cannons are also installed on both sides of the vehicle. In addition to these, Mastodons can also be equipped with smoke grenade launchers, searchlights, and additional ceramic steel, and can be fitted with up to 4 hunter-killer missiles. The most eye-catching feature is that the vehicle is equipped with 2 void shield generators, which provide excellent protection for the Mastodons. Enemy siege vehicles. Concentrate fire. Concentrate fire. As the Mastodon super heavy armored vehicle drew ever closer, it was obvious to anyone with a modicum of common sense that it was a human offensive weapon. The few remaining heavy weapons on the fortress began their attack. The enemy has begun their attack. Continue the suppression. The shelling resumed, and the exposed firing points were targeted. After this round of bombardment, there were no more weapons on the enemy's fortresses that could threaten their armored forces. The enemy has entered. The Mastodon super heavy armored vehicle's thick armor pierced through the enemy's fortress and drove straight in. The enemy has entered. Seeing the Mastodon armored vehicles driving in from the bottom of the fortress, the already prepared enemy immediately attacked with their weapons. Countless lasers and live ammunition struck the Mastodon's armor, sparks flashing across the surface. The lasers hit the armor but couldn't even leave a mark. Where's the rocket launcher? Bring it over. Looking down at the Space Marine vehicles, countless alien soldiers began to assign tasks, but unfortunately, the Space Marines who came in later would not give them another chance to resist. clad in steel armor, with a heart of iron. Space Marines, armed with boarding shields, emerged from the mastodon armored vehicle, one hand supporting the shield and the other holding a bomb gun, steadily stepping out of the carriage. Bang 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 bang. A dreadnought emerged from the carriage and stood behind the Space Marine. The missile launchers on the dreadnought began to target several enemy firing positions. Bang, bang, bang. The enemy's rocket launchers began to return fire, and several rockets hit the Fearless, followed by explosions of sparks. Well done. Has he fallen? Looking at the fearless figures amidst the thick smoke, the alien soldiers hiding behind their bunkers spoke nervously. Bang. A blue shell shot out from the thick smoke and hit a firing point that had just launched a rocket. Help. The enemy has returned fire. Help. The alien soldiers who were hit were melted by the heat in the blink of an eye, while the rest were blown into a pile of minced meat by the explosion. Attack. Oaks charged forward with a slug-equipped explosive pistol, easily shoving aside the roadblocks in his path. Then, Terminator and Dreadnought advanced simultaneously. It's unstoppable. As the Space Marines drew ever closer, countless alien soldiers dropped their weapons and fled in disarray toward the base. Free pursuit. Perturabo, who had entered the fortress, watched this scene and said slowly, "They have already won this battle. The rest of the battle can be left to them." Ding. Host, your new world is ready. Yang Cheng, who was already prepared, immediately perked up upon hearing the system's words, wondering what kind of world this time would be. Ding. Due to special circumstances, the time required to travel to the next world will be extended by 2 months. Whatever, just hurry up and tell me, what world is it this time? Ding. Goblin Slayer. Chapter 167. In this game, the gods themselves intervened. Goblin Slayer is essentially a game of chess between two gods. The entire world was created for this purpose. The gods created the world, and the world is merely their chessboard. The gods control everything on the chessboard, and all the pieces move under their guidance. However, Goblin Slayer is an exception. He is never controlled by any god. He prepares thoroughly before doing anything, so that the gods have no chance to decide his actions by rolling dice. The rest are similar to DD. This kind of world is like a garden world for Yang Cheng, except for the gods. You all love to manipulate the world, don't you? Then let's see who the real manipulator is. Yang Cheng naturally has an obligation to save these gods who have caused humanity to suffer the torment of goblins. But what is the price? The Star Guardians welcome them. 3 o'clock, kill. In a world entirely made of energy, several gods sit around a table, controlling the chessboard before them. To them, this world is simply a game of board games. It looks like yet another human village has been destroyed by goblins. Looking at the chess piece that had been casually tossed aside, one of the gods spoke in a mocking tone. Let's see how he reacts. The gods turned their gaze to a gray chess piece on the table. This piece was the only one that was not under their control, but the gods did not force it to obey. Instead, they played with it as if it were a game. After all, which god would bother with humans? Let's continue. This time, let's see how this adventure team ends up. One of the gods picked up the dice again, ready to continue the board game, etc. The moment the dice were thrown, a terrifying force invaded the world. What's this? One of the gods screamed. What kind of power is this? Why is it so strange? And why is emotion mixed into this power? This emotion, hatred, revenge, destruction, what exactly are these things? Several gods watched in horror as the energy drew ever closer and spoke slowly. How can you play board games without me? Yang Cheng appeared before the gods, and then sat down at the chessboard step by step. How could that be? You must be joking. In the eyes of the gods, Yang Cheng was not a living being at all. The seemingly human being before them possessed unfathomable power. What's this? One of the gods saw through Yang Cheng's true nature. The thing before him was a mass of human emotions, representing one of humanity's most primal emotions: hatred, revenge, and the desire to destroy everything. In the eyes of this god, Yang Cheng was a terrifying monster. He was pale all over, covered in armor with terrifying patterns. He had no internal organs. Instead, he possessed human emotions and was driven entirely by them. If I'm not mistaken, you are the god of vengeance, destruction, and hatred. One of the god's words caught Yang Cheng's attention. You're right, but there's no reward. Yang Cheng's eyes shone with golden light, and a sun shining with dazzling light slowly rose behind him. But such a bright sun was so cold to the gods. You guys really enjoy playing board games, right? Then let's play a game, but not with these pieces. Yang Cheng picked up a goblin-shaped chess piece and crushed it without hesitation. You gods are personally involved in this game. Kill him. In almost the same world, several terrifying energies attacked Yang Cheng. I told you, you false gods will personally get involved. Boom. Yang Cheng's spiritual power began to spread, the first target being the deity who had just mistaken him for Yang Cheng. What? What is this? The terrifying spiritual energy spread towards the god, and this power corroded the god's body as easily as sulfuric acid. How is that possible? The god's body was being enveloped in golden spiritual energy, and intense pain was assaulting him from all directions. Boom. A white slash flew from behind Yang Cheng, but Yang Cheng didn't even want to turn around to defend himself, easily deflecting the attack with his own body. If you enjoy creating goblins and plunging humanity into crisis, then you are all enemies of humanity. Damn it, let's attack together. The gods launched an attack on Yang Cheng simultaneously, and Yang Cheng began to fight back. This was the most serious battle Yang Cheng had ever fought. Humans were the masters of the world, but in this world they were being controlled like pawns. Yang Cheng would not allow it, nor would he stand idly by. Yang Cheng's spiritual energy began to circulate, with black spiritual energy and dazzling golden spiritual energy intertwining around him, while Yang Cheng lowered his head as if he were thinking about something. These two forces began to spread through Yang Cheng's body, and eventually, Yang Cheng's body became intertwined with these two forces. Half of Yang Cheng's body was plunged into darkness, enveloped by black spiritual energy, with endless hatred spreading within it. The other half remained unchanged, but upon closer inspection, one could discover that another force was operating beneath his body. The sunlight behind him began to dim, then turned black, as black psychic energy spread across it. No, that's not right. As they gazed at the black sun, a chilling wind swept over the gods. Am I a god? Why can I still feel cold? The gods looked at Yang Cheng as if facing a formidable enemy. If he were just a simple god, it would be fine, but this one was absolutely no ordinary god. Under his illumination, even they themselves felt that their own strength was like a powerless ghost before him. Boom! The black psionic energy surged towards the gods like a tidal wave, and these gods could only try to stop it with their own power. Yang Cheng clenched his fist and then aimed at one of the gods. One punch. Just one punch. Yang Cheng's seemingly ordinary punch, imbued with terrifying spiritual energy, hurtled towards the deity. Black spiritual energy enveloped the god's body like tentacles, then began to contract like a python. It seems I overestimated you. Yang Cheng's voice changed, sounding like a middle-aged man's mocking voice, yet also like the shouts of thousands of people. These gods sensed it. They sensed that power. They had never imagined that humans, who had always been used as pawns, would create such a deity. No, you are not a god of this world. One of the gods roared in terror at Yang Cheng. How long had it been since he, as a god, had felt fear? At this moment, he recalled the feeling of fear. Am I important to this world? I am the god of humanity, and I love the human race. Anyone who dares to hinder their continuation is my enemy. The voice Yang Cheng spoke was different from before. It conveyed a sense of solemnity and unquestionable authority. Chapter 168. Welcome to the subspace, my precious gods. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, slashes accompanied by a fierce wind came down on Yang Cheng. But Yang Cheng did not need to dodge at all when dealing with attacks of this level. So why is his body so hard? The remaining surviving gods stared solemnly at Yang Cheng before them. They couldn't even be sure what Yang Cheng was. The only thing they were certain of was that this person's power came from all things, and from one of the most primal and fundamental emotions among all things, hatred. The power of the man before me comes from the most primal human emotions, hatred, destruction, and loathing. His power comes from humanity. When did humanity create such a powerful deity? This was the question posed by the gods. They frantically dodged Yang Cheng's attacks, while Yang Cheng simply stood silently watching them under the black sun. This won't do. If we continue like this, we'll only be completely exhausted. One of the gods dodged Yang Cheng's attacks while shouting to the other gods around him. What exactly do you want? A god looked at Yang Cheng in terror and shouted, sensing that he would soon die if he did not compromise. What do I want to do? Didn't I already say we're just going to play a board game? Yang Cheng looked at the chessboard in front of him, then raised his head and addressed the gods. Don't you guys like manipulating others? We can give it a try. Yang Cheng withdrew his power and then watched as the gods slowly walked toward the chessboard. You choose the character. One of the gods looked at Yang Cheng with some apprehension, and then spoke slowly in a trembling voice. No, the characters on this chessboard are too boring. I want to use my own characters. As Yang Cheng spoke, he placed a painted Warhammer chess piece on the chessboard. What's his name? Looking at the chess piece in Yang Cheng's hand that exuded a terrifying aura, a god trembled and said. Looking at the blue-armored space marine chess piece in his hand, Yang Cheng paused for a moment, then spoke in a tone that was neither a smile nor a laugh. His name is Titus. As Yang Cheng placed the chess piece on the board, a tabletop role-playing game began. For the Emperor. At this time, Titus, who was still a new recruit to the Space Marine Legion, was on a mission to clear out a goblin lair. Bang, 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 bang. With a bomb pistol in one hand, Titus fired at the goblins in the distance, while holding a chainsaw sword in the other to deal with any goblin sneak attacks. Bang. A large goblin's body was pierced by a bomb and then exploded into a pile of minced meat. Roar. The goblin wielding a wooden club attempted to ambush from behind, but was cleaved in two by Titus's chainsaw sword. Dozens of goblins emerged from the cave and charged at Titus, brandishing various weapons. Click, 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 click. Titus began to swing his chainsaw sword, and the approaching goblins were shredded in just a few seconds, turning into piles of minced meat. Titus glanced at the goblins' mangled flesh on the ground, then continued deeper into the cave. Soon, Titus arrived at an open space, where dozens of goblin shamans suddenly appeared and unleashed various magical spells. Unfortunately, this did not cause any damage to Titus, who was wearing power armor, and Titus continued to advance steadily. It looks like you're going to lose. Yang Cheng toyed with the dice in his hand, then looked at the tense gods in front of him with a playful smile. Yang Cheng has been on a winning streak since the beginning, winning every time he rolls the dice. On the other hand, the gods who control the monsters are seeing their pieces being thrown off the board one by one. Ready to take action. The gods exchanged glances and then nodded in unison. They would not allow such a powerful being to exist in this world, and they were now preparing to eliminate Yang Cheng swiftly while he was not paying attention. Would Yang Cheng not discover their little schemes? The answer is absolutely not. In Yang Cheng's eyes, these gods were like a group of clumsy performers, and their actions were crystal clear under his scrutiny. Let's get started. Almost simultaneously, these gods brandished their weapons or mobilized all their strength to attack Yang Cheng. Boom, 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 boom. Yang Cheng's spiritual energy exploded, and the golden spiritual energy, like a giant wave, enveloped and then dissolved the sudden attack. Wait, when did our attack become so weak? The gods then remembered to look around and suddenly realized that they had been dragged into an unknown space, a space without any definition of reality, including time, space, physics, and so on. Welcome to the warp, which is my territory. Yang Cheng slowly transformed into a phantom image and then floated in the air. Subspace? The gods exchanged glances, and then a nameless fear welled up in their hearts once again. At this moment, Yang Cheng stopped pretending, and his projection in the subspace appeared before the gods. The golden sun shone brightly on the chaotic warp, and all sorts of terrifying warp creatures around it were annihilated by this light. Yang Cheng's image also appeared in the eyes of the gods. A huge throne stood in the golden sun, and Yang Cheng stood on the throne holding a long sword. Unlike the black sun that Yang Cheng had displayed before, the power he showed this time was gentler, but this was only in relation to humans. Bathed in this golden light, the gods let out painful wails, the light burning their bodies like flames. Yang Cheng stood in the subspace, sitting on his throne and coldly watching the gods writhing in pain. The gods' divine power had been completely sealed in the subspace, and they were now just ordinary people. You are a god. The gods realized the reality. Compared to Yang Cheng, they were just mortals. But to their surprise, Yang Cheng slowly uttered a sentence that shocked them. I am not a god. I am just a human being with relatively strong power. The gods were stunned when they saw Yang Cheng finish speaking with a stern face. You didn't say that just now, so why did it change? Yang Cheng didn't want to get entangled with them. Although he didn't know why his will had wavered for a moment before, this wavering was completely irrelevant. He only wanted to completely destroy these gods who were controlling humanity. Repent. Yang Cheng's eyes shone brightly, and then his spiritual power increased greatly. In an instant, all the gods were completely reduced to ashes. Chapter 169 Goblin. Don't come any closer. After Yang Cheng cleansed up the gods, he began to command his troops to invade. Naturally, there are ways to deal with this kind of garden world. Yang Cheng has already subdued the world's top-tier combatants. Next up is the top-tier combatant, namely the leader of the Demon King's army. He was initially thought to be some formidable character, but in the battle, he was beheaded by an unknown Space Marine captain with a single blow. Yes, just a Space Marine captain who directly killed this Demon King's army leader. The Demon King's army was completely disintegrated. Such so-called Demon Kings are nothing but targets in the face of true interstellar civilizations. But what they'll face next are all sorts of goblin lairs, which is exactly what some units want. Goblin lairs are the perfect place to train new recruits. They'll throw all sorts of recruits, Space Marines, Astroclans, and Inquisitions, into them. Regarding the goblin nests, Marshal Thrawn, who had conquered this world, ordered that some goblin nests be preserved, while those that had grown into large nests should be eliminated. For the Emperor, 3 Space Marines stormed into a goblin stronghold. They were tasked with wiping out tens of thousands of goblins. Normally, dealing with this number of goblins would require at least several silver-ranked adventurers and dozens of ordinary adventurers, but 3 Space Marines would suffice. Bang 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 bang. The goblins surrounded the 3 Space Marines from all sides, but swarming tactics were meaningless against Astartes. One goblin after another was mowed down by the bombs, each bomb capable of piercing the bodies of several goblins, or even more. The damage the Space Marines inflicted on these goblins was devastating. The spells cast by goblin shamans are less effective against Space Marines. So-called fire spells and ice spear spells are practically useless if they can penetrate a Space Marine's armor. More and more goblins were dying under the bomb gun, and the goblins' morale began to collapse. Roaring roars. A gigantic goblin slowly emerged from the cave. This was a goblin hero who had evolved human-like intelligence. Generally, it would take the cooperation of an entire team to defeat a goblin hero, but this goblin hero was now facing a Space Marine. A Space Marine with 2 hearts and 3 lungs and extensive body modifications. Let me play with it. One of the Space Marines noticed the goblin's unusual nature, a playful smile appearing beneath his helmet. He then put away his bomb gun and walked straight toward the goblin hero. Roar! The goblin hero charged at the Space Marine with lightning speed, leaping and slashing with its longsword. A normal person would be sliced in 2 from top to bottom by such a blow, but a Space Marine. Click! With a crisp sound, the goblin hero's longsword snapped in 2 the instant it touched the Space Marine's armor. What? Looking at the broken longsword in its hand, the goblin hero made a sound that resembled human language. Looking at the Space Marines in the distance, and then at the broken sword in his hand, the goblin hero made a decisive decision after a moment of mental turmoil. Run away. The Tin Man in front of him was beyond his ability to fight. He had already killed tens of thousands of goblins, so wouldn't he just be feeding the enemy? But this goblin hero was not worried. As long as there were enough human females, rebuilding a goblin nest would not be difficult. Run, run, run. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 450 meters, 500 meters, 700 meters. The Space Marine counted silently in his mind, then pointed his gun at the goblin hero. A moving target at 750 meters is difficult for an average person to hit, and may even require a sniper rifle to complete, but it's child's play for Space Marines. Don't move around. Bang! A bomb struck the goblin hero precisely in the leg. The Space Marine intended to torture and kill the goblin hero. The bomb simply broke the goblin hero's leg. The goblin hero tried to limp away with his broken leg, but the Space Marines had no intention of letting him leave alive. Bang! Another bomb was fired, this time hitting the goblin hero's other thigh. However, the Space Marine didn't control the angle well, and the shot not only blew up the goblin hero's other thigh, but also blew up its entire lower body. Oops, I didn't control the angle well. Seeing the goblin hero crawling painfully on the ground, the Space Marine slowly walked to the goblin hero's side, and then slowly looked at the crawling goblin hero. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I will never appear in front of humans again. Please let me go. The goblin hero spoke in human language again, but unfortunately, this only angered the Space Marine. Alien, how dare you use the language of sacred humanity? What blasphemy this is! Enraged by the goblin hero's words, the Space Marine stomped on the goblin hero's back without hesitation, crushing it through and turning it into a meat patty. Alien. The Space Marine delivered another kick, this time landing squarely on the goblin hero's head, ending the goblin hero's suffering. Looking at the goblin brains splattered on his foot armor, the Space Marine shook it off in disgust and returned to his companions. Nailed it? Yeah? Too weak. Can't withstand any play. The Space Marine spoke as he stepped into the ruins behind him. This goblin lair was built within this temple buried in the soil. There are conservatively estimated to be several thousand goblins in the ruins, but they pose no threat to them. Boom, 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 boom. The chainsaw axe was activated, and then countless goblins screamed in agony from the depths of the ruins. Countless goblins were hunted down by these Space Marines in the darkness, screaming as they died under the chainsaw axes. Soon, these goblins met their demise at the hands of the Space Marines. In a cave, the Space Marines discovered human women whose skin had lost its luster. They had been used by the goblins to produce offspring like machines. Take those who can be saved, and inflict pain on those who cannot. After the lead Space Marine finished speaking, he bent down and began to examine the area. Chapter 170 Osiris. For the Emperor. A judge wearing the insignia of the court and wielding a slingshot charged into a jungle. Imperial glory protects me. The judge silently recited sacred scriptures before slaying a troll before him. Trolls are a close relative of goblins, and strictly speaking, they can also be considered a type of goblin. Emperor above. Osiris pulled the chainsaw sword from the troll's body and then swung it down at the troll's head again. With the troll's head shredded into pieces, the battle came to an end. I thought it would be so strong. It's nothing special. Osiris sheathed his chainsaw, which was covered in troll flesh, and continued his search for prey. Osiris is only 30 years old this year, which is considered young in his department, the Alien Inquisition. However, judging from the various scriptures on his armor and the single iron halo, his position is definitely not low. Indeed, when Osiris was still an apprentice, he cracked a case involving an alien attempt to overthrow a hive city's regime. He not only successfully collected the evidence, but also successfully sent the hive nobles who colluded with the aliens to see the emperor. Unfortunately, his mentor, a highly qualified old inquisitor, died in the battle, and Osiris succeeded his mentor, becoming a true Grand Inquisitor. After succeeding his mentor, Osiris solved several more cases involving aliens, and was successfully recruited by the Alien Inquisition, becoming one of its judges. Osiris was equipped with an amnesty-type bomb pistol, a new generation of bomb pistols typically used by original Space Marine clerics. This heavy weapon looked like a full-size rifle in the hands of an unenhanced mortal and possessed significant firepower. This weapon is easy for Space Marines to use, but ordinary humans need to wear special force feedback armor to use it. At Osiris's waist was a nearly meter-long power sword. The hilt of the sword was gleaming gold and engraved with a skull, symbolizing human purity, while the blade was covered with poems praising the emperor. This sword is the Ingaldina Mk.2, a type of power sword commonly found in the Imperium, typically used by Space Marines and Inquisitors. It also comes in Mk.2 and Mk.V versions. Its fusion core enhances its evasive capabilities. Osiris's power sword underwent a minor modification, making it more powerful than the standard Ingaldina Mk.2 power sword. Of course, the Mechanicus tacitly approved of this modification. Your Honor. Even a former king had to kneel down obediently when he met the judge. Have you cut ties with those filthy aliens? Osiris's cold gaze swept over the king, who was bowing beside him. Are you referring to the forest people, dwarves, and lizard people? We've severed ties. The king nervously explained to Osiris. Severing diplomatic ties? Not enough, far from enough. Osiris put down the tea the servant had handed him, and then said viciously, These filthy aliens still inhabit this sacred imperial land, and it disgusts me. I demand that you immediately mobilize troops to wipe out these filthy aliens. Upon hearing Osiris's words, the king's face twitched. He felt that the goblin scourge in his territory had lessened, and the problem of the Demon King's army had been resolved. Everything should have been going well, but then, he underestimated the belligerence of these people. Now that the war with their current enemies on the mainland was over, they were turning their attention to their former allies. Wouldn't this contradict our positive image as humanity? And we're currently allies. You're going to be allies with the aliens. Before he could finish speaking, Osiris's power sword was already pressed against the king's neck, the cold blade nearly causing the king to faint from fright. If you do not declare war on these aliens within 1 day, I will sentence everyone in your country to the crime of colluding with the aliens, and your country will be razed to the ground by the imperial state religion. Osiris wasn't just trying to scare them. Those so-called priests were, strictly speaking, heretics. And heretics deserve to be burned at the stake. The great emperor once said, I never considered myself a god. All I did was to ensure the continuation of my race. Even if I am called an executioner or a tyrant, it is all for the sake of humanity. As he spoke, Osiris silently bowed to the heavens, a gesture of respect for the emperor. In our eyes, emperors have never been tyrants. All sacrifices are necessary sacrifices. This is a necessary evil, done solely for the continuation of the race. Osiris slowly uttered a series of words that shocked the king. The king's vision was too narrow. His view was limited to his own territory. But the emperor was different. He valued the continuation of the human race in this dark galaxy. Above these countless stars, all are enemies of the empire. Regarding your doctrinal issues, I am not the person specifically in charge of this kind of work, but that doesn't mean I won't take this matter seriously. In 3 days, I don't want to see anything other than the magnificent imperial statues and monasteries. Otherwise, if the state religion comes, no one can protect you. Osiris issued this death order, which was undoubtedly a difficult task for the king, given that the religion had already taken root in the kingdom. But for the king, it was either die now or gamble to survive. The good news for him was that the empire was unconditionally supporting him, and all he had to do was stand firm and deal with these clergymen with a resolute attitude. I'm going back to hunting trolls. I hope you can live up to the empire's expectations. Just as Osiris was about to leave, a woman slowly walked over. The woman was dressed in a dazzling white priest's robe, with long golden hair draped over it, and a black silk veil covering her eyes. Sword Saintess? The king was clearly a little shocked. The Sword Saintess should be staying in the Water City Kingdom right now. I want to talk to him. The voice of the Sword Saintess slowly rang out, but she was met with Osiris's rejection. I will not associate with someone who seems to be a heretic, especially someone who does not believe in an emperor. Osiris refused without hesitation and then walked away without a second thought. Chapter 171 Battle with the Elves. For the great emperor, hundreds of stormtroopers, armed with blast guns, surrounded a forest tribe. The so-called forest people are actually elves, an extremely long-lived species that can live for thousands of years without any problem. However, no matter how long they live, they cannot withstand the gunfire of the human empire. Bang 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 bang. The stormtroopers, wielding blaster guns, were advancing in an orderly fashion. Their weapons were sufficient to suppress the magic bows carried by the elves. What's wrong with humans? Aren't we allies? These elves hid behind the big trees, while all sorts of creatures around them died under the blaster. Many of these were races that lived in harmony with the elves in the elven forest, but now they were being turned into piles of minced meat by the blaster. Retreat. Retreat into the barrier. Reinforcements have arrived. Seeing the animals dying, many elves couldn't help but weep. When elves experience emotional fluctuations, it is reflected in their ears. When they are grieving, their pointed ears will turn downwards. Hurry. There's no time to be sad. A slightly older elf led the younger elves toward the barrier behind them, while the rest, armed with bows and arrows, provided cover for the fleeing elves. Activate the magic circle. Don't let these humans in. The stormtroopers on the perimeter did not pursue the elves who fled into the barrier, but instead switched to weapons specifically designed to deal with elves. Fire is the natural enemy of elves, so these tree-like magic circles on the outside were created to resist fire. But unfortunately, they cannot truly defend against one weapon, the flamethrower. Hundreds of incineration soldiers stepped out of the ranks, then lined up and pointed their weapons at the barrier. The incinerator stormtroopers, often referred to as the incinerator stormtroopers, are an elite, specialized variant of the stormtroopers. Their armor is marked with red markings, making them resemble Palpatine's assault stormtroopers. They were equipped with powerful plasma rifles capable of burning down entire villages and cities. The armor of the incinerators was particularly heat-resistant and could withstand high temperatures. The armor has red markings to indicate its special nature. They were also equipped with the standard E-11 blast rifle, SE-14 are blast pistol, and thermal grenades. Although they often rely on the oppressor flamethrower to destroy their targets, they typically only use plasma rifles and mortars to destroy their targets. Fire. The incinerator soldiers' oppressor flamethrowers began to spew flames, and hundreds of fire dragons enveloped the barrier. Is this a human mage? If so, this is incredibly powerful. Seeing the scorching flames outside the barrier, the elves inside all gasped in shock. They had no confidence in resisting this kind of fire-like magic. The barrier is about to break. Hasn't the reinforcement arrived yet? The flames grew stronger and stronger, engulfing the tree trunks at tens of thousands of degrees Celsius, and the barrier began to show signs of collapse. How is that possible? This barrier can easily block any fire spell. The mage among the elves, watching the collapsing barrier, exclaimed in surprise. This is the power of technology. This kind of outdated trick can't withstand it. The enemy's shield is about to break. Continue providing support. The soldier who arrived this time was a flame assault soldier from the First Order. He was a variant of the incinerator and belonged to the Imperial incinerator force. They would use the D-93 incinerator to eradicate entrenched enemy positions and devour any resistance. The flame assault team, equipped with fireproof armor, was capable of turning any battlefield into a scorching hell. A standard flamethrower is equipped with a D-93 incinerator, which is a combination of a single twin-barrel D-93W flamethrower and a backpack containing 2 external flagrant, 14 fuel tanks, and a central pressurized propellant tank. The kit includes a reinforced Ceramic helmet with minimized openings, a narrow slit visor to reduce weapon glare, and an auxiliary breathing canister connection. Other kit features include temperature-controlled body gloves, one-piece knee pads, articulated shin guards for greater foot movement, and sturdy grip boots. The flamethrower officer was equipped with a shoulder armor located on the right side. With the addition of the flame assault team, the tide of battle turned completely in the Empire's favor. The shield was shattered by hundreds of flames, and the green forest was transformed into a burning hell. These incineration troops, like demons from hell, broke through the barrier while braving the flames. Bang! Just then, a hurricane struck, extinguishing the flames in an instant, and then dozens of figures appeared on the treetops. Bang! An arrow shrouded in magic struck a stormtrooper, and then the arrowhead pierced straight through the stormtrooper's armor. Several medics carrying red crosses rushed to the scene and pulled the wounded soldier away, while the rest of the soldiers pointed their guns at the figures. High elves are a race that is very different from ordinary elves. These can be distinguished from ordinary elves and high elves by the length of their ears. High elves are a race that has continued from the age of gods to the present day. The leading high elf lifted his cloak, revealing a bow and arrow and a beautiful face. This ethereal beauty is almost a standard feature of every high elf, and they occasionally wear cloaks to conceal their beauty. Who dares to invade the territory of us elves? The leading female elf had jewel-like green hair that reached her shoulders, and her eyes were pale purple. Her words revealed a hostility towards humans. Why have you humans broken your covenant? Does the destruction of the Demon King's army mean you can disregard the covenant? In an instant, dozens of high elves removed their cloaks and then aimed their bows and arrows at the soldiers below. Sir, we've already requested backup from the main force. They should be there within 10 minutes. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, a tall, dark figure appeared. Who is this person? A high elf infused magic into a bow and arrow, then shot it at the speaker. The arrow struck the dark figure's black armor directly, but to the elf's surprise, it failed to penetrate the armor. It's important to understand that there's a vast difference in strength and magical mastery between high elves and ordinary elves. High elves completely overwhelm ordinary elves in every aspect. Who are you? The moment they saw that figure, smiles appeared on the faces of the stormtroopers beneath their helmets. This person was nearly 2.5 meters tall. He wore black armor with gold decorations on the edges. What was terrifying was that several heads were stuck in his back, and the owners of these heads were all top-notch experts. We have returned to slay the aliens. Formerly the Black Legion Warband, Abaddon's Hounds. Now the Imperial Black Legion, Imperial Bloodtooth Warband, Dominic Reed. Chapter 172, Human Technology. Kid. If these elves hadn't resisted, they might have had a chance to become one of the Empire's demi-human races, but that possibility was extremely small. Demi-humans are all descendants of humans from the Golden Age. Humans from the Golden Age migrated throughout the galaxy, resulting in the entire galaxy being populated by humans. Subhumans like Eugenians, cat people, and rat people don't look like humans because they've adapted to their environment, but genetic testing actually reveals that they're basically the same as humans. But these elves are completely different. They do not meet the standards of becoming Imperial demi-humans according to either the Empire's genetic theory or the skull theory. Moreover, they have already launched an attack on the Empire's army, and what awaits them is genocide from the Empire. Essentially, these elves are no different from the aliens the Empire is currently facing. Moreover, apart from their appearance differing from the Empire's standards for demi-humans, their ideologies also run counter to those of the Empire. The Empire will no longer tolerate the aliens' betrayal, and regardless of their current attitude towards the Empire, slaughter awaits them. Reed, armed with a chainsaw axe and a bomb pistol, kept a close eye on the elves in the treetops, ready for battle at any moment. You can leave now, I don't want to kill you. But I think. In the instant the high elf was stunned, a bomb suddenly flew from the other side, and an elf was blown to pieces in time. A Space Marine Destroyer Squad sniper was watching all this from the sidelines, holding a Mk.2 Shrike sniper rifle. Humans! Lydia screamed in agony as she watched her companion, who had been perfectly fine just moments before, turn into a pile of minced meat. She roared and charged toward Reed below. Bang 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 bang. In the jungle, countless explosive shells hurtled towards the elves, and a squad of destroyers slowly appeared before them. The Destroyer Squad was a newly formed Space Marine squad responsible for long-range fire support, and they were equipped with some of the rarest heavy weapons in the chapter. In a standard holy warband, each of the 4 tactical companies has 2 sabotage squads, and the 9th company in the reserve is entirely composed of sabotage squads. Most destroyer squads are composed of Space Marines who have just been promoted from scouts. Even for veterans who have experienced dozens or even hundreds of battles, serving in a destroyer squad is the first time they have worn power armor and joined the main force of the Space Marines. The destroyers will be reassigned to a squad, equipped with only basic gear, and their primary task will be to provide close-range support and call for targets for their more experienced combat brethren. They were equipped with 4 types of heavy weapons for the squad, an honor a Space Marine could only earn after proving their steadiness and reliability in fierce battle. A destroyer squad consists of 4 to 9 destroyer Space Marines and 1 sergeant. The types and use of heavy weapons vary depending on the mission and chapter characteristics. This suddenly appearing destroyer squad once belonged to the Shadow Moon Wolves Legion. Their white power armor and the standard Eye of Horus emblem undoubtedly told everyone about the time they came from. By the Emperor, these vile aliens dare to attack the sacred human race. These aliens deserve their demise. The leader of the destroyer squad shouted at the elves and then aimed his heavy explosive bomb at them. No, run. Looking at the dark muzzle of the gun, Lydia sensed a powerful aura, an aura that represented death. Run. Lydia screamed in terror, but it was too late. The roar of the heavy bombs echoed throughout the forest. Some elves were unable to dodge in time and were blasted into pieces, but most of them managed to escape to the rear. Use the trees for cover and escape. Take the children first. We'll cover you. Lydia, sword in hand, hid in the canopy of a tree and, using the leaves as cover, slowly approached the Space Marine. Not only Lydia, but more than a dozen high elf warriors also attempted to approach the human soldiers in this way. Elves are truly children of the forest. Their agile bodies allow them to move nimbly among the trees, and because they live in the trees, they are also skilled climbers. Elves and gardeners are considered among the best candidates to be scouts. Despite its agility, it lacks strength, a delicate and slender creature. However, it should be noted that this lack of strength is only relative. These elves could indeed hide very well in the canopy, but they were unaware that there was something built into the helmets of Space Marines and stormtroopers called thermal imaging. So, what kind of performance art are they doing? The stormtroopers looked at the figure in the treetops and exchanged glances, then raised their blaster guns without hesitation. Don't use guns, then there's no fun. Reed started his chainsaw axe, ready for a thrilling hunt. What? Lydia was confused by the strange noises. She didn't know what these humans were doing. Just as Lydia was stunned, she suddenly felt herself lose her balance, and the big tree beneath her feet was slowly falling over. What? We've been discovered? Lydia was somewhat incredulous that she could still be discovered despite her excellent disguise. Is there a spell that can detect the enemy's location? Lydia hadn't considered the technological aspect yet. She was unaware that the heat emanating from her body had already revealed her location. Bang! The elven warrior hiding opposite Lydia couldn't wait any longer. She quickly drew her bow and fired an arrow. The magic arrow was deflected the moment it touched Reed, and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. What? The elven warrior was spotted in the instant she was stunned, and then a chainsaw axe came crashing down on her. Space Marines possess strength ranging from several tons, with some even reaching over 10 tons, a strength unmatched by elves. Bang! In an instant, the elf was smashed into a pile of minced meat. The elf's physical strength couldn't even withstand the chainsaw's teeth. She was directly smashed into a pile of minced meat. It's meaningless. What? You have to understand that the number of high elves is extremely small now. The dozen or so people who came to help this time were already a huge investment, but one of them was killed so quickly? Attack him together. Kill him. Now that the bow and arrow are useless, all we can do is try to find this human's weakness, and then deliver a fatal blow. That would take away the fun of hunting. Having assessed the strength of these elves, Reed lost interest and put away his chainsaw axe, intending to face them barehanded. Chapter 173, Aliens Must Die. Bang! The elf's blade struck Reed's armor, sparks flying. It didn't penetrate? The elven warrior looked at the scene before her in confusion, but in an instant she was knocked away. This thing is used as a weapon? The sharp blade was handled by Reed like a toy. If this is all your weapons, then it's too boring. With a gentle effort, Reed snapped the blade in two. Let me see what other skills you have. At this moment, Reed deliberately spread his arms as if to welcome their attack. Bang 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 bang. The moment the swords touched Reed, the violent rebound instantly numbed the arms of the elven soldiers who were attacking him. Bang! Reed launched another attack, this time grabbing the heads of the two elves with both hands, one on each side. Bang! Bang! With a slight increase in force, Reed crushed the heads of the two elves, their brains splattering all over his hands. Asshole! Seeing his comrades dying beside him, an elven soldier cursed and then smashed Reed's helmet with a mace. Bang! The nails on the mace not only failed to pierce Reed's helmet, but also broke off due to excessive force. How is that possible? The elf stared in disbelief at the mace in his hand, muttering to himself. Reed grabbed the elven soldier by the head and then snatched her mace. No, don't! The elven soldier cried out, trying to break free of Reed's restraints. She struggled desperately, pounding her feet against Reed's armor until a crisp sound rang out. Her leg was actually kicked and broken, with broken bones and blood floating in midair. What? Just as the elven soldier was bewildered, her face was suddenly pressed against the mace. Click, 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 click. One blow after another, the sound of the mace piercing the skull rang out incessantly. Kaba! With a loud thud, the elven soldier's body was tossed to the ground like trash. Her entire face was stabbed, her skull was shattered into fragments embedded in her flesh, and her beautiful face was reduced to a pile of rotten flesh, blood, and brain matter by Reed's constant pounding. Who's next? At this point, although Reed was loyal to the Empire, his fundamental nature had not changed. He was still the cruel and bloodthirsty space marine. This is so boring. The sons of cruelty and the cruel ones should be the only forces to deal with you. But unfortunately, I don't have the habit of torturing my enemies. Reed looked at Lydia and spoke slowly. You have a great head. I'm going to use it as an accessory on my backpack. Reed suddenly rushed towards Lydia, this time holding a fine gold dagger, a gift from a former friend. Reed gripped the dagger in reverse and thrust it at Lydia. As a warrior who had once worshipped corn, every move Reed made was an absolute killing blow, each strike aimed at taking Lydia's life. Bang, bang, bang. Lydia struggled to resist Reed's deadly attacks. She was already considered the most powerful warrior among the High Elves, but she was still no match for the Space Marines. Go to hell, alien. With Reed's voice, the dagger plunged directly into Lydia's neck, and with a forceful flick, Lydia's head was easily severed. Kaba. After removing Lydia's head, Reed mounted it on his armor rack, adding another trophy to his collection. While the Empire was dealing with the elves, another Imperial force was fighting against another race, the dwarves. Many people think that dwarves are, in a sense, a subhuman race of the Empire, but strictly speaking, dwarves have been classified as aliens for most of the time. In the Forge City, the Dwarven Lord is negotiating with Imperial negotiators who have come to negotiate. Submit to the Emperor and destroy the idols of their so-called god of forging, and only then will you survive. To be honest, they didn't want the dwarves to be wiped out, because the dwarves were very talented in some ways. Dwarves are known for their exceptional talent in judging the purpose of weapons and armor. Even dwarven children can easily outperform experienced craftsmen, except for professionals like fire lizards. Moreover, dwarves are extremely talented in forging and handicrafts, excelling in exquisite craftsmanship, quite the opposite of their outward appearance. The sophistication of their craftsmanship even impresses the elves. Dwarves have very skillful hands and can easily do the work of a tailor. They are also experts in the use of fire. The dwarves do not blindly worship gods, but their close association with the god of blacksmithing is a major problem for the Empire. They are now considered heretics. Furthermore, dwarf buildings are extremely durable, and there is even a saying that dwarfs are entrusted with building sturdy houses. Their door locks and chains are extremely strong and beautiful. Take, for example, the place where these negotiators are now, the City Lord's mansion of Forge City. It is built underground, and the entire city is almost a giant blacksmith's workshop. The furnace in the middle is driven by magma, and around it are the dwarven markets and residential areas. I am the king of forging, the Lord of Forge City. You may call me Jim. A short man with a long beard sat down opposite the negotiator. This was the legendary dwarf. The negotiators knew more or less about the Votan alliance, so they were hostile to the dwarves. I hope you'll be sensible. We will not submit to any species. We are who we are, you skinny monkeys. Jim, being a dwarf, has one essential skill: foul mouth. You'd better take your charlatan friends and get as far away as possible. I have no interest in your human affairs, and the dwarves have no intention of interfering in anything concerning you. As long as you don't invade Forge City, we can still talk. No, you must destroy the so-called idol of the god of forging. This is our bottom line. Then lower your standards a bit, you skinny monkey. The aesthetic of dwarves is that they are short and stout, in a sense like a concrete block, short and round. Skinny monkey, get out. We do not worship so-called emperors, nor will we demolish the statue of the sacred god of forging. Chapter 174 Dwarfs? Aliens. Do you intend to treat the emperor's gifts as garbage? The negotiator was already very unhappy. If he hadn't been unarmed, Jim would have a bloody hole in his head right now. We dwarves will never submit to anyone. Get out of here, you skinny monkey. The negotiator silently stood up, then finished tidying up his things, and left a single sentence. The next time I come looking for you, it won't be me. Next time, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Jim picked up the hammer beside him and shouted angrily. There won't be a next time. The negotiator left hastily after uttering a single sentence. It wasn't them who came next. Humph. A bunch of humans dare to run wild in our forged city. Don't they even know their own limitations? Jim rolled his eyes at the departing human negotiator and then continued drinking from his large glass. That's just how dwarves are, straightforward and direct. They say whatever they want to say directly. To put it nicely, they're generous. To put it bluntly, they're bad at expressing themselves. They were unaware of the consequences of offending humans. The people who were coming next would be far more difficult to deal with. So you were all kicked out? Osiris looked at the negotiators standing in a line in front of him and asked slowly. Yes, sir. Should we notify the angels to handle this? The Emperor's angels are extremely busy. The Empire has many battlefields that require their attention. This is a minor matter that doesn't need to bother them. We can handle it ourselves. Dealing with these aliens doesn't require a large army. As an inquisitor, Osiris has a dedicated force under his command, with nearly 10,000 planetary defense soldiers stationed in the kingdom's main city. Have Colonel Roll come to my office and mobilize troops to prepare for the annihilation of the dwarfs. Soon, a planetary defense officer in a black uniform walked into Osiris's office. Your Honor. Osiris glanced at it and then handed over a document. This is... Colonel Rollo gasped as he looked at the insignia. He couldn't afford to offend either side. The importance of this order was no less than any military mission carried out on this planet. The dwarves have been identified as aliens. The sector has ordered the mobilization of forces to destroy their city-states. Just as Osiris gave the order, a sage dressed in a red robe and bearing the insignia of the Mechanicus walked in. By the god of all machines, I am very interested in the weapons used by this dwarf. I demand that you not excessively damage the dwarf city-state. The sage handed Colonel Rolp a piece of parchment printed with gears. Why is it always me who has to do everything? Luoer looked at the order he received and was speechless, but he had no choice but to obey. Now he had only two paths in front of him. Either he would obediently complete the mission, or he would be taken away by any of the three, the Military Affairs Department, the Tribunal, or the Mechanicus. In short, he would definitely not have a good outcome. Understood. Roll relayed the orders to his officers, and the next step was to mobilize the troops. Humans want to wipe us out, but we will not yield. The god of forging will protect us. Jim knew that humans would not give up so easily, and that a fierce battle was about to begin, but the dwarves had never been afraid of anyone. Surrender is a disgrace to dwarves. Jim roared, gripping a heavy steel hammer, while thousands of heavily armored dwarf soldiers stood below. Hold the gates of Forge City. Don't let those humans into the city. Jim's orders were given, and the dwarf soldiers were quickly mobilized and put on guard. Bang! The dwarf soldiers who had just emerged from the cave were suddenly attacked by a Lamanris main battle tank equipped with a thermobaric cannon that began to bombard them. This shot instantly vaporized the dwarf soldiers who were just on guard, leaving only blood everywhere. Humans have arrived. One dwarf soldier went back to report the news, while the rest formed a shield formation to prepare to meet the humans. Bang! A loud sound came from behind the tank, and Osiris, wearing force feedback-powered armor, stepped out. The explosive pistol in his hand accurately hit a shield-wielding dwarf, and the explosive bullet easily shattered the dwarf's shield and armor together. Once a heretic, always a heretic. Osiris's voice rang out from beneath his helmet, and with it, another dwarf soldier fell to his spear. Surround them. Exterminate their entire race. Osiris believed in eliminating the root of the problem. As a member of the Inquisition of aliens, he naturally had to deal with these aliens. Thankfully, it wasn't those lunatics from the rebels of the rebellion who came, or I can't imagine what would have happened. Osiris began deploying armed servitors into the cave. The Planetary Defense Forces were primarily responsible for the subsequent combat missions, while reconnaissance tasks like this were sufficient to be handled by the combat servitors. Boom 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 boom. Hundreds of combat robots slowly entered the cave. The dwarves had excellent vision in the dark, and entering rashly would easily lead to an ambush. This was the time for the combat robots to shine. Not long after dozens of combat robots entered the cave, gunshots and the roars of dwarves could be heard. The gunfire quickly stopped, and a gunner covered in dwarven blood slowly emerged. The reconnaissance mission is complete, it's our turn to go. Osiris drew his power sword from his waist, and then led his men into the dwarven cave. Behind Osiris were several apprentice judges who had been brought in for their training. They followed him fully armed. Alright, I'll reiterate one last time. No backing down, no blasphemous acts against the Emperor. Remember the uniforms you wear. Remember the organization you represent. Osiris glanced solemnly at the new recruits he had brought, and then stated his requirements. He had seen people who appeared loyal on the surface, but ultimately betrayed the Empire and turned their backs on the light of the Divine Emperor under intimidation and threats. If Osiris encountered such a situation, he would not hesitate to shoot the person. No one could desecrate the Emperor's majesty, the uniforms they wore, or the dignity of the Great Court. Okay, let's go. Be careful. Osiris led the way into the dark cave, and the new recruits followed closely behind him. Chapter 175 Cave Operation 1. Attention everyone, beware of the dwarf's trap. Inside the narrow cave, the entire path was widened into a nearly 2-meter-high cave corridor, with dozens of PDFs holding light guns walking in front of the judges. We've arrived, this is the place. After walking for several minutes, they came across dozens of dwarf soldiers lying haphazardly in an open area. Without exception, they had all been dismembered and killed by combat robots. The B-2 combat robots were deployed as the vanguard, with the rest standing by in the rear. Minutes later, the combat robots entered an open area, and the attack from the dwarves began. For the honor of the dwarves. The entire perimeter of Forge City was transformed by the dwarves into a massive killing field, with various traps and soldiers lying in ambush there. Bang, 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 bang. The heavy crossbows, imbued with magical markings, began their attack, firing several massive bolts, each several meters long, aimed directly at the combat robots at the forefront. Osiris noticed a giant crossbow bolt being shot at him. He quickly turned around and used his strongest shoulder armor to block the several-meter-long bolt. Although Osiris was unharmed, he was still forced to take 2 steps back due to the impact. 8 o'clock. Fire. The blaster mounted on the combat robot was aimed there. Target identified. Attack commence. The blaster was aimed at the heavy crossbow turret, and then hundreds of red blast beams of energy shot towards the enemy. What? The heavily armored dwarf soldiers could only see hundreds of puppet-like figures pointing at them, followed by the black guns these puppets were equipped with. Watch out. Run. The burst beams of energy shot toward the enemy, standing out brightly in the dark cave. Bang 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 bang. One after another, the dwarf soldiers fell to the blaster, their dooning faces revealing the pain of being struck by the blast beam. Alright, what's so interesting about this little gadget? Let's get going. As a judge, he'd seen plenty of these things. What was blowing up a mountain like this? During his previous tenure, he'd seen energy fields that could shake an entire continent and devices that could convert the genes of living people every day, and he'd smash them every day. Gone. Osiris led the way, carrying a power sword and a bomb pistol in each hand. Killed him. Around the corner, hundreds of heavily armored dwarf soldiers, wielding heavy swords, charged forward, killing them in the procession. Attention, all personnel. Prepare for battle. Osiris, wielding his power sword, charged forward first, each move aimed directly at the dwarf's weaknesses. Bang. A dwarf soldier was sliced in 2 by the power sword, and his 2 bodies flew out like 2 fleshy balls. Boom. With another sword strike, this one beheaded more than a dozen dwarf soldiers who had approached. Bang 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 bang. The PDF Planetary Defense Forces in the rear also began to counterattack, using combat robots as cover. Bang 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 bang. As more and more dwarf soldiers fell, the balance of power began to shift in favor of the humans. For the great human empire. For the Holy Emperor. Upon realizing the tide of battle had turned, Osiris shouted a battle cry for the Emperor, his voice inspiring the soldiers who were struggling to fight. Chapter 176, Cave Operation 2. Bang. These dwarves fearlessly approached Osiris and then attempted to break through his power armor with their heavy swords. But was that even possible? Osiris wore force feedback power armor, a type of power armor designed for mortals and used by the Inquisition. While it was far inferior in quality to the power armor worn by Space Marines, it could still increase a mortal's combat effectiveness to some extent. Osiris wore force feedback powered armor specially supplied to the Inquisition, which was also more powerful in combat than ordinary force feedback powered armor. Bang 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 bang. The sound of swords clashing against armor rang out, but the barrage of slashes did not harm a hair on Osiris's head. Bang. Boom. Osiris took the explosive pistol in his hand, and then smashed it into the nearest dwarf like he was swinging a brick. Bang. The dwarf was sent flying backwards instantly, and before the other dwarves could react, Osiris had already brought down his power sword. Several dwarf soldiers were the first to react, and then tried to raise their shields to block Osiris's attack, but the iron shields were of no use against the power sword, and they were cut in half by the power sword, just like their master. The dwarves will not yield. A dwarf centurion wielding a heavy hammer shouted a war cry that belonged to all dwarves, and the dwarves who were charging back instantly retreated, forming a shield line with their shields and long swords. Spear. The dwarven-specific spears, crafted by dwarven artisans, extended from the shield formation, their sharp edges gleaming coldly. Charge. These dwarves, wielding spears and shields, then thrust their spears at Osiris. Bang 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 bang. The spearhead collided with the power armor, then was easily knocked away. For the Emperor. The Empire lives forever. Osiris shouted in High Gothic, a language the dwarves couldn't understand, and then swung his power sword at them again. Block. The dwarf centurion shouted, and several shields began to be used to block the direction from which the power sword was about to strike. Break. The power sword sliced through these shields as easily as a hot knife through butter. The metal shields were easily cut open, and the disintegration field equipped on the power sword would break the sliced shields into pieces. This attack not only shattered the dwarves' shields, but their bodies were also not spared. Some lost a few fingers due to the disintegration of the field, while others had their entire arms destroyed. You talk a lot. Osiris shoved aside the dwarf blocking his way, then picked up the dwarf centurion with one hand and threw him against the wall. The sight of Osiris lifting the dwarf centurion's robust body with one hand was enough to leave many dwarf soldiers speechless. But when they saw the centurion being thrown out like a cannonball, his body making intimate contact with the hard wall, leaving a human-shaped mark. What? The dwarves stared wide-eyed at this scene. Their centurion was an elite soldier in the dwarven army. How could he be killed so easily? When the dust settled, the dwarf centurion was found dead on the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices from the impact. Retreat to the second line of defense. The city lord has ordered us to cut off all further sacrifices. Upon receiving the order, the dwarven soldiers quickly changed direction and headed towards Forge City. Bang, 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 bang. Osiris followed behind, hunting down the fleeing dwarves with his weapon. Each shot could easily kill a dwarf soldier, and soon only 1 in 10 of them remained. The remaining surviving dwarves retreated behind the thick walls of Forge City. Commenced the attack. Dozens of BX combat robots began their charge. There was an open space between the cave and the center of Forge City, which was presumably reserved for the dwarves to use ranged weapons. Sure enough, more than 50 weapons resembling muskets appeared in the hands of the dwarves on the city wall, and these dwarf soldiers with muskets pointed their guns at the combat robots below. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. These handcrafted muskets made by the dwarves were incredibly poor in both power and accuracy. The bullets struck the BX combat robot with a crisp clanging sound. Keep attacking. Don't stop. The remaining dwarves took crossbows and went up to the city wall, but what use were these dwarf soldiers with crossbows when even bullets couldn't penetrate the armor? How exactly did humans create this kind of thing? He shouted as he watched the fighter jets advancing while being attacked. I feel like I'm drunk, and I hope it's all just a dream. As he spoke, a dwarf soldier picked up a barrel of wine beside him and began to drink. These combat robots had approached the city wall and then began to climb it. What? The dwarf soldiers were stunned by what they saw. This kind of weapon of war should have been very heavy, but they did not expect it to be so light and easy to move, and it could even be used to climb. Keep fighting. Keep fighting. Dwarven soldiers, wielding heavy hammers, prepared on the city wall to blast down the fighters that had climbed up. The first combat robot climbed up, but was met with a dwarf soldier's iron hammer. Get out of here. The heavy hammer made intimate contact with the battle robot's head, but a horrifying scene unfolded. The hammer struck the combat robot's head, inflicting damage, but it couldn't stop the robot's subsequent actions. Boom, 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 boom. The vibrating blades mounted on the combat robot struck the nearest dwarf soldier, the serrated blades piercing directly into the dwarf's body, shredding his intestines and other internal organs, causing blood to gush out. Kill him. Several more dwarf soldiers rushed forward, wielding hammers or longswords, attacking the combat robot relentlessly. Bang! Another combat robot climbed up, and its blaster shot into the helmet of a dwarf soldier. The blow shattered the dwarf soldier's helmet, and metal fragments mixed with the dwarf's brains, filling the air with a nauseating stench. More and more combat robots climbed the city walls, attacking the dwarves like madmen, using their hands and feet, and weapons mounted on their arms. The city walls were now a living hell, and the dwarves' defenses soon began to crumble. Chapter 177 Danger in the Dark. Don't panic. Protect the civilians. Men, follow me to fight the enemy. Jim walked out of the palace with his hammer in hand, accompanied by 20 well-equipped dwarven emperor guards, the weakest of whom were at least centurion strong. All soldiers, form ranks, centering on the city lord. The dwarf soldiers received orders to reorganize their scattered ranks and once again gather the previously formed shield formation. At this moment, with the assault-type heavy armored vehicles clearing the way, several hundred reorganized planetary defense soldiers and Osiris entered. Do you remember what the negotiator said? Either he comes, or I come. Osiris casually chopped down a dwarf soldier who was about to ambush him and said, "Skinny monkeys, didn't I tell you I'd beat you every time I saw you?" Jim gave the order to attack, and the dwarf soldiers began to advance steadily. This boring game should end. Osiris stepped out from the group and charged at the dwarf's shield formation, wielding his power sword. The nearly 1-ton power armor crashed through the dwarf's shield formation, and several dwarves were unfortunately trampled by Osiris, their flesh and blood merging directly into the ground. Bang! Osiris grabbed a dwarf by the braid, and then used the fat dwarf as a weapon, swinging him around in the air. Every dwarf soldier who was close by was hit by this ball of flesh and sent flying in the blink of an eye. Bang! Bang! The dwarf who was thrown as a weapon was smashed to pieces, his bones protruding from the impact. Sizzle! The dwarf's neck was ripped off, and his body flew off, leaving only his head, still attached to his beard, in Osiris's hands. It's broken already? Osiris tossed the head aside, bored, and continued using his power sword. Just as the dwarf soldiers were dealing with Osiris, Jim suddenly charged out from the dwarfs, his heavy iron hammer smashing straight down on Osiris's head. Bang! Osiris, who had just slit the throat of a dwarf soldier with his power sword, raised his other, unattached hand to defend himself when he saw Jim's attack. Bang! Osiris successfully deflected Jim's attack, then wielded his power sword and slashed at Jim. Block! The sound of steel clashing rang out as the power sword collided with Jim's armor, and then the disintegration field was activated. Ayaya! Jim's right hand was severed, and the severed hand was churned into a bloody mist by the disintegration field. You overestimate your abilities. Don't reject other people's kindness if you don't have the corresponding strength. Osiris's voice rang out, and then Jim felt the world spin around him as Osiris chopped off his head with a single blow. Kill them all. The remaining dwarves were shocked by what they saw. How could their powerful city lord have died at the hands of this human? The dwarves refused to believe their own story, but the headless corpses on the ground unequivocally told them that their lord was dead. No. An elderly dwarf, witnessing this scene, cried out in anguish. He was one of the more senior members of the city, and he had personally assisted Jim in ascending to the position of Lord of Forge City. But now Jim had become a victim of this human's blade. I'll fight you to the death. The old dwarf, his eyes red, picked up the blood-stained knife from the ground and swung it at Osiris. But Osiris, who was already prepared, shot him dead. Kill them all, leave no survivors. Planetary Defense Force soldiers, armed with light guns, took over the task, systematically herding the dwarves together before opening fire. As the saying goes, to cut the weeds, you must nip them in the bud. If even one dwarf survives, it will cause some unnecessary problems for the Empire. Hurry up, the Mechanicus is coming. A great sage wielding a mechanical axe approached, glanced at the statue of the dwarven god of forging standing at the city gate, and then pulled Colonel Roll over. Tear down this alien statue immediately. How can such a disgusting alien creature exist on this sacred Imperial land? Immediately. Right now. After receiving the order, the unlucky guy, Roll, started assigning his servants to carry it out. Destroy the aliens. Dozens of lizardman warriors ran wildly through the jungle, not daring to look back, as if some terrifying thing was chasing them. He's here. With a scream, a lizardman was dragged into a thicket and then disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? How could it be so fast? Run, run. A lizardman warrior screamed in terror, and then a pair of large hands pulled it away. Attack. The lizardman monk unleashed his magic. But before the incantation was finished, a strange thing flew out, and then the lizardman monk exploded. We can't win. Run, run. The few lizardman warriors were terrified. Generally, lizardman warriors would consider dying on the battlefield an honor, but that was until they encountered them. At first, it was one person after another, then one team after another, and now it's one tribe after another disappearing. Some of the lizardman warriors' corpses were found by chance, but what was horrifying was that their skin had been completely peeled off, leaving only blood-soaked bodies that looked like a pile of rotten flesh. If the enemy fights them head-on, they will not feel fear. On the contrary, they will feel honor and feel that their ancestors are watching them, which will greatly boost their morale. On the contrary, encountering such a thing completely shattered their mental defenses. They had seen it before. The skin of an entire tribe of lizardmen was ripped off and made into a huge cloth, which was spread across the entire tribe's land like a carpet. This horrific scene was enough to break these lizardmen. But what was even more terrifying was that the phenomenon did not stop, but instead intensified. An entire tribe of reptilians was made into balloons and floated in the air. Countless horrific images assaulted the senses of these lizardmen. They couldn't imagine what could possibly be capable of such a feat. Perhaps only the legendary devil could. We can't run anymore. This is endless. The only thing we can do is face it, kill it, and avenge our people. The remaining lizardmen huddled together, warily watching their surroundings. It was already late at night, but the lizardmen's night vision allowed them to see everything clearly. A terrifying killing intent was slowly emerging in the darkness. Chapter 178 The Hunter in the Dark. What are you? Why are you chasing us? A lizardman warrior shouted into the darkness, but only endless silence answered him. What? While one of the lizardmen soldiers was still in a daze, a pair of large hands suddenly reached out from the darkness and dragged him into the darkness. Sizzle, sizzle. With a few cutting sounds, a complete lizard skin flew out and landed directly among the lizards. Lack. A companion who knew the lizardman shouted. My companion was fine just a moment ago, but now he's like this. Let me kill them. The lizard man, his eyes red, shouted into the dark woods, but no one answered. Fear gripped every lizard man. They couldn't fathom what could possibly skin their companions in such a short time and then discard the skin. Several lizardman warriors knocked their bows and aimed at the same spot they had just been holding. The surroundings were completely silent. Even a bird's chirp could send chills down the spines of these lizardmen. Has he left? A lizardman warrior asked cautiously. I don't know, stay alert. It was already midnight, and the lizardmen warriors remained motionless in a clearing in the middle of the forest. They could clearly see their enemies, but just as clearly, their enemies could also see them. One of the lizardmen paused for a moment, then slowly relaxed his tense muscles. Bang! The lizardman's head exploded as if attacked, and blood bloomed like a rose before disappearing in an instant. Seeing the corpses of their fallen comrades, the lizardmen, who had initially felt relieved, were now on edge again. The enemy was in the shadows while they were in the open, which put them at a significant disadvantage. High Priest, could you please light this place? A lizardman warrior who appeared to be the leader asked the lizardman priest who was surrounded in the middle. I'll try, but my chanting takes time. Leave this to me, thank you. The lizardman warrior, holding a short spear, turned his head and spoke. Okay, I'll try my best. The lizardman priest began chanting incantations, and tiny lights began to emerge from his hands, then began to grow larger. Bang 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 bang. A flash of light from the darkness shattered the silence, and 3 terrifying figures emerged from the shadows. Kill them. Dozens of lizardman warriors, armed with Stone Age weapons, charged forward, and in the blink of an eye, They were locked in close combat. Why did the shadowy figure extend its arm blade and then easily slit the throat of the nearest lizardman warrior? The other two shadowy figures pulled out daggers and easily slit the throats of the lizardman warriors closest to them. Kara. A lizardman warrior's head was twisted off, and blood splattered on the shadowy figure's hand. Bora. Seeing their companion's head being twisted off, the remaining lizardmen rushed towards the dark figure, which slowly emerged under the light. Dark blue armor, with the skulls of some unknown creatures bound to it, and the shoulder armor bearing the skin remains of its own kind. Block. The stone axe struck the armor with a terrifying clang, and then the axe was sent flying. What? Sizzle. The arm blade had already plunged into the lizardman's chest, and then it was pulled out without any mercy. No, why? We didn't provoke you at all, so why are you slaughtering us? The lizardman let out a painful sound from his throat. The dark figure didn't speak, but walked straight toward the only surviving high priest. Humph, you're just a bunch of rats in the dark. I guess this is the only way you can attack us. The lizardman, lying in a pool of blood, shouted with all his might, then struggled to his feet and charged toward the dark figure. The weak only offer flimsy excuses to demonstrate their incompetence, don't they? A giant with a bat symbol pressed down on the lizardman with one hand, then gently applied pressure. Bang! The lizardman's head was crushed to pieces. Now it's your turn. After dealing with the other races, Osiris began to address the issue of religious followers. The previous kingdom's sects have been abolished, and now the imperial state religion is being fully implemented. But clearly not everyone is willing to believe in the state religion. Some people secretly believe in other sects, but they don't know that the god they worship has already been eaten by Yang Cheng. At this point, they still believed in their own sect, so some members of the state religion prepared to convert to physics, resorting to force if gentle persuasion failed. Although the state religion is now restricted from indiscriminately killing innocent people, it can still carry out some violent missions. Hundreds of Christians stormed into their gathering and, without explanation, bound them to the church, forcing them to convert to Christianity. They were then required to recite the word of God daily. This was the physical conversion. Did some of the Pokemon escape? Osiris looked at the report that was handed to him and said in disbelief, "Yes, sir, this is my dereliction of duty." Looking at the stormtrooper colonel standing in front of him, Osiris waved his hand to let him leave. "Your Honor, the Space Marines are also preparing to leave. There are still many Imperial battlefields that need their aid." Osiris was speechless and helpless upon receiving this news. The task of capturing the Elves could only be entrusted to the Planetary Defense Forces. "Oh, by the way, Your Honor, there's one more thing I need to convey to you." "Huh? What?" "You've been fired. You're no longer in charge of the planet's court. A new judge will replace you. You have more important things to do now." "What? I got fired?" Osiris almost spat out his water when he heard this, but he became excited when he heard that there was an even more important task. Preparations? Is it to suppress a rebellion or to collect alien technology? Are they planning to send me back to Terra? That's great. This isn't called firing, it's called a promotion and a raise, to better serve the Emperor, isn't it? However, in a sense, you are indeed destined to serve the Emperor. A report was handed to Osiris, but the moment Osiris saw it, he almost fainted. The report clearly stated that Osiris's next task was to take his apprentices on basic missions and teach them how to act as judges. Oh, by the way, there are still a few months until that batch of new students graduates. You can go to Garden World for a vacation to relax. Thank you. Osiris reluctantly accepted the transfer order, then let out a long sigh. Chapter 179, The Eldest Son Army. Mission accomplished? After listening to his subordinate's report, Yang Cheng asked further questions. "Yes, Your Majesty, the Empire's enemies on that planet have been completely annihilated. The heretics and aliens have been thoroughly eradicated." Yang Cheng nodded. To him, it was just a planet, and it didn't matter to him at all. However, when it came to planets, Yang Cheng began to wonder if he could redeem them from the original conscription world. Currently, apart from the newly established Light Chaser Legion and the Odysius Assault Regiment, the rest of Yang Cheng's troops are all summoned by him through the system. This is where the problem lies. If all the troops are killed, there will be no one left, and you will have to use resource points to replenish them. You need a way to solve this problem once and for all. Are there any recruitment events in the world that can be redeemed? Of course you can. But once you redeem this recruitment world, the soldiers related to the Astral Army will disappear from the shop. Come and see. Yang Cheng began browsing the system's marketplace. What he wanted now was a united army skilled in a variety of tactics. First, exclude the Krieg, Amagidton, Centira Flintlocks, Attila Barbarian Cavalry, and Kadashan Jungle Warriors. These legions have very obvious characteristics, and their weaknesses are equally obvious. In the future, Yang Cheng would choose to summon their recruited worlds, but now it's different. What he needs is a legion that excels in multiple areas. Ideally, it should also be related to the world of forging, as one's own forces would need sufficient armored strength. After Yang Cheng finished thinking, an idea popped into his head. This Star Guardian Legion could definitely meet his requirements, except for its somewhat retro clothing. 60 million recruits for Vostoknia. But, that's right, the army that Yang Cheng was thinking of was the Vostonian Eldest Son Army, which was dedicated to serving the Empire. Vostonia is an industrial world of the Empire, located outside the Eye of Terror in the Halo region of the Hazy Starfield. This world is classified as an industrial world, somewhere between the Forging world and the Hive world. Similar to the Forge world, Vostonia has deep ties with the Mechanicus, but it is not under the jurisdiction of the Mechanicus. This unusual arrangement dates back to the Age of Strife, when Vostoria was a rare, independent world, sworn to Mars, rather than settled and governed by a group of technologists like other forged worlds. After Vostonia pledged allegiance to the cult of mechanics, it rapidly developed into a highly industrialized world with the influx of cult members, technology, and knowledge. Under subsequent Imperial rule, many of the Vostonia factories produced war materials for human warfare. This is why Yang chose to exchange with them. They are a genuine industrial planet, capable of self-sufficiency and even reducing the pressure on other forging worlds. As for why they are called the Eldest Son Army, as an industrial world, Vostonia has maintained close ties with the cult of mechanics since the Age of Strife. Although Vostonia is not a nest city world, it is still filled with factories and densely populated cities. Since Vostonia was incorporated into the human empire during the Great Crusade, its main purpose has been to produce weapons and ammunition for the Imperial army. For more than 10,000 years since then, Vostonia's fate has remained largely unchanged, constantly caught in a cycle of manufacturing and assembly. However, during the Horus Rebellion, Vostoria refused to provide weapons or troops to either the Loyalists or the Horus side, remaining neutral in order to preserve the population that operated the factories. This was a mistake. After the Horus Rebellion, Vostoria was ashamed to remain neutral and ultimately decided to have the firstborn child of every family swear an oath to serve the Empire and join the Astral Army as atonement for the debts owed to the Empire during the Horus Rebellion. From that moment on, a new Astral Army Legion, the Vostonian Firstborn, was established. In the 41st millennium, these Vostonias are still struggling in this dark galaxy to save their crumbling empire and pay the debts of their ancestors. This remains a stain on their reputation and honor, and they need to make continuous efforts to erase it. Yang Cheng looked at the star map beside him. According to the system, this recruitment world would automatically appear in the location where they were supposed to appear. Let the aliens of this world feel the fearlessness of the firstborn army. We need reinforcements. Those damn aliens have breached our defenses. In a trench, an officer is roaring with a communicator in hand, with a communications soldier who has just been killed in action beside him. We are from the 17th Regiment of the Binsek Army. The enemy has broken through our right flank. Requesting backup. No sooner had he finished speaking than a shell flew up beside him and blasted him away. Holy crap. The officer picked up the damaged radio and cursed, then grabbed the rifle beside him. Commissar, what should we do next? These filthy aliens have breached our defenses. Should we hold our ground or retreat? Continue to persevere. The time has come to demonstrate our loyalty to the Emperor. The political commissar raised his weapon high and shouted, then strapped a grenade to his waist. They've been fighting here for months. This regiment has dwindled from hundreds of thousands at the beginning to less than 30,000 now. It seems serious, but it's still relatively minor compared to the various battles fought by the Empire. Space Marines are now the Galactic Fire Brigade, moving wherever they are needed. How can they possibly cover every single battlefield in the entire galaxy? By the Emperor, may I return to your side. Just as the political commissar was silently reciting words of praise, the tide of battle turned. An unknown force intervened in the battle, and enemy fighter planes were shot down in the blink of an eye, with hordes of enemies falling. Your Majesty, have you heard my words? Not only the Emperor heard it, but I heard it too. An officer in a red military uniform and a tall hat walked up to the political commissar. Colonel Jonathan Litton, 16th Regiment of the Vostokny. Vostolians? The political commissar looked at the officer in the red military uniform in front of him and asked. That's right. Jonathan nodded and then handed a cigarette to the political commissar. Watching these bearded soldiers using bayonets to kill the enemy in front of them, the political commissar felt a mix of emotions. Chapter 180 Governor's Rebellion. Your Excellency, I can guarantee your independence and your absolute control over this planet. But what about the other way around? We will provide you with intelligence on the movement of human armies. A tall, thin man with glasses and a refined appearance handed a piece of information to the alien in front of him. The Imperial Army is likely planning something big soon. What are your plans? We need your help to share some of the firepower. I will provide you with a batch of top-of-the-line weapons and equipment. All you need to do is deliberately lure the human empire's warships here. Once we cut off the human army's retreat, your mission will be complete. But, are you afraid of dying? Of course not. I was just wondering if this deal would work out. Don't worry. Even if you fail, I've prepared a backup plan for you. Just go ahead and do it. The alien then patted the governor on the shoulder insincerely. Yes, I have people in the planetary defense forces on this planet. They will assist us in turning some of them against us. The governor nodded and continued. We are still in the middle nest. Personnel have been placed in the lower nest. Once the riot begins, we will first attack the Imperial Ministry of Justice and the Court of Justice branches on this planet. We will also send people to open the armories. That's natural. But how do you, political commissar, intend to resolve this? It should be noted that these political commissars who were assigned to the position were all graduates of the Loyalty Academy, and they were absolutely loyal to the Emperor. Then deal with them. After all, they're just mortals. Let's deal with them while they sleep. What about the upper nest nobles? That's what the seemingly refined planet governor asked next. You're still worried about them? What threat do those fat, big-eared guys pose? Just give them a little something extra when the time comes. These aliens didn't think highly of these fat, greasy nobles who indulged in nightly revelry. In their eyes, this was a breakthrough point for the human empire, and they might be able to turn a few nobles against their will. Jerusalem is about to change hands, for this land flowing with milk and honey. Planet Governor Luminous stood up and gripped the alien in front of him tightly with both hands. Thank you all for your generous help. We will definitely not let you down. Jerusalem is a remote planet of the Empire, generally outside its jurisdiction. As long as the governor pays taxes on time, the Empire usually doesn't care about what the planet does. However, it is clear that this governor has violated a taboo of the Empire by colluding with the aliens to overthrow the Empire. The weapons will be transported to Starport tomorrow night. We will coordinate with you from the inside out. Remember, do not let this slip. Luminous nodded. He was once one of the thousands of races in the Empire, a race that was very good at business, but unfortunately, because of him, his race would cease to exist. Meanwhile, a civilian spaceship slowly docked in the starport. Well, you're really unlucky, aren't you? Osiris put a ticket in his pocket and then followed the crowd toward the exit of the starport. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will spend this holiday here. Looking at the distinctive buildings around him, Osiris shook his head helplessly. He had been working for the Emperor for more than a decade, so it wouldn't hurt to take a few months off. Osiris looked at the patrolling forces around the starport, including local Jerusalem Planetary Defense Forces and several units resting there. Are these the Light Chasers and the Odysius Legion? How did they end up together? Osiris didn't want to get too involved in this kind of thing, so he went from being an inquisitor who investigated heretics and hunted down aliens to a rookie instructor who accompanied his apprentices to catch cats and dogs. Who could stand being separated like this? A day on Jerusalem has 28 Terra-hours. The planet's environment is similar to that of Terra, but the hives on its surface are completely different. This place has a more ancient style, with the outer decorations made of white, unidentified stone. In the middle of the city is the governor's mansion. Holy crap! Political commissar, where did you get this? Hank looked at the brick-shaped object in front of him with a puzzled expression. What is this? A mobile phone? Hank stared blankly at the thing, feeling like he hadn't touched anything like it in ages. In fact, it was something an officer from the neighboring Light Chaser base had pulled out of the black market. Let me see what this thing is. After some fumbling, Hank turned on his phone screen and randomly clicked on an app, where a video popped up. Oh, by the Emperor. What is this thing? By the Emperor. Commissar, please remove it immediately. My holy Emperor. I hope I never see this thing in my lifetime. The moment the first video popped up, Hank glanced at it twice, and then quickly threw it away. If this were to be seen by others, our punishment would likely go far beyond a simple flogging. However, that golden armor is really big and quite white. After thinking for a moment, Hank quickly shook his head, determined that such heretical thinking must never appear in his mind. Okay, Let's pretend this never happened today, and don't talk about it with anyone. As Hank spoke, he kicked the phone on the ground a few more times, then pulled out his explosive and blew it to smithereens. Meanwhile, on the other side, Political Commissar Kane of the 358th Light Chaser Regiment was lost in thought, watching the Light Chaser soldiers watching a TV series playing in the square in the distance. Do I really look like Lubu? Kane took a small sip of his coffee, and then asked Jurgen beside him. Commissar Kane, to be honest, looks a lot like. Then don't say that. Am I really that disloyal? Kane had learned about these things on the advice of an officer from the Lightbringer Legion, and after taking a look, he was surprised to find that although he was a coward and prone to running away in battle, he could never be such a traitor. Kane crossed one leg, and then leaned back in the recliner, leisurely enjoying the tranquility. See, I told you we wouldn't be so unlucky. Aren't we getting plenty of rest right now? Kane pulled his peaked hat over his face and enjoyed the evening breeze. This kind of vacation was something he could only dream of. How could he be so unlucky? Where's the armory key? Jurgen asked Kane. Jurgen asked. Who knows? You should ask the big guy instead of me. Wait, the big guy? In the armory corridor, several Planetary defense soldiers, who had already tattooed their rebellion symbols on their foreheads, stared at the oglins in front of them, lost in thought. Who said the key was with the political commissar? Chapter 181. Who gave you the courage? Big guy, I'll give you some food. Give me your key. The rebels exchanged knowing smiles as they looked at the simple-minded oglin. Dealing with him was much easier than dealing with the political commissar. I'm wondering if I know what a key is? Seeing Oglin's expression, the rebels patiently explained to him. Give me what's hanging from your waist, and I'll give you some food. Hanging from the waist? The simple-minded Oglin looked in the direction the rebel was pointing. Which one are you referring to? Oglin had many things hanging on him, the eighth of which was the key. Yes, it's the eighth one. Come and give it to me. The eighth one. The big guy started counting the pendants on his body, and then began to count them. 1, 2, 3, 4. What is this? This is 5. Oh, 1, 2, 3. What's this? 4. This is 4. Oh, I see. 1, 2, 3. What is this? These rebel soldiers were dumbfounded. This Oglin couldn't even learn numbers up to 10. The Imperial army actually hired such a force. It seems the Empire is doomed. This further solidified their resolve to rebel. Were they really going to team up with these insect-like allies? They might as well defect to aliens. At least being their dogs would be acceptable. Just give me the key yourself. Don't force me to get it myself. The rebel soldier got annoyed and was ready to just take it. But how could Oglin let him take it like that? The political commissar told me to watch over this key, and that no one but him could take it. The political commissar sent us to collect it. Give it to me quickly. I won't give it to you if the political commissar doesn't come. Hearing Oglin's words, the rebels stopped talking and took out the pistols from their waists. Bang, 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 bang. As several gunshots rang out, something terrifying happened to the rebels. Their weapons couldn't penetrate Oglin's skin. What? Before the rebel commander finished speaking, a heavy punch landed, shattering all of his bones and crushing his internal organs. Even his skull was dented and concave from the blow. Before the remaining two rebels could react, they were grabbed by Oglin and slammed hard against the wall. What happened? Commissar Kane arrived late, frowned as he looked at the bloody scene before him, and asked. I figured these people were attacking me, so I just killed them. Attack? Kane looked at the scene and then at the scattered shell casings. He was certain this was not a murder. He knew Oglin was capable of creating this bloody scene, but he certainly didn't have the wisdom to learn how to embellish the scene after a murder. Political commissar, look at this. Jurgen rolled up the sleeve of a corpse, revealing a tattoo. A six-pointed star? What is that? Jurgen began examining the other corpses and found similar markings on them all. This spoke volumes. If it wasn't because a tattoo parlor in Hive City was having a sale, then there was only one possibility. Level 1 combat readiness. I repeat, all personnel, prepare for battle. Notify the Ministry of Justice and the Court of Justice. A rebellion is brewing. Kane knew that this was mostly because the rebels needed to identify each other, and the fact that they were carrying live ammunition indicated that they intended to rebel. Go quickly and notify everyone. Prepare for battle. Have personnel check everyone's bodies for similar tattoos. Kane began giving orders while simultaneously complaining about why everything he did caused chaos wherever he went. Upper Nest. Lund family mansion. On a square table several tens of meters long, a fat, big-eared nobleman adorned with gold and silver is enjoying a delicious meal, while sitting next to him is a bespectacled man who looks like a scholar. Len Wallace, this is your last chance. I hope you won't be ungrateful. Your muddle-headed nature will only bring you trouble and no reward in the Empire. Why not join us? We'll guarantee you not only endless slaves to play with, but also countless delicacies waiting for you. Gallus looked at the portly governor in front of him and said. Lin didn't answer him, but focused on eating the delicious food in front of him. It's fine if you don't say anything. I know that when you were in power, the people of this city suffered terribly. You only knew how to indulge in pleasure every day. If you are overthrown one day, no one will help you then. Upon hearing this, Lun stopped eating and wiped his mouth. What? You agreed? Looking at Len, who was slowly tying a napkin around his neck, Gallus asked in a mocking tone. No, I'm afraid of getting blood on myself. Your life isn't worth this piece of clothing. No sooner had he finished speaking than a huge body suddenly rushed out and grabbed Gallus by the neck. This is the bodyguard of the nobleman Lun, a cyborg whose entire body is 96% cybernetic. You dare kill me? Everyone here is already mine. Dozens of planetary defense soldiers painted with rebel insignia rushed over and pointed their guns at Len and his bodyguards. This is your last chance. Vote. No sooner had he finished speaking than Len made a move. Without hesitation, he picked up the chopsticks beside him and shoved them into Gallus's cochlea. With a gentle twist, Gallus lost consciousness. Who gives them the right to threaten me? Len stood up, his obese body protruding, and looked at the rebels surrounding him. Then he spoke loudly. My loyalty is unwavering. I will never betray the Emperor. I will never betray the Empire. And I will never associate with those filthy aliens. The contrast between Len and Gallus lying on the ground was stark. The portly nobleman, who usually indulged in pleasure, stood firm in his beliefs at a crucial moment, while the seemingly resourceful and talented man became a member of the rebellion. Make it clean, Adam. Also, don't let the blood splatter everywhere. It's a hassle to clean up. After receiving the order, the bodyguard named Adam suddenly overturned the long table in front of him, and the rebels opposite him opened fire, as if waking from a dream. Bullets whizzed through the hall, but Len remained calmly seated, sipping his tea from Terra. Kill him. Kill him. Too fast. I can't see it. He killed Bean. Kill him. One scream after another filled the air, and a minute later, all the armed rebels were killed by Adam, who was equipped with arm blades. It seems the problem is solved. Adam, could you please inform the other nobles that anyone who dares to betray the Empire is an enemy of the Len family? Let him figure out the trouble that will follow. Len's voice turned cold, and Adam bowed slightly before carrying out the order. Prepare to suppress the rebellion. Tens of thousands of Lun family soldiers, who were already prepared, stood in neat rows around Lun. Chapter 182 Martial Virtue Abundant, Legal Department. I expect everyone to obey my master's orders. If I find out anyone dares to join forces with the aliens to launch a rebellion. Adam paused for a moment before speaking. You will die a horrible death, and you should be aware of the connections within the Len family. If you dare to harm the Len family, I'll kill him. As soon as Adam finished speaking, a nobleman, also dressed in gold and silver, hurriedly stood up and said, This is the time to show our loyalty. The Lun family is not one they can afford to offend, neither the family itself nor the people behind it. There are rumors that the Lun family has some connection with the Turin family. Ordinary people may not know who the Turin family is, but these nobles know them all. They are one of the most loyal knight families in the Empire, and also one of the largest families, with countless Titan knights under their command. Even 10 heads wouldn't be enough to take them all. Don't worry, we will hold the nest until the very last moment. Adam left after confirming his decision. There was still much to do. Hurry. Get moving. Get moving. Hank's 1st Odysius regiment received a message from Kane that a riot was about to break out on the planet, and all soldiers were ordered to immediately take out their weapons and prepare for battle. This is the 358th Regiment of the Light Chasers. I repeat, grab your gear and prepare to fight the rebellion. Grab your weapons and prepare to fight the rebellion. Kane roared at the Planetary Defense Forces through the communicator, but unfortunately, this was one of the first to be lost. Millions of planetary defenders have defected to the Empire and sided with the aliens. Under the cover of darkness, they killed their comrades who refused to betray them, then seized the armory and launched an attack. The Coke Hive city to the east of Jerusalem has been captured, and the rebels are advancing in large numbers towards their Hive city using armored forces. Beetle Nest City. A massive riot broke out, with gunmen hidden among the crowd taking advantage of the crowd's cover to start firing. Ordinary police officers were simply unable to suppress the rebellion. Haven't the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Security Bureau arrived yet? This is Cross Street. We need backup. I repeat, we need backup. Dozens of police cars were parked across the road, while on the other side were countless rebels armed with automatic guns. What about support? As soon as he finished speaking, several suppressor-armored personnel carriers drove out, and fully armed soldiers from the Ministry of Justice got out of the vehicles. Following closely behind is the Imperial Ministry of Justice, which is the judicial branch of the Star Wars universe. They are the primary police force responsible for maintaining law and order on planets throughout the Milky Way. Its responsibilities include regular patrols of Galaxy City, criminal investigations, counterterrorism and counterintelligence operations, crowd control, diplomatic protection, maintaining global airspace, and sometimes the military defense of Coruscant. While some of the staff are sentient police officers, robots are also being used. Specialized units include SWAT teams, counterterrorism teams, organized crime units, the traffic department, and the forensic department. The judicial forces use transport vehicles, anti-gravity tanks, and LATI gunboats, with manta ray submarines underwater, for patrols and pursuits. If police officers sometimes feel they may have entered a dangerous area, they can accept escort from the Consular-class frigate reserve force. The guards, clad in blue armor, disembarked from the transport vehicles and then established a defensive line with the support of the repressors. The Imperial Ministry of Justice's loyal dogs are here. Open fire. Gunmen in the crowd began firing, but they were using weapons that could only fire live ammunition and were about to be phased out by the Empire. In contrast, the Ministry of Justice personnel were all covered in thick armor and were holding shotguns. Yes, shotguns, and judging by the caliber, they might even be close to 40 millimeters. Ding 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 ding. The rebels, armed with automatic guns, immediately opened fire, along with the gunmen hiding in the various rooms. Unfortunately, all they received in response was the relentless clanging of weapons. Their weapons were utterly ineffective against the heavy shell-like armor worn by the Ministry of Justice. Each of them had their hands and feet covered in heavy armor, and their heads were equipped with fully enclosed helmets with respirators. Begin the attack. Show no mercy. Bang, 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 bang 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 bang. Gunshots rang out in the street, and the first group of people were torn to pieces by bullets in the blink of an eye. But could their bodies withstand the penetration of shotgun shells? One shot was enough to kill 4 or 5 rioters. Looking at the mangled corpses in front of them, the rebels realized how ridiculous their actions had been. Free to fire. The heavy bombs on the armored vehicles began to unleash the Emperor's wrath, tearing apart the rebels' bodies as they fled. Release the hounds. Dozens of Corellian dogs were released from the carriage, their terrifying appearance enough to terrify the rebels. The hounds began to pursue the fleeing enemy, while the Ministry of Justice personnel rejoined the armored vehicles. Their next task was to work with the still loyal AstraClan forces to defend the Hive City. The Imperial Ministry of Justice's LATI gunships have already taken off. They are to deliver this message to the rest of the astronautical army's outposts. Kill all those involved in the rebellion. The Empire has no need for such heretics. Find their families. Torture them. The Empire will not tolerate such acts of treason. Whether it's the Ministry of Justice, the Tribunal, or any other department, if you kill someone in the Empire, the worst you'll get is execution. But treason is different. The crime of treason is far more serious than murder. The Empire hates rebels the most, and Yang Cheng is no exception. On the Empire's lands, if anyone dares to rebel against the state religion, the Mechanicus, the Inquisition, or even priests, there are thousands of ways to make them wish they were dead. Hank, the political commissar of the 1st Regiment of Odysius, reports that a rebellion has occurred on Jerusalem. While organizing his gear, Hank received a message from the legal officer that made him want to laugh. Isn't this news a bit late? The enemy has almost finished their midnight snack, and you're only telling me now? That's not important. Can you guarantee that your group isn't colluding with aliens? The legal officer didn't want to get too entangled with Hank. Hank was someone who had been personally awarded by the Emperor. If he went against him, he would be going against the Emperor, and he didn't want to be dismissed. We've already sent the message to sector headquarters. A rescue team will arrive within 2 days. Your mission is to unite all available forces to defend Hive City. Received, sir. Hank responded with one sentence, and then hung up. Where is Commissar Kane? He led his men to the Titan train station in Nest City, saying he feared these heretics would attack from the train station. Chapter 183 I'm a bastard is not equal to I'm disloyal. Osiris received an order from the Sector Inquisition headquarters. Can I suppress a rebellion while on vacation? Osiris was completely bewildered by the orders from the sector headquarters. He had only come out on vacation, so how could he have run into such bad luck? Osiris only brought a light gun. Most of his equipment had been taken, But fortunately, there was one thing left behind, which was also the most important thing. The symbol of the Court of Judgments, the Rose Festival, is a large eye-shaped symbol with a skull in the center, representing the most terrifying organization on Holy Terra and the horror accumulated from countless corpses. Osiris hung the Rose Festival around his neck, and then clipped the laser pistol to his waist. Then they boarded a vehicle provided by the court to each judge, a vehicle bearing the court's emblem and an eagle symbol. Based on his superior's orders, Osiris could confirm two things. First, the enemy must have exceeded 1 million, and most of the planet's defense forces had rebelled. Second, the entire planet was probably only spared because of his own beetle nest. Zhongxiao was in complete chaos, with civilians fleeing everywhere and police officers exchanging fire everywhere. From time to time, rebels with six-pointed stars could be seen firing at civilians, accompanied by the roars of bailiffs from the Ministry of Justice. The enemy has already occupied the eastern capital, and they may even possess armored units. What? Osiris, who was driving, didn't react in time and slammed on the brakes. The situation is spiraling out of control. The Imperial Army's defenses are collapsing completely, and these traitors might even supply some of the Empire's production lines to the xenomorphs. This is no ordinary rebellion. Haven't the sector government's troops arrived yet? 3 hours have passed since we received news of the governor's rebellion and the troop deployment. We are assembling our forces. We must hold our ground. Osiris turned the corner and drove downhill. A battle was raging in the middle of the nest, and there was another location that was currently safe but, in a sense, very dangerous, the lower nest. Building a hive city is simple for a tech enthusiast. It can often be completed in a few months. However, there is a problem. Criminals frequently commit crimes within the Empire. To evade law enforcement, they flee to the bottom of the hive city and develop their power there. Among billions of civilians in the nest city, there are always a few scoundrels, and the lone nest becomes their gathering place, especially on remote planets like this. Yang Cheng had initially thought that most of the humans in the galaxy had been killed, but after conducting a simple survey, he discovered a serious problem. The population is about to explode. The few 100 billion humans who were previously slaughtered were scattered across various star systems. However, after decades of development, the population has grown to hundreds of billions, but they are now scattered throughout the Milky Way. After so many wars and his own journey through several worlds, Yang Cheng's empire's total population has exceeded 100 billion, but this is still considered small in an interstellar civilization. Another issue is the Imperial sector, because the Empire is still in the expansion phase and currently only controls a few thousand planets. The Empire currently has only a few hundred planets where it can build a hive capital. The rest are divided into dead worlds, garden worlds, agricultural worlds, and worlds specifically used to build tombstones for fallen Imperial soldiers. These worlds are generally entirely composed of tombstones for soldiers who died for the Empire. The Empire's method of identifying a planet is quite simple. The Imperial Colony Bureau is responsible for this. Just like Europa 7, we'll first send a portion of the population there, and if they survive, we'll consider it a world of our own. Back to the present, Osiris is speeding along in his car, heading towards the bottom of this hive city. Due to the neglect of duty by the governor of this planet, many groups within the bottom hive have acquired good equipment, which has led to the bottom hive thugs being among the few remaining combat forces in this hive city. Osiris drove to the lower nest, where mountains of garbage, sewage, and corpses lay everywhere, along with an unknown liquid mixed with the stench of blood. Osiris walked into this garbage-strewn city with a gun in his hand. As they walked through an alley, a gun barrel was pressed against Osiris's head. "Don't move, you bastard. You smell as tempting as roast meat from the planet Cadran. I want to kill you right now and savor your liver." A dozen thugs armed with various weapons surrounded Osiris, one of whom, the leader, stared at him with his red mechanical prosthetic eye. "Let me see your leader." "On what grounds?" "The fact that you dared to come down to their nest means you were prepared to die a gruesome death." The thug's weapon was already close to Osiris's neck, but the moment Osiris pulled out the rose band around his neck, the thugs began to tremble. It was the insignia of the Inquisition. They didn't know the official titles of the court, but they knew perfectly well what the court's symbol was and what it represented. "Is this enough? If I die here, it won't just be you who die. Your companions and your relatives will all be buried with me. So where is your leader? Tell him to come see me immediately." Osiris didn't want to delay any longer regarding this extremely urgent matter. "Please take him there, sir." Several thugs quickly led Osiris away, and a burly man came into Osiris's view. "What brings you?" Your honor, to our humble nest. Are you being conscripted? Oh. Balder raised his head and looked at Osiris in front of him, speaking slowly. Kaba. The instant Balder raised his head, the head of one of the men under his other hand was instantly crushed. This person wants to team up with me to wreak havoc on this city, but am I that kind of person? Balder kicked aside the corpse blocking his way and stood in front of Osiris. What if I refuse? Balder looked at Osiris with a half-smile, then slowly said, Then you can be trash for the rest of your life, living in this garbage dump forever with yourself and thousands of other trashy people around you. Osiris turned and left, then said something. The sector government has issued an order. If the rebellion is not effectively suppressed in 2 days, they will deploy warships to carry out an extermination order on our planet. You will die, I will die, and everyone here will die. Osiris turned to look at the crowd. These thugs from the city were very unhappy and wanted to beat him up, but they didn't dare to do so because of the symbol. So what do we do then? Heh, you trash. Do you really think the God Emperor will protect you? Dream on. You'll only die in this filthy, cold garbage dump. If you don't want to, then please bring out your usual bullying and tyrannical attitude. Do you really want to see your compatriots enslaved by aliens? Do you really want to watch your loved ones die without doing anything? Let me see if you want to be trash who spend your whole lives just loafing around here waiting to die, or if you want to be warriors for His Majesty the Divine Emperor, even for a minute. After Osiris finished speaking, he left, but the moment he came out, a large hand patted Osiris on the shoulder. Let's go. Bald patted Osiris on the shoulder and then walked forward, followed by a large group of menacing-looking thugs. Some of them might have committed heinous crimes, crimes deserving of 1,000 cuts, but now they had only one thing in common. They were to offer their currency to the human empire. In the dark Milky Way, the faint light belonging to humanity is slowly growing, and then it is burning fiercely. Countless points of light converged around the figure sitting on the throne in the subspace, and then merged into that figure. Chapter 184 Street Fighting. Suppress the enemy. Protect the civilians. The director of the Ministry of Justice personally led the suppression, firing at the enemy with a grenade's gun. Protect the civilians. Evacuate them. These armed legal officers began to move the civilians blocking their way. Of course, these rebels were not charging blindly. Some rebels armed with sniper rifles attempted to suppress the legal officers from a distance, but the rebels underestimated the Ministry of Justice's capabilities. The Ministry of Justice has enough equipment to fight a small battle. The buckets mounted on the front of the suppressor armored vehicles can easily break through enemy lines. Explosive guns bombarded enemy strongpoints, turning countless streets into battlefields. Rebels and Ministry of Justice soldiers fought in the streets and alleys. There was zero tolerance for these heretical Ministry of Justice soldiers, and there was no question of arresting them. Legal fortress. The Empire's last line of defense on a planet. At this moment, everyone in the fortress was mobilized, and all legal personnel were dispatched, all to prove their loyalty in suppressing this riot. Bang 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 bang. With the intervention of the Ministry of Justice, the battle situation was instantly reversed, and the rebels were forced to retreat all the way to the outer and middle layers of the capital. Bang! One rebel was suddenly trampled into a bloody pulp, and then several other rebels around him had their throats slit in the blink of an eye. These rebels dared to disturb me while I was eating. Kill them all. Len waved his hand lightly, and tens of thousands of private soldiers bearing the Len family insignia stepped forward. Their armor resembled that of ancient Rome, but they carried DC-15A blaster rifles, which they had purchased from the Mechanicus. The DC-15A blast rifle, also known as the C-15 blast rifle, is a heavy blast rifle manufactured by Blatch Industries. It was once one of the standard weapons of the Galactic Republic's individual soldiers, and was used by a soldier in the Republic's army during the isolated wars of the Independent Systems Federation. The blaster is a larger, heavier, and more powerful long-range alternative to the DC-15A blaster carbine. It was used throughout the Clone Wars, but its use was limited in the early stages of the Galactic Civil War between the Galactic Empire and the Alliance. The DC-15A blast rifle is a long and heavy blast rifle capable of firing a blue blast beam. It weighs 4.15 kilograms and is almost entirely black. It has an atomless adhesive RIP and a non-conductive support, which is weighted to improve the weapon's overall balance and help reduce recoil. The DC-15A can hit a target 10 kilometers away, fire 300 rounds, and leave a bullet hole 0.5 meters wide. It can also punch a hole in armor from 1,000 meters away and destroy lightly armored vehicles at closer range. Moreover, the helmets and armor of these noble private soldiers were almost identical to those of clones, and the weapon's built-in aiming system could be attached to a soldier's helmet, making the explosives even more lethal. In addition, the mini-clone tag uses the DC-15A blaster rifle as its primary weapon, equipped with a front cockpit, gyro stabilizer, and long-range optical system, which work in conjunction with holographic data readings inside the helmet. Interestingly, during the Imperial era, soldiers often complained that the newly issued E-11 blaster was far inferior to the DC-15A blaster. The later mopping up operations eventually used an improved version of the DC-15A blast rifle. Equipped with a scope and other accessories, it fires red blast bolts. The elite infantry created by Project Warforge also used a similar improved version of the DC-15A blast rifle. Fire. The blue beams of light rushed towards them, catching the rebels off guard and forcing them to scatter and hide. Open fire freely. Leave no survivors. These noble private soldiers quickly dispersed. Many of them were veterans who knew how to deal with these enemies. Watch out for all the windows. Take control of the high ground. Force the enemy out of the city. The commander of this battle was an officer from the world of the Wandering Earth. He had led people in several battles against the rebels and survived. Bang 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 bang. More and more rebels began to retreat, lacking sufficient heavy weapons, leaving them helpless against the Ministry of Justice's forces. Bang. One of the rebel strongholds was eliminated. Hank arrived with reinforcements. Soldiers of Odysius. These heretics shall not be allowed to leave this haunt alive. Hank, wielding a power sword, charged ahead and easily beheaded a rebel in front of him. As a veteran of the Federation of Humans, he had killed many aliens and human traitors, and he never showed mercy to traitors like Hank. However, some new recruits who passed the test were a bit confused. Some of them couldn't bring themselves to do it for a while some experienced veterans would help them. Show no mercy. They are no longer human. They are traitors. Traitors who have betrayed the glory of the Emperor and the identity of great humanity. Hank casually chopped down a rebel soldier and shouted. Several chimeras rampaged wildly, turning all the enemies blocking their path into red ornaments on their tracks. The battle had completely collapsed, and the rebels were fleeing in disarray. Bang! A rebel officer's head suddenly exploded, scattering red blood and white brain matter everywhere. You trash! How dare you run wild on my turf? Balder emerged carrying a revolver shotgun, followed by countless scum of the underworld armed with weapons. Your Honor, at your command. Balba smiled as he looked at Osiris, who was wearing a red robe with a rose banner around his neck and holding a light gun and a captured mortal chainsaw sword in his hands. Charge! Osiris, wielding a chainsaw sword and a lightsaber, led the charge, followed closely by countless gang members and Balba. This is probably the first time I've ever shouted. For the Emperor. Countless members of the Nest City gangs shouted and charged into the rebel army. Most of them were from the godforsaken place of the bottom nest, so their fighting strength was guaranteed. This sudden attack completely demoralized the enemy, who then fled in disarray. Hold the line. Hold this position. A man who looked like a scholar shouted that he was also one of the masterminds of the rebellion. How ridiculous. The scum of the Underhive know the importance of human revival and know they will never ally with aliens. Yet these seemingly respectable people betray the Empire's trust in them and willingly side with the xenomorphs. Heretic, didn't you want to find someone to ally with you? Let me tell you, as long as I am human, I will never help traitors like you. As he spoke, Balba punched the officer in the head, then grabbed his hair and slammed his face against the ground. Soon the man's face was smoothed out, exposing his bones and flesh. Reinforcements are on their way. They told us to evacuate to the train station. The retreating rebel liaison received an order, which he then hurriedly relayed to the rebel officer beside him. Chapter 185, I don't seek trouble, trouble comes to me. The Titan train, one of the Empire's heavy vehicles, is an essential vehicle in the Imperial hive and the industrial world. It weighs several trillion tons, with engines alone measuring hundreds of meters in length. A single carriage can easily accommodate around 10,000 to 15,000 people and can transport at least 7 Emperor Venom tanks. Some important weapons of war, such as Titans, were also deployed via the Titan train. Now, a Titan train, captured by the rebels, slowly makes its way to the station. Ah, that feels good, Jurgen. What did I tell you? These insects would never be stupid enough to evacuate through the train station. Their nest is so big, why would they choose the train station when they could escape from there? Jurgen was speechless. He knew Kane's style all too well. Better to live a miserable life than to die, was his motto and one of the hallmarks of his character. Although strange things kept happening that earned him military merit, he remained the same as always. Political commissar, generally speaking, nothing good ever happens after you say that. Relax, Jurgen. No one can be unlucky twice in the world. You've been unlucky enough to run into riots this time. How could anything be worse? Kane patted Jurgen on the shoulder and then laughed. Political commissar, if nothing unexpected happens, you're not going to seek out bad luck. Bad luck is coming after you. As Jurgen spoke, he pointed to the distant railway tracks. The swaying of the tracks, the distant roar, and the thick smoke all indicated one thing. Enemy reinforcements had arrived. What? That's really unlucky? Kane knew this was a sign that the Titan train was coming, but apart from his own hive city, where else on this planet hadn't fallen? Clearly, nowhere. So the Titan train came either to support the rebels outside or to pick them up and escape. Kane began to order his men to retreat to the second-floor terrace, where heavy weapons squads set up positions and various companies lay in ambush at several key locations, quietly waiting for the enemy to arrive. As the roar grew louder, Kane reported the news to headquarters, and the only order he received was to hold the position and wait for reinforcements. How unlucky. How could I possibly run into the enemy head-on? Kane grumbled as he quietly loaded the light gun in his hand. As expected of our political commissar Kane, he was able to predict the enemy's attack route so accurately. Kane's face darkened as he listened to the soldiers around him. He had simply wanted to slack off and find a secluded corner to hide in. So why did trouble always seem to find him like this? All hands on deck. Bullets loaded. Ready for battle. For the Emperor. Click, 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 click. As the train slowly pulled into the station, Kane's heart was in his throat. He was worried that he would see a knight as soon as the door opened, but it was clear that he had overestimated the rebels' capabilities. Hurry up and unload the cargo. Then go to the back of the truck to collect the equipment. In order to transport enough soldiers, these rebels used a method of separating soldiers from their weapons. Only when they saw that the train station was safe did these rebels who were hiding in the carriages slowly come out and then line up to collect their equipment from the carriages behind them. Prepare. Jurgen, standing beside Kane, had already raised his glowing, molten weapon and aimed it at the rebels below who were carrying and receiving weapons. Fire. Jurgen's molten metal heralded the start of this battle. The molten metal is known for its destructive power. With a bit of luck, it can even kill a space marine. This terrifying power could turn even armor plates into molten iron. A sound like a volcanic eruption rang out, and this terrifying blow struck dozens of unfortunate rebels. Help! Help! It hurts. It hurts so much. Several rebel soldiers who were hit were instantly vaporized, but some unlucky soldiers were only hit in parts of their bodies, and what awaited them was a living hell. Kill me! Kill me! The rebels were in a panic, and some even tried to grab weapons to fight back, but Kane's troops wouldn't give them the chance. Fire! Soldiers at several firing positions immediately began operating the defensive weapons they had set up to retaliate. Bang 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 bang. The sounds of logging guns, heavy bombs, and light guns converged into a deathly symphony for the rebels. Rocket launcher. Grenade launcher. Fire. The Light Chaser Legion suffers from a severe fear of insufficient firepower. It's become almost the norm for each member to carry a rocket launcher. Attack. The rocket launcher's exhaust trail, dragging the Emperor's wrath, struck the rebels, catching them completely off guard. In just a few minutes, over 10,000 rebels perished under this barrage of fire. Get into the enemy's blind spot. Be careful to avoid enemy fire. The rebel officers quickly realized what was happening, but it was too late for them to hide in a blind spot. The Astral Army soldiers, who had been lying in ambush, launched their attack, one attack leading to another. The ruby red light, carrying the fury of countless loyalists of the Empire, struck, and the rebels fell in droves. Run, run, run faster. Kane's barrage of punches had stunned them. There were rebel corpses and scattered organs everywhere, some so dismembered that their bodies couldn't even be found. They had been vaporized. How could this be? How could this be? Several soldiers managed to escape the barrage of fire, but as soon as they reached the door, they were once again stunned by the Empire's weaponry. The wonderful toys from the Callisis sector treated them well. Locust mines are an annoying but relatively uncommon lethal weapon, used by some Imperial Guard engineering units. They can have a devastating effect on large infantry formations or dense alien hordes. Its appearance is nothing more than a discarded heavy bomb casing or other roughly cylindrical fragment. These mines are typically hidden in rubble along busy roads and are equipped with sensitive biodetectors capable of detecting even the weakest biological signals within a 2-meter radius. Once a biological signal is detected, a small shaped charge launches the locust mine approximately 2 meters into the air, where it detonates, scattering deadly shrapnel over an area 5 meters wide. Comparable to a 40K bounding mine, this weapon once again dealt a heavy blow to these rebels who were trying to escape. The 358th Regiment unleashed a barrage of fire, turning the rebels into shreds. It was a pity that they could have become allies, but instead, they died at the hands of their own people due to their own foolishness. But as regrettable as it may be, they were destined to die. Chapter 186. What did you just say? With the last enemy falling to the bullets fired by the Ministry of Justice, the battle in the Hive City came to a complete end. After the battle, the soldiers rushed to the train station, expecting a fierce battle to follow. But the moment they reached the station gate, a mountain of rebel corpses blocked the entrance. The expressions of fear on their faces before they died were still frozen in time, and along with the corpses came a strange smell of roasted meat. Let's go in and take a look. The moment Osiris pushed open the door, he expected to see the corpses of Lightbringer Legion soldiers and the dismembered remains of rebels, but he only saw the latter. Commissar Kane was leading his soldiers to clear the battlefield. Oh, you're here? Kane glanced at Osiris and then spoke to Hank behind Osiris. Let me tell you, I want all this equipment. You guys don't really care, right? You don't care, but I do. Kane pointed to the contents of the trunk and then said excitedly, No, I thought you were killed in action. Hank stared in disbelief at the lively Kane in front of him. What happened? I am a warrior of the Emperor. The Emperor is protecting me. How could I have died in battle? Kane said that, but that wasn't what he really thought when he was fighting the traitor at close range. Why am I so unlucky? What if I fail this time? Will I get beaten up? Is there something I haven't done yet? Amidst this tangled thought, Commissar Kane slaughtered the rebels before him. Maybe I was just lucky. Kane casually kicked the rebel corpse beside him, then laughed and said to Hank, What's next? Continue the attack and head straight for the enemy's stronghold? No, we should build fortifications along the city walls. The angels will be here soon. We'll attack after they arrive. The legal director handed the task over to them and then left, while the nobleman's private soldiers returned to where they came from. Let's go, build fortifications, and await the arrival of the angels. What? These useless idiots couldn't even handle those 2 astral army legions. What a bunch of useless idiots. Governor Nenehu, who had already fled to Coke's capital, cursed loudly. He knew all too well what humanity's next move would be, either orbital bombardment or having a bunch of terrifying war machines dumped on his head. He preferred the second option, believing that the human empire was ultimately kind to humans, and that he could use this kindness to take tens of millions of civilians in the Hive as hostages to threaten the empire. Your Excellency, what should we do? I've established communication with the Lin family. I intend to personally persuade them to surrender. Nenehu knew Lunan's style of doing things well. He hadn't succeeded last time because Lunan hadn't seen how powerful he was. Now that he had occupied a nest, he could be considered a local overlord. He could definitely go toe-to-toe with Lunan. As long as I can firmly grasp the city I control, and with so many troops under my command, I can make the Empire's army suffer a bitter battle. Then I can ask the Empire to grant me independence. Just thinking about it is enough. Little did they know that the Empire was already preparing to partially purge this Hive capital. The method of the purge was simple: viral bombs. Colluding with aliens, selling human weapons, betraying the Empire, selling human military data to the alien race, and murdering millions of their own people. Even 10 heads wouldn't be enough to cover it all. The Inquisition's fleet is speeding through the galaxy, having decided to bomb the Coke nest, abandoning tens of millions of Imperial civilians inside, a cruel but necessary undertaking. This operation is estimated to result in the deaths of at least tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of StarCraft soldiers, as well as countless armored vehicles. All forces should now be committed to the main battlefield, and the simplest solution to this kind of messy battle is to just blow up the capital. I will explain this to the loyalists who are still resisting on this planet. Len, I advise you not to be ungrateful. This is the last time I'll show you any respect as a nobleman. Otherwise, I'll chop your head off. Is that all? If you're done, let him have his turn. Len gave up his seat to Balder. When it came to wit and insults, probably no one present could match these scoundrels. The haunted thugs, led by Bald, affectionately called these traitors soap, and then used various methods, either indirectly or directly, to criticize them. How could one mouth like Nenehu possibly out-argue dozens of mouths? You lackeys of the false emperor. Just you wait. After uttering a harsh remark, Nenehu hurriedly hung up the phone. Several days later, a Thunderhawk landed here, and 10 Space Marines slowly disembarked. The insignia on the shoulder armor and the paint scheme on the body of the leading Space Marine unmistakably told everyone that he came from the Legion of Word-Bearers. I am Onran Tai, the company commander of the Blessed Sons Company under the Legion of the Word-Bearers. Yang Cheng originally wanted to change the name Son of the Blessed, but then he thought that this name was not very much in line with the style of his Legion of Word-Bearers in a certain sense. Yang Cheng approved the name, and the son who received the blessing was also assigned by Luo Jia to his Special Forces unit. We came here on a combat mission aboard the Inquisition's fleet. Behind Angertai were Space Marines from several other legions, the World Eaters, the Midnight Lords, the Alpha Legion, and a mixed tactical squad composed of Space Marines from the Iron Hand Legion. Our primary task is to disable the void shield of Coke's Nest, after which the Imperial Navy will carry out the bombing mission. Angel picked up a power axe and then took out a map. Let's go to the Operations Command Center. Angel walked into the command room and then took out a strategic map. This is footage taken by the Empire using drones for reconnaissance. We've roughly marked it on the map. Angel pointed out a location on the map. In the Karo Industrial District, a rebel armored unit is stationed here. We plan to launch an assault on this area in 15 Tera-hours, and your mission is to attack the enemy's defenses. Angor began assigning combat missions to several Star Force generals in the command room on the strategic map. We will eliminate the enemies in the Carlo Industrial Zone. Upon receiving our signal, we require you to concentrate all your efforts on attacking the enemy's defenses, drawing their main force away from the hive. We will then seize the opportunity to infiltrate the hive and destroy the enemy's void shield. Is there anything else to add? Angertai looked at the several Star Army generals and asked, Angels, what should we do when those heretics call the Emperor a false emperor? What did you say? Chapter 187 Infiltration Operations. These heretics dare to address the Holy Emperor in such a way. By the Emperor, I will tear them to pieces. When Angel heard the words, false emperor, he was immediately enraged. He should have forgotten this painful memory, but these two words brought it back to him, reminding him of this past event. I will slaughter these aliens, these heretics, and then tear their souls apart, to subject them to eternal torment. While Angor was still shouting, the Midnight Lord's Space Marines had already slipped into the darkness. They would personally peel off the bodies of these heretics, and then use special potions to make them their own cloaks while they continued to live in agony. These two short words had already wounded the hearts of several Space Marines, who, apart from the World Eater, were staring at them in utter bewilderment. Should I pretend to, bro? I don't think so. Let's keep observing. After removing the Butcher's Nail, these World Devourers, who were originally fierce and brutal, are now not only normal, but also a little naive. But at least the World Eaters have now truly become the Empire's real Red Sand Angels, obeying the orders of Onran and Yang Cheng, and daring to charge against any enemy of the Empire. After a brief outburst of rage, the Space Marines calmed down in a chilling calm. In the Carlo Industrial Zone, not a single person should be allowed to escape. The Space Marines loaded their weapons, and as they were taking a head count, they discovered that 2 Alpha Legion Space Marines were missing. They rarely pay attention to Alpha. They are usually elusive and can be seen everywhere except when a duel is about to take place. Angor paid little attention to the Hydra's son and, after preparing his equipment, set off to find the enemy. What should we do? When the Star Guard generals were in a dilemma, Hank took out a book. Ancient 2K-era military strategy. We can use small combat units to infiltrate the enemy's defense system by exploiting gaps and junctions in their defenses, strike key targets, cut off transportation lines, and disrupt the relationships between defensive deployments, thus creating conditions for a frontal attack. Hank shared his idea, and coincidentally, there were Light Chaser Legion soldiers present who had participated in special operations. They could be organized into squads. The enemy's lines are very solid. If we fight them head-on, we'll only get bogged down in a vicious cycle, sinking deeper and deeper. Hank shared his thoughts, and then continued his deductions. When we break through the no man's land, we will encounter very dense enemy fire. Even after reaching the enemy's trenches, the exhausted troops still had to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. Even if the troops are lucky enough to capture the enemy's position, if the follow-up troops fail to advance, the frontline troops will have little ability to fight independently and will easily be driven out of the occupied position by the enemy's reserves. On the other hand, there are also significant problems with the coordination between infantry and artillery. The previous artillery preparations were carried out strictly in accordance with the timetable and operational plan. Once the infantry's offensive pace could not keep up with the timetable, the artillery preparations could hardly provide effective cover for the infantry. Hank outlines several key points, which are of utmost importance at present. I suggest using weapons such as mortars and ground-shaking guns, mixed with some poison gas shells. The purpose of this bombardment is to suppress the enemy rather than try to destroy them. This will effectively shorten the bombardment time and buy time for our troops. Secondly, lightly armed troops were deployed under the cover of a slow advance of barrage, while assault troops moved out and infiltrated the weak points of the Allied lines. They would avoid fighting as much as possible before destroying enemy artillery and command structures. Finally, once the light assault troops have completed their mission, the heavy assault troops, equipped with machine guns, flamethrowers, mortars, and light artillery, will attack the strongholds that the light assault troops have bypassed. Excellent. Hank, this battle is now in your command. The 50,000 private soldiers of the Len family will be under your command. Len clapped his hands to indicate that Hank's explanation was excellent. This tactic was exactly what was needed at the moment. In terms of numbers, the only thing they could do against the rebels was to break through the enemy's lines. In fact, they didn't want the tens of millions of civilians in the capital to perish with these filthy heretics. What they wanted was to do their best to distract the enemy's main force, and ideally annihilate them all, so that they could apply to the Navy floating in the sky for a stop extermination order. Let's begin, everyone, time is life. The Space Marines had now successfully engaged the enemy, and were venting their fury on the rebels before them. Die, you false emperor. Before a rebel soldier could finish speaking, he was chopped into pieces with an axe. Slay the heretics. Angor launched the first attack, easily killing the rebels blocking his way with his chainsaw axe. Filled with rage, Angor jumped onto a chimera marked with the traitor's insignia and began hacking at the chimera's armor with his power axe. What a bunch of useless trash. What kind of combat capability does this planetary defense force have? I initially thought these PDFs would be quite powerful, but it turned out they were like they'd never touched a gun before. The moment they saw the Space Marines, they ran away. Don't run. A Space Marine from the Night Lord's Legion injected a special potion into the rebel's body, then sliced off most of his body, leaving his still conscious form on his armor. Despair. Scream. Your screams will be the best reward for us. The Midnight Lord's Space Marines used their sharp power claws to skillfully remove impurities from their toys. Don't worry, just scream your lungs out. Your companions will soon be just like you. Terrifying sounds surrounded the ears of these rebels who were being tortured like toys. Some of the more timid ones even convulsed and collapsed to the ground, dying of fright. This is really boring, don't you think? The Midnight Lord Space Marine stroked the head of the rebel he had just severed, as if caressing his lover, and then spoke slowly. The entire industrial zone had become a hellish place. The Midnight Lords were massacring these rebels, while the Space Marines of the World Eaters and Word-Bearers were precisely slaughtering one rebel after another, their explosive rifles never ceasing since the start of the battle. The rebels cried out, trying to escape this dangerous place, but how could their legs possibly outrun the Space Marines? A brutal and applause-inducing massacre was underway. Chapter 188 Infiltration Operation 2. The enemy constructed several defensive lines on the Misai Plain, which were interconnected and equipped with armories. In front of the first main trench, there were also bunkers, pillboxes, and other fire support points. Beyond that was barbed wire. The firepower of hundreds of cannons and machine guns created a no-man's land several kilometers deep, and as more and more enemy machine guns and artillery were continuously transported to the front lines, the no-man's land became almost impossible to breach day by day. Initiate the infiltration operation. The veteran light chasers split into small groups and quietly began their infiltration operation under the cover of night. Let's begin, for the Empire. Fire. The artillery positions that had been set up beforehand suddenly opened fire on the enemy, and the rebels were hit by the shells before they could even react. Don't stop. Keep firing. 3 volleys. While the earth-shaking guns were firing, the forward mortar positions were not idle either, and they also joined the earth-shaking guns' attack. The mortar is a simple muzzle-loading weapon used by the Imperial Guard. It is popular because of its simple construction and maintenance compared to more complex weapons, such as the Akatela 9 Malawian Quachas mortar used by these soldiers, the same type used by Alicia paratroopers. This support artillery, carried by 2 men, comes with a 5-round drum magazine. But what's even more amazing is that it can be remotely operated. An operator can control the weapon's firing program within a radius of 100 meters, allowing it to fire a single shot or a salvo of 5 shots. This allows weapons teams to scout out enemy movements and locations before remotely guiding mortars to bombard the enemy. Continue shelling. Don't stop. Poison gas. Ready. Upon receiving the order, the mortar crew immediately switched their shells to poison gas shells and continued firing at the enemy's position under command. Help! Help! The enemy has used poison gas. Poison gas. After taking a breath, the rebels immediately foamed at the mouth. The poison gas easily invaded their bodies. Faced with this poison gas, the rebels were powerless to fight back and could only be slaughtered by the Imperial artillery. Gas masks. Go find gas masks. The rebels scattered and fled, but were either killed by artillery fire or by poison gas. Some of the more experienced ones had already put on their gas masks, and then they went to the front lines to prepare to meet the army of the human empire. But they didn't know that they had fallen into the trap set by the Imperial army. Dozens of squads from the Light Chaser Legion had already advanced amidst the barrage of bullets. They did not intend to engage the enemy in a direct confrontation, as this would not give them a chance of victory and might even lead to a stalemate. The primary objective is to destroy the enemy's rear command posts and artillery positions, while avoiding direct firefight with the enemy as much as possible. Have they located the enemy artillery positions? The probe has been conducted. They're 2 kilometers away, directly behind your position. There are many enemy bunkers and roadblocks along the way, so please be careful. Receive. Let's get started. The groups quickly dispersed and then stealthily moved toward their respective objectives. They used signal flares and signal rockets to designate targets. In addition to combat troops and coordinating officers, the assault force also includes engineers, basic logistical and medical units, and communications units. In essence, they are a small combined arms force. Each of these detachments had a specific objective: enemy communication facilities, enemy field command posts, or enemy artillery positions. Attack. The first squad, armed with light guns, had successfully reached the enemy's artillery position, where the rebels were frantically loading ammunition. Fire. The assault troops that suddenly emerged from the bushes caught them off guard, and the rebel artillerymen were killed before they could even pick up their guns. Hurry. Blow up the cannon. Then fire the signal flare. Several engineers quickly attached molten metal bombs to the cannons painted with blasphemous symbols. With several explosions, the cannons were engulfed in flames and then turned into piles of scrap metal. Bang! The red flare was fired, drawing a graceful arc in the sky. Let's get started. The soldiers of the second squad took out several rebels who were guarding the communications facility, and then without hesitation stuffed several molten grenades into the communications facility. With an explosion, the enemy's communication facilities were cut off, preventing the rebels from sending orders to their trenches. The next target was the enemy command post, which was the most difficult to breach. A series of explosions rang out, and the soldiers responsible for attacking the command post quickly launched an attack. They took out a nearby armored vehicle first with rocket launchers in hand, and then dozens of soldiers led the charge into the command post. Bang 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 bang. As the gunfire swept through the command post, the rebel officers were shot in the chest before they could even react, and then fell into a pool of blood. By this time, the rebels on this defensive line already knew what had happened, but they could not receive orders from headquarters and could only fight on their own. The heavy assault force's attack has begun. They will rely on their machine guns, flamethrowers, and mortars to capture enemy strongholds that the light assault force has bypassed. This is the terror of infiltration warfare, relying on the infiltration tactical thinking of avoiding the enemy's strength and attacking their weaknesses to instill it into the troops. After an attack, there should be a limit to the advance. The attack should only continue when the enemy's resistance is weak or ineffective. The attacking force should bypass strongholds or heavily fortified areas, leaving them for subsequent echelons to clear. The firelight should have attracted the attention of the defenders inside the hive. It seems the operation was successful. Hank, holding up his binoculars, watched the sparks fly from the enemy positions and spoke slowly. I think so. It seems the assault team is doing very well. Soldiers wielding flamethrowers were attacking the enemy's battle cries, and countless rebels struggled under the flamethrowers before helplessly collapsing to the ground. All right, it's our turn. Hank knew that his mission was to lure the enemy out of the city, then contain them as much as possible, and leave the rest to the Space Marines. Thinking of this, Hank took out the whistle from his breast pocket and blew it loudly. This is the final step in the infiltration operation. After a successful breakthrough, the assault troops, regardless of size, should advance directly and launch a strong attack. The troops following the assault team should apply pressure to the flanks of the breakthrough area to widen the breach and then encircle its flanks. When the regiments and divisions widen the gaps in the breakthrough, they use the same infiltration tactics as in the initial attack, avoiding the enemy's strength and attacking their weaknesses. The 200,000 members of the 1st Odysius Assault Regiment launched an attack, and this time captured the enemy position in one fell swoop. Chapter 189: The Tragic Heroism of the Scum. It was a success. Osiris and Balder walked through the positions on the Ms. Plain. It was already dawn. The command had just made a call with Astartes. The angels had not been discovered, but they had been discovered by the enemy. A tough battle is about to begin. Osiris led the Len family's private army to establish a defensive line, while Bald and the others stood by doing nothing. Do you have any cigarettes, Your Honor? Osiris had just set up a machine gun emplacement when he heard Balder's voice. That's it. All the ones I usually smoke are gone. Osiris rummaged through his pockets and then handed a cigarette case to Balder. Wow, what a great brand. I haven't smoked this kind of cigarette in almost half a year. Balder eagerly found a still-burning corpse and lit a cigarette. After taking a deep breath, Balder sat back down next to Osiris. What did you do wrong? Why do you want to come here and cause trouble? Osiris asked curiously. Call. This is a long story. Balder took a deep drag of his cigarette and then spoke slowly. My home should now be called the Odysius Starfield, the region that the Empire first liberated. Balba was one of the first humans to be rescued by the Empire. He and his parents were fortunate enough to survive the alien slave owners and answered the Empire's call to work on one of its industrial planets. However, later, Balder's parents were killed by a human, a heinous murderer. After learning about this, Balder investigated and found the person who killed his parents and his family. The day before they were to escape, Bald found them and then massacred his family, sparing not even his children. Knowing he was guilty, Balder boarded the last ship bound for the planet Jerusalem that very night and spent several months there, eventually forming a large gang through his ruthless methods. After Balder finished speaking, he slowly lowered his head. Recalling such painful events would only make him more heartbroken. His parents had survived the abuse of alien slave owners, but they had not survived the mutual slaughter among their own kind. After composing himself, Balder stood up again, finished his last puff of cigarette, and said, I have nothing left, but I don't want more people to end up like me, which is why I joined this defensive operation. Upon hearing this, Osiris was clearly taken aback, and then asked a question. Wasn't it because of the extermination order? Please, don't treat me like an idiot. I served as a conscript for a few months before coming to this planet, and was discharged due to injury. I have a friend who holds an important position in the Star Force, and I've heard about the extinction order. Besides, you, an inquisitor who's about to be dismissed, want to command an extinction order? How did you? My friend told me that judges are required to wear uniforms, right? Commissar Hank? Hank slowly walked over, and when he saw Osiris's face and Balder's ambiguous smile, well, we're just friends. As for these things, we just chat about them when we're bored. Hank adjusted his peaked cap and then hurriedly spoke. Okay. Osiris thought he had won over Balder with his personal charm, but it turned out to be something else entirely. By the way, actually Hank would have come even if you hadn't come looking for me that day, but you beat him to it. Okay, you're all messing with me, aren't you? Osiris never imagined that after serving as an inquisitor for nearly 10 years, he would be fooled by a Star Force officer and a hive gang leader. The enemy is coming. A thug carrying a weapon ran over and was hit by a heavy explosive grenade, then exploded into a bloody mist. Enemy attack. Take cover. 20 Lehman Russ main battle tanks were marked with blasphemous symbols and then attacked the position with the help of countless rebels. Bang! The thermobaric cannons mounted on the Lehman Russ fired again, this time directly destroying an anti-tank emplacement. Prepare for artillery fire. Sir, they're too close. The artillery can't mount a proper counterattack. Ordinary soldiers wielding light guns couldn't penetrate Lamamrus's armor at all, while the rebels hiding behind tanks also switched to light guns, and the two sides engaged in a passionate exchange of fire. There's no time to bring in armored units. Prepare for a suicide attack. The heavy bomb positions firing nearby were destroyed in the blink of an eye. It was the enemy's artillery unit, which had been lured out of the city. Tell the angels about this and leave it to them. Hank picked up his explosive pistol, Osiris picked up his chainsaw sword, while Bald sneaked into an air raid shelter and then emerged a short while later. Where have you been? Hiding there won't do you any good. A tank will come and crush you. Balder, who had just crawled out of the air raid shelter, was greeted by Hank, who was standing to the side with an annoyed expression. It's okay. The enemy is getting closer. One of the new recruits shouted in a startled and screaming tone. Don't panic. Don't forget your identity. As soldiers of the Astral Army, you are always ready to sacrifice yourself for the Emperor. Just as Hank was trying to bolster the morale of the new recruits, the leading tank was already almost overhead. Thanks, Osiris, your cigarettes are pretty good. Balder thanked him in a trembling voice. All right, we can talk about anything else later. Let's deal with what's in front of us first. Balder took out a syringe and injected himself without hesitation. Do you remember what I said? I have nothing left. After receiving the injection, Bald clutched his head in pain and then spoke to Osiris. I used to feel like I had nothing left, like I had become nothing but dregs, but then I remembered that I still had something fundamental about myself as a human being. Sacrifice and courage. I once had nothing. Now I have only loyalty and the will to die for the Emperor. Balder stood up with red eyes, then looked at the enemy tanks that were about to reach the trench. After a brief mental preparation, he decisively jumped up. While the tank was crossing the trench, Balder suddenly jumped onto it and began to pry open the top door. What are you doing? Osiris and Hank rushed to stop them, but it was too late. The drug that Balder was injected with before was one that enhances human strength, allowing him to increase his physical strength. Seconds later, Bald climbed into the tank. Several crew members, sensing the danger, hurriedly tried to stop him, but Bald had already prepared everything, with several molten grenades he had taken earlier hanging on his chest. Let you heretics experience the courage of human scum. Chapter 190. You are Alpha. I am Alpha. We are all Alpha. With an explosion, the Lehman Russ tank was blown apart in the middle, and the entire turret was blasted with a hole by several thermobaric bombs. By the Emperor. What unparalleled loyalty. Balder's suicide attack moved many people. By the Emperor, may you bless this human trash. A gang member who was on good terms with Bald picked up a molten grenade and then imitated Bald. Since Balder had saved her, she decided to go and join him. Bang! Another explosion rang out, this time from the gang member who had just charged in. The molten metal grenade blew through the entire track and most of the armor, and the screams of agony could be clearly heard by those outside the tank. Fire! The red beam pierced through the last bit of steel, hitting a gunner in the thigh. Then, the gunner suddenly jerked the control lever, and the cannon muzzle suddenly pointed behind him. Bang! A shell accidentally hit another tank, and the shrapnel from the exploding tank struck the surrounding infantry. These guys are complete trash. Hank couldn't help but complain as he watched this scene. Now, charge! Suddenly, the whistle blew, and the soldiers quickly fixed their bayonets and leaped out of the trenches, their target being the remaining enemy tanks. Before the enemy could recover from their attack, Hank and his men had already charged in front of them. Plant a bomb. The Odysius warriors, bayonets in hand, were the first to engage the rebels in fierce combat, while the engineers quickly planted explosives on the tank's armor. The main problem with this charge was the enemy. For some reason, an extra shell suddenly appeared in the gun barrel, and by sheer coincidence, the shell hit another tank. Perhaps it's because of the machine's spirit protecting it. Boom, 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 boom. Hank, wielding a chainsaw sword, single-handedly took down several enemies blocking his path, then swung his sword at another. The enemy's morale began to crumble, and their attack began to disintegrate under the charge of the Odysius regiment. Sir, the angels want us to retreat immediately. A communications soldier carrying a radio rushed up to Hank and said, Damn it, these lackeys of the false emperor have already reached the very bottom of the capital. Ninahu wanted to communicate with the alien race he had previously worked with, but they didn't answer at all. Ninahu knew he had been abandoned. Damn it, give me a glass of water. Ninahu cursed at the two tall guards beside him. Didn't you hear me? Go quickly. Before Ninahu could finish speaking, one of the guards immediately removed his disguise, revealing his blue-green armor. A pair of large hands pressed Ninahu down onto the table. Who are you people? How dare you kidnap me? Don't you want to live anymore? Take away. One of the Alpha Legion Space Marines spoke indifferently in their communication channel. The other Alpha, carrying a sack, immediately knocked out the bound Ninahu and threw him into the sack. It's important to know that the Alpha Legion is the most adept at using tactics such as surprise attacks, sabotage behind enemy lines, infiltration operations, incitement and counter-incitement, multi-front offensives, intergalactic pursuit, recapture operations, and long-distance raids. It is also the most mysterious of the legions. The Alpha Legion employs a variety of disguises and sophisticated camouflage when carrying out their clandestine missions. However, when the moment to deliver the fatal blow approaches, they will fight in the colors of the pre-March Alpharus. The Alpha Legion has displayed incredible cunning. While other legions vie for dominance through sheer force, divine favor, or inspiring appeals, the Alpha Legion executes its will through wit and skill. Aside from their emphasis on tactics such as misleading the enemy, creating chaos, betrayal, and deception, they are also a well-coordinated and targeted army capable of plunging a world into flames within hours through blitzkrieg tactics, once these strategies become ineffective. For them, secrecy itself is a powerful weapon. Most Alpha Legion warriors do not remove their helmets during combat. They communicate via encrypted channels, and the markings on their armor and weapons are hidden. These enemies of the Empire will know nothing about the rank, status, or appearance of the legionary soldiers before them. They were also unable to predict the Space Marines' next battle plans, unable to identify the commanders who should be their priority targets, and would soon be completely taken over by the enemy and thrown into chaos. Take away. Completely bewildered, Nenahu was taken away by the Alpha Legion before he could even react. The remaining Space Marines successfully stormed into the hive. Rebels guarded every intersection, so they chose a quick route and cut their way through. For the Emperor, Angel took the lead, smashing through the armored vehicle blocking his way, and headed straight for the Void Shield control center of this hive city. Chapter 191: The Cruelty of the Empire. The Space Marines, wielding explosive guns, smashed their way through, turning the rebels blocking their path into a pile of minced meat as they advanced at high speed. However, the rebels were not without their own strength. Suppress them. Bomb attack. Several captured rebel tanks were attacking them, and terrifying bombs were raining down on the Space Marines' bunkers. 1 unit per regiment. Space Marines from the Steelhand Legion burst out from around the corner, their hands now equipped with more lethal weapons thanks to mechanical modifications. Bang 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 bang. The heavy firepower mounted on the mechanical prosthetics began to unleash its power on one of the Lamanris vehicles, and seconds later the Lamanris suddenly exploded. As a legion obsessed with cybernetic modifications, the Steel Hands replace various parts of their bodies with mechanical cybernetic bodies, and install all sorts of terrifying weapons on their bodies. Several Iron Warriors Legion space-based multi-barreled thermobaric weapons aimed at 2 Chimera armored vehicles that were firing their weapons. Bang! Bang! With 2 violent explosions, the front of the 2 Chimeras, along with their drivers, turned into a pile of molten iron after being hit. The thermomelting weapon they use is a powerful weapon that either cooks the target by stirring it up at the subatomic level or melts it in other ways. Alternatively, it could generate a shockwave that can ignite almost anything by producing a small-scale nuclear fusion reaction, with the effect being more pronounced the closer it is to the target. Although thermomelt weapons have a shorter range and slower rate of fire, their effectiveness against armored vehicles is highly regarded. They are also considered a good alternative to plasma weapons, which are unreliable and capable of killing their users. Apart from the popping sound produced by the shock wave vaporizing the moisture inside the target, the thermomelting weapon itself makes almost no noise when fired. Because of the quiet and highly effective nature of this weapon, infiltration units have the opportunity to carry out their own missions on the battlefield before using the thermomelting weapon to destroy enemy vehicles. More and more enemies are converging here. Don't linger. Move out. Holding a plasma pistol in one hand and a chainsaw axe in the other, Angel said hastily. Let's go. Move towards the Void Shield's location. Angor led his team through the alley, while the Midnight Lord Space Marines were responsible for holding off the pursuing enemies. Don't linger in the fight. If you can't win, retreat to our side. The 2 Midnight Lords Space Marines nodded, and then their bodies vanished into the darkness. We continue. Angel held a plasma pistol, aimed it at the enemy blocking his way, and then fired a shot without hesitation. The enemy, clad in heavy armor, quickly collapsed under the scorching heat of the plasma. Plasma weapons use the same technology as plasma reactors and plasma engines. Hydrogen fuel is in a suspended photonic state and is typically stored in a robust fuel tank or backpack container before being fed into the weapon's miniature nuclear fusion core and excited into a plasma state. Before the weapon fires, these plasmas are confined by a powerful magnetic field and then ejected through a linear magnetic accelerator, forming a mass of superheated material that looks and feels very much like a solar flare. Upon impact, This mass of matter releases enormous energy, similar to that of a small sun. In the violent explosion, the scorching heat and shockwave will destroy the target. Few creatures could withstand such an attack. Even space marines would retreat in the face of such a weapon. Destroy this place. Destroy everything you can see. The space marines stormed into the facility controlling the void shield, where the guards were already prepared, and began attacking the space marines with their light guns. The red laser beam hit the space marines' armor, but didn't even burn off the paint. In contrast, the space marines' explosive guns could easily blow them up along with the cover they were hiding in. Bang! A space marine took cover behind a wall, pulled the pin on a grenade, and then threw it toward an enemy firing position. A radiation grenade explodes instantly, releasing a large number of tiny fragments contaminated with radioactive material upon detonation. The radioactive contaminants on these fragments have a half-life of 1 millisecond to ensure that users are not poisoned by radiation when launching an assault. In the instant of the explosion, the rebel soldiers struck by the shrapnel collapsed to the ground in agony, radiation corroding their flesh, and unparalleled pain spreading through their bodies. The dust from the explosion obscured the vision of several enemy bomb sites. Using the dust as cover, Angel moved forward quickly and then raised his plasma pistol. Bang! A blue plasma beam streaked across the area, followed by an explosion that destroyed the machine gun emplacement. Close the console. The Prinz Eugen-class battlecruiser entered planetary orbit, its ground attack lances aimed at the Hive cities on the ground. Evacuate the surrounding personnel immediately and begin charging the ground-based light spear. Chapter 192 Sacrifice is the cornerstone of the Empire. The Imperial Navy's Overlord-class battlecruisers were designed by the Mechanicus based on the Youngster-class heavy cruisers, aiming to possess the long-range strike capabilities and powerful firepower of battleships within the size of cruisers. The entire ship still uses a simple but reliable and effective weapon combination of macro cannons, light lances, and torpedoes, without wasting space on a huge hangar for attack aircraft or the unpredictable Nova cannon. In addition, it is equipped with a powerful void shield and close-in weapon system, which can better resist incoming firepower and attacks from enemy attack aircraft. Although the Overlord class is generally considered a low-end, budget version of the Retribution-class battleships, it has proven itself to be a powerful capital ship. It can not only compete with ships of similar tonnage, but can even win by virtue of its longer range and thicker armor. This warship was selected by Rear Admiral Hipper of the Imperial Navy and subsequently named Prinz Eugen. His subordinate fleet of the Imperial Third Fleet possessed immense firepower, enough to strike fear into the hearts of many enemy warships. What's the situation? Have the Space Marines evacuated? Hipper glanced at his watch, then looked out the window at the planet Jerusalem. The black nest stood out conspicuously against the sandy yellow surface of Jerusalem. Order the attacking mortal auxiliary forces to retreat. Prepare to launch small whirlwind torpedoes and ground attack light spears. Hipper stepped onto the console, awaiting further information. The 358th Light Chaser Brigade has withdrawn to a safe location. The Lund family guards have retreated to a safe location. The 1st Assault Regiment of Odysius has withdrawn to a safe location. The newly formed Planetary Defense Force has withdrawn to a safe location. The Space Marine Kill Squad has retreated to a safe location. The Void Shield has been destroyed. Deployment is now possible. Hipper, who was waiting, heard the Space Marines' voices, then took the communicator and began to make the next battle deployment. Attention, all personnel. This is Captain Eugen, the Overlord-class battlecruiser. I am now issuing orders. Prepare to bombard Coke's Nest. Light spears are charging. All priests, proceed to your positions and begin prayer. All personnel, remain at your posts. I know, many of you are new recruits. You have never experienced throwing light spears at your own city before. But I tell you, this hive has already been captured. The Empire will have to pay a much heavier price to take it back. We must bomb this hive. Calculations have shown that capturing this nest would likely require hundreds of times the cost, but the Empire's front lines will not allow us to do so, gentlemen. Sacrifice is the cornerstone of the Empire. Without sacrifice, how can the Empire continue? Without sacrifices too great to be accepted, and without betrayals too small to be forgiven, we will kill millions of Imperial citizens. Our hands will be stained with blood. But, for the continuation of the Empire, we must do it. This is our purpose. Sacrifice. Dedication. To pave the way for humanity's survival. Hipper's voice echoed throughout the entire warship. Every crew member heard Hipper's powerful voice and understood the significance of their actions. They realized that what they were doing was a necessary evil of the Empire. For the continuation of the race, everything can be sacrificed, whether it's you or me. Start charging. Dozens of crew members began to operate the system, and the ground-targeting light spears, operated by countless people, were aimed at the high tower in the center of the ground-based hive city. Start. A golden spear of light streaked across the sky, and terrifying energy surged toward the ground. There are 10 seconds left before the attack arrives. 5 seconds. The light spear shone into the sky above the hive city, then struck the tower in the center of the city. The terrifying energy instantly melted the tower, and the energy spread to the surrounding area. Soldiers, don't overthink it. This nest has been overrun by heretics. Remember, the sacrifice of these Imperial citizens. Those filthy aliens and despicable heretics will pay the price. Hipper's voice continued to ring out, then flooded into the soldiers' ears. The power of the light spears began to devour the hive city. The first to be destroyed was the upper hive at the top, where countless rebel leaders and the buildings turned to ashes. Next came the middle hive. The terrifying shockwave uprooted the buildings in Zhongqiao, then blew these hundreds of thousands of tons of buildings away, and countless smaller buildings were instantly reduced to ashes. The rebels and the civilians of the hive were reduced to ashes in the flames, but their sacrifice was worthwhile. Following this operation, a massive cleanup operation will be launched, and millions of traitors will be buried with them. The entire hive was enveloped in the energy emanating from the light spears, turning Imperial citizens and rebels to ashes. These rebel leaders could not even imagine that the Imperial army had actually bombed the hive city and blasted them and millions of civilians into pieces. They blocked news from this place, claiming it was the work of aliens and rebels. After issuing his next orders, Hipper decided to head home. Chapter 194 Post-Event Settlement. Coke's nest was blown up. The terrifying energy of the light spear completely leveled the place, and the rebels and innocent Imperial civilians were reduced to ashes by the light spear's energy. Next comes the reckoning. None of these rebels, nor those who provided them with resources and weapons, will escape, not even their relatives. After the court's investigation, they came to a startling conclusion. This entire race, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, participated in the rebellion to varying degrees. Scattered throughout the empire, they were like a pile of dung when gathered together, and scattered like swarms of birds when dispersed. Their actions can no longer be described as merely hateful. They chose to betray the empire and join the xenomorphs for the sake of the so-called Promised Land. The empire had experienced several rebellions before this one, but most of them were suppressed. So, the empire turned a blind eye to this rebellion, and since they had people in the empire's upper echelons, they did not investigate them much. This is why previous investigations failed to find any evidence against them, but this time it's different. The empire now has ample reason to exterminate the entire race. Yes, exterminate the entire race. The empire will not allow such a race to become parasites within its borders, and has decided to implement the same extermination policy as that applied to the xenomorphs. Begin the operation. Mark the doorsteps of all people of their race to facilitate future arrests. Just as the court was frantically searching for them, a civilian organization appeared, which was called the Brotherhood of Trials. It is said that the leader of this organization was once a soldier, and his relatives died in the Coke Nest incident. So he established an organization to hunt down those who were hiding in the empire. The guild leader often appears wearing a cloak and a surreal-style mask, and they are dedicated to murdering the oil people who killed their loved ones. Not only the oil people, they can even uncover alien spies hiding in the underhive, and then make them disappear from the underhive without anyone noticing. Whoosh whoosh. A man was forced to kneel in the center of a sign, on which the symbol of the Imperial eagle was drawn, surrounded by concentric circles of candles. Tell me, what do you want? I can give you money. I can give you anything you want. Let me go? Looking at the strange men in black robes surrounding him, he was clearly terrified. He smelled the incense around him, and although it was a fragrance, it made him feel the scent of death. Accompanied by chanting, a figure dressed in a black robe emblazoned with a golden double-headed eagle appeared, accompanied by the chorus of songs from countless believers around him. Praise be to the Divine Emperor. He gave us life. Praise be to the God King. He has given us freedom. Praise be to the Divine Emperor. He gave us courage. We are human beings. Therefore, we must be loyal to the Emperor. We are extensions of the God Emperor's will. We are the God Emperor's most loyal servants. You have descended like an angel. You will tear apart the darkness that shrouds humanity. Praise the God Emperor. Praise be to the Divine Emperor. Praise be to the Divine Emperor. Praise be to the Divine Emperor. As 13 voices of praise rang out, the man collapsed to the ground in agony, while the masked man slowly stepped forward. May the Emperor forgive your sins, and your soul will burn fiercely at the Emperor's feet. Sizzle. A ceremonial knife pierced the man's body, but what followed was an injection of medicine. Sizzle, sizzle. After the man plunged the ceremonial knife into the other man's stomach, he pulled it upwards, and countless organs and viscera slowly flowed out through the wound. But the man was still alive, thanks to the effects of the injection. He was still conscious and could even clearly feel the pain. Hell thirsts for the blood of these traitors. The masked man in the lead shouted, and then easily slashed a huge wound across the traitor's chest. Then, the man collapsed to the ground, powerless. The Brotherhood of Judgments? What kind of Chinibu, delusional, organization is this? Does it have shares in the state religion? Yang Cheng looked at his subordinate's report and then said with a bewildered expression, "We don't know yet. That's all the information we have. But the only difference between them and the state religion is their clothing. Otherwise, they are practically identical." The one who came to report was the Minister of the Imperial Ministry of Justice. "Should we arrest them? What are you arresting? Has he murdered innocent civilians?" "No." "Did they betray the Empire?" "No. And their aim is to sacrifice alien agents and those human traitors to you." "What's wrong? Is it Luo Jiao?" Yang Cheng took the photos from the scene and then casually tossed them aside. "Use them as unofficial staff of the court. They don't seem to have any other intentions at the moment. Just keep an eye on them. Let them do what they want, as long as they comply with the Empire's rules and regulations. The Empire's rules and regulations do not protect aliens and heretics." Chapter 195, The First Spartan Warriors. Attention! Dr. Halsey, holding his notebook, looked at the Spartan warriors in front of him who had been successfully modified and shouted. These Spartan warriors were trained to the same standards as the original second phase. A total of 10,000 people participated in the training this time, of whom 4,688 successfully passed the test and became Spartan warriors. "Dr. Halsey, leave it to me." A person wearing military green 4th generation Thor's hammer power armor slowly walked over. "Sergeant Major." Almost all the soldiers who saw the man saluted at the same time, and then shouted loudly. "You seem to have a lot of prestige." That's what the Imperial officers who came to inspect said. "I am their instructor, that's natural." "That's right. The instructor of this group of soldiers who underwent Spartan transformation is none other than the Sergeant Major in front of us. A legend in the history of Halo games, numbered 117. This number is a childhood memory for countless people. Although Master Chief never showed his face, his handsome posture and fearless spirit have made him a male god for countless players. Beneath their feet was a new era-class heavy aircraft carrier named USS Howard. "Looks pretty good. I didn't expect you humans to be so resilient, able to withstand this kind of experiment." Shockwave walked up to the Spartan soldiers and stared intently at them, then spoke. The Spartan project involved 4 groups. The Mechanicus from Warhammer, the Imperial Military Research Department from Star Wars, Halsey's team originally from the Halo universe, and Shockwave. These scientists began arguing fiercely as soon as they got to the operating table. The original Spartan warriors were definitely no longer usable. The Biosage advocated for a more mechanized approach to modification, while the others disagreed. After a brief argument, Halsey decided to train the baby in a 2-stage process, while the modification surgery would be based on a 4-stage standard. The first procedure is the implantation of a data cluster, a neural implant that gives you access to the UNSC data system and allows you to connect with friendly AI in Thor's hammer. You can communicate with your squad members and activate Thor's hammer armor and weapons with just a thought. The second surgery involves bone and muscle strengthening. Their bones will grow several centimeters longer, and the bones will be reinforced with titanium A and a composite shell. The muscles are also reinforced with artificial muscle fibers, and their strength is enough to easily destroy the original bones. The third procedure is neural enhancement, which can shorten your reaction time, giving you lightning-fast reflexes and improving cognitive abilities. The fourth procedure was physiological modification, which enabled Sparta to withstand toxic environments and chemical attacks. Corneal modification, circulatory system modification, and genetically engineered digestive bacteria enhanced Sparta's night vision, circulatory function, and ability to better absorb nutrients from food. The fifth procedure was genetic modification, which greatly extended the lifespan of Sparta, with the Spartan warriors' estimated peak combat period being a century. This is the basic surgery for Spartan warriors, after which they can easily outrun horses. The increased oxygen intake allowed Spartans to process inhaled toxins, and the lung modifications enabled Phase 4 Spartans to breathe methane for nearly an hour. There are also blood modification and vital sign monitor implantation surgeries. The former allows Spartan warriors to clot blood quickly, while the latter allows the Spartan medical team to monitor the Spartan's physical condition. However, the one that the mechanics cult was most interested in, and the one that underwent the most comprehensive modifications, was the Master Chief. Yes, Master Chief. He can be said to be the most valued person by the biological sages of the cult of mechanics. His physical body has almost reached the limit of surgery, and all his physical indicators are good. The biological sage and several other scientists modified the sergeant, even replacing his bones with a special metal that could restore them quickly if broken or fractured. Attention, everyone. We will arrive at the battlefield in 10 minutes. Everyone, please board. Let's go, soldiers. More than 4,000 Spartan warriors quickly donned their armor and then headed for the deck. A D-77, TC Pelican transport aircraft, a medium-sized aircraft widely used by the UNSC, law enforcement, and civil aviation departments, is parked on the deck. The D-77, TC, as a tactical aerospace vehicle, is primarily used for the deployment and transport of personnel, vehicles, and equipment, or, when modified, for use as an airborne gunship. In emergencies, the UNSC also uses it to evacuate civilians. The D-77, TC Pelican features a two-person crew, with the captain and first officer sitting side by side. Interestingly, the D-77H, TCI Pelican featured in Halo 3 and the Air Force version in Reach employ a tiered cockpit layout with seats positioned to the left, leaving a narrow aisle on the right. His main fixed armament consists of one or more live-fire weapons mounted in the nose of the aircraft, usually machine guns or cannons. Normally, it is equipped with an M370 automatic cannon, and is always equipped with 70mm armor-piercing, high-explosive fragmentation rounds, or depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds. In addition to the fixed weapons on its nose, the Pelican has 4 external hardpoints on its wings for carrying optional weapons, typically missile launch pods, each of which can usually hold 8 Anvil, 2 air-to-ground missiles. Of course, it can also carry other weapon systems, or special equipment pods. Everyone board the plane. We'll operate as company units. First company, you're on board. Second company, wait for the next transport plane to arrive. At this point, the USS Howard had become a transit point on the battlefield, surrounded by countless supporting cruisers and destroyers. This operation was relatively small compared to the Empire's military conflicts. They were dealing with a race that had just entered the galaxy. They were born in the Outer Ring and had only been in the galaxy for about 10,000 years, from the Stone Age to the present day. They live in a remote area on the Outer Ring, but their scientific research level is by no means low. However, this species has a flaw. They like to drink blood. Blood from any species is acceptable. They even use it as a military and civilian supply. Several transport ships carrying hundreds of thousands of human refugees once docked here, intending to settle down, but these species attacked them instead. Hundreds of thousands of humans were cultivated like fruit, their only purpose being to provide these races with fresh blood. The scientists of this race also cracked the code on those transport ships, allowing them to set foot on the galaxy in a short time. They find human blood to be the most delicious, and they venture beyond their own planet to capture more humans. Then they ran into the human Empire's fleet. The good news was that they had enough people. The bad news was that they couldn't win. Chapter 196 Airborne Operations. Attention, all personnel. Beware of the enemy's planetary defenses. Concentrate your efforts on breaking through. Hundreds of Claymore fighters began to concentrate on destroying enemy forces in space. They were used by the UNSC Navy and Air Force branches. The Claymore was one of the newest members of the human spaceplane arsenal. A multi-role exo-atmospheric attack fighter, adept at high maneuverability and precision combat. The F-41 Broadblade represents the pinnacle of human space fighter development, incorporating technologies that evolved throughout the war. There's no need to send out star destroyers or other weapons to deal with such a small civilization, and they plan to save the humans on this planet. These humans are usually treated like livestock. When there is not enough blood to maintain the status quo, the Panrids will force these humans to continue to reproduce, and use the children born as tools for blood extraction. An infant only has so much blood. Generally, the Panriders would abandon these children in the homes of planetary nobles, and they could begin drinking blood after the child turned 3. In times of stress, when blood supply is very limited, they will directly suck the blood of infants, drinking a baby's blood like juice, and then force them to continue having children. But these panriders got their comeuppance when the Empire's reconnaissance fleet launched an attack, and their planetary defenses began to crumble. Attention, all personnel. This is Whiskey Squadron. This is Whiskey Squadron, attacking the enemy's star ring defenses. To reiterate, we are attacking the enemy's star ring defenses. Headquarters, should we capture this area? No need, just destroy all enemy resistance. Receive. The company commander made a cool hand gesture and then began to call on the entire company. This is Whiskey Squadron, here to deliver the final blow to this son of a bitch's defenses. Fox Squadron received the report and is currently providing flank cover. Diablo's Squadron received. We will coordinate with you on the left. Countless fighter jets circled to evade enemy fire. The Panriders' combat capabilities in space had been completely wiped out, with only the anti-aircraft guns in the Star Ring Fortress remaining. Be careful to avoid it. Be careful to avoid it. Dozens of fighter jets were the first to prepare for the attack. For humanity, the squadron leader's voice echoed through the channel, and then the M6088's Medusa missile launcher on the F-41 Claymore fighter jet entered firing preparation. The munition he used was the AIM-90E short-range air-to-air missile. The catastrophe is ready. The Claymore fighter jet in the very center is equipped with the Havoc tactical nuclear bomb, which can destroy an enemy light cruiser with a single shot. Fire. Dozens of cataclysmic nuclear missiles hurtled toward the enemy's ring base. Anti-aircraft guns. Anti-aircraft guns. Anti-aircraft guns. The massive explosion destroyed most of the Star Ring base, with the remainder drifting in space like trash. The enemy's defenses have collapsed. Bombers, prepare. Expand the enemy's damaged area. Received. The 5th Bomber Squadron has begun its sweep mission. Our next task is to escort the Bomber Squadron. Receive. The 5th Bomber Formation consists of 20 GA-TL-1 longsword aircraft. The longsword is primarily designed as an air superiority fighter, but it can also be used for tactical purposes such as interception, suppression, bombing, or direct attack. Its crew consists of 2 to 4 people. In addition, it can be equipped with artificial intelligence to assist the crew. Its standard armament consists of a retractable M90-109 50mm autocannon and a 120mm autocannon, although the latter may be a secondary weapon. With modifications, it can also carry, including 4 ASGM, 10 missiles, ASGM, 15 missiles, and various other bombs, including the M888 octagonal laser-guided missile, the M1011 Seal space mine, and even a Shiva-class nuclear missile. It can also serve as a delivery vehicle for nuclear weapons, operated remotely. In addition to the Shiva nuclear missile, it also has the capability to deploy Havoc tactical nuclear weapons. In addition, it can drop and deploy ordnance airdrop pods to resupply ground troops. Thanks to those red-robed lads. Otherwise, I would never have been able to fly a bomber with such a large bomb load in my entire life. The crew members joked with each other, and escorted by a formation of fighter jets, they quickly reached their first target area. The Panriders' largest army base on Earth is about to be engulfed in flames. Distribute. Distribute. One bomb after another was dropped into the base. The Panrid soldiers, who were still tasting human blood, were engulfed in flames before they could even react, and then turned to ashes in the tens of thousands of degrees of heat. Commence the attack. Landing troops. Advance. Advance. Tens of thousands of soldiers wearing UNSC Army BDU standard combat uniforms disembarked from transport planes and entered the ruins. Go. 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 The soldiers quickly found cover and then set up a defensive line on the spot. Ground secure. Begin deploying vehicles and heavy weapons. The M12 Warthog light reconnaissance vehicle was deployed. It is part of a series of primary joint light tactical ground vehicles serving the Space Command Armed Forces. Its various variants can serve as equipment transport, utility vehicles, command and control vehicles, ambulances, reconnaissance vehicles, and various other tactical and logistical support vehicles. It is a highly maneuverable vehicle with four-wheel drive and all-wheel steering, powered by a liquid-cooled hydrogen-filled ice engine, and equipped with a manual transmission. An M46 Vulcan anti-aircraft machine gun was mounted on the back seat. As a reconnaissance vehicle, the Warthog M12 was already considered to have sufficient firepower. Dozens of Warthog light reconnaissance vehicles were deployed on the ground, and the soldiers, already dressed in new uniforms, quickly boarded the vehicles. This serves as our forward command post. Sparta and his men landed at Bjork Hill, while the Hellscreamers landed in the city we designated as number 15, currently 30 kilometers away. The 3rd and 8th Infantry Divisions are to immediately support the Hell Screamers. The 5th Infantry Division remains stationary, while the rest continue their combat missions. More and more armored forces were deployed, with dozens of M808B Scorpion main battle tanks and M850 Grizzly main battle tanks being deployed. The enemy has many cities on this planet. We must be extra careful not to fall into their trap. How many people have we gathered now? Aside from the units deployed for combat missions, we currently have the 5th, 15th, 18th, 25th, and 32nd Infantry Divisions, and the 12th, 16th, and 19th Armored Division stationed there. Chapter 197 No Hell. Without going to hell, no Vanguard. We're stepping into hell. Sir. Tens of thousands of Hell paratroopers boarded their individual atmospheric entry vehicles and began preparing for battle after gripping the modified Mechanicus light guns. Attention, all personnel. You will be deployed into the enemy city. Your objective is to reach the human slave farm in that city. Many Hell Screamers could already see the planet below through the windows of the warship, where mushroom clouds were slowly rising, a masterpiece of the Army and Air Force. Attention, all personnel. Deployment begins in 1 minute. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. The alarms blared throughout the warship, and these Hell paratroopers were already prepared to die. Click, 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 click. The fixed drop pod was released, and the pod, bearing the burning flames and the skull and crossbones symbol with the words Odysius written below, was dropped. This is the drop pod used by Hell Screamers, but it's not high-tech. Drop pods are disposable, and there's a high chance they'll be hit or collide with something during the drop, causing them to be destroyed. As for why the drop pods used by the Imperials aren't issued, it's simply because they're too expensive. Boom 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 boom. Because of the imbalance during the fall, this journey was destined to be bumpy. The high temperature generated by friction as the airdrop capsule passed through the atmosphere caused a burst of sparks and intense heat. Soldiers could clearly see everything outside through the glass of the drop pod. The wreckage of the Star Ring base was being pulled toward the ground by gravity. It's time to test your luck. Best of luck to everyone in advance. This is often when Hell Screamers are most vulnerable to loss. Many Hell Screamers don't even have time to touch the ground before they collide with the wreckage of warships in the sky and explode. Thump, 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 thump. One after another, the sound of landing echoed as the airdrop pods successfully landed on the ground. Then, the soldiers at the landing site crashed through the speed bumps in front of them and jumped out of the airdrop pods. Around a tall building, there were panriders killed by falling debris everywhere, while the remaining panrid soldiers, armed with weapons, searched for cover. At this moment, the army had successfully engaged them in battle, with shouts of battle and artillery fire filling the air. Under this attack, panrid soldiers were constantly pushing back their defensive lines. Bang! A huge object landed on a panrid armored vehicle. Before a panrid soldier could react, a Hellscream soldier in a black uniform carrying a laser gun stepped out. While the panrid soldiers were still in a daze, the Hellscream soldier opened fire first. The pomegranate-colored laser easily pierced through the armor of these panrid soldiers, and then burned through their bodies. A panrid soldier tried to fight back with a machete, but was easily taken down by the Hell paratrooper. The bayonet on the laser gun pierced its throat, and blood gushed out like a fountain. More and more airborne pods landed, and the ensuing battle was destined to be a brutal urban warfare engagement. Hello, Command. This is Captain Parrot, 3rd Company, 16th Hellfire Division. I need you to attack a large enemy strongpoint. This strongpoint is located on the north side of the city. Coordinates 315.20.488 inch. 2 fighter jets roared in, and after pinpointing the enemy's location, 2 missiles flew up, instantly turning the enemy's position into a sea of fire. The enemy is gathering. Don't let them assemble. Divide and surround them within the city and eliminate them. The officer's voice rang out from the helmet of each Hellscreamer, who would then engage or annihilate the enemy in squads or companies. Snipers take the high ground. The rest of the personnel lie in ambush in the ruins. These Hellscreamers moved swiftly. The skies were now dominated by the Empire, and they would rush to any unit that needed air support. Kill them. A Hellscream wielding a beam rifle encountered a group of panriders in the ruins, the two sides only a few steps apart. At that moment, the Hellscream wielding a beam rifle with a bayonet struck first. He rushed towards a panrid soldier in 2 strides, and then plunged his bayonet into the neck of one of them. Panrid soldiers then seemed to realize what was happening, and a chaotic battle ensued. Panrid had the advantage in numbers, but the Hellscreamers were specially trained in close combat. These enemies didn't last more than a few seconds in the hands of the Hellscreamers before being killed one after another. Continue the mission. Amidst the ruins, the Hellscreamers are killing the aliens one by one. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. Officer Panrid screamed in despair, but the heavens heard his cries. The only ones to hear them were the Imperial Navy. Dozens of missiles came hurtling towards it. This was the best response the Imperial Navy could give. Chapter 198 Sergeant Major. Bang, 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 bang. The army and Panrid soldiers fought fiercely in the ruins, with men falling on both sides every moment. But the Imperial army still had the upper hand due to its superior firepower and numbers. Enemy tanks. On the right. Soldiers armed with anti-tank weapons quickly reached their positions and then aimed their rocket launchers at the enemy tanks. Thump. A huge figure landed on the tank, then ripped open the top door and cleanly tossed a grenade inside. Boom. With a loud explosion, the tank was completely destroyed. Sergeant Major. Upon seeing this, several soldiers looked at the 117 insignia on their armor and hurriedly spoke. More and more Spartan warriors rushed to the battlefield, and the enemy's attack crumbled under the Spartan counterattack. Cortana, help me calculate the approximate location of the enemy's troop concentration. Cortana is an intelligent artificial intelligence created by Dr. Catherine Halsey, serving in the Space Command, with the designation CTN 0452-9. Cortana played a significant role in the Human Covenant War, participating in numerous pivotal events that shaped the war effort. She served as the shipborne AI for ships including the Pillar of Autumn, Cairo Space Station, Amber, and Towards Dawn, and possessed crucial information about the Halo array, including the activation index code for Halo 04. However, Cortana is best known as the companion of Master Chief Spartan John 117. During the Human Covenant War, Cortana remained by the Master Chief's side, sharing life and death with him and saving Earth from danger on numerous occasions. During this time, the two developed a close relationship, becoming the closest of partners. During the missionary invasion, Cortana sacrificed herself to protect the Master Chief as he resolved to detonate a nuclear bomb. Sergeant Major, the enemy is roughly concentrated in the rainforest to the southeast, about 30 kilometers away, but I personally recommend you don't go there. Why? Listening to the voice inside the helmet, the Sergeant Major asked while checking the ammunition. The total number of enemies there exceeded 400,000. 400,000? The sergeant pulled back the barrel, then looked up and muttered to himself. They were evenly matched with us. Based on calculations, you are very likely to perish in this mission. The Spartan warriors did not die, only went missing. What if this mission fails? But I will not fail. The Sergeant Major's temper was still the same. Not even 10 oxen could change it. Bring the vehicles over. We have 4,000 Spartans attacking from 4 directions. We need artillery support from the Army and air support from the Air Force. Received. The Navy has been notified. The enemy has a human blood processing plant there. If we attack it, it could injure the people inside. A communications soldier rushed in to report. Should we abandon them? The officer turned to look at the Sergeant Major, who had become the backbone of the group. No, it's not necessary. Who are you? Give them up. No, we don't need artillery support anymore. We'll go there ourselves. With over 4,600 Spartan warriors, the sergeant decided that, apart from 600 who would remain to guard the front, the remaining 4,000 would be divided into 40 companies to encircle the enemy from the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north. The enemy has many bunkers in the jungle. Our scouts have discovered 80% of them, but there are still 20% left, so we must be extra careful. Send Cortana the locations of those bunkers, and I'll then forward them to the built-in friendly AI of every Spartan soldier. Each company can then act accordingly. The sergeant distributed the bunker map to every Spartan soldier, and just as he was about to leave, an officer stopped him. This is a report sent back by our most elite reconnaissance soldiers. The officer pointed to an inconspicuous black man next to him. Don't underestimate him. Once it gets dark, he'll be hard to spot without thermal imaging or night vision devices as he lies hidden in the grass. Unless he shows his teeth, you might see a mouth floating in the sky in the middle of the night. At this point, the other officers couldn't help but smirk. They knew this man's character all too well. Is there anything you need to say? Soldier. The enemy has many light armored vehicles in the jungle, and they are feeding heavily on human blood. The remaining enemy forces are also gathering in that direction. I understand. Soldier, you did a great job. The sergeant patted him on the shoulder and then walked straight out of the command post. The Master Chief is 2.1 meters tall, which is close to the height of some space marines, such as Iron Man. The sergeant led his team into the darkness, disappearing completely a few seconds later. Is the sergeant major really that strong? A new recruit holding a light gun asked incredulously. Nonsense. Go try attacking Reach and you'll die. Chapter 199 Spartan Warriors. Hurry up and finish this shift at the sentry post. The higher-ups said that anyone who dares to stand guard for the night will get a baby's blood to drink. That's great. How long are we going to have to stand there? 2 more hours. Almost done. The Panrid soldiers grumbled quietly inside the bunker while scouting through the observation slit. Kaba. Something black rolled in. What? The Panrid soldiers were wiped out by the grenade before they could even react. Kill one. The sergeant major had confirmed, through the life monitoring device in his helmet, that the Panriders, who had been blown to pieces, were completely dead. Received, we are conducting an assault operation, Sergeant Major. One bunker after another was destroyed by the Spartan warriors. The deaths of these Panriders were varied. Some were killed by grenades thrown in suddenly, and others were mowed down by the Spartan warriors who rushed in. The enemy bunkers were being reduced at a visible rate, but then a sniper on high ground reported bad news. A large number of enemies were spotted 1,000 meters away, suspected to be an enemy patrol squad, and they were equipped with a lot of weapons. If a battle broke out, it might attract more enemies. A Spartan soldier standing in the treetop, holding an SRS-99 sniper rifle, reported through his scope. The SRS-99 sniper rifle is a long-range individual support weapon that has been mass-produced and deployed by the UNSC Army since 2460. It has powerful lethality, amazing long-range shooting accuracy, and a highly flexible modular customization system, enabling it to meet the various long-range precision strike mission requirements of UNSC soldiers. This reliable sniper rifle was finally deployed to all branches of the military, including the UNSC Navy, in 2521. As the pioneering model of the SRS-99 series rifles, the SRS-99 model adopts the classic gas-operated automatic principle and rotating bolt locking structure. Its Prophet N-type multi-magnification smart sight provides the shooter with clear long-range target images and ballistic assist calculation functions. The heavy barrel used by the SRS-99 can fire 14.5 by 114 mm large-caliber fin-stabilized, discarding sabot armor-piercing rounds, which have the power to take down heavy infantry or even light vehicles with a single shot at a range of 2,000 m. Moreover, the powerful heavy weapon not only performs exceptionally well in actual combat, but also possesses considerable flexibility and maneuverability. Even the lightest UNSC soldiers can use the SRS-99 sniper rifle with ease to achieve firepower levels against Covenant elites or even ghost vehicles. In terms of penetration, it is even comparable to the light guns equipped by the Austral forces. Stop them. It's time to tell them their neighbors are here. Receive. The Spartan warrior pointed his gun at the engine of the foremost vehicle and then decisively pulled the trigger. Bang. The sniper rifle, equipped with a silencer, minimized the noise of its bullets, but its destructive power remained undiminished. The bullet pierced the vehicle's thin armor, then its engine, and finally its fuel tank. The friction caused the fuel to ignite instantly, triggering a violent explosion. Bang. Boom. Boom. The vehicle explosion directly triggered a chain reaction. Countless Panrid soldiers were also affected by the blast wave. Some were lucky enough to be blown away, while others were killed instantly. Fire. Several Spartan warriors hiding in the treetops suddenly jumped down and landed directly on the vehicle. What? One Panrid soldier was sent flying by a punch before he could even react. Another Panrid soldier tried to smash the Spartan warrior with the butt of his rifle, but not only was it easily blocked, but the pin on the grenade strapped to his waist was also pulled. Bang. The Spartan warrior shoved the Panrid into the crowd, and then, along with the explosion, the unfortunate Panrids were killed by the grenade. Bang. Just as a Panrid soldier was about to raise his gun to return fire, a bullet suddenly struck and then cleaved him in two from the waist down. Don't be so cocky next time. You might get shot without even knowing who did it. That's what the Spartan warrior, holding a sniper rifle, complained. Where's the sergeant major? He said he went to intercept the enemy. The sergeant major walked through the forest in his Thor's hammer armor, which was coated with various camouflage colors, allowing him to easily evade enemy searches. How is the situation? Sergeant Major, we have cleared all the enemy bunkers and patrols on the perimeter and are now moving inwards. Good. Keep moving forward. The enemy should have realized something is wrong. Be careful. Understood, Sergeant Major. With the communication channel disconnected, the sergeant continued forward, following Cortana's directions. Chapter 200. The war is over. Preparations are underway to expand the army. The sergeant major was hiding behind a large tree, holding a lightsaber in one hand and a chainsaw sword in the other. Commence the attack. Spartan warriors equipped with thrusters swiftly flew over obstacles in their path, then scaled the top floor of the enemy base with their bare hands. The strength of the Spartan warriors should not be underestimated. Initially, Yang Cheng planned to cultivate the Spartan warriors into a third fighting force, somewhere between the Astartes and ordinary humans. In hand-to-hand combat between an ordinary Spartan warrior and an ordinary astronaut, the exchange ratio reached 1 to 20 or even 30. Even with armed personnel, it would take at least 2 Star Guard squads to kill him. Secondly, there's the exchange ratio between Spartans and Space Marines. Because there's a huge power gap between Space Marines, some Space Marines can be dealt with by about 10 Spartans. Experienced veterans like Khan and Angor, when fully armored, would be difficult for even the entire Spartan army to subdue. As for the pre-march, there's no need to mention him. If you send all the Spartans and all the Halo ships together, they can wipe him out in a few hours at most. Bang 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 bang. Spartan warriors, armed with sniper rifles, hid in the woods and fired at the unsuspecting enemies. Hot shell casings fell at their feet, but they felt nothing. The place where humans are imprisoned is in the east. Deploy troops to prepare for a breakthrough. The Spartans pierced the enemy's weak defenses like a sharp sword. They should have been using the live ammunition weapons from the Halo universe, but the developers, upon seeing these weapons, resolutely decided to distribute them to PDF, while the Spartans should enjoy better equipment. First, they all switched to the astronomical army's light guns, which were far superior to the live ammunition they had previously used. After calming down the machine spirits, the tech enthusiasts began to modify them. After some simple modifications, the power of these weapons increased significantly. Not only did their penetrating power become stronger, but they were also changed from semi-automatic to fully automatic. Such weapons might not do much harm to Astartes, but they could be extremely damaging to these alien soldiers. Run! Run! Thousands of Spartan warriors began to sweep through Panrad's defenses, and almost all the fleeing alien soldiers were killed by the Spartans' guns. Bang! The sergeant kicked open the iron gate of the human breeding farm, and what greeted him was the firepower of countless soldiers lying in ambush on both sides of the corridor. Did you kill it? An officer hiding behind a door shouted something, only to be met with 5M9 high-explosive dual-purpose human-killing grenades tied together with rope. The 5 grenades were tied together and then thrown out. In an instant, the grenades detonated, and the soldiers who were nearby were unfortunately blown to pieces by the explosion, while those who were far away were also covered by shrapnel. Amidst the thick smoke, a loud gunshot rang out, followed by the instant explosion of the upper body of a nearby alien soldier. Bang! 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 The sergeant major, holding an M90 shotgun, slowly emerged from the thick smoke as he walked out, wielding this exaggerated shotgun. The M90 shotgun, a simplified version of the M45E tactical shotgun, reduces production costs while also taking into account ease of use and maintenance. The M90, which was widely used by frontline troops and various professional positions during the Human Covenant War, prioritized structural reliability and robustness. While the increased magazine capacity and the use of traditional materials sacrificed the weight of the weapon, they preserved the shotgun's core close-range lethality. The subsequent M90A shotgun was an improvement on the standard M45 model. Compared to the M90, it reduced the magazine capacity to 6 rounds, but lengthened the barrel to increase range and lethality. The M90 has many nicknames among UNSC soldiers, such as Deck Cleaner, Hammer, Mop, Broom, Galactic Universal Language Translator, Battlefield Equalizer, and OK-47. A single shot from the M90 shotgun fires a total of 15 pellets, which can cause considerable damage to most infantry units at close range, and under certain conditions, the scattering can threaten multiple enemy soldiers simultaneously. Even if it misses, it doesn't matter. The projectile will make up for the deviation. However, this shotgun has a fatal flaw. Its lethality at medium to long range is very limited, making it only suitable for close-quarters combat. But for the current sergeant major, this weapon is just right. Although he can use the modified light gun issued to him, he still prefers to use this weapon with a smaller margin for error. The sergeant major, wielding an M90, walked along the corridor, blasting any enemies in his path, along with their hiding places, into pieces with his shotgun. Bang! The sergeant fired his last shotgun blast, then drew his chainsaw sword from his waist. The remaining enemies charged toward the sergeant, but he was fearless and met their attacks with his chainsaw sword. A bloody battle erupted in the narrow corridor, and the sergeant major emerged victorious thanks to his superior physical abilities and the protection of his Thor's hammer power armor. Isn't it time to build another fleet? Yang Cheng gazed at the sky above Terra, lost in thought.